The Dead Cave is the first S-Class copy of Blue Star to appear after the Day of Awakening. It is also the oldest of all S-Class copies. It has not been breached so far. There have been countless strong people buried here. Su Ming, don't hold on any longer. Quickly hand over the artifact. Kill God, you are out of breath. Su Ming, catch it, you are a hero of the human race. I will give you a good time. Tell me where the artifact is hidden by you, and we may be able to keep your whole body. Su Ming wore a tattered black robe, disheveled hair, and stood on the edge of the Dead Cave. Behind him was a dark cliff in which the black mist drifted and bottomless, as if it could bury the entire world. Listen carefully, and there is also a sound like a ghost howling. Su Ming was covered in blood and bruised, like a dying beast, with great coercion. His eyes stared at everyone. For a while, no one dared to take a step forward. He only needs to take a step back, and he will step into the Dead Cave and enter the most terrifying S-Class dungeon in all times. The artifact will be buried with him, but he himself, I will also die. It was this deterrence that made him and everyone stalemate for a long time. Su Ming, hand over the artifact. I will remember the brotherhood of the past, and I will not kill you. Zhang Tang took a step forward. He is also one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom today. Su Ming's former friend. Turn around. Only your whole body is wasted. He had a gloomy sneer on his face, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. Su Ming's face was cold, he gritted his teeth, and his heart was even more angry. At the same time, there is hatred. Since the age of 18, I have treated myself as a brother. The two have been fighting side by side for many years. Every time I fight, I stand up. All the resources he got were divided into half by himself. It can even be said that without Su Ming, there would be no Zhang Tang today. However, today Zhang Tang secretly laid out and betrayed Su Ming, just to snatch the supreme artifact in his hand and go against the divine ring. This is the loot that Su Ming broke into the cave alone, explored with his life, and even killed the strongest god-level beast that no one had ever killed. It is said that it can reverse the rules and even reshape the physical body. Su Ming couldn't have imagined that he had obtained the artifact, and as soon as he stepped out of the dead hole, he was ambushed by Zhang Tang and seriously injured. Zhang Tang led the strongest masters of the Zhang family, and at the same time, he struck hard and severely damaged Su Ming. Several hero-level powerhouses are all listed here. Even with the skills of the world's #1 assassin, he was unable to escape. Su Ming could feel that the vitality in his body at this moment was passing rapidly. Before I die, I only have one question. Su Ming's eyes were sharp. He looked around, his voice trembling. Who leaked the news? He obviously hadn't told anyone about it except his girlfriend. How did Zhang Tang know? At this time, a white-clothed shadow walked out of the crowd. It's me. She was dressed in a robe, with an outstanding posture, and said indifferently. Seeing her, Su Ming's eyes suddenly shook, and there were stormy waves emerging. Ren Xiaoman. He almost lost his voice. My lover, my girlfriend who has been with me for more than 10 years. Over the years, Su Ming has always trusted her unconditionally, giving to her like a licking dog. She was never stingy, using all kinds of natural materials and treasures to build her ordinary talents to the current state. Unexpectedly, the person who betrayed her was really her. During the previous stalemate, Su Ming guessed this possibility, but he vetoed it in advance. Shouldn't be. Anyone can do it. How can it be her? At this moment, Su Ming was disheartened, and his heart was about to collapse. Under extreme anger, the fire in his eyes burned. In the end, he actually looked up to the sky and laughed miserably. Now that he thinks about it, he feels that his efforts for so many years are as ridiculous as a clown. Su Ming, it's too late for you to turn back now. Hand over the rebellious ring. She looked at Su Ming with beautiful eyes and said indifferently. She seemed to be thinking about her old love, but only Su Ming could see the disdain, mockery, and contempt in her eyes. And, after years of forbearance, she finally did not hide her happiness. You betrayed me a long time ago? At this moment, Su Ming's heart was extremely clear, and he finally saw through this woman. Ren Xiaoman heard this and smiled contemptuously. Hee, after so many years, you can finally see it. Saying that, she stopped pretending. She took a bewitching step and walked up to Zhang Tang, showing a charming smile. Zhang Tang showed a fierce smile and hugged her into his arms. To tell you the truth, I was originally willing to be with you, but it was just Brother Zhang's task. It's not because you have awakened to the 9-star talent back then, and you have a bright future in the future, so you kid will be cheaper. Ren Xiaoman curled the corners of his mouth in Zhang Tang's arms, and said with a faint smile. Su Ming looked at this scene, and his heart was broken. The former brother and the woman he loved the most were together behind his back and betrayed himself. This is a painful blow to any man's dignity. Seeing this embarrassing scene, Su Ming was directly angry, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. He said word by word, even if I Su Ming die today, you don't think about getting this artifact. After speaking, he was about to retreat into the dead hole. He would rather be buried with the supreme artifact than take advantage of these villains. There was a dead fog in the dead cave, and no one dared to take half a step except for Su Ming, who killed the god of death. At this moment, Zhang Tang smiled indifferently. Ha, we let you live until now, just to delay time and set up a confinement formation. Everyone, do it. He gave an order. Several top mages ages performed a large formation together. In an instant, Su Ming's whole body movements were blocked, making him unable to move. You can't even retreat to the dead hole. Subsequently, everyone urged various skills and attacked Su Ming. For a while, the heavens and the earth flashed with colorful light. Su Ming was powerless to resist and despaired. At this moment, I saw a figure and came out from behind the crowd. Go against the world. It is a girl with bright eyes and starry eyes. She held a huge scythe and wore a white robe to overcome snow. Su Ming, don't give up, she shouted, and the scythe danced, forming a gray skull-shaped protective shield that protected Su Ming in it. But the protective shield, in front of the powerful killer moves in the sky, failed to support it for a moment before it collapsed. She was resolute and did not hesitate at all. He actually took a step, opened his hands, and blocked Su Ming in front of him with his body. In the next moment, she was shattered by thousands of pillars of light. The bloodweeds bloomed like flowers, drifting all over the sky. Hot blood splattered on Su Ming's face. His eyes were stunned, staring at the girl in front of him. He is Su Ming's former tablemate and comrade in arms for several years. Her name is Ji Yao, and when she was studying, she also expressed her sincerity to Su Ming many times. But what Su Ming liked was always Ren Xiaoman, and he rejected her many times. The gap between the two realms gradually widened, and they finally parted ways. I didn't expect that at the end of my life, the person who protected me in front of me was actually her. She is the only one in the whole world. Oof, a waste, come to die too. I only heard Zhang Tang sneer, held the weapon, and swung it out with one blow. The sky collapsed, and the space collapsed. The offensive of the 10 strongest masters in the Dragon Kingdom was not something she could block. But at this moment, Su Ming also bought precious time, activated the god-level body technique, Hidden Divine Step, and broke free from the confinement formation. He hugged her and took a step back into the dead hole. Although he died, he didn't let these dogs get artifacts. The thick fog of death swallowed up from all directions. At this moment, the heavens and the earth lost their color, and the thick fog of death enveloped the two of them. A completely different world. Ji Yao, why are you here? Su Ming looked at the girl in his arms, with mixed feelings in his heart. At the moment of death, her eyes were filled with a satisfied smile. Su Ming, I have always been. In the next moment, her body was swallowed up by the black mist and dissipated into the world. The last words were not finished. At this moment, Su Ming's eyes were dull. It turned out that only she loved herself from beginning to end, and even was willing to give her life for herself without regrets. He has been exhausted all his life, and he finally figured out who he should cherish. At this moment, endless regret, anger, and hatred in his heart emerged. Ren Xiaoman, Zhang Tang. Two names bit out of his mouth and almost popped out. If I become a human again in the future, I will smash you to pieces. He gritted his teeth. Subsequently, Su Ming's consciousness gradually disappear, completely fall into darkness. The body was corroded by the dead fog and gradually festered. It was a miracle that Su Ming was able to explore in the dead cave before he used all his trump cards and methods. Now he is at the end of the crossbow and cannot reappear. The world's #1 assassin, the god of killing Su Ming. Today, he is buried in a dead grave, but no one noticed. At this moment, a touch of blue light flashed from the palm of his hand. That is an ethereal ring. When Su Ming woke up again, he found himself on the high school campus. Back to 18-year-old awakening day. At noon, the scorching sun shone brightly. Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, Xianjing City, #1 High School. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Please all students, prepare for awakening in order. The sound of the radio station sounded all around. The playground was bustling, and rows of students gathered here. They gazed at the high platform, the supreme altar of awakening ceremonies. Everyone was extremely apprehensive. Awakening rituals may make their lives soar, but at the same time, it is also possible to make them plummet. In any case, today will be a watershed moment in their lives. Many years ago, gaming came to the real world. That day is called the Day of Awakening. As long as people reach the age of 18, they can participate in the awakening ceremony. By touching the Tianbei to change jobs, unlock the professional profile panel. Awakened people can get experience, attribute points, and skill scrolls by killing all beasts and completing tasks. Complete upgrades with this, gain equipment, learn skills, and become stronger. The most powerful professionals can even move mountains and reclaim the sea, smash the void with their fists, and step on the air, and have the power to turn the rules. In the world, there are countless artifacts waiting to be discovered. But humans are not the only race favored. Along with the arrival, there are a large number of fierce beasts and horror copies. The Tower of Silence, the battlefield of 10,000 races, the abyss of death. Countless challenges await the human race. The human race must continue to fight to maintain the continuation of the bloodline. I announce that the 127th Awakening Ceremony of Xianjing #1 High School has officially begun. A loud voice spread throughout the school. The noise of the students in the playground suddenly fell silent. In the eyes of everyone, the first student stepped onto the high platform. He put his hand on the Awakening Heaven monument. Suddenly, a lilac magic pattern flashed, forming a virtual light and condensing into the appearance of a grass. Wan Chang, the job change was successful. mythical. Life profession, planter. Innate attributes, 3 stars. Off stage, everyone whispered for a while. The first student, isn't it a combat profession? Our school, this year's luck is a bit bad. Actually, it's okay, his planter is also a more useful type of life profession, and his status will not be low in the future. Yes, his innate attributes are not low, and Samsung is very good. I'm really looking forward to my own career. Several students exchanged ears in the audience. Wang Chang on the stage stretched his brows and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I am content. Wang Chang is not very demanding. As long as he has a career, he will be successful. After all, once the awakening fails, you are unemployed, you are at the bottom of society, you have no hope of promotion in your life, and you will work 14 hours a day. You can imagine what a hellish life it was. So even if he only awakens to life occupations, he is content. In this world, occupations are divided into 2 categories. Combat professions, such as warriors, swordsmen, mages, etc. Life occupations include foundrymen, tailors, enchanters, blacksmiths, etc. Although the life class is only an auxiliary, the status is not as good as that of a combatant. But they can support logistics, such as forging weapons, enchanting armor, and making healing potions. They are also an indispensable part of the Terran front. In any case, as long as you awaken to professional success, you don't have to worry about making a living. In addition, there are hidden classes in addition to combat classes. Once awakened, it will surely soar in the future. But these hidden professions are 1 in 10,000, and ordinary students can think about it. One after another, students stepped onto the high platform and placed their hands on the awakening monument. Li San Yang, awakening successfully, combat profession. Warrior, innate attribute 2 star. Xian Yu, awakening failed. Song Li is crazy, a combat profession. Berserker, innate 4 star. Yang Jun, life career. A series of sounds sounded from the high platform. It's really a bit noisy. In the crowd, a teenager suddenly opened his closed eyes. His eyes were cold, and he was not at all temperamental with the students around him. Su Ming woke up. His eyes trembled and he looked around blankly. What's going on? Aren't I buried in a dead cave? He found that the environment here was completely different from the one in the dead cave dungeon. At the same time, it is a little familiar. Wait, here it is. Shenjing number 1 high school, my former school? He was shocked. Today seems to be the day of awakening? A large number of memories came to my mind and were vividly remembered. The shock in Su Ming's heart is indescribable. Could it be that he was reborn? He raised his right hand. I saw that on the index finger there was a pitch-black ring. The texture is as cold as jade, and some ancient divine patterns are engraved on it. Those lines have faded. Reverse path divine ring? He actually took this artifact back to his high school days? Su Ming's heart was shocked. Could it be that the rebellious spirit ring can really reshape the body and reverse the time avenue? He said secretly in his heart. Bited the tip of his tongue hard. TSK, the pain of sour numbness surged into my heart with the smell of blood. Sure enough, it's true. It's not a marquee before death, nor is it a fantasy. I, Su Ming, is back. He exhaled deeply, suppressed the thousands of thoughts in his heart, and returned to his composure. Others couldn't see the fluctuations in his heart. Since you live a lifetime, I will definitely rewrite all my regrets. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and he made up his mind in his heart. After the awakening day, the first thing he had to do was to kill Zheng Tang and Rin Xiuman's dog men and women to vent their hatred. In their previous lives, they betrayed themselves, and it was because of them that they would be buried in the cave of death. Thinking of this, his eyes became extremely cold. Glancing ahead, in the queue of the next class, Su Ming's eyes locked on the 2 people in the crowd like eagles. Rin Xiaoman, Su Ming's white moonlight in his previous life, he had pursued her countless times in school, but she was indifferent and rejected. But in this life, Su Ming will never be a licking dog again. For her, there will only be pure killing intent. The host's killing intent has reached a critical value, and the system is bound. The strongest job transfer god slaying system, bound successfully. Give away the initial lottery once. Do you use it immediately? His face was slightly shocked. No, rebirth can happen. What is the system? His heart was already as solid as a rock, and after only a slight surprise, he returned to normal. Use it immediately, he said secretly in his heart. In the next moment, a roulette wheel appeared in Su Ming's mind and appeared in front of him. It is engraved with a dazzling array of millions of small grids, densely packed. A golden hand inscribed with sacred runes suspended in it. Skill transfer books, skills, experience points, artifacts, equipment, all on the turntable, dazzling. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamonds, epic, ancient, legends, myths, all kinds of qualities, you name it. Su Ming was even among them, and saw the Killing God transfer book, which was of legendary quality. Killing the God, but the assassin's top special transfer. It is unique in the world. In other words, once he changed his job to kill gods, he would be the only god in the world. Generally speaking, it takes many job changes to become a killing god, but if he draws this job transfer book, Su Ming can omit everything in the middle, and now he has never awakened and directly changed his job to a killing god. It can be described as a step to the sky. Su Su Ming's mind moved slightly and ordered to be extracted. The turntable spins rapidly. Su Ming was nervous, looking at the pointer as he passed countless rare treasures. Ultimately, bite. Successful drawing. The hands landed on a golden slot. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mythical talent, Sublimation of All Things. Sublimation of All Things. Mythic. You can upgrade the quality of the loot that explodes in any dungeon, such as combat skills, equipment, scrolls, etc. Any item can only be sublimated or indirectly sublimated once. Su Ming's face was shocked. This mythical talent can actually sublimate items at will. There is no limit to item upgrades. In other words, if you're lucky, you can even upgrade a silver item into a myth. It's too scary. Su Ming's heart was shocked. Every time you break through a big realm, you can play a lottery. The sound of this system is very pleasant. He forced himself to calm down and looked ahead. I saw Zhang Tang and Ren Xiaoman, a dog man and a woman, standing in the front class and saying something to each other. Staring at the backs of the two, Su Ming frowned. That's right. Looking back on the past life, all the twists and turns are today. Awakening successfully, assassin profession, and still innate 9-star attribute. Promising. So after tonight, Ren Xiaoman, the former goddess, began to change 180 degrees in her attitude. The change will be so sudden, it turns out that everything is Zhang Tang's back. They have long set their sights on their future talents, and they choose to make friends with themselves for the sake of future interests. As the saying goes, those in the game are confused, and the bystanders are clear. Today, Su Ming, as a bystander, realized that all this was so transparent. It's ridiculous that I was stupid in my previous life and never been able to see through it. He closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. This pair of dog men and women are going to die tonight. He sneered. At this moment, a data panel naturally appeared in his mind. Su Ming. Occupation, unawakened state. Talent, sublimation of all things, gold. Kill God with a knife, legendary level. Proficiency returns to the basics, the ultimate in killing gods, where the dagger goes, destroys all things, and kills gods with one knife. Skill, hidden god step, legendary, back to basics. Top footwork, immune to all physical, magical, and spiritual attacks after activation, not selectable, invincible. Full hidden, legendary, back to basics. You can hide and rewrite all your information, equipment, professions, and skills at will. Eye of insight, legend, return to the basics. The eyes have the power to see through the true truth and can gain insight into the origin information of all matter. Looking at this panel, Su Ming felt like there was a thunderous explosion in his mind. The originally calm heart once again set off a huge wave. His eyes trembled, and he couldn't even believe it. What's going on? Part of my skill. Follow me too, reborn and back? In his previous life, Su Ming's awakening job was an assassin, and after a lifetime of hard work, he turned several times, and finally was promoted to the 8th rank killing god. And the killing knife is also the most terrifying skill he has mastered. It was with this skill that he killed the strongest strange beast in the S-class dungeon and burst out the reverse path ring of the divine ring. The hidden god step is also a unique skill for the god killing profession. Once this footwork is activated, it seems to disappear from the rules of this world. Invisible, non-selectable, displacement, integrated skills. When cast, no matter how hard it is cast, it cannot hurt him. Heaven and earth are everywhere. It was precisely by urging the hidden divine step that he was able to survive in the dead cave. The eye of insight is not small. It is a skill that Su Ming burst out of an extremely high-level copy, which is unique in the world. But these 4 skills are extremely consuming. In his previous life, Su Ming experienced a bloody battle and was ambushed, and no physical strength remained. Therefore, he could not activate any skills and eventually died with hatred. What a surprise! Not only is it reborn, but it also retains these 4 skills. But you can't be careless. Although some skills are left, the level is not retained. At present, my body is too low and too weak. Su Ming muttered. If you forcibly use the full version of the god-killing knife, I am afraid that the enemy will die before he dies. I had hundreds of skills in my previous life, but I only retained these 4 strongest skills. But I know enough, Su Ming said secretly in his heart. At this time, a girl's voice came from behind him. Hey, Su Ming, what profession do you think you will awaken? The girl's voice is crisp and pleasant. Su Ming turned around and looked, his eyes suddenly stunned. A girl in white with a slender figure and a delicate face stood behind her. Her voice is so kind. She smiled lightly, tilted her head slightly, and asked. Just like the appearance and memory, his eyes were like light. It was the same table. Ji Yao. Hey, ask you. Ji Yao stretched out his bare hand, patted Su Ming on the shoulder, and leaned over and said. A faint fragrance came over. Su Ming's eyes softened. At this moment, all the hatred in his heart was temporarily buried. My career, Su Ming said slowly. Looking at her, Su Ming had a lot of thoughts in his heart for a while, and he had many things to say. Looking at Su Ming's hot eyes, Ji Yao's face was a little blushing. Why are you staring at me like this? She has a carefree personality, but she is always stared at like this, and she will be shy. She has long admired Su Ming and has hinted at it many times in school, but Su Ming has always turned a blind eye. Pure iron straight man. She knew that the only thing Su Ming liked was the school flower in Xiaoman. So over time, she gave up. You stuffy oil bottle. Could it be that now I realized that this girl is good looking? Tell you, it's late. She put her hands on her hips and joked with a smile. In the sun, her face glowed. But what she didn't expect was the next moment. Su-ming directly made an extremely bold move. He actually took a step forward and gave her a fierce hug. Ji Yao was stunned and stood still. The surrounding students were also shocked. My grass, Brother Ming, awesome, a fat man said. He was the first professional to awaken, Wang Chang, an enchanter. Wait, I read that right. Su-ming took down our class flower? I'll wipe it. Su-ming, take it easy, don't let the teacher see it. The students coaxed one after another. Su-ming had a faint smile on his face. After a light hand, her delicate body trembled slightly, her eyes flushed, and she almost couldn't stand still. You, what are you doing all of a sudden? Ji Yao said a little angrily. My awakening will be terrifying. Su-ming smiled indifferently and just said so. After saying that, he turned his head. He has 1,000 words, but in the end, he restrained himself. As long as you know about rebirth, it's good. This girl, in her previous life, in order to protect herself, was buried with herself in a dead cave. When the whole world abandoned herself, she was the only one there. I have lived all my life before I finally see people's hearts clearly. She is the one who is truly worthy of her protection. In this life, you must protect her. Ji Yao's face was red. She lowered her head slightly, peeking at Su-ming's back, and did not relax for a long time. Su-ming's eyes contained incomparably firmness, looking at the awakening platform. Next, Zhang Tang, hidden combat profession, magic hammer warrior, innate attribute level, 8 stars. The words of the awakening teacher made the audience exclaim. 8 stars. This year, I actually came out of an 8-star genius so quickly. The students were shocked. Normal, after all, it's Zhang Tang, the eldest young master of the Zhang family. His father is a war emperor, and his mother is also a demon warrior, and his bloodline is very pure. Not only the students, but also the school leaders and the surrounding leadership seats were also surprised. Great, I have an 8-star genius so quickly this year. What a good start. Several school leaders said in surprise. Su-ming looked at Zhang Tang on the high platform, his eyes solemn. It seems that it is the same as in the previous life. Zhang Tang awakened to a hidden profession, the magic hammer warrior. His initial talent is very high. In addition, his Zhang family is one of the strongest families in the Dragon Kingdom, and it is also full of strength. The family behind him has given him countless resources to pile up. In the end, Zhang Tang rose to a very high level. Among them, Su-ming's help to him is also indispensable. In their previous lives, the two were born and died together. However, in the end he betrayed Su-ming. This time, Su-ming had already made up his mind. You must kill him at the very beginning and take revenge. Ji Yao, what profession do you think you will awaken? Behind her, a female classmate asked Ji Yao. Me? Ji Yao was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then he quickly adjusted his condition. At most, it's a blacksmith. After all, my parents are blacksmiths, she said with a crisp voice and a slight smile. Although the blacksmith can't soar, it's also very good. No need to fight and kill. This is exactly her character. Su-ming smiled slightly. Not necessarily. Ji Yao, maybe you can awaken to a hidden profession? Su-ming didn't turn his head, just turned his back to her, and suddenly said. Hearing Su-ming's words, Ji Yao didn't know why, and unconsciously wanted to believe it. She took it as encouragement. She smiled and said, okay, Su-ming, lend me your good words. Next, Ji Yao. Ji Yao quickly ran up to the high platform and placed her palm on the monument. A pale gray smoke emerged, condensed into an ancient sickle. It is inscribed with many ancient spell runes. Hidden combat profession, necrosummoner. Innate level, 7 stars. The audience was in an uproar. Another hidden profession? Necrosummoner, one of the more advanced hidden professions. Compared to ordinary summoners, necromancers have many unique skills. For example, corpse explosion and vampire array skills can only be used by necrosummoners. Necrosummoners are extremely rare. Most importantly, the necromancer's summons can be revived almost indefinitely. Even if the summon is defeated by a monster in the dungeon, it only takes some time or mana to revive the summon and regain its strength. This is a powerful and sustained combat ability that other summoners do not have. So all the teachers and students in the school, looking at Ji Yao's eyes at this moment, were full of shock. There are many people who are envious. Everyone didn't expect that this fair-skinned and good-looking female classmate would awaken to such a dark and violent profession. There is a kind of contrast. Cute. I'm Grass, necrosummoner. After many years, our school has produced such a hidden professional. Envy, her innate attributes are not low, and it is definitely not a problem to crush tomorrow's novice copy. Don't say too much. The difficulty of the novice dungeon is still very high, and I think she also needs to form a team to pass. This classmate is a sweet tooth. Let's quickly go to her to team up later. Off stage, Su-ming hooked the corners of his mouth lightly, and there was no surprise at all, because everything is exactly the same as in the previous life. He was off the stage, his face was as usual, and the clouds were light and the wind was light. Ji Yao looked at Su-ming with a shocked face. How come? It seems seems that Su Ming has known for a long time. Coincidental. It must be a coincidence, she thought in her heart and quickly ran down the platform. She was also very happy when she awakened to her hidden profession. After stepping down, she quickly ran to Su Ming and said happily, "Su Ming, you really guessed right. I am a necrosummoner, and from now on, I will cover you." She was triumphant. When Su Ming heard this, he smiled slightly. Ji Yao was a little shocked. If it were normal, Su Ming would definitely choke on himself. Okay, what's going on? Unknowingly, Su Ming has become a warm man's style. She felt a little hot and unaccustomed to it. No, I have awakened to a powerful profession. Shouldn't I have the upper hand? Why was I teased by him again? The girl's heart was bumping into the deer, and her cheeks were blushing. Immediately afterwards, Su Ming also took the stage. Next, every 3 years, Su Ming walked up to the Tianbei, took a deep breath, and put his hand on it. At this moment, the students in the audience were all solemn. Su Ming from the first class? This guy, his grades in all subjects are full, and he studies very hard, but he has been an orphan since he was a child. Survive on relief funds and scholarships. He really worked hard, and I admire him, but his biological parents are most likely ordinary laborers. His talent must be very poor, and there is a high probability that he will fail to awaken and become a laborer for the rest of his life. Alas, he will eventually know that hard work can't change anything, so I can only wish him a brilliant walk on the road of labor in the future. Everyone commented with a sigh. The next moment, but I saw the vision of heaven and earth rising. Suddenly, the heavenly monument trembled violently. The terrifying fluctuations that were different from all the previous students suddenly exploded. The mysterious power permeating the heavens and the earth condensed into a formation, turning into an illusory pattern, spanning the sky. Extremely clear. There are countless lines flashing around, which are terrifying. All teachers and students were shocked at this moment. At this moment, the school leaders in the distance were watching from the sidelines, and the more than a dozen school leaders present were all trembling in their eyes. Could it be that this kind of fluctuation is the birth of a genius with innate attributes of 9 stars or more? An old professor was shocked. Most likely, it's not bad, an old man said with a sharp eye. Don't be happy too early. What if this student is a life profession? It's really possible, but it's also very good. In any case, he may be the most talented student in our number 1 middle school in recent years. Our number 1 middle school has qualified for this year's tower meeting, a director said excitedly. The senior leaders of the school are very happy. Su Ming on the high platform was also full of surprise. His face was cold, staring at the heavenly monument tightly. What's going on? Wasn't my initial job change an assassin? He was surprised in his heart. At present, this vision of heaven and earth is not something that ordinary assassin professions can have. Could it be that my physical body was reshaped when I was reborn, so my profession has also changed? The next moment, the system answered his question. This system binds a new profession for you. Su Ming was shocked. Unexpectedly, the system still has this function. The sky above the heavenly monument. The terrifying aura in that heaven and earth, the vision of heaven and earth, converged and condensed, almost forming a long sword. Subsequently, the 3-foot green front caused a fictitious crack in the space. The sacred sword chant in the sky buzzed endlessly. A sound appeared in Su Ming's mind. Awakening success. Mythical profession, sword god. Mythical profession. It is 1 level higher than the legendary profession, killing god, a mythical profession. Su Ming himself couldn't help but swear. How can there be an awakening, which is a mythical profession? I should be the first in all times, right? He immediately secretly activated his passive skill, all hidden. This skill can disguise all your information, including your profession. This is the top camouflage skill of killing gods, and it can even deceive the heavenly monument. He immediately disguised his profession as a similar swordsman. The profession of the sword god must not be exposed, otherwise there will be a lot of trouble. Su Ming knows very well the truth that a man is innocent and guilty. Subsequently, the strange appearance of the heavenly monument converged. In the end, it condensed into a real long sword. Looking at the antique, fairy-stained huge long sword in the sky, the teachers and students of the whole school were as silent as ashes. All the teachers were stunned. The students' eyes were also trembling. After a long time, the awakening teacher announced the results with difficulty. Su Ming, innate attribute level, 10 stars. The audience was in an uproar. Explode in an instant. Innate attribute 10 stars. What a monster. This is the talent level of the provincial champion. What? I'm Grass. I thought Zhang Tang's 8-star magic hammer warrior was terrifying enough, but I didn't expect another 10-star one. The students were all shocked. Subsequently, the teacher then announced Su Ming's occupation. Hidden profession, swordsman. At this moment, the audience was instantly silent for a while. After a long time, it broke out. Wait, swordsman. I thought it was a swordsman. Look at the pattern of the sword blade. It is indeed a swordsman, and the judgment of the awakening teacher must be correct. People are numb. How could he be in this profession? There are also people who sneer. It's okay, I almost died of jealousy. Sure enough, if God opens a door for you, you, it closes the back door. Swordsman, that can be regarded as neutralizing his 10-star full attribute. After all, the swordsman is the biggest trap in the hidden profession. Although it is rare, it is really weak. People sighed for a while. The swordsman is very similar to the swordsman, but the two are very different. Swordsman is a melee class. The swordsman is a hidden profession that can be near and far, with both physical attack and magic attack. Just listen to this, you may think it is strong, but the swordsman is actually very weak. Many people think that once you become a swordsman, you represent being chic, handsome, charming, and killing enemies with a sword. It's like a monk in a novel. However, the reality is the opposite. The biggest disadvantage of the swordsman, that is, the early stage is very weak. Because you want to double cultivate things in law, you need to invest more attribute points than other professions. Therefore, in the early stage of the swordsman, the combat effectiveness is even far inferior to that of ordinary swordsman professionals. Moreover, the swordsman's skill tree does not have many powerful skills in front. Even if Su Ming had the 10-star innate full attribute, it was difficult to fill this bottomless pit. When Su Ming heard this result, his face was flat. If the sword god's occupation is exposed, I am afraid that fortune and misfortune will coexist, and it is not what he wants. The concept of the two professions of swordsman and sword god is completely different. One is a hidden profession with combat power, and at most the future is promising. High emotional intelligence, the future is promising. Low emotional intelligence, early garbage. The sword god, on the other hand, is a top mythical profession that can affect the development of a country. The sword god is the only top class in the world. Except for Su Ming, there is no second one in the world. If the sword god profession is exposed, there will be more than just the protection of the state. There will also be assassinations by hostile forces. That's not a good night's sleep. Disguising himself as a swordsman was his choice after weighing the pros and cons. 10-star talent, but it turns out to be a swordsman. How big should his psychological gap be? Someone shook his head and said, "Don't say too much. The swordsman is still quite fierce in the later stage. Plus Su Ming's talent, I think he should be able to grow up." You dream slowly. Whether the swordsman can pass the novice dungeon is a question. Yes, the swordsman is too weak. You better not kneel down and lick it. Even if he is a 10-star talent, it is not very useful. The students were in a mess. Arguments between each other continued. At this time, the leadership seat in the distance has a completely different reputation. Oh my god. Hidden profession, plus innate 10-star attributes. All the teaching directors trembled in their voices. An old professor took the case. How long has it been since I came out of a combat vocational student with 10 innate stars and full attributes? Another teacher said, "Don't talk about one hit. Looking at the entire Xianjing city, you won't see a single genius like this in a few years." The teachers were amazed. The other student dolls are too naive. They only focus on the present, and they don't know what the innate 10 stars mean. Even a swordsman can grow up. Yes, although the swordsman is a bit in the early stage. Oh no, it's very weak. But in the later stage, it is also very strong. The principal, Wang Tingshan, had a solemn face. The swordsman is a profession of dual cultivation of material and law, and this child needs a lot of resources to accumulate in order to get the most perfect growth. If his combat effectiveness wants to be perfectly played, he also needs to have higher attribute values than other professionals, almost double. Fortunately, he is an innate 10-star full attribute. Director Zhang, you immediately go to the school warehouse and get a strong marrow pill. I will give it to this student as a reward. The principal said with a serious expression, waved his hand, and said, "The strong marrow pill is expensive and requires a variety of materials, as well as an experienced professional alchemist to make it. One dose will be able to wash the marrow and cut the bones, and the physical strength of the awakened person will be raised to another level." Another professor looked shocked. Strong marrow pill? School Wang, isn't this too heavyweight? Our school doesn't have many. In total. Wang Tingshan interrupted him impatiently. Needless to say, I'm the principal. His words are unquestionable. Moreover, not only the strong marrow pill, I will also privately fund it to give him. The principal's handwriting shocked the teachers of number 1 middle school. Su Ming walked down the platform quickly. His eyes kept staring at the leadership seat in the distance. He has been secretly spying on the reactions of the principal and director. In his previous life, he awakened the innate 9-star attribute, which also shocked the whole school. That night, he was immediately summoned by the principal and received a strong marrow pill as a reward. In this life, I am not only an innate 10-star attribute, but also a hidden professional swordsman. I don't know what gift the principal will give me later. The corners of his mouth hooked lightly, and a faint smile appeared. I'm looking forward to it. Just stepped down from the stage. I saw Zhang Tang and Ren Xiaoman in the next class, staring at me in horror. Zhang Tang's eyes were extremely special. His fists were clenched, and his gloomy eyes were very complicated. There is shock, hesitation, jealousy. He is obviously the eldest young master of the Zhang family, and he should have been talented to overwhelm the whole school. As a result, the limelight was all stolen by Su Ming. At this moment, he was in a very bad mood. Zhang Tang lowered his head slightly, echoed Ren Xiaoman's ear and whispered something. Ah, Zheng Xiao, are you sure you want to do this? Ren Xiaoman looked shocked. Don't worry, there are a lot of accidents in the copy. You won't endure it for too long. Zhang Tang said. A few years at most, after we get enough benefits from him, we will find an opportunity to knife him in the copy, right? Ren Xiaoman nodded, and a meaningful smile appeared on her face. All this was seen by Su Ming. Although the distance was too far to hear what they were saying, he guessed it roughly. Seeing Su Ming looking over, he looked cold. The man and woman thought they were greeting them. Zhang Tang smiled and waved his hand, that looked harmless to humans and animals. Ren Xiaoman shook his hair, full of charm, and said hello to Su Ming. However, she was still a little disdainful in her heart. A poor ghost is a poor ghost. They have all awakened to the full attributes of the 10 stars, and they have to kneel and lick the old lady and take the initiative to look over. It's really unpromising. Alas, I can only blame myself. The charm is too great, she said secretly in her heart. On his face, he still put on a complimentary look. Su Ming has been a human being for 2 generations, and he has long seen through the thoughts in her heart. He sneered. No matter how proud you are, you won't survive tonight anyway. Su Ming calmly walked back to the team of his class. All the students have already surrounded them. I'm Grass. Su Ming, you actually awakened to full attributes. Although the swordsman is a bit weak, but I covered you in the early stage. Brother Ming, my brother Ming, am I still your good brother? Some people are extremely flattering. Although the swordsman is not as good as ordinary professionals, the attractiveness of full attributes is still there. Many people still came up. Su Ming, I'm the squad leader. Don't forget how many times you didn't do your homework. I helped you fool the past. Some people use old feelings to make friends. Su Ming, do you remember when I was a freshman in high school? I treated you to beef noodles once. A girl came over. Su Ming. The voices of his classmates drowned out Su Ming. Su Ming, please form a team. Tomorrow's novice copy, we need you. Su Ming just laughed it off. Knowing people knows their faces, but they don't know their hearts. In this life, he will no longer trust anyone easily. Students, don't get excited. I just have better attributes of awakening. It's just luck. Don't forget, I'm a swordsman profession, and I'm very weak in the early stage. The future depends on personal fate. Please calm down. The matter of forming a team will be discussed tomorrow when you enter the novice dungeon, he said calmly. On the contrary, the momentum of the crowd did not decrease. I'm rubbing, it's too low-key. Not arrogant or impatient, the posture of the great emperor. It's so handsome, I want to team up with you. Not only the classmates, but also more students around them crowded like a tide. It can be said that Su Ming is already famous. It won't be long before his reputation spreads throughout Xinjing City. Su Ming looked at the people who surrounded him, a little speechless. Unexpectedly, his words backfired. Some people lick and some mock. A swordsman can also lick it. It's really unpromising. Entering the copy, I let him see what is the speed of the mad swordsman's pushing map. Even if the attributes are not as good as his, it is still crushed. Yes, the swordsman means that he is born with a slower start. What does he wear? People chattered and chaos erupted on the playground. Fortunately, at this time, the teachers of each class came forward to prevent further chaotic discussions. All students, calm down. Whoever dares to disturb the order of the awakening ceremony, I will end his student status. Everyone goes back to the team on their own. The majesty of the teacher is still not small. The crowd gradually dispersed. Whether it was praise or ridicule, it was all gone. At this time, Su Ming only saw a girl, still slim. She stood in the crowd and looked at Su Ming quietly. Without any special movements, she is the most eye-catching girl. Su Ming, congratulations. Ji Yao smiled indifferently, without any flattery at all. She used to like Su Ming, but she just liked him as a person, not because of any of his collateral values, talents. Therefore, she can remain unmoved and always abide by her heart. And this is also the point that Su Ming appreciates the most. Ji Yao, you too. Su Ming replied briefly. The awakening ceremony continues. The next students are basically ordinary talents. Except for one person, he is the only one worthy of Su Ming's attention. Yan Zhe in the 4th class of 3 years. He was a thin boy with sharp eyes. Hidden profession Demon Hunter Ranger, talent 9 stars. Even surpassed Zheng Tang. After he woke up, he naturally caused quite a sensation. It's a pity that Su Ming's 10 stars are in front. Even if he is a 9 star, he can't make too many waves anymore. Soon, the calls gradually subsided. However, there is still a lot of discussion. Another genius. Numb, I'm really numb. This year, our number 1 middle school is really open. Yan Zhe is usually so low-key, and he doesn't have a big background at home, but he is actually a 9-star talent. Joshing, it's too fierce. And he is different from Su Ming. His profession has strong combat effectiveness in the early stage. Hurry up and find him to form a team. There are many people looking for Yan Zhe to form a team, but he was indifferent and refused almost all of them. Su Ming was in the audience, looking at this 9-star talented classmate, his eyes thoughtful, because in his previous life experience, Yan Zhe died in the novice copy. After the awakening ceremony, Su Ming returned to his private dormitory. That's right, after the awakening ceremony, his dormitory laboratory has been upgraded to a private version by the principal. Same specifications as the teacher. Separate room, one person and one bathroom, separate shower, 24-hour hot water. This is a configuration that all other number 1 middle school students never dreamed of. Su Ming lay on the bed and opened his profile panel. Su Ming. Level 1, 0/100 EXP. Occupation, sword god. Mythical level, the only one in the world. Strength 10. Physique 10. Dexterity 10. Spirit 10. Lucky 10. Talent, sublimation of all things. Origin sword body. Skills, killing god. Full hidden step. Eye of insight. Once awakened, all attributes are 10 points. This is the 10-star talent, the gold content of full attributes. The sum of all attributes reaches 50 points. By analogy, then people with innate attributes of 1 star are 5-dimensional attributes, and they all have only 1 point. People with innate attributes of 7 stars, such as Ji Yao, are 5-dimensional attributes, which are 7. Su Ming's initial attributes are even comparable to some level 5 awakeners. So you can imagine how terrifying the attributes should be when Su Ming really reaches level 5, surpassing others by many points. This is the importance of talent. Although he said to others that talent is not important, but only he knows what it means to be highly talented. All your cultivation will get twice the result with half the effort, break through more easily, and have higher combat effectiveness in the same realm. It can be said that to a large extent, high talent determines the limit of your life. The sword god profession is mythical, and the upper limit in the future will be higher than the god-killing profession in my previous life. Su Ming said in a condensed voice. Killing the god is just a legendary profession, and it is slightly inferior to the sword god in terms of grade. After all, it was a transfer from the ordinary initial profession of assassin. However, the skill of killing gods is also very strong. Su Ming noticed that in his profile, there was also an extra talent, the origin sword body. Presumably, this is the sword god profession, the initial talent skill. When others change jobs, the first thing they awaken is skills. And myself is directly talented. Su Ming immediately checked the information of this talent. The moment the panel unfolded, he gasped. Origin sword body, passive talent, mythical level origin as the heart, heavenly business sword. You can learn all sword skills, ignoring restrictions. All sword skills, increases power by 300%. All sword skills, speed increased by 300%. All sword skills, increases the speed of proficiency increase by 300%. As the realm improves, the effect can continue to increase. This talent, as soon as it appears, is top-notch, and has reached the mythical level. Looking at these effects, Su Ming was stunned. Pervert, absolute pervert. Not to mention anything else, just say that the power of the swordsmanship has tripled. This alone is scary enough. This means that even if Su Ming is given the most ordinary iron sword now, he is confident that he will kill monsters below level 3 alone. This is still when he doesn't know any sword moves. It's simply a loss. The proficiency is tripled, and this effect is also very sky-defying. After any skill and proficiency reaches its peak, you can break through and upgrade. For example, Su Ming's Eye of Insight was originally a bronze-level assassin skill, Eagle Eye, and it was evolved after the proficiency was full many times. The speed of proficiency increased by 3 times means that Su Ming's swordsmanship skills can continue to evolve at a speed far beyond ordinary people. Finally reach the peak. There is also a slashing speed that is 3 times faster, and the effect is also extremely strong. Su Ming couldn't help but be amazed. Fierce, it's too fierce. He clenched his fists and his heart was full of excitement. Not only that, I still have the skills of my previous life, the stealth step of killing the god, and the knife of killing the god. So, actually, I'm half a dual professional. It's just that I can only kill the ultimate move of the god profession, and I can't kill other skills of the god. Su Ming's heart was excited. If there is a time when you can't beat the enemy with a sword, then I'm sorry. I can only pull out the dagger. He touched his chin and fell into deep thought, his eyes shining. It seems that I can consider challenging the most difficult boss in the novice dungeon. The novice copy is the first challenge that all 18-year-old newcomers will face. Early tomorrow morning, the novice dungeon will arrive. In other words, it is not coming, but sucking in all those who have just awakened. There is no choice. As long as you successfully change jobs, you will inevitably enter the novice copy after a day. Newbies can choose to form a team or be a lone wolf and challenge inside. Team survival will be much higher. It can be said that as long as it is not looking for death, basically no one will choose to be a lone wolf. The level of the novice dungeon is the lowest F level. 7 dungeon difficulty levels, S, A, B, C, D, F. F is the lowest and S is the highest. But F grade does not mean simple, and it is also dangerous and abnormal. Even if it is a first-turn professional of more than 10 levels, there is a precedent of dying in an F-level copy, so no one dares to despise it. Although the novice dungeon is F tier, the rewards are much more generous than the general F-level dungeon. On top of that, in this year's newbie dungeon, there is a hidden boss. This is information that only Su Ming knows. The hidden boss is the most special monster in the dungeon. The probability of occurrence is very small. The combat effectiveness is also very very violent and will even far exceed the difficulty level of the current dungeon. If it appears and is defeated, it will be able to obtain rewards that far exceed the normal level. Everyone has only one chance to enter the novice dungeon once in their lifetime. In his previous life, Su Ming also sought stability, only killing ordinary bosses and completing settlements, and it was passed in a team. After all, he had just awakened at that time, and he didn't have many skills, so of course he didn't dare to show off his bravery. In his previous life, he chose to avoid hidden bosses because it was too dangerous, but in this life he must try. Now that he is just starting out, he needs to get all the resources he can. For this reason, it doesn't hurt to take some risks. After tomorrow's dungeon arrives, I will go to that area alone and kill the hidden boss alone. He made up his mind. He was ready not to form a team. After all, he estimated that no one dared to enter that dangerous area except himself. On Ji Yao's side, he didn't have to worry. According to the experience of her previous life, she was also safe and unharmed, and followed another team to complete the copy. Now, it's time to think about revenge. The corner of Su Ming's mouth raised a sneer. He took out his phone and found 2 text messages on it. It was Rin Xiaoman who sent it. Su Ming, haven't you always liked me? I changed my mind. Su Ming smiled indifferently. Text messages exactly the same as in the previous life. It was these 2 text messages that made him and Rin Xiaoman confirm their relationship tonight. He immediately typed and replied, "See you tonight on the roof of the teaching building." After replying, Su Ming began to think where to go and buy a good sword. At this moment, in an off-campus hotel, a hot scene is being staged. After a while, Ren Xiaoman was sweating profusely and his face was rosy. Zhang Tang was out of breath. He had an after-cigarette in his mouth and his breathing was obviously uneven. Apparently just experienced a big battle. Ren Xiaoman picked up his mobile phone and suddenly frowned slightly. "Tisk, brother Zhang," Su Ming took the bait. Zhang Tang frowned slightly when he heard this. He took a deep breath of smoke and had an epic pass. White mist fills the air. Then, he showed a cold smile. Although his profession is only a swordsman, his attributes are too high, and there will definitely be high-level investment in him, and he has a bright future in the future. I want you to get close to him and squeeze out his value. Zhang Tang laughed gloomily. Very good. As a big family, the eldest son of the Zhang family, he has learned the art of controlling people since he was a child. How to get more resources has been a compulsory course for him since he was 10 years old. Classmates and talents are all pawns in his eyes. He just wants to use Rin Xiaoman, a woman, to extract resources from Su Ming, a 10-star genius. This is how the Zhang family started back then. Today, the Zhang clan has spread all over the Dragon Kingdom and can even shake the national policy. This is the power of the Zhang family, one of the 3 major clans of the Dragon Kingdom. With his family power, what he could get from Su Ming in the future would not actually make him feel so rare, but he had to do it. He wants to prove to the family that he is capable and ambitious. Ren Xiaoman smiled charmingly and leaned into Zhang Tang's arms. Then, "Master Zhang, I'm leaving you soon. Don't you have any ideas?" Zhang Tang slapped her hard. "Ah, you bitch huff." The battle continued. At this moment, Su Ming had already come outside the school. He followed his memory to a weapons store. At this moment, there is a lot of noise here. This time of year is the best time for business here. After all, today is the day of awakening. All students who have a little money at home will come here today to buy a handy weapon as a novice weapon. When challenging the novice dungeon, if you have a good starting weapon, you can greatly increase your chances of survival. There are many weapon shops in Xianjing City, but Su Ming came to this one. Because of this shop, the owner is an extremely experienced blacksmith. He has a high profession as a blacksmith. In the remote Xianjing City, it is already ranked high. The weapons he created are also of good quality and low price. And this weapon shop is not small. There are not only forged weapons here. There are also weapons that explode from the copies purchased from the hands of professionals everywhere. The categories are very rich. For Su Ming, who is shy in his pocket, this was the only choice. Because, here, he can buy a very powerful weapon at a low price. Just because, Su Ming knows a piece of information. In this shop, there is a stone-long sword. Just smash the stone on the outside to reveal the true blade within. It was a silver-quality longsword weapon, but the price is extremely cheap. Because the appearance is too rough, no one knows the value of that thing. Be sure to take advantage of this opportunity to get its reserve price. Outside a luxurious weapons store, there is a lot of traffic and bustle. It covers an area of thousands of square meters and is one of the largest weapon stores in Xianjing City. Many luxury cars are parked at the door. A large number of students crowded the door of the weapon shop. On the walls, countless cold weapons such as knives and swords hung in a dazzling array. Materials vary. Even among them, there was a long sword made of pure Xianvein cold stone. The sword was so beautiful that it reflected a clear blue cold glow. Very eye-catching. All the students were fascinated and stopped to stare. But the price of this sword is too high for anyone to afford, so I can only take a look. Su Ming also glanced at the sword with his peripheral vision. Fake, he just said coldly in his heart. In his previous life, he often visited this weapon shop and gradually actually got to know the owner here. He even had a drink with the boss here and talked all night. So he knew that this sword was fake, and the real thing was hidden in the boss's warehouse. The genuine product of this sword is indeed extraordinary. It is a diamond quality longsword. It is called Dragon Frost Tianhan Sword. A sword can even completely freeze the blood in the monster's body and then break it with a knock. If a swordsman is allowed to use it, this sword is even more powerful. Unfortunately, Su Ming can't afford it at present. After all, this sword is also the treasure of this store, so it is naturally expensive. So his main goal was not this sword in the first place. Su Ming's arrival caused a lot of commotion in the student community. Hey, look, isn't that Su Ming? The swordsman Su Ming is here. Really handsome. Some girls are already star-eyed. Since ancient times, the top swordsman professionals in the ranks have been very handsome. Although weak in the early stage, it is indeed handsome. Su Ming is no exception. Wow, the man of the hour. He also came to buy weapons. Yes, after all, Tomorrow is a novice copy. Even if he is a 10-star talent, he doesn't dare to be big. He is an innate level 10 full attribute, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a peerless genius. If it weren't for the swordsman profession, I am afraid it would have shocked the whole province. It's a pity that his career is a bit pulled. The students listened to each other. Su Mingquan didn't hear it. He walked straight to the counter, walking steadily. At this time, a young woman in her 20s walked out of the student group. She blocked Su Ming's way. Su Ming frowned slightly and stopped. He didn't know this woman. Why was she blocking her way? He looked up. I saw this woman, wearing a pair of gold glasses, black stockings, and a hot figure. It seems that the gas is graceful and luxurious. There is absolutely no shortage of money. She was obviously frightened by Su Ming's cold eyes for a moment. That was the killer's eyes, and it could only be exercised in many life and death battles. She thought it was an illusion. Soon, she was back to normal. Sorry, this classmate. I have no ill intentions. As she spoke, she showed a royal sister-like smile. Then, he handed over a business card and put it in Su Ming's hand. I am the deputy director of the Jiangyan Consortium, Zhang Lan. Today, you are buying weapons here. I represent the Jiangyan Consortium, all-inclusive. She made a bold statement. As soon as these words came out, all the students around them gasped. Weapon shop, all-inclusive. This is really a big deal. Among the students around here, there are also people who live in villas, have strong parents, and have some spare money at home. But none of them dared to say that the cost was all-inclusive. After all, weapon shops are one of the most expensive places in the world. Ordinary families can't squander casually here. Looking at her seductive smile, Su Ming was calm. Oh, all-inclusive? Dare to ask Miss Jianlan, what is the price? Everything in the world is inseparable from the word profit. Su Ming didn't know her at all. When the two met for the first time, she would never have paid for help. Su Ming is a human being, and he knows this very well. Hearing Su Ming's calm answer, her face was a little surprised. She had already inquired that Su Ming was a poor orphan without the help of his parents, and he was here to buy weapons now, for fear that he was shy in his pocket. It was precisely because of this that she paid to help. Only when the other party has a demand can there be a transaction. This is the businessman's vision. But what she didn't expect was that Su Ming was as smart as her. Didn't agree right away. Faced this temptation without being moved. She secretly admired it. It seems that Su Ming is not only talented, but also smart. She first praised. You guessed right, I do ask you. Sure enough, Zhang Lan smiled indifferently. She said hello to the crowd. Then, a girl in green clothes with a delicate figure walked out. Su Ming noticed that in her hand, she was wearing a body barrier ring. This is an extremely expensive object. Once she takes a fatal injury, the ring will explode instantly, creating a barrier that will fend her off the attack. It is enough to show that her family has abundant financial resources. This is my sister, Zhang Yunqing. As long as you team up with her and protect her from completing the challenge in the novice dungeon, I will pay to help you buy a weapon. She smiled confidently, her voice full of courage. Money is the root of people's self-confidence. Su Ming heard this, but he was unmoved. How? He looked up and down at the girl in front of him, Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing's face was calm, and he was neither humble nor arrogant in the face of Su Ming. Although her talent is slightly inferior to Su Ming's, she is rich. Faintly, there was still a little pride in her eyebrows. Su Ming stared at her, his face was cold, and his eyes were as calm as water. This Zhang Yunqing is the same age as himself. They are all novice job changers in this session. But, she was a little too thin. No wonder his sister wants to let herself take her hand. This is normal. Su Ming has long been surprised. Only those who have awakened for the first time can enter the novice dungeon. All family masters and bodyguards are unable to enter. This means that this second lady of the Zhang family will break into the dangerous zone alone without protection. This could be her first time. In this case, their family naturally needs a strong master to escort her. And the novice copy is basically a newcomer who changes jobs. No one is naturally high. So the only choice is basically to choose from people with strong qualifications. And I am an excellent candidate. First, I have high talent, and my attributes are naturally stronger than ordinary people. Second, you are poor in enough to buy it. Su Ming quickly summed up the reason. Although the profession is a swordsman, his skills are not as strong as others, but the attributes are strong enough. Moreover, among the newcomers in Xianjing City, among the talented people, he is the only one who is easier to buy. Other geniuses are basically not short of money. He touched his chin and looked at Zhang Lan, showed a harmless expression of humans and animals, and said with a smile, "Okay, then I'm going to buy the Dragon Frost Tianhan sword." Zhang Lan's eyes trembled. She didn't expect that Su Ming would be so lion-spoken. The diamond-level weapon, the Dragon Frost Tianhan sword, is the treasure of the townshop here. This statement came out. The price is as high as tens of millions of Arizona coins. Even she couldn't take it out immediately. She originally thought that it would be enough to send this poor student who had never seen the world with a silver-level weapon. The surrounding students were also slightly shocked. Is Su Ming a little too thick-skinned, although he is the attribute rookie king? But don't forget that his profession is a swordsman, and he is very weak in the early stage. Yes, he really didn't expect me to think that my impression of him was greatly reduced. That's a diamond-level weapon. He's just a newcomer now, and it's a problem whether he can even equip it. Listening to people's words, Su Ming didn't care at all. In his heart, he only has his own goal. Zhang Lan was a little embarrassed in his eyes. Su Ming opened his mouth like a lion, which made her a little unable to get off the stage. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her face became serious. "Are you serious?" Su Ming's eyes were clear and he nodded. "I'm serious. What's the problem, sister?" He tilted his head slightly and pretended to be a little puzzled. This appearance made Zhang Lan's teeth itch even more. But she can't be exposed. In the end, she sighed. "I'm sorry, Su Ming, can you change one?" In any case, she couldn't continue to let Su Ming go for the sake of face. For businessmen, money always comes first. Weighing the pros and cons is the most important. Although her family is rich, it is impossible to squander infinitely. The price of the Dragon Frost Tianhan sword is really high. I think your current combat effectiveness value is not worth my investment. If you change to a silver quality weapon, I'll be happy to. She showed a professional smile. Su Ming shook his head, and this moment became very firm. Then forget it. I just need this sword, and I don't need to talk about the rest. Su Ming's voice was flat. She stepped forward gently, and the sound of high heels was very crisp. Su Ming smelled the precious perfume on her body up close, but his face was always cold, and he didn't change at all. "Are you sure?" she asked. Su Ming's face is like an iceberg. "Sure," he nodded and said. Zhang Lan shook her head slightly, with some clouds in her eyes. She said in a condensed voice, "Okay, Yunqing, let's go." Her eyes became cold, and she pulled Zhang Yunqing away. Zhang Yunqing turned her head to look at Su Ming, and at this moment, her eyes narrowed slightly. It was the first time she had seen her sister in the negotiations, and she did not have the upper hand. This inevitably makes her feel that Su Ming, an alumnus, seems to be more than just talented. In terms of mind, it is not simple. What a strange person. After the two left, Su Ming took a deep breath. He had no intention of accepting the deal, but if the refusal is too blunt, the other party will inevitably continue to entangle. Therefore, he said that he wanted to buy the Dragon Frost Tianhan sword, just to force the other party back. He knew that the other party could not buy him such an expensive sword. It just so happened that Su Ming was going to go to the most dangerous area and kill the hidden boss alone. If you accept the deal, you have to take Zhang Yunqing with you to protect her. How can Su Ming go to that dangerous area? He didn't feel sorry for missing this free weapon. In the world, there is no free lunch in the first place. Everyone looked at Su Ming and made a noise. He was obviously very poor, but he took the initiative to break up the deal and gave up the opportunity to get weapons for free, which was really puzzling. Su Ming was always expressionless, and Quan Dang didn't hear it. He walked through the crowd, stepped forward alone, and walked to the front of the counter, said to a waitress, "Take off that stone sword." Su Ming's face was flat, and his words were amazing. When the waitress heard this, her eyes narrowed slightly. She followed Su Ming's fingers and looked high. "I saw a gray stone sword hanging in the glass cabinet on the wall. It has potholes and an ugly appearance. Vaguely, it can be seen that it is the prototype of a long sword. This is almost a weapon embryo. Not to mention slashing people, I'm afraid it's hard to hurt people. Will anyone really buy it?" The waitress was amazed. "Are you sure you want this weapon?" She opened her red lips lightly and asked. She also knew Su Ming's name, now the 10-star swordsman in Xianjing City, the genius of number 1 middle school. Naturally, she didn't want to sell him a garbage weapon, causing him to be buried in the novice dungeon. So out of good intentions, she asked Su Ming. Su Ming insisted on his own opinion and nodded. The waitress was helpless, so she had to operate several times on the screen in front of her. Then, the glass cabinet opened automatically. She hooked her fingers lightly, and the counter moved down, presenting the stone sword in front of Su Ming. Su Ming held the stone sword and weighed it. The weight is good. In his eyes, a faint golden light flashed. Almost just a moment passed. It is the eye of insight. He scanned out the information of this stone sword. Weapon stone embryo, silver. The beast in a certain F-level dungeon, the reward that explodes. The appearance is an ordinary stone long sword, but after shattering the stone shell, it can be unsealed, and it contains contains a silver quality sword. This is the sword. In Su Ming's previous life, he saw a student with his own eyes and bought this sword. Then he accidentally smashed the stone package in the novice dungeon, revealing its original appearance. That's why he knew the truth about this sword. Very good. How much does it cost? Su Ming held the stone sword in one hand and asked. His strength attribute is 10 points, almost 2 or 3 times that of other students. So he held it with one hand, and he didn't feel heavy at all. In front of the waitress, a transparent screen panel appeared in front of Su Ming. This student, according to the requirements of our store manager, every year on Awakening Day, students can get discounts by virtue of their awakening level. Transferees with 5-star attributes or above can buy weapons at 50% of the price. This stone sword, the original price is 1,000 advent coins. The current price I will give you is 500 advent coins. Su Ming nodded slightly when he heard this. He is still satisfied with this price, and it is also within the affordable range. After all, other silver weapons, casually, have to cost about 10,000. Just take this opportunity to win. Su Ming knew very well that if the stone seal was broken, the price of this sword would have to be at least 10 times higher. Su Ming's current savings are less than 800. He is bound to get this sword. His mind moved slightly, and his personal balance appeared in front of him. All Blue Star has long been digitized, and transactions are also completed with data. In just an instant, the account balance was transferred. Transaction completion. This sword immediately became Su Ming's belongings. Thank you for your purchase. The waitress bowed slightly, showing a smiling expression. Su Ming held the stone sword and turned against the current. He walked slowly towards the door. All the onlookers were shocked at this moment. Su Ming, is he poor and crazy? Although this sword is cheap, can it kill monsters? Alas, buying such a stone sword, he is simply looking for death. He wouldn't think that he was born with high attributes, so he was really invincible, right? New job changers only have one initial skill, so what if the attributes are high? In the crowd, there was a male student wearing glasses with a solemn face. This kind of stone weapon, which often explodes in the copy, is basically garbage and breaks when knocked. But there is also a very small probability that there will be a stone-sealed weapon. The weapons in it will be of high value. Could it be that he wants to gamble? He thought about it and analyzed. This student's words stirred up 1,000 waves with one stone. However, it did not calm everyone down. On the contrary, it aroused everyone sneering even more. Some students have even made a conclusion. My father is also a blacksmith. I know best how low the probability is. Immediately someone echoed. Yes, I dare to say that in this weapons shop, all the hundreds of stone weapons added up and broken together, and they couldn't produce a good handful. This kind of stone weapon, not to mention 100%, at least 99.9%, is garbage. Someone narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, betting on such a slim probability with 500 advent coins, all I can say is that he is a fool. Su Ming listened to the words of the people around him, but slowly stopped. The corners of his mouth hooked slightly, smiled slightly, and said, "Is there anyone who will gamble?" he said loudly. At the same time, he raised the stone sword in his hand. "If I break this sword and get a good weapon, I will give you 3,000 advent coins. Otherwise, I'll give you 5,000 advent coins. Who dares to come?" Su Ming looked around. His voice spread throughout the store. Hearing this, let's not talk about students. Even those waitresses thought he was crazy. Stone weapons are a common type of settlement reward in the dungeon. But stone weapons are basically consumables, and they will break when knocked. It is true that some high-level dungeons of stone weapons will have a certain probability of exploding stone seal weapons, but the probability is extremely low, definitely 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000. How dare Su Ming gamble with such a small probability? Even their store manager, an experienced blacksmith, didn't see anything magical about this stone weapon. This Su Ming seems to be confident, so let alone the students, the staff here all want to participate in the game. After all, Su Ming is like giving money. Everyone here is not optimistic about Su Ming. For a time, many students rushed forward and wanted to participate in the gambling game. Whether the family is spacious or not, everyone participated. In the end, a burly male student moved the fastest. He rushed to Su Ming in one step and showed an excited smile, as if he had already picked up the money. I'll bet with you. He grinned. Su Ming Yun is light and the wind is light. At this moment, he used his insightful eyes to see through the student's information. Yang Ding. Okay. Level 1, 0/100 EXP. Occupation, Meat Shield Warrior, Combat Class. Power, 9 points. Physique, 9 points. Agility, 5 points. Spirit, 5 points. Lucky, 7 points. Skill, Full Power Split. Exhaust all physical strength and gather in 1 slash. The sum of all attributes in the 5 dimensions reaches 35 points. Divided by 5 is the innate attribute of 7 stars. It can be regarded as extraordinary talent. Looking at him, Su Ming's eyes were solemn. Yang Ding is a familiar face. This is a rich second generation who acts extremely domineering in school and often bullies poor students. In his previous life, Su Ming was even cheated by this guy once in the novice ridiculous copy. Seeing that it was this one, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. It's really a narrow road. Pitting him, Su Ming didn't feel heartbroken at all. Come on, sign a gambling contract. Su Ming's mind moved slightly. A panel appeared in front of him. It contains information about this gamble. VAM agreement, whether this stone long sword contains a stone seal weapon. If there is, Su Mingsheng. If not, Yang Dingsheng. Su Ming chips, 3,000 advent coins. Yang Ding chips, 5,000 advent coins. Once the two sign it, they can no longer regret it. Even if Su Ming wins, he can only get 3,000, and if he loses, he will have to pay 5,000. Moreover, the probability of stone sealing weapons is already very low. No matter how you look at it, for Su Ming, this is an unfair gamble. The students looked at this scene and were really shocked. Wow, he's so serious, even the contract is coming? If you lose and can't get out the money, the interest will skyrocket all the time. There are contract restrictions, and no one can fool. Now, Yang Ding looked at this information, still a little hesitant, but soon, he made up his mind. The winning margin is so big, and you don't dare to gamble. How can you be considered a man? Moreover, 3,000 advent coins are not a huge amount of money for his family background. His bet this time was also to frustrate Su Ming's sharpness. In addition to Su Ming, Yanzei, and Zhang Tang, he is one of the most talented students in number 1 middle school this year. He, like Ji Yao, is an innate 7-star attribute. Originally, he should have been a lot of scenery. However, his limelight was completely overshadowed by Su Ming. As soon as the 10-star attribute came out, let alone 7 stars, the 8-star Zhang Tang and the 9-star Yanzei were all overshadowed. This made him feel unhappy for a long time. Today, I finally seized the opportunity to crush Su Ming head-on. He will step on Su Ming's shoulders and become famous. He immediately signed his name on the contract. Su Ming looked at Yang Ding with an expressionless face. Fish took the bait. Yang Ding put his hands on his chest and stared at Su Ming, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a sneer. He still didn't know what fate awaited him. Take action, break your stone. To be honest, I really doubt that you poor ghost can't afford 5,000 for me. Immediately afterwards, he said in a sarcastic voice. But before he finished speaking, it came to an abrupt end. His expression changed from triumphant to extremely shocking. The eyes trembled, because, at this moment, Su Ming had already neatly smashed the stone sword in his hand. Click! A crisp loud noise spread throughout the weapon shop. Everyone in the audience was like petrification. The scene instantly stopped. The original noise turned into silence. The stone chips peel off. I saw that a simple black steel sword appeared in it. 3-foot-long blade. Among them, there were some dark red lines, like blood, flowing in them. Black iron red blade sword, silver inferior. Special affix, after slashing monsters, this sword can absorb stained blood and heal the holder's injuries. Su Ming scanned the information of this sword with his insightful eye, and was very satisfied. He held the sword and waved it casually, feeling how sharp it was. The most powerful thing is that after slashing the monster, you can restore your own blood. This is the equivalent of bringing a mobile therapist. You know, therapists are a very rare type of auxiliary profession. It is very expensive to team up with them, and you also need to have strong strength. But with this sword, I don't need any healers. He held the sword and felt like an arm. With a wave of his hand, the sword was as sharp as cold dew. Even the air is faintly cut. Looking at this sword, all the onlookers were already struck by lightning. Those waitresses couldn't close their jaws. The whole store was extremely silent for a while. After a long time, a student wiped his eyes and said in disbelief, He really knocked out the stone seal weapon. Someone's pupils dilated and pointed at the sword. Moreover, looking at the appearance, this sword is not of bronze quality. At least, it's silver level. People's voices erupted instantly. It was extremely noisy. Su Ming and Yang Ding, standing in the middle of the crowd, were engulfed in sound. When Yang Ding saw this sword, his face turned pale. He took half a step back unconsciously, a little unbelievable. No, impossible. He held back for a long time before he struggled to hold back 2 words. His eyes were stunned, staring at the sword in shock. Pitch black steel, shimmering sharply. The dark red lines, like living blood, flowed in it. At least a silver weapon. His breathing was obviously confused. I originally thought it was my highlight moment, but I didn't expect to be rebelled. Su Ming's face was flat, and he stretched out his hand to him from a distance. Yang Ding, pay for it. As if he had already expected all this. Yang Ding's heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect that he would lose. No, your weapon has not been identified yet. I don't know what grade it is, he said hesitantly. This is his last quibble and struggle. However, this time he didn't wait for Su Ming to refute. The students who saw the excitement spoke one after another. Although I don't want to admit it, but it was indeed Su Ming who won. Yang Ding, you admit it. It doesn't matter whether it's appraised or not. According to the rules, as long as a sword is drawn from the stone, it is Su Mingsheng. The students' eyes were bright. Yang Ding could no longer regret it in the hot eyes of everyone. Moreover, in the gambling contract, it has also been shown that Su Ming won. Su Mingsheng. He gritted his teeth and said extremely reluctantly, Count your your luck. Subsequently, he transferred 3,000 from his account and handed it over to Su Ming. No way, the contract has been decided. The King of Heaven and Laozi came, and he could not break the contract. This is the rule of the world. If he is in arrears, then every minute and every second, there will be a huge amount of interest rolling, so he can only pay for it now. After Su Ming got the money, he smiled slightly. Then he didn't leave the store straight. Instead, he turned around and returned to the waitress at the weapon shop. I'm going to buy a scabbard, an ebony scabbard that fits my sword. Thank you. The waitress was a little stunned. After a while, he reacted. Oh, good. The waitresses were a little flustered because they were overly shocked. She took out a sophisticated instrument and began to measure the thickness, width, and weight of the black steel blood-drinking sword. Tailor-made scabbard can be completed in no time. Custom scabbard requires 1,000 advent coins. Originally, Su Ming couldn't afford it, but now he has money. Seeing this scene, the student group suddenly exploded. He spent the money as soon as he got it and bought a pair of scabbards. He simply put Yang Ding's face on the ground and rubbed it. Isn't this a typical way to get cheap and sell well? It's too hateful. The students clenched their fists. Looking at him like this, could it be that he already knew that there was a sword in this stone? There is indeed such a possibility. After all, the skills of the swordsman are all kinds of strange. Maybe there is a skill to sense the information of sword-type weapons? After a while, Su Ming got a pair of antique ebony scabbards, tied behind you with a rope. The black steel sword is perfectly inserted inside. Paired with his black clothes, he looks like a chivalrous man. Su Ming slowly left the weapon shop. From beginning to end, his face was not turbulent. Yang Ding looked at this scene, his face blue and white for a while. I was almost angry and about to smoke. His voice trembled a little, and when Su Ming passed by him, he said in a deep voice, Su Ming, I remember you. When Su Ming heard this, he took out his earwax. Subsequently, the figure disappeared into the street. Return to your private dormitory. Su Ming drew his sword and unsheathed it. Oh, he waved it casually. Buzz. The crisp sword chant sounded very crisp and pleasant. I have the original sword body talent, which can amplify all my swordsmanship, but I don't have a sword skill yet. He touched his chin and pondered for a while. Skill scrolls are expensive, and I don't have much money left, so I can't afford them at all. I can only expect that in the novice copy, the swordsmanship scroll can be exploded. He muttered. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. By the way, I also have a talent, the sublimation of all things, a skill that can upgrade the loot that explodes in any dungeon. Su Ming hasn't used it yet. He immediately put the sword in front of him and used his all things sublimation talent. A burst of divine golden brilliance flickered. Suddenly, the long sword in front of him underwent a transformation. After a moment, the light converges. The blade was undoubtedly revealed. I saw that this sword was even purer and darker, and the blood-colored lines in it seemed to extend many paths. The whole sword looks even more bloodthirsty and dark, and it looks terrifying. Sublimation success. Xiangang blood sword, silver grade. Drinking red. After this sword slashes monsters, it can absorb stained blood and heal the holder's injuries. Blood. After killing a monster with this sword, it can temporarily increase the holder's full attributes by 5 points for 30 seconds. Directly from silver inferior, elevated to silver superior. Su Ming was very surprised. This talent is really magical. There is directly an extra special effect, Bloodsworn. After killing the enemy, you can gain a short buff state, which increases all your attributes. It cannot be said that it is not fierce. Moreover, after sublimation, the material of this sword is also heavier. The texture is sharper. Su Ming raised his hand and slammed it directly on his desk. I saw that wooden table. I couldn't help but say, it immediately broke. The cross-section is as smooth as a mirror. Even, there was no sound at all. It can be seen that the blade is sharp. Swish! Su Ming was a little dumbfounded. The power was even more powerful than he expected. Much sharper than before sublimation. He glanced at the sky outside the window. It's night. His voice was flat. This means that the time he met Ren Xiaoman was, it's here. He slowly left the dormitory, alone. In the light of his eyes, the murderous intent was awe-inspiring. In the evening, Su Ming stood on the roof of the building. In his pocket, he carried an ordinary dagger. To use, God-killing knife. The power of the dagger is the greatest. If you use a sword, you can barely urge the god to kill the knife, but the power will be greatly reduced. That's right, he wants to use his strongest move to kill Ren Xiaoman. His face was flat, and there was no ferocity in him to kill. A real killer will never show his murderous intent before making a move. On the way here, he had avoided the crowd as much as possible. After all, he was going to commit murder later, so he naturally didn't want others to see it. The moon and stars are sparse, and the breeze is blowing. The moon in this world has a gap. Looking over, there is a sense of divine beauty. At the location of the stairs, there were footsteps. Su Ming frowned slightly. Here. Su Ming, how can the place where you asked me to meet be such a place? It's too remote. Far away, I heard her complaint. Su Ming looked over. I saw her walking quickly tonight, wearing a black plain dress. The cardigan on the chest is not buttoned tightly, and the spring light is hard to cover. I don't know if it is too hasty or intentional. intentional. If it was a little boy, he would have been pinched long ago. Su Ming was expressionless and said coldly, "You are here." She nodded. There was some impatience in my eyes that could not be concealed. Su Ming keenly captured it. "Although I said I changed my mind, I will test you after a while. Only then can I consider whether I want to be with you or not. During this time, it depends on your performance." As she spoke, she showed a somewhat meaningful expression. When Su Ming heard this, he just smiled coldly and did not speak. Test for a while? What a wonderful modifier. The truth is actually endless PUA. During this time, she will hang herself and make herself a hard-working slave. A large number of resources will be offered. In my previous life, I was tricked. This time, I will never repeat the same mistakes again. Su Ming in his previous life fought day and night in the dungeon. Most of the benefits were handed over to her. Looking back now, I was simply stupid and hopeless. Be kind to her, but in exchange for death and betrayal. Su Ming's smile looked a little bloodthirsty in the moonlight, which made Rin Xiaoman's spine slightly chilled. "You, why are you laughing so scary?" She suddenly found that Su Ming seemed to be a little different from before. But as for what is different, she can't say for a while. Su Ming was expressionless and walked slowly towards her. The closer she gets, the more she can feel the piercing killing intent that Su Ming radiates all over her body. She felt her hair standing on end. She sensed that something was wrong, began to be a little scared, and slowly retreated. "Su Ming, you, don't come near me." She raised her hand and made a guarded gesture, her voice panicking. Su Ming ignored it at all. He has made up his mind. With an arrow step, he sprinted up. At the same time, he took out a short dagger from his pocket. The action is done in one go, so coherent. The moment he saw this dagger, Ren Xiaoman's eyes were shocked to the extreme. She didn't expect that Su Ming would become so ruthless. "As soon as you make a move, you will kill her." At this moment, she finally understood why Su Ming asked her to meet in such a remote place. She is a life professional and has very low attributes. How could it be Su Ming's opponent? "If you dare to touch me, Master Zhang Tang will not let you go." In a hurry, she roared. Su Ming deliberately showed a puzzled expression and stopped. "Oh, why did you mention Zhang Tang?" She mistakenly thought that Su Ming was shocked. After all, the Zhang family is one of the three most powerful families in the Dragon Kingdom. An absolute behemoth. Su Ming, a poor boy, even if he is a 10-star talent, cannot compete with him. She sneered. Tell you, it's Master Zhang Tang. Let me approach you." "Presumably you have guessed it. I don't have to pretend anymore." She simply broke the jar and broke it, her face being mean. "Su Ming, you don't want to think about it. How can you make this lady change her mind like you? In this world, no matter how strong your 10-star talent is, it can't compare to his Zhang family's heritage." After saying this, she seemed to let out a bad breath. "You wanted to kill me just now. It's ridiculous. Just by Zhang Tang's name, you can make you dare not make a move. Whether this matter succeeds or fails, I will be rewarded with 100,000 advent coins. Since it is exposed now, it just saves me my troubles." "Thank you so much, Su Ming." Her smile was cold and ruthless. However, what surprised her was, when Su Ming heard these words, he did not tremble with anger, nor did he have a shocked expression. Only the clouds are light and the wind is light. Calmness is the most terrifying. Su Ming smiled indifferently. "Then are you ready to die?" His face turned cold and he asked. When Rin Xiaoman heard this, his face was stunned. Very good. She originally thought that Su Ming was already frightened by the name of Master Zhang Tang and did not dare to make a move. That's why she dared to insult unscrupulously. But Su Ming's calm demeanor is really a bit terrifying. In her heart, she became a little scared, but on the surface, she is still holding on. Do you dare to do something to me? I really don't believe it." Before she finished speaking, Su Ming made a move. He didn't want to say much. For this woman, he had nothing but complete disappointment. He directly held the dagger and rushed forward, extremely fast. The killing intent in his eyes is terrifying. At this moment, Ren Xiaoman finally panicked completely. She saw that Su Ming was determined to kill her. "Wait, don't, she screamed. Su Ming was expressionless and kept moving. Killing God with a knife, urge. His whole person turned into a bloody streamer. The next moment, a brilliant blood-colored thin line slashed diagonally. It seems that the night sky has been divided into two halves. The blood stains drawn by this blade lingered in midair for a long time, stagnating and not dissipating. The extremely majestic killing intent was overwhelming and swept away. It was like a torrent of rivers, which instantly swallowed Rin Xiaoman's entire person. At this moment, she felt as if she was in a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses, surrounded by endless wronged souls howling. Su Ming was like a demon god, slashing with a blood-colored knife. This knife flawlessly cut through her neck. Blood gushed out. Her eyes were stunned and she looked at Su Ming in shock. This knife is too fast. It's like teleportation. It was completely beyond her ability to understand. She felt that not only her body, but also her own will was shattered by this knife. This is not a skill that a level 1 newcomer can have. Her eyes were full of disbelief. All the domineering and completely dissipated. Her body weakly softened. At the neck, blood gushed out like a spring. What Su Ming cut was an artery. Her death process was just an instant. For her, it is is not long, but it is enough for her to savor and regret it. Until her death, she still retained extreme shock in her eyes. It is full of resentment and unwillingness, and a bit of hysteria. Su Ming threw the short dagger away, shook off the blood, and then put it into his personal space. Looking down at her corpse, Su Ming's face was cold. I have to admit that this woman is indeed very beautiful. After all, she is the school flower of number 1 middle school. The figure is bumpy, the face is crystal clear, and the skin is as white as jade. Dressing up is also very charming. No wonder my previous life self was fascinated by her. Unfortunately, she is a golden jade, and she is ruined. The heart is rotten, and no matter how beautiful the skin is, it is useless. Revenge is avenged. Su Ming was very happy in his heart, but at the same time, he also felt a wave of weakness and mental trance. This is a precursor to the depletion of mental power. In this world, no matter what profession you are, as long as you use skills, you need to use mental power. Whether it is the mage's fireball technique or the warrior's shun chop, all skills need to consume mental power to be activated. If the mental strength is exhausted, it will fall into such a situation and be very weak. It takes a bit of sleep to make up for it. In extreme cases, even supplements are needed to fully recover. Kill God. The consumption is still too great, and with my current level, I can't play the full version at all. Su Ming's breathing was a little heavy. It took a while for him to recover. Now as long as I use a god-killing knife, I will immediately exhaust my physical. Mental power will also be completely worn out. In other words, this knife is his ultimate trump card. If the enemy does not die with a knife, Su Ming himself will have to be slaughtered. Although the power is not as high as the peak, in front of low-level monsters and humans, this knife is invincible enough. Thinking back to the past, a real killing knife could even cut through space and break through all defensive means. Even the strange beasts of the S-class dungeon can be killed. That's what it's really scary. However, Su Ming did not have any nostalgia for his previous life. In his previous life, he did not rely on anyone, and with only his talent and hard work, he could climb to the 8th rank. In this life, his future will definitely stand higher. Novice dungeon, even if it's a boss, shouldn't be able to withstand my god-killing knife. Su Ming stared at the gradually dissipating knife mark in mid-air and analyzed. Especially in terms of slashing speed, it is extremely fast. This knife is too fast, and there is basically no one in the world to dodge. It can even be said that Su Ming is currently in the same realm and can kill anyone. What is point killing? In other words, if you name it, you will die. Must kill. Su Ming wants you to die in the 3rd watch. You can't live until the 4th watch. Killing the god is powerful enough. This also gave Su Ming the confidence to enter the dungeon tomorrow and challenge the hidden boss. He slowly squatted down and found her mobile phone in Rin Xiaoman's pocket. The first thing to do is to delete your chat history with her. Be sure to leave no clues. After deleting the traces, Su Ming was preparing to destroy the phone, but suddenly, he discovered Rin Xiaoman's chat records with Zhang Tang. Su Ming clicked on it and looked at it. June 7th today. Rin Xiaoman, Master Zhang, I am going to take down Su Ming tonight. Zhang Tang, very good. Squeeze out all his value, and when he grows up in a few years and has enough treasures on him, we will find an opportunity to kill him in the copy. Today, whether it succeeds or not, I will give your account 100,000 yuan. Ren Xiaoman, brother Zhang, you are too generous. I like it so much. Hee, this silly boy, I don't know that I just take a fancy to his interests. How can it be like me to brother Zhang? To you, Shang, ha, sheep. After being with him, don't forget to take the time to maintain communication with me. Ren, naturally, brother Zhang, your bet is kung fu, but others don't have it. That's exactly what I like about you. The chat between the two was a bit unsightly. Su Ming's wrist moved slightly. With a snap, the phone was crushed. Zhang Tang, you won't live long either, he muttered, then turned around and left the roof. Su Ming's face was cold. Hurried back to the dormitory. Tomorrow morning is the arrival of the dungeon. He had to hurry up and take a break. Along the way, there were no people in the school, and it was very empty. After the awakening day, many students went home. After all, the novice copy is about to open. Although there are a lot of opportunities and rewards in the copy, it is also accompanied by death. The mortality rate of newcomers in the copy is very high. So many people need to go home to see their parents, because this may be the last time. Su Ming returned to the door of the dormitory alone. He suddenly found that a box appeared outside the door. There was a letter with the principal's signature on it. Su Ming hugged the box, walked into the house, and closed the door. This should be the sent to me by the principal. He opened the box. I saw two things in it. A pitch-black wooden brocade box with a jade-colored elixir in it. Strong marrow pill, golden medium. The elixir refined from a variety of materials, after swallowing, can wash the tendons and cut the marrow, improve physical attributes, is expensive, and can only be effective once for anyone. Current market price, 200,000 advent coins. In addition, there is a black dress. Snakeskin black clothes, silver medium. This black coat is made by an experienced nailmaker. After putting it on, it walks briskly and silently, using mutant snakeskin as a material, which is very tough and can resist sharp attacks such as claw strikes and sword slashes. Market price, 5,000 advent coins. Su Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. The principal is indeed generous. Not only did he give himself a strong marrow pill, but he also gave himself a piece of clothing. This dress is a silver quality coat, a defensive equipment that can protect oneself. It seems that the principal also wants to do his best to protect himself as a genius and not die in the copy. So instead of giving himself weapons, he gave equipment that was biased towards defense. The purpose is to improve your ability to resist fighting and not to die in the copy. It's a pity that these two things are made by life professionals, blacksmiths and alchemists in Blue Star with various materials. It's not the loot that exploded in the copy. My all things sublimation skills, I can't sublimate these two things. Su Ming tried to use sublimation of all things, but it really didn't work. Only the loot that explodes in the copy can be sublimated. But he was also content. Su Ming immediately put on a black coat. You can feel that the texture of this dress is very tenacious. It is somewhat smooth to the touch. If you look carefully with your eyes, you can even see that there is indeed a layer of snake scales inlaid in this dress. With this equipment, Su Ming's probability of survival has been greatly improved. Then he looked at the letter. Unsealed. I saw that the letter read, "Hello, Su Ming. I am Principal Wang Tingshan. This is my handwritten letter. First of all, congratulations to you. You have awakened the innate 10-star full attributes, as well as the profession of the swordsman. In the box, I gave you a strong marrow pill in the name of the school, and I gave you a silver intermediate quality equipment in my private name. I know you have always lived a simple life and are very poor. I privately increased your scholarship amount this year to 10,000 advent coins, and it has also been credited to your account. You may be in a very high position in the future. But in any case, please don't forget your alma mater when you achieve something in the future. I wish you a bright future." Finally, it is the autograph of the principal. The pen is like a dragon. Su Ming opened his profile panel. Sure enough, the balance has reached more than 12,000. It's really generous. Su Ming couldn't help but mutter. All of this adds up to a lot of value. This is actually an investment. The principal's vision is very long-term. What Wang Tingshan expects is not immediate interests. But in the future, after Su Ming grows up, he can bring rewards to number 1 middle school. In this respect, the principal is still the principal. He and Rin Xiuman's little fairy with rat eyes is indeed not on the same level. Su Ming smiled slightly. Principal Wang, your investment is worth it. All those who have helped him, Su Ming will give a reward in the future. And those who have harmed himself, he will take revenge one by one. Then, Su Ming immediately swallowed the strong marrow pill. He sat cross-legged on the bed, waited for a moment. There was no sharp pain. In the body, no dirt was forced. After all, this is reality, not an elixir in fantasy novels. Dozens of seconds passed, and Su Ming only felt that his body emitted a faint fluorescence, and his body was warm. Physical attribute plus 10. EXP plus 100 points. Promotion to level 2 transferee. Gain 10 free attribute points. Su Ming's eyes were slightly startled. Because he is an innate 10-star full attribute, all his attribute points are 10. Almost reached the limit of a level 1 transferee. At this time, if you swallow the strong marrow pill again, you will not be able to obtain a large amount of attribute improvement. Only 10 points of constitution are added, and the utility is only half of the normal situation. Fortunately, the world rules increased the rest of the attributes and turned them into experience increases, raising Su Ming's level without waste. In general, he still indirectly achieved 100% effect. Each upgrade can get 10 free attribute points. These properties can be freely assigned. Because Su Ming is a 10-star talent, he can get 10 attribute points every time he upgrades. If it is an innate 5-star attribute, each upgrade is 5 attribute points. This is the importance of talent. In the long run, the higher the level, the bigger the gap. Su Ming stood up and looked at his information. Add these attribute points to agility, he said in a condensed voice. The dexterity attribute is immediately buffed, directly doubled. He immediately felt that his thinking was much clearer, and his body was more agile and brisk. Sword God. Profession with sword. The main attack is rapid and ethereal. Of course, add the agility attribute. It is actually very similar to the assassin in the previous life. Subsequently, Su Ming checked his information. Su Ming. Level 2, 0/200 EXP. Occupation, Sword God. Mythical level, the only one in the world. Power, 10 points. Physique, 20 points. Agility, 20 points. Spirit, 10 points. Lucky, 10 points. Talent, sublimation of all things. Origin sword body. Skills, killing God. Full hidden step. Eye of insight. Su Ming nodded secretly. Very good. Now I am one level ahead of most people. This seems like a small step, but after entering the copy, you will be able to take a big step ahead of everyone. Su Ming began to prepare tomorrow's copy. He first opened up his personal space. This is a feature that all professionals have. He put the Xiangang blood sword on the table in. In this way, it can also be used when entering the dungeon. That's right. The reverse path divine ring helped me reshape my body. Can I use it again? He was a little curious and spied on the past with his mind. Retrograde ring, mythology. energy, the only one in the world. Eternal fate is shattered, and it will be destined to die. After being supplemented by the power of time, the Taoist rules can be reversed and the body can be reshaped. Current, charging. Su Ming's eyes were slightly startled. The resurrection function seems to take some time to replenish before it can be used again. The runes are dim now. It seems that I have to be careful. I can't take my life. When Su Ming was about to go to bed to rest, he suddenly found that someone had sent him a text message. After awakening, everyone has a profile bar that integrates all functions, including telecommunications, auction houses, personal spaces, etc. But today is just waking up after all, and many people are still used to using mobile phones. When I opened it, it was actually Zhang Tang. Su Ming, I'm Zhang Tang. You are very talented, and my Zhang family needs talents like you. Tomorrow's novice dungeon, come and team up with me. I am an 8-star magic hammer warrior, and I can cover you in the early stage. Seeing Zhang Tang's friendly words, Su Ming's eyes were cold. He just replied briefly, I already have a team, sorry. He then turned off his phone. At this time, Ji Yao launched a team invitation to him from his personal space. Su Ming, do you want to form a team? She also had a cute expression. Su Ming smiled slightly, but refused. Because he wants to challenge the hidden boss, it is too dangerous to bring Ji Yao. Sorry, Ji Yao, I want to challenge the copy alone. Oh, well, if you change your mind, let me know at any time, Ji Yao said. Then, Su Ming immediately lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. When killing Rin Xiaoman, he used a god-killing knife and consumed a lot of physical energy. It takes sleep to return to its peak state. It was hazy, and I felt my body floating for a while. When Su Ming woke up, it was already the next morning. When I opened my eyes, I saw a blue light that completely enveloped Su Ming in it. The copy is coming, he said with solemn eyes. The next moment, his body suddenly disappeared into the blue star. The killing of the heavens is about to begin. All blue star newcomers and career changers. This is a dungeon full of kills and opportunities. You will fight here and complete the challenge. There is only one way to get out of here and get rewarded. Namely, the boss level monster in the dungeon dies. No matter who kills the boss, the dungeon will be settled. Each of you will receive settlement rewards according to your contributions. A voice sounded in my mind. Su Ming opened his eyes again and appeared in a forest. It is lush and full of blood-red vegetation. A blood-red color came into the eyes. The grass is blood-red, and if you step on it, it will burst with juice, just like blood. The trees are blood-red, and the veins of the leaves are colorful, and they look special and strange, full of confusion. It can be seen from the ecological community of the vegetation that this place is completely different from the blue star. It is full of danger. Every year the newbie dungeon is different, but Su Ming has experience in his previous life, so for him, it was not the first time he came. But even Su Ming did not claim to know everything about this place. There are many more places here that he did not explore in his previous life and are full of dangers, so he didn't act rashly. Instead, he immediately opened his personal panel. At the bottom, the information of this copy is displayed. Forest of Frenzy, Beginner Dungeon, Grade F. The smell of decay is permeating, and the place is full of the breath of death. Subsequently, he opened the World Chat channel. I saw that many people were crying and howling. Oh my god, my birth point is on a tree, and there are all steel-spined wild boars below, and they are rushing hard. What should I do? Wait to die, buddy. You're not bad. I have a puddle of silt in front of me now, full of dung and maggots, and a rotting mutant tiger corpse. Don't talk about those. What is your talent? Yes, let's report the talent first. Let's form a team. I am a 5-star swordsman, and my initial skill is horizontal slash. I have a 3-star innate attribute, and I hide the combat profession, forest shaman. I am. Su Ming looked at people's chat messages, his eyes solemn. Star rating is the abbreviation of talent. He is a 10-star talent, and his occupation is sword god, which is referred to as the 10-star sword god. But this is only for novices, and it is used for communication talent. When it reaches more than a dozen levels, after one turn, it is no longer called this star level. Instead, it is called the first turn, the second turn, and the third turn. Every 10 levels are rotated. That is, a big realm. World channel, there are still people shouting. My name is Lee Dart. I am a 6-star barbarian fighter, and my body is very strong. The initial skill, brute force, physical energy skyrockets in a short period of time, can be pitted and hit. Who is going to team up with me? My coordinates are 4234 at 2371. The nearest one takes precedence. 6-star talent, already very strong. I'll do it. Me. I'm a ranger. I also want to form a team. I am a fire mage. Add me a. People signed up enthusiastically. Wait a minute, a huge bloodthirsty rat rushed in front of me. I'll deal with it first, Lee Dart said. But the next moment, a message appeared on the world channel. All the players were stunned at this moment. First player dies. Player, Lee Dart was bitten to death by a bloodthirsty rat. Subsequently, the world channel boiled. What's the situation? Why was a 6-star talented person suddenly killed in seconds? Bloodthirsty rat, isn't it the lowest level monster? It's over. This copy seems to be a bit scary. Help, who will escort me to safety? I will give you 10,000 1,000 advent coins after you go out. Brothers, the little girl has nothing else, only a little posture, and the coordinates are, please hug your thighs. Players gradually began to realize that this copy was not playing house. It's really deadly. They began to sign up for a group for warmth, and people spontaneously formed a team nearby and united together. And in Su Ming's eyes, these are all stupid talents. The real smart people have already found all the people before the dungeon starts and formed a squad in advance. This way, when entering the dungeon, their spawn points will be gathered. In this way, we can take care of each other. Su Ming had no idea of forming a team. He was always alone. He put away the virtual screen and his face was flat. Bloodthirsty rats. The monster that killed Li Dart was extremely fierce in combat and very fast. It's called a bloodthirsty rat. It is only one word away from the lowest bloodthirsty rat. But the combat effectiveness is very different. The monsters in this forest dungeon are all kinds of mutant beasts. Su Ming took out his Shengang blood sword from the storage ring. He drew his sword from its sheath and held it in his hand. He began to explore forward. The original sword body is always in effect, so when holding the long sword, Su Ming felt like an arm. He walked briskly all the way. Suddenly, he heard a scream from the jungle ahead. Su Ming walked close to the ground and approached slowly. Snap! A corpse fell from a tree. This is a female professional. With an insightful eye, Su Ming saw her information. He is a rare therapist. Unfortunately, she was killed by the monster before she could team up with other players. The corpse was horrible. A single healer, with no combat power, is a buffet for monsters. It should be killed by carnivorous apes. Su Ming analyzed from her wound. The next moment, roar! A shout came out. A huge ape with an extremely ugly appearance fell from a tree. It squeezed its arms together to form a sledgehammer and smashed towards Su Ming. Su Ming's face was cold, and he suddenly took a step sideways. I actually avoided it dangerously. He had already predicted this blow. The monster will drop the corpse just to attract its attention and then wait for an opportunity to attack. So Su Ming chose to seduce the monster to make a move. It really hit the bait. Su Ming reacted too quickly because he had already prepared for it. He was sensitive, after all. His agility attribute was far beyond ordinary people. Lightly avoided the monster's blow. Then, he raised his hand and slashed with a sword. The head of this mutant ape was immediately split by Su Ming with a huge gap. There was blood in it, but it is not dead. It has long hair all over its body and a monkey head like a grimace. It looks very scary. Stand on all fours on the ground. Its eyes are extremely terrifying. The hair all over the body was scarlet, as if it had been soaked in blood. Half of its head was cut open by Su Ming's sword, and the brain was spilled out. But there is still no death. At this moment, Su Ming was also secretly shocked. The carnivorous ape screamed and flew over. Its cry is extremely sharp. The thick arm, like two pillars, smashed towards Su Ming's head. At this moment, Su Ming was also secretly shocked. Just now, although he didn't use any skills, he just slashed with an ordinary sword. But his own sword is a high-grade silver weapon, and its sharpness is extremely high. Coupled with his own super high-strength attributes and agility attributes, the power of this sword is very terrifying. How can ordinary monsters still have combat effectiveness after enduring it? He immediately used his Eye of Insight to scan the monster's information. Fierce Beast, Carnivorous Ape King, Level 3, Power, 28 points, Physique, 24 points, Agility, 5 points, Spirit, 6 points, Lucky, 4 points, Skill, Slap. Su Ming suddenly realized. It turned out that it was not an ordinary carnivorous ape but the king of apes. No wonder it is so big. How tall a person is, far more than an ordinary carnivorous ape. The monkey's eyes were scarlet, and it smashed with a blow. But at this moment, Su Ming's figure disappeared. Silently, turning into a black shadow, it directly escaped from the ape king's sight. The moment that appeared at the next moment had already come behind it. Hidden God Step. Even at Su Ming's current level, once cast, he could enter an invisible state, and the speed was extremely fast. It can also dodge most attacks. However, the only shortcoming is that it can only last for a moment and consumes a lot of money. Su Ming didn't use this technique, but he could actually avoid it. But he chose a safer approach for the sake of safety. Mental power can be restored, but if it is injured, it will be very troublesome. He appeared behind the Monkey King and stabbed out with a sword. This sword was handed out, perfectly stabbed into the Monkey King's brain from the back of the head. Completely ended its life. The Monkey King fell, dusty. A screen appeared in front of Su Ming. Defeat the beast. Loot, one word / bronze inferior, skill scroll. A skill scroll fell into Su Ming's hands. Not bad. Su Ming was more satisfied. Although it is a bronze level, at the very least, it is a skill scroll that fits your profession. In the next moment, a message appeared on the world channel. Swordsman player of the Dragon Kingdom, complete the first kill. The player gets the title, First Blood. All Dragon Kingdom players get a bottle of healing potion. In the next instant, a bottle of blood medicine fell into the hands of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The world channel was in an uproar. What? This year is the first kill completed by our Dragon Kingdom's transferee. Impressive. Great. I was injured just now, and I finally have a bottle of healing potion. Swordsman? Could it be that it is Su Ming who is the most recent #1 middle school? He seems to be a 10-star swordsman. Xianjing City has been in an uproar recently. It's also possible that it's not him. There are still several swordsmen in the surrounding cities this year. Great, this year my Dragon Kingdom is the first. Su Ming's face was solemn. In his profile column, a title column appeared. First Blood, permanent all attributes +5. Su Ming's current full attributes have reached 15 points. Dexterity also reached 25 points. The combat effectiveness has improved a little. He lowered his head slightly and looked at the skill scroll in his hand. Although it is only bronze quality, he can be sublimated. What he needs most now is swordsmanship. His mind moved slightly. All things are sublimated. The skill scroll in the palm of his hand immediately changed his appearance. It becomes a silver quality skill scroll. Sword / silver inferior. Put the sword back in its sheath, concentrate on it, and cut it with a sword. Su Ming's eyes were cold. It was actually directly upgraded from bronze inferior to silver quality, which spanned 2 small levels. This luck, it's really great. All things are sublimated and are randomly evolved items. If you're lucky, you can even directly strengthen a silver item to the top of mythology, but that probability is too small. In most cases, it is based on the current quality, 1 level up. Any item can only be boosted once. Su Ming looked at this skill scroll and immediately chose to use it. Acquired skill, sword / sword technique, silver inferior. Current proficiency, 0/1000. Su Ming immediately put his black steel sword into its sheath. This swordsmanship must be sheathed before it can be used. Then Su Ming urged the swordsmanship. Suddenly, a crisp sword sound flickered. His whole person turned into a blue sword light and slashed out. This sword is incredibly fast. The power is even more terrifying, and wherever it passes, it cuts the fallen leaves within a few meters around it and in midair. On the ground, a shallow sword-marked gully appeared. Ahead, a large tree with a diameter of half a meter collapsed, directly cut off by this sword. Su Ming was a little shocked. Ordinary silver quality skills cannot have such great power. After all, my attributes are not very high now. Could it be that this is the effect of the original sword body? All swordsmanship power is increased by 3 times, and speed is increased by 3 times. Sure enough, it's fierce. Su Ming was very satisfied. The consumption of this skill is not high, and he can use it many times. Proficiency +30. The next moment, a voice sounded in his mind. Su Ming's eyes were solemn. Just one use adds 30 points to your proficiency. And this is still in the case of not hitting the monster and swinging empty. If you use it dozens of times, won't you just break through the full level of proficiency? It can be described as extremely ferocious. If it is an ordinary person, it is a few points of proficiency. But Su Ming multiplied by 3 times. He put his sword back in its scabbard and carried it behind him. After having this sword drawing skill, when he encounters a battle, he can immediately draw his sword out of its sheath and complete the slash. The reaction speed will be very fast, and there will be no need to worry about sudden combat situations. He carried a long sword on his back and walked through the dense forest. Halfway through, a few small mutant monsters occasionally popped out, all of which were easily slaughtered by Su Ming. His combat experience is too rich. The vast majority of monsters, when their buttocks are raised, he knows what tricks they are going to use. You kill a tiger, experience +80. You kill a mutant hare, experience +49. You kill a deep-armored turtle, experience +100. It didn't take long for Su Ming's level to rise to level 4. In total, he has a total of 30 free attribute points, and he, all added to the agility attribute. Nowadays, his attributes have reached a terrifying level compared to other novice professionals. Su Ming, power, 15 points, physique, 25 points, agility, 45 points, spirit, 15 points, lucky, 15 points. Hidden boss, will appear behind the red rock cave. Su Ming's eyes were solemn. My current location, in the north of the forest, should take some time to arrive. He muttered, we have to speed up. He was extremely fast, rushing all the way. The monster communities encountered on the way were all ruthlessly crushed by him. A large amount of loot was all stored in his income space. There are many beasts of fur, flesh, and blood. There are also some turtle shells and tough mutant beast bones. Those are very good materials. After returning to the Blue Star, you can hand it over to the blacksmith and make it into equipment. You can also buy a good price. Su Ming knew that from the moment he left the copy, he would no longer be poor. Su Ming galloped all the way, running fast. With the slaughter of monsters, his level is also constantly improving. It didn't take long to reach level 5. Draw your sword and slash again. Moreover, he also obtained several brand new skill scrolls. There is a basic swordsmanship among them. Basic swordsmanship, bronze inferior. After use, randomly awaken a level 110 swordsmanship skill. Su Ming directly used all things to sublimate and upgrade. Sublimation success. Thunder sword technique, silver medium grade. Thunder attribute swordsmanship, powerful and powerful. The main word is a fast word. This scroll has been upgraded to silver medium grade. It is a small level higher than sword drawing. Far exceeded Su Ming's expectations. This will be his strongest skill at the moment. Su Ming grinned and crushed the scroll directly. Suddenly, this skill was completely learned by him. Just a slight movement of the mind. Suddenly, a layer of thunder and lightning was immediately wrapped around the black iron sword in his hand. Crackling. The power is terrifying, and the light is bright. The effect of this elemental type, like an enchantment, can immediately increase Su Ming's blade, sharpness, and power to a big level. Roar! At this time, a gray-backed wolf appeared in front. It sprinted towards Su Ming, obviously not knowing how to write the word death. Su Ming raised his hand and was a sword. The lightning overflowed, and almost instantly, the monster was completely killed. The head rolled off, and the wolf corpse fell to the ground. You slashed and killed the gray-backed wolf with one sword. EXP plus 123. Just when Su Ming was about to put away his sword, in the dense forest ahead, there was a smell of blood, and a wolf howled. His eyes shook, and he suddenly clenched the sword in his hand. Take a closer look. Dozens of wolves are waiting from all directions. All of them are gray-backed mutant wolves. This kind of mutant beast is very fast, and its claws are the same as steel, and it can easily tear apart the human body. Su Ming's eyes were slightly startled. I thought there was only one, but I didn't expect so many to come. He was also a little shocked. This is at least a wave of small beasts. He didn't expect that his luck would be so bad. If it is an ordinary rookie team, when encountering such a wave of monsters, it is basically certain to die. If there is only one person, it can be washed clean and wait for death. Do you want to escape with a stealth step? Once the stealth step is activated, it is not optional. Although these wolf beasts were numerous, they could not stop him from breaking out. But so many wolves, I can't bear it. Su Ming licked the corner of his mouth, and a look of ferocity flashed in his eyes. He scanned the information of these wolves directly. Beast, gray-backed wolf, level 5, power, 17 points, physique, 24 points, agility, 25 points, spirit, 8 points, lucky, 3 points, skill, claw swing. The agility attributes of these wolves are quite high, but they are still a little worse than me. Su Ming has given up the idea of escaping. Decide to fight, because he has a black steel blood sword. After killing a monster, you can immediately restore your state. Moreover, he now has a spare bottle of healing potion in his personal space, so he has his own support and is confident in a fight. These wolves were not wolves at all in his eyes at the moment. It's a stack of delicious experience points. If this wave can kill all the wolves in this wave, he can at least rise to a few more levels. I'm going to challenge the man who hides the boss. How can I back down now? Su Ming's face was cold, and he made up his mind to fight them. Although this wave is risky, the rewards are also very sufficient. Come on! He roared angrily and rushed over. Put the blade back in its sheath, draw the sword and slash to activate it. The wild wolves relied on their large numbers and were not afraid at all, and attacked together. At this moment, the forest was one after another, and the roar of wild wolves was everywhere. Whoa! Roar! Fierce and bloodthirsty. Su Ming swung his sword around the thunder, and his figure was outrageously fast. His swordsmanship speed is 3 times that of ordinary people. Although these wolves are also very fast, they are really a bit pediatric in front of Su Ming's swordsmanship. The thunder sword technique can be activated at the same time as the sword slash. This can quickly increase the power many times. In just a few breaths, he killed several wolves. Blood and corpses were everywhere, and stumps were everywhere. You slashed and killed a gray-backed wolf. You slashed and killed a gray-backed wolf. You killed 3 gray-backed wolves with one sword. EXP plus 150. Proficiency plus 134. Experience. Proficiency. Keep climbing. Su Ming's face was cold. The knife fell from the hand. At this moment, he was like a slaughter machine. The blood flowed for a long time, splashing on the surrounding trees, flowers, and plants. Su Ming's sword also has a special effect. After killing a monster, you can improve all its attributes in a short period of time. Therefore, every time he kills a wolf, he can regain this buff state. This makes his efficiency even more terrifying. A beast is a beast after all. The wolf was killed without leaving a piece of armor, but there was no intention of retreating. Suddenly, a fierce wolf king rushed out. It was covered in silvery white hair, which looked like moonlight was shining on it. This wolf is burly, and it is not at the same level as other wolves. Its speed is also terrifying. Almost instantly, he rushed in front of Su Ming. Fierce wolf fangs, more than 10 centimeters long. Su Ming didn't pay attention, and his arm was bruised. He turned around and took a sideways step, barely dodging. TSK, I was actually injured. His face was solemn. Looking at his arm, there were 2 long bite marks, about 2 centimeters deep, and blood flowed for a long time. If I move a little slower, maybe I won't be able to keep this arm. Fortunately, the monster's teeth are not poisonous. He immediately scanned the Wolf King's information. Silverback Wolf King, level 6, power, 34 points, physique, 44 points, agility, 56 points, spirit, 6 points, lucky, 3 points, skills, silver claw throat cutting, sharp teeth biting, rapid rush. It turned out to be a level 6 monster. No wonder the speed is so fast. The Wolf King failed to completely bite Su Ming with one blow. It also lands, adjusting its posture and preparing it for the next blow. It was eyeing and moving around Su Ming. Su Ming looked at the wolf, expressionless. Little Wolf King, you are very strong, but it's a pity that you chose the wrong opponent. He closed his sword and took a step out. Su Ming was very confident, and in the case of injury, he actually chose to take the initiative because, just now, one of his skills was full. Sword drawing and slashing proficiency reached 1000/1000. Skill upgrade. Sword drawing flash, silver medium grade. Proficiency 1000/2000. Now he already has 2 silver middle grade swordsmanship skills. He returned the sword to the sheath. In the palm of his hand, the spiritual power surged out, directly pouring into the edge. In just an instant, the entire sword completely became thunderous. Su Ming's whole person turned into a blue thunder shadow. The blade left a long mark. Just cut it off. This sword is too fast. The Wolf King was beheaded and fell to the ground before he even had time to react. Blood rushed to the sky and the wolf's head rolled down. Kill the Wolf King. EXP plus 500. Sword drawing flash proficiency plus 145. Thunder sword proficiency plus 100. Loot, iron claw bone, Wolf King heart. At this time, Xian Gang swore blood sword and began to hungry for the blood on the sword. Soon, it was completely clean. Then, an abundant warm force, along the grip, poured into Su Ming's body. The wound on Su Ming's arm immediately healed completely at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the surrounding wolves were frightened, and even some timid, and began to turn their heads and flee. Su Ming's eyes were murderous and awe-inspiring. Do you want to leave when you're here? He moves too fast. Rush up immediately and chase the wolves. The whole person is like a ghost. The battle with this wolf pack made his level rise rapidly. His level has reached the level 9 mark. If you go up one more level, it's level 10. So it is naturally impossible for him to let go of these wolf cubs. Su Ming raised his knife and fell, and his black clothes were all splattered with wolf blood. In the end, he didn't let go of any of them. All the wolves were killed by him. Those who run are also chased to death. The wolf is also confused. They have never seen such a fierce two-legged beast. Wolves are stupid after all, and their IQ is not high when they mutate. If you run separately, you may still be able to survive. All gathered in a pile, so why don't I catch them all at once? Looking at the wolf corpses everywhere, Su Ming's face was flat. On the personal panel information, the level is directly increased. Congratulations, promotion to level 10. Turning the task is generating. Su Ming was directly promoted to level 10. He has slashed too many monsters. This upgrade speed is invincible. Ordinary players, until the end of the novice dungeon, can only gain a few hundred experience at most and slash and kill a few beasts, which is the limit. Promoting to level 5 or 6 is already considered excellent. And this novice dungeon is not over yet. Su Ming is already level 10. Efficiency is not a level at all. One-turn mission, kill the caretaker of the Red Rock Cave, which is a powerful elite monster. Reward, promotion to the first turn of the Sword God. Su Ming's eyes were solemn. This one-turn task is very good. He was just going to the Red Rock Cave. Ordinary people will be able to complete the first job transfer after completing the task. For example, a winemaker in a life profession can choose a variety of winemakers at one turn. The most powerful is the poison winemaker. Swordsman, one turn can choose sword and shield warrior, swordsman, etc. And Su Ming, because it is a sword god profession, is already the strongest profession. So he can only go to the end of one road, one turn of the sword god, two turn of the sword god. Instead of changing classes, you can improve your attributes and gain skill enhancements. He was light and walked fast. At the same time, he opened his profile. Su Ming, level 10, completing the first turn. Occupation, sword god, mythical level, the only one in the world. Strength 15, physique 25, agility 100, spirit 30, lucky 15, talent, sublimation of all things, origin sword body. Skills, killing god, full hidden step, eye of insight. Thunder sword technique, sword drawing flash. That's right, he added most of the attribute points to dexterity. Then add some to the spiritual attributes. After all, releasing skills requires mental strength. Agility attribute breaks through 100. Gifted sword god professional skill, sword martial master. Sword master, passive skill. Quality, platinum inferior. Proficiency, 0/100,000. You can equip sword weapons of any level, ignoring all requirements. And all sword weapons are doubled in your hand. Su Ming's eyes flashed slightly. This effect, a little strong. This means that he can directly equip the top sword weapons. Very good, now there are several skills, and the attributes are also very terrifying. It's time to challenge the Red Rock Cave. Su Ming followed the route in his memory and traveled all the way. Once he defeats the hidden boss, the dungeon can be settled. By the way, I have to hide my grades. Su Ming thought about this and used his full hidden ability. He hid all the number and level of his monsters he killed. Full hidden is also a skill of the legendary profession Killing God, and the effect is also leveraged. Once opened, even the supreme rules of the dungeon could not count him. In other words, words, he cannot be in the rankings. At the moment, he doesn't want to be too noticeable. But no matter how you hide it, when it comes to settlement, the real ranking will still appear. At that time, Su Ming's results will definitely shock the world. But now, he needs to keep a low profile. Because in the process of fighting the hidden boss, you must not be extraordinary. At this moment, in the novice dungeon, another team of career changers is gathering. They just abandoned the power of the 9 bulls and 2 tigers and killed 2 gray-backed wild wolves. These 2 wolves are so fast, we are too hard to kill. This wolf gives too little experience. Why is it only 34 points? No way, we formed a team and shared the experience, so we naturally got less experience. Several people were out of breath, holding the novice knife full of devastation in their hands, and they were out of breath from exhaustion. Yang Ding is the captain of this gang. He was burly, with several scars on his body and blood flowing from his body. At this moment, his face was cold and he gritted his teeth. You guys are really rice buckets. Basically, I'm doing my best in carrying the harm. I'll give you some experience. I'm really the most wronged of the wronged. Yang Ding scolded everyone. Everyone clenched their fists, but they didn't dare to refute for a while. After all, Yang Ding is the most talented among these people and the most professional combat effectiveness. Is their big brother? Of course, no one dared to refute him. Crass, if I hadn't been in the weapon shop at that time, I was pitted by Su Ming for 3,000. How could I have used this novice machete? He clenched his fists and his voice trembled a little. At that time, he only had 10,000 yuan with him, which was enough to buy a silver-level weapon at most. As a result, he was cheated for 3,000, and he didn't dare to tell his parents. In the end, he could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Although he is a rich second generation, his family's money is not infinitely squandered. Brother Yang, then why don't you buy a bronze weapon and make a living first? This novice machete is really difficult to use. Someone asked suspiciously. What do you know? Yang Ding glared angrily. Bronze weapons are not much different from novice machetes. Yang Ding slapped him hard and said, okay, but we are tired, and we have only reached level 4. This efficiency is really not good. Everyone shook their heads for a while and said, fortunately, this wild wolf burst out a bronze bow. Xiao Wang, you are a ranger. Immediately equip this bow and arrow to be our main output force. Yang Ding said, although complaining, life still has to go on. They go all the way and continue slashing and slashing monsters. It didn't take long for the level to increase a lot. A few pieces of equipment also broke out. Yang Ding worked tirelessly and finally got a bronze level shield. Wolf bone shield, bronze, constitution +5. A very tough bone shield can help you get through the early stage safely. With this shield, he can better act as a meat shield and resist the output of monsters in the front row. Several of his team members also gradually began to grow. Several people moved for a moment. Suddenly, everyone frowned. Even Yang Ding gasped. They stepped into the depths of a forest. Here, there are dead bodies everywhere. The dead body of the wolf. Fishy smell. I'm grass. Beast tied. So many corpses? Which squad slaughtered it? Everyone was shocked. Yang Ding squatted down slightly, looking at the wounds on the corpses. It's possible. Not a squad, but a person. Because all the fatal wounds of wolf corpses are the same weapon, swords. It is also possible that it is an elite swordsman professional team. In any case, we can't beat it. I think, let's take a detour. His tone was heavy. Although they had just broken out a few pieces of equipment and were armed. But this elite team, Yang Ding still didn't dare to touch it. Then, everyone began to move towards a remote path. Because they were afraid of meeting that swordsman team. There are many things to kill people in the dungeon they don't want to meet. Xinjing City, number 1 middle school. In the conference room, many senior officials of the school stand here with a serious face. An illusory screen is displayed in mid-air. Everyone stared. Novice copy, number 144. Leaderboard. First place, LV.8, Li Xingguang. Second place, LV.7, Yanzai. Third place, LV6. Not only Xinjing City, but also several surrounding cities. The names of newcomers with strong talents are among them. But there is no Su Ming. The top 500 has been turned over. What's going on? That student, although his profession is a swordsman, is born full of attributes. Even if the skills are not good, he can kill a few monsters with brute force alone, right? How can you not even enter the top 500? Several directors said with serious expressions. What they said was Su Ming. The innate attribute level 10 is full, placed in the whole blue star, and the number of geniuses of this level is very small. There's no reason not to even make it into the top 500, right? Principal Wang Tingshan crossed his hands, his face was extremely solemn, and his brows furrowed. He has already invested heavily in Su Ming, looking forward to the return he can bring to number 1 middle school after his future growth. If Su Ming dies in the novice copy, it will be a heavy blow to number 1 middle school. He was silent, and clouds gathered in his heart. Suddenly, a glow flashed in the sky. A woman came from the sky. In the conference room, everyone's eyes narrowed slightly. Those who can walk in the air are at least rank 5 masters. The woman quickly entered the conference room and landed with her feet on the ground. She stood with her hands on her back, expressionless. this, Wang Tingshan immediately stood up. Deputy Mayor, you're here. The rest of the school teachers and directors also bowed quickly. The woman nodded slightly. She is the current deputy mayor of Xianjing City. And Ranling, I heard that your school has produced a few good seedlings this year. That's what I'm here for. And Ranling said slowly. She frowned slightly and glanced at the big screen. However, I wasn't on the rankings at all, and I saw the student you mentioned named Su Ming. As soon as these words came out, Wang Tingshan had a few drops of sweat on his forehead. He had already informed his superiors remotely and told Deputy Mayor that there was a student named Su Ming who had awakened to the 10-star attribute. The innate 10 stars are full of attributes. This is a big event. If Su Ming behaves well, even now, number 1 middle school will be able to get the above allocation. However, after waiting for a long time, Su Ming did not appear on the rankings. This can be in contrast to Wang Tingshan's conclusive words. The novice copy has been open for several hours. In any case, it's time for genius to emerge, and mediocrity will be buried. Wang Tingshan said slowly. Sorry, Deputy Mayorin, I have one detail that I haven't revealed. That student named Su Ming, his occupation is a swordsman. Therefore, his early combat effectiveness will be slightly weaker. Before Wang Tingshan finished speaking, he was interrupted. Swordsman? Even if the profession is a swordsman, it is not strong in the early stage, but it is impossible to be so backward, and even the top 500 of a copy cannot enter. And Ranling said with a serious face. Wang Tingshan and the teachers all felt a lot of pressure. They can't figure it out either. Could it be that Su Ming's luck was extremely bad, and as soon as he entered the copy, he fell into the monster pile and then was killed in seconds? If he really died in the copy, it would be a bloody collapse. Deputy Mayorin, don't worry, in addition to him, our school still has several good seedlings this year. Wang Tingshan took a step forward and said with a serious face. Yan Zhe, 9-star talent, hidden professional demon hunter ranger. In addition to Su Ming, our school has the biggest surprise this year. At present, Yan Zhe is fighting for the second place in the rankings. He will be the best candidate for us to compete with Li Xingguang, a genius from the next city, this year. Wang Tingshan handed over a list and said at the same time. There is also a little girl who has awakened to a hidden professional undead summoner with a 7-star talent, and her future achievements will not be bad. She is currently ranked 19th. The eldest son of the Zhang family, Master Zhang Tang, is also a hidden professional magic hammer warrior, born with 8 stars. He's currently ranked number 4. Wang Tingshan is like a treasure, and he basically talked about all the talented students this year. In addition, there is another student, an innate 7-star attribute, a hidden professional meat shield warrior, named Yang Ding. He was a little slow at first, I don't know why, but now he's on track. He is currently ranked more than 40th and has now reached level 6. It can be said that the quality of our number 1 middle school transferees this year is much better than in past years. Wang Tingshan said sincerely, and Ranling's face was flat, and he just nodded slightly. This student named Yan Zhe is indeed very good. He's an unexpected dark horse. Her anger subsided a little, and she said slowly. The newcomer in Woyang City next door, Li Xingguang, is really outstanding. He is an innate 10-star talent, and his profession is a hidden knife maniac. It can be called the pride of this generation. Vice Mayor N's eyes were very solemn. Li Xingguang overshadowed all the limelight of our generation of students in Xianjing City. Even Yan Zhe ranked 2nd. I just hope that Xianjing has someone who can catch up with him, at least not lose too badly. If our Xianjing City is at the bottom again this year, then next year, we won't even have the qualifications to let students join the Heavenly Pagoda Society. Speaking of this, Vice Mayor N's eyes were filled with worry. The talent of each class of students affects the future of a city. But the Heavenly Pagoda Society is an organization of the Dragon Kingdom government, specially responsible for hunting monsters and guarding the frontier. Once joined, it means an immeasurable future. After joining the Tower Society, you can receive missions, get a lot of rewards, and your strength will improve rapidly. And every year, only the absolute geniuses among the newcomers are eligible to join. Each province has an indefinite number of places, which are determined according to the talents of the current student. The qualifications of the Heavenly Pagoda Society are extremely precious. At this time, Wang Tingshan took a step forward, his eyes firm. Vice Mayorin, our school has always adhered to a people-oriented education approach. The students are well aware that they are not just fighting for themselves. What they shoulder is also the fate of number 1 middle school, Xianjing City, and even the human race. Wang Tingshan's voice was sonorous and powerful. This blue star is no longer a world unique to the human race, but all races coexist. Resources are limited and competition is fierce. If the human race wants to continue, it must withstand the pressure. This requires all the job changers, the same hatred. New blood is the hope for the future of the human race. Therefore, the annual newcomer competition is very ferocious. It not only affects everyone themselves, but also affects all aspects of the city and school. I believe in my students, please believe in me too. When Ranling heard Wang Tingshan's words, he was slightly moved. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment. In the end, for tokens were taken out of the bag and handed to Wang Tingshan. I know, Principal Wang. These tokens are the qualification tokens for joining the Tenta Society this year. It's up to you to decide who to give it to. The hope of our city depends on your students. Wang Tingshan took the token and nodded solemnly. It's a heavy burden. In fact, he also knew in his heart that Li Xingguang from the next city this year was really invincible. Basically lost. This Heavenly Tower Society token may also be the last few in Xianjing City. Next year, there will be no more. At this moment, Su Ming was still fighting in the dungeon. He galloped all the way and was very fast. In the end, he finally made it to the outside of the Red Rock Cave. This is a huge mountain, and the mountain rocks are all blood-red colors, which look extremely strange, like monster blood, condensed into rocks. Oh no! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the surroundings. Several goblins rushed out of the cave. They are short in stature and emit an extreme foul odor. Ugly. Su Ming was merciless. Raise your hand and sword a few times. Thunder exploded. It was easy to completely crush these mobs. Slay Goblin X3. EXP plus 302. Su Ming knew that this was just an appetizer. Rumble. A loud bang came out. I saw a huge figure rushing out of the inside of the cave. It is extremely burly, and it is 2 people tall. The muscles all over his body were like dragons. The skin is dark green, like moss. Wearing a shabby skirt that covers key areas. A piece of information was revealed in front of Su Ming. Lizard Goblin Boss, Elite Monster. Level 10. Strength, 105 points. Physique, 102 points. Agility, 25 points. Spirit, 8 points. Skills, Stick Impact, Strong Rage, Venom Spray, Crushing. A hybrid variant of lizard and goblin, it is very strong and burly, can spit venom, but has lower intelligence than ordinary goblins. Looking at the ugly appearance of the goblin leader, Su Ming frowned slightly. Is it a little too ugly? It was covered in hair and green dirt. Looking at this, I want to cut it. Roar, Kaji. The goblin leader looked at the corpses of the 3 goblins killed by Su Ming on the ground and let out a terrible roar. It seems that he is grief-stricken because of the death of his family. His voice is extremely thick and his voice is harsh. Su Ming felt that his head was about to explode. Then, it rushed over. The huge sticks held in his hands all turned into a big moon. Su Ming's face was solemn and his movements were calm. He used his light body technique to dodge. This Goblin King, the strength value is too high, and the physique is also very high. It will be very resistant to fighting, with rough skin and thick flesh. I have to make the most of my agility and use up its stamina to win. Su Ming was already in his heart and made a battle plan. After avoiding this blow, the Goblin King kept moving, still rushing. The big stick in its hand danced wildly, causing flying sand and stones around it. The huge trees were all smashed down by it one after another. Su Ming was calm and unhurried at all. Has been passively dodging. His speed is too fast, completely crushing. No matter how the Goblin King attacked, he couldn't hurt a single hair. It can even be said that the corners of the clothes cannot be touched. Gradually, the Goblin King ran out of stamina. It was panting, a yellow foul mist coming out of its mouth. How thick and long. The Goblin leader roared and chose to use his skills. It drools and begins to secrete toxins. It has the bloodline of mutant lizards, so it can also secrete toxins. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and at this moment, his hand rested on the hilt of the sword behind him. Goblins are a type of monster with relatively high intelligence, so they talk, not surprising. But Su Ming didn't want to know what it meant at all, because goblins are extremely brutal. They like to gnaw human flesh for fun, torture female knights, and imprison female professionals. This kind of monster is despised by everyone. Su Ming is also extremely disgusted with them. No need to communicate at all, just kill. In the next moment, the Goblin King's mouth spewed out venom. Its fat body twisted, and in its mouth, a torrent shot out. It is a dark yellow liquid. The toxicity is very strong. Wherever he passed, it was extremely viscous. Trees withered, leaves withered. Even the stone will be corroded into a big hole. Moreover, the speed of this venom is extremely fast. Almost swept towards Su Ming. Extremely difficult to dodge. Faced with this move, Su Ming was expressionless. His spiritual power was urged, and an aura of spiritual power directly appeared in his palm. Subsequently, it spread over the hilt of the sword. The entire Xiangang blood sword was suddenly filled with thunder. He directly urged the drawing of the sword and flashed. The whole person actually sprinted up head-on. It's a suicide attack. How can the body of a mortal resist such a strong poison? A distorted smile appeared on the ugly face of the Goblin King, but the next moment, its smile stopped, because Su Ming's body actually penetrated this torrent of venom intact. In an instant, his aura seemed to have disappeared from the world. The whole body turned into a blurred black shadow, and the clothes fluttered. The whole person followed the shadow of the sword and penetrated the torrent of venom. Because Su Ming urged the hidden god step. The stealth step consumes a lot, so he can usually only activate it for a moment. But it's enough. Once used, it is a non-selectable state directly from the level of world rules, ignoring the vast majority of attacks. So this venom is equivalent to not hitting him at all. His body directly skimmed over the body of the goblin leader. This sword accurately seals the throat. The blue sword light turned into a straight long mark, pierced the goblin king's neck. The huge and fat green neck with several layers of flesh was directly cut into a huge wound. The blood flowed for a long time, and the bones were visible. Dark green blood gushed out. The goblin king is completely down. Su Ming's sword is too powerful. All swordsmanship has 3 times the speed and 3 times the power. What monster can it bear? Su Ming's face was cold, and he shook the blade suddenly. The blood stains left on the blade all fell to the ground. Kill elite monster, lizard goblin boss. 1 turn of the task is completed, and the first turn of the sword god is promoted. All attributes plus 10, EXP plus 1000. Promotion to level 11. Talent, origin sword body, mythic, effect increased. Swordsmanship power increased 10 times. Swordsmanship speed increase 10 times. Swordsmanship proficiency increase 10 times. Reward, lottery wheel once. A series of news prompts entered Su Ming's mind. He was shocked. The effect of the original sword body was directly increased to 10 times. It's too fierce. If it was 10 times from just now, he was afraid that he could kill the goblin leader in one move. Loot, goblin boss's treasure map, silver medium. Silver middle grade swordsmanship skill scroll X1. Hearing this news, a sheepskin map fell into his hand. Su Ming took a closer look. He was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the treasure map would also explode. The treasure map is a relatively rare reward in the dungeon. As long as you find the treasure, you can get a reward, which is relatively less dangerous. But the probability of the treasure map exploding is too low, so it is a sought-after commodity. Whether it's finding treasure yourself or selling treasure maps on World Channel, it's a great choice. Su Ming used all things to sublimate and upgrade the treasure map. Upgrade successful. Goblin King's treasure map, gold inferior. There are many goblin bosses, but there is only one goblin king. Do you want my treasure? I buried them all in one place, go find them. On the treasure map, a location is marked. Su Ming's eyes were slightly startled. It was directly upgraded to a gold quality treasure map. It seems that it is necessary to make a trip. The coordinates of this treasure map are inside the Red Rock Cave. Before you kill the boss, you can take it along the way. He pocketed the treasure map. In addition, the loot also has a silver medium grade swordsmanship skill scroll. He directly used the sublimation skill of all things. Sublimation success. Obtained, golden swordsmanship skill scroll. Su Ming's eyes were shocked. It was directly upgraded to the highest grade of gold. It is only 1 order away from the platinum level sword skill. This will be his highest ranking skill at the moment. Crush. Acquired skill, imperial sword, golden sword technique. Su Ming smiled slightly, very satisfied in his heart. Unexpectedly, this skill was randomly arranged. It just so happens that he can help himself disguise himself as a swordsman, which is really seamless. The skill of the sword is to control the blade of the sword with the mind. Under normal circumstances, it is a skill that only swordsmen can learn. But he is a sword god, and he can learn all the skills of all sword professions, and this skill is of a high grade. Even if it is a swordsman, it takes a middle and late stage to learn. This is also why the swordsman will be so weak in the early stage. However, Su Ming was only level 11 and learned this skill. He looked at the instruction of this skill. Imperial sword, gold quality. Proficiency, 0/30,000. Control the sword with your heart, hang in the air to slash the enemy, and take the head thousands of miles away. If you want to travel 1,000 miles with a sword, the spiritual power value must be at least as high as the sky. Don't think about it at the moment. However, with the current level of Su Ming's mental strength, the sword is within 30 meters, which is not a problem. His mind moved slightly. The Shengang blood sword in his hand seemed to have been affected by his mind and began to tremble. Then, there was a buzzing sound. Directly levitated. The blade reflected the cold light and floated beside Su Ming. The blade cuts, rotates, and shoots. It's like an arm. In a short moment, the goblin corpse in front of him was shattered into minced meat. Stumps are everywhere. It's a pity that when you control the sword with your mind to fly, you can't use the sword to flash and run the thunder sword technique. Both of these skills currently require me to hold a sword in my hand before I can use them. But I believe that in the future, I can use the sword and urge all swordsmanship. As long as proficiency continues to increase, anything is possible. Subsequently, Su Ming called the system in his mind. I want a lottery. The next moment, the familiar roulette wheel came to mind. Promotion to a level is equivalent to a big level. So he got a chance to draw. The hands start spinning at high speeds. In the end, it stayed on a legendary talent. Legendary, 1 level lower than the mythical level, but also very good. Acquired talent, auto cultivation, legendary. All your skills will automatically increase your proficiency at all times, jumping every minute. Sword drawing flash proficiency plus 102. Thunder sword proficiency plus 70. Sword master proficiency plus 127. Su Ming's eyes were shocked. This is really getting stronger even when lying down. Putting the sword back in its sheath, Su Ming let out a deep breath. In fact, he once thought about finding Zhang Tang in the copy and killing him, but this copy is very large, and Su Ming is not in the same area as him. Wanting to find him is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack, which is too difficult, so Su Ming could only put this matter aside. This is the most sensible choice. Hatred is a powerful emotion, but we must not be carried away by this emotion. Let it be driven by hatred and lose its mind. If Su Ming gave up upgrading and improving his strength at all costs, and went directly to kill Zhang Tang, he would have lost. Those who can turn hatred into motivation are the real masters. One day, Zhang Tang will die. Together with the Zhang family behind him, they must also be eradicated. Su Ming's eyes were calm and he looked inside the cave. He is about to step into the red rock cave. At this time, Su Ming suddenly heard footsteps behind him. His eyes narrowed slightly. A cold arrow shot fiercely. It turned out to be a hidden arrow aimed at the back of Su Ming's head. Su Ming tilted his head slightly and avoided the arrow extremely lightly. The arrow pierced into the trunk of the tree in front of it and stagnated steadily. Su Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Sneak attack on my Su Ming? He would not tolerate such a thing. Judging from the manufacturing skills of this arrow, it should be a ranger, using their passive skill, arrow making, to match the arrows made with materials. It is impossible for goblins to create weapons with this kind of accuracy. He was basically sure that humans were sneaking up on him. Just from the shape of an arrow, Su Ming could judge what the enemy was. This is the experienced fighter. Su Ming turned around abruptly and took a closer look. I saw a few people walking out of the grass. They each have different weapons. This is a team of transferees. Shield warrior, ranger. There are also 2 mages. A squad of 4 people in total. Su Ming used his insightful eye to directly see through the information of these people. What surprised Su Ming the most was, in this team, there is a familiar face. Yang Ding. Su Ming's face was solemn. I saw those people with gloomy expressions on their faces. It's really a narrow road. Yang Ding's face was filled with a touch of ferocity. Su Ming, I didn't expect me to catch you. He has been fantasizing about how he will take revenge if he can meet Su Ming in the novice dungeon. Unexpectedly, he really met it. Yesterday at noon, he was in the weapons store and was gambled hard by Su Ming to win a sum of money. That not only disgraced him, but also made him lose blood. As a result, he failed to buy a weapon, and he naturally started slower than others. Presumably, you are the same as us. You saw the pile of wolf corpses, and you were so frightened that you took the path and came here. Yang Ding said coldly. It's a pity that although you managed to avoid that elite swordsman team, you couldn't avoid us. What good luck. It seems that God wants me to you too. Yang Ding looked at Su Ming, with a completely undisguised fierce murderous intent in his eyes. Killing you in the copy is not against the law, and it is difficult to find. He sneered and said. Several of his team members also raised their weapons and entered a fighting state, surrounded by 4 people. If it were an ordinary novice, he would have knelt down and begged for mercy. In the dungeon, it is not uncommon for human races to kill each other. If you die here, you will really die in reality. Just with you guys, do you want to kill me? Su Ming looked around, his tone extremely flat. His eyes were even always as calm as water. I wasn't scared at all. Such courage is really rare. Boss, he doesn't seem to be easy to mess with. One of the female mages, she looked a little frightened and swallowed. Don't be afraid, Sister Hua, he's just pretending. The ranger next to him sneered. Su Ming, don't pretend to be a ghost. To tell you the truth, our brother Ding has reached level 7, and there was a large wave of wild monsters just now. We have all reached level 5, with an average of 2 skills. You are alone, or the weakest swordsman in the early stage. How to fight? The other mage, tall and holding a broken wooden stick, said. His equipment is the worst of these people. Obviously, he was unlucky. He didn't explode the equipment, and he used novice branches. But the mage's requirements for weapons are not very high. As long as it can cast spells, it is very powerful. When Su Ming heard the words of these people, he just smiled slightly. It is always a calm appearance. You are a sandbag warrior with an innate 7-star talent, with a group of gangsters. You want to kill me? Su Ming said, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sandbag? You say my profession is a sandbag warrior? Where has Yang Ding suffered this kind of humiliation? When I reach level 10, there will be 5 career choices in one turn. Sword and shield warrior, shield attacker, muscle battle. Which is not better than your early garbage swordsman? How dare you say I'm a sandbag? Yang Ding thought that he had always been in the front row of the team, acting as a sandbag. He felt even more offended. However, when Su Ming heard his explanation, he just took out the earwax without salt. Oh, sandbags. Su Ming's cold words are the most angry to arouse people's anger. This made Yang Ding angry, itchy. It seems that only when you are really dead will you kneel down and beg for mercy. Brothers, kill. Yang Ding shouted angrily. Although he is a 10-star talent, he is a swordsman profession. The ranger said. I guess he hasn't killed a few monsters so far, and his level is extremely low. The male mage said. We will definitely be able to kill him in seconds. Several job changers, all of them have taken action. The ranger's attack came the fastest. He bent his bow and set up an arrow wrapped in dark red light shot out. Su Ming stared at the arrow and did not dodge it at all, because this is the skill, tracking arrow. No matter how much much you avoid it, this arrow will catch up. So, he slashed directly with a sword. Syllable. The arrow was an instant attack in the eyes of ordinary people. But here in Su Ming, it is like slowing down, and you can see it clearly. His agility attribute is really too high. His sword, the cold light flashed, directly split this arrow in half in mid-air. The intact vertical section is opened, dispersed to the sides. Then Su Ming stepped forward and rushed forward. He won't hold back. Since you want to kill me, then I will fight back. In fact, when they had previously released cold arrows and wanted to sneak attack Su Ming had already sentenced them to death in his heart. Su Ming's palm was wrapped around thunder. The blue current flashed in mid-air, with arcs surging in dazzling. This power is not even weaker than ordinary mage skills. Su Ming took this sword and rushed out suddenly. It's extremely fast. The crowd hasn't reacted yet. Su Ming had already rushed to the ranger. Ranged profession, being poked in the face by melee, what fate is obvious? Su Ming slashed out with a sword without hesitation. Blood rushed to the sky. The ranger was directly blocked by a sword. He fell to the ground in a daze and died completely. Su Ming's movements were too fast, and he directly swept past Yang Ding, who was in the front row. The three people around were all shocked. They really didn't expect that Su Ming would move so quickly. It's even more ruthless. Kill without a little hesitation. How could they know that Su Ming was not the first time he had killed someone? As long as it is an enemy, it makes no difference whether you are a monster or a human. Su Ming has long been practiced and has a cold-blooded mentality towards the enemy. The remaining few people were also a little angry in their hearts. After all, the companion is dead. The male mage's skills were finally activated. He chanted something in his mouth and completed the mantra. In midair, a basketball-sized fireball was condensed and smashed towards Su Ming. The smell of burning spreads around. The high temperature sets off airwaves. Su Ming just felt bored in the face of this blow. Weak. It's too weak. Fighting them is just a waste of your time. He originally just wanted to pass through the Red Rock Cave and kill the hidden boss, so that he could not compete with the world. Why do people always like to seek death? His face was cold, and he put his sword in its sheath. The current flashes. Draw your sword in a flash and cast it. In the next instant, he flew out. The speed of this sword is too fast. In midair, the flame ball was instantly shattered into smoke by Su Ming's sword wrapped around thunder. He kept moving. The whole body turned into a blue sword mark and went across the air. Approached quickly, flashed by. It directly penetrated the male mage's body. This sword seals the throat. Blood flowed out. His eyes were stunned, and he wanted to activate another spell. However, he found that he was no longer able to fight. The vitality passes quickly. What? Probably. His last words were full of shock. In the end, he fell to the ground and died. The female mage and Yang Ding next to them were shocked. With just one skill, kill a full-blooded player. This not only requires extremely terrifying attributes, but also skill attributes cannot be low. Su Ming only used 2 swords from beginning to end, and he just killed 2 people. Basically, kill one person with 1 sword. This strength, it's outrageous. Could it be that Su Ming's level is already higher than Yang Ding's? Neither of them could believe this fact. The swordsman is very weak in the early stage. Moreover, Su Ming has not yet formed a team, alone. How can the upgrade efficiency be so fast? Flower girl, don't be afraid. It's just that his weapons are of good quality, so he can fight like this. As long as I carry it in front, you output, he will definitely die. Yang Ding roared angrily and said, he knew that now the two were not dead. There is no possibility of peace talks, so no matter what, we have to keep attacking. What he said made him convinced. Qian Huayan nodded and said, raising his staff, he also began to activate his mental power. Eventually, she condensed a water spear and suspended in mid-air, always ready to attack. Yang Ding faced Su Ming and raised his shield and left. His burly body moved, and sand and dust stirred under his feet. The bone shield he held formed a barrier that protected him. At the same time, in his right hand he held a novice machete 50 centimeters long. Suddenly smashed towards Su Ming. He rushed to the front, acting as a meat shield. Su Ming looked at the bright knife, always as steady as Mount Tai. He bent down and avoided the knife. Then, Su Ming turned around and handed it out lightly. A backhand sword, extremely fast. It's like lightning. Yang Ding's scalp was numb for a while. He could only hurriedly raise his shield and eat Su Ming's sword with the shield. Okay. This sword looked light, but the power was extremely heavy, and it directly stabbed Yang Ding's entire person, even with the shield, and flew out. What a terrifying sword. It's not even a skill, just a normal attack, and it cuts off most of its own health. Yang Ding was shocked. He's a meat shield warrior. It is known for its thick blood. Moreover, Su Ming's sword was only cut on his shield. Why is it so powerful? He thought about it and found it strange. In the end, he could only blame everything on Su Ming's weapon. It must be that sword. The grade is too high, which improves his attributes. Yang Ding gritted his teeth angrily. Suddenly, he crushed a necklace on his chest. The necklace emits a white fluorescent light. A mysterious power suddenly flew in, wrapped Su Ming's blade. Su Ming could feel that his sword was directly out of his hand. The Shengang blood sword was hanging high in mid-air, and Su Ming could no longer touch it. Su Ming frowned slightly. He is disposable jewelry equipment? After crushing, it directly formed a brilliance and briefly controlled his weapon. This is very expensive and extravagant equipment. Ordinary families cannot afford to consume at all. Yang Ding finally felt that he had the upper hand. He sneered. Su Ming, you really made me pay a lot of money. This chain is a disposable equipment. Even my family will feel painful. Fortunately, the effect is powerful, and after urging, you can control your weapon to get out of your hand for more than 10 seconds. You're dead. Flower girl, kill. His face was stern and he gave the order to the female mage. Xian Huayan nodded and made a sudden move. At this moment, a touch of ferocity flashed in her eyes. The water spear in midair shot out directly. Extremely fast. Mage's initial skill, water spear. The power is very strong. If it is penetrated through the body, the water spear can also instantly invade the blood vessels from the wound and rage violently in the body. If you are an ordinary professional, hitting the water spear is equivalent to losing your combat ability. A touch of pleasure flashed in Yang Ding's eyes. It seemed that Su Ming was already dead. However, the next moment, in midair, the suspended sword blade trembled suddenly. A crisp sword roar was emitted. Then, he suddenly slashed down. It was as if there was an invisible hand holding this sword. Crash! The sword wind is about to reach its peak. Sweep down. Directly smashed the water spear. It turned into a handful of clean water, fell to the ground, and melted into the soil. This blow was directly easily defused. Su Ming stood upright. He didn't even move. It's just that the eyes are moving. The pitch-black Shengang blood sword suddenly spun and flew back to Su Ming. The 3-foot-long sword stood in front of him, quietly ups and downs. The blade of the sword, faintly spinning, seemed to be still dancing in midair with Su Ming's eyes. Seeing the scene, Yang Ding and Xian Huayan, the two of them were petrified. Your sword. Yang Ding's voice trembled. This is obviously a later skill. How did Su Ming learn it? When the level is low, it is impossible for these wild monsters to directly burst the scroll of later skills. It stands to reason that in the early stage of the battle between professionals, controlling the weapon is equivalent to controlling the initiative in the battle. Once the weapon is out of hand, there is basically no room for resistance. So his necklace, which controls the enemy's weapon for 10 seconds, is his most powerful life-saving trump card. As a result, he really didn't expect that Su Ming had already learned to use the sword. Directly took back the weapon in midair. Su Ming's face was cold and his hands were pointing with his sword. Then he pointed towards Yang Ding from a distance. The Shengang sword turned into a black shadow and flew over suddenly. The blade rubbed against the air, causing a sword sound. The sound of breaking the air sounded. Yang Ding resisted 2 moves in embarrassment. With a sword, he was beheaded. He died completely and fell to the ground. Until his death, his eyes remained extremely shocked. At this moment, the last female mage also lost her face. Xian Huayan sat on the ground, trembling with fright, and didn't dare to hit him. If you look closely, you can also see a burst of yellow liquid flowing out. She was scared to pee. Su Ming stepped forward slowly. The 3-foot black iron sword was suspended beside him. At this moment, he looked like a black-robed sword cultivator. The whole body was murderous. I was wrong. Su Ming, don't kill me. She looked at Su Ming and said in a trembling voice, please, I'm willing to be a cow and a horse for you. It's all Yang Ding. Yang Ding asked me to attack you. I am his team member. I dare not disobey. Facing this beautiful girl, Su Ming just shook his head slowly. There is no room for compensation for some mistakes. Ultimately, the moment you attacked me, you were already dead. The black steel sword flew into the air, hung upside down, and landed in his hands. Then Su Ming raised his knife and fell. Simply and neatly killed. Defeat a 4-person squad, EXP plus 2088. Loot, wolf bone hairbao, bronze inferior, broken wolf bone shield, bronze inferior, bone staff, bronze inferior, illumination necklace, bronze inferior. Promotion to level 12. Su Ming is now a player of the first turn. This progress is definitely far superior to everyone else. These equipment, for Su Ming, can only be said to be better than nothing. He had already broken out a lot of bronze equipment when he killed monsters just now, and he didn't even disdain to use it. Among them, only one piece of equipment deserves his attention. That is a piece of jewelry equipment that broke out of the female mage. Illuminated necklace, bronze inferior. When worn, when entering a dark area, you can illuminate the surroundings. This is a good piece of equipment for Su Ming who wants to enter the cave. He directly equipped it. Suddenly, he felt that the surroundings were indeed brighter. Then, he turned his head to look inside the red rock cave. It's time to go in. He let out a deep breath. Su Ming stepped forward and walked in. The inside of the red rock cave was very dark. Fortunately, there is a lighting necklace, otherwise you really can't see your fingers. In the damp cave, water is still dripping. Su Ming's face was flat and he walked forward slowly. From time to time, bats fly around, with red eyes flashing, and the atmosphere is very terrifying. He took out the Goblin King treasure map in his arms and held it in his hand to observe. Take the treasure first, and then kill the hidden boss. Su Ming planned the course of action in his heart. He followed the coordinates of the treasure map and went all the way. The path path in the cave is winding and winding. Occasionally, mutant frogs and a few dark-feathered mine-eating chickens would come out, all of which were easily killed by Su Ming. Giggle. With the last dark feather mine-eating chicken, he was killed by Su Ming. His level has also reached level 13. Su Ming assigned some attribute points to the spirit, and also gave some attributes such as strength and physique. Today his attributes are as follows. Su Ming. Level 13, 1455/5000 EXP. Occupation, sword god, mythical, the only one in the world. Strength 30, physique 40, agility 110, spirit 70, lucky 25. Talents, sublimation of all things, origin sword body, automatic cultivation. Skills, killing god, full hidden step, eye of insight. Thunder sword technique, sword drawing flash, sword martial master, imperial sword. With today's attributes and skills, Su Ming is basically not afraid of most monsters. The only relatively low attribute is luck. This attribute will affect the explosion rate of all equipment and materials, and will also affect the critical hit rate to a certain extent. If it is a god-killing profession, Su Ming will definitely be crazy about the two attributes of luck and agility. But in this life he is the god of swords. Luck is not a very important core attribute for him, so he decided to be lucky in the future. In the early stage, combat effectiveness is the most important thing, and hard power is closely related to life. Let's add it later, Su Ming said in a condensed voice. The spiritual attribute has reached 70, which means that the distance of his sword has reached about 70 meters. This is already a very long distance. He moves freely through the cave at great speed. Suddenly, he smelled a strong stench. The tunnel in front of it also suddenly became spacious, like a small world. But there is a lot of excrement here. The stench is thick, and even the biogas is faintly formed. Goblin lair? He realized that he had come to a very disgusting place, and his brows furrowed. Sure enough, a few young goblins came out of it. As soon as they saw Su Ming, they screamed and attacked. Su Ming had no pity. As soon as his mind moved, the blade of the sword left its sheath, hung in the air, and flew away. In an instant, several goblins were killed. Su Ming went straight into the lair. The stench in the depths is extreme. The scene in front of him immediately shocked him. Many human stumps are everywhere. Blood stinks. There are also some stumps on the fire, barbecuing, and already charred. As you can imagine, there is already a squad of players who died tragically at the hands of these goblins. Goblins are one of the most cruel and bloody monsters, and it's normal for them to eat people. What caught Su Ming's eyes the most was the depths of the lair. There is a wooden shelf. There were several people tied up on it, disheveled. Most of them are female players, and they have been tortured to the point of bruises. Goblins have no females, and if they want to reproduce, they must catch female human players, or females of other animals, and tie them to their nests. Fortunately, these women have not been ruined. Because of Su Ming's approach just now, the goblins here were alarmed and rushed out to fight to their deaths, including the burly lizard goblin leader. It can be said that it was Su Ming who indirectly saved their innocence. Footsteps were heard. One of the girls opened her eyes slightly. When she saw the comber, her eyes were suddenly shocked. Su Ming? She was as angry as a gossamer. Su Ming frowned slightly, a little confused. This female player seems to know herself. He directly used his eye of insight to scan her information. Jiang Yunqing. Level 5, 9-star talent. Occupation, corpse healer, hidden combat profession. Strength 9, physique 9, agility 9, spirit 45, lucky 9, skill, soul drawing, healing, soul power 0/450, exhausted. It turned out to be the second lady of the Jiangyan Consortium, Jiang Yunqing. Su Ming met her once, when her sister wanted to fund Su Ming to protect her safety in the copy. I didn't expect to see her here again, because she is so embarrassed now, unkempt, covered in blood, with traces of being whipped. Therefore, Su Ming didn't recognize it at first. Fortunately, he has an insightful eye and can see through the information of all things. I didn't expect to meet you here. Su Ming looked at the poor girl and smiled slightly. Su Ming, help me. She seemed to see a savior, with tears in her eyes. Her team experienced a bloody battle. She witnessed all the team members being brutally killed by goblins. She is the only one left. She had a lot of expensive life-saving equipment, but in front of the goblin leader, they were all like glass, shattering when touched. At this moment, she just wanted to escape from here quickly. When Su Ming heard this, he lowered his head and thought for a moment. In his rebirth, he was extremely cautious, and before doing anything, he had to weigh his interests. She is a corpse healer, which is also a rare hidden profession. It is a variant of the healer. She is able to draw the souls of dead monsters and restore her spiritual power. Moreover, she was able to use that soul power to heal her companion's injuries. Is an auxiliary nanny. The battle with the hidden boss will be very dangerous. If there is a strong support, the odds will be much higher. Moreover, she is also very talented, 9 stars. In general, it is worth saving. I can save you, but I have a request, Su Ming said in a condensed voice. Join my squad and follow my command completely. Jiang Yunqing immediately nodded in agreement without thinking, his head like Shao Kuan pecking rice. Jiang Yunqing became a teammate. You became the captain. Su Ming directly raised his sword and cut the rope that bound her. She collapsed all of a sudden and fell to the ground. After struggling for a moment, he barely got up. Her wrists and whole body were covered in red strangulation marks, and her face was pale. Thank you. Her eyes were slightly red, and at this moment, she wanted to promise Su Ming her body. No way, the scene she experienced was too terrifying. Caught by the goblins, then saved. No matter who comes to experience it, they have to be moved to tears. She took out a bottle of healing potion from her pocket and drank it in one gulp. All injuries suddenly recovered. This bottle of potion was also obtained by the player of the Dragon Kingdom after completing the first kill. Su Ming didn't care about her, but walked up to several other trapped female players by himself. He stretched out his finger, only to find that these women had no breath. Only Jiang Yunqing is lucky and has survived until now. Su Ming, let's leave this cave quickly. Jiang Yunqing's small face was pale, her expression was nervous, and she looked around. Su Ming stood still and asked, "Why are you leaving?" Jiang Yunqing held the ebony staff in his hand tightly. This is a gold medium piece of equipment. After all, she is the eldest lady of the Jiangyan Consortium, and she has a lot of money, and she bought gold quality equipment in the weapons shop. However, even with gold level weapons, her squad can't defeat the goblin boss. No time. Su Ming, there is also a goblin leader in this cave. It is very burly, and several of my team members died at its hands. Just now, the goblin leader heard the movement outside and rushed out. I guess it's coming back soon. If we don't run away quickly. Su Ming interrupted her words directly. Don't worry, it's already been killed by me. These words shocked her to the extreme. How is that possible? You are alone, you don't even form a team, and you are a weak swordsman in the early stage. Her eyes were stunned, a little incredulous. I even feel that Su Ming is bragging. After all, she had seen firsthand how terrifying the goblin leader was. It slaughters ordinary players, basically a child. Su Ming can actually kill alone? She felt outrageous anyway. Su Ming directly presented the Goblin King's treasure map in front of her. This is the loot that exploded on it, the treasure map. Su Ming used this to prove the iron fact. Looking at this treasure map, her eyes were slightly stunned, and she was obviously sluggish for a moment. Her eyes blinked twice, shocked beyond measure. In the end, she had no choice but to believe. Okay, well, I believe you. You are too fierce. That goblin leader is a level 10 elite monster. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and asked, could it be that Su Ming? Are you the Dragon Kingdom swordsman player who completed the first kill? Su Ming nodded. She gasped. I didn't expect it to be him. Su Ming, there are still many dangers in this cave. In addition to goblins, there are many other monster communities gathering. The best choice is to leave here, she advised. Su Ming's face was flat and he said in a condensed voice, don't talk anymore, we've made a deal before. The condition for me to save you is that you must join my squad and obey my command. Now I'm going deep into the cave, you must follow me. If you talk a little more, I'll tie you back. Su Ming's voice was cold and he said. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Yunqing had no choice but to nod. But in her heart, she was still a little angry. Really, I don't know how to cherish fragrance and jade at all. I am the second lady of the Jiangyan Consortium. If you are gentle, won't you take it? When the time comes, glory and wealth are waiting for you. But you are still struggling with the benefits of the copy in front of you. This Su Ming is really a wooden fish head. Alas. Miss Jiang sighed, feeling sorry in her heart that she was not arguing. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming had already moved forward without looking back, head deeper into the cave. She looked around and felt that it was dark, frightened and eerie. Alone, she really didn't dare. She could only follow Su Ming closely, never leaving an inch. The two spent several hours rushing all the way. Su Ming moved very quickly and almost didn't wait for her. She had to run with all her might to keep up with Su Ming's speed. In the cave, countless monsters appeared one after another like a tide. After all, this is a hidden area, and the number of monsters is naturally dense. But those monsters were basically killed by Su Ming in the same way. EXP plus 78, EXP plus 79. She almost lies down to earn experience. Even during this period, a group of small beasts rushed out. There were more than 20 bloodthirsty mutant cave salamanders, but they were all easily killed by Su Ming alone. He walked alone with his sword, and soon killed the group of salamanders. Among them, there was even a cave axolotl king, who was instantly killed by Su Ming's sword, and he himself only suffered a little abrasion. Witnessing Su Ming's strength throughout the whole process, Jiang Yunqing was shocked again and again, and he couldn't close his mouth. Especially the flash of the drawn sword. Under the influence of the original sword body, the speed and power are multiplied by 10 times. That power is simply terrifying. After seeing the move with her own eyes, she felt her legs go weak. If Su Ming had been an enemy, she would have died without a complete corpse. At this moment, she was completely convinced of Su Ming. At this time, Su Ming walked slowly in front of her. What are you doing in a daze? Healing. Su Ming said. Oh, okay. Jiang Yunqing hurriedly urged the skill. In her palm, a purple light appeared. From a large group of cave salamander corpses around him, the power of the soul was extracted. Subsequently, it was all all infused into Su Ming's body. The injuries on Su Ming's arm healed quickly. The Xiangang blood sword does have the ability to heal injuries, but it is very weak, not as good as a real healer. That's why Su Ming took her. How many levels are you? Su Ming asked. Thanks to you, it's already level 10, and my one-turn mission has been generated. You need to kill an elite level monster, she said nervously. Very good, I will take you to complete the task later, and you will be transferred to a soul healer, Su Ming said. She nodded, and at the same time a little surprised. As soon as the corpse healer turned, one of the professions he could choose was the soul healer. Not only can it heal teammates, but it will also have some skills that buff buffs. Su Ming actually knows her profession so well. There are many professions in the world, and the basics are endless, and if you want to casually name a branch of a certain profession, it requires a very extensive knowledge reserve. Su Ming is really good at combat power and brain power. She secretly admired it in her heart. Although her family has poured countless resources into countless cram schools since she was a child, she thinks she is not as powerful as Su Ming. And Su Ming is from a poor family, and he must have suffered a lot to have this kind of strength alone, whether it is mentality or combat effectiveness. She completely admitted that Su Ming's strength could be her captain, directly instructing her to change to a soul healing master. This is a lifelong decision, and she will not repent in the future. So Su Ming's words are somewhat domineering. Fortunately, she originally wanted to change jobs to become a soul healer, and the two did not conflict. Moreover, Su Ming saved her life, and she couldn't refuse. Su Ming walked to the body of the cave salamander king and collected its big meat. The meat of the cave salamander king is a rare delicacy and very delicious. Collect them in the space first for emergencies. If two people work together in a team, the fault tolerance rate will definitely be higher, and the survival rate will also be higher. But the only bad thing is that the experience points will be distributed. However, Su Ming's level is too high now, and he can't go up a few levels to kill monsters in this novice dungeon, so he doesn't have to feel distressed. All the spoils of war, Su Ming was arrogant and took it for himself. After all, he is the captain. Experience points have been given to her in half. Of course you have to take the loot. Subsequently, Su Ming took her to kill another elite monster and completed her one-turn mission. She also successfully became a soul healer and learned a new skill. Block buff bronze inferior designate a teammate and consume mental power to continuously increase the probability of blocking for him. Soon, Su Ming took Jiang Yunqing to the Goblin King's treasure location. In Su Ming's hand, the map instantly turned into a streamer and blended into the land. When you come to the treasure hiding location, please dig. Su Ming immediately activated the sword skill. The black steel sword behind it was levitated and pulled out of its sheath. Directly fly to the ground. Debris flew around. The sword light flashed, and soon a big pit was dug out on the ground. A dark purple treasure chest was lying inside. Su Ming hooked his fingers lightly and sent the Xiangang sword back into the scabbard. Scan the chest's information. Dark purple treasure chest. Grade, golden inferior. Su Ming didn't open it right away. Instead, it directly urged all things to sublimate their talents and upgrade this treasure chest. Upgrade successful. As long as it is a treasure in the dungeon, it can be upgraded. I saw that the shape of the treasure chest changed, forming a little purple light flow, and the material became inlaid with several transparent blue gemstones. The body size is a circle bigger. Dark moon treasure chest. Grade, platinum inferior. Su Ming's eyes were stunned. Platinum vulgar. Directly from gold to platinum. A big quality has been improved. All things are sublimated, too fierce. The platinum level treasure chest is definitely a top of the top box, and among the items opened, there will be at least one platinum quality treasure. Su Ming directly chose to turn it on. Successful start. Gain. Shadow sword hair ornament, platinum inferior. Shadow sword foot shoes, platinum inferior. Shadow sword arm guards, platinum inferior. Shadow sword pants, platinum bottom. Shadow sword cloak, platinum inferior. Shadow flow long sword, platinum medium. Soul healer skill scroll, platinum superior, X1. Looking at this series of pop-up prompts, Su Ming's eyes were shocked. A whole set of platinum inferior equipment broke out. This is extremely rare. That sword, even more terrifying, was a platinum mid-level weapon. What a stroke of luck. He directly equipped it all. A strange tremor emerged. In the next moment, a long sword appeared in front of Su Ming. The texture of this sword is extremely strange, full of dark purple lines. Only the hilt of the sword is a substance, and the blade is like a shadow, an illusory material. Cut it in the air. The blade flowed, and in an instant, it cut the air in front of him, leaving a pitch-black trace in mid-air. Looking at the information of this sword, Shadow Flow Long Sword, Platinum Medium, Shadow, this sword can be stored in your shadow and can be manifested at any time if necessary. Spiritual loss, the shadow is reflected by the spirit, and this sword can cut the target's shadow, causing its spiritual power to gradually disappear. Shadow Slash, when holding this sword, all your slashes will deal an additional 50% shadow attribute damage. Holding this sword, Su Ming felt that his whole body attributes had improved a lot. At the same time, he was equipped with a shadow sword suit. His coat changed Suddenly, from a black snakeskin coat, he changed to a light gray robe. There were some quaint dark runes on it, which looked like moonlight falling. On one of Su Ming's short hairs, an inconspicuous gray jade appeared, tied with hair strands and hanging under the strands of hair around his ears. A pair of gray arm guards also appeared on each of his hands. Shadow Sword Set, Platinum Bottom, 5/5 is in effect. Dark Sword Surge, after equipping, all swordsmanship skills increase the dark attribute damage by an additional 50%, which can break through physical defense. Shadow Slash, when activating the swordsmanship skill, there is a 60% chance to spawn a shadow, causing an additional slash, and the power of this slash is equal to your normal attack. Su Ming looked at this long list of instructions and was overjoyed. This effect is really a bit fierce. Directly adds 50% dark damage. Coupled with the Shadow Flow Longsword, it is equivalent to 100% of the additional dark attribute slash damage. The only pity is that there is no way to sublimate these equipment with the sublimation talent of all things again. Because these things are open from the sublimated treasure chest, any item can only be sublimated or indirectly sublimated once. Su Ming's mind moved slightly. The Shadow Flow Longsword came out of his hand and fell into the shadow at his feet. Sure enough, the longsword of this entity turned into a pitch-black shadow water and merged into Su Ming's shadow without a trace. As long as he wanted to use it, he could immediately draw this sword from the shadows. It's really practical. Su Ming thought to himself. To form the Shadow Sword Set buff effect, you only need to equip 5 wearable equipment. As long as you form 5 Shadow Sword equipment and equip it at the same time, you can get a buff. Clothes, shoes, pants, arm guards, hair accessories have made up a 5-piece set. In other words, even if he doesn't use the Yinglu long sword and uses the Shingang sword, Su Ming can still get 100% of the bonus of the set effect. Seeing Su Ming change into a full set of equipment, Zhang Yunqing's eyes looked straight. The price of platinum level equipment in the outside world can reach at least 1 million. Even if she is the second lady of the Jiangyan Consortium, she will think that is a big number. She was already shocked beyond words. You can use this scroll, Su Ming said, throwing out a scroll. Soul Healer Skill Scroll, Platinum Superior, X1. Platinum skills, ordinary people may have to turn 4 or 5 to learn. You can imagine how expensive the platinum level skill scroll will be. And Su Ming actually took it out directly, assigned to her free of charge. This made Zhang Yunqing feel extremely surprised. Did you give it to me directly? This is outside, but it can be auctioned at a good price, and the value will not be less than 1 million. Zhang Yunqing took the scroll and hesitated. She thought that Su Ming didn't know the value, so he would give it to her. Su Ming still insisted. His face was flat. There may be a fierce battle later. The better your skills, the higher our chances of winning. Money is just something outside of his body for him. What's the use of having more money? Strength is your own, so he will do everything possible to pave the way for the challenge of the hidden boss. Zhang Yunqing has one more skill. Maybe he will have one more chance of winning later. Su Ming knew very well how powerful that hidden boss was, so he will do his best to be fully prepared. She didn't say anything more and used it immediately. Successful use. Skill obtained, Soul Buff Platinum Premium Skill. Proficiency, 0/300,000. Consuming soul power can be used. When urged, the experience gained by everyone in your team will increase by 200%. See this skill. Zhang Yunqing was overjoyed. Wow, it is actually the later skill of the Soul Healing Master, Soul Gain. As long as there is a monster's corpse, I can absorb the soul and then increase the experience bonus. Su Ming, if you team up with me, even if I share part of it, you can gain 100% experience. She almost danced with pleasure. This skill is very rare and can help people level up quickly. Su Ming also hooked the corners of his mouth lightly. Very good. With this skill, she doesn't have to share part of her experience. Team up and still get full experience. This is almost unthinkable for other teams. I was lucky to meet her, a rare soul healer professional. Su Ming found a clean corner in the cave and lit a fire to cook. In the dungeon, combat is very physically demanding. Su Ming had been fighting for several hours in a row, and he was already extremely hungry. He took out the Salamander King's meat and cleaned it in a spring water in the corner of the surrounding cave. Then he took out 2 legs of the mineral-eating dark feather chicken, pulled out the hair, and roasted them on the fire. Not long after, the delicacy appeared. Grilled dark feather chicken thighs, delicious chicken thighs, overflowing with juice, crispy skin and tender meat, and grilled just right. After eating, increases spiritual attributes by 10 points for 3 hours. There is also grilled cave salamander meat. Roasted crispy cave axolotl meat pieces. The pale yellow cave axolotl king meat undergoes a Maillard reaction after roasting, forming a natural crispy shell, which tastes great. After eating, increases physical attributes by 20 points for 4 hours. Zhang Yunqing has long been hungry. She grabbed the chicken leg handed over by Su Ming and ate it in small bites. But soon, she couldn't keep her elegance a bit. Because it's so delicious, she gradually began to gobble up. As the saying goes, to capture a person's heart, you must grab her stomach. And Su Ming has obviously taken taking care of it. She never expected that Su Ming would even be so good at cooking. Su Ming often fought in the dungeon in his previous life. Naturally, he also practiced his cooking skills in the copy, and he knew how to use the only ingredients to get the most delicious dishes through the most primitive cooking methods. There are no condiments, and the temperature is completely used to stimulate the original flavor of the ingredients. After eating a full meal, the attributes of the two also increased a lot. It's not a permanent effect, but it's pretty good. Only very delicious dishes can have buff effects. Unpalatable things usually have negative effects. Okay, it's time to find the hidden boss, Su Ming said secretly in his heart. He stood up and continued on his way with Jiang Yunqing. The two rushed towards the inside of the cave. Soon, a crack was found. Su Ming slashed out with a sword and shattered the stone block of the crack. Dust is flying. A small exit was revealed before him. A ray of skylight shone in, very dazzling. Su Ming and Jiang Yunqing walked out. She only felt suddenly enlightened, and the air was a lot fresher. Finally left this cave. She stretched. Outside the cave, there is a forest, which is very vast. You can see many strange beasts moving in them. In the middle of the forest, there is a huge blood-red lake. Among them, it was like boiling blood churning. Looking at this scene from a distance, Jiang Yunqing was amazed. Su Ming's eyes were flat, but his face became solemn unconsciously. Soon, it's time to fight the hidden boss. That's right, the Red Rock Cave is just a shortcut. Through the cave, come out. This is a new world. Hide the boss and it will appear in this area. The boss will be in the middle of the bloody lake Nu. Su Ming was secretly timing in his heart. After about 1 hour, the hidden boss will appear here. It is extremely terrifying and has a very high level. Combat effectiveness can be called invincible. The Red Rock Cave is not the only entrance, but for Su Ming, it is relatively close. There are other players in this area. Su Ming will know the news of the hidden boss, which is also the experience of the previous life. Because, in the previous life, the strongest job changer in their school, Yanzei, died here. It was the hidden boss discovered by Yanzei, and before he died, he communicated through the channel and informed Su Ming of his location and asked Su Ming to avoid here. But he himself died. It was not the hidden boss who killed him. It was the genius of the next city, Li Xingguang, who killed him. Su Ming remembers this matter very clearly. Therefore, now Su Ming is also secretly wary in his heart. The 10-star genius in Woyang City is a ruthless guy. At this moment, the copy is somewhere. A team of survivors, killed and bruised. Don't kill me. We are all compatriots of the human race, a male player said in horror. However, in the next moment, he was killed with a knife and his head rolled off. Please, I'll give you all my equipment. Save my life. Another female player pleaded. In front of them was a job changer with a knife. He showed no mercy and his face was cold. Two wastes. Begging for mercy is useless. A blood-red blade was cut out, extremely sharp. In just a few breaths, he killed 2 players. He was wearing a blue robe, and there was a bit of bloodlust in his eyes. The weak have only one way out. Looking at the corpse at his feet, he actually showed a somewhat excited smile. It seems that killing makes him very excited. He held a narrow-edged long knife in one hand, and his temperament was extremely dangerous. He is the #1 master of Woyang City this year, Li Xingguang. The initial profession, knife maniac. The innate 10-star talent is the same as Su Ming. So as soon as he appeared, he was a hot Tianjiao. After entering the copy, he set off a bloody storm. His crazy slaughter of players, because he found that killing advanced players gives him more experience than ordinary mobs. In order to upgrade efficiency and get the first crown, he chose the style of play with the most experience points. Along the way, wherever he passed, there would be no living mouths. So his upgrade speed is also very exaggerated. It has reached the 13th level. 1 turn of the task, all have been completed. Now, he has changed his job and turned into a knife maniac. The combat effectiveness has reached a higher level. The powerful profession of knife maniac can choose to change to professions such as knife idiot, knife hero, knife repairer, and knife demon. You can also choose to change your job to a knife maniac, not changing your profession, but just increasing your skills and attributes. This is a way to keep improving. But when it comes to the 3rd rank, there will be a knife profession that is stronger than the knife maniac, and then it is time to change jobs. At this moment, there was a girl in white in front of him. She held a huge scythe, propped herself on the ground, and breathed heavily. It was Ji Yao. On her chest, there was a bloody wound, which was shocking. It was caused by Li Xingguang's knife. At this moment, there were 3 skeletons holding bone swords, standing in front of her, protecting her safety. 3 is her summoning limit. But these 3 skeleton swordsmen were also bruised all over their bodies, and their bones were mutilated. Knife mad Li Xingguang is really too powerful. She and a few classmates formed a team, and the progress was also very fast, and she had risen to level 7. However, when he was about to leave this area, he was suddenly attacked by Li Xingguang. She witnessed several companions die tragically at his hands, so at this moment, her heart was filled with anger and hatred. Li Xingguang was expressionless, holding a long knife, and walked slowly towards her. You are Ji Yao from #1 middle school. When Ji Yao heard this, his face was cold. How do you know my name? Her lips were bloodless, and she was exhausted, accepted, but she never begged for mercy. Hee. Before the novice copy was opened, I had already gotten the list of all the geniuses of your number 1 middle school this year from the principal. I have studied your profession and talent. This copy is actually my hunting ground. Li Xingguang sneered and said. The knife in his hand is also a golden and inferior weapon. The equipment on his body is also worth a lot of money. Knife mat profession plus 10-star talent is too hot. So he had already accepted investment from all parties before entering the copy, including equipment, money, skill scrolls and more. So as soon as he entered the dungeon, his strength far surpassed that of others. In addition, he is extremely cruel, treating people as monsters, and the upgrade efficiency is also terrifying. Xianjing number 1 middle school, major universities in Nannian City, and several universities in Datong City are all waste. You guys are so weak, I'm very disappointed. It's better to turn it into experience points, become my nutrients, and let me reach the top. Li Xingguang's face was gloomy, and he said, slowly approaching her. He has killed many players, not just Xianjing City. Students in all cities have wronged souls who died under his knife. For him, those are experience points. Ji Yao's thin body was already bruised. Her clothes were all wet with blood. The only bottle of healing potion has also been used up, and she has long run out of ammunition. Li Xingguang was a hot hand and had no intention of staying. His knife was horizontal in front of him, and he activated the knife maniac skill, blood knife horizontal slash, and swung it out accurately. The terrifying bloodstains appeared in mid-air. As soon as he passed by, he attacked and killed Ji Yao. This blow was bound to take her life. At a critical moment, Ji Yao was extremely calm. She urged the last bit of strength. A skeleton swordsman in front of him turned into a little blue soul shadow and moved suddenly, resisted a fatal move for her, and she herself disappeared in an instant and left the place. Undead summoner skill, human corpse swap. She swapped herself with the farthest corpse. Li Xingguang slashed the sky with a sword. Turning around, he saw Ji Yao's figure disappearing into the dense forest. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Hee, little lamb, you can't escape. He urged the body technique and quickly chased after it. It's like a deadly ghost. Ji Yao hurriedly fled in the dense forest. She was short of breath and coughed up blood from time to time. In the end, she had no choice but to escape into a cave. The cave was full of blood-red rocks, which looked extremely eerie, but in order to save her life, she could only dive headfirst. What shocked her was that there were no monsters in this cave. Instead, it was all the corpses of monsters. Has anyone already been here? Yes. Who is so strong? She was shocked. Even an elite squad may not be able to kill so many monsters, and it is still in such a dark cave. She didn't have time to think so much and ran with all her might. You can still vaguely hear the footsteps of Li Xingguang behind you. Don't run away. His voice echoed in the cave. I will find all the geniuses of your number 1, number 2, and number 3 middle schools this year and kill them one by one. I want you Xianjing City to be in a state of collapse forever without next year. Li Xingguang's voice was a little crazy and intoxicated, as if he liked the process of hunting very much. The voice was getting closer and closer, and Ji Yao was becoming more and more desperate. If she was caught up, she would definitely die. Soon, Li Xingguang's voice was close at hand. What about Su Ming and Yanzei? I heard that their talents are 1 10 stars and 1 9 stars. Why don't you dare to fight me? But it's okay, I will catch these 2 shrunken turtles. I will kill them. On his face, a bloodthirsty grin appeared. He was too fast. The distance is constantly shrinking. Ji Yao's heart was cold, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Just when Ji Yao was about to be caught up, a ray of skylight shone into the cave. Ahead is the exit. A figure appeared from the front and stopped her, pulled her and escaped into the darkness. Ji Yao had sweat on her forehead, and she only felt a blur in front of her eyes, and then left the cave area. She seemed to be carried by that person for dozens of meters, lurking in a thicket of grass. Looking closely, the person in front of him was a boy in green. He carries a big bow on his back, with short hair and a good temperament. Strict. Yanzei, the 9-star talent awakener in the 1st middle school. The talent is second only to Su Ming. Although he was not in the same class, Ji Yao knew him. You are Ji Yao from the 1st class, a professional necrosomer? Yanzei asked with a calm expression. Ji Yao nodded. Yes, thank you for your help. She still hadn't come back to her senses. No need to thank them, they are all alumni. I can't just die and not be saved. Yanzei said. Although he looks cold, he is still very kind on the inside. Yanzei, why did you appear here? Ji Yao asked. Yanzei's face was solemn. That's a long story. I was originally in a team, but when I went out to fetch spring water, I came back and found that all my team members had been killed. It was Li Xingguang who did it. I think he is too strong through analysis. I thought I was invincible, so I kept lurking by his side, waiting for an opportunity. When Ji Yao heard this, he was shocked. You have been lurking and stalking, trying to sneak attack and kill him? Saying that, Yanzei took out a flashing arrow from the arrow box behind him and held it in his hand. In his eyes, a fierce light flickered. I have been secretly observing Li Xingguang for a long time. This person is a psychopathic job changer. Knife maniac, rather than a hunter, he treats this copy as an amusement amusement park hunting his prey everywhere. And he does have this strength. Saying that, Yan Zhe's eyes showed a hint of worry. If we don't kill him, the casualties of our number 1 middle school will be even more severe. Ji Yao pondered for a moment, thinking that Yan Zhe's choice was indeed the best solution. He is a ranged class, a demon hunter. If he wants to fight with the knife in close combat, he is basically sure to lose. Therefore, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack is the only solution. How many levels are you now? Ji Yao asked. Yan Zhe said, level 10, I'm completing the first turn task now. It is necessary to kill a beast above the elite level. Hearing this level, Ji Yao was shocked. It's already level 10. This speed is too fast. If it were you, maybe you could really kill Li Xingguang. I will fully cooperate with you to avenge my dead classmates. Ji Yao had a ray of firmness in her eyes and said, that's right, Yan Zhe said. At the same time, the eyes of the two also penetrated the grass, looking at Li Xingguang in the distance. Don't hide. Hurry up and die. Li Xingguang's face was cold and he said loudly. He looked around, but couldn't find Ji Yao's location for a while. Come with me, let's retreat first. This is not a good position to fight, Yan Zhe said. He took Ji Yao and left quickly. While fleeing for his life, Yan Zhe opened his personal panel and sent a message to Su Ming. Su Ming, I am Yan Zhe from class 4. Although I don't know you, but as an alumnus, you are the most talented genius in our Xianjing number 1 middle school, and I can't hide the news. Li Xingguang, a knife maniac in the next city, is hunting the students of our school. You must avoid him. He is very strong. He is now in the Blood Forest Lake area. After sending this message, Yan Zhe immediately put away the panel. Although they have never known each other, Yan Zhe is a kind-hearted person, in other words, warm-hearted. He knew that a message he sent casually could save an alumni's life. As a middle school student, he couldn't hide this information. This is Yan Zhe's character. Yan Zhe took Ji Yao and fled quickly, but they had not escaped for a few miles. Just on the edge of a blood-colored lake, a flying blade blocked the way. Okay. The blood-colored blade was as fast as a swan, flew directly and slashed in front of Ji Yao. The air is cut open. If she had taken a step faster, she might have been pierced by the light of the knife. She ran down her spine. Turn your head to look. I saw that Li Xingguang had already walked over expressionlessly. Humph, do you really think I can't catch up? You got a knife wound from me, and I can follow the knife chi and track your location. His face was gloomy and he stared at Ji Yao. The blood-colored long knife in his hand reflected the cold light. It seems that we can't escape. Yan Zhe's brows furrowed, his face was cold. He began to draw his bow and arrows. Yan Zhe's big bow is a silver inferior weapon he made using blueprints and materials. It is called a tenacity bow. Arrows fired with this bow can carry more physical damage, and it can also increase his attack speed by a small amount. This is also very suitable for his profession, the demon hunter. This is a class that excels at attacking with physics. This class hates magic and restrains magic, so skills are basically physical damage. Looking at the bow and arrow in Yan Zhe's hand, Li Xingguang's eyes were a little surprised. Demon hunter, Yan Zhe. He seemed a little excited. Finally met you. 9-star genius in number 1 middle school. He licked his lips, and there was a bit of fanaticism in his eyes. A genius like you, the upgrade speed is very fast. You should be level 10. You have the most experience points. After killing you, I will definitely be able to rise to level 14. He held the long knife in his hand and rushed away. It's extremely fast. Yan Zhe saw this scene, and his heart was full of murderous intent. He shot arrows directly with a bow. Arrows flashing with cold light flew out of his bowstring. For tracking arrows in a row. Tracking arrows, basically all rangers, can do it. Even hidden bow sub-professions have this skill. Because this is the lowest level bronze level skill, it is easy to burst the skill scroll. Yan Zhe's level is very high, and the attribute value is also very high, so his arrows are very powerful. In mid-air, there was a sound of breaking the air. However, when the arrow flew in front of Li Xingguang, he was expressionless. Oh, with a few sudden slashes, all the arrows were cut in half. No arrow can hurt him at all. Ji Yao also made a move at this time. She consumed her mental power and summoned 3 skeleton swordsmen. A rune formation as black as ink surfaced on the ground. 3 skeletons emerged from it. Their bodies trembled, and the sound of bones and joints colliding all over their bodies. The appearance is terrifying. Wielding the bone sword, he rushed over. Knife madman Li Xingguang, in the face of these offensives, was just expressionless. He used an extremely tyrannical slashing skill, 5 blades of chaotic shadows, bronze grade. In an instant, several knife shadows appeared in front of him. It was as if he had grown countless arms and swung his sword at the same time. The 5 blades were staggered. Those 3 skeleton soldiers were immediately killed. Ji Yao was already seriously injured. He didn't have much mental strength, and the summoned skeleton was not strong enough, so he was not his enemy. The 3 skeletons didn't even stop him from moving forward. Yan Zhe used his strongest skills. Demon Sealing Arrow, bronze grade. This skill is exclusive to the demon hunter. A huge soul arrow can be shot. As long as it is hit by this arrow for a short time, the opponent cannot use any normal skills. Once this arrow hits, some will hit. Yan Zhe's eyes flashed, and the arrow went full of bows. The sound sound of breaking the air sounded. An arrow like mercury shot through the air, leaving a long mark in mid-air. Directly take Li Xingguang's throat. Li Xingguang was so arrogant that he didn't even dodge. Seeing this scene, Yanzei clenched his fists and felt excited. Chance. Li Xingguang shook his head secretly. This arrow is very good. It's a pity that you can't hit me. He sneered, then raised the blade upright, his face cold. In the next instant, he turned into a streamer and flew out. This knife is too fast. On the ground, a whirlwind was set off. Click. I saw the light of the sword, slashing away. Even this demon sealing arrow was completely divided into two. Cut it in the middle. The arrow turned into a bit of blue light and dissipated. Yanzei was extremely shocked. This is his strongest skill, and it was cracked so easily. Is the gap between the 10-star talent and the 9-star talent really so big? He also wanted to bend his bow and shoot arrows. In the next moment, Li Xingguang had already deceived himself to the front. Li Xingguang stabbed out with a knife, directly penetrating Yanzei's chest. Blood flowed. When Ji Yao saw this scene, her face was bloodless, and her eyes were full of anger. She wielded the full moon scythe and slashed towards Li Xingguang. She is a summoner and melee is her weakness. At this moment, she chose to burst her face, and she was also carried away by anger. Li Xingguang turned around and slashed directly at her shoulder. Ji Yao resisted with a sickle, but he still flew out in embarrassment. She coughed up blood and was unable to fight anymore. Li Xingguang shook the knife gently, and the blood on it splashed out. His face was cold, and he glanced at Yanzei and Ji Yao who had fallen to the ground, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Too weak. Too weak. I heard that Xinjing No. 1 Middle School has several genius transferees this year. I thought I could have a good time, but I didn't expect that they were all stinky fish and rotten shrimp. He was so arrogant that he didn't take anyone seriously. Even Yanzei, who had a 9-star talent, felt that it was not challenging. It's a waste of my time. Now, you guys, damn it. Li Xingguang's eyes were gloomy, and he walked slowly towards Ji Yao. On his blade, a blood-red light appeared. Ji Yao's blood volume has bottomed out. If he is cut again, he will definitely die. At this moment, she bit her silver teeth lightly, and there was some anger in her eyes. She didn't want to die, but in the face of a strong enemy, it is really powerless. Yanzei was also dragged down by himself. Her heart was full of self-blame. At the last moment, she closed her eyes. Damn! What appeared in her eyes was a figure she had admired for many years. Su Ming. He came from a humble background, but he had excellent grades and perseverance. Every time, Ji Yao likes to secretly watch Su Ming read seriously. Unfortunately, there will be no more opportunities in the future. There are also hard-working parents. Without themselves, they will be old and have no support. Thinking of this, Ji Yao couldn't help but feel sad and shed tears. Li Xingguang raised his hand and stabbed him, and blood came to his face. Despair grew in her eyes. Suddenly, an inopportune voice sounded around. A sword roar sounded from a distance. I saw a pitch-black black steel long sword, which turned into a streamer and shot out, breaking the air, deafening. This sword is extremely fast. The airflow in mid-air was cut and separated, faintly forming two vortices spreading out. This sword flashes with cold light, breathtaking. Almost instantly, it pierced through, directly shattered the blood-colored blade cut out by Li Xingguang. Li Xingguang himself was hit backwards by this huge force. His face was extremely shocked. On the ground, he took 3 or 4 steps backwards before barely stopping his figure. Can you shatter his knife-like head-on? This is almost impossible among newcomers. His face was cold, and his eyes were full of disbelief. The smoke and dust dispersed. I saw a young man in a gray robe walking out slowly in the dense forest. He hooked his fingers lightly. The black steel sword flew back upside down and floated beside Su Ming. The black steel sword that rose and fell up and down, emitting bursts of crisp buzzing reputation. It was Su Ming. He had already arrived at full speed. His eyes were calm and he looked around. Immediately, the situation here was clearly judged. What surprised him a little was that Ji Yao was also here. In his previous life, Yanzei was killed in a head-to-head battle with Li Xingguang. Unexpectedly, this time Ji Yao actually appeared here. It seems that what happened in this life will not be exactly the same as in the previous life. People's relationships are like a big net, interwoven with each other. The butterfly effect will lead to changes in many things that are not related to each other. Su Ming took a step out, like drifting, and instantly landed next to Ji Yao. He slowly squatted down. Su Ming. Ji Yao's voice trembled, and her eyes were slightly red. She couldn't even tell if she was dreaming. It's me. Su Ming stretched out his hand and gently wiped the blood from her face. At the same time, a murderous intent also appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Ji Yao's injury was very serious. If you come one step later, you may really be separated forever. His face was cold, and the long sword suspended beside him also trembled. The sharp cold light set off his whole person, which was extremely terrifying. Zhang Yunqing followed Su Ming closely, and she trotted all the way over. She slowly raised her hands. In the next moment, a dark purple light surged in Ji Yao's body. The injuries are healing slowly and quickly. This requires at least a healer to have this healing ability. Ji Yao was very shocked. Su Ming actually met such a powerful healer. Yanzei was shocked when he saw this scene. The blade is suspended? Is this skill Imperial Sword? But this skill is the later skill of the swordsman. Why did Su Ming learn it now? For a while, he had thousands of questions in his heart. He looked pained, clutched his chest, and struggled to sit up. Just a few centimeters off, almost his heart was about to be pierced. It can be said that he picked up his life. Then, he saw Jiang Yunqing raise his hand in the air. He actually healed his wounds slowly. His face was shocked. This therapist can treat two people at the same time? No way. Unless it is a soul healer with more than one turn, it can have this treatment efficiency in the early stage. At this time, Li Xingguang had already adjusted his figure. He looked at Su Ming, and there was a touch of solemnity in his eyes. All arrogance and disdain were restrained, because he found that he had met a real opponent. Just now, he took Su Ming's sword skill head-on. The power of that sword made him unforgettable. He slowly raised his weapon. I saw a gap on the blade. Li Xingguang's eyes were a little cold. His knife is a gold-level weapon. To be able to punch his knife out of the gap, what terrifying power and powerful skills does it take? What he didn't know was that Su Ming's black steel sword was just a silver-quality weapon. With low-quality weapons, cross-level damage high-quality weapons, which requires more skills and attributes to crush. If he knew this fact, Li Xingguang would be even more shocked. You are the 10-star swordsman from Xianjing No. 1 Middle School, Su Ming. I have to admit that your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. His eyes stared at Su Ming. The whole body was full of energy, no longer hidden, and it exploded with a bang. A knife madness. He is already level 13, and looking at the entire dungeon, his current ranking is the first. He was full of murderous intent and raised his knife suddenly. In this copy, only you are worthy of being my opponent. But that's all. You will die under my sword. He laughed fiercely, pointed at Su Ming with the tip of his knife, and invited the battle. Imperial swordsman, early melee combat is not strong. As long as he can get close to Su Ming, he can kill him. Therefore, Li Xingguang was not afraid at all and took action directly. On his blade, a blood-red cold light flashed. The whole person flew away. Su Ming, be careful. Ji Yao looked worried and said. In the distance, Yanzei under the tree was also staring at this scene. He looked nervous and was not optimistic about this battle. Although Su Ming came to the rescue, he was just a swordsman. The combat effectiveness in the early stage cannot be compared with the knife maniac, so both of them are full of pessimism. Now they are seriously injured and unable to help, so they can only watch the battle. Su Ming looked at the knife, but his eyes were calm. What a weak knife. He sighed sincerely. Everyone in the audience was slightly shocked. In the face of the 10-star genius of Woyang City, Su Ming's words are a bit too arrogant, right? Li Xingguang's eyes also suddenly darkened. His eyelids twitched twice. Suddenly, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Who dares to provoke him like this? This is simply looking for death. Along the way, he killed people like hemp, slaughtering students from several cities and major universities as wild monsters. He thinks he is invincible. A small swordsman is even more unlikely to hinder his hunting pace. Su Ming's words obviously angered him. He shot with all his might. This knife was wrapped in an indomitable momentum and slashed out with a bang. I want to kill you with one knife, so that you, a little swordsman, can recognize the reality. His voice was cold, and he gritted his teeth and said. In the face of the knife maniac's all-out stab, Su Ming was as steady as Mount Tai. He did not avoid or hide, standing in place, standing still. He was expressionless and slowly raised his hand, grabbed the black steel sword suspended beside him. In the next instant, thunder flashed. Violent thunder, raging and stirring. The mysterious sound of the sword resounded all around. Looking at this scene, Li Xingguang laughed fiercely. Stupid dog. As a swordsman, instead of keeping a distance, he chose to fight with me in close combat. It's just looking for death. The swordsman is a profession that combines near and far, and if you want to win, you must give full play to the advantage of long range. Su Ming chose direct melee combat, and in close combat, how could he be the opponent of the knife maniac? This statement came out. So Li Xingguang has already put Su Ming to death in his heart. However, in the next moment, his expression froze, because Su Ming really came out of the sword. In an instant, Su Ming slashed out with a sword. The figure turned into a thunderous light, leaving a brilliant sword mark in midair. Fast. It's so fast. The original sword body is 10 times more powerful and 10 times faster. It's just crushing. The same realm and the same talent, it is impossible to resist. Li Xingguang didn't know that he was not a swordsman profession at all. It's the sword god. Li Xingguang's face was shocked, and he hadn't reacted yet. In the next moment, Su Ming was already in close contact with him. Crash! A loud bang came out. The knife in his hand cracked directly from the break and shattered in half. Was cut off by Su Ming with a sword. Then a huge scar appeared on his chest. Su Ming's sword directly tore open his chest. The sword chi penetrates the body. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. What kind of sword is this? As fast as his eyes, he couldn't catch it. The extreme shock appeared in his eyes. His whole body flew out backwards and smashed into the ground. Blood rushed into the sky, spraying thin from his chest. His blood volume bottomed out almost instantly. It can be described described as devastating. Seeing this scene, the audience was petrified. Ji Yao and Yan Zhe both looked stunned, even a little sluggish. How can it be? Isn't Su Ming a swordsman? How can his melee ability be so terrifying? Zhang Yunqing was not surprised by this scene. She had already seen Su Ming's terrifying strength. Along the way, even if it was a beast tide, Su Ming could easily slaughter it. Li Xinguang fell to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He struggled to his feet and raised his knife staggeringly, but he found that his weapon had been completely broken. He gasped and was extremely shocked. What? How can it be? Su Ming walked slowly towards him, frost flowing in his eyes. How is it impossible? He asked rhetorically. The real murderous eyes are cold and calm. Looking at this look, Li Xinguang's heart appeared for the first time. It was an emotion he had never felt before. In front of Su Ming, his murderous aura was like a pediatrician. This look is the look of a killing god. Su Ming came over with a sword, his face cold. Li Xinguang seriously injured Ji Yao, and with this alone, he must die. On the blade of the sword in Su Ming's hand, the azure thunder arc flashed and surged. With the next sword, you can kill this Li Dao madness. Li Xinguang slowly stepped back, disheveled hair. In his eyes, there was still some disbelief, and he didn't dare to accept the fact that he had lost. With just one move, he was defeated. This really shattered his confidence and pride to the ground. He was not convinced and took out a bottle of red healing potion from his personal space. Drink it in one gulp. His injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his physical strength also recovered. Impossible, your trick must be extremely consuming, and it cannot be used again. Yes, you must want to use this sword to deter me. I can't lose. He roared, used a broken knife, and charged again. He urged his strongest skills. Rainforest swift knife, silver inferior knife technique. The knife is like rain, endless. His knife turned into a blood-red cold light and hit it like raindrops. Su Ming was always expressionless. He put his sword in its sheath. Draw your sword in a flash, urge. Su Ming cut out a long mark, and his figure turned into an afterimage and rushed out suddenly. This sword is entangled with thunder. Directly in Li Xinguang's hand, the only remaining blade was cut to pieces. This sword is faster, unmatched. Fear. The power is more terrifying than the previous sword. Seeing this sword, Li Xinguang's eyes seemed to have turbulent waves, and he was shocked to the extreme. There is actually a stronger sword? This Su Ming, why is he so strong? I am really defeated. This broke his worldview. The next moment, Su Ming's blade had already slashed into his throat. He raised the hilt of his knife in embarrassment to resist the sword. Su Ming's sword directly cut his hands into rotten flesh. The hilt of the knife is shattered. However, although he barely stopped the sword, but Su Ming's suit effect triggered Shadow Slash. When activating the swordsmanship skill, there is a 60% chance to spawn a shadow, causing an additional slash, and the power of this slash is equal to your normal attack. I saw an afterimage that looked exactly like Su Ming, like ink, appearing behind him, almost overlapping. The shadow held an ink sword and slashed suddenly. This sword is not physical damage. It's a dark attribute damage. The blade skimmed directly over Li Xinguang's throat. Blood flowed, and he was completely defeated. Li Xinguang knelt down on his knees. He was completely powerless to fight again. No, it's impossible. I didn't lose. He muttered hoarsely, his lips trembling. His face was bloodless, and the vitality in his eyes passed quickly. In any case, he couldn't believe the fact that he had lost. I thought that this copy was his hunting ground, but I didn't expect that I was also a prey. Su Ming's strength shocked everyone. Su Ming stared at him condescendingly, his eyes calm. In fact, at the beginning, his sword blow could be instantaneous. But at that time, Ji Yao was in front of Li Xinguang, and the distance was too close. In order not to hurt Ji Yao, Su Ming still chose to only resist his offensive. And at this moment, Su Ming really showed his terrifying strength. The first genius in Woyang City, the 10-star knife madness, that's it? Su Ming said coldly. This sentence is like real harm. It directly made Li Xinguang's eyes tremble, as if he had been struck by lightning. Subsequently, Su Ming slashed out with a sword. This sword, aiming at Li Xinguang's head, was about to completely annihilate him. In an instant, a blue light flashed. A barrier flashed around Li Xinguang, like water, engulfing and enveloping him. Subsequently, Li Xinguang was directly teleported away. The figure disappeared. Su Ming's killing sword failed to hit. He looked at the empty ground with solemn eyes. Tisk, life-saving jewelry. Escape for him. This kind of protective equipment integrating protective barriers and transmission displacement is basically disposable. The value is expensive, usually requiring tens or even millions of advent coins. It seems that Woyang City also gave this genius a bloody protection. Next time, 10 life-saving equipment won't save you. Su Ming returned the sword to the sheath and said in a condensed voice, as long as the speed of the swordsmanship is fast enough, the life-saving equipment will not even have time to take effect. Su Ming was confident that the next time he saw Li Xinguang, he would raise his strength to that level. Maybe it's possible, and I will never see him again. In this battle, Li Xinguang's heart was already shattered. His hands were cut off by Su Ming, and it was difficult to heal them in a short period of time. Dignity, heart, and pride were completely completely crushed by Su Ming. This is an absolutely devastating blow to a genius. Li Xingguang is likely to collapse and even need treatment from a psychiatrist. Su Ming turned around and looked at Ji Yao and the others. It's okay, he asked Ji Yao and Yanzei with concern. No, it's okay, thank you. Yanzei was stunned for a moment before answering slowly. His injuries have been cured by Jian Yunqing by 50%, and they are basically not life-threatening. Ji Yao's eyes were also slightly red, and she rushed forward and hugged Su Ming. Seeing this scene, Jian Yunqing curled his small mouth. I didn't expect someone to take the lead. No wonder they are so cold to me. But she is not discouraged. As the saying goes, as long as the hoe is swung well, how can there be a corner that cannot be dug up? Su Ming, why are you so strong? Ji Yao was still a little shocked and difficult to dissipate, she said. Su Ming shrugged. It's because he's too weak. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little speechless. Li Xingguang is still weak? Then who else in this world can be called a genius? But everyone didn't chat for long, because ahead, in the middle of the blood-colored lake, a huge whirlpool appeared. In the next moment, a knight in blood-red armor jumped out of it. He was several meters tall and looked like a giant. The burly body is dressed in armor that flashes with cold light. He walked on the water, stepped on the lake, and ran towards the shore. Terrifying coercion, extremely fast. Warning, hidden boss appears. Warning, hidden boss appears. Seeing this warning, everyone was shocked. Su Ming, let's withdraw quickly. The hidden boss is very strong. It's too dangerous. Yanzei was a little shocked and proposed. No. Su Ming stood in place, his face calm. Ji Yao, you and Yanzei go first. Jian Yunqing and I challenge the hidden boss here. That's what he originally planned. Seeing Su Ming's firm gaze, Ji Yao did not leave. I'll challenge with you, she said without hesitation. Yanzei on the side was also silent for a moment. Then, he could only show a helpless sigh. Alas, if you run away now, it will be a bit timid. You are all so courageous. I can only stay and fight. Although the challenge of the hidden boss is very dangerous, the rewards are also very good. As the saying goes, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Ji Yao and Yanzei applied to join the team. Agree. Su Ming didn't shirk too much. Letting Ji Yao and Yanzei join the team was not in the plan, but people must learn to adapt. With 2 more people, the probability of success will indeed be higher. I saw the knight in blood armor, stepping on the water. His eyes flashed with fierce light, as if he was angry. In his hand, he held a huge thick sword. There is a sword the size of a person, who is not confused when he sees it. Intruders must die. He roared angrily and jumped ashore. The generous giant's sword smashed towards Su Ming. Su Ming dodged sideways and narrowly dodged this move. Then, he immediately scammed the boss's information. Hidden boss guardian of the Lake of Blood, red armor dead rider. Level 19. Strength 301 points. Physique 250 points. Agility 102 points. Spirit 102 points. Lucky 10 points. Skills, heavy armor proficiency LV.5, thick blade / horse, howling water gathering blade, vampirism, thick blade rush, tight skin. This terrifying attribute shocked him slightly, far exceeded his expectations. In his previous life, Su Ming had never seen this hidden boss with his own eyes. Now that he has seen it with his own eyes, he feels so terrifying. The attributes of the red armor dead rider have far exceeded the boss of the F-level novice dungeon. It can even be compared to the boss of the E-class copy. When ordinary newcomers meet, it is basically a dead end. If he had known that this boss was so terrifying, Su Ming would probably still consider whether to challenge him. But now it's a foregone conclusion, and there's no turning back. Su Ming's hands and sword fingers, his mind moved slightly. The black steel sword behind it floated up autonomously. The pitch-black blade flashed with cold light and floated in midair. Sword skill, control the sword, and hang in the air against the enemy. The tip of the black steel sword suddenly pointed at the red armored dead rider and flew away. The red armored death rider let out a roar and smashed out a sword. The generous giant sword carried inertial potential energy was extremely terrifying. The Shengang sword was directly smashed and flew out upside down, and was stuck on the ground. But in the next moment, the blade trembled and floated up again, continuing to slash. Under the control of Su Ming's thoughts, the Shengang sword was like an unkillable Xiaoqiang. Keep flying over, confronting, maneuvering, and resisting his greatsword with the red armored dead rider. At the same time, Su Ming raised his hand and held it empty. A long sword as black as ink rose from his shadow and fell into the palm of his hand. Platinum level weapon, Shadow Flow Longsword. Seeing the way this sword appeared, Ji Yao and Yanzei were a little surprised. This sword didn't even have a physical blade, and the blade was like a shadow extending out, very illusory. Su Ming actually has this kind of weapon. It seems that he has a lot of opportunities. Yanzei quickly retreated and bent his bow and arrows. He is a long-range output and must cover Su Ming from the rear. In his quiver box, there were not many arrows left, because the battle with Li Xingguang just now consumed too many arrows. But I saw him pull out a novice short knife, cut off 2 branches casually, and fell in front of him. Then, he raised his hand and shook it. All the branches turned into new arrows and flew into his quiver. This is the range ranger's exclusive skill, making arrows from materials. Any material in the field can be transformed into arrows. The stronger the material, the more powerful the arrow is. With the arrow, Yanzei immediately half-squatted on the ground, his eyes like eagles, locking on the red-armored dead rider. Bend the bow and arrow. Tracking arrows, shoot out. The arrow blade disappeared without a trace, and it flew away. But hitting the boss has little effect. These arrows were like toothpicks for such a large red-armored dead knight, and he was covered in heavy armor, and the effect of this sharp weapon was so poor that it couldn't even break the defense, and the arrow had to crumble. Ji Yao rushed to Su Ming's side and chanted a spell. The two undead skeleton soldiers suddenly condensed and emerged from the dark magic circle. They held bone swords and rushed towards the boss fearlessly. Clang! However, they were too fragile, and under the heavy giant sword, they couldn't resist a single move and shattered into dregs. Zhang Yunqing's face was solemn and his face was a little nervous. She is not an offensive class, so her best bet is to support in the rear. She quickly ran under a tree in the rear, raised her hands, and provided a buff to the three of them. Block buff. Bronze designate a teammate and consume mental power to continuously increase the probability of blocking for him. She immediately activated this skill, increasing the probability of blocking for Su Ming. Su Ming looked at this scene and felt calm. These three teammates, although they do not have a decisive role on the battlefield, but they are all trying to output. More or less, it can still slow down the boss's actions. As long as it can cause certain obstacles, Su Ming is not demanding. He knows that he is the main output. He held the Shadow Flow long sword in his palm, his eyes flashing with coldness. The hidden boss is very fierce, isn't it? Today I killed the hidden boss. The blade flashed with a dark cold light. Su Ming made a move. He held the long sword of the Shadow Stream, and his steps were strange. He actually took the initiative to approach the red-armored dead rider. His fighting style is not like a swordsman. Instead, he seems to be a vicious killer. The moves are tricky, and the movements are floating. These are all the combat skills he has honed in his countless experiences of life and death in his previous life. Not any skills, but his combat experience. Intruder, leave the lake of blood. Get out of here. The red-armored dead rider roared angrily, waving the great sword in his hand. Su Ming ignored him at all, and directly activated the thunder sword technique. The blue thunderous light overflows and extends. He struck diagonally, stabbed straight over, and confronted him head-on. This sword actually stopped the boss's attack steadily. That huge stone sword was actually resisted by such a small shadow sword, and it was difficult to advance. At this moment, Su Ming was still urging the sword skill. In midair, the black steel sword flew and slashed horizontally. The red-armored dead rider was furious, and he could only bring the stone sword back to resist the harassment of the black steel sword. He moved flexibly, and the thick stone sword slammed the black steel sword into the air. Su Ming pursued the victory and did not give him a chance to breathe. He held the shadow sword in his hand and slashed frantically. The black steel sword flew in the air, assisting the attack on the side. His offensive was like raindrops. The blade in his hand slashed at the extreme. The sound of the violent thunder exploding was deafening, and white smoke was rising from the surrounding air. Two swords, attacking at the same time. The Xiangang sword flew around the boss, like a smart killing weapon, constantly launching harassing attacks. The Shadow Flow longsword comes with dark attribute damage, which the stone sword cannot resist. The moment Su Ming swung his sword, the blade was like an illusion, skimming past the boss's block but directly slashing at his shadow. For a while, the red-armored dead cavalry was actually difficult to parry, and they were defeated step by step. His burly body kept retreating. The affix effect, mental loss, of the Shadow Flow longsword has taken effect. The boss's spiritual power is constantly flowing, which is equivalent to the blue bar being worn out. Many stone chips were shaken off his huge stone sword. There are also some scratches on the boss's armor. There is a chance. Ji Yao's eyes lit up and she was excited. Su Ming is so powerful that the hidden bosses are retreating steadily. Come on. She cheered Su Ming on, and at the same time summoned another skeleton, rushed behind the boss, and launched a sneak attack. Yan Zhe's eyes were full of murderous intent. Bend the bow and arrow. Demon Sealing Arrow, skill urges. A huge arrow like flowing mercury shot out, directly stabbed into the boss's eye socket. There is no armor defense here. This blow worked wonders. The boss was sealed for a while, and he couldn't activate any skills. Ji Yao's skeleton took the opportunity to slash frantically from behind the buttocks. The bone sword stabbed straight, and the stabbing boss tiger body shook. Then it was furious and turned around with a sword. The skeleton was directly shattered. After all, Ji Yao didn't have much physical strength, and the skeletons he summoned were also a little weak. But more or less, the power of the boss is reduced. Su Ming's advantage is even greater. The red-armored dead rider let out a painful roar and took a few steps backwards suddenly. Very good. If this continues, we will win. Yan Zhe's eyes flashed. He continued to shoot arrows. Arrows rained down and flew over. And ahead, Su Ming's face was always as calm as water. It is different from everyone's optimistic judgment of the situation. In his heart, the haze has always lingered. No way. The blood is too thick. This boss has too strong defense and extremely hard steel armor. I am simply scraping scraping. By now, the boss's health volume has dropped by about 10%. Yanzei's demon sealing arrow is indeed very effective, but it cannot be continuously urged. After the effect of this arrow dissipates, the boss will be completely enraged. In the next moment, the effect of the sealing skill disappeared. The red-armored dead rider trembled with anger, and the giant sword emitted a burst of brilliant blood-colored light. Intruder! It's all going to die. Having guarded this forest for hundreds of years, his strength is undoubted, and he is the king of this copy. He swung his great sword and activated the skill. A terrifying shockwave gushed out from his blade. Su Ming hurriedly swung his sword to block. The terrifying power attribute of the boss took effect, directly smashing Su Ming and flying out. Even a large piece of turf on the ground was smashed and flew out. Mud and dust are flying. Su Ming frowned, adjusted his posture, and barely stood firm. He was already disgraced. This hidden boss is a level 19 monster after all. The level difference is too much. Although Su Ming already has level 14, there is no doubt that he is the fastest to upgrade among novices. But in front of this red-armored dead rider, it was still too low. This boss, both in terms of attributes and skills, is ridiculously powerful. Fortunately, there is an original sword body, and the speed and power of all swordsmanship are tenfold. Otherwise, Su Ming is afraid that he would have been instantaneous long ago. Even ordinary dungeon bosses require more than 10 squads to grind for a long time to kill. What's more, Su Ming only has 4 people here. Therefore, the boss's HP drops very slowly. Su Ming also played very hard, but he never thought of giving up. He breathed deeply and adjusted his physical exertion as much as possible. Then he concentrated and activated the Thunder Sword technique. Continue to rush forward and swing your sword violently at close range. Su Ming's swordsmanship is extremely flexible. Moreover, you can also trigger the set effect from time to time. The pitch-black ink-colored shadow separated from his body and slashed out a few swords coldly. Shadow Slash. When activating the swordsmanship skill, there is a 60% chance to spawn a shadow, causing an additional slash, and the power of this slash is equal to your normal attack. As long as the sword swing speed is fast enough, then the probability of triggering this Shadow Slash effect can be infinitely increased. Indeed, it was not. So Su Ming knew that he had to attack instead of defend in order to win. The speed at which he swung his sword was getting faster and faster, more and more fierce. It's like a storm and thunder. Gradually, he felt that he had realized a new sword technique. Comprehend new skills. Rainstorm Sword, Silver Medium. Proficiency, 0/2000. The sword is like a downpour, continuous. You can launch a super number of attacks in a short period of time, and win with speed. Bang! In an instant, Su Ming's sword became even more powerful. As long as you stick to the weapons of your class and gradually become proficient, you will occasionally learn new skills. What Su Ming got was a silver skill. If it is other professionals, the newly realized skills basically start in bronze, and he is silver as soon as he comes. This swordsmanship is indeed violent, and the number of slashes is extremely high. The Shadow Slash effect of the equipment triggers wildly, he said secretly in his heart. The ink-colored shadow followed Su Ming's swordsmanship and was also launching a stormy offensive. At this time, the boss's HP drop rate is also faster. After a few minutes, his blood volume was less than 60%. Yes, according to this progress, we will win. At the rear of the battlefield, Zhang Yunqing, who was in charge of support, clenched his fists and said excitedly, "Very good." Yanzei's eyes narrowed slightly, aimed, and continued to shoot arrows. But in the next moment, roar! The red-armored dead rider let out a roar. As soon as he stepped on his steps, a huge shockwave spread out, forcing Su Ming to retreat briefly. Then he slammed. The huge thick-bladed stone sword shattered. To be precise, it was the stone shell outside that crumbled. The big blade in it was exposed. This giant sword was like a composition of flesh and blood, full of red barbs. This is the real weapon of the boss, and it can even be said to be a new form. Then, the boss carried the blood sword and attacked Su Ming. Under the armor, his head could be vaguely seen. It was a ball of rotten flesh, with only 2 pairs of rotten eyes, radiating light. The boss's face was angry and already full of murderous intent. He has improved both speed and strength. Su Ming raised his sword to block. With a loud noise, Su Ming suddenly flew backwards, coughed up a big mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up, his face cold. Second stage. He was not afraid at all, and a somewhat crazy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The stronger the boss, the better the rewards. At this moment, his heart was full of anticipation. Zhang Yunqing saw that Su Ming was injured and hurriedly treated him, but she had previously healed Yanzei and Ji Yao's injuries and consumed a lot of physical strength. Her existing spiritual power, as well as the soul power drawn from the corpse, is not much. If there is not enough physical strength, the treatment effect is naturally not strong enough. Although she was anxious, she had no other way for a while. Su Ming also knew this. In order to recover faster, he simply took out a bottle of healing potion directly from his personal space and drank it in one gulp. This bottle of potion can instantly recover part of the injury, and then slowly recover the remaining wounds. The injury recovered, and Su Ming regained his spirits and threw himself into battle. He fixed his eyes on the boss, and the cold light in his eyes was revealed. Revealing the second stage is a good thing. This means that the boss is really enraged. I saw the red-armored Dead Rider wielding a giant sword and rushing violently. He activated a very ferocious boss skill, Thick Blade/Horse. His thick blood-red sword was raised above his head. Step forward and smash towards Su Ming. The red light flashed on the blade, and the power was self-evident. Where the boss stepped, there were cracks on the ground, and you can imagine how ferocious it is. Su Ming's mind moved slightly, and he mobilized the black steel sword in mid-air to fly away, trying to block the sword. However, the moment the Shingang sword came into contact with it, it was bounced off. The giant sword was wrapped in terrifying inertia, and the potential energy was huge. I'm afraid there are thousands of pounds of strength. The tip of the great sword cut out a blood-colored light and flew towards Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and the Shadow Flow long sword was inserted back into its sheath. He moved forward. He actually took the initiative to rush towards the sword. It's simply fierce and not afraid of death. Bang! He wants to use his sword flash skill to confront him head-on. Under normal circumstances, the range of movements of the red-armored Dead Rider is not large, and the armor can completely wrap his body. The heavy steel armor can turn most attacks into scraping, but when it uses the skill Thick Blade/Horse, the movements will be stiff and it is difficult to completely resist all attacks. The boss is raising his hands high at the moment, and the flesh and blood are exposed at the junction of the armor. Su Ming must seize this gap and give it the most damage. While the risks are significant, the benefits are equally significant. His body turned into a streamer, and the sword marks slashed across the air. This sword is extremely fast. Draw the sword and flash the skill, and urge it with all your might. The terrifying sword marks turned into a streamer and flashed, leaving behind in the air. This sword set off a sound of breaking the air. Su Ming directly skimmed over the boss's body. The blue sword marks are accurately slashed in the gaps between the boss's arms and armor. Dark yellow blood gushed out thinly, like pus. The boss's HP was instantly reduced by more than half, and Su Ming was not injured, because at that moment he activated the hidden divine step, the ultimate footwork that cannot be selected. The moment it was urged, Su Ming seemed to disappear, and his body even seemed to have no substance, directly passing through the boss's blade. The voice of the red-armored Dead Rider trembled, and he was furious. His body was scarred, his face was distorted, and his whole body began to click. The flesh and blood sword in his palm began to deform. Eventually, a sledgehammer was formed. The boss's voice was distorted, and he let out a howl-like scream, launching a final assault on Su Ming. Behind it, the lake of blood seemed to boil, and the water began to form huge waves, rising into the sky. Countless blood-colored lakes condensed into the shape of a sword blade, dancing with the giant hammer in his hand. Su Ming's eyes were slightly startled. He knew that this was the boss's strongest skill, howling water gathering blades. While the boss waved his weapon, he dragged a large amount of lake water to form a bloody flying knife and attack Su Ming. The bloody blades condensed dozens of them and shot out. Countless traces of blood and water remained in mid-air. Su Ming's eyes were solemn, and his movements were extremely cautious at this moment. He directly activated his fastest attack skill, Rainstorm Sword. Suddenly, the Shadow Flow long sword in his hand cut out countless jet-black sword lights. Those flying knives that flew and slashed, made of blood and water, were all cut apart by Su Ming. At the same time, Su Ming was also urging the Shingang sword, suspended beside him, slashing and resisting the flying knife. But there are too many bloody knives. This was originally a group attack skill, which was more than enough to kill more than a dozen players. No matter how strong Su Ming is, how can he resist all of them alone? The number of throwing knives was increasing, and gradually Su Ming felt a little unbearable. He gritted his teeth and roared. Su Ming's figure was faint, ready to urge the hidden divine step again, and forcibly avoided it. But in this way, his mental power consumption will also be very terrifying. In a battle, Su Ming could only activate one or two instantaneous hidden divine steps at most. Once used now, the mental power will bottom out, and the subsequent battle will be extremely difficult. Fortunately, at this time, more than a dozen flying arrows were fired. It's Yen Zhe. He is also a 9-star talented ranger, with powerful arrows and very precise. Those arrows broke a lot of bloody flying knives, relieving the pressure on Su Ming. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, but fortunately he didn't use the hidden divine step. He can leave this precious spiritual power for the boss for the final blow. He swung his sword in the rainstorm while rushing forward quickly. At this moment, thunder flashed on the blade of the sword in his palm. At the same time, he took a step forward. The black steel sword flying in mid-air also fell into his hands. Su Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he never left any more behind. Holding the black steel sword in his left hand, he cast the thunder sword technique. Holding the long sword of the Shadow Flow in his right hand, he used a flash of drawing the sword. Two silver middle-grade sword techniques, urging at the same time. The deafening sound of swords resounded around the surroundings. A ravine appeared on the ground. Su Ming's figure turned into a brilliant thunder sword light and crossed in an instant. Double sword slash directly smashed the helmet of the red-armored Dead Rider. Its head is completely exposed to the world. It was an extremely ugly sarcoma, covered with dead wood and rotten flesh. It turned out that this red-armored knight was just a vengeful soul who had been stationed here with a hint of last wish. The body is rotten. Fundamentally speaking, it is not fundamentally different from the monsters summoned by the undead summoner. Its eyes were stunned and it knelt on its knees. Pus yellow blood, like the blood in a rotten corpse, gushed out, merged with the lake of blood behind him. Su Ming, successfully killed. At this moment, a message rang on the World Channel. Damn! Notice, hidden boss death. A swordsman player killed the hidden boss. The copy starts settlement. Congratulations to all players, ready to return home in triumph. In an instant, a voice resounded in the minds of all the players in this dungeon. In an instant, the discussion exploded like a superbomb. Hide the boss? How is it possible? What the hell is hiding the boss? We haven't even found the shadow of the ordinary boss yet. He even killed the hidden boss? The first killer seems to be a swordsman. It can't be the same person, right? Forced to adopt, this kid is hanging up, right? Crass, we don't even have much level. This copy has only been a dozen hours since the beginning. This speed is simply outrageous. The discussion was endless. Under normal circumstances, novice dungeons need to spend days and nights looking for the boss location, and then dozens of players gather their strength to challenge the boss. Even if more than a dozen squads challenge together, they need to grind half a day's blood to kill the boss. And from the beginning of the copy to now, only a dozen hours have passed. That guy, who the hell is sacred? For a while, everyone's hearts were full of shock. Soon, the rules of the world began to settle. Player, Li Guangran, kill 3 enthusiastic rabbits and 1 bloodthirsty reverse feather chicken, kill a total of X4 monsters, and get 410,000 race coins. Player, Song Ju, kill a hairless claw cat and get 150,000 ancestral coins. Player, Zhang Xiaoyu, kill. Player. The voice of discussion intensified. Because at this time, the players don't even care about their scores, but are more concerned about the slain, who is sacred. Crass, I only got 610,000 clan coins, and the level has only been raised to level 4, and I have no face to see people when I go out. Alas, he speed killed the boss, and we also settled the copy, which is uncomfortable. Don't bark, even if that sword boss doesn't pass quickly, you won't be able to reach a few levels, and you may even die at the hands of monsters. Yes, this dungeon is full of dangers, and it may be buried in the hands of monsters at any time. With the big guy speed pass, we are actually covered up, no need to take risks, and we can pass the customs while lying down. But he's too fast. We can't level up, so we can only go to the dangerous area outside the city and challenge the beasts. Alas, the World Channel is a mess. At this time, the copy is somewhere. A man holding a long-handled purple crystal hammer and wearing a luxurious golden armor looked extremely ugly. It's Zhang Tang. Behind him, he followed several of the strongest rookie masters to form an absolutely elite team. Everyone looked ugly. These team members are all bodyguards arranged for him by the family. This is a squad composed of all geniuses above 8 stars. Moreover, Zhang Tang's whole body is gold-level equipment. No way. Before entering the dungeon, the family had already given him this set of equipment, so he started definitely faster than everyone. His tactics after entering the dungeon are also very simple. Go straight to the first place. He searched for the boss in the whole picture, ready to complete the boss kill, and became the first in one fell swoop. Novice dungeon is the first, and you can get the reward of bloodline power, which is rare but not sought. So he is basically not surprised, and has been looking for the position of the world boss. However, he didn't even find the shadow of the boss, and someone took down the hidden boss. The copy is settled directly, and he has to be forced to settle and withdraw from the copy. It can be said that his rhythm is completely disrupted. Originally, he had absolute confidence to overtake the knife madman Li Xingguang. Although he is only an 8-star talent, he has the heritage of the Zhang family. But now, it's hanging. Planned to take a complete bath. He was so angry that he couldn't contain it. Damn, how is that possible? Who the hell is it? His voice was trembling. At the same time, there was something else in his heart that made him irritable and confused. Since last night, I have not been able to contact Rin Xiaoman. What happened? Su Ming didn't have time to watch the discussion on the World Channel at all. Now in his mind, the sound of settlement continued to sound one after another. Kill the hidden boss, red armored dead rider. Team members plus 6,292 experience points each. Su Ming directly rose 2 levels in a row, reaching level 16. Zhang Yunqing, level 13. Yan Zhe, level 12, almost 13. Ji Yao was even more terrifying, from 7 to level 10, directly up to level 3 in a row. If it weren't for the first turn of the mission getting stuck, she might be able to continue to rush to the next level. Yan Zhe also completed the first turn of the task, killing 1 monster above the elite level, and was promoted to 2 levels in a row. This amount of experience points is too terrifying. Ji Yao and Yan Zhe were both a little stunned. Chang succeeded. But how can there be so much experience points? Ji Yao was very surprised. A 4-person team, killing the boss, can't have so much experience. At this time, Zhang Yunqing ran out with footwork and smiled slightly. My skill, soul gain, can double the experience gained by everyone in the team. As soon as these words came out, Yanzei was shocked. This skill is at least platinum level. This is the novice copy period. Zhang Yunqing has already learned it. With the consortium family behind, it's really different. He attributed the credit to the Zhengyan consortium. But Yanzei missed the most important point. That is, novices are level 1 before entering the dungeon. Level 1, the strongest item that can be equipped. The limit is gold. It is impossible for her to get the family's platinum level skill scroll before entering the dungeon. Under normal circumstances, only certain artifacts will have no level limit. Ji Yao also hasn't come back to his senses for a long time, and his level has increased too much. Su Ming's face was calm, and he slowly stepped forward and walked to the body of the boss. I saw a large number of items exploding here. Stone sword from the sky, skill scroll, platinum inferior sword skill. Rotten heart necklace, platinum inferior. Blood lake corpse rotten soldier summon technique, golden skill scroll. Dead bone bow, platinum inferior. Wanzu coins X40,000. Basically, they are platinum level rewards. Su Ming, as the captain, has the right to distribute. He didn't think for too long, and immediately distributed the Wanzu coins in equal amounts. After all, everyone contributed 10,000 per person. Wanzu coin is a currency with world rules, which can not only be used on Blue Star, but also in dungeons in Wanjie stores. This is the most circulating god-level currency in the world. In the Wanjie store, you can buy everything you can think of. Exotic bloodlines, ancient mythical beasts, ancient talents, extraordinary skills. There are too many, everything. It can be said that Wanzu coin is the universal currency of this world, distributed by the rules of the world, rare and rare. At the same time, the Wanzu coin can also be exchanged for the Advent coin for intra-human transactions on the Blue Star at an exchange rate of 1:10. Advent coins can also be exchanged for 10,000 clan coins in reverse at a ratio of 10:1. Subsequently, Su Ming used all the loot in the sublimation of all things talent to carry out a wave of sublimation. Sublimation success. Skyfall sword tomb, skill scroll, platinum middle sword skill. Heart and soul necklace, platinum medium. Blood armor necromancer summon spell, platinum premium skill scroll. Junling Jifu Bao, platinum medium. Almost all of them have been upgraded to platinum medium grades. The item, blood armor necromancer summoning technique, has been upgraded to platinum grade. It was originally only gold, but it was upgraded to platinum in one fell swoop, which is the biggest improvement among them. You can sell millions of Advent coins at will. Su Ming's face was solemn and he scanned the information of these things. Heart and soul necklace. The effect is very powerful. It can increase the upper limit of soul power storage and the efficiency of extraction. The so-called soul power is a kind of professional resource, equivalent to blue bars. Taking Ji Yao and Zhang Yunqing as examples, their professions are undead summoners and soul healers. Their skills all require soul power to unleash their full power. Soul power needs to be obtained on the battlefield by absorbing corpses. Su Ming directly assigned this necklace to Zhang Yunqing. She is a healer and needs to continuously consume soul power, and this necklace works best for her. Although Ji Yao also needs to use soul power, she mainly relies on summons to fight. As long as monsters are summoned, her own soul power consumption is very small. Although Su Ming prefers Ji Yao, he also knows the truth of making the most of things. Now, several people have temporarily formed a team, and they are responsible for themselves and cannot mess around. In terms of resource allocation, of course, it cannot be biased. Then Su Ming gave Blood Armor Undead Knight Summon Technique Platinum High-Grade Skill Scroll to Ji Yao. This skill can only be used by her profession, so Su Ming naturally handed it over to her. Once the skill is learned, you can summon the Bloody Armor Dead Rider. That's right, the Blood Armor Undead Knight, exactly like the hidden boss. Of course, the combat effectiveness of your own summons cannot be compared to the boss. The boss level is very high, and there are special bonuses in terms of attributes. The player summons it, of course, it's not that powerful. After all, whitewashing is weak by 3 points, but it should not be underestimated. This knight, once summoned, can definitely crush the vast majority of monsters and players of the same level. Pushing the copy horizontally, not a problem. As Ji Yao's strength improves, the summons will also become stronger and stronger. One day, it is also possible to surpass the real boss. As long as she can reach rank 4, the summoned Blood Armor Knight will have combat effectiveness comparable to that of a real boss. If she improves her proficiency in this skill, she can continue to evolve. The next level should be the Blood Crown King Guarding Sword Rider, in the branch of the Undead Summon branch of the Blood Lake. This is a higher level Sword Guard Knight, one of the 2 swords that protect the king in the background. The combat effectiveness is very violent, and the rank has reached the diamond level. And best of all, there is no level limit for this skill scroll. The vast majority of skill scrolls require a certain level to learn. Silver skills require level 10. Gold skills require level 20. Platinum requires level 30 or higher. But after Su Ming sublimated this scroll with all things to sublimate the talent, the effect changed, and there was no level limit. This allows Ji Yao to learn this skill now. Of course, the sublimation of all things is not 100% erasing the level limit. These are random. Ji Yao took the scroll and crushed it suddenly. Her eyes were shocked, and she actually learned this skill directly. Even if you are a 10-star talent, the skills you comprehend in the early stage must start from the bronze level. The talent is as strong as the knife maniac Li Xingguang in Woyang City, and his strongest knife skills are just silver inferiority. For ordinary people, the mastery of skills is a step-by-step process. From bronze to silver to gold, gradually escalating. This is the route of the vast majority of people. And Ji Yao, level 10, learned platinum level skills before completing the first turn of the task. If this is said, it will definitely shock people's jaws. After all, not everyone is Su Ming's teammate. Only he has the talent for sublimating all things. Then Su Ming drew the rotten bow from the town spirit and handed it over to Yanzei. Yanzei is a demon hunter ranger, and he is very good at using this bow. Yanzei took the dark red longbow and looked at it in front of his eyes. Jinling Jifu Bow, Platinum Medium, Level Limit, 20. Occupation requirements, ranger professionals who are skilled in bowing. Affix Corruption Arrow, when bending the bow and arrows, the corpse can be transformed into arrows, which is more powerful and adds a 50% corrosion effect. Affix Town Spirit, consumes spiritual power, can cause all arrows shot with this bow to create a random enchantment effect. Yanzei's eyes trembled, and his eyes flickered. His original bow was just a silver-level weapon, and now, it has been directly replaced with platinum. This was something he couldn't even think about before. The only fly in the ointment is that there are level restrictions. Now he can't equip it, and he needs to continue leveling. He put away the bow, did not shirk, and solemnly thanked Su Ming. Thank you, Su Ming. His face was serious and meticulous. From today onwards, you are my comrade in arms. He knew very well that this battle was completely due to Su Ming's efforts. I basically just hurt a little bit in the back. Su Ming was willing to assign himself such a weapon. It can be said that it is already benevolent and righteous. Having such a person as a friend is definitely his luck for Yanzei. Su Ming nodded and didn't say anything. Then he looked at his booty. Falling Sword Tomb, Sword Skills, Platinum Intermediate Grade. The giant sword sinks into the grave, and the sky falls to suppress evil. The sword intent reached the sky, summoning a huge stone sword to smash down, causing huge damage. Su Ming crushed it directly. Acquire Skills. Proficiency, 0/200,000. Su Ming raised his hand and shook it. A shadow appeared on the sky dome, and then a huge jet black stone sword fell down. This stone sword is bigger than a person. It was like a huge tombstone, deeply embedded in the ground. The huge stone sword tombstone, extremely heavy, smashed the ground. The pitch black sword tomb is harder and heavier than steel. Many spells are inscribed on it. Relying on weight, you can crush the monster to death. If the hidden boss is still alive, Su Ming can definitely break the armor easily at the beginning with this move. This is Su Ming's first platinum level active damage skill. He was in a good mood. At this time, he found that everyone's bodies floated illusorily. The copy has been settled and is leaving. Su Ming, call me next time, Yanzei said with a longbow on his back. Hey, Su Ming, thank you for saving my life. Wei, see you soon. Zhang Yunqing waved his hand, smiled heartily, and his figure dissipated. Ji Yao took a step forward, stroked her hair, and looked at Su Ming. In the next moment, her figure also disappeared. Su Ming himself entered a different space. Copy settlement. Player, Su Ming, kill 33 gray-backed wild wolves. Kill 12 dark feather chickens that eat mine. Kill 24 salamanders. Kill the cave axolotl king X1. Defeat hidden BOSS X1. Kill. A large number of lists are expanded. Crazy calculations. Su Ming's score continues to improve. In the end, it almost exploded. Unharmed crossing area, Red Rock Cave. Super fast clearance. Dungeon first kill. Perfect challenge. Final evaluation, S grade. Title, Rookie of the Year. Effect, +15 to all attributes, +10% to increase proficiency in all skills. Ranking settlement. Subsequently, a ranking list appeared in front of Su Ming's eyes. Beginner copy, number 144. Settlement ranking. 10th place, Berserker Sun Xiaoyang, level 7. 9th place, Planter Li Qianlong, level 8. 8th place. This is the copy leaderboard. The top 10 can get additional rewards, and the first place reward is even more generous. Su Ming's face was calm. He basically knew the end. I must be the first. In the novice dungeon, level 16. This is basically the level of unprecedented and unprecedented. At this moment, not only Su Ming, but also the players in the dungeon. Even on the blue star outside, there are countless people looking forward to this ranking. At this moment, the leaders of Xianjing number 1 middle school were all looking at the rankings intently. What's going on? This year, this number 144 novice copy ended so quickly. It's only been less than a day. Why did you start settling? There will be no problems, right? Several school leaders looked at the rankings, their eyes stunned. Normally, a copy takes a few days or even a week to finish, and this novice copy has been opened for less than 24 hours. It's simply a lightning fast pass. In front of the school leaders, there is not only the rankings. Around, there are several rows of illusory large screens showing the leaders of of all universities in the surrounding cities. There were dozens of people. Every year, the novice dungeon is actually equivalent to a big competition. Teachers from colleges and universities in surrounding cities will gather together for meetings and observations. On a screen, a sneer came from a university in Woyang City. Hee, teachers of Xianjing No. 1 Middle School, don't be too surprised. This year's copy will be settled so quickly. All of them are the credit of our Woyang No. 3 Middle School, Li Xingguang. 10-star talent, the profession of knife maniac can be called invincible this year. I suggest that you Xianjing City cherish the last resources of this year, because next year, your place in the Heavenly Tower Society will not be guaranteed, the man said with a sigh. It is the principal of Woyang No. 3 Middle School, Xia Shulong. Once the qualification for the Heavenly Tower Society is cancelled, it means that the city will no longer be able to enjoy the allocation of the Dragon Kingdom government in the future, and there will be no more resources. It will be difficult for talented students to be born, and it will be a vicious circle. Once it falls, there is little chance of rising again. Hearing the principal of Woyang No. 3 Middle School, Xia Shulong's ridicule, and the teachers of Xianjing No. 1 Middle School were all angry. But there is no way to refute it. I have to admit that Li Xingguang is indeed very fierce. This year, he won the first place, which is basically a certainty. Not only Xianjing City, but also the surrounding 5 cities, there is not a single genius who can compete with him. The 10-star talent is enough, and the most terrifying thing is that his profession is a knife maniac. This is one of the toughest hidden classes in the early stage. The combat effectiveness is extremely violent. Wang Tingshan's face was calm. He was not angry at all because of Principal Xie Shulong's ridicule. Always calm. In any case, you can't lose in momentum. His eyes were calm, and he said loudly across the screen, Principal Xia, the matter is not yet decided. You don't have to be so arrogant. This year's copy settlement is so fast, but it may not be all the credit of the knife maniac in your school. There are too many geniuses this year. Just to say that in Nannian City next door, there is a 9-star therapist girl. The 3 high schools in Songyu City also have 8-star enchanters, as well as many highly talented students. Our school also has a 9-star demon hunter ranger, Yan Zhe, 8-star magic hammer warrior, Zhang Tang. Speaking of this, Wang Tingshan paused. And 10-star swordsman, Su Ming. Su Ming has never appeared in the rankings, so he estimated that Su Ming was either buried in the dungeon or hid in the dungeon, not daring to fight the monster. No matter which one it is, it means that Su Ming, a student, has almost no future. But he still had to say it, because Su Ming is a 10-star talent, the only child with the same talent as Li Xingguang. Use him to add momentum to the school. The ranking can be lost, but the momentum cannot fall. If it was in the past few years, these children, if they were taken out at will, they would be the well-deserved first. And this year, I don't know why, so many top talented students are blowing out. The competition is too fierce, and they are stronger than in previous years. It's faster to clear the level, which is very normal. It's inevitable to put all the credit on the students of your Woyang No. 3 Middle School in such a hurry, and it's inevitable that the price will drop a little. Wang Tingshan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his words were sharp, and he said, I have to say that as the principal, his judgment of the situation is still very advanced. His words immediately made teachers and principals of other cities and schools on the screen nod in agreement. Principal Wang is right. I agree. Several principals immediately stood up for Wang Tingshan. Xia Shulong heard this, but smiled coldly. No matter what Principal Wang says, the first one is our Woyang No. 3 Middle School anyway. Not only Li Xingguang, our school also has 2 9-star talents, several 8-star talented geniuses. His words were full of confidence and pride. Woyang City was originally a first-tier city, with more resources than Xianjing, so they had more geniuses this year. Don't argue with the 2 principals anymore. High talent, many good seedlings, is the fortune of my human race. No need to quarrel about this. An old professor from another city said. Keep looking at the leaderboard. Wang Tingshan nodded and looked at the rankings. On the surface, he did not bow his head, and his words were for tat. But in fact, he was still a little worried in his heart. This year, there must be students who can enter the top 3 for Xianjing City to have a future. Certain, there must be a top 3. He had already begun to pray secretly in his heart. Several teachers in Xianjing City were also full of nervousness in their eyes. 7th place, Undead Summoner Ji Yao, level 10. The name appeared on the charts. The teachers of Xianjing No. 1 Middle School, when they saw this name, were shocked, followed by surprise. Surprise, extra surprise. This female student is an undead summoner. Her talent is only 7 stars. She is not very outstanding this year, but she has successfully ranked 7th. Great, it's really for us to compete for No. 1 Middle School. This female doll must work very hard to kill monsters in order to reach level 10. Everyone has begun to make up for it, how hard Ji Yao has worked. However, they didn't know at all that it was Su Ming who killed the hidden boss, allowing her to jump directly from level 7 to level 10. A teacher from the finance department raised his glasses and announced boldly, this year's 3rd-class scholarship, give her a place. Several professors were also attentive. staring at the screen. The principal of Woyang No. 3 Middle School on the side saw this scene, but secretly sneered. Alas, a 7th place, just so happy. Xianjing No. 1 Middle School, it's really declining. Xia Shulong shook his head slowly and joked. His mocking words aroused hatred. Several principals stared at him with cold eyes, clenching their fists. People really want to say something to refute, but they can't. This year, Wodang City produced a Li Xingguang, so Xia Shulong was endlessly arrogant and suppressed other schools. My mouth is almost up to the sky. This has caused a lot of dissatisfaction. The principals of several schools have long complained about him. What should I do? No student can defeat Li Xingguang. In the adult world, speaking is about strength. There were no students under his command who could defeat Li Xingguang, and everyone could only watch him arrogant. 6th place, Sand Controller Weisha, level 11. 5th place, Demon Hunter Yanzei, level 12. Seeing this ranking, several teachers in the office of Xianjing No. 1 Middle School were all overjoyed. Okay, I have 2 students in the top 10 in my first middle school, which is great. Yanzei is 5th. Great. The teachers were very happy. Wang Tingshan saw this scene, but his face was ugly. This means that their qualification for next year's Tower of Heaven will be gone. Yanzei was almost his only hope. This student is talented as a 9-star and a hidden professional demon hunter. From career to talent, it is all one top and one of them. Unexpectedly, it failed to make it into the top 3. Finished. It's all over. Wang Tingshan's eyes became a little ugly. At this time, Xia Shulong accurately seized the opportunity and began to sneer. Hee, Principal Wang, it seems that the situation is not optimistic. He looked at Wang Tingshan from the screen and quipped. The words are full of provocations. You can already make a conclusion. You are one of the... No, your entire Xianjing City will have no future. Next year, your Xianjing City's Heavenly Pagoda Society qualifications and government allocations will all be given to us Woyang City. We have double the resources. Thank you. Our Woyang City will get stronger and stronger. He smiled happily. The more resources you have, the stronger students you can cultivate. It can maintain its position all the time. As the saying goes, drought dies of drought, and waterlogging dies of waterlogging, which is the truth. When Wang Tingshan heard his words, his face turned blue with anger. But there is no way to attack. The principals of major schools in other cities were also extremely unhappy and couldn't stand it. But no one could help him speak. There is no way. The students under his hands are not talented, and the principal has no confidence to stand out. The list then flashes. 4th place, Magic Hammer Warrior Zhang Tang, level 12. At this time, the new players on the dungeon settlement page were shocked. Zhang Tang? It won't be one of the 3 major families of the Dragon Kingdom, the eldest young master of the Zhang family, right? You guessed right, it should be him. Also, he was originally an 8-star talent. For a while, the audience was shocked. In the conference room, Wang Tingshan saw this name, and his face was cold. This was the last heavy blow to Wang Tingshan's heart. Zhang Tang, the legitimate son of the Zhang family, Master Zhang. Even if Wang Tingshan is respected as the principal, when he sees Zhang Tang, he has to smile and call Zhang Xiao. It can be seen that the strength of his family is terrifying. With the financial resources of his Zhang family, it is enough to give him the top equipment. After all, the Zhang family has so many resources. It is even possible that when Zhang Tang enters the dungeon, he has a complete set of gold-level equipment. Gold equipment is the strongest equipment that newcomers can wear under level restrictions. That's not God blocking and killing God, Buddha blocking and killing Buddha. With the heritage of the Zhang family, Zhang Tang's ranking surpasses Yanzei's classmates, which is normal. However, Zhang Tang only came in 4th place. This is undoubtedly the last straw that crushed the hope in the principal's heart. Zhang Tang also failed to enter the top 3. Alas! Xianjing No. 1 Middle School, the most talented students have already appeared their names. Wang Tingshan's heart was bleeding and he was completely desperate. As for Su Ming, his name has never appeared on the charts. He had no hope for this student. Xia Shulong on the side was already overjoyed. Subsequently, the leaderboard list flashes. 3rd place, Soul Healing Master Zhang Yunqing, level 13. The 3rd place is my genius from Woyang No. 3 Middle School, Zhang Yunqing. This girl is the second lady of the Jiang'an Consortium, and there is no need to say more about her talent. This gave Xia Shulong arrogant capital. Alas, it seems that the top 3 of this year will be all taken over by my Woyang City, he said happily. Wang Tingshan gritted his teeth, his fists shaking. Subsequently, the 2nd place was announced. When everyone saw this name, their eyes trembled. 2nd place, Li Xingguang, level 14. The moment this list appeared, there was a lot of commotion on the World Channel. Li Xingguang? That knife madman in Woyang City? What's going on? Why is he only 2nd? No, hidden knife maniac profession, plus 10-star talent, why is he only in 2nd place? I remember just watching, he was still the 1st, why did he pull his crotch instantly? Don't just look at the rankings. Although he is only in 2nd place, he is already level 13, which is simply terrifying. The task is completed, it's too fierce, I'm only level 5, hey, that's the talent gap. However, he is level 14 and only in second place, so what kind of monster is the first? The sound of people's discussions is endless. In the conference room, all the principals and teachers were dull for a moment, especially Xia Shulong. His expression was shocking. What? How could it be second place? He had high hopes for Li Xingguang, and Li Xingguang got resources from many parties and directly carried gold-level weapons into the dungeon. How could he only be in second place? In any case, he couldn't figure it out. Seeing that Li Xingguang was in second place, teachers and principals of many other universities also began to discuss. Could it be that there are still hidden masters this year? No, there are still students whose talents are higher than Li Xingguang. Several principals couldn't believe it. Xia Shulong's face was ugly. At this time, some people even began to mock him. TSK, Principal Xia, it seems that this year, Yuoyang No. 3 Middle School won't be able to win the top 3. The principal of Nannian Warrior Vocational College said sarcastically. His words pierced Xia Shulong's heart like a needle. His face was ashen, and he looked at the list with a disbelieving face. He wants to see who is the first. He can actually overwhelm his knife maniac Li Xingguang, his proudest student. Subsequently, the next ranking appeared. First place, Imperial Swordsman, Su Ming, level 16. Swordsman Su Ming, ranked first. The moment they saw this name, the shock was like thunder, exploding in everyone's minds. The audience was silent. Only on the World Channel, players of this copy are discussing it wildly. I'm Grass. How is that possible? Swordsman, the weakest swordsman in the early stage, is only a profession that is a little stronger than the life profession. Su Hei, oh no, Su Ming? He can actually get the first place. Is he hanging up? Rematch. This guy is not a dignitary, and he has no family heritage to buy him a divine costume. His own profession is not good. How did he get the first place? Don't you know? He is a 10-star talented swordsman, the same as the knife madman Li Xingguang. Don't joke, can you guys be a 10-star talented swordsman and a 10-star talented sword maniac? The knife madman killed the swordsman casually, but the knife madman took the second, and the swordsman was the first. If you say it, others won't believe it. But the supreme rules of the dungeon world will not deceive. This is true. Really, it's hard to believe. In the conference room, all the principals, teachers, and professors were stunned for a long time. Everyone's faces were shocked, especially Xie Shulong. He seemed to have changed as a different person, and his eyes were full of disbelief. The previous arrogance has all disappeared. Wang Tingshan stared at the leaderboard screen in front of him. In his eyes, the shock was even worse than Xie Shulong. He knows the situation of Su Ming, a student, best. Although he has a 10-star talent, his profession is too weak, so no big forces are willing to equip and invest in him. Only himself, the principal, gave him a piece of silver-quality equipment. In this case, Su Ming was able to become the first. What kind of opportunities and strength does this require? Wang Tingshan looked at this scene and did not come back to his senses for a long time. It took a long time for him to wake up from the shock. His fists were bleeding, and his heart was extremely excited. Okay. He clapped his hands and laughed. When looking at the rankings, his mood was like a roller coaster. Originally, he thought that there were no top 3 students in Xianjing No. 1 Middle School this year, and there was no future. Unexpectedly, I didn't expect that. In the end, it turned out to be Su Ming, who gave him a big surprise. Not only did it enter the top 3, but it was also the first place. Completed what Yan Zhe and Zhang Tang did not do. Xianjing No. 1 Middle School has a history of 50 years since its establishment, and there is no student who has been the first in the novice copy. The novice copy is like the college entrance examination, and the competition is extremely fierce. Xianjing City was originally a small city, and the teaching resources here were also very average, so it was naturally difficult to have geniuses. And Su Ming did it. He successfully took Xianjing No. 1 Middle School and the entire Xianjing City with a future. Next year, not only will it retain its qualifications for the Heavenly Pagoda Society, but even more. Next year, 12 Tower Society tokens may be distributed to the next class of students, and these are all won by Su Ming as a senior for his juniors. It can be said that he is a well-deserved hero of Xianjing No. 1 Middle School, and even all the students, principals, and leaders of Xianjing City. In the conference room, all the teachers also cheered. On the other hand, Principal Xie Shulong of Woyang City. At this moment, he seemed to be a few years old, and his face was pale. He couldn't believe this fact at all. No, impossible, he muttered. The students of Xianjing No. 1 Middle School actually won the first place. Li Xingguang failed to get the first place, so next year, part of the teaching resources of all colleges and universities in Woyang City will be transferred to Xianjing City. Every year, the total number of places and qualifications for the Heavenly Pagoda Society is fixed, and it will not disappear or increase. The stronger the students in which city is strong, the more qualifications will be next year. Woyang City's results this year are not bad, and there will definitely be qualifications for the Heavenly Pagoda Association next year, so it will not be sluggish. However, there will be a large number of teaching resources that originally belonged to Woyang City and will be transferred to Xianjing City. city. At that time, he will definitely be held accountable by the mayor and many big people in the bureau. It can be said that Xinjing City has won a big victory. At this moment, his heart was about to break. At this time, Wang Tingshan smiled slightly. He looked at Xie Shulong calmly. Principal Xie, how did your genius knife maniac be surpassed by my students? Wang Tingshan strolled around, brewed a pot of tea, and said with a smile, the degree of ridicule is directly full. Several teachers also echoed. Principal Xie, your Woyang City doesn't seem to be very good. I don't know if you can repeat it again, the arrogant appearance just now. The principals of the remaining cities are also smiling. Principal Xie, why don't you contact the knife-mad student and give a speech on the second place? We are all very happy to participate. TSK, Principal Xie, what about your arrogant appearance just now? Suddenly so silent, we're still a little unaccustomed to it. Everyone said with a smile. At this time, Xie Shulong couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to get in. Again, the adult world, speak with facts. His students failed to get the first place and were overtaken by Xinjing City. Then whatever he says is sophistry. Now he is disgraced and can only be silent. He gritted his teeth and turned off the screen. Disappeared directly into the field. He simply ran away. It's boring. I ran away in disgrace. Woyang City doesn't have much loss, after all. They are also a big city with a long history and many talents. Even if we only get second this year, there will be not much less teaching resources next year. It's just that some of them will be poured into Xinjing City, which is a normal flow of funds. The teachers chatted. He just felt so humiliated. How arrogant he was just now. How embarrassing he was now. All the oppressive atmosphere disappeared. It all depends on Wang Tingshan, and the presidents of all cities and universities breathe a bad breath. This year, Woyang City is full of sharpness, overwhelming all colleges and universities. Fortunately, at this time, the children of Xinjing No. 1 Middle School took the first place, which dampened his spirit. Wang School, what is the origin of your swordsman student? Yes, it's a bit strong. We haven't heard you mention him. Wang Tingshan just showed a meaningful smile. Ha, principals don't have to ask. I won't say anything. Actually, this student surprised me too, he said. His words obviously could not convince everyone. Everyone smiled slightly, thinking that Wang Tingshan had expected it a long time ago. This hand is deliberately hidden. TSK, Wang School, you actually hide a genius student. You rarely mention this student. I will exchange 4 7-star talented students with you and transfer Su Ming's student status to me, a group of principals said. Wang Tingshan just smiled lightly, blew on the teacup, took a sip, and was silent. Hidden merit and fame. The conference room was very lively. At this time, Su Ming on the copy settlement page looked at a panel in front of him. Number 1. Rewards. Wanzu Shop discount opportunity to purchase low-level items X1. Custom title card X1. Wanzu coin X30,000. Random bloodline blessing X1. In the next moment, a brilliant light was injected into Su Ming's body. His eyes kept changing. Blood. This is a powerful and rare power. I didn't expect the reward to be a random gift of a bloodline power. I don't know what it will be. I saw that in my mind. The characters kept jumping. Newborn vampire, E-class bloodline. Wound cell remodeling, A. Long family orphan, S. Earth spirit root monk, E. Zombie body, F. Terran Eucharist, S. It's just dizzying. Eventually, the bloodline stagnated on a dark blue character, randomly completed. Lobsterman blood, C. An evolutionary branch of human bloodline before the ages. Now the blue star has long been extinct. You have the gene expression of the immortal creature lobster in your bloodline, which allows you to shed your skin every 10 years to restore your youthful body, but the limit of longevity is still the same as that of ordinary people. When Su Ming saw this, his eyes suddenly froze. This bloodline is really a bit unacceptable. Once the lobster man's bloodline is bound, will he become the same as the lobster? This is what worries him the most. The effect is okay, equivalent to not aging. This effect is very powerful, and it can shed its skin every 10 years and restore the youth of the body. Su Ming directly used all things to sublimate and upgrade this bloodline. As long as it is a reward for the dungeon, it can be sublimated. Sublimation success. Immortal body, A. In your blood, there is thin imperial blood flowing, which allows you to never age and live slightly longer than ordinary job changers. When your longevity is over, you will still die as a young man. Su Ming was overjoyed. Fortunately, after sublimation, it is not a lobster, so there is no need to molt it. In the next moment, a majestic hot force poured into his body. It lasted for a moment before dissipating. Su Ming clenched his fists and didn't feel any difference. The attributes have not improved in the slightest. There is immortality, but there is no immortality yet. He muttered. This bloodline is basically not helpful for battle, so it is only A level. But he was already content. In a few decades, everyone will grow old, and even the most powerful professionals will become weak, and I will always stand. It's a pity that the lifespan is still the same as that of ordinary people. In other words, when the day reaches the limit of Shouyuan, Su Ming will still die. After receiving the settlement reward, Su Ming's personal space had an extra 30,000 30,000 Wanzu coins, and a card. Custom title card. You can give yourself a pseudo-title to show others. This kind of title card is very, very expensive and can be sold in the market for a sky-high price of millions of advent coins. Su Ming used to be short of money, but now he is no longer short of money, so he chose to use it for himself. Su Ming took a simple name, Kill God. In his previous life, he was a god of killing. In this life, killing the god is his title. After this title is equipped, it does not affect the effect of Su Ming's other title attributes. In the future, all of Su Ming's actions in the dungeon will be replaced by this title. This hides his actions, and even the real name will not be displayed when the copy is settled. This way you don't have to be sharp and you can protect yourself. Su Ming likes to keep a low profile. He looked at his profile. Su Ming. Carry title, Killing God. Effective title, First Blood, Rookie King. Level 16, 2455/8000 EXP. Occupation, Sword God. Mythical level, the only one in the world. Strength 50, Physique 60, Agility 130, Spirit 90, Lucky 50, Bloodline, Immortal Body, A. Talents, Sublimation of all things, Origin Sword Body, Automatic Cultivation. Skills, Killing God, Full Hidden, Hidden Step, Eye of Insight. Thunder Sword Technique, Sword Drawing Flash, Sword Martial Master, Rainstorm Sword, Imperial Sword, Skyfall Sword Tomb. Su Ming has already assigned the attribute points, plus the title of the first drop of blood, plus the attribute bonus of the title of the Rookie King. Now his attributes are already very terrifying. In all aspects, there are basically no shortcomings. The number of skills also far exceeds that of those who change jobs at the same level. The agility attribute has reached a full 120 points. The faster the agility, the faster. Then the swordsmanship skills that require speed attributes are even more powerful. Therefore, Su Ming is now invincible at the same level. The settlement of the copy is completely completed. Su Ming left this empty space. He appeared in his bedroom. Finally finished the copy. It's really a little tiring. Su Ming sighed and stretched his waist. Suddenly, two voices came from my mind. Skill, draw the sword in a flash. The proficiency of the Thunder Sword technique is full. Skill upgrade, draw the sword and slash instantly, silver grade. Put the sword into the sheath and then perform a violent rush slash, which is extremely penetrating. The Thunder Sword technique was also upgraded to the highest grade of silver. Thunder Sword technique, silver high grade. You can wrap thunder around your blade, even if the blade is not in your hand. The improvement of the sword drawing instant slash skill, Su Ming felt that it was just a wave of small improvements. And the Thunder Sword technique is the real qualitative change. It can activate thunder in the air and wrap around the blade. This means that when Su Ming can use swordsmanship, he can attach thunder damage to the sword remotely. It's a bit fierce. Su Ming was secretly happy in his heart. His current strength is already very terrifying. It won't be long before the second turn. With the automatic cultivation talent, you can increase your proficiency even if you lie down, and your skills will continue to upgrade. He opened up his personal space and looked at the abundance of loot in it. All of them exploded in the copy. Cutting iron claw bones, Wolf King's heart. These two are forging materials that explode from the silverback Wolf King, which can be used to create and strengthen weapons or other equipment. Mutant Cave Salamander Meat X18. This meat tastes excellent and can fetch a premium price. In addition, there is a large amount of material. For example, mutant black armored turtle shells, carnivorous ape claws, monster eyeballs. There are also many bronze level equipment, and Su Ming can't use it. There are wolf bone bows, wolf bone shields, lighting necklaces, etc., which Su Ming is ready to abandon. Too much. Can be put up for auction house. Su Ming counted his supplies, and then hung them all up at the auction house. Su Ming roughly counted that when he sold all these things, he should be able to earn about 150,000 advent coins. It can be said that there is no shortage of money in a short period of time. In the Dragon Kingdom, 500,000 advent coins can buy a house in a good location. As you can imagine, the purchasing power of 150,000 advent coins is also very high. If it is an ordinary laborer, so much money is enough to return his freedom, no longer be squeezed, and it is no problem to live for decades. And if it is an ordinary job changer, so much money is enough to buy a few sets of powerful equipment. Su Ming looked at his profile column. By killing the boss, he was allocated 10,000 points of Wanzu coins to himself. Then he got the first place and got 30,000 Wanzu coins. Now, he has a total of 40,000. This is a very precious universal currency, which can be used to buy anything you want in the Wanjie store. Su Ming opened the Wanjie store. His gaze swept in it. The dazzling list made him dizzy. Equipment, weapons, mythical beasts, elixirs, bloodlines. These are the main classifications. There is a more detailed classification below. For example, weapons, the subdivision list below includes knives, swords, axes, darts, staffs, etc. All professions weapon types there are. From the lowest white quality normal weapons to legendary weapons, there is a wide variety. And of course, the type of thermal weapon, the gun. After Advent, the physical rules of the world changed. Many of the thermal weapons weapons of mankind have lost their effectiveness. For example, missiles, guns, nuclear weapons, etc. These technologies are completely unusable and have long been abandoned. Today's firearms are basically postmodern technological firearms made by providing kinetic energy through some kind of thermal crystal. Its gun body and the base material of the bullet are generally composed of the corpses and bone materials of various monsters. Firearms and weapons consume a lot of bullets, so most people can't afford to use them. To build a gun, you also need to point out the blacksmith with the gun-making skills to make it. The vast majority of job changers use cold weapons. Now I have a whole set of platinum equipment, which can be said to be more than enough at my current level, completely enough. Even if I buy diamond-level equipment, I may not be able to equip it. Su Ming touched his chin and said slowly. Su Ming is not short of weapons and equipment now, so he did not continue to browse through the weapon list. Instead, he looked at something else. There are so many things in the store. Su Ming skimmed through it roughly. In the Divine Beast slot, he found some interesting magical beasts. Live mutant poisonous python egg F level consumes 90 days to hatch a mutant poisonous python larvae. The mutant poisonous python is a more common monster that does not only appear in dungeons. In the forests outside the human city, there will be this mutant python entrenched. Although they are low level, they are not high level monsters, but it is very lethal, and the snake venom in the teeth can be easily fatal. Most importantly, this snake has a strong ability to evolve. Give them the corpses of powerful monsters, and they will be able to continue to molt and evolve. It would be great if you could keep one as a pet. But this snake egg, only the lowest F level, is priced at 510,000 coins. Su Ming felt that it was not very worth it. Moreover, the incubation time is too long. It takes 90 days to hatch the juveniles. It takes a year or two for the juvenile to grow up, and the adult can truly have combat effectiveness. Su Ming obviously didn't have that much time lost now. He thought about it for a moment, but gave up buying the snake egg. However, there are some other monsters to choose from. Juvenile flame slime, a flaming red slime that can trigger low-level fire spells and burn enemies. When you are hungry in the dungeon, you can also dig it up as jelly and eat it. It will automatically regenerate and can be used as your dry food. Price, 10,000 ethnic coins. Adult mountain swallowing python, a super mutant python with a body length of more than 20 meters. It can easily strangle most ordinary monsters below rank 5, making it your best choice for protection in the dungeon. But it's best not to keep it in the city. Price, 6 million Wanzu coins. Ancient Mo Xian bird egg S the destiny mysterious bird, descended to give birth to Shang. Ancient top beasts. Price, 80 million Wanzu coins. Su Ming's scalp was numb when he saw it. It's expensive. It's so expensive. I became the first in the novice copy, and I only had 40,000 Wanzu coins, and I could only buy some F, E, and D level beasts. He thought about it or forgot it. Subsequently, he focused his attention on bloodline and skills. These two things can really strengthen his body, and no matter how much money he spends, he doesn't feel distressed. Su Ming looked at it for a while and immediately bought a swordsmanship skill. Spiritual blade, silver superior. Consuming mental power, you can condense an illusory sword blade which is driven by willpower and suspended in mid-air to slash the enemy. With this skill, pair it with a sword. It is equivalent to Su Ming being able to control two swords at the same time and kill the enemy in mid-air. Of course, the skill itself can also control multiple weapons to kill enemies in the air at the same time. However, the loss of mental power was too great and did not last at all. And with this skill, Su Ming's long-range ability to deal with enemies will be greatly improved. The most important thing is, with this skill, I won't leave a murder weapon when I kill, Su Ming said in a condensed voice. After the spiritual spirit blade kills the enemy, it can disappear out of thin air. This leaves no trace. Killing in a dungeon, of course, does not require such means, but in Blue Star, with this skill, it can be much more convenient. Then Su Ming exchanged a C-level bloodline in the extraordinary bloodline shop. Self-healing factor, C. Due to a special genetic inheritance, the number of cell divisions in your body can exceed the Hayflick limit. Effect, your self-healing speed far exceeds that of ordinary people, and after being damaged, you can heal yourself quickly at the cost of consuming mental power. This bloodline can allow Su Ming to gain good self-healing ability. It's a pity that this bloodline is not a trophy, so it cannot be sublimated, but Su Ming is content. Su Ming's attack skills are numerous and very fierce. The body technique of dodging also has the momentary invincibility of the hidden divine step. He is strong in all aspects, except for self-healing. This is his only shortcoming. Relying only on a little bit of the Shingang blood sword to kill the enemy and recover blood, it is too weak, so he chose to exchange a bloodline to make up for his shortcomings in blood recovery. There are many bloodlines that can enhance the body's ability to heal, but either too expensive or has negative attributes. For example, vampire bloodlines can recover blood after sucking blood, and the self-healing speed is very fast. But becoming a vampire means that the hunger and thirst for blood will accompany Su Ming for the rest of his life. I can't even see the sun. It can be described as full of negative effects. Werewolves also have strong self-healing abilities abilities but at the cost of losing their minds on the night of the full moon. So after thinking about it, Su-Ming still exchanged this best self-healing factor. Consuming mental power can quickly recover blood without side effects. This saves a lot of healing agents. The Wanzu coins were also completely consumed and just spent up. A normal sea-level bloodline requires at least more than 100,000 Wanzu coins, but Su-Ming got the first place in the copy and there was an opportunity to buy low-level bloodlines at a discount, so he could buy sea-level bloodlines for less than 40,000 yuan. Suddenly, a message notification appeared in Su-Ming's personal panel. It turned out to be the principal. Wang Tingshan sent it. Su-Ming, I am the principal. Please come to my office. I have something to say. Seeing this news, Su-Ming raised a smile on the corner of his mouth. It should be a matter related to the Heavenly Tower Society. This is a tradition. The Heavenly Pagoda Society is an organization with a very long history, established by the official Dragon Kingdom. Once joined, it is basically equivalent to a job changer with an establishment. You can take on some dungeon missions and hunting missions that ordinary people don't have the opportunity to receive and get a lot of rewards. Of course, the difficulty of this task is usually very high. I got the first place in the copy, so I guess the school will also be stained. Su-Ming smiled indifferently. He has a lot of social experience and naturally knows how all the interest networks work. Not only can he get the qualification of the Heavenly Tower Society, even next year, the juniors and juniors in the entire Xianjing city will be able to receive more teaching resource support. Principal, I have long said that you will not be disappointed if you invest in me, he whispered. Then Su-Ming walked out of the dormitory and went to the principal's office. At this moment, another city, Woyang City, in a luxurious high-rise building, a girl with a white glow all over her body returned from the copy. She landed at home, looking at the familiar surroundings as if she had been reborn. She sighed deeply. Ha, survived. The novice copy is full of dangers. Even if she was the second lady of the Jiangyan Consortium, she almost died at the hands of the goblin. Moreover, it will be a tragic death after being insulted and tortured. So when she thinks about it now, she is still frightened. Fortunately, I met Su-Ming, otherwise I would have really died. At this time, several people pushed the door in. It was her parents and sister. Yunqing. Jianglan looked happy and ran over quickly. You succeeded. I'm very worried. She slammed forward and gave her sister a big hug. Jianglan is also a job changer and has participated in the fight of the novice dungeon, and she knows how fierce the battle is. If you are not careful, you will die without a place to be buried. So she was always worried about her sister. Fortunately, Jiang Yunqing survived. Jiang Yunqing nodded. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Then she looked at her parents expectantly. Her mother was very gentle and nodded slightly. Yunqing, your dad, and I have heard about it, and you have also won the third place. Mom will give you some pocket money later. Jiang Yunqing's mother showed a kind smile and said with a smile, although she is over 40 years old, she still has charm. Jiang Yunqing nodded, but her eyes were always staring at her father. I have always been looking forward to my father's recognition of me. Her father is a director of the Jiangyan Consortium, Jiang Yongli. He has always been an iron-fisted policy in the business world, taking down countless hostile companies, and can be said to be an iron-blooded tough guy. Jiang Yunqing has never felt fatherly love in him, and he has always been strict. Yunqing, you have finally grown up. But today, Jiang Yong showed a kind smile for the first time. His temples were slightly gray, and he slowly stepped forward. Jiang Yunqing's eyes were stunned. She had never seen her father's smile. An auxiliary therapy practitioner can be promoted to level 13 in the novice dungeon, which is unprecedented. It's simply to make my Jiang family's reputation shaken. Great. As expected of my Jiang Yongli's daughter. He seemed extremely happy. He stepped forward and patted his daughter on the shoulder. Jiang Yunqing was relieved when he saw this scene, and his eyes were red. Since childhood, her father has been a high-pressure education, and she is rarely praised. In fact, she could see that after the awakening ceremony, her father was very disappointed when he found out that she was in a therapeutic profession. Jiang Yunqing has always been under a lot of pressure. She has always been afraid and can't get results. As the young lady of the Jiang family, she has a heavy burden on her body, and she represents the face of the family, so she must forge ahead. Now, there are finally results. My father was also proud of his achievements. She also felt that she had finally come out. Father, actually, I was able to reach level 13, not all thanks to myself, Jiang Yunqing said. When Jiang Yangli heard this, he just nodded. His smile was slightly restrained, but the fatherly love in his eyes did not diminish. Girl, of course you don't need to say this, I know it too. You are an auxiliary healing professional, of course you can't kill the magical beast yourself, you have to form a team. If you can bring you to such a high level, that student is probably not an ordinary person. Tell me, who brought you? I will personally find someone to send him a congratulatory gift. Jiang Yongli said with a smile. The love in his eyes was undisguised. He actually loves Jiang Yunqing, the second daughter, very much. However, he is not superficial, because he knows that children in this world must be under pressure to be motivated. If she she is too doting, Jiang Yunqing, the second daughter, will fall and achieve nothing. So he has been putting a lot of pressure on her since he was a child. Now that she has finally achieved something, she doesn't have to put pressure on herself anymore. In the future, the sky is high and the sea is wide with fish leaping, and let Jiang Yunqing develop on his own. As a father, I only need to be behind her back and give her the best support. Jiang Yunqing nodded and said immediately, Dad, that person is a swordsman, named Su Ming. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Yangli frowned slightly. That ranking first? Su Ming, who defeated our Woyang City, the strongest 10-star knife-mad student Li Xingguang? There was a little shock in his eyes. He really didn't expect that his daughter would be teaming up with him. What he originally thought was that his daughter was on a team with Li Xingguang or a highly talented student in the city. This is really unexpected. Not to mention him, even his wife and eldest daughter Jiang Lan were a little surprised when they heard these words. Yunqing, you mean, it was Su Ming, who didn't know what to do, who brought you in the copy? Jiang Lan took a step forward, his eyes a little unbelievable. Wasn't he very arrogant and rejected my deal? She asked suspiciously. Jiang Yunqing heard this, was silent for a moment, and then spoke. Sister, this is a bit of a long story. However, Su Ming is a good person, she said firmly. Jiang Lan frowned slightly when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. She had a very bad impression of Su Ming, but since his sister praised him more, he wouldn't say anything more. She didn't actually have much opinion about Su Ming. After all, it was normal for young people to be arrogant. Jiang Yangli looked at his daughter, his eyes a little solemn. A swordsman, but in the dungeon, the upgrade progress surpasses that of the 10-star knife madman. This Su Ming really makes me a little curious. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Daughter, if you have time, you have to tell me what happened in the copy. He said seriously to Jiang Yunqing. He vaguely felt that Su Ming was an extremely suitable investment target. He is a director of the Jiangyan Consortium and has been fighting in the business world all his life. Many companies have his investments and shareholdings. He knows better than anyone how valuable a powerful talented changer who has not yet risen is worth. It's like an undiscovered gold mine. If you can lay out in advance and get his favor, then the Jiangyan Consortium will have a strong ally in the future. In this way, when he dies, his two daughters can also have protection in the world. Jiang Yunqing nodded. By the way, I'll ask someone to send a big gift to that young man Su Ming later. After all, I brought my daughter in the copy, and the gift should not be too light, otherwise it would seem that my daughter has dropped in price. Jiang Yangli waved his hand boldly and said with a smile. At this time, Jiang Yunqing asked weakly, Dad, what are you going to give to others? Jiang Yangli was extremely confident and smiled indifferently. His temples were slightly white, and he looked very sure. A high-quality gold weapon, worth at least hundreds of thousands of coins, is an absolute heavyweight for a child from a poor family like him. He had already inquired about Su Ming's life experience and information in advance. After all, there were many capable people under the Jiangyan Consortium, and the information channels were rich. According to the social status of the other party, decide what gift to give, which is his consistent style. Get the best results at the lowest cost. Gold-level weapons are indeed very good gifts for ordinary job changers. You know, for ordinary people, the most advanced loot in the novice dungeon is basically gold. Only a monster like Su Ming, with the sublimation of all things, can obtain a large number of platinum-level rewards. Jiang Yunqing heard this, but he was silent. She pouted, feeling very unhappy. At this moment, she thought to herself, Dad, do you know what equipment Su Ming has in the copy? A complete set of platinum equipment, eh? And your golden gift, the value is 10 times different. If you take something like this, Su Ming may even disdain it. The most important thing is that Su Ming gave himself a platinum high-quality skill scroll. This skill scroll alone is worth millions of advent coins. She suddenly felt that her father was really underestimating others, so she shook her head slowly and said with a disappointed face, Dad, Su Ming saved my life. Jiang Yangli's face suddenly became serious, and his smile restrained. In his eyes, the essence flickered. Saved his daughter's life. It seems that the gift he just gave was indeed sloppy. The evaluation of Su Ming in his heart has also gone to a higher level. That's right, Su Ming is a level 16 transferee, and he must also have his opportunities. Sending a gold-level weapon by yourself is indeed a bit underestimating others. During this time, I was too busy, my spirit was too tense, and my judgment was a little wrong. I'm sorry, girl, it's Dad, I was sloppy. I'll ask someone to give him a reward later. Don't worry, the value will definitely satisfy you. The moment Su Ming saved Jiang Yunqing's life, the meaning of this gift changed. It is not just a gift. Instead, it represents the weight of Jiang Yunqing's daughter in the minds of his father. Therefore, he has decided to spend some money and give a big gift. At this time, an old man in a suit and looking good temperament walked slowly outside the door. He knocked lightly on the door. Chairman, there is an important meeting. Jiang Yangli nodded. Yunqing, I have a meeting later. You guys rest at home first. Notify me if something happens. Then he turned and left, closing the door. Elder Lei, what meeting is so rushed? Jiang Yangli said as he walked. His face was a little solemn. The old man's name is Lei Chen, a fourth-turn professional. Is his personal secretary, bodyguard, and financial steward of the Jiangyan consortium. He has already informed that if there is nothing important, he must not disturb today, but Lei Lao still bothered. This shows that the situation is very serious. The Thunder Butler had a solemn face and opened a panel in front of him. Chairman, this matter is of great importance. The people of the Zhang family have recently been cracking down on our crystal mining and selling business across the country. They are competing for the market, and they have even resorted to illegal violence. Many of our merchants, branch bosses, and wholesalers have been secretly killed by the Zhang family's killers. During this time, we have suffered heavy losses. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yangli's face became solemn. This statement came out. Zhang Jia, it's getting more and more overdone. I see. His eyes were a little cold. The Jiangyan consortium is also one of the largest chaebol in the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, he couldn't bear it. A secret war between a big consortium and a big family is slowly brewing. Xinjing, one middle school. In the school conference room, Su Ming stepped in slowly. I saw that the principal and a group of teachers had been waiting here for a long time. In addition to him, there are 3 students, Zhang Tang, Ji Yao, and Yanzei. When several teachers saw Su Ming, they couldn't hold back their smiles. Su Ming, come on. Su Ming walked to Ji Yao's side. Zhang Tang looked at Su Ming, and a gloomy light flashed in his eyes. He had already guessed who killed the world boss. Who else can there be besides Su Ming? From the start to the end of the dungeon, there are only a few hours in total. Even if it is a meat grinder, it is impossible to reach level 16 if it continues to slaughter monsters in the dungeon. Unless Su Ming kills the world boss. Only with this possibility can he rise to level 16 and win the first place. It was Su Ming who disrupted his plan and prevented him from killing the boss. Took away his original first. Zhang Tang clenched his fists, his heart full of haze. This novice copy is very important to him. This is an opportunity for him to prove to the family. Extremely precious. However, it was destroyed by Su Ming. At this moment, his heart was full of jealousy. You must know that although the Zhang family has heavenly means and unfathomable heritage, it is one of the 3 major families of the Dragon Kingdom. But the Zhang family is not monolithic. It can be said that the forces are intertwined. Although he is the eldest son of the family claimant Tianlong, it does not mean that he can inherit the Zhang family 100% in the future. With the elders and the council sitting in charge, the Zhang family is not his father 100% in charge. So this novice copy is very important to him. He needs to show enough potential and strength in order to win over more people within the Zhang family for his own use. At this moment, in addition to resentment, there were doubts in his heart. Su Ming is just a swordsman. Even if he is a 10-star talent, he is very weak in the early stage. What the hell is he? Kill the hidden boss? This is what Zhang Tang is most puzzled about. Another point is the whereabouts of Rin Xiaoman. Since he sent Rin Xiaoman to find Su Ming, there has been no news. No means can be contacted. On the ranking of dungeon settlement, he also did not see Rin Xiaoman's name. Could it be that Rin Xiaoman is dead? Thinking of this, Zhang Tang took a step forward and showed a hypocritical smile to Su Ming. Su Ming, congratulations on winning the first place. I have something to ask you. Have you seen Rin Xiaoman recently? Hearing this, Su Ming's face was calm. I haven't seen it. There are only these 3 words, as plain as water. Seeing Su Ming's reaction, Zhang Tang's eyes were shocked. There was a chill in his eyes. He held a word out of his mouth, but in the end he didn't say it. He slowly stepped back, no longer negotiating with Su Ming. He stood in the middle of the 4 people and bowed his head slightly. No one saw it, and at this moment his eyes were staring at the ground, which was full of gloom. Yes, he saw it. In other words, Su Ming didn't want to hide it in the first place. Su Ming has always been Rin Xiaoman's licking dog, so Zhang Tang sent Rin Xiaoman to approach him and seduce him. However, now that he mentioned Rin Xiaoman's name, Su Ming was completely unmoved, as if he had changed into a different person. This is really abnormal. Anyone with a discerning eye can think of what happened. He estimated that Su Ming didn't know what means he and Rin Xiaoman had planned. Su Ming should know his mind and be hostile to himself. Then there is no need to pretend, and there is no need to negotiate anymore. Zhang Tang clenched his fists, recalling Su Ming's eyes just now. The kind of indifference and ruthlessness shown by Su Ming made Zhang Tang unfamiliar. He even suspected that Su Ming had killed Rin Xiaoman. It's not impossible. Su Ming was originally just a poor boy, but he was able to become the first in the copy. This shows that he is not as harmless as he seems. Looking at Su Ming's eyes as if everything was under control, it was difficult not to let Zhang Tang speculate that Su Ming was actually a meticulous person who had endured for many years. This kind of person is the most terrifying. The more Zhang Tang thought about it, the deeper the murderous intent in his heart. If a person like Su Ming is allowed to develop, it will be a big hidden danger for himself and even the Zhang family. Geniuses who cannot be used for themselves are enemies and must be strangled. Otherwise, he will definitely be retaliated against by Su Ming in the future. In his heart, he made up his mind. I want to find a time to let Su Ming die. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, but he wasn't too worried about it. Although Su Ming surprised him for a moment, it was just that. Talented? The Zhang Zhang family is least afraid of genius. The heritage of an entire family can easily kill this guy. It's like crushing an ant to death. Su Ming looked at Zhang Tang with his peripheral vision, his face calm. He could probably guess what Zhang Tang was thinking in his heart. Su Ming didn't care at all. Seriously, if the situation allows, at the moment of meeting just now, Su Ming wanted to use his sword to instantly slash and kill Zhang Tang in seconds. But he can't. There are too many witnesses here, teachers and principals. The most important thing is that Su Ming doesn't know what quality of life-saving equipment Zhang Tang has. The Zhang family has a deep heritage, even more majestic than a behemoth like the Zhengyan Consortium. Zhang Tang must have extremely powerful life-saving equipment. With his current strength, he may not be able to kill if he makes a rash move, so Su Ming stabilized. What he wanted was to kill with one blow. If not, look for other opportunities. Su Ming, some are time. At this time, Wang Tingshan walked in front of everyone. He was smiling and obviously in a good mood. Ji Yao, Zhang Tang, Yan Zhe, and Su Ming. You are the pride of number 1 middle school. I called you here today to announce a very important thing. Saying that, Wang Tingshan waved. Several teachers, carrying 4 brocade boxes, came to everyone. Su Ming opened the box and found that it was a jade white token. Among them, a pattern of a 100-fold gold patterned pagoda is outlined. It is the Tower of Heaven token. This is the token of the Heavenly Tower Society. There are several places every year, a total of 4 in Xianjing City, and this year we are all in charge of number 1 middle school. I'll distribute it to you now. Wang Tingshan said with a smile. Anyone can see that he is in a great mood today. Thank you for your battle in the dungeon. You will officially graduate from today. The Tower of Heaven is a heavy responsibility and represents an infinite future. Later, there will be seniors of the Heavenly Pagoda Society who will take you to the initiation ceremony. As he said this, Wang Tingshan looked at Su Ming. It can be said that it was Su Ming who turned the tide alone and saved Xianjing number 1 middle school. There was a strong sense of appreciation in his eyes. He was even a little impatient, seeing where Su Ming would take off in the future. At this time, several young people dressed in modern and sophisticated equipment slowly stepped forward from the side. They all wore a token of the Heavenly Tower Society pinned to their waists. Obviously, they are the seniors sent by the Tower of Heaven to respond. Everyone, come with us. Saying that, several people tapped the token of the Tower of Heaven with their fingers. Subsequently, they disappeared immediately. Entered another dimension. Ji Yao was a little surprised. I didn't expect this token to be useful for teleportation. Yan Zhe also learned their movements and knocked. In the next instant, his whole body disappeared in place. Zhang Tang and Ji Yao were all concocted in the same way. Su Ming also tapped. In the next instant, everyone entered a strange space. This is a huge city, and the buildings are all antique, like the ancient architectural system of the Dragon Kingdom. But the sky here is a vast area of gold, without the sun, moon, and stars. The streets were bustling with transferees wearing black robes and tokens around their waists. People are carrying all kinds of weapons and equipment, and they all look very hurried. In the center in the distance, there is a huge tower, towering into the sky. It seems that there are at least hundreds of floors. Here, it is the base camp of the Heavenly Pagoda Society, the Heavenly Pagoda Realm. Several seniors who introduced Su Ming said, everyone here is a member of the Heavenly Pagoda Society. Only when you are not in a combat state and in a safe area for humans can you enter here by tapping the token. You can't come in the dungeon or in battle. This is a space of its own, very stable. The guide introduced. Next, follow me, and I will take you to complete the initiation ceremony. Ji Yao, Su Ming, Zhang Tang, and Yan Zhe quickly followed. Along the way, you can also see the new generation of Tenjiu in many other provinces, municipalities, and schools. The world is big and there are all kinds of facilities. Auction house, sword casting shop, equipment casting shop. There are too many. This is a one-stop all-purpose world. You can get everything you want here. But the most important function is to receive tasks. The essence of the Heavenly Pagoda meeting is actually a bounty meeting. Soon, the crowd crossed the streets and arrived at a luxurious hall. Inside the hall, there are many teams receiving tasks. On the walls, a dazzling array of bounty tasks are posted. Su Ming's face was calm, but there was no surprise in his eyes. It can even be said that he is already familiar with this set of processes. In his previous life, he also joined the Heavenly Tower Society. Several seniors in charge of the introduction led Su Ming and a group of people to the innermost area. It was a lavish hall with several maids standing under a screen. Give these newcomers the task of joining. The senior in charge of the introduction led 4 people to the front and said, the woman was beautiful and showed a professional smile. Then she moved quickly and tapped her fingers. On that huge screen, many taskbars suddenly appeared. A few new hunters, please choose your own mission. Complete any task and you can officially become a member of the Heavenly Tower Society. Her smile is charming, but her words are even more charming. Officially join the Tower of Heaven. These 7 words have supreme magic. Among the hundreds of millions of job transferees every year, only a few tens of thousands may be able to join the Tower of Heaven. Being able able to become a member of the Heavenly Tower Society means supreme glory. This is the dream of all students. The task level is from low to high, F, E, D, C, B, A, and the highest is an S-level mission. As newcomers, you must accept a task and complete it before you can officially become a member. Your initial hunting level will be determined by the tasks you complete. Now, choose your mission, the woman said with a smile. Her voice has a faint temptation. At this time, the seniors who took over all turned around and said, "For classmates, we know that you are all talented and have excellent grades in the novice copy. Otherwise, you will not be eligible to join. But don't be proud, otherwise you will die miserably. Even the lowest F-level mission, you must complete it with all your might. We have been in the Tower of Heaven for more than a year and have seen too many deaths. We hope you can live a few more years," a bearded senior said with a solemn face. "Okay, the next 4 of you are going to complete the task in a team or alone. It's up to you. After completing the task, just return to the Heavenly Pagoda realm to hand over the task. Our guidance is over. Let's see you again." Several seniors said calmly, turned around and left. For them, it's all just business. After explaining what should be explained, they left. For the members of the Tower of Heaven, time is very precious. Su Ming's face was solemn, and he looked up at the menu. There are many tasks on it. At this time, the waitress said with a smile, "Several students, as newcomers, I suggest that you take the lowest F-level task and complete the assessment. This is how your probability of survival is high. Of course, if you want to challenge difficult tasks, it's not impossible. Complete the D-level mission, and you will be rated as a Platinum Hunter. Okay, complete the E-level mission, and you will be rated as a Gold Hunter. Even the lowest F-level mission is a Silver-level Hunter after completion. The Heavenly Pagoda Society, there is no bronze level. What kind of task to accept is up to you to decide." Su Ming looked at the task list and fell into deep thought. F. Hunt the corpse-gnawing squirrel. Kill 3 corpse-gnawing squirrels in the forest outside Xinjing City. Reward, Bronze Inferior Skill Scroll X1. E. Hunting bone bronze statues. Kill 10 bone bronze statues that are raging outside Xinjing City. Reward, Bronze Fine Weapon X1. E. Collect corpses. Bring back the corpses of 5 members of the Heavenly Tower Society who died in the depths of the wilderness, so that they do not expose their bodies to the wilderness. Reward, Wanzu Coins X1000. D. Hunt the Angry Bear. Kill a mutated white bear that is raging in the village outside the city. Reward, EXP plus 10,000. Wanzu Coins X3000. These tasks were not a challenge for him. The Tower of Heaven will be rewarded generously, and you can also get a large number of Wanzu coins and Advent coins, and many additional loot. The higher the level of the initially completed quest, the higher the level of the hunter, and the more privileges there are. Then your own start is equivalent to being one level higher than others. This is a huge advantage. Once the initial assessment is completed, it is slow to move up again. So Su Ming decided to directly accept the highest level of tasks that newcomers can receive. Without hesitation, he took the lead and said to the woman, "I'm going to take on the D-level mission of that 3rd platoon." As soon as Su Ming said this, the waitress's eyes froze obviously. D. A crusade against the Python King. Hunt a Python King in the wilderness forest of Nanli District. Reward, 10,000 coins X10000. Random Platinum Skill Scroll X1. Is this task something that this newcomer can complete? The Python King was very terrifying, and many people tried to attack it, but they were all defeated. But she didn't ask anymore and directly helped Su Ming complete the task procedures. Her job is to help people with procedures. It is not within her responsibility to persuade people not to die. The people who came to the Heavenly Pagoda meeting were all talented young career changers, and they were all proud. To be honest, she has seen a lot of people like Su Ming. It can be said that he is looking for death. No matter how talented you are, you can't challenge D-level missions as soon as you come out. This is the highest task that a newcomer can accept. Once completed, it will be rated as a Platinum Hunter. This is outrageous. 18 years old, Platinum Hunter. It's a dream. She used to persuade her, but now she has turned a blind eye. She can't say much about people who are looking for death. She buried everything in her heart and quickly completed the formalities. "Your task has been accepted. Please check it in your personal task profile panel," she said with a smile. Su Ming nodded. Ji Yao and Yen Zhe were also shocked. "Su Ming, you actually accepted such a difficult task?" Ji Yao took a step forward and asked in surprise. "Even if a few of us form a team, the success rate may not be high." "Su Ming, you are too impulsive this time," Yen Zhe said with a solemn face. Su Ming's face was calm. "You think too much. I didn't think about teaming up. I will complete this task myself." Yen Zhe was a little surprised. He thought that Su Ming would accept this task because of the high chance of winning in the team. Unexpectedly, Su Ming was ready to challenge alone. "No, it's too difficult. I'll join you," Yen Zhe said sincerely. He has regarded Su Ming as a friend from the bottom of his heart, so he was willing to go to the danger with Su Ming. Ji Yao also took a step forward and took Su Ming's hand. "Su Ming, I want to go with you too." Su Ming shook his head, still insisting on being alone. "I'll go alone." The reason why he insisted so much will not be known to everyone. alone. This task is actually to pick up credit. If you take everyone, it will make Su Ming lose experience and rewards. So he naturally chose someone. Su Ming had experience in his previous life, and he knew a very secret piece of information. This task is actually very simple. That giant snake is indeed very powerful, but every year in mid-June, it will fall dormant. Ordinary snakes are hibernating, while the mutant giant snake is summer sleep. This is information that basically no one knows except Su Ming. Now, the big snake is about to fall into summer sleep, and it is not easy to slash and kill by yourself, so he insisted on going alone. After this wave is completed, you can win the reward alone. Ji Yao's mouth opened slightly, and she wanted to persuade her again. Su Ming stretched out a finger and pressed it on her red lips, leaving her speechless. Her cheeks suddenly turned red. There is no need to talk about this matter anymore. There are still many opportunities to form a team in the future. I've made up my mind. Su Ming frowned. Then, he said to the two people, Ji Yao, Yanzei, you two go to Jiang Yinqing to team up together. Although she is from Ouyang City, she probably also got the Heavenly Tower Society token. Su Ming was talking, and she came. I saw in the distance, a beautiful girl trotting all the way, with a token of the Heavenly Tower Society hanging around her waist. Su Ming, Ji Yao, Yanzei. In the distance, she was smiling and waving. She ran over quickly. I also got the token of the Tower of Heaven, come to participate in the novice mission. How do you say, let's team up together? She looked at everyone with a smile. Yanzei stepped forward and told her everything that had just happened. She looked at Su Ming and didn't persuade her. Her watery eyes were all understanding. Su Ming, if you insist on going alone, then go. Unexpectedly, she didn't persuade Su Ming. Then she turned to look at Ji Yao and Yanzei. Ji Yao, Yanzei, let's team up and let Su Ming go alone. Let's take on an E-level mission, and it is enough to rate the hunter as gold, she said to the two of them, because she knew very well that Su Ming's combat effectiveness, clearer than Ji Yao and Yanzei. It can be said that she has 100% trust in Su Ming. If Su Ming insists on asking someone to challenge an impossible task, it must have his ideas. She didn't want to disrupt Su Ming's plan. This is 100% trust. Ji Yao was finally moved. She nodded and said, actually, we also need a real experience. Killing the hidden boss is basically Su Ming's main force. We are all paddling behind, but we have risen to such a high level. We only have levels, but our combat experience and skills are not strong enough, so forming a team will drag Su Ming's back. Let's team up first. Ji Yao agreed. Yanzei had no choice but to nod. Su Ming smiled slightly and said to her, very good, then I'll withdraw first and contact you after completing the assessment. Su Ming said. Then he left quickly. At this time, Zhang Tang on the side was also slightly shocked, but immediately afterwards, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He really didn't expect that Su Ming would actually accept a task of this level. Grade D. If the newcomer has no one to bring him, accepting this kind of task is simply looking for death. There is no force behind Su Ming, so he thinks that Su Ming is too arrogant. He believes that Su Ming completely underestimated the difficulty of the D-level mission. The difficulty of D-level quests is basically no less than that of E-level or D-level dungeon bosses. Even if Su Ming can win the first place in the F-level novice copy, it is impossible to complete this task easily. Su Ming is really a little floating. Thinking of this, Zhang Tang even felt a sense of relief in his heart. It seems that Su Ming is not a thoughtful genius, or ordinary people who will be proud and arrogant. Maybe he won the first place in the dungeon is just luck. Then this kind of opponent is not worth worrying about. Of course, killing still has to be killed. Su Ming killed the hidden boss and disrupted Zhang Tang's novice dungeon plan. With this alone, he was going to kill Su Ming. Thinking of this, Zhang Tang secretly opened his personal panel and sent a message to several of the family's trusted bodyguards. Kill someone, Su Ming. He has accepted a D-level mission and will go to the Python King's lair in Nanli District, where you will wait for the rabbit. In 10 days, he will be over. Zhang Tang's confidants are all masters of the second rank or above. Letting them kill Su Ming is simply a breeze. The other side replied, okay. To be honest, even if he didn't let people ambush him, Su Ming was likely to be swallowed by the Python King and didn't need to intervene himself. But for the sake of safety, Zhang Tang still issued this order. He is a very cautious person. Zhang Xiao, you are here. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Zhang Tang turned around and looked. It was a middle-aged man. Zhang Fenglu, the third-rank wave swordsman, an elder of the Zhang family. He is also one of Zhang Tang's personal guards. Zhang Tang nodded. I want to accept the D-level mission and complete the evaluation of the Heavenly Tower Society, he said. Zhang Fenglu heard this, his face calmed down, and he nodded. He stands with his hands on his back, his demeanor is extraordinary, and his combat power is also very strong. Okay, as long as it is a task below level C, I am confident that you will be safe. He smiled slightly and said. Zhang Tang's eyes flashed with a touch of ambition. Su Ming accepted the D-level mission and was looking for death, but Zhang Tang accepted the D-level task, which was natural and ordinary. Just because he is the eldest young master of the Zhang family, behind him is the Zhang family. The novice copy is because there is no way to bring the family elders to participate, so Zhang Tang can only rely on his own strength. The novice evaluation task of the Tower of Heaven is different. No matter who you team up with, it's no problem. So Zhang Tang can accept the most difficult task and then let the family elder take him to lie down and win. It is also safe and can be rated as a platinum level hunter. Why not? This is the power of the family. Su Ming walked alone through the streets of the Heavenly Tower realm. He walked all the way to a blacksmith shop, found the owner here. Young man, what weapon do you want to build? A burly strong man walked out slowly and said. Su Ming took out a long black sword and slapped it on the table. How much does it cost to upgrade this sword to a gold quality weapon? Su Ming said. His Xiangang blood sword is just silver quality and it is really a bit insufficient. So he chose to come here for a wave of upgrades. Yes. The man picked up the black steel blood sword, his face solemn. He flicked the blade of the sword with his hand. The sword chant is crisp. It's not bad. The quality is better than the silver weapon. I can upgrade it to a gold middle grade weapon. 70,000 advent coins are needed, the blacksmith said. When Su Ming heard this, his face was solemn. This is almost like buying a golden weapon. If I bring my own base material for strengthening infusion, how much cheaper can it be? Su Ming asked. The blacksmith heard this and pondered for a moment. What? It depends on the quality of your substrate. When Su Ming heard this, he smiled indifferently. Directly from the personal space, many high-quality materials are taken out. Cutting the claw bones of the Iron Wolf King, the shell of the Sunken Turtle, the tooth stone of the Salamander King, and the yellow fang of the Goblin Leader. All of them are hard substrates, perfect for steel. The owner of the blacksmith shop was shocked to see so many high-end materials. Why? TSK. Young man, you are not very old. You should be only 18 years old. Where did so many high-end materials come from? 18-year-old newcomers basically only pass the rookie copy. The number of elite monsters in the novice dungeon is already very small and difficult to meet. A newcomer like Su Ming can meet and kill one and burn high incense. Not to mention, there is also the influence of the element of explosion rate. It is possible that you kill many elite monsters, but not a single base material will explode. But Su Ming took out so many enhancement materials for elite monsters. No wonder the blacksmith was so surprised. Su Ming just smiled faintly and said, "It's just good luck." The blacksmith's face was solemn, and he can only include Su Ming, a young man, in the ranks of the rich second generation. Your materials are very good, and you should be able to smelt very good steel. In this case, I may be able to help you strengthen this sword to the highest grade of gold. Originally, the most expensive thing to strengthen was the material, but now you bring your own materials. Then I can only charge a manual fee. 20,000 advent coins, the boss said at a price. Su Ming did not hesitate, and immediately initiated a transaction from his personal panel. Some of his materials have been sold from the trading house, and the gold coins have been credited. Clang! So he didn't hesitate to make a move. The boss accepts. Young man, in 3 hours, come and get the sword, he said. Su Ming nodded and left. Experienced blacksmiths, upgrading weapons is fast, just a few hours. Su Ming is ready to challenge the Tower of Silence during this time. The Tower of Heavenly Silence is the building in the center of the Tower of Heaven world. It is said to be a supreme structure built by the rules of the world. This sacred tower is a full 100 stories high. No one has ever reached 100 floors in human history. It is said that if you reach the 100th floor, you will be able to know the truth about the world and everything about Advent. In Su Ming's previous life, he only challenged the 80th floor. Each floor of the Tower of Silence will give different rewards. Gradually, the rewards will get better and better. The rewards are also completely random, and there are all kinds of rewards. It can help people become stronger quickly. Su Ming moved forward quickly. Eventually, he came to the door of the Tower of Silence. There are many young people here. The first thing that many newcomers to this class think of after getting the qualification of the Tower of Heaven is to challenge the Tower of Silence. You will not die in the Tower of Silence, and if defeated, you will withdraw. However, anyone only has one chance to challenge the Tower of Silence once a month, so it can be regarded as a precious opportunity. Su Ming calmed down and came to the door. I saw that in front of the tower, there was an illusory screen with a ranking on it. Newcomer ranking. 1. Sun Xiayang, stop at the 8th floor. 2. Wang Sha, stop at the 7th floor. 3. This ranking shows the newcomers of this session. Su Ming moved his body and prepared to start the challenge. At this time, many people walked out of the tower in despair. It's too hard. I just hit the 4th floor and quit out. What are you? When I went to the 3rd floor, I met a giant minotaur and pushed me away, and I was directly instantaneous. It's okay for you. My second layer, I was easily defeated by that longsword knight. It's too hard. It's really too difficult. But the rewards of this Tower of Silence are also very good. Next month, I'm coming. The crowd clenched their fists and full of energy. At this time, Su Ming found a familiar figure in the crowd. It turned out to be Li Xingguang. In his right hand, he held a long dark green knife, a silver quality weapon. After his knife was cut off by Su Ming, he was replaced replaced with this silver quality weapon. Moreover, he had a slight injury to his right hand, and both fingers were amputated. The way he holds the knife looks obviously unnatural. In his eyes, there was a touch of vicious anger and hatred. He took firm steps and walked towards the Tower of Silence. He wants to be stronger, he wants revenge. After his first place was taken away, all forces were extremely disappointed in him. Many of the original investments have been terminated. The principal of Woyang No. 3 Middle School was held accountable by all forces and almost fell from his horse, and now he is the vice principal. This made Li Xingguang feel the pain of falling from the clouds. He attributed everything to Su Ming. This hatred made him furious. So after he obtained the qualification of the Heavenly Pagoda Society, he immediately came here non-stop to seek opportunities to become stronger. Seeing Li Xingguang appear here, the players around him were a little surprised. Someone came forward to say hello and asked to form a team. They are currying favor with Li Xingguang. After all, no matter what, he is a knife maniac with 10-star talent. Although he ranked second and was surpassed by Su Ming, he still had gold content. However, the friendship between these people was exchanged for Li Xingguang's ignorance. He ignored anyone at all, and just walked alone towards the Tower of Silence. Some people make good friends, and naturally some people ridicule them. Yo, isn't this the first genius, Li Xingguang? I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are you pulling it like this? Li Xingguang, didn't you say that you want to slaughter our students in Nanmian City and Xianjing City and become the first in the Dragon Kingdom? Why are your hands cut off? It can't be that the monster is too fierce. People laughed wantonly. Because Li Xingguang was too beautiful some time ago, he single-handedly suppressed all the students to raise their heads. In addition, the principal of Woyang No. 3 Middle School is also a talent who provokes hatred, tongue-in-cheek, arrogant to the extreme, and suppresses other schools. Now, everything is counterattacking. So Li Xingguang is in a very bad situation now. Everywhere there are people who are jealous, hateful, and watch his jokes. He is considered a tiger in Pingyang. All his former scenery has turned into jealousy in people's hearts. Now people naturally like to see him decadent and failed. There are a lot of people who have fallen into the well. Li Xingguang, I remember you said back then that you wanted to treat students as wild monsters and kill them to level up. Why are your hands useless now? Someone saw the injury on Li Xingguang's hand at a glance and gave him a precise blow. People don't know who caused Li Xingguang's wound, but they are actually a little curious. Li Xingguang heard these words. If it had been before, he would have been furious and would have rushed over to kill him, but now, his face was gloomy and calm. In his heart, there is only Su Ming. He wanted to surpass Su Ming and kill Su Ming. There is nothing else but this purpose. He firmly walked into the Tower of Heavenly Silence and disappeared. Su Ming has been watching coldly. He stood in the crowd, very low-key, and he did not let Li Xingguang discover his existence. Su Ming's eyes were solemn with murderous intent. It's a pity that in this small world, the rules are limited and you can't kill people. Su Ming felt a little regretful. Otherwise, the moment he saw Li Xingguang, he would kill him and then use his invisible step to leave without a trace. Su Ming shook his head and shook off all the distracting thoughts in his heart. He came to the door of the Tower of Silence and stepped in. Step in, and the world suddenly changes in front of you. The space inside the Tower of Heavenly Silence was completely separated. It can accommodate countless people to challenge at the same time, but it does not affect each other in the slightest. This Tower of Silence can only be challenged by one person. In front of Su Ming's eyes, there was an antique world in the tower, like an arena-like venue. A few big characters hang high in the air. First floor, monster, purple-haired evil tiger. In the next moment, a huge mutant purple-haired tiger appeared in the field. It immediately rushed towards Su Ming. This Tower of Silence has boss-level monsters on each floor. Su Ming was very calm and immediately scanned the information of this monster. Fierce beast, purple-haired evil tiger. Level 5. Strength 59 points. Physique 25 points. Agility 25 points. Spirit 13 points. Lucky 10 points. Skills, giant palm slapping, biting. This is only a monster on the first floor of the Tower of Silence, and it has already reached level 5. No wonder those newcomers are easily defeated. Many people have stopped at the 3rd level. Even the 10th master of copy number 144 stopped at the 8th floor. It can be seen that the difficulty of this Tower of Silence is high. It's a pity that this tiger met Su Ming today. Level 5 monsters are really not enough to see in front of him. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and he raised his hand directly to shake it. Suddenly, a long sword suspended from his shadow. It is the long sword of the shadow flow. The equipment of Su Ming's whole body is of platinum quality. Coupled with a level 16 level, it was not too simple for him to kill this tiger. He doesn't even need to urge the skill. A normal attack can be killed. The tiger roared and rushed over fearlessly. Su Ming stood in place, his eyes calm. He slashed out with a knife. The tiger's body fell with a bang. Its neck was cut open, turning into a little blue light and dissipating in the heavens and the earth. EXP plus 302. Su Ming gained a lot of experience. Successfully passed the first layer. Please claim your reward. In the center of the field, a small wooden treasure chest appeared. It seems to be made of bronze. It is the lowest level chest. Su Ming directly used the sublimation ability of all things to sublimate. This Tower of Silence can also be regarded as a copy. The material of this treasure chest suddenly changed and the appearance was more high-end. Sublimation success. Nishiki treasure chest, bronze medium. TSK, this time my luck is really bad. I only sublimated from bronze inferior grade to middle grade. Su Ming muttered. Then, he kicked the treasure chest directly with his foot. Look inside. A wood grain ring engraved with intricate patterns appeared in the box. Loot, small power amplification ring, bronze medium. After wearing, it can increase the strength attribute by 5 points. Su Ming curled his lips. It's better than nothing. Such an attribute is really not enough for him. But Su Ming was still equipped. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. After he looted the loot, he immediately started the next level of challenge. This first layer, poor rewards, is very normal. Su Ming is mentally prepared. The monster on the second floor is a fierce flying bat with a huge size. The wings are covered with black hair, and the body is open, and it can even completely wrap a person. The bat's sharp teeth were cold, and its eyes were also flashing red, flying in midair, sending out ultrasonic waves to attack Su Ming from time to time. This is a large area, indiscriminate attack that continues to lose blood. But for Su Ming, it is not painful or itchy. He didn't even frown. Raise your sword and slash. The sword flashed. Su Ming directly killed the monster with ease. It can even be said to be a flash sale. The reward for this level also appeared in front of Su Ming. It is also a treasure chest of bronze inferiority. Su Ming directly used all things to sublimate and upgrade. Sublimation success. Ean-Tide treasure chest. Quality, gold quality. This time I was very lucky, and I was directly sublimated to the gold level. Su Ming stepped forward, opened the box, and took out the loot inside. Is a skill scroll. Hound pace, golden quality. Level limit, level 15. A fast, agile, and ethereal pace that allows you to move rapidly in a short period of time, like a hunting dog. Su Ming learned it directly. Subsequently, Su Ming continued to challenge. With a new skill, after the hound's pace, his combat effectiveness has also been greatly improved. His movement speed became extremely fast, and he was able to easily dodge most of the monster's attacks. Coupled with the passive talent of the original sword body, the power of all swordsmanship is multiplied tenfold. This makes Su Ming invincible. He pushed all the way and passed through the first 7 floors. This progress is extremely fast, and he is still moving forward. At this moment, the outside world. Everyone stared at the screen in front of the Tower of Silence that day. The leaderboard is displayed there. Number 4 Li Xingguang, 5th floor. Number 3 Li Xingguang, 6th floor. His name continues to climb on the record. People looked a little surprised. Li Xingguang is worthy of being a 10-star knife maniac. Even though his hand was seriously injured, he was still able to rush to the 6th floor at such a fast speed. It's too fierce. People looked solemn. I have to admit that Li Xingguang's strength is still there. People's sighs are not over yet. In the next moment, the picture on the list changed again. Number 2 Li Xingguang, 7th floor. No. 1 Li Xingguang, 8th floor. Li Xingguang, break through the 9th floor. Directly to the 9th floor. This speed can be described as extremely fast. People were amazed. Why is he so fierce? I won't break through the 10th floor. People were amazed. This is the strength of a knife maniac? It's just a monster. He won't get this year's platinum treasure chest, will he? Look at this posture, most likely. Every year, the first newcomer to break through the 10th floor of the Tower of Silence will receive an additional reward from the supreme rules of the world. It is a platinum treasure chest. You can open platinum level equipment. This kind of thing is full of infinite temptation for newcomers and job changers. It means infinite possibilities and attracts newcomers in each session. Every year, newcomers who join the Tower of Heaven will flock here to challenge. But ordinary players who have passed the novice dungeon are basically only about level 8 or 9, and it is even more difficult to pass the 10th floor. Even geniuses will stop at the 8th or 9th floor. This is an extremely difficult challenge for anyone. Some people will collapse after being defeated, and some people will become more and more courageous. Perhaps, the knife madman Li Xingguang is the latter. One person said. As soon as these words came out, those who had ridiculed Li Xingguang before felt a chill in their backs, reminiscent of Li Xingguang's cold eyes just now. If in the future he will grow up and stand at the top of the world, then those of them who have ridiculed Li Xingguang can still run? Thinking of this, everyone was a little frightened. 10-star knife madness, Li Xingguang, was taken away by Su Ming, the swordsman of Xianjing No. 1 Middle School, and took away the first ranking. I estimate that after he gets the platinum treasure chest, his strength will increase a lot, and then he will find a way to take revenge on Su Ming. That's Su Ming. I'm afraid there will be a disaster. People sighed and said slowly, Tisk, when you say that, I really feel curious. That Su Ming, who is sacred. A small swordsman, such a weak profession in the early stage, can actually surpass the sword maniac in the dungeon. Li Xingguang, who was in the wind for a while, stepped on his feet. It's simply unbelieverating. There was a riot in the crowd, and you discussed word by word. Yes, Yes, I also feel outrageous when you say that. That Su Ming is either unlucky and has picked up some opportunity, or he is really strong. Anyway, I personally prefer the former. We have a good show this time. Li Xingguang should make a comeback. He and Su Ming, the swordsman of Xinjing number 1 middle school, don't know who died in the end. Resources are limited, and the strongest genius can only have one. At this time, Su Ming frantically slashed and killed monsters in the dungeon. With his move to draw his sword and slash instantly, it was completely activated. A burly bull-headed man in front of him fell to the ground with a bang. Congratulations, clearing the 10th floor. You are the first player to clear the 10th floor. Reward for this level, Platinum Treasure Chest. Subsequently, in front of Su Ming, a jade white box appeared. The texture looks very noble, and there are many mysterious patterns carved. Su Ming slowly put away his sword and took a deep breath. He was also a little injured, but he finally passed the 10th floor. That's right, he successfully cleared the 10th floor. He is too fast. The monsters that everyone encounters are different. So, in fact, there is also a certain element of luck in this. If you encounter weaker monsters along the way, you may be able to reach the 10th floor faster. And Su Ming, no luck. Purely personal strength. He looked at the chest and scanned it. Jade white treasure chest. Quality, platinum medium. Su Ming directly used all things to sublimate. Sublimation success. Golden unicorn treasure chest. Diamond inferiority. The chest changed its appearance, covered in golden scales and crystal-like structures. It was actually upgraded to a diamond treasure chest. Su Ming's eyes were slightly startled. This will be his first diamond chest. Su Ming stepped forward and gently opened the box with both hands. I saw a long sword lying in it. The blade comes in 2 colors. On the sword blade in the center, there was a faint trace of breakage. Dragon inlaid broken sword, long sword and short sword dual weapons. Quality, diamond inferior. Level requirements, 4 turns. It was once a long sword, broken in a battle and split in 2. Later, the craftsman used a precious dragon scale as the core end, rebonded and cast it, bringing the sword back to its peak. This sword is extremely sharp and can carry powerful killing intent. Apex Fire Unicorn. The center of this broken sword is inlaid with the scales of a fire dragon, which can provide a 200% fire attribute damage bonus to this dagger. Splitting. The blade of this sword can break away and turn into a flying sword, driven by the owner's thoughts, to kill the enemy in the air. Broken blade. This weapon was once a complete long sword, so it can be judged as a sword-type weapon. However, after the split edge breaks, it is a broken sword, which is the length of the dagger, and at this time it can be judged as a short sword or dagger weapon. Also commonly known as dual-class weapons, it was actually a diamond-level sword. Su Ming's heart trembled slightly. Moreover, it is a dual-class weapon. This means that this sword can eat his original sword body bonus, and once the blade is activated and turned into a flying sword, the main body can become a broken sword, that is, a dagger-type weapon. At this time, you can urge the god to kill the knife. The God Killer knife is a skill of the god-killing profession, which originally requires a dagger or dagger weapon to exert its strongest power. And with this sword, Su Ming was able to seamlessly switch between the 2 forms of skills at will. His combat effectiveness will take a big step forward. Su Ming was a little excited. Immediately hold this sword in your hand. Put it in front of you and look at it carefully. The texture is cold, and there is a faint heat in it. On the blade, a lifelike dragon pattern is depicted. The blade near the grip glowed with golden brilliance. The blade at the tip is a rustic gray color with black steel. The level requirement for this sword is 4 turns, but don't forget, Su Ming has the passive skill of Sword Martial Master. He disregards any restrictions and equips any sword-type weapon, so he can drive freely. Su Ming's heart moved. Click. The golden crack in the middle of this sword suddenly shook. The longer blade in front flew out. It turned into a flying sword and flew in midair. The effect is very similar to that of the sword, but this is not a skill, but an effect attached to this weapon. Su Ming was able to use his mind to control the sword to fly, hang in the air, and kill the enemy. What was left in Su Ming's hand was a broken sword. Beveled section, natural sharp angles. Let this broken sword look like a dagger, natural. Holding the broken sword in front of him, Su Ming looked at it. I saw that in the center of the crack in the broken blade, there was a fiery red dragon scale, perfectly embedded in the blade. Su Ming raised his hand and shook his hand, moving in a chic manner. The flying blade swept suddenly and flew back hanging upside down. It was firmly stuck on the broken sword, and then gathered together to become a complete long sword. I don't know which craftsman's handwriting. It's wonderful. Relying on the dragon scale in the middle, the flying blade and this broken sword are inlaid together. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh at the great wisdom of the blacksmith profession. Dragons, one of the highest level monsters, are very ferocious. Dragon scales are also super precious materials, and inside this sword, there is a dragon scale. Then the grade of this sword is naturally not low. When Su Ming slashes, there will be fire in the blade, with fire attribute damage. Su Ming smiled slightly, held the sword, sword and walked to the next floor. He will not stop at the 10th floor. At this moment, inside the Tower of Heavenly Silence, on the 10th floor, knife madness, Li Xingguang was panting and slashed the giant armored knight in front of him with a knife. He was injured all over and used his strongest skills and finally narrowly passed. Congratulations, successfully passed the 10th floor. Hearing the words of the world rules, a fierce smile appeared on his face. Ha ha, I passed the 10th floor. Very good. This year's platinum treasure chest will be mine. Every year, the first newcomer to clear the 10th floor will receive a platinum treasure chest. For newcomers, this is a very high-level reward. As long as he can get it, he will definitely be able to rise. Thinking of the humiliation he suffered in the copy, Li Xingguang's heart was full of haze. He wants revenge. Su Ming, you must die. Then, a little blue light condensed in front of him, and finally, a treasure chest of high-quality silver was formed. Li Xingguang's eyes were stunned and a little dull. Why is it a silver treasure chest? Where's my platinum treasure chest? His voice trembled and he looked up and said, but no one answered. The rules of the world will not pay attention to a mortal. Could it be that someone passed the 10th floor one step ahead of me? He couldn't believe it. Finally, he bit the bullet and opened the treasure chest. There is only one silver-level necklace among them, and it is not of this profession. It's a mage's necklace equipment. Li Xingguang felt that he had been deceived, abandoned by the world, tricked by fate. He trembled with anger and couldn't help but let out a roar. Damn it! Su Ming continued to move forward, past the 11th floor, past the 12th floor, past the 13th floor. Vaya! His progress is too fast. Even, it can be said that it is fast. Many bosses can't resist his 3 swords. Compared with other newcomers, they basically stop at the 6th and 7th floors. Very good. This makes Su Ming even more terrifying. However, it is worth mentioning that after the 10th floor, the combat effectiveness of each layer of monsters has been significantly improved. Su Ming felt extremely obviously. The first 10 floors are basically experience for newcomers, and the rewards after passing are also bronze treasure chests, and the 11th floor is the real challenge. Although Su Ming cleared the level quickly, the wounds on his body were also increasing. Recovery potions cannot be used here. You can only heal wounds through your own abilities. Su Ming used his mental power to activate the self-healing factor in his blood. Soon, his injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. However, this is not a long-term solution. His mental power has been consumed more than half. You have to save some, Su Ming said in a condensed voice. He chose to recover his injuries only and did not heal completely. Otherwise, it will consume too much mental power. He still has to leave some mental strength and skills to go further. The goal he gave himself was to break through at least the 15th and 6th floors. Su Ming raised his hand and shook it, condensing a spiritual spirit sword in mid-air. This is Su Ming's skill, the spiritual blade. The blade is a clear blue and the blade is shining. With a thud, it flew away, directly penetrated the eye sockets of the boss in front of him. Then Su Ming himself, holding the dragon-inlaid broken sword in his palm, took a step forward. This sword is fierce. Directly cut off the head of the purple-skinned zombie monster in front of him. Congratulations, clearing the 15th floor. Su Ming's breathing was already a little heavy, and he slowly put away his sword. In front of me, there was a reward for this level. It is a treasure chest of gold. Su Ming used all things to sublimate and upgrade. Lan Yu a treasure chest, platinum quality. This time the luck was not so good, and it was only sublimated to the platinum grade. Su Ming looked solemn and opened the lid. I saw that a necklace appeared in this treasure chest. He picked it up and scanned the information. Concealment necklace, platinum superior, agility plus 50. After carrying, all your movements can become silent. Actually directly added 50 agility attributes. This equipment is a bit fierce. Su Ming's current agility attribute has reached 130. If there is this necklace, it is 180 agility. Su Ming directly equipped it. Moreover, just now, Su Ming cleared more than a dozen floors of the Tower of Heavenly Silence in a row, and also rose to 2 levels. Now, he has reached level 18. Add all the attribute points to the agility, that is 200 agility. Upgrade 2 more levels to complete the second turn. Moreover, Su Ming also opened more than a dozen treasure chests and got a lot of loot rewards. But many things are not as good as the shadow sword suit he is wearing now, so those things basically only have the effect of selling, or find someone to break them down into basic materials in the later stage to strengthen their weapons. In this Tower of Silence, there is a lot of experience. I was so fast that I reached level 18. Although the monster is getting stronger and stronger, I also feel a little weak, but I can't give up. Su Ming held the sword with firm eyes. You can only challenge once a month. I must not waste the opportunity. I must do my best to sprint. Su Ming clenched his fists and decided to work harder and continue to attack the tower. Outside the tower, watching the lively crowd, staring at the record, Li Xingguang rushed to the 9th floor, which made people look forward to it. Everyone was looking forward to seeing if he could rush to the 10th floor. But suddenly, a name jumped to the top in one fell swoop. It's like a dark horse, rushing all the way. From the bottom, climb quickly. Soon, he surpassed Li Xingguang. The name is Kill God. Player, kill God to clear the 8th floor. Kill the God to clear the 9th floor. Kill the God to clear the 10th floor. The title of Killing God replaced Su Ming's name. Charge all the way through the rankings. It's so fast. People felt that in just the blink of an eye, Su Ming was about to rush to the highest peak. It's like riding a rocket. Everyone rubbed their eyes. A little couldn't believe it. What the is going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. And the master? Who is this person? Who will answer it? Can he rush the tower like this? There is a bug, right? This person is not attacking the tower. He is riding a rocket, right? Kill God? Who is the killing God? Not to mention Shenjing City, Wuyang City, and Nannian City. These, even in our entire province, in all the genius lists, there is no such killing God. I've never heard of this name. Have you heard of it? We've never heard of that name either. Is it from another province? Everyone was stunned. Everyone looked at each other with a shocked face. They originally thought that it took Li Xingguang more than 10 minutes to rush from the 1st floor to the 9th floor, which was already a very terrifying speed. But I didn't expect that someone more fierce would take action in the next second. Everyone raised their heads and looked at this scene, a little unbelievable. Su Ming's speed is really too fast. All the way to the rush. What is this person? Where is it sacred? People's eyes were a little stunned, because, after the killing God rushed to the 10th floor, he still kept walking. After a few tens of seconds, he rushed to the 11th floor. This means that this player named God Killer is killing monsters all the way. Killing the boss on the 11th floor with just one face is almost impossible among newcomers. Even the knife maniac Li Xingguang grinded for a long time on the 9th and 10th floors before he barely passed. Could it be that this killing God is not a newcomer? Someone asked. It's basically impossible. The results of the Tower of Silence will be retained. If a person has challenged, then he will challenge again next month and he will continue his last result. In other words, it is impossible for a powerful job changer to repeatedly challenge the previous dozen layers. Moreover, you can see clearly, this is the ranking of newcomers, and only our awakened people of this class can be among them. This killing God is really a monster. People's eyes became a little scared. The guy, is it really human? At this time, under the ranking, Li Xingguang's name appeared. Player, Li Xingguang, passed the 10th floor, ranked 2nd. This can't arouse people's excitement anymore, because the platinum treasure chest has been preempted by the killing God. Li Xingguang didn't get the platinum treasure chest. I don't know what kind of expression he has in it now. I worked hard to break through the 10th floor, but I didn't get the reward. If it were me, I'm afraid I'd go crazy. Some people have already begun to gloat. In addition to people's shock, Su Ming's ranking is still rising. Player, kill the God to clear the 12th floor. After this news appeared, it stirred up 1,000 waves and made people gasp. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. I didn't expect him to be able to rush. The most terrifying thing is that it didn't take long at all. This means that this player named Killing God, even if he reaches the difficult area after the 10th floor, is still killing the boss in seconds. This is very scary. Player, kill God clearing the 13th floor. Killing God clearance level 14. Killing God clearance level 15. The continuous reminders numbed people's eyes. For a while, the originally noisy outside became as silent as death. People's voices were trembling and they couldn't say anything. At this moment, inside the tower, Su Ming has already rushed to the 19th floor. The boss here is a huge amethyst dragon blood rhinoceros. Fierce beast, amethyst dragon blood rhinoceros. Level 23. Power, 320 points. Physique, 300 points. Agility, 25 points. Spirit, 15 points. Lucky, 3 points. Skills, dragon blood self-healing, crystal giant horn, ruthless crushing, fear roar. This rhinoceros monster, in the bloodline of the body, contains a part of the ancient dragon blood. The ancestor is a cross between a dragon and a rhinoceros, passed down to this generation. The dragon blood is thin, but there is it after all. Seeing the information about this monster, Su Ming's face was a little cautious. This monster, the strength is already the same as the hidden boss of the novice dungeon, the guardian of the blood lake, is a level. If you want to succeed in the challenge, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. But Su Ming didn't think about backing down. He raised his hand and fell from the sky to the tomb of the sword. In the sky, there was a sound of a sword, and then a huge stone sword tombstone slammed down. The rhinoceros roared and rushed forward. The sword tomb fell, directly smashing half of the waist of this dragon blood rhinoceros into meat paste. The intestines flowed, and the blood went straight to the sky. It's very powerful, but it is different from Su Ming's original expectations. It moved too fast and actually avoided it. Su Ming's face was solemn, and he secretly said in his heart, he originally wanted to take the lead. The heavenly falling sword tomb is his most powerful sword skill at present. If it hits the head, it may be able to hit the monster hard, or even kill this monster in an instant. It's a pity, kills still have to be killed. The barbarian bull rushed over, and the huge amethyst horns flashed with cold light, and the speed of a rush was extremely fast. Su Ming suddenly dodged sideways, while still mocking. Dragon blood rhinoceros, I don't know what kind of dragon your ancestor is. It can actually deal with rhinos that roll in the mud all day long. I got the bloodline of your hybrid breed. It's funny, ha ha ha. Su Ming's voice was extremely mocking. This is a type of tactic. As long as he can win, Su Ming never hesitates to use all means. Verbal provocation is a very effective one, which can disrupt the enemy's offensive rhythm and plan. He didn't know if the monster could understand people, but he still had to mock him. Give it a try, it's always right. Moreover, this monster's spiritual attribute is as high as 15 points, which is already higher than that of many humans. Su Ming guessed that it was very likely that it could understand human speech. Sure enough, hearing Su Ming's mockery, the rhinoceros was furious and burst over. Let the amethyst horn above its head shine brightly, and then explode. A beam of death rays shot towards Su Ming. Su Ming sneered. Humph, it is indeed a beast, and such an obvious provocation method will also be tricked. It directly triggers the most powerful skill hole cards. Knowing this trick, Su Ming can deal with it without hesitation. He activated a momentary hidden divine step, avoiding this beam of light, and then raised his hand to shake. Click! The dragon-inlaid broken sword immediately shattered, and the broken blade flew out, stabbing the rhinoceros eye socket and blinding one of its eyes. Then Su Ming fell sideways into his blind spot and held the broken sword obliquely. At this moment, the broken sword is a short sword. He can urge the god to kill with a knife. This knife must be instantaneous. Su Ming's eyes flashed with pure ruthless killing intent. This knife, the killing intent was as majestic as the sea, and it went monstrous. Seeing this knife, this huge mutant amethyst giant horned rhinoceros actually became a little frightened. Because this is a legendary skill, it is enough to make it terrifying. The blood-red knife marks passed by in an instant. The huge bull's head rolled to the ground. The purple crystal horns all broke and fell to the ground. A knife that kills the gods is extremely powerful. Congratulations, successfully passed the 19th floor. Su Ming gained a lot of experience. Directly promoted to level 19. Level 20 away, just one step away from the door. His breathing was a little short because the consumption was too great to use the god-killing knife. Then he looked at the ground. Loot, amethyst rhino horn, platinum fine material, X1. This thing is a rare forging material used to make weapons. Su Ming was directly in the bag. Then in front of him, a large treasure chest appeared. It is a treasure chest of the highest quality. Su Ming directly used the sublimation of all things. Platinum high quality. Su Ming opened the box. Suddenly, a blueprint appeared in it. Platinum premium weapon. Screaming sight design drawing X1. Materials required. Any platinum premium core weapon base X1. Kizaru pumping blood heart X1. Water ghost vocal cord X1. Stainless steel black iron. There are many materials, but they can basically be bought at auction houses. Yes, you can make this sickle and use it for Ji Yao. The corners of Su Ming's mouth hooked slightly. Putting away the blueprint, he stepped directly into the 20th floor. As soon as you enter the 20th floor, the scenery here has changed. At the foot of the foot is a pitch-black volcanic stone, and the surrounding road is lined with rolling lava. A burly knight in lava fire armor stood in front. He carried a giant hammer on his shoulder, and he looked extremely powerful. He turned his back to Su Ming and didn't even look back. You, only level 19, but can you come to the 20th floor? It's really strong. He turned around with a calm expression. But you are not my opponent, please go back, the lava knight advised. Su Ming scanned its information. 20 floor boss, lava knight, level 25, power 420 points, physique 350 points, agility 280 points, spirit 158 points, lucky 100 points, puff, skills, lava slasher hammer, flowing armor, fire. There are no shortcomings in all aspects of attributes. Agility, even higher than Su Ming. Boss's boss, the level is only 6 levels higher than Su Ming, but the attributes are hundreds of different in total. Su Ming had a cold sweat on his forehead. This boss is really a little too ferocious. Even his proudest agility attribute is not enough in front of it. If he didn't activate the hidden god step, Su Ming was afraid that he would not be able to dodge even a normal attack. Su Ming is now at the end of the crossbow. He experienced a wheel battle on the 20 floors. Mental and physical strength are extremely consumed. In this tower of silence, it is impossible to restore the state with any food or medicine. He knew that most of them would not be able to beat him, but Su Ming still chose to make a resolute move and challenge the 20th floor. How can there be a miracle without trying? Su Ming held the Yinglu long sword in his left hand and the dragon-inlaid broken sword in his right hand, and rushed up suddenly. The thunder sword technique is completely activated. The terrifying thunder flashed. The right hand is a drawn sword and an instant slash. When the proficiency reaches this level, you don't even need a scabbard, and you can use the sword to cut instantly. Su Ming's figure turned into a bloody light and rushed over. The lava knight slowly shook his head, sighed, and swung his giant hammer. At this moment, the lava turned into a canopy, stirring up a hot heat wave. Su Ming rushed into it, only to feel a burning pain all over his body, and his health quickly decreased. In the end, he was completely buried here. But in the eyes of the lava knight, there was also a touch of shock, because before Su Ming was defeated, those two swords were also cut on his body. Its blood volume dropped dropped by 50%. Challenger, if it's next time, you'll definitely be able to beat me, it said in shock. In my eyes, I also have a little admiration. Su Ming's eyes darkened, and before he could respond, he had already withdrawn from the Tower of Silence in the next moment. Stop at the 20th floor. Ha! Current ranking, number 1. Reward settlement. Su Ming was expressionless. The ranking is like a floating cloud to him. The reward is real. In this wave of challenges to the Tower of Silence, he rushed to level 19, as well as a large number of weapons and equipment rewards and materials. There are now additional settlement rewards. Finally, the reward settlement is complete. Wanzu coin 50,000. Advent coins 100,000. Flowing body footwork, diamond lower body skill. Su Ming immediately sublimated the flowing body footwork. Sublimation success. Lingbo microstep diamond body method. The super body technique before the ages, based on the 8864 hexagrams of the I Ching, marching in a specific hexagram direction, is incomprehensible, light and fast, like walking in the courtyard, but it is extremely fast. It was directly upgraded to a high-quality diamond body. Su Ming was overjoyed. He crushed it directly and studied. He does have a gold-level body, a hound pace, but that body technique was not strong enough for Su Ming. There is also a stronger body technique, hidden god step, but that is a legendary footwork after all. With his current physical strength and spiritual attributes, the consumption is too great. Each time it is urged, it will consume a lot of physical strength. And this Lingbo microstep is different. You can use it many times in succession. At the same time, it is also an advanced body technique which can avoid many moves. In the chase, it can also be invincible. In the future, I will usually use Lingbo microstep. When it comes to last resorts, using stealth steps to dodge the necessary attacks is the best solution. The pace of the hound can be abandoned. Iteration of skills is normal. After learning this skill, Su Ming immediately felt that in his mind there were countless hexagram knowledge and floating visualizations of footwork flow. In the end, it was successfully learned. Lingbo microstep diamond fine. Proficiency 0/3 million. Subsequently, Su Ming left the Tower of Silence. He walked out slowly. Wow, my sword should be cast soon, he muttered and walked away slowly. At this moment, outside the tower, people are watching Li Xingguang's achievements. Li Xingguang through the 11th floor. Wow, can he still fight? To be honest, Li Xingguang was a bit fierce. He broke through the 10th floor, didn't get any additional rewards, but still continued to break through 2 layers before stopping. Monster. He has a good heart, but when he came out and found that he was only in 2nd place, and he was killed by the god and surpassed several layers, I was afraid that his mentality would collapse. Li Xingguang. Stop at the 12th floor. Li Xingguang's final results are also out. I guess after he comes out, his mentality is going to collapse. People say, even if a person is strong, he may not be able to bear 2 huge blows in a row. Alas, Li Xingguang him. I'm afraid it won't work. I think he will be devastated in the future. People shook their heads slowly and said with some embarrassment. At this time, Su Ming's ranking is still rising. Kill God, clear the 18th floor. What? He reached the 18th floor. Kill God, clear the 19th floor. I'm grass, a monster, a real monster. Who is this person? What is his talent? Li Xingguang of Woyang City, Su Ming of Xinjing City, Zhang Tang of the Zhang family, Zhexing Yanzhe, several of our cities. I'm afraid that all the geniuses are not as good as this killing god. Killing God. Stop at the 20 floors. Current ranking, 1st. Seeing this news, people almost held their breath. After a long time, they looked at each other in shock. A newcomer, stop at the 21st floor. Outrageous. Many 2nd rank masters can't beat the 19th floor, and he is a newcomer, so he will reach the 20th floor. I really want to know who he is, but he should have used the title instead of his real name. People were shocked, their voices trembling. At this moment, there was another person outside, with an extremely gloomy face. She was wearing a red outfit, her figure was hot, and her face was covered with cold light. Her name is Lu Na. This killing god, who the hell is it, actually surpassed my brother Xingguang. She bit her silver teeth lightly, and said resentfully in her heart. All the hot eyes, all the people's focus, were on that killing god, and those sceneries should have belonged to Li Xingguang. Listening to the evaluations of Li Xingguang by the people around her, her heart was bleeding, but she disdained to quarrel, because she had already regarded these people as dead people. Once her strength rises, she will immediately kill all the people here who have slandered Li Xingguang. Yes, her mind has been twisted. It can be said that she is an avid star chaser, and Li Xingguang is her star. Luna is a student in Xinjing City, but she is not a middle school in the same school as Su Ming, but a student at a vocational high school. At this moment, her fists were clenched, and her heart was full of hatred. Li Xingguang, a knife maniac in the next city, killed her sister in the novice dungeon. She saw it with her own eyes, and herself, because of her lack of strength, could only hide in the grass on the side and watch the whole process. The tragic death of her sister made her heart ache. The extreme sadness soon made her mind unbearable, so the brain activates the mechanism of self-protection, transformed that hatred into a strange obsession. Lu Na began to be intoxicated by Li Xingguang's strong strength. The distorted Mu Chang psychology has taken over her mentality. She even felt that the scene where Li Xingguang killed her sister was a bit handsome. Perhaps this is the so-called Stockholm Syndrome. In fact, in the final analysis, Luna has long harbored resentment towards her sister. She is a 7-star professional, and her talent is very good, but her sister is actually an 8-star and takes away all her light. Parents poured all their love and resources into their sister. Therefore, she actually has no true love for her sister in her heart. It's just worldly morality that frames her. And when Li Xingguang killed her sister in the copy, at that moment, the shackles in her heart, all the rules and regulations, were also cut off. Morality and family affection are all meaningless things in her eyes now. Li Xingguang killed her sister, and she has to thank Li Xingguang. In general, Luna is Li Xingguang's little fangirl. After the novice dungeon challenge was over, she immediately went to Wuyang City to find Li Xingguang and wanted to form a team to challenge other dungeons together in the future. She wants to be with Li Xingguang forever. With powerful people, she will also shine. But when she arrived, she found that Li Xingguang was already devastated. The appearance of him quitting the copy shocked all the students of Woyang No. 3 Middle School. The right hand holding the knife was full of scars, blood, and the knife was shattered. It seems that Li Xingguang was defeated by someone. She was also shocked at the time. At that time, she will never forget Li Xingguang's eyes. What kind of eyes are that? Stunned, unbelievable, lonely, painful, angry. There are both. This made her feel distressed. Let's look at the ranking of the copy at that time. Li Xingguang was defeated and became the second place. The swordsman named Su Ming surpassed her knife maniac. This not only made Li Xingguang miserable, but also painful for her. She didn't allow anyone to be stronger than Li Xingguang. She is also a 7-star professional with good talent. For this reason, she also wants to challenge the Tower of Heavenly Silence and improve her strength. Luna's dream is to assist Li Xingguang and become the strongest person. Her professional. It's a coincidence, also known as an assassin. She wants to keep up with Li Xingguang's pace and become stronger. She wants to help Li Xingguang climb all the way to the top. It was this belief that made her start to be fearless of challenges. She took firm steps and slowly walked towards the Tower of Silence. At this time, an ordinary young man walked towards her and passed by. It's Su Ming. Su Ming's body did not have any scars. It was impossible to see that he was the one who fought all the way to the 20th floor, because his self-healing factor bloodline helped him heal all the big and small scars. The moment she passed by, Luna was a little surprised. She felt as if there was a bloodthirsty beast walking past her, and her temperament was extremely terrifying. Only for a moment. She gasped sharply and turned to look. Behind him, there was nothing. Wrong. Is it an illusion? Su Ming has disappeared into the crowd. That killing god, can't it be him? She was breathing fast, a little in disbelief. But his appearance seems to be Su Ming, the swordsman of No. 1 Middle School. A swordsman, so weak in the early stage, at most the first copy obtained by luck. How can he rush to the 20th floor in the Tower of Silence? It shouldn't be him. She shook her head slowly, dispelling the conjectures in her heart. However, the killing intent in his eyes was undiminished at all. In her heart, Su Ming still had to die in the end, because he surpassed Li Xingguang. At this time, another man holding a long knife walked out of the Tower of Silence. Li Xingguang. His eyes were stunned, even a little dull. With a slow pace, he came out of the tower. Like a walking dead. Luna's eyes flashed with stars, as if she saw an idol. She rushed forward. Li Xingguang. Li Xingguang didn't seem to see it, and passed by her. I didn't lose. I didn't lose. At this time, I could hear Li Xingguang muttering these things in his pale lips. Luna was slightly stunned, and then her heart was bleeding. He knew that Li Xingguang had suffered a huge blow. She hurriedly helped Li Xingguang and walked outside. Seeing the ranking outside the tower, Li Xingguang was even more shocked. His eyes were trembling. Kill. The first to kill the gods, the 20th floor. His voice was filled with extreme shock, trembling, and puzzlement. You can surpass him, but beyond him so many layers. This made his worldview completely collapse. Li Xingguang didn't stand still, fell to the ground, and knelt on his knees. The knives all fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Then, he laughed. Ha ha ha. His laughter was a little crazy. The surrounding crowd saw this scene and did not mock him, because it's really miserable. The heroes of the past are now completely degraded. Su Ming walked slowly towards the forge shop and opened his profile at the same time. Su Ming. Carry title, Killing God. Effective title, First Blood, Rookie King. Level 19, 5455/12,000 EXP. Occupation, Sword God. Mythical level, the only one in the world. Strength 55. Physique 60. Dexterity 200. Spirit 100. Lucky 50. Bloodline, Immortal Body. A. Self-healing factor. C. Talents, Sublimation of all things. Origin Sword Body, Automatic cultivation. Skills, Killing God. Full hidden step. Eye of Insight. Thunder Sword Technique. Sword Drawing Instant Slash. Sword Martial Master. Rainstorm Sword. Imperial Sword. Skyfalling Sword Tomb. Spiritual Blade. Lingbo Micro Step. Su Ming came to the forge and found the blacksmith. What happened to my sword? Su Ming stepped stepped forward and asked. The blacksmith swung out a long sword behind him. It's ready. The sword in front of him was already completely different from the original Shengang blood sword. First of all, the sword body is no longer a pure pitch black material. It is the wonderful color of multiple alloy materials after being fused. The background color is pure steel, but under the reflection of the sun, it seems to shimmer with various colors, like some rare ores. At the same time, the length of the sword has changed. It became slightly longer than before. The tip is at a 30-degree sharp angle and looks extremely sharp. The hilt grip is made of wolf bones and is wrapped with a layer of animal skin. Su Ming held it in his hand, only feeling slightly warm and soft, very comfortable. Scanned the information of this sword. Colorful gold shinfeng sword, gold quality. After being forged by blacksmiths with multi-composite materials, the grade has been upgraded to the gold level, and this sword has risen to a higher level in terms of sharpness and tenacity. Affix drinking red. After slashing monsters with this sword, you can absorb the stained blood and heal the holder's injuries. Blood. After killing a monster with this sword, it can temporarily increase the holder's all attributes by 20 points for 1 minute. Alloy blade. The sharpness of this sword far exceeds that of ordinary gold high-grade weapons, and can even reach the platinum level. All the original affixes of the Shengang blood sword have been retained. Not only that, but there is also an extra affix effect. Alloy blade. The sharpness of this sword is not comparable to other gold-grade weapons. Su Ming was very satisfied and swung it a few times, and the blade flashed with cold light. The dragon is inlaid with a broken sword, and the shadow flow is a long sword. Add this weapon to you, and you have 3 swords, and none of them are of lower quality than gold. The dragon inlaid broken sword is even more diamond level. It can be said that in a short period of time, you don't have to worry about running out of weapons. Returning the sword to the sheath, he was in a very good mood. Su Ming already knew what his heyday was like. The left hand is a long sword, and the right hand is a dragon inlaid with a broken sword. At the same time, use the sword skill to activate the Shinfeng sword to fly in the air to slash the enemy. Plus the spiritual blade. That is equivalent to being able to control 4 swords at the same time and kill the enemy. This is terrifying. This is not a simple 1x4. Don't forget, Su Ming still has the talent of the original sword body, and can permanently obtain a continuous increase in swordsmanship power. 10 times multiplied by 4, that is 40 times. The lethality of one person is basically equivalent to the sum of several squads. The only fly in the ointment is that Su Ming's mental strength is not enough. Activate 4 swordsmanship skills at the same time, which is definitely something other professionals would never dream of. Even if Su Ming could do it, it would last at most a few seconds of peak output. I don't know when I will be able to awaken the skills mastered by the twin swords, Su Ming said secretly in his heart. He then took out the dragon inlaid sword and placed it in front of the blacksmith. Boss, make me 2 more scabbards. A pair of long scabbards, specially made. A pair of short scabbards. Su Ming was about to put the tip of the dragon inlaid sword in a broken form in the sword box behind his back, and the broken sword is placed on the waist. When facing the enemy in this way, you can be surprised. Suddenly a pure sword blade flew out from behind and cut his throat. Who could have predicted? The boss took the dragon inlaid sword, his eyes slightly shocked. Young man, what is the quality of your weapon? When Su Ming heard this, he said without changing his face. Platinum is inferior. The sword is his own property, and no one else can scan the information. Only people like themselves who have the skills of inside eye can check other people's information at will, and their underwear can be seen clearly. When the blacksmith heard this, he raised his long sword in front of him and couldn't stop marveling. Wonderful. It's wonderful. This craft, this forging pattern. It's just a platinum inferior weapon? The blacksmith's eyes became a little obsessive. He stroked the part of the broken mark with his hand, with a look of disbelief. But he didn't ask any more. After all, if the guest wants to hide the quality of the weapon, then he has no right to ask. This is professional ethics. Without saying a word, he immediately put the weapon on the shelf and measured it with a series of instruments. Length, thickness, sword lattice. Well, this sword is too sharp. With an ordinary wooden scabbard, I'm afraid it can't withstand it. I'll use black stone and ironwood for you to make these 2 pairs of scabbards. The price may be a bit expensive. 30,000 advent coins. The blacksmith touched his chin and said. Su Ming nodded and spent the money without hesitation. Wuxia ironwood is a pure natural and rare wood, black as iron, extremely hard, but very light. It is a very expensive scabbard material, and the price is worth it. The boss didn't make random offers. Soon, Su Ming's scabbard was built. It's 2. One is long and one is short. The short one is like a dagger sheath hanging around the waist, and the long one is like a sword, which can be carried behind you. The scabbard after the characteristic is a double-layer sandwich, which can hold part of the blade of the dragon inlaid sword and the entire colored gold Shenfeng sword at the same time. The original scabbard can be eliminated. Su Ming was carrying a long sword on his back, with a broken sword hanging from his waist. Wearing a gray robe, he looks fully armed. Okay, it's time to kill the big snake. Su Ming's eyes flashed with excitement. He tapped the tower token lightly. In the next moment, a transparent screen appeared in front of him. Su Ming's task list appeared in it. D. Defeat the Python King. Location, Nanli District of Sichuan Wilderness, deep in the coordinates forest. Hunt a second-turn Python King in the wilderness forest of Nanli District. It has swallowed several members of the Heavenly Tower Society. Its strength is terrifying, and its current level is about 25. Please be very careful. Reward, 10,000 coins x 10,000, random platinum skill scroll x1. After completing this task, you will officially become a member of the platinum level Heavenly Tower Society. Consume 10,000 advent coins to teleport. Is it teleported to the mission area? Su Ming's eyes were solemn. He took a deep breath and clicked the coordinate button on the screen. Let's teleport it directly. It's more convenient and fast. I don't waste so much time, Su Ming said in a condensed voice. In the next moment, his figure was illusory and disappeared directly into space. It appeared again, and it was already a big forest. It was raining, and there was a moist smell in the air. It is surrounded by the fragrance of grass and earth. The smell in this forest is really good, different from the lifeless city. Su Ming smiled slightly and said lightly, "This is what nature tastes like." The air here was very fresh, completely different from the bloody smell in the dungeon of the Frenzy Forest. However, this is a wilderness. Nowadays, Blue Star is full of mutant beasts and monsters, and if you are not careful, you will die without a place to be buried. Only in the city, slightly safer. In other words, the level of danger here is no lower than in the dungeon. Su Ming frowned slightly and walked forward slowly. He looked very cautious. He opened the virtual screen map and headed towards the mission target. After walking for about 10 minutes, Su Ming came to a village in the wilderness. Some human beings who have not awakened to their occupations, if they stay in the city, will be laborers for the rest of their lives. In order to escape, many unemployed people will choose to flee to the wilderness and build a village life. But although such a life is free, it is also full of crises. It could be buried in the mouth of the beast at any time. Su Ming came to the village and suddenly smelled a strong smell of blood, and the smell of corpses. He looked around. In this village, there was not a single living person. All dead bodies. There were about dozens of corpses who died tragically here. The village was full of ruins, as if it had been corroded by something. The corpses were all tragic and shocking, and almost all of them were dead. The old man and the child, none of them were spared. They were all bitten to death by some kind of behemoth. Su Ming came to the body of a little girl and squatted down to take a closer look. He found that the villagers here all have some animal characteristics. For example, cat ears, mouse tails, eagle legs. This is a half-orc village. Su Ming's eyes were solemn. It is not uncommon for all races to coexist in this world, including orcs and elves. He reached out and wiped a layer of mucus from the wall. The skin of the fingers suddenly curled and rotted into a layer, and the pain was obvious. It seems to be snake venom. Maybe it's my mission goal. That big python did it. Su Ming quickly left the village and went deep into the dense forest. There are too many corpses in this village, and the smell of blood will attract a lot of unwanted beasts. I want to leave as soon as possible. It didn't take long for Su Ming to find a lump of giant snake feces. It is very huge and surrounded by flies. It can be said that it is a super dung, taller than Su Ming's whole person. As soon as you get close, you can smell a strong stench. The most important thing is that there are many human stumps and bone structures in this feces. It's still bloody, and it's shocking to watch. Because snakes are cold-blooded animals, their digestive organs are not very functional. Many bones, feathers, and cortex cannot be digested and will be excreted with feces. Su Ming was choked and couldn't breathe, but he still stood in place, scanning the information of this thing with his insightful eyes. Giant snake droppings. Quality, garbage. Distinctive snake droppings, accompanied by a strong fishy smell and putrid smell, which contains a large number of super germs. If you dip it with a weapon, you can enchant the poison attribute within a week. This lump of dung is still very fresh, and it can be judged by the shape of this lump that the giant snake went to the northeast. Su Ming's eyes were solemn. It seems that it is very close to the large snake. It can actually possess the poison attribute. This big is really unusual. Su Ming touched his chin and muttered, but he was not ready to insert his precious sword into it. Maybe the enemy hasn't been disgusted yet, and he has disgusted himself first. Su Ming headed northeast and walked quickly. Soon, he gradually discovered that there were some bloodstains on the ground, as well as human footprints. Could it be that there is still a living mouth in that small village? Su Ming guessed in his heart. It just so happens that if you find the living person, you can ask about the big snake. Su Ming followed the blood and came to a remote path. This path leads directly to a cave. The cave is shallow, almost sheltered from the wind and rain, and there is little space inside. Su Ming's face was solemn and he stepped in slowly. As soon as I came in, I found that there was a person sleeping in this cave. To be precise, not human. It's a half-orc. It is a little girl. It looks like he is about 13 or 14 years old, with a pair of cat ears on his head. She was dressed in animal skin clothes, lying on the ground and sleeping, with smooth and white skin. There are only simple straw mats on the ground. On her ankle, there was a long wound, blood was flowing, and there was some yellow pus, which seemed to be infected. Su Ming immediately scanned her information. Race, half-orc, level 3, 0/300 EXP. Occupation, assassin, strength 9, physique 9, dexterity 27, spirit 9, lucky 9, talent, Catman bloodline, she is naturally strong. Her agility attribute effect is 1.5 times that of normal professionals. Skills, silent steps, claw strikes. Orc bloodlines are different from humans, and they can awaken to their profession earlier. Su Ming was a little surprised. This orc girl in this wilderness mountain village was actually quite talented. Reached 9 stars. Before Su Ming could make any moves, he saw Leah's cat ears suddenly tremble. Then, she suddenly opened her eyes. She moved off the rabbit and jumped up all of a sudden, moving quickly and flexibly. A step back, away from Su Ming. She hunched her waist slightly, and her eyes were clearly hostile. The whole person looks like a cat with fried hair. You can be so alert during sleep. This is the hearing of the orc cat. In her right hand, she held a rough dagger behind her back. The fingertips of the left hand extend 5 sharp claws. A pair of dark red vertical eyes stared at Su Ming tightly, with a little fear in it. She looked at Su Ming's appearance, obviously a little surprised. People, mankind, who are you? She asked cautiously. Su Ming looked at her fighting posture coldly, but did not draw his sword. Instead, the Tower of Heaven token on his waist was shown. Little girl, I have no hostility. I'm here to hunt monsters, Su Ming said calmly. When Leah heard the words Heavenly Tower meeting, the hostility in her eyes subsided. Oh, so that's how it is. She suddenly realized, stood up straight, and restrained her fighting posture. She grew up in this wilderness village and rarely saw humans. Therefore, she would naturally be hostile to Su Ming at first. But the members of the Heavenly Tower Society are different. This is an organization among humans that specializes in hunting monsters, which is relatively friendly. When she was in the village, she had also seen several humans from the Heavenly Pagoda Society, and she was more familiar with them, because there is a giant snake that has been raging around the village for several years. The Tower of Heaven sent several squads to the tower, but they were all buried in the belly of the snake. You're here to hunt that mutant giant snake, right? Leah said. Su Ming nodded. Big brother, then you should go back. The Heavenly Tower Society has already sent several teams, but those people, without exception, died in the belly of the giant snake. She was still young, but her eyes revealed a look of exhaustion. What's more, you are only alone. Don't die. She looked at Su Ming and said seriously. When Su Ming heard this, his face was as usual. He took a step ahead and asked, Leah, do you know the whereabouts of that giant snake? The rhythm of the dialogue was strongly guided by Su Ming. The little girl nodded subconsciously. After all, he is a half-orc, and he is born with no heart. No, why should I nod? Also, how did you know my name? The kitten's eyes widened, and she looked surprised. Don't care about those details. Let me ask you, your village was slaughtered by that giant snake, right? Su Ming asked. Leah nodded, and at the same time a sadness appeared in her eyes. Yes. Oh, yes. In our village, I am the only one who survived. Her ears drooped down, and she was very depressed. Orcs live in colonies, and the concept of family is vague, but even so, she still feels sad. After all, they are villagers who get along day and night. She saw with her own eyes the brutality of the giant snake. A person cried in the cave for several days, but he didn't slow down. Do you want revenge? Su Ming asked. I want to. She recalled that since she was a child, she had hatred for her partners and elders in the village. Be firm. Su Ming is good at persuasion. I want to. She bit her silver teeth lightly, and her emotions were guided by Su Ming in place. Little girl, you lead the way. I'll help you take revenge. Su Ming smiled slightly and said. His hand, resting on the hilt of the sword at his waist, looked relaxed. There seems to be no pressure. This kind of action gives people the feeling that they are all in control, and their strength is unfathomable. The little girl was a little surprised when she saw Su Ming's appearance. Big brother, are you really sure? She was still a little scared. Believe me, I am stronger than those members of the Heavenly Tower Society before. I can kill that big snake. Su Ming took a step forward, his face solemn, and promised. When Leah heard this, she clenched her small fists. In the end, she agreed. That's good. I'll take you. I know where its nest is. I'll take you. I know where its nest is, Leah said. Cuckoo. But immediately afterwards, her belly growled. Her face was slightly red and she felt a little ashamed. Hungry screaming is a very humiliating thing among the half-orcs. After all, this is a race that prides itself on hunting and eating meat. Hunger means incompetence. Over time, this formed the unique culture of the half-orcs. Su Ming also knows the culture of the orc race. In his previous life, he also had several half-orc teammates. He looked calm and immediately opened his personal panel. In the store, a fresh crispy roasted leg of lamb was purchased. Taken out of personal space, still steaming. Su Ming handed it to her directly. You're too weak now. I'm afraid you'll pass out after a few steps. Eat this and replenish some energy, Su Ming said. She looked at the leg of lamb. Her eyes were about to glow. After staying in this cave for several days, she was already hungry. Thank you. As a half-orc, she was quite polite. She took the big leg of lamb, sat cross-legged on the ground and began to gnaw on it. The first bite was amazing. All kinds of cumin, chili noodles, salt and other spices of humans have never been tasted by half-orcs. For her, it can be said that it is extremely delicious. 3 times 5 divided by 2, she ate a whole big leg of lamb and wiped it clean. Should I say it, the half-orcs are indeed fierce in terms of eating. Subsequently, Su Ming bought a bottle of healing potion in the Terran store and handed it to her. Your leg hurts, Su Ming said. She nodded, took the medicine, and drank it in one gulp. Orcs grew up in the village. Where do they know what politeness is? Those are the hypocrisy that only humans have. Her heart is truly natural and pure. She drank a bottle of medicine as a drink. Soon, the wound on her ankle was completely healed. Thank you, big brother. She felt full of energy and quickly thanked her. Su Ming smiled lightly. Don't worry about being poisonous. What a silly girl. It's okay. It's a rectum, and it's easy to control it if you don't have the heart and eyes. Big brother, you are much better than the previous members of the Heavenly Tower Society. Before they hunted the big snake, they also stopped in our village and asked about some situations, but they all look down on us half-orcs, looking like they are high. They even say that our food is not tasty. Leah clenched her fists and puffed up a little. For orcs, it is a great offense to say that the food is unpalatable. Su Ming just looked flat. Humans are indeed like this. You have to be careful in the future. Not everyone is as friendly as I am, he casually reminded. When the little girl heard this, she kept this sentence in her heart. Let's go. I'll take you to find the big snake. She ran out nimbly, moving quickly. Su Ming followed closely behind her, never leaving an inch. One person and one cat, fast to the extreme, shuttling through the dense forest. Her posture is very flexible, and she runs without any sound at all. And it's fast. No wonder she was able to escape from the village and become the only one alive. Soon, Su Ming saw the traces of the giant snake winding through, and the soil was soft, forming a huge crawling mark path. The forest was drizzling and the ground was slippery. If she hadn't led the way, the trace would have been washed away soon, and it would take a lot of effort to find the nest. Su Ming only knew that this giant snake would hibernate in the summer, but he didn't know the specific location of the nest. So thanks to her. By the way, big brother, I haven't asked your name yet. Su Ming. Okay, then I'll call you Brother Ming in the future. A few hours later, the two came to a dark maple woods. There is a special fragrance in it. It is a snake animal, so there will be. And only an extremely large mutant giant python would have such a strong snake bile smell. The air was filled with a bitter smell, which was disgusting. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and his hand slowly rested on the dragon-inlaid broken sword on his waist. Brother Ming, the lair of the big snake is right in front. Leah took Su Ming to lean behind a huge tree and said in a condensed voice. Su Ming poked his head to look and saw a huge python inhabiting it in the dense forest ahead. Its body was curled up, its whole body was pitch black, and it was covered with scales like steel sheets, overlapping. The body is extremely thick, and it is roughly estimated that its diameter must be more than 2 or 3 meters. The body length reached tens of meters. Entrenched like a dragon. It can be said that it is a winding python. It closed its eyes tightly, buried its head in a disc made of its body, and was sleeping soundly. Very good. Sure enough, it's summer sleep. At this time, if you find its head and use a god-killing knife, you will definitely be able to hit it hard, or even kill this giant python. While it is defenseless, its attack critical hit rate is very high. Agility attribute, which can increase critical hit chance and critical hit damage. When the enemy is weak, the critical hit chance will be additionally increased. Su Ming has a high degree of certainty and hits a critical hit. Suddenly, a breeze swept in. Su Ming's eyes changed slightly. The mission goal was right in front of him, but he calmed down. Su Ming's eyes became gloomy, because he felt a burst of murderous, and definitely not animals. Before hunting prey, animals also feel hungry and bloodthirsty, but that's a hunt for survival. The murderous aura is not so strong. Basically, only humans will kill for the sake of killing. This kind of murderous aura is very distinct. Su Ming was very sensitive and felt it immediately. His eyes flashed slightly, and he raised his hand directly and shook it, pulled out the Xianfeng sword behind him. In the rainy rainforest, the alloy blade of this sword reflected the flashing of dark green. Then, the blade shook with his wrist and went directly into the air. The Xianfeng sword turned into a black light, extremely fast, pierced directly into the branches. A few drops of blood dripped from the tree, fell in front of Su Ming. At the same time, there was a muffled snort. Leah's face was shocked. What's going on? How blood? She lifted her head and looked at the branches. I saw several illusory figures squatting on the 20-meter-high branch. They wore translucent camouflage suits that almost blended in with the leaves. It is difficult for ordinary people to spot them with the naked eye. One of the most burly and strong people had a huge wound cut out of his shoulder by Su Ming. Su Ming sneered. There is really an ambush. Originally, he was not sure, but he felt the murderous aura and tested it. I didn't expect to hit it directly. That's right, there are dense forests everywhere. Where else can you hide except in the trees? Damn, it was discovered. A few people in the tree had cold faces. They originally wanted to wait for Su Ming to fight with the serpent before making a move. That way you will be foolproof. Unexpectedly, Su Ming was so alert. I can only kill him now. 3 people jumped down from a tall tree. At the same time, each of them activated their skills and attacked and killed. Su Ming immediately scanned the information of this gang: a brute force warrior, an ice swordsman, and a barrier mage. They are all second-turn professionals. Their skills are also powerful. The barbarian warrior was the first to attack, and he held high the giant hammer in his hand, which flashed with red light. He fell from the sky. This move is the signature skill of the barbarian warrior: slam to the head. If you hit a critical hit, you can directly smash out people's brains. Coupled with his second-turn attributes, an ordinary first-turn professional may die with one hit. The ice swordsman also followed, holding a white long sword in his hand, with ice attached to the blade and pale white smoke. The 2 people fell from the left and right directions above Su Ming. That's all. The mage on the tree also condensed a huge ice pick and attacked Su Ming. All 3 of them occupy a high geographical location, which is a great advantage. If it is not resolved well, just this move can completely kill Su Ming. Su Ming can avoid it, but if he does, the little orc girl will be beaten to death. Su Ming only has high agility attributes, but his defense is not strong. In other words, it cannot be avoided or carried hard. There is only one way left. That is to use recruitment against recruitment. Su Ming's eyes flashed with cold light, and his mind moved slightly. The Xin Feng sword in midair flew back upside down and landed in his hand. Then, he moved suddenly, directly activated the thunder sword technique. Thunder exploded, and the light of the current flickered, filling Su Ming's blade. Then, he slashed out with a sword. Snap! The hammer of the brute force warrior was directly set up by Su Ming. His eyes were shocked. I am a brute force warrior, and my strength attributes are far beyond ordinary people. How could he repel me with a single sword? What's more, I'm a second ranker. His heart was full of shock. He only felt that the sword was wrapped in terrifying power. He flew out backwards all of a sudden. Moreover, he raised his hammer and found that a deep ravine appeared on it. His eyes were shocked. After Su Ming defused this move, he kept moving. Like flowing clouds in water, a long sword was pulled out of the shadow. Shadow Flow Long Sword. The Shadow Flow Long Sword was prompted by the sword skill, suspended in midair, and made a sword roar. In the next moment, he fled directly into the air and stabbed the ice swordsman head-on. The flying Shadow Flow Long Sword left a long black mark in midair. From the bottom up, the sword body is like a substantial shadow, which can penetrate physical defenses, looking deep and terrifying. The ice swordsman's eyes were shocked to the extreme. He thought that he had a chance to win and would definitely be able to kill Su Ming. There were brute force warriors attacking in front, and after Su Ming defused that hammer, how could he still be able to make the second move so quickly? This is simply unbelievable. The ice swordsman had a cold face and held the sword in his hand tightly. What if you can make a second move? I am rank 2. I can directly suppress your sword and kill you. He roared angrily and turned his wrist. A layer of ice shell is attached to the blade, which enchants the ice attribute and can frostbite enemies. There was a murderous intent in his eyes, as if he felt that he had one. At this moment, he was even thinking in his heart, after he killed this kid, how much money could he get if he went to young Master Zhang Tang to receive the reward? Will it directly save enough for retirement? He grinned, licked his lips, and smiled bloodthirsty. However, soon he couldn't laugh. His expression was completely frozen, because the moment his sword intersected with Su Ming's sword, his sword shattered without a doubt. Then, the Shadow Flow Long Sword penetrated his chest with great precision. The severe pain struck, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. The amount of HP is insanely reduced. He fell directly to the ground and smashed in front of Su Ming. His eyes were stunned, a little incomprehensible. It is also a swordsman profession, but I am a second turn. Both attributes and skill quality are higher than him. How could it be? How could he be defeated by a newcomer like him? At this time, the mage on the treetop also knew that he had encountered a hard stubble. The staff in her hand danced lightly, directly activating her most powerful skills, and she poured all her spiritual power on it, leaving no room for it. This kid can defuse the killer move of the two of them. It should be the limit. This blow, if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Bang! She was expressionless and said in a contemplative voice. After all, Su Ming had already come out with 2 swords. Clang! As a result, her ice pick in midair suddenly shattered. This shocked her. No, impossible. When she took a closer look, she realized that a blue spiritual blade appeared in her deadly ice pick. It is the condensation of pure spiritual power. Su Ming, in an instant, used 3 swords to resolve all the killer moves. How can a first-turn swordsman take over the skills of 3 second-rank professionals unscathed? She stood on the treetops, looking terrified. She began to realize that something was not right. This kid's real combat effectiveness is definitely not as simple as a newcomer. But before she had time to make the next move, Su Ming had already moved. The spiritual blade slashed in the air and flew towards her throat. Damn, this kid's swordsmanship is too terrifying, more powerful than the second-rank swordsmanship. Even my ice pick can be easily shattered. If I get hit by this move, I'm afraid I'll be hit hard. She gritted her teeth and could only give up the attack and choose to activate activate defensive skills. Barrier, a translucent magical stance appeared in front of her, surrounding her whole body. Su Ming's spiritual blade suddenly slashed. The spiritual blade was stuck on the edge of the barrier, making it difficult to advance. She sneered. Oh, one turn is a turn after all. My mental power is so thick, as long as you can't kill me, I can keep grinding you to death. What's more, there are 3 people on our side, and you only have 1. Su Ming below was expressionless. Oh, is it? Su Ming's fingers hooked lightly. The strength of the spiritual spirit blade increased suddenly. The original sword body operated without reservation. 10 times more powerful. The power of swordsmanship was originally a bonus with agility attributes. Although Su Ming's strength attributes are not high, the positive strength competition is weak. But the power of swordsmanship, under the bonus of his extremely high agility attribute, is paired with the original sword body. This power can be called a nuclear weapon. Collapse. Suddenly, Su Ming's spiritual blade directly shattered her barrier protection. The barrier was shattered. The azure spirit blade penetrated directly into her neck. Half of the bones are exposed. Blood rushes to the sky. Her eyes were extremely frightened, and she gasped suddenly. What? Possible? She muttered, and in the next moment she directly used a life-saving skill to save her life and escape. She landed 10 meters in front of Su Ming, panting. The mage's early teleportation skills have a very short distance. Even if they are in the second turn, they can't escape too far. In her eyes, fear appeared. Her health bottomed out directly. She hurriedly drank a bottle of medicine before she could recover. The 3 of them looked at Su Ming, and their hearts were full of shock at this moment. You are definitely not a newcomer. Damn, I was pitted by the young master this time. Several people gritted their teeth and said. Su Ming was expressionless, and after defusing the 3 killer moves, he didn't even breathe. He shook his hand casually, moving in a dashing manner. The shadow flow sword in midair rotated and flew back, surrounding his body to protect his body. Then, the spiritual blade also flew to his side, spinning, surrounding, and floating around him. Leah on the side saw this scene and was stunned. This human, it's so powerful, even a little handsome. According to the aesthetics of half-orcs, they must be 5 big and 3 thick, burly like a cow, to be a handsome man. Su Ming is thin and thin. How can it be related to the word handsome of the half-orc? But after seeing Su Ming, she felt that her aesthetics had changed a little. Why are you so strong? She was shocked, and then asked, who are these people? Why are they attacking you? She looked surprised and looked at the few people around her. Why do you want to kill each other? Aren't you of the same race? She carefully ran behind Su Ming to hide, and at the same time looked at everyone and asked. Su Ming was silent and did not answer her. Fight with each other. Click. Perhaps this is the case in human bones. You just said 2 words, young master. So it was a killer sent by Zhang Tang? Su Ming looked around at several people and said coldly. Saying that, he stepped out directly and stepped on the face of the ice swordsman in front of him. He pressed his head into the mud. His face was painful and angry, and he gritted his teeth and wanted to stand up. He is a second-rank player, but because he was seriously injured, he couldn't break free. In the end, he could only be stepped on by Su Ming. He wanted to take out the medicine and drink it to treat the injury on his chest. Syllable. The spiritual blade flew out directly, smashing his potion. He could not treat the wound at all. After the shadow flow longsword penetrated his chest, his spiritual power would be lost anytime and anywhere, so he couldn't even use his skills now. There was also a wound on the shoulder of the brute force warrior, which Su Ming had cut with the Xin Feng sword before. Su Ming was unscathed with 1 enemy against 3, and severely injured the 3 second-rank killers. Looking at the action, it seems to be at ease. This kind of strength surprised them, and they were even more frightened. I couldn't help but look at him and become a little jealous. You do have some strength, but we were just careless just now. Do you really think you can fight 1 against 3? The female mage raised her head in embarrassment and looked at Su Ming, her eyes full of murderous intent. She was severely injured by Su Ming's sword just now and was almost dying. Therefore, she directly drank her most important and most precious bottle of healing potion, worth 100,000 advent coins, able to heal most injuries instantly. If she hadn't drunk that medicine, but used ordinary healing potions, she would have died before she could be treated. So she was very furious. She paid a huge price, and even if she killed Su Ming, she might not be able to get her money back. So even if she wants to vent her anger, she must kill Su Ming today. She raised her hand and shook it, and a green barrier emerged, enveloping the ice swordsman in it. As a barrier mage, what she is best at is barrier spells. Protective barriers, defense barriers, healing barriers, and confinement barriers. Whether it's attacking, protecting teammates, or limiting enemies, she can do it through barriers. I saw the green barrier, which immediately separated Su Ming's soul from the swordsman's face. Subsequently, he began to slowly heal his body. This swordsman's name is Song Buching, and his attributes are also very high. His main point is agility, secondary strength. It's a pity that he was hit hard by the shadow flow long sword, and he had long lost his strength, so he had to bear the humiliation of Su Ming's feat. Su Ming stared at the barrier, and a bland murderous intent appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect Zhang Tang to be so impatient. impatient. I just finished playing the novice dungeon, and I sent someone to kill me. Su Ming was expressionless, and the Shadow Flow long sword was handed out with a blow. This sword directly pierced the healing barrier. Then, a blow pierced the head of the ice swordsman. This blow completely killed. Song Bu died lightly and did not close his eyes. The female mage and the brute force warrior's eyes suddenly fluttered. One blow. It will shatter Wang Yu's barrier. Damn, this is fucking level 25. No one close to the third rank can't do it. There is only one sword. The brute force warrior's face was pale, and a touch of fear was born in his heart. At this moment, he had already determined in his heart that this guy was definitely not a professional. It is even possible that he is not a newcomer to this class at all. Young Master Zhang Tang, this assassination mission given to them is actually a death mission. Looking at the dead corpse of his companion, he was already a little flustered in his heart. When people panic, the judgment of the battle immediately slows down, and Su Ming is best at seizing these opportunities. His face was cold, he raised his hand and held the blade in his hand. Then take a step forward. Ling Bo took a slight step and fully unfolded. His movements were outrageously fast, almost with afterimages. The rain in the sky surrounded him, swirling by the phoenix. Almost faintly, a simple rainwater hexagram was formed. The place where the foot is dotted, the ripples are light. It's not yet a blink of an eye. Su Ming had already come to his approach. The brute force warrior looked at Su Ming, who was close in front of him, and there was extreme horror in his heart. What kind of body is this? How can it be so fast? It's almost equivalent to teleportation. I have to quickly activate the steelskin skill, otherwise I will definitely not be able to resist his sword. At this moment, these three thoughts appeared in his mind. He raised his hands and urged the steel skin. Click! Su Ming's sword slashed directly on his neck. The sound of steel sounded in his ears. Fortunately, there is time to defend. He breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Ming's sword was cut without defense, he would die. Su Ming always had calm eyes. Steel skin? He had expected it a long time ago. With the eye of insight, he saw through everyone's skills, which allowed Su Ming to always control the battle. Cutting steel is not difficult for Su Ming. His wrist shook, and the thunder sword technique was urged with all his might. Coupled with the special texture of the Shadow Flow longsword, it can skim through physical materials and reach the source, causing shadow damage. So the steel skin of the brute force warrior did not have much effect. This sword cut directly through his throat. There was no blood flowing out. Instead, there was a pitch-black liquid flowing down. When the steel skin skill is activated, the blood of the whole body will also be specialized. The brute force warrior's eyes were stunned, and he couldn't believe that his throat had been cut. His HP was instantly reduced by 60%. No, I can't die. I still have defensive skills. I still have healing potions. Yes. By the way, I still have a teammate, Wang Yu. Her barrier will definitely save me. The brute force warrior turned his head to look, but it was found. That female mage, Wang Yu, had already fled. Su Ming's next sword followed. Or rather, not his next sword, but the shadow sword. Su Ming triggered the effect of the shadow sword suit, an additional slash of the shadow. With a sword, he was beheaded. The brute force warrior also fell. The female mage was extremely panicked and turned around and fled. She abandoned her teammates directly. Su Ming looked in the direction she was running away and sneered. Directly urged the Shingang sword and chase and slash. Su Ming couldn't keep a living mouth. Wang Yu's eyes were desperate. Her teleportation had a long cooldown, and the barrier couldn't stop it. She even had no money to buy good life-saving equipment, so there was only one way out. Su Ming hung his sword in the air and slashed, fast to the extreme, breaking through the air and chasing him. The rain in mid-air was shattered. The color of the Xianfeng sword was reflected in mid-air. Wang Yu turned his head to look, and his eyes suddenly looked desperate. She knew that she couldn't escape. At this moment, countless resentful thoughts were born in her heart. There are regrets and anger. Damn Zhang Tang. She couldn't help but clench her fists and said fiercely in her heart. I, Wang Yu, was also a flower in Xianjing back then, a school flower with a 6-star talent. But I dedicated all my best years to you, young Master Zhang Tang. What I got in the past 2 years is only 100,000 advent coins, which is simply a waste of money. In the end, he even sent himself to carry out this kind of assassination mission. It's simply a suicide action. It's to let yourself die. Although the strength of the two family killers who walked with him was okay, compared to Su Ming, they were simply delivering food. The Su Ming in front of him is not a swordsman at all, he is a monster. Zhang Tang either underestimated Su Ming too much, or he deliberately let her die. Her heart collapsed and she was desperate. Suddenly, a gloomy look appeared in her eyes. It seems that she has something in mind. Immediately, she laughed fiercely. Ha ha ha, even if you die, my mother will pull you on the back. She roared, then raised her hand to activate a spell. Instantaneous spells, fire barriers, directly ignited the tail of the giant snake in the distant nest. That's right, she chose to wake up the snake before she died. This can make Su Ming die here. Her crazy movements made Leah on the side feel frightened. She has been in the village all her life, and all the half-orcs are stupid and foolish. Now, she has seen the bloody struggle between human beings with her own eyes, and she knows what is cruelty. What is madness? Even if you die, you have to pull the back of the same kind. The human race is actually cruel to this extent. She felt a chill run down her spine. She recalled that she had not hesitated to eat and drink Su Ming's things. I was so unguarded. She looked at Su Ming again, and her eyes were a little jealous. It can be said that this moment, this little orc girl has grown up. Su Ming's sword pierced her heart. She died and fell to the ground. Su Ming's face was solemn. He didn't expect this woman to be so crazy. If her sword fails to kill her, then she wakes up the giant snake, and in the end she will have to die. It can be said that she was a suicide attack. In the next moment, a voice sounded. Kill the second-rank 3-person team. Wang Yu, Barrier Mage, level 21. Song Buching, Ice Swordsman, level 23. Strength Brute Force Warrior, level 24. Kill the enemy by leapfrogging and get experience bonus. Gain experience, 13,000 points. Subsequently, Su Ming's level was directly raised to level 20. Su Ming immediately added all the attribute points to luck. Dexterity is enough, and now you can add the lucky attribute. Many people think that the lucky attribute is a waste attribute. Many people believe that luck basically only affects the probability of drops. It cannot immediately and directly improve combat effectiveness. But Su Ming knows very well that luck is not just about item drop rate. It also affects the probability of critical hits, critical hit probability, and critical damage. The dexterity attribute also increases the critical hit chance, but not as much as lucky. Now I mainly add agility and luck, and I will hit the knife critical in the later stage. At that time, you will be able to kill everything with one sword. Moreover, his talent for sublimation of all things can also enjoy the bonus of lucky attributes. Subsequently, Su Ming also heard a voice. Loot, 10,000 coins x 30, 900. Advent coins x 100,000. Silver inferior gloves, silver superior ring, gold superior warhammer, golden staff. Everyone's belongings belong to Su Ming. Su Ming took it all in. This wave can make a lot more money than killing monsters. No wonder there are so many perverted murderers. Draw the sword and slash instantly. Wrap the thunder sword technique. Skill proficiency improvement. Draw the sword and slash in an instant. Golden inferior sword technique. Concentrate. Condense all your strength into one sword. Draw the sword and slash. The power is terrifying. Thunder sword. Golden inferior sword technique. Condense lightning in the blade to enhance the power of swordsmanship. New sword skills poured into my mind. Su Ming can feel that the power has grown greatly, but the successive rewards did not make Su Ming's mood better, because the giant snake has woken up. I saw that in the distance. The burly giant snake raised its head with a bang. Su Ming could feel that the ground around him was shaking 3 times. The giant snake seemed to be extremely angry and let out a roar. The player has reached level 20. Second transfer task allocation. Successful distribution. Kill a monster above the second rank. This task is really arrogant. Ask a player who does not have a second turn to kill a monster with a second turn. Only a profession like the Sword God would have such a terrifying task assignment. Su Ming stared at the giant snake in front of him, and a murderous intent appeared in his heart. The second turn monster just completed the mission of the Tower of Heaven and the second turn mission. Today, I, Su Ming, am about to enter the second turn. Even if you are a big snake, it is useless to wake up. Su Ming's face was cold, and he pushed Leah away. Little girl, hide. Don't hold me back. Su Ming didn't pity the fragrance in jade, and said in a cold voice. Leah didn't think Su Ming was rude, but nodded. Her cat's ears trembled and she ran away. When she saw the giant snake, she had a fear from the bottom of her bones, where she dared to fight, so she also knew that leaving was the best choice. Let Su Ming let go of his hands and feet to fight, and the chance of winning is the greatest. Her heart was full of nervousness, hoping that Su Ming would definitely win. Revenge for everyone in the village. Roar! The giant snake opened its huge mouth, revealing the snake letter in it. The wide upper and lower E open, as if it could swallow a small house. This giant snake is too terrifying. It simply crushed Su Ming. Ordinary snakes do not roar, but can only make hissing sounds. And this snake, after many mutations, can already make a strange sound like a roar, which sounds extremely breathtaking. With that roar, all the birds and beasts in the surrounding dense forest dispersed. Within a radius of a few miles, all the beasts fled in a hurry. The giant snake rushed directly to the corpse of the female mage Wang Yu and swallowed her in one bite. The blood basin opened its mouth wide, and even gnawed out a big pit of the land. You can imagine how terrifying this scene is. Su Ming stood upright and always expressionless. He directly pulled out the dragon-inlaid sword from his waist and held it in his hand. The Xian Feng sword rotated and floated in mid-air, surrounding him. The spiritual spirit blade was also spinning beside Su Ming. In his left hand, he held the Shadow Flow long sword. The 4 swords came out together, and Su Ming's peak fighting posture was unreserved. The giant snake roared and rushed over. The huge winding body is extremely terrifying. The wind blew. The wind howled, making Su Ming's clothes sound like hunting. But he didn't avoid the blow right away. Instead, he used his insightful eye to check the information of this huge monster. Giant venomous python, wilderness boss. Level 26. Strength 401 points. Physique, 350 points. Agility, 157 points. Spirit, 10 points. Lucky, 10 points. Skills, tight skin, creeping scales, corrosive venom, molting, hell strangulation. It is higher than the level in the task list of the Tower Society, and it has reached level 26. The power attribute has reached the terrifying 401. It has far surpassed the boss of the novice dungeon, the Guardian of the Blood Lake. When he fought with the Guardians of the Blood Lake, Su Ming still had 3 teammates who were not weak, and now he is alone. But Su Ming stood up and did not panic at all. Although the big snake is terrifying, Su Ming is no longer what it used to be, and his strength has skyrocketed. Su Ming turned around and flew away, soaring into the air on the spot. His clothes fluttered. The figure is illusory like a dream bubble. The next game is mysterious, and the footsteps are like dragonflies dotting water. It can be said that it was done in one go. He soared into the air above the head of the giant snake, and raised his hand to the 4 swords. The Xianfeng sword, driven by the sword skill, stabbed straight into the air. The spiritual blade rotated, slashing at the head of the giant snake. The shadow flow long sword in his left hand was wrapped around the thunder sword, and the lightning flashed, and he slashed with a bang. At the same time, the dragon inlaid sword in his right hand was also cut down with one sword. Okay, 4 swords come out together. Slashing on the giant snake's steely scales, sparks suddenly appeared. You can imagine how hard the scales of the giant snake are. Su Ming's agility attribute is very high, nearly 50 points higher than this giant snake, so it was very simple for him to avoid the attack of this giant snake. The giant snake's angry impact could smash even the big tree, but it couldn't touch the corner of Su Ming's clothes. This is the biggest reason why Su Ming is agile, because of the high fault tolerance rate. If the main physique is added, the vitality will indeed become higher, the physique will be stronger, and it will be more resistant to fighting, and the defense can indeed be really improved. But no matter how high the physical attributes are, they will be damaged. When encountering a strong enough enemy, as long as you take a blow, no matter how high the defense is, you can't resist. At this time, only flexible avoidance can survive. Su Ming believes that hard resistance to attack is never the optimal solution. Agility is different. It can make Su Ming's swordsmanship more powerful and faster at the same time. It can also increase the ability to avoid attacks. It can be said that it is the perfect attribute of offense and defense. With 200 points of agility as a basis, Su Ming can fight so comfortably. Click. For swords, slashing from different angles. It was slashed firmly on the scales of the giant snake. Sparks splashed everywhere. Su Ming could see with his own eyes the traces of damage caused by each of the 4 swords. The layers of scales, reflecting the metallic luster, and the extraordinary thickness of the scales were really hard. With the blessing of Su Ming's tenfold power of swordsmanship, it actually didn't cause much damage. The damage of the spiritual spirit blade is minimal, because it doesn't even have a physical blade. It's just a sword condensed by Su Ming with spiritual power. It's just a layer of scales that cut through the giant snake's skin. The Xianfeng sword cut into about 5 centimeters. The shadow flow long sword went directly into half a meter. These 3 swords deal a total of 3% damage to the giant snake. It can be said that it is scraping, but the dragon inlaid with a broken sword is the strongest. Although this sword, the blade is very short, like a dagger, only 10 centimeters deep, but this sword is extremely sharp. Cutting into the scales of the giant snake, there was no sense of frustration. The damage caused is also the highest. This knife alone caused the giant snake to lose 4% of its blood. The giant snake let out a stinging roar, extremely angry. Su Ming's sword was not even a toothpick to it, but the pain was still very obvious. Its snake head suddenly turned around and bit Su Ming. In the eyes of the snake, viciousness flashed. It seems that it thinks that this trick has already eaten Su Ming, because this human has no wings. Without wings, it means that it is impossible to change orientation in midair. No matter how flexible your posture is on land, it will be meaningless in midair, because you can't move on the air. The giant snake's bloody mouth opened wide, like an abyss. It can almost wrap Su Ming's whole person in it. Su Ming could even see with his own eyes that its tunnel-like throat went straight to the stomach, and there were animal hair, stumps, and bones that had not been fully digested. Su Ming's eyes were fierce. I really don't have wings, but I have a sword. Su Ming raised his fingers suddenly. The Xianfeng sword flew back from the snake scales, suddenly reversed and fixed in midair, stopped at Su Ming's feet. Su Ming's control of the skill of the sword has become more and more skillful. Now it can even be accurately fixed in midair. Su Ming directly stepped on the sword with his feet. Clever leverage. Su Ming turned around in a dashing way and suddenly retreated 10 meters. The action is extremely fast, and the Xianfeng sword, which was kicked out by his feet, shot into the throat of the giant snake. The giant snake threw itself into the air with a blow, but successfully swallowed the spiritual spirit blade, and the spirit blade was instantly annihilated, and the Xianfeng sword stabbed into its body. The snake's gastric juice can indeed corrode the incorporated spiritual blade in an instant, but it couldn't instantly corrode the Xianfeng sword. Therefore, the Xianfeng sword was able to rage violently in its body. Su Ming jumped to avoid the blow blow of the big snake and landed on the ground. He immediately adjusted his posture, his eyes moving slightly. The Xianfeng sword immediately flipped and cut in the body of the giant snake. The giant snake suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. The Xianfeng sword was in its body, raging violently. Under the action of the sword ability, the Xianfeng sword is like a meat cutter, spinning, moving, and slashing wildly. The giant snake let out a shrill scream, and its head fell to the ground suddenly. Its huge body smashed down and smashed many trees. It was extremely angry in its eyes. It was born extremely large and was a well-deserved king of the forest. Countless humans, mutants, beasts, and job changers are buried in its giant mouth. It has been devouring non-stop for so many years. From the flesh and blood, countless nutrients are drawn, so it can grow so huge and winding like a dragon. It was furious, and no human had ever dared to hurt it like this. Su Ming looked at its painful appearance, his eyes calm. The scales of this giant snake are indeed hard enough, but the defense ability inside its body is still not strong enough. No matter how hard the scales are, I will attack your abdominal cavity directly from the inside, Su Ming said coldly in his heart. In this way, the evolution of the giant snake's scales is meaningless. The giant snake rolled painfully on the ground, and its huge body rolled and slapped wildly on the ground. For a while, there was smoke and dust within 100 meters around, and a loud sound echoed. Where the snake's tail and limbs twisted, all the trees broke and fell, leaving deep ravines on the ground. Su Ming stepped back and looked at this scene coldly. At the same time, he was also secretly urging the Xianfeng sword to slash violently in the belly of the giant snake. From the outside world, there are no clues, but only the giant snake knew how lawless the Xianfeng sword was in his abdominal cavity. Su Ming still felt that it was not enough. He raised his hand and waved his hand, activating the skill of the Tianluo sword tomb. A huge stone sword fell from the sky and smashed down, directly smashed part of the giant snake's body. The flesh and blood were blurred, and the scales were shattered. After all, this is blunt force damage, and it is difficult to resist iron scale armor. Soon, green blood flowed from the snake's mouth. The serpent's health dropped wildly, and soon it was less than 70%. Leah in the distance, her eyes trembled. She hid behind a boulder, shocked in her heart. Brother Ming, obviously so thin, why can he fight such a terrifying giant snake? One person can go head to head and not fall behind. She was surprised and puzzled. Su Ming's strength surpassed anyone she had ever seen in her life. Even the second-rank village chief was buried in the blood mouth of the giant snake. This big brother, is he a rank 3 master in the human race? She was shocked by Su Ming's strength. She watched Su Ming's fighting movements and postures intently, wanting to learn from them. She also wants to be so strong that she can protect herself and her friends. At this moment, a seed of desire for strength was planted in her heart. Roar! The roar of the giant snake was deafening. Suddenly, it glared at Su Ming angrily and rushed over. The huge mouth was open, and 2 snake teeth spat out rotten pus. 2 dark green torrents of corrosive venom shot out. Like a laser. Once contaminated, it can definitely corrode the entire human body. And this snake venom is definitely not an ordinary neurotoxin or blood circulation toxin, nor is it a pure cytotoxin. These 3 types of toxins are the main types of toxins in all snakes. At this moment, Su Ming scanned the information of the venom with the eye of insight. He knew that it was a mixed toxin that mixed 3 venom types. All the characteristics of the 3 toxin classes. It can poison cells, muscle tissue, and even corrode blood. As long as a drop is applied to the skin, it will immediately circulate along the blood and throughout the body. In an instant, you will die from the inside out. This blow, you must avoid. His mind moved slightly, and a blue spiritual spirit blade long sword condensed and emerged again. The sword stagnated in front of Su Ming, from the middle to the origin, and rotated quickly. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Gradually, the sword turned into an umbrella like the blades of a helicopter, resisting 2 venoms and cutting all the poison water to both sides. But this venom is too corrosive. Su Ming's spiritual blade quickly disappeared and was corroded by this venom. Su Ming could only use Lingbo to avoid it. While escaping and defending, he did not forget to urge the Xianfeng sword to slash in the belly of the giant snake. The giant snake let out an angry and painful howl, and spewed venom with all its might. Su Ming's eyes became more and more cautious. This giant snake lost its blood quickly, but not fast enough. He could even feel that his Xianfeng sword was gradually being corroded by this giant snake. The Xianfeng sword is a high-quality golden weapon. It is indeed very strong, and it is made of an alloy of multiple materials. However, this does not mean that it can be soaked in the venom of a giant snake for a long time. Support for a few minutes at most, which should be the limit. Once the Xianfeng sword in the giant snake's belly is corroded and digested, he will fall into the passive. During this period, the big snake must be completely killed. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and he urged the sword with all his might. The Xianfeng sword moved wildly in the giant snake's body, and the sharp blade, like a scavenger, cut through flesh and blood, swimming in it. The blade was crisscrossed, and even the skin surface of the giant snake began to have wounds, and blood sprayed. No, this snake is too big, Su Ming said secretly in his heart. My Xianfeng sword is like a toothpick to it, swimming in its body for so long, and I haven't been able to find the key position. Looking for a heart in such a huge snake is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As the saying goes, beat a snake and hit 7 inches, but the heart of this giant snake is not 7 inches and not in the chest cavity. I am afraid that after the mutation, the position of the heart has also been displaced. If this continues, it will be too late to kill him. Su Ming also thought about it, urging the Xianfeng sword to stab into the head and stir up the brain of the giant snake. But not at all, because the giant snake has a skull that completely wraps the brain. The skull was extremely tough, and the Xianfeng sword could not pierce at all. Su Ming raised his hand and shook it. The only organ that can go straight to the head. It's the eyes. Then I'll attack your eyes, Su Ming said coldly. In the sword box behind him, a broken blade flew out. The tip of the dragon inlaid with the broken sword flew out. This long blade, without the hilt, is extremely sharp. Directly following Su Ming's thoughts, he stabbed straight into the eyes of the giant snake. At this moment, the giant snake suddenly closed its eyes. On its eyelids, there is a scale armor, which is hard and skinless. It's a pity that in the face of a diamond-grade dragon-inlaid broken sword, how can a pair of thin eyelids resist? The dragon blade was extremely precise and directly penetrated the eyelids. The steely snake scales there were cut in half. Blood. The blade carried a spark and pierced the snake's eye. Moreover, this sword hit a critical hit, and the damage was super terrifying. Directly let the giant snake lose 20% of its health. There is also a 200% fire attribute damage bonus. One eye of the giant snake immediately ignited a raging fire, burning half of its face to blacken and fester. The giant snake was in such pain that it couldn't even spit out the venom. Subsequently, Su Ming controlled the dragon blade and drove straight in, rushing into the snake's brain along his eyes. Su Ming wanted to use this dragon to break the blade, directly stirring up its brain and killing it in one blow. At this moment, the giant snake stirred all over, and suddenly the skin became crystal clear. It was as if it was covered with a layer of crystal and shell armor. The whole body became soft. Su Ming's eyes were cold. This is molt? This giant snake has a skill, which is molting. Once the molt is successful, it can not only recover a large number of states, but also improve its strength to a higher level. At that time, it is possible to upgrade to level 27 or level 28. But during the molting process, it is extremely fragile. Molting in battle is simply whimsical. Do you think you are a snake from the Shao family? The giant snake will choose to shed its skin at this time, which means that it is really desperate, and this is the only way. How could Su Ming let it fight back? He pointed with both fingers and a sword, pointing far away. Bite. The dragon inlaid the blade of the sword made a jingle, directly stirred the giant snake's brain into a lump of sludge. Then he broke out of the center of his eyebrows. Bring up a bloodline. The giant snake fell down with a bang. Its blood volume dropped directly to 1%. Su Ming's eyes were cold. Brain death does not mean physical death. The body muscles of this giant snake are still moving in a conditioned reflex. The huge snake tail suddenly churned towards Su Ming. Su Ming took a slight breath. The serpent's head was rotten, but its body muscles were still alive. Before the giant snake died, the brain gave the last instruction, that is, to strangle Su Ming. So its body swept towards Su Ming. Once bound, the serpent will trigger its most lethal skill, Hell Strangulation. At that time, Su Ming would definitely not be able to stand it. Faced with the dying blow of the big snake's return, Su Ming was indeed a little surprised. After all, very few organisms can still carry out such large-scale muscle activity after brain death. This giant snake is worthy of being the strongest beast in this forest. Whether it is the will to fight or the muscle strength of the body, it is fierce one by one. Its nerves and muscle tissue are still attacking according to the last instructions given by its brain. But Su Ming also felt a little regretful. Because he was too flexible, it was impossible for the giant snake to hit himself. Hell Strangulation is also meaningless. Su Ming sighed. He took a sudden step out, lightly avoided the Hell Strangulation. But in the next moment, the tip of the tail actually pointed at Su Ming and spat out a cloud of venom. Su Ming's eyes were slightly startled. The tail of this giant snake can even spray poison. It's really in the shadows. Mutant variety. Indeed a mutant variety. Strange means. And deadly. Su Ming's mental power had almost been consumed. He urged the four swords to fight at the same time, and Lingbo microstepped. Even the third turn could not withstand this consumption. If Su Ming used the hidden god step, he would have exhausted his mental power long ago. Now he is very tired, both mentally and physically. Su Ming guessed that he could still use 2 or 3 skills in the end. Fortunately, the giant snake had no blood left. Su Ming directly raised his hand, held the Yinglu long sword, and reversed the drawing of the sword and slashed in an instant. In midair, slashed towards the tail of the giant snake. Avoided venom. This sword also successfully cut off the tail of the giant snake. Su Ming raised his hand and shook it. He pulled out the Xianfeng sword in the belly of the giant snake from afar. The black sword blade broke through the belly, with dripping snake blood and corrosive liquid, and flew to Su Ming's side. The health of the giant snake was directly completely reset to 0. Kill successfully. Congratulations, kill the level 26 giant snake. Loot, Serpent Fang X2. Giant snake scale skin X1000. Second turn Snake Gall x1. Giant Snake Venomous Testicles x1. The second rank mission is completed and the second rank Sword God is promoted. All attributes plus 10. Experience gained 15,020. Promotion to level 21. Free attribute points plus 10. Talent, Origin Sword Body, Mythic, effect increased. Swordsmanship power increased 20 times. Swordsmanship speed increase 20 times. Swordsmanship proficiency increase 20 times. Reward, lottery wheel once. Promoted to the second rank Sword God. Su Ming felt that his physical strength had recovered, but he hasn't had time to celebrate the joy of victory. I suddenly felt a sharp pain. Su Ming took a closer look. I saw a drop of snake blood on my arm. I don't know when it was splashed. This snake blood brought Su Ming an extremely hot texture. I tried my best to prevent it, but I didn't stop this hand. This snake actually contains poison even in its blood. Su Ming has avoided being stained with venom and blood as much as possible, but the giant snake is too large and splatters too much blood, making it difficult to avoid them all. He was extremely decisive and directly slashed out with a sword, cutting off that piece of skin. Directly dig out part of the skin and flesh, and the bones are deeply visible. The severe pain is still piercing, and the toxin seems to have invaded the bloodstream. This toxin is a mixed toxoid that has the effect of eroding the nerves. Su Ming could feel that his mental power was rapidly declining, and he was about to bottom out. Muscles also begin to paralyze. Su Ming's eyes were ugly. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that the corpse of the giant snake was slowly wriggling. The crystalline skin all over the body seems to be still undergoing transformation. Can you molt even if you die? Su Ming really didn't expect it. Creatures burst out with infinite potential in the face of death. At this moment, he admired the snake's will to survive. If the molt is successful, maybe this giant snake can be resurrected? It must be stopped. Su Ming raised his hand and shook it, mobilizing the dragon blade in midair and returning, and went down vertically. The tip of the cold sword stabbed downwards, straight down towards the snake's head. This was the last sword before he exhausted his mental power. Be sure to kill this large snake completely. Whoa! Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared behind Su Ming. At the same time, there is also murderous intent. Su Ming's eyes were awe-inspiring. He turned to look. I actually found a person who appeared behind me. It was a thin man in a black robe with a sneer on his face. There was a long scar on his face, which looked extremely ugly. In his hand, he held a short knife and stabbed it towards Su Ming's neck. There is actually a killer? Has he been lurking around? Su Ming's eyes were slightly startled. At this critical moment, his physical strength was no longer enough. There were only two options in front of him. Use the dragon to break the sword and kill the giant snake. Or, resist the fatal blow of the person behind you. Snake venom almost paralyzed the whole body, and Su Ming couldn't use it wholeheartedly, so he could only choose one. In the end, he gritted his teeth and chose to resist this man's move. This is the only option. Otherwise, if you die, there will be nothing. He directly waved the broken sword in his right hand, urged the thunder sword, and stopped the knife. Thunder flashed. This sword smashed the man's knife with him. The dragon inlaid the broken sword, too sharp. The man's face was a little surprised. After fighting such a terrifying beast, can you still have the strength to smash my sword? It seems to have gotten into hard stubble. He took a sip suddenly, seemingly very unhappy. But don't be afraid at all. It can be seen that this person is very strong. At the very least, it is much stronger than the previous second-rank killers of the Zhang family. At this moment, behind Su Ming, the corpse of the giant snake also made bursts of wriggling sounds. It seems that the molt is almost complete. The dragon blade in midair, because there was no mobilization power of Su Ming's mind, had begun to fall powerlessly. Free fall. This sword is purely based on inertia and has limited power. According to this development, this sword will definitely not be able to kill the molting snake corpse. At that time, it may come back to life. And Su Ming now, facing the fierce enemy in front of him, has no time to be distracted at all. His mental power can only activate one skill at the end. There was snake venom paralysis. Although he had just been promoted to the second rank, he did not regain much strength. Su Ming fell into a very passive situation. Once the serpent is resurrected, he will be attacked from both sides. And if you kill the snake and the big snake, who will deal with the killer in front of you? At this moment of dilemma, a petite figure rushed out of the surrounding dense forest. She took a step out, her steps were light, and she jumped high. The delicate hands tightly held the dragon blade in midair. Her hands were suddenly covered in blood. Her face was painful, but she didn't let go at all. Fell suddenly. She inserted the blade into the snake's head. The entire blade is completely immersed in it. The corpse in the giant snake's molt was directly completely suppressed. All muscle and nerve activities are completely annihilated. It can't molt. Those who die cannot die again. It's Leah. Her hands were almost cut by the blade of the dragon sword, and her bones were cracked. After all, there is no hilt. She could only hold the blade alive, but she knew that this was the only chance. The serpent must be killed completely. Otherwise, Su Ming will be in big trouble, and he will not be able to take revenge. She had long wanted to kill this murderous giant snake that had mutilated her entire village. So she chose to rush out. She didn't want to run away passively like when the village was slaughtered by a giant snake. From today onwards, she will no longer hide. The giant snake died, and the ashes disappeared. Su Ming was relieved. Then you don't have to do multiple choice questions. Barely able to use the last skill, just enough to kill one person. Su Ming turned around abruptly and, with his insightful eyes, scanned the information of the black-robed man who suddenly appeared. Ding Pan. Level 27. Occupation, pretender. Strength 30. Physique 50. Dexterity 80. Spirit 5. Bang. Lucky 5. Skills, ghost concealment, breath concealment, critical strike. A level 27 pretender. One skill, enough. Ha! The corner of Su Ming's mouth raised a frightening smile. In his eyes, murderous intent emerged. In this world, only one person has seen this kind of killing intent. Ren Xiaoman. And this man is the second. I only have one trick. Looking at the man in front of him, Su Ming suddenly said. When the man heard this, he pulled out the real knife from his waist. This is his real weapon. Boy, are you begging for mercy? It's a pity. The rewards for your D-level mission are too generous. I am bound to get them. He smiled mockingly, not yet realizing the seriousness of the matter. But I can still kill you. Su Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, the man felt that his courage was about to be shattered. His smile froze instantly. In the next moment, he saw the most terrifying knife. In the distance, Leah was also shocked. Su Ming held the dragon-inlaid broken sword, suddenly rushed out. The body turned into a brilliant killing mark. In place, the afterimage of the gray robe was left. A long blood-red mark crossed the air. Within tens of meters around, dead branches and fallen leaves were broken. Leah saw this knife up close and only felt shocked. She had never seen such a terrifying skill. Even the giant snake didn't give her such a great sense of oppression. Although this knife was not used directly on her, she was just watching, but she could still feel that strong killing intent, deep and full of penetration. She was so frightened that she trembled all over and almost sat on the ground. It's terrifying. This knife mark penetrated the man's body directly. His eyes suddenly froze. The smile on his face disappeared in an instant. Although the god-killing knife is not a swordsmanship but a god-killing skill, the weapon is a dragon-inlaid broken sword. More or less, you can get a little power bonus of the original sword body. And the god-killing knife was originally a legendary skill. Even if it was only enhanced by 10%, it was infinitely powerful. Not to mention the bonus of the original sword body. Su Ming estimated that this god-killing knife would at least get 5 times the power and speed bonus of the original sword body. Su Ming's current level, the power of the god-killing knife used is far from the full version. Not even 1% of the full version. But after the bonus of the original sword body, it can already have a bit of the essence of the year. This knife can even kill 3 turns. The man in the black robe in front of him only felt a burning of fear in his soul, as if his name had been written down by the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death. The so-called King of Hell wants you to die in the 3rd watch. Who dares to keep you until the 5th watch? He finally felt frightened, as if he was stared at by the killing god. At this moment, he felt his legs tremble. No, I have to escape. His expression that had been at ease finally dissipated. He is very sophisticated, has killed many people, and his combat experience far exceeds that of most job changers. But in the face of Su Ming's knife, he was really frightened. No one has ever made him so afraid from the inside out. There are never opponents, bosses, beasts, nothing. This is the first time. He didn't even have the will to fight. He just wanted to run away. But the process is too fast. The moment the thought came out of his mind, Su Ming's sword had already penetrated his body. The dark red sword mark remained in midair and remained for a long time. His eyes were stunned and he touched his neck. No wounds. Touched his heart again. No wounds. He was sweating profusely, as if he had survived the disaster. No, not dead. I'm not dead. He touched his whole body and found no wounds. He smiled reluctantly, his withered teeth exposed. Yes, it should just be a bluffing skill. I'm not dead. Behind him, Su Ming was expressionless. Raise your hand and hold it gently. The black blade sword flew and returned to its sheath. The shadow flow longsword blends into the shadows. He put away his swords, because the battle is over. The last dragon inlaid with a broken sword is also sheathed by the sword. Behind him, the body of the man in black robe trembled suddenly. Blood sprayed thin, soaring into the sky. Because this sword is too sharp, and the killing of the god is too fast. So the wound was actually revealed later. In fact, Ding Pan's health has long since returned to 0. Half of his body was directly cut off. The body slipped to the ground, the internal organs were broken, and the cross-section was as smooth as a mirror. The man in the black robe is dead. Before his death, he still maintained the joy of the rest of his life in his eyes. I don't even know I'm dead. Just a sword. One move, the residual blood crosses the border to kill the full blood. When Leah saw this scene, her eyes were full of disbelief. Brother Su Ming killed 3 people alone, and then killed the giant snake. Now, kill another person. In this wheel battle, can he still stand firm? Too strong. In her heart, there was a bit of fear and admiration. Su Ming exhaled exhaled deeply, feeling his hands trembling. Under the paralysis of snake venom, it's too hard. A nosebleed flowed out. This is the result of forcing skills after exhausting physical strength. Kill level 27 player. Kill the enemy by leapfrogging, gain 16,092 experience. Loot, plus 100,000 Wanzu coins, plus 500,000 Advent coins, Somber short knife, gold superior, agility cloak, gold medium, agility ring, silver superior, tower token, pretender skill scroll, gold superior. All the equipment of this man belongs to Su Ming. Su Ming immediately spent some money, and in the Advent store, he spent 50,000 Advent coins to buy a bottle of snake venom antidote. The medicine bottle was held in his hand, but before Su Ming could drink it, he felt that his eyes went dark and he passed out. The body reached its limit. When Su Ming woke up again, he found himself lying on something soft and cold. He opened his eyes and found a pair of smart cat ears in front of him. A pair of big watery eyes were looking down at him. Seeing Su Ming wake up, her little ears shook obviously. Leah was a little flustered. Brother Ming, you finally woke up. I didn't know what to do, so I poured the bottle of medicine in your hand into you. Because you gave me a bottle of healing potion that can heal wounds, I think your bottle of potion has a similar effect, so. Su Ming sat up slowly. When I looked closely, it turned out that I was lying on the girl's lap just now. Much better. Thank you, Leah, Su Ming said, patting her on the head. Her ears trembled, and she seemed to like this kind of touch. Su Ming smiled slightly, feeling that this little girl was quite cute. Or, accept him as an apprentice? She is also talented, and she also happens to be an assassin. If she teaches well, maybe she can become the god of killing in this life. Killing god is a legendary profession, only one level lower than the sword god. It must be rank 8 to be promoted to killing gods. There can only be one such unique profession in the world. In other words, if his apprentice becomes a killing god, there will be no second killing god in the world. This is equivalent to being able to limit one of the world's most powerful professional combat forces to oneself in advance. Su Ming didn't think about forming a force for the time being. But what if there is a need in the future? Su Ming fell into thought. If Leah hadn't poured herself that bottle of antidote, maybe she would have fallen asleep. She was a good boy. Bite. No matter the talent or the heart, it is worth it. But Su Ming thought for a long time. Ultimately, still gave up. Su Ming believes that he doesn't have much time to teach. He didn't even have time to level himself. So forget it. How long have I been in a coma? Su Ming turned to ask. A few hours. She pinched her fingers and calculated. At this time, Su Ming noticed that there was still a lot of blood on her fingers, and wounds with deep visible bones. As you can imagine, she is still suffering all the time. It was cut by the blade of the dragon inlaid sword. You were brave at the time. Su Ming praised. It helped me a lot, he said with a serious expression. She nodded, her eyes suddenly firm. When a person becomes truly brave, it is when she grows up. This is what the village chief said when I was a child. I know. It's time for me too. It's time to grow up. Her eyes flashed with a desire for power. She killed the corpse in the shedding of the giant serpent, and although she did not receive any reward or experience, she was brave once. This is the most valuable trophy for her. There will be a second time. Su Ming bought 2 bottles of healing potions and poured them on her hands. Soon, the wound began to heal. Then Su Ming began to sort out his loot. Su Ming hung all the man's equipment on the auction house. After all, it is a knife, and I am not used to using it. Everything adds up to about hundreds of thousands of Advent coins. How can this person have so many good things? Rich. It's too rich. It's really weird. Su Ming's eyes were solemn. What surprised Su Ming the most was that this man in black robe actually had 100,000 Wanzu coins. This number is more than myself. Wanzu coin is the only currency that can be used to buy things in the Wanjia store. The priority is higher than that of the Advent coins within the Terran. Moreover, it is the only currency common to all ethnic groups. In other words, half-orcs, orcs, elves and other races, they also use all race coins as currency. This person actually has 100,000. It's a bit scary. How can a level 20 person have so much property? Su Ming was a little strange. Subsequently, Su Ming knocked on the man's Heavenly Tower Society token again. The virtual screen list is unveiled. It doesn't matter if Su Ming doesn't look at it. He was shocked when he saw it. This man's Heavenly Tower will be a token, and there are dozens of completed historical tasks. The list is densely packed. Basically, they are low-level tasks of F, E, and D. A person of more than 20 levels can complete dozens of tasks? This is simply unbelievable. Subsequently, Su Ming found a notebook in his personal belongings. This man still has the habit of writing a diary? Su Ming immediately judged that this person was not a serious person. Serious people, it is impossible to write a diary. Opening the diary, Su Ming understood. It turns out that this is not a diary. Instead, it is a criminal record book. Each page clearly records who he is aiming for. January of a certain year, the target is a 19-year-old student, a professional Ape fighter, and the task he received is to kill a poison newborn level vampire, which is very suitable for starting in the barren mountains and wilderness. Postscript, success. success. December of a certain year, the target is a 21-year-old job changer. His mission is to kill a mutant giant mosquito in the Barren Mountains, and the task rewards 40 million ethnic coins. Postscript, success. June this year, target 18-year-old student, Su Ming, key observation object, 10-star talented swordsman. When the lone wolf takes on the D-level task alone, the location happens to be in the Barren Mountains, which is very suitable to start. Su Ming's eyes were solemn. It turned out that this black-robed man Dingpan was a criminal who killed people everywhere and cut off his beard. He observed the members of the Heavenly Tower Society in the lower realm and followed them all the way to complete their mission. Then at the last moment of their battle with the monsters, he came out and killed both people and monsters. Seize supplies and complete missions at the same time. A typical behavior of reaping the benefits of fishermen. In a way, this guy is a criminal genius. Being able to have this kind of thinking, no wonder he has so many materials and property. Su Ming thought that he was the fourth killer sent by Zhang Tang. Now it seems that it is not. This guy has nothing to do with the Zhang family. It's just a murderer who kills people everywhere and intercepts mission rewards. I was also unlucky and was targeted by him. He has killed so many people. The Heavenly Tower Society and the country must have noticed him. This guy may be wanted. Su Ming carefully put away his token. If this person is really a wanted criminal, then with his token, he will be able to receive a bounty. The reward for killing this person may be more generous than the reward for the mission of killing the serpent. It's also an extra gain. Su Ming wore a piece of this person's equipment, by the way, a keen ring. It can enhance people's 5 senses and strengthen their perception of battle. People have 10 fingers, so theoretically, they can wear 10 rings at the same time. But in that case, it will greatly affect the feel of holding the sword, so Su Ming won't wear too much. He took down the ring that increased the strength by 5 points and hung it up at the auction house. This attribute is better than nothing for him, and this ring can be sold for some money. Subsequently, Su Ming opened the lottery wheel. Now his original sword body has reached 20 times the power. The strength has changed qualitatively. Draw another wave of prizes, and his power will climb to a new level again. Lottery. Golden hands, constantly rotating. In the end, it stalled on an epic slot. Millennium Purple Vein Ganoderma, epic grade. After eating, randomly increase the attributes of the whole body. Su Ming's eyes were shocked. 1,000-year-old Purple Vein Ganoderma. It can increase the attributes of the whole body, and the value will not be small. The increased attributes will be permanent. It can be said that it is the top version of the Strong Marrow Pill. The Strong Marrow Pill can also enhance attributes, but it is only a gold quality elixir. The effect is too weak on one side. Best of all, it can only take effect once. The 1,000-year-old Purple Vein Ganoderma lucidum is different. It can be infinitely more times. Moreover, the effect is countless times stronger than the Strong Marrow Pill. In other words, if you have enough resources and ways, you can get multiple 1,000-year-old Purple Vein Ganoderma and then use the 1,000-year-old Purple Vein Ganoderma to infinitely strengthen the attributes. Of course, such a spiritual treasure is a priceless treasure, and there are not many blue stars. Even if you have money, you can't get it. This kind of thing can only be dreamed of. Su Ming is already very content. He swallowed it directly. Suddenly, a hot force flowed through Su Ming's body. He could feel that his limbs and bones were like fire. After a long time, the power was completely absorbed. Successfully absorbed the 1,000-year-old Purple Vein Ganoderma. The 5 attributes of strength, physique, agility, spirit, and luck have been comprehensively improved. Su Ming immediately opened his profile. Su Ming. Carry title, Killing God. Effective title, First Blood, Rookie King. Level 21, 19455/21000 EXP. Occupation, Sword God. Mythical level, the only one in the world. Strength, 80. Physique, 80. Dexterity, 240. Spirit, 150. Lucky, 90. Bloodline, Immortal Body, A. Self-healing factor, C. Talents, Sublimation of all things. Origin Sword Body, Automatic cultivation. Skills, Killing God, Full Hidden, Hidden Step, Eye of Insight. Thunder Sword, Sword Draw and Slash, Sword Martial Master, Rainstorm Sword, Imperial Sword, Skyfall Sword Tomb, Spiritual Blade, Lingbo Microstep. All attributes have been greatly improved. Su Ming could even clearly feel that his strength had increased significantly. Now his agility attributes are far beyond ordinary people, and the physical attributes and strength attributes are not even weaker than those of warriors of the same level. This is very scary. Equivalent to all-rounder. The host has been promoted to the 2nd rank, and the sublimation talent of all things unlocks hidden functions. Any loot that explodes can be sublimated or indirectly once. Su Ming's eyes were slightly condensed. Originally, only the loot that exploded in the copy could be sublimated, but now, it's different. As long as it is a loot that explodes, it can be upgraded. This talent was originally given by the system. I didn't expect to improve the big realm and hide benefits, so when you reach the 3rd, 4th, and 5th turns, what level will you rise? Su Ming's heart was full of anticipation. At this time, another voice sounded in my mind. Proficiency cap, Spiritual Blade skill upgrade, Spiritual Spirit Sword, grade, golden inferior. Proficiency, 3000/10000. The power has increased again. With the talent for automatic cultivation, Su Ming's skills can be improved all the time. He just had to lie down and wait for the food to be collected. Subsequently, Su Ming counted everything. Sublimate all the loot, he said in his heart. After the lucky attribute was improved, the effect of the sublimation of all things talent was also slightly improved. The probability of an item being upgraded to a higher quality is significantly higher. Giant Snakefang sublimation. Source of poison of decay, platinum superior. A material that can continuously produce venom, as if it is still alive, can be embedded in equipment, permanently add poison attribute enchantment to the equipment, or can be used as a material to make weapons. The giant snake scale skin is successfully sublimated. Tattooed Lingio skin, diamond inferior. Y. High-grade forging base material, which can be cast into extraordinary soft armor clothing, can easily resist most knife cuts, and can even heal itself. Su Ming decided to keep these two things, and maybe he could make equipment in the future. After all, the quality is not low. Subsequently, he began to sublimate the second turn snake gallbladder. The second turn of snake gallbladder is successfully sublimated. Ancient snake poisonous bile, epic inferior. Dark green and deep and crystal clear. The courage of the desolate snake solves 1,000 poisons. High-level detoxification materials, with just 1 drop of juice, can remove most of the toxins in the body and enable you to obtain high-level toxic immunity in the next short period of time. If swallowed whole, it can instantly remove all poisons in the world. Su Ming's eyes were shocked. Among all the items, the sublimation of this ancient snake's scattered poisonous gall was the most surprising to him. It was actually upgraded to an epic level. This is the first epic item he gets. 1 drop of juice, you can detoxify, which means it can be reused. If you swallow it whole, it can 100% remove all poisons in the world. An absolute life-saving artifact. Su Ming held the dark snake gall in his palm, feeling a little excited. He raised it directly to his mouth and pinched a drop. The dark green bile, as crystal clear as jadeite, fell into the throat, smooth and cold, and bitter. It was extremely painful, as expected of bile. Even Su Ming, who was full of patience, almost vomited out. But after the patience passes, it is a calm comfort. All dryness, heat, and toxicity in the body are removed. The heart was calm and naturally cool, and Su Ming's eyes became very peaceful. In a hurry, the antidote he bought in the store was not of high grade, so there may still be some toxic residues in his body. And after swallowing this bile, there is no need to worry at all. This snake gallbladder, Su Ming must keep it and use it for himself. He will not hang up the auction house. This thing can save lives in a critical moment. Continue to sublimate other loot. All the items of Dingpan, the black-robed man, Su Ming, who can be sublimated, have basically been sublimated once. It is worth mentioning that there is a skill scroll in it. The Pretender's skill scroll, golden grade, has been successfully sublimated. Blood Surge Thrust, Pretender skill scroll, platinum inferior. Required level, 20. Assassination knife technique, using a dagger can increase the critical hit rate. After hitting, the enemy will bleed continuously, making it difficult to stop the wound and causing extremely high damage. Su Ming is not a pretender, so he can't use the skill scroll. He took it in his pocket. If you need it, keep it for yourself. If not, he is ready to hang up the auction house. The black-robed man Dingpan has a lot of property, and it is roughly estimated that once all of them are sold, Su Ming will be able to get about 1 million advent coins. 1 million advent coins, exchanged for 10,000 coins, there are also 100,000. That's a lot of money. Enough for any Dragon Country person to eat and drink spicy food for the rest of his life. Su Ming had a solemn face and opened the Wanzu store. With Dingpan's money, he now has 170,000 Wanzu coins in his account. Among his peers, he is already very rich. Su Ming wanted to exchange something, but he browsed for a moment and finally closed the store panel. Because he was too ambitious, he no longer wanted some low-level bloodlines and talents. Ordinary things are difficult to see in other ways. At least B grade or above, he wants to redeem it. And B grade things have to cost at least 500,000 Wanzu coins. You have to save for a while to be able to afford it. At this time, Su Ming stood up and glanced at the little girl. Leah, I'm leaving. When Leah heard this, her eyes, which were originally bright, were obviously dim and a little lost. The cat's ears trembled slightly. Good. She also knew that she would have to separate after all. After all, neither of them is of the same race. She didn't force her to stay. However, brother Su Ming, I still have a question before I leave. Leah walked up to Su Ming and asked with very smart eyes. Su Ming was carrying a long sword on his back, dressed in a gray robe and fin. He was very patient with this girl. Brother Ming, why are you so strong? Leah asked very bluntly. When Su Ming heard this, he just smiled slightly. This deity killed the god in the previous life and the sword god in this life. It can be regarded as half a double clergy fierce man. Do you want to tell you this secret? Impossible. Even for Ji Yao, Su Ming would not reveal it. Persist. Su Ming thought for a moment. Just said 2 words plainly. In fact, he didn't believe this answer much. Hang on. Persistence. There are too few things that can change. Talent is enough to crush everything. The waste of 1-star talent, no matter how hard he tried, could not be worth the genius of 10 stars. Orphans without family power cannot compete on the same stage with the young masters of those big families. This is how the world is constructed. But, still have to persevere. Even if the hope is out of reach, even if the probability is slim, I still have to persevere. Because as long as you persevere, you can have hope. If you don't insist, there is no possibility. These are two extremes, possible and impossible. In his previous life, even if Su Ming was forced to die in the cave, he insisted on not handing over the reverse path ring and chose to burn Jade with him. So he was reborn. This is the reward for persistence. Su Ming chose to share this experience with her. Maybe just two insignificant words can't bring her something immediate. But when she heard these two words, she nodded seriously. It seems that these two words are firmly in mind. If it were a human, it would definitely think that Su Ming was just a prevarication of the past. And Su Ming did think so. But for the natural and pure half-orcs, there are not so many twists and turns in their minds. Leah naturally took these two words as Su Ming's real answer. And that's where her strength lies. Leah felt a little profound. Her eyes were serious, but she still seemed to understand. She knew that it might take her many years to understand what true persistence was. Once the village was slaughtered, she was homeless, and she was muddled every day. But now, she has a way forward and is no longer confused. I know, I will work in the direction you said. Her cat's ears trembled slightly. She seemed to be in high spirits, and stood up. Finally, I have one thing. Then, she bowed sharply. Brother Su Ming, take me as an apprentice. I want to be as strong as you and learn your skills. Especially the sword you used to kill the black-robed humans. It's so handsome. As she spoke, she seemed to be drooling. It's like it's not a trick, it's some kind of food. When Su Ming heard this, he smiled indifferently. Take you as an apprentice? Yes, but I want to remind you that humans are very evil. We will eat all kinds of creatures. Su Ming's smile became more and more evil, like the devil Satan, getting closer and closer. The sense of oppression is getting stronger and stronger. Seeing this, Leah felt a chill down her spine. Inscription: Brother Ming, don't scare me. You say. She was a little scared. Su Ming was very serious. I'm not kidding. Humans are terrifying. We will eat half-orcs. Orcs like you, we like to eat the most in the human race. The names of the dishes I can name are braised duck neck, crispy cat ears, raw roasted eagle legs, tiger skin spiced chicken feet. Listening to the names of these dishes, the bloody production process came to Leah's mind. Her eyes were red from fright. It's terrifying. The giant snake kills the half-orc villagers, and they all swallow it raw. How can it be made into a dish? It's just scary. Then I don't want to apprentice. It's too scary. I don't want to go to the human world. It's better for me in the forest. Her words were all crying. Su Ming's smile restrained, but his heart was overjoyed. It's so much fun to tease this little girl. However, what he said is indeed mixed. In the human world, orcs are not welcome. If she was brought back, she would inevitably be looked down upon by all parties. There will be a lot of trouble. And among humans, there are indeed perverts who like to eat half-orcs. Although it is very rare, it really is. If she is taken back, her worldview will definitely collapse and tarnish her pure heart. Su Ming didn't want to cause so much trouble, so he used this method to scare her away. However, Su Ming is not completely heartless. He took out the Pretender scroll from his personal space. At the same time, there was the black crystal dagger of the man in black. I can't be your master for the time being, but this skill scroll and dagger, I give it to you, Su Ming said, handing it over. Leah killed the corpse in the snake's molt, indirectly saving her own life. There can be no indication. You can't fool the past just because people are simple. Moreover, this can also be regarded as an investment. The principal of number 1 middle school once gave him a strong marrow pill and a pair of snakeskin black clothes. This is the principal's investment in himself. And now that you have the resources, why can't you invest? Su Ming has now become an investor. Leah is a good seedling. She grows her own fruit today, and if she can become a high-level killer in the future, she can become a powerful combat force on her side. That is your own cause. It can be said that it is a gamble. The black crystal short knife was originally a gold high-grade knife. Now, it has been upgraded to platinum medium grade by Su Ming. The new name is Shurji Dagger. Moreover, there is no level limit. Leah took it and scanned it. Platinum. Platinum. Her eyes lit up and she was very excited. Su Ming nodded. That's right, this knife is sharp. You have to use it carefully. And this scroll needs to reach level 20, and the Pretender can be cultivated. If you can reach the second turn, you can turn into a disguise. If you can learn this skill, it means that you have really learned to persevere. At that time, we may be able to meet again. Su Ming said, paused. He himself was not sure if he would be able to meet again, but Leah completely trusted Su Ming's words. She held the scroll and black dagger tightly, her eyes full of ambition. Well, okay, I will definitely insist on it, and I must impress you, Brother Ming. I want to become stronger and become your apprentice. She was very excited. Looking at the sky, the rain has dissipated, the sun is shining, warm and pleasant. He took a closer look and looked in front of him. The thin gray-robed young man disappeared at some point. In the forest, she was left alone. She was in place, her eyes lost as if she had been lost. Putting away the scroll, she pulled out the dagger. Now, what are you doing? She felt a little lonely and lonely. The mind of an orc is the same as that of a human, so it will also feel bored and lonely. But she was an optimist and quickly cheered up. Moreover, she was already very familiar with life in the forest. This is the most suitable world for her to grow up. Kill the beast to level up. She made up her mind. Subsequently, she began her journey of leveling all the way. There is a stone silent dagger, and killing the beast is indeed twice the result with half the effort. No one knew that she was actually alone in the forest and insisted on leveling for a year. Almost all the surrounding forests were walked, so much so that all the beasts around her were frightened when they saw her. A new beast king will be born here. Su Ming teleported back to the Heavenly Pagoda Society, came to the mission hall, and now there are no people here. After all, the new crowd has passed, and now the normal flow of people has returned. Just right, it's convenient to hand over the task, Su Ming said coldly in his heart. It's a pity that the air is not as fresh as in the forest, Su Ming said to himself. Then his mind moved slightly. It consumed some mental power to heal all the wounds on his body, activated the blood vessels of the self-healing factor. When he was poisoned, he cut off a piece of flesh from his elbow, and now the flesh there healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it was completely restored. The power of the blood will operate autonomously all the time, but if it is actively urged, it will heal faster. The gray robe of the Shadow Sword suit has strong defense. The only fly in the ointment is that it is not an all-round package, so he still has injuries. But a lot of the rest of the venom and blood were blocked by the Shadow Sword coat. That's why Su Ming's injury was so light. Also thanks to this platinum-level equipment. If it is a normal suit, it will easily be corroded by snake venom. Then, he walked quickly to the mission hall. When he came to the window when he received the task, Su Ming's face was flat. I want to handle business, he said. In the hall, there were still some player teams that did not disperse, but were scattered. The people around slowly looked sideways. Is it Su Ming? Su Ming, the swordsman of Xianjing City, has a 10-star talent, and is a recent figure of the hour. I heard that he took on a D-level mission, and once he completes the task, he will be a platinum-level hunter? Yes, it's true, I saw it with my own eyes at the time. Several teams of people whispered. 10-star talent, regardless of professional strength, is an extremely rare genius. Therefore, Su Ming's name is not only known to newcomers in Xianjing City, but even to the entire Zhongchuan province. Everyone was a little surprised. A newcomer dared to take on D-level missions, and it seems that he does not have a squad yet. He is a lone wolf. It's a bit rampant. This little handsome guy, it seems that he is a little too high of his own strength, although the 10-star talent is strong. But the D-level mission, at least you have to deal with the second-rank monster. It's still too hard. In the crowd, a female player with a hot body and wearing black velvet stockings said. She stood in the distance, her eyes playful, looking at Su Ming meaningfully. Her words drew a burst of echoes. What Miss Mo said makes sense. I also think it is. People nodded with serious expressions. He wants to go to the sky in one step and directly rank as a platinum hunter. He is very ambitious, and I have to admit that I admire him very much. A young man with cold eyes and a white robe said. I look forward to him leaving a strong mark in the history of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Speaking of this, a bit of hidden solemnity appeared in his eyes. Maybe one day, he will also have a battle with Su Ming. He actually didn't want to fight infighting, he just wanted to kill demons and monsters, so that the Dragon Kingdom could expand its territory. The ambition in his heart is to lead the entire human race to be strong, and he wants to protect all the weak people. But he knows that resources are limited. The human race is in the middle of the dispute between all races, and the situation is not good now, and the Dragon Country does not have many resources. Between geniuses, if you want to become stronger, you need to constantly fight and seize resources. It may not be a battle of life and death, or it may just be a battle in a certain competition, but there will be one after all. I don't want to lose. Imome looked at him and smiled slightly. The charm in her eyes did not restrain at all. Shinbai, you are joking. With your strength, this young lady can't hold on to a few moves. Su Ming, he can be promoted to level 16 in the novice dungeon, although he has his own means, and his strength will not be weak. This achievement can be described as unprecedented. But fast upgrades do not mean strong combat effectiveness. Career is the foundation of everything. Swordsman, the combat effectiveness of the exorcist with you in the early stage is simply heaven and earth. She has a faint fragrance on her body, and she is naturally charming. She is also a 7-star genius, and the family power behind her is also very strong. But in her words, there was a bit of a sense of taking the initiative to show weakness to Shinbai. But no one around refuted or surprised. Because Shinbai's talent is indeed very terrifying, it has long been known. Even if Imome didn't say anything, everyone knew that she couldn't beat Shinbai. He deserves it. 10-star exorcist, this talent plus profession, he can push all the way in the early stage. All the geniuses in Zhongchuan province were were overshadowed in front of him. Provincial champion level. Shinbai heard her words, but his face was expressionless. He didn't bother to reply at all. His eyes were like iron, and he was thinking in his heart at this moment, good luck? It's ridiculous. Imome, a high-ranking family child, really likes to underestimate people. She has never experienced suffering, and her life has been arranged by her family. How could she know how difficult it is for an ordinary person to get ahead? That Su Ming, an orphan without a family, was able to rise to level 16 in the novice dungeon. What kind of persistence and hard work does this require? How much suffering and how many obstacles do you need to experience to achieve this achievement? There must be chance, but it is not all by chance. Although Shinbai is the strongest person here, he is also the person who does not despise Su Ming the least. Shinbai and Su Ming were so similar, so he felt a little sympathetic to each other. It was this calmness, caution, and insight into the situation, combined with talent, that created him, Shinbai. He has an extreme calm and sobriety. His insight into everything is far more acute than that of his peers. Imome smiled seductively and said slowly, Imperial Sword Su Ming. Although he is handsome, whether he is a showman or not still needs to be tested by time. You don't have to be so anxious and treat him as an opponent. Shinbai, you have many enemies now, so let's take care of the present first. It's really not good. Come to my sister's family, I can cover you for a few days. Huh? She approached and said humorously to Shinbai. Shinbai killed a lot of monsters in the novice copy, the same. It also provoked many children of big families, because those children of aristocratic families like to rob ordinary newcomers of materials and spoils. And Shinbai, all of whom were upright, were all stopped. So, now he is full of enemies all over the world, but he doesn't have any backstage. Now he is like walking on the edge of the abyss, and if he is not careful, the boat will capsize. However, in the face of the olive branch thrown by Imome, the eldest lady of the Mo family, Shinbai ignored her at all. His face was cold and he left alone. He is also a lone wolf. His real name is Shinichi. Because he often wears a white coat, he is also called Shinbai. He didn't have any family and came out of the slums. In the first half of his life, he begged and survived in the stinky ditch. When he was 10 years old, he watched his mother die of illness because he had no money. Now, he is extremely brilliant and bitter. He experienced. Therefore, he knows best how miserable the people at the bottom of society live. So after he awakened to become a genius, his ideal was to help the weakest. TSK, I don't understand the style. Imome looked at his back as he left and smiled faintly. That's it. Anyway, I still have a handsome guy. Saying that, she looked at Su Ming in the distance, her eyes as if she was admiring her prey. The people around them, with solemn faces, were also looking at Su Ming from a distance. I guess he must have come to retire the mission. Look at the development. If Su Ming's retreat mission is rejected, we may be able to go up and make friends with him and successfully form a team? Yes, it's easy to put icing on the cake, but it's hard to send charcoal in the snow. Maybe we can take advantage of this opportunity to have a top genius friend. Some of the newcomers to the Heavenly Tower Society said in a low voice. Every year, only the best in the novice dungeon is eligible to join the Heavenly Tower Society. So it's all geniuses here. But there are also differences between geniuses. Su Ming, the 10-star talent, is proud of the crowd, and it is obviously worthy of their co-optation. Although he accepted the D-class mission and was bound to fail, people did not mock him. After all, this is a 10-star swordsman, and he ranks first in the novice copy of number 144. After revealing his strength, naturally no one dared to look down on him, and Su Ming is very strong. The most fearful thing for people is that it is said that Su Ming has risen to level 16 in the novice copy. It is said that Su Ming has risen to level 16 in the novice copy. That's right, it's level 16. This achievement is the first person in the Dragon Kingdom throughout the ages. The top management of Xinjing City, in order to protect Su Ming, has blocked the news as much as possible. Somehow, there are too many players in the dungeon, and everyone can see the ranking, so Su Ming's results naturally cannot be completely hidden. Soon, like a flame, it spread all over the country. Among the younger generation of Tianjiao, basically everyone knows it. Since the advent of Awakening Day, no one has been able to reach such a high level in the novice dungeon. There have been many 10-star geniuses in history, and they can only reach about level 12 in the novice dungeon on average. This year, there are many talents, and Shinbai, one of the strongest demons, has only risen to level 14, but Su Ming reached level 16. Regardless of whether his profession is strong or weak, everyone has to be a little afraid of him. But everyone still doesn't think that he can complete the D-level mission. After all, D-level missions are really too difficult. The second rank monster, that is level 20 or more. The attributes of monsters are inherently higher than those of humans. A large number of gaps in levels and attributes cannot be made up by talent. I guess he came to withdraw the mission. Me too. People touched their chins and deduced. In fact, many people attribute the reason why Su Ming was able to rise to level 16 to chance. The word chance is so ingenious. All unexpected things in the world can be explained by chance. In the dungeon, sometimes there are indeed extremely rare natural materials and earth treasures. Once encountered, it can quickly improve people's strength. There was once a student in the history of the Dragon Kingdom who got a heaven-cutting grass in the novice copy, an epic sword forging material, and as soon as he sold it after it came out, he directly laid down for the rest of his life. 50 years ago, there was a newcomer who ate a fruit in the novice dungeon and directly promoted to level 3, rising to level 7 with a 5-star talent, ranking 8th in the dungeon. What's more, I got some kind of treasure in the novice dungeon, which improved the star talent attribute. These are real and recorded historical facts. Therefore, Su Ming was able to rise to level 16, although he opened up history, but no one felt how strong his strength was. Maybe it's due to chance? If you want to say that luck is also part of strength, that's another story. In terms of actual combat effectiveness, people are more inclined to identify Su Ming as a tianjia who is slightly stronger than ordinary geniuses. That is, the middle and upper class among geniuses. With Mo Mei and Zhang Tang, it may be on the same level, or even stronger, but Xin Bai is still a little bit short. And even Xin Bai didn't dare to say that he killed the monster of the D-level mission alone. Su Ming? Even more impossible. It is true that there is no waste occupation, only waste job changers. Occasionally, there will be geniuses who can exert strong combat power in seemingly weak professions. They believe that Su Ming was indeed this kind of person, otherwise it would be impossible to reach level 16 by chance alone. But no matter how much you play your profession, you can't break through the shackles of poor level. In general, people are still pessimistic about this matter. The monsters of D-level missions are not something novices can defeat alone. Su Ming's hearing was very keen, and he listened to the words of everyone around him. But he is very calm, and he will no longer have a trace of turmoil in his heart because of this kind of thing. In his heart, he only had his own purpose. I want to handle business. He stared quietly at the saleswoman in front of him, his eyes calm. The saleswoman found that it was Su Ming, a very familiar face. Her face suddenly turned a little cold. TSK, isn't it the 10-star swordsman in Xianjing? Most of them found that the D-level mission was too difficult, so they came to withdraw the mission, right? Every year, there will be such a stunned young man who is so ambitious to accept advanced tasks, only to find that he can't complete them, and he comes and goes back to the task in disgrace, wanting to change to a low-level task. She has seen too much. Unfortunately, this is not allowed by the rules. Once the initial task is accepted, it is impossible to replace it. If you can't complete the initial initiation task, then you will never be able to officially enter the Heavenly Tower Society. It can be said that it was Su Ming who dug a hole for himself. I can't help you. At this moment, she was completely looking at Su Ming with the mentality of watching jokes. But on the surface, she won't show it, this is at work. Moreover, even if Su Ming can't complete this task for the time being, it won't stop his rise in the future. He is a 10-star genius. Promising. She has a brain, and it is impossible to provoke a strong man in the future. She just said with a cold face. Sorry, once the mission is received, it cannot be refunded. Su Ming's face was calm, and his voice was very restrained. May I ask? Then, he raised his eyebrows. Who told you that I want to withdraw from the mission? The voice was cold. His voice was full of breath, spread throughout the hall. Although he didn't roar deliberately, but the unfazed sound was loud at this moment. Hearing this, the saleswoman's face was obviously stunned for a moment. Then, she was secretly shocked. This Su Ming, why is he so confident? Could it be that he really fought the D-level mission? For a while, many thoughts flashed in her eyes. Impossible, right? She still couldn't believe it, and muttered in her heart. Even if Su Ming can complete it, he must rely on the forces behind it. Anyway, she believes that her judgment will not be wrong. However, no matter what channel Su Ming uses and the task she completes, it has nothing to do with her. She is only responsible for doing things in accordance with the rules and regulations. Okay, since you claim to have completed the mission of the Tower of Heaven, then you show the token, and I'll check it out. If there is indeed a record, I will give you a task reward. The saleswoman said with a solemn face. Su Ming slowly took out a dull token. Seeing this token, she couldn't help but sneer on her face. No matter how professional she is, she still can't hold back. The dull color of the Tower of Heaven will be a token. The tower on it will have 3 characters, and there is no golden fluorescence. There are only 2 possibilities for this kind of token. One is that the holder is dead. The second possibility is that the other party has not completed the initial task. Once the initial task is completed, the tower will be tokenized, and it will be lit up immediately. Therefore, Su Ming obviously has not completed the task. She was extremely unhappy in her heart, and even her professional smile was restrained. She thought that Su Ming was playing tricks on her. Sorry, your token is still gray. The task is not completed. She didn't say much, she said neatly. She deliberately made her voice so loud that the people around her could hear it. The other newcomers in the hall nodded secretly, without any surprise. Sure enough, I guessed that he didn't complete the task. He also said that he didn't come to retire from the mission, and he really wanted to save face and suffer. TSK. I'm embarrassed for him. Let's see how he ends. Someone smiled lightly and watched with interest from a distance the scene of Su Ming communicating with the salesman. Looking at the people I once worshipped, it's really a sin. win. A female player turned slightly red and felt a little sad. Su Ming is handsome and talented, and naturally there are many fans among the younger generation. Su Ming turned a deaf ear to everything. He stared at the salesman and slammed the token on the table. The voice is crisp. Miss, you seem to have misunderstood. It's not my token, he said calmly. The saleswoman thought he was playing with mystery, but Su Ming's next sentence made her face stunned. It's a bounty token. In the surrounding halls, everyone heard this sentence and their faces were awe-inspiring. Anyone who knows a little knows what bounty tokens mean. Bounty tasks are extremely difficult tasks to complete. Basically, they are all vicious murderous maniacs, and their realms will not be low. Su Ming has always been extremely calm. He is extremely clear about all the rules of the Heavenly Pagoda Society. He knew a rule that few people knew. In addition to completing the initial quest, there is a situation where the Tower Society qualification can be activated. That is to complete the bounty mission. Moreover, there is no limit to the rank. Ding Pan, a black-robed man, as a professional beard cutter killer, he did have a reward, and Su Ming had already found it in advance. Moreover, he had a lot of blood debts on his hands and killed dozens of people. His bounty level, it's very high. Use his bounty mission as the initial task to complete, and you can increase your initial hunter level from the original. This is equivalent to a hidden option. Ding Pan's bounty order level is C. Su Ming knew very well. Once you use his bounty mission as the initial task submission, then you can directly become a diamond hunter. 18-year-old newcomer, diamond hunter. What a terrifying title. The highest level of tasks that ordinary newcomers can receive is D, which is the most platinum, and Su Ming will be able to successfully reach the diamond level by completing the hidden option of the bounty task. This is an absolute significant lead, because after determining the hunter level, it is very difficult to climb. Let's say you complete an E-tier initial quest and are ranked as a gold hunter. Then even if you complete 3 D-level missions, you may not be able to advance to the platinum level. If the initial task is D-level, you can be directly promoted to platinum. This is the importance of the initial task, that is, the importance of grading. The starting height and low of the Tower Society are 2 fates. After Su Ming was ranked at the diamond level, he no longer had to accept low-level tasks and struggled at the bottom. Will be entitled to more benefits and preferential treatment. So he chose to submit the bounty task as the initial task first, then submit the task of killing the serpent to get the normal reward. In this way, the benefits can be maximized. Su Ming's hand is really stunning, especially the saleswoman. In her eyes, a touch of extreme shock emerged. She has been working here for more than a decade and has never heard of such a precedent. She didn't even know that there was such a rule. The bounty mission can actually replace the initial task and complete the level, but Su Ming's firm gaze made her dare not refute immediately. Moreover, at this time, her eyes also caught a glimpse of the Heavenly Tower Society token on Su Ming's waist. The token hanging around his waist and covered by his clothes was Su Ming's own Heavenly Tower Society token, and on that token, the golden character fluorescence has been lit up at this moment, meaning, it has been activated. He really has 2 tokens, and the piece around the waist has been activated. This shows that he completed the D-level mission, but did not submit it. The Tower of Heaven token is extremely important, a symbol of a person's identity in life, and will never be easily handed over by others. Su Ming was able to get it, which means that he really killed a wanted criminal of the Heavenly Tower Society. This fact set off a storm in her heart. Her lips parted slightly, wanting to say something, but under the huge shock, her lips seemed to be pressed, and it was difficult to speak for a long time. I have to ask the top management. Saying that, she left her position. No one saw it, and her face turned a little pale. She has never dealt with this kind of business. Not long after, she came over with a middle-aged man. This man, wearing a black robe, has a touch of majesty on his face. Obviously a high-ranking civil servant of the Tower Hunting Society, similar to experiencing a position. He stood with his hands on his back and walked over quickly. Is it him? The man pointed to Su Ming and asked the saleswoman. Whom? She nodded. This newcomer, I heard that you are going to use the bounty mission as the initial task to complete the leveling? He walked up to Su Ming, frowned slightly through the glass, and said. Su Ming nodded. The man picked up Ding Pan's token in the window. This token has dimmed, which means that the owner is dead. But after scanning, Ding Pan's personal information can still appear. Indeed, he is a wanted criminal, Ding Pan. Absolutely true. And this is a C-level bounty. The task reward is a diamond inferior treasure, strong luck fruit, and 50,000 10,000 race coins. If Su Ming submits this mission as an initial mission, he will be able to get the position of Diamond Hunter. Absolutely one step to the sky. I will the Heavenly Pagoda Society, although there is this rule, but it has never been implemented. This matter, it's really the first time. The middle-aged man had a solemn face and touched his chin. This is the first time in so many years that the Tower Hunting Club has been established. Setting this rule is only to encourage newcomers to act bravely and obstruct wanted criminals. Really kill the wanted criminal? No one counted on it. After all, it is almost impossible for a newcomer to kill a criminal with a bounty. All the people on the wanted notice. Which one is not a fierce and vicious fanatic? Which is not an experienced crime expert? To some extent, it can be said that those criminals are more dangerous than mutant beasts. The middle-aged man has worked here for 30 years, and he never thought that this rule would really be implemented one day. Su Ming's face was calm and he smiled faintly. In any case, rules are rules. Please also ask me to handle it for me, he said. A ray of essence flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he hesitated for a moment. Although he has authority, this is really the first time. After thinking for a long time, he finally replied, okay. After all, as Su Ming said, rules are rules. He must help Su Ming handle it, otherwise it is dereliction of duty. Subsequently, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Hunter, Su Ming, submit a bounty task. Hunt the criminal Dingpan C tier. Since it is the initial submission task, the grading is completed. Promotion to Diamond Hunter. Reward, 50,000 Wanzu coins, strong luck fruit, diamond inferior, X1. Subsequently, Su Ming kept moving and took out his token. I also have to submit this D-level task. The man nodded and tapped his fingers. Screen transformation. Submit the hunting mission, Crusade against the Python King D. Obtained, 10,000 coins X10000, random platinum skill scroll X1. 2 tasks were submitted in succession. All the task rewards were transferred to Su Ming's personal slot. Subsequently, his personal tower token and material changed suddenly. From the gray color of wood and iron, it has become translucent, like a crystal diamond token. Among the characters, flashing blue fluorescence. It looks noble and exquisite. Seeing this scene, everyone around the hall was horrified. Drill, diamond. Someone looked dazed. Then, he reacted. Oh my god, Su Ming is graded as a diamond. What the hell happened? Everyone was a little crazy. Everyone was still embarrassed for Su Ming for a second. In the next second, my heart was filled with shock. All the members of the idol squad looked over in shock. When they heard the words of the high-ranking members of the Heavenly Tower Society, they were all shocked. What's the situation? It's too far away, and I can't hear the details of the specific conversation between Su Ming and the salesman. Why was he suddenly graded as a diamond? Could it be that he has completed the D-level mission? No, the D-level mission is graded platinum. How the hell is a diamond? He won't go through the back door, or did he bribe the salesman? People's shocked eyes were trembling. What stupid things are you talking about? The organization of the Heavenly Tower Hunting Association was officially established by the Dragon Kingdom, and the supervision is extremely strict, and even the supreme rules are involved. How can you go through the back door? How was he graded as a diamond? For a while, a big question mark resounded in everyone's hearts. The most shocking of them is Mo Mei. She has always been calm and unfazed. Her family is huge, and she has seen all kinds of strong people and treasures since she was a child, and few things can shock her so much. But today, her eyes were also stunned, and her heart was full of shock. No, won't it? She muttered in a very low voice and shocked. Looking at Su Ming's eyes, he was full of disbelief. Even the strongest newcomer she thinks this year, Shinbai, cannot be ranked platinum. And Su Ming was directly graded to diamond. This almost reshaped her worldview. Even the well-informed Mo Mei was still shocked. Not to mention the other ordinary members of the Heavenly Tower Society. They looked at Su Ming and were stunned. Su Ming didn't seem to hear their exclamations, turned around and left alone. He crossed the loose crowd without stopping. His eyes were always extremely calm, because everything was in his own expectations, so he can always be calm. Someone waved to greet him and walked closely, but Su Ming ignored them all. Cattle and sheep will form herds, and wolves will always be alone. At this time, a girl in a black velvet suit took a step out and came to Su Ming. It is Mo Mei. He raised his hand and waved it. She has a hot body, and she is not afraid to show off her proud body. Ordinary men have a few more looks, but Su Ming's eyes were always cold. Su Ming, how do you grade a diamond hunter? She was so curious that she couldn't help but ask. Su Ming said with a flat face, do we know each other? He spoke with great momentum. Mo Mei always felt that she could take the initiative during the conversation. This was the first time she felt suppressed. Her smile became a little stiff. I don't know, she said slowly, but I can use 100,000 advent coins to buy this news. Are you willing to say it? She slowly stepped forward and said with a signature charming smile. Smelling the faint fragrance on her body, Su Ming frowned slightly. 100,000 advent coins are already a small amount of money for him today, but no matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. I can tell you, but pay first. Su Ming smiled slightly and said. Mo Mei sneered in her heart. She didn't expect to be a fan of wealth. There are only 3 types of men in the world. Love money, love women, love power. Either way, she can be satisfied. In other words, as long as she wants, she thinks she can handle any man in the world. Even Shinbai, such a seemingly ruthless man, she knew that it was just a mask. As long as he can break his mask, he can still hold it. And Su Ming, who seems to have a city, actually can't escape the temptation of money, she said with a smile. Immediately gave Su Ming money. Su Ming looked at her expression and knew that she was another young lady who thought she was smart. Su Ming didn't poke either. Took the money herself and she satisfied her curiosity. Both sides were very happy. As for how she sees herself in her heart, Su Ming doesn't care. I completed a bounty task. It's that simple. After saying that, Su Ming left quickly. Not long after, the figure disappeared into the field. When Emome heard this, her eyes were solemn. Reward. Task? She had already heard just now that Su Ming had handed over the bounty token. But now that she heard Su Ming say it himself, she dared to be sure. I didn't expect the Heavenly Pagoda to have this rule. No one in the family has ever told me. How could she know that even the largest family would find it difficult to help a young genius complete the bounty task as an initial task? Even Zhang Tang doesn't have this treatment, because it can be encountered but not sought. Every criminal with a bounty is extremely vicious and strong. Each has its own trump card to save life and hide. Killing them often comes at a huge price. And most importantly, you can't find it at all. The world is so big, the entire Blue Star, countless copies. Wanting to hunt down a person is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. And low-level bounty criminals, such as D-level bounties, chase them. It is better to complete the highest level D-level tasks. So no one has ever used this rule. Only Su Ming. She turned her head to look and wanted to ask something more. But Su Ming's figure has disappeared. Such a poor boy, why don't he come to curry favor with himself? She frowned slightly, a little unhappy. Why are you so cold like Shinbai? These two handsome brothers, don't you think you're cool, do you? Her face was cold and her eyes were slightly narrowed. The eyes were a little playful, and they seemed to be interested, but at the same time, she was also a little angry in her heart. Since childhood, which man has not flocked to her? Ignoring answers like this aroused her competitive spirit. There is a saying that what you can't get is always in turmoil. So in her heart, she has a special desire to control the two men, Shinbai and Su Ming. I really want to play with it. She stroked her hair, looked at the sky, and licked her lips. Hee hee, this year's geniuses are really interesting. Su Ming walks on the streets in the world of the Heavenly Pagoda Society. Find a place to rest and deal with the loot. Su Ming muttered. Soon, he found a hotel. It is called Fat Goose Under the Hotel. The boss is really a half-orc, with an old goose's head, a long duckbill, but a human body. He was dressed in a suit. Hello, what suite do you want to book? He had a serious face and a very pleasant man's tone, but Su Ming felt a little embarrassed in his heart. I didn't expect that in the world of the Tower of Heaven, I could still meet half-orcs. Ordinary shelter, Su Ming said, transferring 30,000 advent coins. That's right, a room, one night, is 30,000 advent coins. The land of the Heavenly Tower Society is extremely expensive. Very good. If you want to live here, it is naturally very expensive. It's good to confiscate your Wanzu coins. Tell me. On top of that, the Tower Society world is almost absolutely safe. There are few places in the world that can be called absolutely safe. Su Ming has now killed several of Zhang Tang's men. Maybe he has attracted attention, and he must pay attention to his own life. So he chose here. Soon, the fat goose took Su Ming to a room. The evacuation room is specially designed for customers with privacy and security needs. Please have a good rest. No one will bother you, Fat Goose said, and then he turned and left, locking the door. When leaving, Su Ming noticed that there were two chains on the ankles of the goose-headed man, and its ankles have been shackled and rubbed with bloody flesh. It turned out that this fat goose was a half-orc, a slave. I also work here, not the boss. Orcs have no human rights in the human world. It can even be killed, bought, and sold at will, just like animals. Su Ming suddenly thought of Lia. Because of this, Su Ming didn't bring Lia here. He did not regret this decision. Subsequently, Su Ming began to count what he had obtained by completing the task. The two tasks of Wanzu coin add up to about 60,000, plus the hundreds of thousands he already had. Now he has more than 200,000 yuan, nearly 300,000 Wanzu coins. This number is very scary. Su Ming hung up the vast majority of props in the auction house and sold them. The balance of advent coins is also more than 1 million. Don't worry about food and clothing. It's absolute. Su Ming took out the strong luck fruit. Diamond inferior rewards for completing C-level bounties. Ordinary C-level missions will not actually give diamond rewards, and they are generally platinum medium and high grade. Only B-level missions will give 100% diamond rewards. The bounty task is different, because those criminals are extremely harmful to society, and killing them is regarded as eliminating harm to the people, so the rewards are also very generous. C-level bounty missions, there is a high probability of getting diamond-level rewards. Su Ming directly used the sublimation of all things. Sublimation success. Kiss of Destiny fruit, diamond medium. After use, you can randomly increase your luck attributes. Su Ming stuffed it directly into his mouth. Swallow in one bite. After eating it, Su Ming suddenly felt that his lucky attribute had been improved. Look again. Lucky, 130. The lucky attribute came directly to the value of 130. The improvement is huge. Su Ming was very satisfied. He took out the random platinum level skill scroll again and used the sublimation of all things. Sublimation success. Soul cutting scythe, platinum premium skill skill scroll. Only professions with soul power can use it, and they can pour soul power into the scythe, slash the enemy with one blow, and directly injure the soul. Not the skills of my profession. Find a chance and give it to Ji Yao. Su Ming touched his chin and thought for a moment. This skill has no restrictions on specific professions. As long as it is a profession that can drive soul power, it can be learned. For example, Jiang Yunqing's Soul Healing Master. Another example is Ji Yao's Undead Summoner. They can all learn this skill. However, Ji Yao is the one who mainly uses the scythe, and this scroll is obviously better for her. Skill: Continuous Rain Sword, Silver Medium, Proficiency Increased, Skill Advanced. At this time, a voice sounded in my head. Storm Sword, Silver Superior. Proficiency, 2000/3000. Like a phoenix fluttering, like a rainstorm, the sword is like a wave. It is not far from becoming a gold-level swordsmanship. Su Ming's other skills are basically above gold. Only this skill is still silver, but it can also be broken out soon. At this time, Su Ming suddenly noticed that in the profile panel, someone sent him an email message. He immediately opened it and took a look. At this look, his eyes were suddenly slightly shocked. This news was actually sent by Jiang Yongli, chairman of the Jiangyan Foundation. Those who change jobs can communicate remotely and give away remotely. Jiang Yongli's name, Su Ming has long heard of it. The largest chaebol in Zhongchuan province and the chairman of the Jiangyan Foundation. Jiang Yunqing's father? Su Ming frowned slightly. Why did he message himself? Could it be that we are going to stage a drama like This Is 1 Million, Leave My Daughter? The corners of Su Ming's mouth hooked slightly. I feel a little ridiculous because of my unrealistic ideas. This kind of thing only appears in comics and novels. In reality, which of the chaebol executives is not a human spirit? It is impossible to use such straightforward means, and she saved Jiang Yunqing's life, so she probably wouldn't say anything bad about herself in front of her father. Su Ming clicked on the message directly. He had never had any thoughts about Jiang Yunqing. No matter what message his father sent, he could bear it. When Su Ming saw it, his eyes suddenly became awe-inspiring. I saw that it read, "Hello, Su Ming. I am Jiang Yunqing's father, Jiang Yongli." Attached is a picture, which is his personal business card. I heard from my daughter that you saved her life in the copy, so I gave you a small gift, and I hope you will accept it. Please also ask classmate Su to continue to take care of my little daughter in the future. Thank you very much. In the column below the letter, there is a gift. Su Ming tapped and directly entered his personal space to store. This item is a skill scroll. The outside is inlaid with a ring of jewel-like patterns. It is a diamond-grade skill scroll. The market value of diamond-level skill scrolls generally ranges from 8 million advent coins to tens of millions of advent coins. It turned out to be such a heavyweight gift. Su Ming was a little surprised. And what surprised him even more was Chairman John's extremely polite tone. It can't even be said to be polite. It can already be said to be a little low. In the letter, he called himself a despicable person. The chairman of a generation of chaebols, a man with a pivotal position in the business world of the Dragon Kingdom. He was so humble to such a young student as himself. It's really strange. And this gift is really too heavyweight. Diamond level. Even if he saved her daughter's life, it was still a bit too precious. In his letters, there is a bit of a sense of last words. Su Ming's face was solemn, and he thought for a long time, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Wait, Jiangyan Consortium, Jiang Yong. I remembered, in my previous life, Jiang Yong would have died. It seems to be a few months later. In his previous life, Su Ming didn't know Jiang Yunqing at all, and he had nothing to do with the Jiangyan Consortium, so he didn't know anything about these business things. It's just an occasional coincidence to hear about this little thing, in the deepest part of my memory. Now that I can think about it, it's hard for him. After Jiang Yongli's death, the Jiangyan Consortium still stood, but the person in charge changed people. Looking at his letters, it seems that there are a few smells of dying orphans. Does he already know that he is going to die? It seems that he hopes that after his death, he can take care of her daughter. That's why I give such a valuable gift, hoping that I can have a seed of gratitude in my heart. Su Ming pondered the meaning of his words. In the business world, the civil war was bloody and cruel, and assassination, embezzlement, framing and other means emerged one after another. For money, humans can do everything they can. Perhaps Jiang Yongli had already expected that his life would not be long in coming. It seems that the Jiangyan Consortium is deeply trapped in a certain whirlpool. He gave such a valuable gift to leave a way out for his daughter's future. At the same time, Su Ming felt a solemn mood. Although he saw some clues, he was now humble and could not intervene. Take care of yourself first, he muttered. The diamond skill scroll was sublimated. Sublimation success. Drunken sword style, diamond quality. There is wine today, and the cold light is pure. When you are drunk and enter the drunken sword stance, all swordsmanship has a chance to have additional sword chi effects. Su Ming's eyes were cold. It turned out to be a diamond of fine quality, and it is a posture skill. You can start when you are drunk. Sword chi is an extremely powerful additional effect in swordsmanship. It often requires very late skills to attach sword energy, and this skill can make all swordsmanship skills have a sword chi effect. He studied immediately. Subsequently, in the Advent coin shop, shop, he bought a lot of old wine, hidden in personal space. When needed, you can take it out and drink it, and cooperate with it into a drunken sword posture. Subsequently, Su Ming practiced a new skill in the training room in the hotel. The training room is a virtual space for people to practice their skills. In the center of the room, there is a wooden dummy. He got drunk and entered the drunken sword stance. Suddenly, his posture of holding the sword became a little shaky, but the swordsmanship is getting more and more sharp. He urged the storm sword. The pale white sword airflow turned, and it flew out from a distance, directly chopped the doll into pieces. Soon, the doll healed again. Very good. With this drunken sword posture, my combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Su Ming was in a good mood. Su Ming spent some money to extend his stay in the hotel by a few extra days. He then rested in the hotel for a while to regain his energy to its peak. Just right, you can also wait for the first class of provincial results to be released. He opened his personal martial arts panel. Su Ming looked at his information. Su Ming, carry title, Killing God, effective title, First Blood, Rookie King, level 21, 19455/21000 EXP, occupation, Sword God, mythical level, the only one in the world, strength, 80, physique, 80, dexterity, 240, spirit, 150, lucky, 130, bloodline, immortal body, A, self-healing factor, C, talents, sublimation of all things, origin sword body, automatic cultivation, skills, Killing God, full hidden step, Eye of Insight, drunken sword style, thunder sword, sword draw and slash, sword martial master, storm rain sword, imperial sword, skyfall sword tomb, spiritual spirit sword, lingbo microstep. Su Ming was very satisfied. By the way, it's time to deal with Rin Xiuman's body. Now I have the means. Su Ming immediately withdrew from the hotel space and came to reality. He took advantage of the night to come all the way to the roof of the school. Rin Xiuman's body has begun to provoke flies. Su Ming directly slashed the sword into powder. Then from the advent shop, I bought a large batch of blood-dissolving water and washed it clean. All traces are gone. In the future, I probably won't be coming back. Su Ming took one last look at the school and frowned. In the next moment, he returned to the hotel in the Tower World. At this time, a new pop-up window appeared. The Dragon Country Affairs Bureau sent a message. All newcomers to the job changer, solemnly announced at this moment. This year's novice copy, the results in Zhongchuan province have been sorted out and announced. Su Ming's eyes flashed. The results of the province have finally been announced. The novice copy is actually equivalent to the college entrance examination. Based on this grade, your future can be determined. And myself, not surprisingly, should be the first. Su Ming looked at the report card. Densely packed, showing the results of all the newcomers of this session. First place, Xianjing No. 1 Middle School, Imperial Swordsman Su Ming. Second place, Tianhai Vocational School, Exorcist Shinishi. Third place, Wuyang No. 3 Middle School, Knife Crazy Li Xingguang. Fourth place, Wuyang No. 2 Middle School, Soul Healing Master Zhang Yunqing. Fifth place, Xianjing No. 1 Middle School, Magic Hammer Warrior Zhang Tang. Sixth place, Mo Family, Charming Mage Mo Mei. 7th place, Su Ming. His face was calm. I am the provincial champion. The official did not announce everyone's score level in the novice dungeon. After all, it's about everyone's safety. So there are only rankings, no specific levels. This is also the protection of each new class. This achievement immediately caused an uproar throughout the province. Su Ming. Xuanjing Su Ming. He got the first place, the swordsman, provincial champion. It's not Shinishi. Is he really as rumored? In the novice dungeon, he has been promoted to level 16? Stronger than Shinishi. At this moment, on the World Channel, all the students of Blue Star are discussing wildly. Horror, it's terrifying. What happened this year? Why are demonic geniuses so frequent? Even the eldest young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Tang, is only ranked 5th. These people can even overshadow Zhang Dashao's limelight. It was so terrifying. Between people's words, there was extreme horror. At this moment, the top floor of the building of the Jiangyan Consortium. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes looked shocked. Zhang Yongli is also looking at this list. My daughter actually won the 4th place in the province. The joy on his face could not be hidden. Okay, great. It's much better than her sister Jianglan's results back then. It surpasses the young master of the Zhang family. He was ecstatic in his heart. This means that his second daughter will be able to take on great responsibilities in the future. He looked at the first place again. Calm down, I want to calm down, he secretly said in his heart and exhaled deeply. Yuncheng is just an auxiliary profession, and being able to rank in such a high provincial ranking is definitely stained with Su Ming's light. This student, helpless, can get the first provincial champion, surpass the knife maniac Li Xingguang, surpass the limelight Shen Bai, and surpass the eldest young master of the Zhang family. He has a bright future in the future. He clenched his fists, ready to find a time to have a good conversation with his daughter. Be sure to let her have a good relationship with Su Ming. Nowadays, the Jiangyan Consortium and the Zhang family are constantly in friction, and there are also conflicts with other major chaebol. He knew very well that he was likely to have an accident suddenly. None of this is certain. He needs to set up a backhand. At this moment, the National Security Bureau, all the high-level officials and experts of the Dragon Kingdom were closely observing a big screen in front of them. It shows the strongest genius among this year's students. Not only Zhongchuan Province, but also the national achievements have come out. Su Ming, whether it is in Zhongchuan Province or in Quanlong Kingdom, is the first. Okay. This child named Su Ming has great grades. It's so good to the outrageous level. A high-level middle-aged man from the National Security Bureau said with surprised eyes. He is Wen Tianlei, the director of the Security Bureau, and his position is extremely high. Whether it is national security matters or the allocation of educational resources for job transfers every year, it must be handled by him. His temples are slightly frosty, and it is conceivable that he is working hard for national affairs every day. He has always been happy and angry. Today, there was a hint of joy on his face. As you can imagine, he is really happy. But soon, his face calmed down. The cold face added a touch of majesty to him. Indeed, it was not. He looked around. In the novice dungeon, to be promoted to level 16-inch. Subsequently, he accepted the D-level Heavenly Tower Society mission. That's it. He actually completed the C-level bounty task again, successfully completed the initial ranking as a diamond-level hunter. All this must not be explained by luck. This child is definitely a genius among geniuses. His heart, strength, skills, and talents are all top-notch. He clenched his fists, his eyes flashed, and he said. At this time, a woman in the crowd walked out slowly. It is the deputy mayor of Xianjing City, and Ranling. She wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and a solemn face, stepped forward and said, "Director, this student is from our Xianjing City." When Tianlei heard this and slowly looked over, Deputy Mayorin, do you have any information about this student? Su Ming has always been unknown, unlike Shinichi, who showed extraordinary talent early, so he was very surprised. I am also very curious. And Ranling thought for a while and said cautiously, Director, this student, it's a long story. He is an orphan, with excellent character and academics, and has always been tenacious, living on scholarships and never asking anyone for help. He was able to achieve what he is today, not because of his parents and family, but because of himself. To tell you the truth, his profession is a swordsman. In fact, at the beginning, I wasn't optimistic about him. Speaking of this, she smiled faintly. But he did give us a surprise in Xianjing City, Zhongchuan Province, and even the Dragon Kingdom. She was also a little proud in her words. After all, such a genius has come out, which is unprecedented. Okay, good. When Tianlei clapped his hands lightly and said, such a poor genius is the most valuable. In the future, he may be the pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. Be sure to protect it. Next year, the educational resources of Xianjing City will be tripled on the basis of the rules. When Tianlei waved his hand and announced, Deputy Mayorin, your position as mayor of Xianjing City has been vacant for a long time, and you will be officially promoted to mayor next month. Then, he said with a smile. When Ranling heard this, a touch of surprise flashed in his eyes. She has been working hard for several years in the position of deputy mayor and has not been promoted. Now, there is finally hope. Thank you, Director. She restrained the joy in her heart and said with a serious face. Subsequently, it was returned to a group of senior leaders. At this time, when Tianlei looked at the screen, this year, all provincial ranking rewards will be distributed as usual, except for one student, Knife Madness, Li Xingguang. Speaking of this, when Tianlei stood with his hands on his back, his eyes cold. This student, don't give him any rewards, even if he is in third place. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. But there are many leaders who have long expected this result and their faces are as usual. Knife Madness, Li Xingguang. This student is a murderous maniac. That's right, the news came out. In the novice dungeon, he did not kill the monster at all, but relied on killing the newcomer transferees of the same class to gain experience. That's why his upgrade speed can be so fast. Li Xingguang was extremely crazy and killed people when he saw them, but he was not meticulous and let go of many living mouths. After those newcomers left the copy alive, they recognized him together, so it spread to the National Security Bureau. When Tianlei was naturally furious. In fact, what everyone doesn't know is, if Su Ming does not defeat Li Xingguang in the dungeon, his final ranking will even be able to surpass Shinichi. But because Su Ming defeated him, he immediately killed the hidden boss. This led to the knife maniac Li Xingguang and had no more time to level up. The final level stayed at 13. At this time, a man in the crowd suddenly stood up. He is the mayor of Woyang City. He had sweat on his forehead and looked extremely nervous at the moment. He bit the bullet and clenched his fists and said, Mr. Director, please think again. I, Li Xingguang from Woyang City. This student is a 10-star knife maniac. His future achievements may not even be lower than Shen Bai. My Dragon Kingdom is rare, and there are not a few of them in a year. His ranking in the novice dungeon, after being surpassed by Su Ming, has already suffered a heavy blow, and his mind is a little decadent. If his provincial ranking reward is removed, I am afraid that this child will be be devastated and completely decadent. My dragon kingdom will lose a top genius. His words made Wen Tianlei extremely unhappy. Genius? I hope there is no such genius. He raised his eyebrows and said coldly. It can be said that he is not angry and self-deprecating. Everyone around them didn't dare to breathe. Young and murderous. For the sake of future and rank, they slaughtered their compatriots as beasts. If such a person grows up, it will be a big problem for our dragon kingdom, and even the entire human race. His face was cold. He did this kind of thing in the copy, but there is really no law that does not allow it. It is a gray area. In the copy, they could have fought with each other, but no one thought he would be so crazy. This kid can only be said to have taken the wrong path, and we can't forcibly arrest him for the time being. Everything must be done according to the rules, even if he is the director. Newcomers need to fight each other in order to grow. The fight between the two in the dungeon was originally encouraged, so he couldn't give a heavier punishment. The confiscation of his provincial rewards is already the limit. Ranked third in the province, the reward of this achievement is enough to make a newcomer change job, and he chose to cruelly confiscate it. I've made up my mind, so that's it. Let it develop on its own in the future. If this student named Li Xingguang is so decadent, that's fine. There is one less instability factor. If he can reform after being punished, that's fine. Mayor Wu Yang's face was ugly, and he wanted to say something. He really didn't want to give up on Li Xingguang, a student. But before he could open his mouth, he was immediately glared back by Wen Tianlei. Wuyang City has taught this kind of student, and you are to blame. You are suspended for a month. Mayor Wuyang could only retreat obediently and never dare to speak again, for fear of continuing to provoke the other party. At this time, a staff member walked slowly. Director, there is information recently that there are several high-level transferees in the Sakura Kingdom who have secretly sneaked into the territory. It seems to be trained killer. When Tianlei heard this, his eyes were solemn. Search, no matter what they are doing, they must be found out. At this juncture of the awakening graduation season, sneak into our dragon country. It's very likely that they want to assassinate our new generation of geniuses. Send someone to protect them, he ordered. Young people are the hope and future of the country. In any case, do your best to protect it. Then, there was a hint of worry in Wen Tianlei's eyes. Recent. On the side of the Eagle Kingdom, it has always been showing off its power. There are a lot of talents in the Eagle country this year, and there are 5 10-star talents alone. It has vaguely overwhelmed the Dragon Kingdom. On the side of the Cherry Blossom country, it is also unscrupulous and has been tempting. Sooner or later, there will be an all-out war. After Su Ming saw that his results were released, he immediately opened his personal letter column. The reward has already been delivered. It's actually a bird's egg. This egg looks full of blue veins and the material is crystal clear. As soon as it was taken out, it fell in the hand, and there was still a little cold touch. Like jade. Scan the information. Blue feather cold bird egg sea-level beasts. You can hatch ice blue feather birds, which can assist in combat and inspire ice picks to attack and kill enemies. Su Ming directly sublimated. Sublimation success. The bird egg suddenly became a pitch-black material, which looked extremely weird. Dark bird egg S-class beasts. It can hatch a murderous bird of the underworld to help you kill enemies on the battlefield. Incubation time, 90 days countdown. It was directly upgraded to an S-class beast. After the lucky attribute is improved, the sublimation of all things is indeed better to use. This kind of strange beast has to sell at least 100 million coins in the 10,000 race store. That's right, it's the Wanzu coin, not the Advent coin. If you want to exchange it for Advent coins, it is worth at least 1 billion. The only fly in the ointment is that the incubation time is a bit long. Su Ming put the egg into his personal space and waited quietly for it to hatch on its own. Then he opened the letter column. Countless admission notices have been sent over, densely packed. There are no universities in this world, only one demon hunting organization after another. After graduating from high school, you can choose one to join. The Heavenly Tower Society is in existence above the demon hunting organization and can give priority to any genius. You can then join other demon hunting organizations. From time to time, there will be demon hunting organization competitions and the opening of dungeons. Except for the Heavenly Tower Society, each person can only join one demon hunting organization. Su Ming began to carefully select. Su Ming browsed his admission letter. In fact, these demon hunting organizations are essentially equivalent to universities in this world. Once joined, there will be a reception, as well as some newbie gifts. Association of Superpowers, Su Ming, congratulations on winning the first place in the province. We sincerely invite you to join us. We have more than 3,000 people, and there are more than 10 Fortran tutors serving as demon hunting teaching. You will not be disappointed to join us. Bounty Killer Club, Su Ming, congratulations on winning the first place in the province. Bounty Killer Club sincerely invites you to join. We have a large number of high-end equipment, weapons, and skill scrolls that can be distributed free of charge. Lanxiang Hunting Gang, Su Ming, Lanxiang Hunting Gang sincerely invites you to join. We have a lot of dungeon materials, and we can immediately send masters to team up with you to take you to quickly upgrade. upgrade. In the early stage, Heart of Victory Association, sincerely invite. Among them is also the Swordsman Association. Heavenly Spirit Sword Sect, Su Ming, I heard that you are a swordsman, which is very suitable for our Heavenly Spirit Sword Sect, and we sincerely invite you to join. There are also Hitman Associations. World Bounty Association. This association specializes in completing various bounty tasks and sincerely invites you to join the. With a dazzling array of invitation letters, Su Ming's eyes became more and more solemn. After joining an ordinary demon hunting organization, of course, you can also quit and change organizations, but there is a 1-month cooling off period for changing teams, so Su Ming naturally had to think carefully. You may ask, since you have joined the Heavenly Tower Society, why do you want to join an ordinary demon hunting organization? In fact, it is very necessary. The Heavenly Tower will hunt people, which is equivalent to civil servants, which is above all organizations and directly belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. Members of the Heavenly Tower Society can receive tasks first. In addition, there are different rewards according to the level of the Tower Society. But the rewards of the Heavenly Tower Society are very limited, and no one will help you grow step by step. Yes, and there won't be much chance to enter the copy, so you can only buy it yourself. Joining other demon hunting organizations is different. There will be special tutoring, as well as a large number of rewards, and even some organizations will distribute skill scrolls, equipment and other items to all newcomers who join free of charge. The first in the province like Su Ming is even more sought after. All the admission letters were respectful to him and he used all means to win him over. But Su Ming almost ignored it. There is even an association among them, which has spent a lot of money. Pay a swordsman's platinum high-grade skill scroll, hoping that Su Ming can join. This association is called the Shushan Swordsman Association. But Su Ming also ignored it, because he already has a choice in his heart. At this moment, he was looking for that team, and he didn't want any other team. This is also the experience of a previous life. I remember that organization. It seems to be called Black Killing. Su Ming remembers very clearly that the organization spent a lot of money to buy the right to explore a copy. D-level dungeon, Corpse Sea Ice Nest. The entire Dragon Kingdom, with less than 10 associations, purchased the right to explore that copy. And the Black Kill is the only one, without any qualifications. As soon as you join, you can enter the hunting organization of that copy. Only by joining that association can you immediately qualify to enter that dungeon for exploration. And in that copy, there is something that Su Ming longs for very much. Epic equipment. D-level dungeons, there are epic equipment, which is an extremely explosive thing in all blue stars. The probability is extremely small, and it can be said that it is 1 in 10,000. Therefore, this matter in the past life was also published in newspapers and national reports. Su Ming missed it in his previous life. This time, he was bound to win. Epic equipment, after a wave of sublimation. It is conceivable that Su Ming's combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Since I have experience in my previous life, I must take advantage of the poor information. Su Ming made up his mind to get that epic piece of equipment. He searched for letters. Finally, the organization was found. Black Kill, Su Ming, we are a hunting organization that accepts both bounties and demon hunting missions, with a small number of personnel, but all of them are elites. We hunt the association, there is no complicated promotion process, everything is simple, freedom is the best. Even if you are only level 10, you can also accept our most advanced tasks and enter the most advanced dungeon. But those who join our organization, please remember our only rule, life is in your own hands. This organization is equivalent to free range. There will be no professional mentors, no guides to take you to grow. Su Ming likes this instead. The strength of this organization is also very profound. Su Ming directly chose to join. Successfully joined. Player, Su Ming became a member of Black Kill. Obtained, Black Ring, Black Killing Organization Identity Certificate. Suddenly, a pitch-black ring appeared on Su Ming's left hand. He pinched it gently. Suddenly, a pitch-black screen appeared in front of him. Among them, there are more than a dozen mysterious people in black robes. They are all high-level personnel of the Black Killing Organization, and everyone's strength is unfathomable. When they heard the news of Su Ming's joining, their eyes were slightly surprised. They followed the screen and looked over. You are Su Ming, right? A man in black took a step forward and asked. His voice is very peculiar, neither male nor female, living in the middle. Su Ming nodded. Very good. He had a faint smile on his face, and his face was very pale. But the upper half of his face was covered by the shadow of the black robe, and it looked very mysterious. The strength of our organization can be ranked in the top 100 in the whole Dragon Country. I believe you won't regret it. Then, the man raised his hand and shook it. A pitch-black card was integrated into Su Ming's Black Killing Ring. All newcomers who join our Black Killing keep one thing in mind. The more you work, the more you get. This card records all the copies that our organization has the right to explore, as well as the missions and bounties that can be received. Missions and dungeons, from the lowest E level to S level, can be accessed and entered at will. Of course, our organization does not have F level missions or dungeons because the level is too low. The man smiled slightly, and and then his face suddenly became serious. Within our organization, there are no hierarchical restrictions, no rules and regulations. There are no cumbersome promotion rules. As long as you want, you can even enter the S-Class dungeon to die now. And this is the charm of our black kill. If you want to enter the dungeon and accept the task, you can complete it from the ring. Young man, enjoy the hunt. Then, the man raised his hand and waved his hand and turned off the screen. Su Ming's face was solemn. This black killing organization is really a free-range stocking. Just give a list card of dungeons and quests, and leave it alone. There are no membership gifts at all, and there are no precautions. The corners of Su Ming's mouth hooked slightly. That's good. He pinched the ring directly. In an instant, several pitch-black panels appeared in front of him. There are several illusory panels floating on the ring, which are used to handle business. If you want to enter the copy, you need to apply and pay from here. After all, the entry qualifications for these copies were also purchased by the Black Killing Organization at a high price. Even people in the organization have to pay money if they want to enter. Any demon hunting organization is not charitable. Since you want to enter the dungeon to kill monsters and level up and compete for opportunities, then you will also have to pay the corresponding price. Compared with private purchases, the benefits of joining a demon hunting organization are evident. Cheap. Take the E-level copy as an example. If you want to buy the entry quota separately, you need at least 500,000 advent coins. But after being purchased by the organization, you become a member of the organization again, and you only need tens of thousands of advent coins to enter the dungeon. Su Ming skimmed through all the copies below. E-Wreck Jungle, 10,000 advent coins. E-Steel Ruins, 20,000 advent coins. E-Cave of Decay, 30,000 advent coins. He no longer looked down on these E-class copies. He was already a second-rank sword god, and ordinary monsters were simply difficult to enter his eyes. Only D-level and above copies can allow him to level up quickly. He looked at another higher-level list bar. See Zombie Doomsday City, 300,000 advent coins. A Dragon Cliff, 1 million advent coins. B Zombie Crypt, 500,000 advent coins. This black killing organization is indeed extraordinary, and it has so many copies to qualify. Su Ming touched his chin and his eyes were solemn. There is a dazzling array of them, and it is roughly estimated that there are dozens of copies of the qualifications. Among them, there is even an S-level copy qualification. S Blood Abyss, 10 million advent coins. It is the treasure of the town needing of the black killer. Su Ming estimated that only the president and a very small number of elites dared to go in and break in. S-class copy, the highest specification in the world. 9 of them died at the same time. Even he estimated that the president might not have broken in. The biggest roll should also be used to fill the facade. It seems that this black killing organization does have a deep heritage. Su Ming moved very quickly and immediately found the copy of his target. D. Corpse Sea Ice Nest, 100,000 advent coins. Su Ming directly purchased the entry qualification. 100,000 advent coins will be deducted from the account. Su Ming smiled indifferently. It just so happens that the 100,000 yuan I got from MOMA for free is equivalent to I didn't pay any price. Subsequently, the information of this copy was revealed. Corpse Sea Ice Nest. Difficulty evaluation. D. Introduction. A terrifying bloody valley. The monsters here will not die. They need to be killed over and over again. In the lair deep in the valley, the most terrifying challenges are hidden. Current number of players, 3,082. Do you apply for entry? Su Ming temporarily stabilized his hand and bought a large amount of supplies in the advent shop. Subsequently, he applied for entry. After all, it is not possible to buy supplies in the store in the dungeon. Logistical preparations must be made in advance. At this time, in the personal private chat channel, a person who killed the black man sent a message. Su Ming, you are still a newcomer. Are you sure you want to challenge the D-level dungeon? Listening to the voice, it seems to be a female senior. Her voice was cold and indifferent. Sure, Su Ming replied without hesitation. She then replied, it just so happens that we have a 3-person team to explore in this dungeon. I asked you to join their team and explore together. How about it? Follow the seniors, so you have to take care of them. When Su Ming heard this, he categorically refused. No, I'll explore alone. Su Ming's voice was cold, as if he was unkind. In his previous life, he was betrayed by his closest people, so in this life, how could he easily team up with people he didn't know? Therefore, he refused very simply. No. Well, I wish you a happy hunt. There was no more persuasion over there. Directly agreed to Su Ming's copy application. After all, the gang killing organization is originally freedom first. In the next moment, Su Ming's whole person suddenly disappeared in place. The body was blurred and escaped into the copy. At this moment, the black killing headquarters. Several high-level personnel stood together. This newcomer named Su Ming seems to be a little too arrogant. The woman in black robe said in a condensed voice. Behind her, she was carrying a special ability sniper rifle. He should only have a level of 1 turn. How dare he challenge the D-level dungeon alone? Could it be that he really thinks that the first result in the province is invincible? She hates iron and steel. She really didn't didn't want the newcomer to be buried in the copy. It can be said that she is the softest-hearted person in the black killing organization. The other thin man smiled indifferently. Hee, this kid has a bit of my demeanor back then. The leader in the center said with a cold face. Let him go. If you die, you will die. I will kill you. There is no shortage of elites. They didn't know that Su Ming had already broken through the second rank. But even if you break through to the second rank, fighting alone in the D-level copy is still an act of looking for death. In the F-level dungeon, most of them are monsters that are less than one turn, and occasionally elite monsters that reach one turn will appear. In the E-level dungeon, there are most first-turn monsters, and even second-turn monsters have begun to appear. In the D-level dungeon, the weakest monsters all start at the second turn, and the elite monsters are more likely to be in the third rank. If you accidentally encounter a 3-turn, it is conceivable that there are more bad luck than good fortunes. So the female senior who killed the black did not understand Su Ming's behavior. Don't talk about him anymore. A burly man in a black robe took a step forward and said, instead of caring about this newcomer boy, it's better to think about this year's rookie battle competition. All demon hunting organizations will send newcomers to participate in this awakening. It is said that this year's champion guild will get the right to explore 10 high-level copies. The champion himself has an epic prop reward. The rank of items, before the epic, is all ordinary goods. And when it comes to the equipment grade after the epic, it is very rare. After the epic, there are ancient times, legends, and myths. We have always been known for our small number of people, and we are the most elite guild organization. But there are few people, which means there are few newcomers, and this year, counting Su Ming, there are less than 10 newcomers joining. I'm afraid it's difficult to win the competition. The leader just smiled slightly. It was as if everything was in his hands. Hee, don't worry. Everything is going to take its course. I've arranged it. Su Ming only felt his body float for a while, and then gradually landed. Open your eyes. He appeared in the dungeon. The first feeling is cold. Extreme cold. He looked around. A desolate area came into view. Ice and snow, icebergs everywhere. The sky was filled with thick fog, and the ground was full of frozen corpses, like a hell of bones. In the air, the ashes are floating, sprinkled like snow. The geographical environment of this copy is actually so extreme. Su Ming's eyes were solemn, and he walked slowly on the glacier. In the dungeon, there is no way to directly enter the advent shop where the 10,000 tribes store to buy supplies. There was only a thin shadow sword suit, which had no warmth function, which made Su Ming feel a chill that pierced his spine. Fortunately, he has a high physical attribute, and this cold, except for making his body feel uncomfortable, will not hinder his fighting. Moreover, he also purchased warm materials in advance. Su Ming took out a waist pendant directly from his personal space. Warm baby pendant, golden lower grade. It can help you maintain body temperature in extremely cold environments. After being equipped, it immediately warmed up. As soon as Su Ming walked out a few hundred meters, he suddenly heard a loud sound of ice breaking. In the next moment, a white bone skeleton came out of the ice cave in front of him. The first challenge is coming. The skeleton man with a foul smell woke up from the ice. It is already a corpse, but it is still moving. This is a monster creature that does not conform to the natural laws of the blue star. It was even weirder than the vast majority of mutant beasts that Su Ming had seen. It held a bone sword and slashed at Su Ming slammed. It still had remnants of meat hanging from its body, and its whole body looked like a half-rotten bacon man. Su Ming scanned its information directly. Skeleton swordsman, bloodline, necromancer, level 21, strength 187, physique 40, dexterity 104, spirit 10, lucky 10, talent, immortal body. After its death, the bones will gradually recondense and come back to life, unless it is severely damaged again during the resurrection process. Skill, corpse splitting, releasing a necromancer shockwave that corrodes the enemy's flesh and blood. Necromancer, it cannot sense any pain, and its combat effectiveness will never fluctuate due to pain. Blood whisker, its flesh and blood can turn into a long whisker and stick out, piercing your body. This kind of monster has distinct characteristics, highly lethal, but very brittle. Physique attributes, only 40 points, after all, it is a skull, the flesh and blood are rotten, how can it have strong defense? The skeleton swordsman let out a creepy scream and slashed with a sword. At the same time, a shockwave of gray color flowed out of his blade. Shoot at Su Ming. Su Ming's face was cold, he stared at the white bones in front of him, and directly pulled out the Shinfeng sword. The alloy material of the Shinfeng sword will emit different cold light according to the color of the surrounding objects. In the ice and snow, there was a burst of light blue sword light. A sword was cut out. The gray necromancer shockwave was terrifying enough, and even shattered the ice on the ground into a long ravine. But facing Su Ming, he was a man with an original sword body. After the second turn, it is 20 times the power of swordsmanship. Su Ming raised his hand and raised his sword. This move is ordinary, but terrifying. Directly shatter and dissolve that shock wave. Then, Su Ming also rushed out. Thunder flashed on the blade of the sword. The thunder sword was unfolded, directly shattered the skull of this necromancer. Red and yellow brain pulp splashed flashed everywhere. But Su Ming found that the necromancer had not yet fallen. The brains all over the ground began to converge towards its body like living worms, climbing up from the feet and wrists, as if to heal the head again. Necromancers are worthy of being necromancers, the most difficult race to kill. When Su Ming was about to urge the next move to kill the necromancer, it moved. Click! In the center of its ribs, a huge crack emerged. You can even clearly see the rotten internal organs in its body. Subsequently, in its chest, dozens of blood-red flesh turned into long whiskers and whipped and pierced Su Ming. Dozens of flesh and blood beards, tough and sharp. Su Ming's eyes were sharp, and his posture of holding the sword suddenly changed. Change the move. Storm Rain Sword. The speed of his sword suddenly increased, as if countless sword shadows appeared. The sword light was like raindrops in the sky, and it slashed away violently. Crush all the meat whiskers into minced meat. With the blessing of 20 times the speed, Su Ming only needed one sword to fight against the attacks of dozens of blood whiskers at the same time. It can be seen how fast he swings his sword. At the same time, he raised his left hand and pointed with his sword. In the sword box behind him, the blade of the dragon inlaid with a broken sword suddenly flew out, stabbed directly into the chest of this skeleton monster. The undead skeleton has no weaknesses, so even if it cuts off its head, it can still attack. The real way to kill it temporarily is to cut off its limbs. The dragon inlaid the broken blade, bringing up a streamer of flames, and circled around its body several times. The golden white sword light flowed. In the end, all the limbs of the skeleton monster were cut off. It was suddenly left with only a lone torso and fell to the ground. It temporarily died and lost its mobility. The blood whiskers were also unusable, but its limbs were still wriggling towards his body, trying to heal again. The vitality is really tenacious. If you want to completely kill the undead, you must kill it again in the process of its resurrection. Interrupt its resurrection. Su Ming directly held the Xian Feng sword and stabbed it out. This sword is just an ordinary blow, but it completely pierced the body of this monster. The heart was cut open. Its resurrection process was directly interrupted. All the flesh and bones on the ground no longer wriggle. It stops all movement and dies completely. Slay the skeleton swordsman. Gain XP plus 1802. Promotion to level 22. Obtain 10 free attribute points. Su Ming added all these attributes to the lucky attributes. At this time, another prompt sound came out. Skill: improve the proficiency of the thunder sword and be promoted to the gold middle grade. Thundering flowing sword / quality gold medium. Proficiency 10,000/20,000. The power has been greatly increased again. Su Ming was very satisfied. This skill was originally of the same quality as drawing a sword and slashing in an instant. But because Su Ming often uses this skill, he draws his sword and slashes in an instant, and he almost only uses it at the beginning and when finishing off the enemy. This also led to the proficiency of drawing the sword and slashing in an instant, gradually widening the gap with the Yonglei sword. After the skill evolved, Su Ming didn't have time to use it to see the power. In the next moment, a strange sound of bone wriggling was heard. Su Ming looked ahead. I saw cracks in several small ice mounds ahead. Transparent ice like crystal. Many skeleton undead are sealed in it. On the ground, there were also many skeletons frozen into dry bones. They felt the presence of a living person and immediately woke up. There were 7 or 8 skeletons of the dead charging towards Su Ming. Wow. Their throats emitted sounds between living beings and dead spirits, which made people's eardrums extremely uncomfortable. Su Ming was holding a sword, but the corners of his mouth hooked lightly. These monsters are all living experience points in his eyes. His blade flashed with cold light, and he drew his sword. The spiritual sword flies. Shen Feng let go of his sword and flew out with his sword technique. At the same time, the dragon inlaid the broken sword was unsheathed, and the broken blade also flew in the air, bringing flames and scorching the skeleton's body. The flames originally restrained their revenants, and the damage was naturally extremely high. At the same time, Su Ming urged a new thundering flow sword slash. The color of the thunder became mixed with a hint of blood red, making it look even more violent. Soon, all the skeletons were beheaded to the ground. Slay skeleton swordsman X1. Slay skeleton mage X1. Slay the skeleton pikeman. In the end, Su Ming killed them all. Gain 14400 XP. Loot, soul extermination array, skill scroll. Su Ming's eyes were slightly condensed. The skill scroll seemed to be a bit useful. He immediately scanned the information. Soul extermination array, skill scroll. Quality, silver quality. Class restrictions, occupations with soul power. Introduction. After reading the strip for 10 seconds, you can condense a large magic circle in front of you to completely kill the reborn undead race monsters. Su Ming frowned slightly. You can't learn this skill yourself. Because it is not a swordsmanship skill, it cannot trigger the effect of the original sword body, and it cannot be forced to learn. And it takes 10 seconds to read it. It's too weak. In battle, timing is fleeting. Which monster will stand there in a daze, waiting for you to read a note for 10 seconds? No matter how much, let's sublimate it first. Su Ming directly used the sublimation talent of all things. Sublimation success. Holy weapon enchantment, general mythical skill scroll. Quality, platinum quality. After use, you can add holy attribute damage to the weapon, and killing the undead monster with holy attribute will cause fatal damage and the opponent cannot be revived. Su Ming's eyes were slightly startled. The holy attribute is the attribute damage that restrains all evil things. As long as the death spirits are killed with the holy attribute, then they cannot be resurrected. This can save yourself a lot of physical effort. You don't have to kill it twice. Directly sublimate a silver scroll into platinum. And it has also become a universal skill scroll, with no class and level restrictions. This is the benefit of the lucky attribute after it is raised. Su Ming directly crushed it and learned this scroll. In the next moment, the activation method appeared in his mind. His mind moved slightly. On the Shinfeng sword blade in his hand, several golden runes immediately appeared. The mysterious runes overflowing with golden brilliance filled the blades. The whole sword looks golden. Using this sword enchanted with holy attributes to slash and kill the undead monsters in this world will get twice the result with half the effort. Su Ming hadn't had time to appreciate these runes yet. Click. Soon, the surrounding ice mounds shattered one after another. The sound of Su Ming's battle to slaughter the skeleton undead was too loud, waking up more sleeping frozen remains. Hiss. The skeletons frozen into corpses continue to awaken. More skeleton undead rush towards Su Minghan fearlessly and unafraid of death. There are probably more than a dozen of them. Their figures, hidden in the thick fog, looked faint and extremely terrifying. The skeletons surrounded and attacked from all sides. Fortunately, Su Ming has an eye for insight, and his eyesight is far beyond ordinary people, and he can see through the fog. There are so many mobs in this copy, Su Ming said lightly. He directly took out his sword. The spiritual spirit sword condensed out, and the blade in his hand also slashed violently. All the weapons were enchanted by him with the holy attribute brilliance. This allowed him to kill the necromancer quickly. After a few minutes, Su Ming finally killed all the skeleton undead here, and his own level has also reached level 23. Su Ming allocated all 10 points of attributes to luck. Now his luck value has reached 150 points. The ultra-high agility attribute, coupled with luck, has led to Su Ming's current critical hit rate, which is very high. Dealing with this kind of skeleton mob can even be said to be a knife critical hit. As long as the level does not exceed Su Ming too much, he is basically killed in seconds with one sword. Kill a large number of second-rank skeleton undead. Loot, undead minions treasure map, gold medium. Suddenly, a frozen sheepskin scroll appeared in Su Ming's hand. The ice was transparent, and the handwriting on the sheepskin scroll was clearly visible. It is the map in this dungeon world. Su Ming immediately used the sublimation skill of all things to sublimate this treasure map. Sublimation success. Treasure map of the red-eyed sword skeleton, platinum quality. Introduction. It is said that there was once a red-eyed undead swordsman in this world who had extraordinary combat effectiveness and killed countless players, and he had everything in the place of burial. Su Ming's eyes were a little surprised. The treasure map can be said to be his favorite trophy, because the items obtained through the treasure map can be considered to trigger sublimation of all things twice. There is a limitation to the sublimation of all things, that is, for any item, it can only take effect once, or indirectly. For example, after sublimating a treasure chest, the items in the treasure chest cannot be sublimated again. But treasure maps and treasure chests, these two items are calculated independently. The treasure map is just a map that shows where the treasure chest is located, and has no direct causal relationship with the treasure chest. Therefore, you can first sublimate the treasure map and obtain higher-level treasure chest location information. Then after finding the treasure chest, sublimate the treasure chest again. It is equivalent to sublimating twice. Now this treasure map has been sublimated to platinum high quality. Then after you find the treasure chest, upgrade a wave of treasure chests. This means that the final item will be at least a diamond level. Su Ming immediately followed the direction of the treasure map and rushed over. He was fast and floating all the way. Lingbo microstep is a very powerful technique that can not only provide terrifying movement speed in an instant to avoid enemy attacks, it can also be used for long distances, and its speed is not weaker than that of some mounts. Su Ming quickly passed through several large icebergs, but after Su Ming came to the vicinity of the treasure icon, his eyes froze. Here he saw several bodies. Moreover, not the undead. All humans, are all players. Everyone's corpses were miserable, and they seemed to have been injured by some kind of ice weapon. This treasure map, not simple. Su Ming opened the internal communication channel of this copy, looking for useful information. There are so many mobs in this dungeon, and the level is so cool, but the only fly in the ointment is that the environment is too cold. The calorie consumption is too great, and it just so happens that the monsters here are all skeletons with no meat, and there is no animal meat to eat. If this continues, our team can only exit the dungeon and come back in, and it will cost another 100,000 advent coins. Everyone, I have 10 skulls, and I want to exchange them for a warm device. Who wants to? I also want it. I will pay 50,000 advent coins to trade with me. On the world channel, people are chatting with each other. These are all the people in this copy. This copy is not the only one that the black killers players have purchased entry. There are also other demon hunting organizations that have purchased qualifications. And not only the Dragon Kingdom, but also people from other countries. There are also other races, including elves, orcs, etc. So there are a lot of players in this dungeon, and now there are at least 3,000 of them fighting in them at the same time. This dungeon has been open for a while, and many people have been leveling up here for months. That's right, a D-level dungeon. The time to clear the level is generally very long. You have to find a boss for several months. It takes a while to kill the boss. Therefore, D-level copies can often last for a very long time. Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes were stern and he saw a useful news. A player named Yumian said, "Everyone, I have an important piece of news. The treasure hunter in my team detected the location of a leaked treasure chest, coordinates 1294, 2018. But I want to warn you severely, there is an elite monster guarding there. If you go over, you will surely die. There is a trap there." Yumian, the treasure chest is a trap guarded by elite monsters. A week ago, I sent a few team members there, but none of them came back. And according to the messages my team members sent me before they died, there are still many human corpses nearby, and that elite monster is definitely very strong and has killed many people. His words immediately caused an uproar. When Su Ming saw this news, his eyes also froze, because this coordinate is exactly where he is. I didn't expect that there was a treasure hunter nearby, and I had already found the location of this treasure chest. It seems that I have to hurry up and dig up the treasure. Otherwise, there will be people to fight. He looked at the chat of the World Channel again. Hee, clumsy trick. There are a lot of detection professionals in this copy. Presumably you are afraid that they will also find that treasure chest, so you simply release fake news in advance, trying to make us dare not set foot in it, right? The analysis upstairs is good. I think so too. There are absolutely no pure good people in this world. That player named Yumian, you don't have to pretend. You are afraid that the location will be exposed, and you deliberately release fake news. It seems that the treasure chest is probably not low. Why? Otherwise, you would never go to such lengths. Brothers, rush. You won't let us go. We want to go. Like a heavy stone, it fell into the water, causing ripples. On the World Channel, there was a large-scale discussion. People began to rush towards the treasure chest location where Su Ming was. Su Ming's eyes were solemn, and the cold light in his eyes flashed. I have to speed up. This copy is huge, and it will take a while for people to rush over. But what about people who are just close to each other? So Su Ming quickened his pace and hurried to seize the treasure. He went all the way, sprinting along the blood stains everywhere. Halfway through, there are indeed more and more human corpses. At least a dozen people died here. Their wounds are exactly the same. Everyone's chest has frostbite-like cut marks. Seems it was a sharp weapon made of some kind of cold ice, and the wound was caused. And the corpses were all black, as if they had been sucked out of their vitality. On the ice halfway, there was a large amount of blood, forming an ice stream that meandered forward. Just pointed out the direction for Su Ming. It took more than an hour, and Su Ming finally arrived. This is a peculiar mountain forest. It is surrounded by ice and snow, a bamboo forest condensed. The transparent tall bamboo is lifelike, like ice sculptures one after another. But the sharp edges of these bamboos seem to have been cut out by intentional people. Su Ming took a closer look. The center of the bamboo forest is its own platinum treasure chest. The treasure chest is embedded under the ice in the center, translucent as new. However, Su Ming didn't have time to rush up and open the treasure chest. Suddenly, a thin corpse skeleton walked out slowly from the front. It is different from other skeletons. The whole body is full of danger, and the sense of oppression is extremely strong. In a pair of blood-red eyes, murderous intent flashed. It has slender limbs, two dry hands, each holding a long sword. Su Ming recognized it at a glance. This skeleton. It was the skeleton marked in the name of the treasure map. Red-eyed sword skeleton, elite monster. Bloodline, necromancer. Level 31. Strength 484. Physique 302. Dexterity 508. Spirit 108. Lucky 58. Talent, immortal body. After its death, the bones will gradually recondense and come back to life, unless it is severely damaged again during the resurrection process. Skill, dual-wielding mastery. It was a powerful dual-wielding swordsman during his lifetime, and after his death, he also had the powerful power to master dual swords, and he could wield dual swords at the same time. Necromancer, it cannot sense any pain, and its combat effectiveness will never fluctuate due to pain. Twin swords crazy link, super fast attack with twin swords. Corpse poison sword chi, the scars cut by its blade will rot immediately, producing corpse poison to attack the heart. Heart of decay, it is a more powerful monster of the undead bloodline. It can revive faster after death. Soul-slaying sword shape, the swordsmanship it learned during its lifetime. The two swords flowed fiercely. Introduction, it was an awakened player of the undead race during its lifetime, but after its death, it degenerated into an unaware ghost, without emotion, and just wanted to kill all enemies who dared to approach this ice bamboo forest cut out by him. Su Ming's eyes were slightly startled. This monster was actually a player during his lifetime. A career changer like yourself. That's right, among all races, there there is a race of the undead. They are one of the highly intelligent races and are born with a powerful talent for undead spells. Their spiritual attributes are very high, even comparable to elves. Coupled with the unique resurrection ability of the race, this leads to their combat effectiveness far exceeding that of humans after awakening. But this race is also flawed because they are a half-dead race, so they have no life force and cannot cultivate any skills related to life force. Moreover, during the resurrection process after death, if it is invaded, it is possible to degenerate into an unconscious corpse. The red-eyed double-sword skeleton in front of him was obviously the kind of degenerate. It is equivalent to a dead soldier. It is no different from a wild monster. It is a beast that only knows how to kill. There is no emotion of any intelligent creature. Kill it, there will definitely be no psychological burden. Su Ming directly pulled out the dragon-inlaid sword on his waist. To deal with such a three-turn monster, you must be cautious. So as soon as Su Ming came, he used his most powerful sword. He originally thought it was another monster, but he didn't expect that it was the red-eyed sword skeleton himself. After its death, it can still fight and protect its treasure. The treasure map does only mark the location, which does not mean that it is safe here. Su Ming was already mentally prepared. His body hadn't moved yet. This red-eyed skeleton rushed over with a move in advance. Its figure is extremely fast. The afterimages are all stretched into a long line. In its mouth there was a characteristic clicking sound of bones and its steps were rushing. The long sword in its left hand seemed to be made of thousand-year-old black ice, looking as thin as cicada wings, and it was absolutely sharp. And the long sword in its right hand was extremely dark, as if it was a thick sword forged of obsidian, which looked extraordinarily powerful. The two swords have very different styles, but both are powerful. The gray and decaying sword light slashed towards Su Ming. Su Ming didn't take half a step back, and went up head-on. The dragon in his hand broke the sword and slashed out suddenly. Draw your sword and slash in an instant. His figure turned into a blue sword shadow and ran away. The terrifying sword chi was in the air, almost tearing the air apart. The decaying sword chi cut out of these sword skeletons was completely shattered by Su Ming in an instant. In its deep blood-red eyes, a little surprised appeared. It has slaughtered so many humans, but it has never seen such a powerful swordsman. With the blessing of 20 times the power and speed of the original sword body, even if there is a difference in the value between Su Ming and this skeleton, it can still be easily confronted. Su Ming's drawn sword slash directly penetrated the opponent's body. His swordsmanship was very terrifying, not only destroying the sword light cut out by this elite skeleton, but also cutting off its left arm with a sword. Its sword-wielding hand was directly penetrated by Su Ming and separated from the torso. The blood-red carrion inside was exposed. The pupils of the red-eyed twin-sword skeleton trembled violently. Then it turned around, grabbed its broken arm in midair, and pressed it back on its shoulder. The flesh and blood heal and heal again. Su Ming's eyes were extremely calm. He has long known the healing ability of the undead clan, which is super terrifying. His own sword naturally could not cause much effective damage. In the eyes of the red-eyed skeleton, a touch of pure murderous aura flashed. It's finally going to be serious. After seeing Su Ming's sword, it finally knew that this human player was not easy to mess with. On its blade, countless gray and dark streamers flashed, which was the death chi of the undead clan. The aura of death was attached to the blade, bringing a powerful coercion to his twin swords. In the next moment, the twin sword skeleton triggered its extremely violent swordsmanship. Double sword crazy connection. Two swords, one black and one white, in the hands of this skeleton, were like black and white double demons dancing, and the endless aura of death turned into a sword shadow cold light, approaching Su Ming. All living beings will turn into rotten minced meat under his blade. However, in the face of this move, Su Ming had no expression on his face. He didn't even pull out the second sword. Instead, he used such a dragon-broken sword to fight this twin-sword skeleton. Storm and rain sword, unfold. In an instant, Su Ming was like a hundred-handed guanine, slashing countless sword rays in front of him. Bell, bell, bell. The sky is full of ice slag and sparks blooming. The air was filled with the sound of water mist evaporating and the interlacing of gold and iron. Su Ming's sword was too fast, blocking all the attacks. He was unscathed, and there were no wounds on his body. He used the storm rain sword to fight head-on against Twin Sword's crazy company. In the eyes of the red-eyed skeleton, there was a bit of shock. This human can actually use one sword to fight against his two swords at the same time. Moreover, it does not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. On the contrary, Su Ming's momentum is still increasing. Su Ming's sword, the more he slashed, the more fierce. Storm sword proficiency plus 808. Storm sword proficiency plus 1118. Su Ming's proficiency in this skill has improved wildly. The reason why he wanted to use a dragon-inlaid sword to fight against this elite skeleton instead of pulling out a second one, it is because he thinks this is a good opportunity. You can use your storm sword, a good opportunity to quickly improve your grade. He has an original sword body. Even if the level is far lower than that of the opponent, he has the confidence to not fall behind in a single sword against a double. And the other party's skill is very similar to his own storm rain sword, and it is a swordsmanship with extremely fast attack speed. Use these two skills to cancel each other, pass, learn, and refine, and your skill proficiency will improve rapidly. Soon, Su Ming's Storm Sword completed an advancement. Skill proficiency is full, upgrade. Stormy Sword, Golden Inferior. This is not over. Su Ming is still wielding his sword. Proficiency continues to climb. Because the level of this enemy far exceeded Su Ming. Therefore, the experience points and proficiency obtained by Su Ming will have a correction bonus. Su Ming seized the opportunity and swung his sword with all his might. Every slash turned into proficiency. Skill proficiency is full, upgrade again. Wind and Rain Slash, Gold Medium. Su Ming is still slashing. He felt hearty and laughed a few times. True, he found the joy of fighting. The red-eyed skeleton faced the man and immediately felt a lot of pressure. What's going on? Aren't I suppressing you by level and attribute? Am I not an elite monster? Why are you being pressed and beaten? The red-eyed undead skeleton is a fallen creature and no longer has a sense of wisdom, but there may still be some self-reflection left. So at this moment, an incredible blood-red look emerged in its eyes. It couldn't figure out why Su Ming's combat effectiveness suddenly improved by leaps and bounds. The same swordsmanship is constantly evolving. The contest between the two sides lasted for several rounds, and they slashed each other for a few minutes. The ice and snow within a few meters around were cut out of sword marks. The surrounding ice bamboo forest collapsed inch by inch. Wherever the two passed, there was nothing to keep. At first, Su Ming retreated step by step, but now, Su Ming turned around and began to force it back. The strong sword posture gradually began to cut the weapons of the double sword skeleton out of the gap. Su Ming's sword, after all, is a diamond-grade weapon, plus fire attribute enchantment, and Su Ming's holy attribute enchantment. This made his dragon-inlaid sword very sharp and could easily cut through platinum-level weapons. Skill proficiency is full, upgrade. Wind and Rain Killing, Golden Grade. At this time, Su Ming's skills were actually upgraded to the highest grade of gold. This upgrade speed is really terrifying. Su Ming's sword swing speed has suddenly been greatly improved. The two long swords of the double sword skeleton were gradually slashed all over the body, full of chips. It let out a roar. There has never been a human dared to suppress it like this. Its whole body suddenly surged, and a gray-black dark moonlight emerged from its body. Its two sword wheels became a full moon and slashed towards Su Ming's neck. It changed its move, soul-cutting sword shape. Its most powerful swordsmanship. The two long swords were crossed, wrapped in an indomitable momentum, and slashed at Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming's eyes suddenly became cold. A broken blade suddenly shot out from the sword box behind him. The sharp blade of the dragon inlaid with the broken sword turned into a stream of fire, slashing at the skeleton's head. The sound of the blade breaking through the air was crisp and pleasant. This sword directly pierced the head of the red-eyed sword skeleton and smashed the brain. The flames burned, igniting its headless neck for an instant. Fire damage is very high. Its health was immediately reduced by more than half. At the same time, a shadow overlapped in Su Ming's body, and it was suddenly cut out. Triggered the effect of the shadow sword set, Shadow Slash. The shadow blade slashed through the skeleton's body, reducing its health to less than 36% again. The original sword body is too terrifying, and the power is extremely strong. Like this kind of elite monster, with thick blood and high defense, it usually takes one, or even several squads to attack together, to defeat it. It often takes many professionals to bombard with a lot of skills to kill, but Su Ming alone, with only one or two skills, can quickly kill. The damage caused by one person can withstand 10 people. This is the horror of the 20 times the power of the swordsmanship of the original sword body. Su Ming estimated in his heart that with another sword he could completely suppress this skeleton, but this skeleton is really tenacious. It suffered heavy damage from Su Ming's two swords, and it actually kept moving. The headless body still maintained the posture of the last sword, rushing towards Su Ming. Soul-slaying sword shape. It is the strongest skill of this skeleton. It crossed the two swords, wrapped in the unmatched revenant sword chi, and slashed at Su Ming. Su Ming's head was pointed to in the center of the crossing of the two swords. Once the two swords slashed through, Su Ming's fragile body alone would inevitably be beheaded and killed. Even if Su Ming could block the entities of this sword, he could not stop the death chi wrapped around this sword. Once contaminated, the skin will immediately ulcerate and rot into the heart. So Su Ming used the utmost caution to treat this sword. His eyes were cold, and he put away his sword at this moment. He opened his arms and slowly stepped back. This gesture is like waiting to be killed. In the next moment, he directly activated the hidden god step. Suddenly, his figure turned into a black shadow and disappeared between heaven and earth, including all breaths, existences, and entities. They have completely dissipated into the world. It seems to be blurred from the rules of the world, directly into a state of no interest. Even if the enemy's attack actually penetrated Su Ming's body at this time, it could not hurt him by a hair. Because this is a rule-level pace, once it is activated, it is not selectable. At this moment, there was no means of perception or detection to detect him. The strongest sword of the red-eyed sword skeleton directly passed through Su Ming's body. Su Ming's health didn't even drop a drop. He was still unscathed, standing in the ice and snow. snow. There was some shock and anger in the skeleton's eyes. Why, didn't the killing succeed? Obviously it hit it. But it is a rank 3 elite monster, how can it understand legendary skills? In the next moment, Su Ming directly urged the golden high-quality wind and rain to kill. The violent sword slapped away like raindrops. Continuous. The red-eyed sword skeleton has used double swords all his life, but he has never seen such a fierce sword posture. It can only parry with the dual sword madness sword technique. However, in front of Su Ming's swordsmanship, which was almost to the extreme, its moves were like a lonely boat in the sea, swaying uncontrollably by the stormy waves. The sound of swords is symphonic. In the end, there were more and more wounds on its body, and it was beheaded by Su Ming's sword with divine attribute runes and fell to its knees. Its bones were broken, and rotting blood flowed out of them. It was wriggling all over, its bones clicking, and it seemed to want to be resurrected. I have to say that this skeleton is worthy of being an elite monster, and the speed of resurrection is really fast. Su Ming estimated that in less than 5 seconds, it would be able to revive and stand up and continue fighting. However, Su Ming finally stabbed out with a sword and stabbed out neatly. This sword, Jinhui Sacred, it ruthlessly ended its hope of resurrection and its pathetic depraved life, directly pierced its heart. Its eyes were stunned, and the red fierce light in it dissipated. The decaying body of the skeleton completely turned into fly ash and was annihilated in this copy. Su Ming raised his hand and waved his hand. The dragon broke the sword back into the scabbard at his waist. The dragon-inlaid sword blade in midair also turned around and flew back. The skeleton is dead, but its twin swords are still there, stuck in the ice and snow. One black and one white. Slay the red-eyed sword skeleton, elite monster. Experience points, 34,800. Promotion to level 24. Obtain 10 free attribute points. Su Ming immediately added all these attributes to luck. The lucky attribute is now 160. Then, he looked at the skeleton's loot. Loot, twin swords mastery skill scroll, golden inferior, X1. White thin sword, platinum inferior. Black sword, platinum inferior. The trophies of this skeleton are very rich. Su Ming first picked up the scroll and put it in his hand. Directly use all things to sublimate. Sublimation success. Double sword mastery, golden grade. When attacking an enemy with 2 sword weapons, you can increase the attack speed of the 2 swords. Su Ming studied directly. Suddenly, in his mind, there were many more basic moves of the twin swords. If the twin sword mastery reaches the platinum level, it will undergo a qualitative change. Therefore, Su Ming is also full of expectations for the future growth of this skill. Then, he picked up the 2 swords on the ground. One black and one white. The white color is as thin as ice, and the black color is thick and heavy. A blade that is transparent and looks like crystal. The other one was as black as ink and heavy to measure. The 2 swords have very different styles. This also created the powerful combat effectiveness of the red-eyed sword skeleton, an elite monster. Its swordsmanship moves are very peculiar, and the left and right hands are different because of the different swords they hold, so the sword moves are also light and heavy, sinking in fast. After fighting with it, Su Ming gained a lot. He directly sublimated these 2 swords, because these 2 swords were cut full of chips by themselves and were already damaged. If you don't sublimate, you can hardly use it. Sublimation success. Xin Bing sword, platinum medium grade. Ink falling sword, platinum medium. After sublimation, the wear and tear of both swords was restored. The characteristics also vary. Xin Bing sword, platinum medium grade. The blade of the dark ice with a very high sharpness, which contains some magical power of the undead clan. Affix Xian Shui. This sword is condensed from black ice, and after being worn or broken, it only needs to be covered with water, and it can be immediately reassembled and restored to its peak sharpness. Affix Frostbite possesses an ice attribute enchantment. After cutting through the enemy's wound, it can instantly freeze the wound, making the enemy's blood unable to circulate and the limbs die. The black ice sword is very easy to use. Ink falling sword, platinum medium. The long sword forged from ink and steel is thick and powerful, and can easily cut through heavy armor. Xin Xian. This sword is very heavy and can add 78.1% blunt damage to enemies, and this Mo Luo sword itself has extremely strong sharpness. Holding 2 swords, Su Ming felt like an arm. Waving it casually, there was no sense of stagnation. After all, with the dual sword proficiency skills, now he is a double sword master. The 2 swords were included in his personal space. Then, Su Ming quickly walked towards the location of the platinum high-grade treasure chest. In his eyes, a little hot emerged. He was already a little impatient. He came to the frozen place and raised his hand to shake. The Xianfeng sword behind him suddenly flew out. It pierced the ground all at once, shattering all those ice cubes. Not long after, a deep pit was dug. The treasure chest inside was revealed. Su Ming couldn't help but say that he directly used all things to sublimate. Sublimation success. The appearance of this treasure chest has changed greatly. It is inlaid with various purple gemstones, and the material is crystal clear, like a large treasure chest of crystals. Scan it. Cold sealed sword bone treasure chest. Quality, diamond medium. This means that everything that comes out of this treasure chest will at least have a diamond medium quality treasure. Su Su Ming's strongest weapon now, the dragon-inlaid broken sword, is just a diamond inferior. Su Ming rubbed his hands and immediately prepared to turn it on. But in the next moment, there were a few murderous aura behind him. Su Ming's eyes suddenly became cold. Several waves of light shot over, directly from behind, smashing towards Su Ming. That's right, it's a sneak attack. There are rangers' arrows, mages' light waves, and warriors' sword light. Colorful and murderous. Su Ming's eyes were cold and he didn't look back at all. He knew that if he turned back, it would be too late to avoid it. He looked at the ground. In an instant, he used the reflection of the underground ice to judge where those offensives came from behind him. He took a slight step and avoided it abruptly. The light and fluttering steps, like a leisurely stroll, moved out of 10 meters in an instant. All attacks were avoided. Hit the diamond treasure chest. Fortunately, the treasure chest was strong and there were no abrasions at all. If a person stands in place, he will have been beaten into a hornet's nest. Su Ming sighed slightly. He was still a step slower after all. I wanted to take the treasure chest and run away quickly, away from this land of right and wrong. He turned around and looked, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I saw several teams of people rushing over. Surround Su Ming and Tuanchuan. There are about a dozen people in total. There are at least 5 squads. They all had a malicious smile on their faces. Su Ming's eyes flashed with a bit of solemnity. He didn't expect that someone would come when he opened the treasure chest. Fortunately, these people did not appear when they were fighting with the corpses of the twin swords. Otherwise, you will be attacked by humans and monsters, and it will be difficult to deal with it at that time. It is also possible they have actually been ambushed for a long time. It's just that they never showed up and chose to wait for them to kill the monsters guarding the treasure chest before coming out to reap the benefits of the fisherman. It's really shameless. Su Ming's current physical strength has already been consumed a lot. After all, he had just used a stealth step. Legendary skills such as the hidden god step and the killing god knife, no matter how high Su Ming's spiritual attributes are, they are useless, and most of their physical strength will be drained after using them. As long as the level is not enough, the overall attributes do not reach the required value, and forcibly crossing the border to cast skills, it will consume a lot of money. These two skills are like a bottomless pit. Su Ming exhaled deeply. He knew there would be a big battle. Su Ming slowly put his hand on the dragon-broken sword. He had no intention of flinching, even in the face of so many people. This swordsman brother, you have fought too hard. Let's help you receive the goods. Yes, look at this treasure chest, how heavy it is. You don't have enough physical strength. You must not be able to move. Brother, withdraw first. We'll help you deal with it. People laughed lightly. Everyone looked at Su Ming with bad intentions, and their eyes flashed with brilliance. This group of people is tall and thin, male and female, handsome and ugly. But in their eyes, there is a common look. Greedy. That is the desire that all human beings have. The essence in their eyes flashed, and they seemed to be impatient, wanting to force Su Ming away and seize the treasure chest. But they didn't take action immediately, but were advising Su Ming to give up on his own. They also want to avoid fighting as much as possible. After all, Su Ming is a strange man to them. Strength is a completely hidden state. They didn't know that Su Ming only had a 2nd rank, and none of the members of these squads had a cultivation level below rank 3. After all, only masters above rank 3 dared to set foot in the D-level copy. They regarded Su Ming as a very difficult object to mess with. As everyone knows, Su Ming's level is much lower than theirs. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and he didn't look like he was leaving at all. He just stared at everyone coldly. Are you sure you want to rob me? Su Ming asked. When everyone heard this, they just smiled indifferently. This swordsman brother, your strength is indeed very strong, and we see it in our eyes. But we have so many people here, even if you grow 8 hands, you can't beat it. A woman in red took a step forward and sneered. Another short man with a thin figure and a very sharp voice also took a step forward and said, that red-eyed skeleton killed so many monsters, but you can kill them alone, which is enough to prove your strength. A fierce man like you, even if he is surrounded by more than a dozen of us, he will definitely be able to replace one before he dies. And none of us want to be that unlucky guy. In everyone's words, Su Ming was also full of fear. Their sneak attack just now was easily dodged by Su Ming, which means that Su Ming did not completely run out of ammunition and food, and still had some physical strength and the power to fight. It's precisely because of this that we didn't make a move. We advise you to leave, also for your own good. The woman in red took a step forward and said earnestly, after all, you have to be clear. Even if you can replace one before you die, it doesn't mean you can live. Once the fight starts, the probability of our death is 1 in 16. And you, it's 100%. So we will not hesitate to bet. She took a step forward and burst into coercion. The cardinals are in a mess. She is a level 34 flame boxer, with very exaggerated attributes and a large number of skills. Su Ming was silent and looked around. This group of people improvised, gathered into bandits, surrounded themselves, and wanted to kill people and seize treasures. Human nature is really naked. In the dungeon, it is not illegal to kill, so this kind of thing is very common. Su Ming really saw too much. This group of people is basically level 32 or above. Everyone's attributes are very high. Each professional profession and skill are different. Fighting an enemy with a different plural characteristic is the most dangerous. Su Ming knew very well. It is impossible to defeat and kill all so many people alone, but fight your way out. Not impossible. Su Ming's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he directly took out a pot of wine. Seeing this pot of wine, everyone's eyes were awe-inspiring. Could it be? What is the secret medicine to temporarily improve cultivation? Everyone, be careful. It seems that he is going to die with us and break the net. The atmosphere was instantly tense. At this time, there was suddenly a man in a black robe in the crowd, his eyes slightly startled. He looked at Su Ming, his eyes shocked. Wait, folks. I found that this guy is only level 24. His words immediately aroused everyone's surprise. This person's occupation is a treasure hunter, and he can also detect the enemy's occupation and level information. So he found out Su Ming's level. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, several people immediately burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, what kind of master am I, so bold? It turns out to be stunned. It turns out that it is only level 24, and it is fresh to break into the D-level dungeon even if it is so weak. It seems that he was just bluffing just now. Maybe even when he kills elite monsters alone, he uses some secret medicine to temporarily increase his attributes. This kind of newcomer, you can pinch it to death if you raise your hand. Several people sneered and attacked Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes were always indifferent. Take a sip of wine and drink it. Drunkenness surged in my heart. The same goes for sword energy. Flame boxer, a woman in red, named Zhuo Shuhong. She carries a red finger tiger on each hand, made of a special material, and looks like fireworks flowing. Her hands shook, and flames wrapped around her, completely wrapping her fists. She was the first to move. The fist of flames flowed and swept up a red shadow and smashed towards Su Ming. At the beginning, she saw the scene of Su Ming killing the sword skeletons alone during the ambush, so she was full of jealousy towards Su Ming just now. However, when she learned that Su Ming's level was only level 24, all the concerns in her heart disappeared. She resolutely chose to strike hard. The battle between Su Ming and the twin sword skeletons looked fierce, but maybe the skeleton was actually not strong? Maybe it's just a huge momentum. Grades will not be faked. As long as there is a treasure hunter to detect, it can basically be detected. And the equipment that hides information is very rare and very precious, and it is impossible for a third-rank person to take it out casually. So she basically thought that this was Su Ming's true level. With such a low level, she naturally has the confidence to crush easily. At the age of 20, she can reach the third rank, and her talent is also very good, so she naturally has her own self-confidence and pride, so she is not afraid at all. Behind her, there were several job changers who took action with her. Among these people, there are burly warriors and swordsmen with knives. There is also an enchanter. He raised his hand and shook it, and everyone's weapons had different elemental attributes attached to them. These people all have the same idea as Zhuo Honghong. The hot hunger for the treasure chest made them desperate to kill Su Ming and divide the stolen goods. Moreover, killing players can also get a lot of experience and loot. Definitely more than killing monsters. There are so many people here, and the things in that diamond treasure chest may not be enough. So now slaughtering Su Ming and getting a little experience points can be regarded as an excellent additional gain. At other times, you will never find such a good opportunity to kill. No one wants to miss it. Su Ming looked at this scene with an expressionless face. He didn't avoid it, but raised his head again and took a sip of wine. Drink the wine in the pot completely. Savor the drunkenness in your heart. At this moment, the world seemed to slow down in his eyes. Everyone's movements became clearly visible. Su Ming's swordsmanship power rose rapidly at this moment. He hadn't taken out his sword yet, but he could feel it clearly. He bowed slightly. Holding the dragon-inlaid sword at his waist, he felt that the hilt of the sword was trembling violently. Click! The sword on his waist trembled wildly, and even Su Ming's hand was shaking violently. It was as if he couldn't control the sword. It's as if this sword wants to break free from the shackles of its scabbard and break free. Looking at this scene, everyone sneered. What are you doing? You don't even hide. Boy, are you shaking with fright? Brother, the sword is not stable, so let's abandon the treasure to save our lives. They talked, but they didn't stop at all. I don't plan to let Su Ming go at all. All the offensives came from all directions in an instant, surrounding Su Ming in it. The offensive obviously hadn't hit yet, but at this moment, the ice under Su Ming's feet had begun to crack. This is the super thousand-year-old glacier in the dungeon, extremely thick, and it freezes countless skeleton revenant bones inside, suppressing them and preventing them from moving. You can imagine how strong the ice surface is. Being able to be shattered is enough to show how terrifying their attack coercion is. Su Ming could feel a feeling of breathing stagnation. This is a precursor to a death attack, a spontaneous reaction of the body. The hair all over his body stood up slightly. After all, it is a large group of third-turn masters. With a casual blow, Su Ming couldn't withstand it. He is a typical professional who attacks high and crispy skin. No matter how powerful the swordsmanship is, Su Ming is indeed not very good at defense, but he was extremely calm in his heart. He has always believed that attack is the best defense. If I can't can't stand it, then I don't want to take a blow, can't it? Su Ming is crazy about the agility attribute for today. Moreover, why does his hand shake? Everyone guessed wrong. Not trembling with fear. Instead, he trembled because of the sword energy. At this moment, his heart was full of drunkenness, and there was already a majestic sword airflow turning on the blade, lurking in the sheath. Just wait for him to cut it out with one blow. In order to brew this blow to the most perfect extent, Su Ming has been forcibly suppressing. All the sword chi is restrained in it, and this is also the strongest way to release the sword in an instant. After charging, it can reach the most terrifying power. Su Ming has never used a charged sword to cut it in an instant, because there is no enemy at all he can be urged. Today, I finally encountered a good opportunity. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and he was always expressionless. The trembling of the hands became more and more intense. At the same time, everyone's offensive also came to the front. It is less than a meter away from Su Ming's body. In particular, Zhuo Shanhong's flame fists had almost hit a foot in front of Su Ming. Several strands of Su Ming's hair were burned into fly ashes by the scorching fist wind, but he never moved. He was terribly calm. Even under the siege of everyone, his eyes were always calm. He had more combat experience than everyone present combined, so he is always able to make the best judgment and not be shaken by feelings. Until Zhuo Shanhong's fist came to Su Ming's front an inch, until the rotating flying axe of the double-axe warrior flew 1 meter in front of Su Ming's forehead, until everyone's attack, they all approached Su Ming to the extreme. Almost in the next moment, Su Ming was about to be beaten to death on the spot. He finally moved. A terrifying current flowed from his blade. The moment he pulled out the dragon-inlaid sword, the dragon-inlaid sword blade in the scabbard behind him also flew over, fitted on the broken sword, and condensed into a complete long sword. The complete state of the dragon-broken sword. Its sharpness is unmatched and can shred through all platinum-level weapons. The bright blue current exploded. In the electric current, there was an electric light mixed with blood red, as well as the golden flame of the dragon's broken sword. The 3 colors are intertwined, and it looks so terrifying. Rumble! The thunder flashed and exploded. Su Ming's whole person was slashed out in an instant. A long sword mark appeared in midair. In other words, it is the physical sword chi. It was like a half-moon, slashing out at an angle. In an instant, it crossed the spot and flew out hundreds of meters. This sword chi went all the way forward, directly penetrating the bodies of several people. Half of Zhuo Han's body was shattered. In her eyes, there was still the joy of being about to succeed in the last second. The next moment, I was completely dumbfounded. Her entire body was cut open diagonally by Su Ming. That brilliant thunder sword chi directly hit her hard. Her eyes were stunned, full of disbelief. The intense pain shattered her self-confidence at this moment. And, her health instantly returned to 0. In Zhuo Shan's red eyes, the vitality passed quickly. I didn't lose, I was ranked 3. I can't die. Her eyes were stunned and she muttered. But soon, her soft body fell to the ground. The bright red blood stained the ground. She was directly stabbed in an instant. He was killed here on the spot. Laugh at. The sound of the sword resounded within a radius of 100 meters. Su Ming's sword is too terrifying. Killing Zhuo Shuhong did not stop. The whole person was wrapped in sword chi and ran out of dozens of meters all the way. In midair, the thunder sword chi was mixed with 3 colors, and it took several seconds before dispersing. The ice on the ground appeared in a long melting ravine. The edges of the long ravine were all scorched and black electric marks from the pitch-black arc. All those who shot at Su Ming and stood in front of him endured this sword. This sword cut down at least 6 people. Blood rushed to the sky. Looking at this scene, the eyes of everyone around were all shocked to the extreme. This sword directly killed 2 people. Zhuo Shuhong and the enchanter in the distance were all killed by a sword. These 2 people were stunned and died. The body fell to the ground. The entire body was completely shattered. All defensive equipment is vulnerable. The few people who survived were not optimistic. Where it comes into contact with the sword energy, the wound can see the bone, and the blood spurts wildly. This is the terrifying power of sword chi, which can penetrate many defenses. The berserker suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood and flew out backwards by this sword. The sword energy penetrated his chest and cut through his lungs. He is the strongest and most burly meat shield in this gang, with the highest amount of blood. In the face of Su Ming's sword, he was also seriously injured. The swordsman who rushed towards Su Ming just now, along with the belt knife, was cut off. His upper and lower bodies were directly separated. Fortunately, he had a life-saving equipment that generated a barrier, otherwise he would have to die. He immediately took out an expensive bottle of instant healing potion and healed the wound so that he did not die. Otherwise, his health will instantly return to 0. There were also several people who attacked Su Ming, all of whom were seriously injured to varying degrees. There are only about 6 people who have made a move, and there are 10 people who have not made a move. At this moment, those few people knew. It turns out that I am the one who was stunned. Bang! People who are really calm have always been watching coldly. The berserker's face was ugly, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the treasure hunter who claimed that Su Ming was only level 24. Damn treasure hunter, you lie to us. How can his swordsmanship power only be rank 2? The swordsman also had extremely gloomy eyes and stared at the treasure hunter fiercely. You, how dare you lie to us? I'm going to kill you. The double-axe warrior was also trembling with anger and walked slowly towards the treasure hunter. It looks like he's going to hammer him to death. The treasure hunter looked at this scene and suddenly felt his scalp tingle. I didn't lie to you. This player's name is Killing God, and he should have replaced the name display with some kind of title. My skill level is not high. I can only see the level, and I can't see his occupation and specific information. I'm really not lying, he quickly explained. He is a professional with little fighting ability. If you are targeted by everyone, you will definitely die a miserable death. Impossible. If he is only level 24, then what is the situation with the power of this sword skill? You definitely lied to us. You just want to trick us into making a move. The treasure hunter wanted to cry without tears, so he could only tremble and stretch out a hand. Big brother, I want to clarify one thing. Now, this guy has already reached level 26. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Su Ming was besieged by everyone, and he was even escalated because he killed 2 rank 3 players, earned super generous experience points, so he was promoted 2 levels in a row. It's true. What is the reason? It's really as you said, a second turn, after a few sips of wine. It's so fierce. Anyway, you treasure hunter is suspicious, kill him first. The swordsman's eyes were cold, and he took out his knife directly. He had just healed from his injuries when he slashed in extreme anger, directly killed the treasure hunter and cut off his head. The shot was indeed decisive. Treasure hunter is a pure auxiliary profession with very weak combat effectiveness. Moreover, this guy was unlucky and didn't happen to carry any life-saving equipment, so he died completely. After killing the treasure hunter, the few people who were seriously injured by Su Ming all spat at his corpse. Bad luck. If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to this treasure hunter. He definitely lied to us. Several people said fiercely, pouring healing potions into their mouths frantically. People die without words, and treasure hunters can't quibble. Su Ming looked at everyone, his posture swaying slightly. Is there infighting? He looked relaxed and said with a smile. The steps under his feet are a little vain. It seemed as if he was really drunk. His wine is a golden low-grade spirit purchased with advent coins, and the degree is super high. One bite can numb a normal man in an instant. A transferee like Su Ming has a high physical attribute, and it is difficult for ordinary wine to anesthetize him. But Su Ming drank a whole gourd of this super spirit, so he could instantly enter a slightly drunken state. This can quickly trigger the drunken sword skill. The rest of the people who hadn't made a move yet looked at this scene in shock with horrified eyes. This person, it's really a bit outrageous. This strength is probably the peak of the 3rd rank, and it is almost a 4th rank master. One sword kills 2 3rd ranks in seconds, and severely damages 4 3rd ranks. I can't do this strength. Immediately, their faces showed a touch of solemnity. Everyone, be cautious. All of us can't underestimate him anymore. Let's take action together, completely suppress him, and don't give him any chance. Everyone said in a cant voice. Everyone frowned, and their eyes were full of great fear. For Su Ming, he was completely impressed. Although Su Ming is very strong, the temptation of the diamond treasure chest is too strong, and no one wants to stop at this time. Everyone suddenly attacked Su Ming. A dozen or so 3rd rank masters shot together. Those who were severely injured by Su Ming also regained their strength and attacked Su Ming. They want to get back the field. This time they learned well, and they all used the fastest moves. It is to give Su Ming no chance to accumulate strength. No matter how powerful Su Ming's sword was, they all believed that Su Ming could not use it many times in a short period of time. This is true. As long as he didn't give him time to charge up, Su Ming's drawn sword was cut in an instant, and the power could not kill 3 turns with one sword. And at this moment, a large number of attacks had already engulfed him. He can't attack anymore, he has to defend. So Su Ming chose to use the wind and rain to kill. The violent sword shadow swept from his hand, forming a close sword flow in front of him. The vast majority of the offensive was defended. At the same time, there were countless sword chi flying out. Under the drunken sword posture, all swordsmanship skills have the opportunity to attach sword energy, and their power is greatly increased. The sword light flashed like raindrops, blocking many attacks, but Su Ming still retreated step by step. No way, there are too many enemies. The crowd gradually stepped forward and surrounded him. Give up, now you leave. Give up the treasure chest. We may be able to spare you from death. Friend, don't hold on to the end. There are so many of us, you can't win. Someone scolded. They didn't understand why Su Ming was so persistent. Since you are looking for death, you can't blame us. Someone sneered and sarcastically said. Looking at this scene, Su Ming seemed to remember that year. In my previous life, I was on the edge of the copy of the Dead Cave, and I was forced to death by Zhang Tang and Rin Xiaoman, and the picture came to my mind again. Human beings are greedy in their bones, and in an area like a copy without restraint, it will immediately become extremely cruel. Everyone's offensive was extremely fierce. A large group of 3rd turn masters, their cultivation level is extremely high. Su Ming fought across the border and resisted the the offensive and embarrassment. The blade in his hand was almost at its peak. At the same time, he activated the spiritual spirit blade. The Xianfeng sword in the scabbard behind him rose from the scabbard and suspended to slash the enemy. Holding his left hand empty, the Shadow Flow longsword was pulled out of the shadow and landed on his left hand. Su Ming's two hands urged the swordsmanship at the same time. With two swords proficient, he can use both hands to urge the wind and rain to kill at the same time. The frenzied shadow of the sword danced in front of him. The fog in midair was shredded into powder by him. The sword energy was crisscrossed and it slashed out frantically. Many people's bodies were injured by the sword energy. At the same time, Su Ming also took out the black and white swords in his personal space. Use swordsmanship to urge and kill enemies like crazy. Forcibly controlling multiple weapons at the same time in this way is too consuming. Su Ming's physical strength seemed to be burning rapidly. Everyone was gradually injured. They gritted their teeth and looked at Su Ming's eyes, full of incredulity and anger. They didn't expect that Su Ming would be so stubborn. Use offensive swordsmanship to defend while attacking. This is really going to break the net with them. From this point of view, before Su Ming died, he could not only replace one, but even several. But at this point, there is no possibility of joint talks. Everyone exhausted their offensive and smashed at Su Ming. Su Ming's body gradually began to appear wounds. There was a skill that penetrated his sword circle and hit him. The enemy's attack was too dense, and soon, an offensive hit Su Ming. Su Ming used Lingbo's micro-steps to dodge, while urging the wind and rain to kill the defense, and was already trying his best to hold on. But the second turn, after all, has a limit. Su Ming's health dropped directly to 50%. At the same time, his whole person also came to the limit of the edge of the treasure chest area. If you step back another 10 meters, you will leave the area where you can pick up the treasure chest. Su Ming didn't want to give up this treasure chest. This is the reward he deserves for killing elite monsters. These people are so shameless. Su Ming's heart was filled with anger. In his eyes, a terrifying murderous intent appeared. Shocked everyone. Looking at this look, he should also be at the end of the crossbow. Everyone, give him the final blow. The intensity of everyone's attack suddenly increased. Su Ming retreated steadily. At the same time, he could even feel that under his feet, an invisible force began to slow down his movements. In the crowd, there are imprisonment mages. This is an auxiliary combat skill, mud foot technique. It can make people difficult to move. Su Ming's Lingbo micro-step speed slowed down suddenly. Then, another dark red chain emerged from midair. Confinement chain. The brilliance of magic flashed around Su Ming's arms, trying to imprison him to death. Su Ming's sword swing speed suddenly slowed down. In order to save his life, Su Ming could only immediately turn the spiritual spirit blade and the Xianfeng sword back and defend himself. After all, there were too many people, and the attacks were numerous and mixed, surrounded from all sides. Su Ming can only defend passively. Now he is seriously insufficient. Fortunately, there are still 20 attribute points left. Just upgraded 2 levels in a row. The free attribute obtained. I have to admit that the experience gained by killing players is really high. It is more experience than killing that 3-turn skeleton monster. Su Ming rose directly to 26. He immediately added these attributes to his spiritual power. A little bit of strength was restored. This way, you can use a few more skills to increase the probability of survival. At the same time, Su Ming's proficiency in drawing his sword and slashing in an instant has also improved. Draw the sword and slash proficiency plus 21,187. Promotion to golden grade. Draw your sword and kill in an instant, gold grade. This time, a lot of proficiency has been added, directly from the golden inferior grade to the golden upper grade. Because the increase in proficiency of a skill is actually related to how many enemies you kill with this skill. Su Ming just drew his sword and slashed in an instant, hitting many people, and they were all 3 turns. Use this skill to cross the border to kill enemies, causing high critical damage, so the proficiency gain will naturally be high. Moreover, the thunder-flowing sword slash has also been upgraded to the highest grade of gold. Because Su Ming's sword was cut in an instant, mixed with the thunderous sword slash, the power was so fierce. Thunderstorm sword, golden grade. Su Ming's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. His face was cold, he gritted his teeth and swung his sword frantically. The wind and rain killed, and suddenly the realm was raised again. Rain shattered Phoenix sword, platinum inferior. Suddenly, his sword momentum became even more frenzied, and the sword energy was like a dense and violent raindrop smashing out. Half-moon-shaped pale white smoke sword chi continued to sweep out from the field. Many people have suffered injuries, big or small. The penetrating power of sword chi is too strong. The drunken sword style skill is very powerful, allowing Su Ming's combat effectiveness to skyrocket in a short period of time. Su Ming checked his attributes while fighting. Su Ming, carry title, killing god, effective title, first blood, rookie king, level 26, 15/26,000 EXP, occupation, sword god, mythical level, the only one in the world, strength, 80, physique, 80, dexterity, 240, spirit, 170, lucky, 160, bloodline, immortal body, A. Self-healing factor. C. Talents, sublimation of all things. Origin sword body, automatic cultivation. Skills, killing god, full hidden step, eye of insight. Double sword mastery, drunken sword style, holy weapon enchantment, thunderstorm sword, sword draw and kill, rain shattering phoenix sword, sword martial master, imperial sword, skyfall sword tomb, spiritual spirit sword, lingbo microstep. I just recovered 20 points of mental strength, but it's really a drop in the bucket. Su Ming estimated that he really couldn't hold on. I want to save the last bit of spiritual power to escape. He was unwilling, but life is always the most important. A touch of anger welled up in his heart, and he remembered everyone's faces firmly. In the future, he will take revenge one by one. Just when Su Ming was desperate and was about to abandon the treasure chest and escape, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw behind him, a few hundred meters away, a faint blurry figure appeared. It was extremely blurry, and if it weren't for the insightful eyes, Su Ming wouldn't be able to see it. The next moment, a dim gray brilliance appeared inexplicably, surrounding Su Ming's entire body. It was as if half of the rain was surrounding him. His body suddenly became invisible, and even his breath disappeared. Su Ming's eyes were slightly startled. This is hidden transmission technique, able to instantly invisibility and teleport the target at the same time. It is a highly consuming and very rare high-level skill. Someone wants to protect themselves. After Su Ming became invisible, everyone suddenly lost their goal. He was able to breathe. In fact, Su Ming's stealth step can also be invisible, and the effect is stronger, not only invisible but also avoids all attacks. If you want to escape the battlefield, Su Ming also has a way. But the skill of stealth step, as long as it is used for an instant, the mental power will be exhausted, so Su Ming is always unwilling to use it to escape. He was not willing to give up the treasure chest. That's why he insisted on a bloody battle. Damn, this guy is gone. Someone looked around and attacked frantically with a wide range of attacks, but it didn't hit Su Ming. Su Ming was obscured by the invisible spell, and at the same time kept moving, and disappeared from everyone's field of vision in an instant. Is this invisibility a skill or a magic weapon? This kid is too hard to kill. Or, does this guy still have accomplices? Forget it, leave him alone. Let's grab the box first. He should have been beaten away by us. Brothers, each of you depends on your ability. Now, there is no hindrance. Someone in the dark sneered. In fact, he had already fished in troubled waters, and took advantage of the chaos on the battlefield to run to the treasure chest behind. Someone has already begun to bombard the ice with skills, and it is time to dig up treasure chests. Damn, take advantage of us to kill that swordsman and sneak over to grab the treasure in advance. Die. Someone took action and began to attack chaotically. The scene suddenly turned into a pot of porridge. Colorful skills, monstrous. Everyone actually killed each other. Many people were seriously injured. Everyone, calm down. Some people realized that if this continued, there would be a large-scale melee that would kill many people. But the scene was so chaotic that no one could listen to the advice. The temptation of the diamond treasure chest is too strong. Infighting is almost an inevitable ending. Everyone, with all their might, began to slaughter each other. For the treasure chest, do whatever it takes. 1 second they were fighting with the enemy, and the next second they killed each other. Su Ming stood invisibly at the limit distance of picking up the treasure chest, looking at this scene with gloomy eyes. He felt that he was about to be teleported away by this hidden transmission technique in the next moment and leave this battlefield. Treasure chest, do you really want to give up? He clenched his fists, really unwilling. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly took out a scroll from his personal space. By the way, treasure map holders have absolute pickup priority for any treasure chest. Although they are also standing within the pickup range of the treasure chest, they don't have a treasure map, so they can't compete with me. As long as I stand in the area, I can have the highest pickup priority. Su Ming was besieged by many people just now, and he never had a chance to take out the treasure map and use it. Now, under the protection of stealth, he can finally use this treasure map to forcibly pick up the treasure chest. He took out the treasure map directly and pinched it. Suddenly, the treasure map turned into a blue light and dissipated. The blue light like starlight shot away, shattering the ice surface on the upper layer of the treasure chest. In the next moment, a blue light flashed through the treasure chest. Detect that you have arrived at the treasure map location. Did you pick up the treasure chest? Su Ming clicked yes, without hesitation. In the next instant, the treasure chest disappeared into thin air, directly entered Su Ming's personal space. At the same time, he also teleported. Only everyone on the battlefield was left, looking confused. Everyone was in the melee, taking care of themselves, but at the same time, everyone's peripheral vision was staring at the treasure chest from beginning to end. So the moment the treasure chest disappeared, it naturally caused the scene to freeze for a while. Many people's fighting actions have stopped. What's going on? Why did the treasure chest disappear? This is impossible. I have been staring. No one, and no breath is approaching. Berserker's face was ugly and he said in shock, I set up a formation near that treasure chest. No one can get close. Who picked it up? A mage said. Stand up. Who is it? All the transferees roared angrily at this moment. They began to doubt everyone who stood by them. At this moment, everyone was an angry Shura, and they mercilessly slaughtered their compatriots. Even the people of the same team began to fight angrily, because at this moment, the person standing next to you may be the one who secretly took the treasure chest. Everyone, in anger, raised their weapons and attacked each other, and Su Ming has long since fled. Suddenly, there was a loud voice in the crowd. Everyone, stop. It should be that someone has a treasure map, and he picked it up with the treasure map. As soon as these words came out, a little reason flashed in everyone's eyes. Yes, the treasure map has the highest pickup priority. Hiss, it's true that you said so. The pickup distance of the treasure map is much farther than ours. Damn, who is it? The reason in everyone's eyes just flashed for a moment. Then, in an instant, it turned into greedy killing intent. They looked around, their eyes flashing with coldness, as if they wanted to search the crowd to find out who took the treasure chest. The fight continues. It may be the swordsman named God Killer, who picked it up with a treasure map by the way when he escaped from seclusion. But it's also possible he's among us before he leaves. Or, the holder of the treasure chest is among us now. In any case, we must kill until someone takes the initiative to hand over the treasure chest and kill. But the scene was noisy, and everyone was killed. After today, there are less than half of the people who survived. Su Ming was teleported to a position nearly 100 meters away by the hidden transmission technique. In this copy, the white fog is extremely thick, obstructing people's vision. Basically, 50 meters away, you can't see anything. So after Su Ming escaped, he was basically safe. He also immediately urged Ling Bo to take a small step and quickly escape away from the battlefield of those gangs. Turning around, they were still fighting. Loud noises and screams kept coming out. Su Ming's face was cold, and he said in a condensed voice, "Very good, continue to fight. Even if you only have half of you left, I will take revenge one by one in the future." He clenched his fists and put away all his swords. He already remembers what everyone here looks like. At the same time, his heart was full of anticipation for the diamond treasure chest. There is also a bit of curiosity. Finally, who saved him? Su Ming ran out of a few miles. Finally, next to a cold ice lake, I met a young man. He has short messy hair and wears a light blue robe. In his right hand, he held a long ebony staff. The quality will not be low. Su Ming immediately scanned his information. Rain Sleep. Race, half-elf. Level 37, 0/300 XP. Occupation, Mist Hidden Mage. Strength, 47. Physique, 50. Dexterity, 27. Spirit, 363. Lucky, 82. Talent, Magic Affinity. He has half of the elven blood flowing in his body, so he is naturally intelligent and has a strong affinity with magic. Skills, Hidden Transmission Technique, Tianjiang Rainstorm, Liquid Condensation Ice, Waterfall, Rain Barrier Technique, Appearance Disguise Technique. Unexpectedly, it's a half-elf. That is, the children of humans and elves. Not accepted by human society, nor accepted by the elves. It is considered dirty blood. But this man is very smart. He learned the art of disguise and hid the pointed ear features of the half-elves. In this way, he can live freely in human society. Except for Su Ming, a person with an insightful eye who can detect all information unreasonably, it is difficult for others to see through his true race. No wonder he was able to use the hidden transmission technique. This is a skill that can only be learned at the 4th turn. Since he is a half-elf, he can learn at the 3rd rank. The skill tree of each race is different. Compared with humans, the elves have much stronger learning ability for skills such as magic. Moreover, the natural spiritual power of elves is higher than the upper limit of humans. When the human level has just awakened, the upper limit of spiritual attributes is 10 points. The elves are 20 points. From this point it can be seen that the elves have a magical talent. Why do you want to save me? Su Ming stared at him and asked flatly. Yumian slowly turned his head and looked at Su Ming. He stretched out a hand. My name is Yumian. The voice is very nice and the voice is low. This is the advantage of the elf clan. As long as you have elf blood flowing on your body, it will naturally not be ugly. Any elf looks at the top of human aesthetics. However, this half-elf player named Yumian is not as elegant and noble as the elves and people's stereotypes. Instead, he is full of decadent temperament. His beard was unkempt and his hair was messy. The mage's robe was also full of stains. Slightly closer, you can even smell that this guy has a faint smell of alcohol. Kill God. Su Ming shook hands with him and reported each other's names. Once you know each other's names, you can communicate with each other remotely. Su Ming replaced it with a title, which had the same effect. Kill God? No, the title is a bit creepy. He smiled slightly and said he knew that Su Ming was the title of the newspaper, not his real name. Then, his face became serious. He stared at Su Ming, his eyes flashing, and said, I'll save you, nothing else. I have a few friends who died at the hands of that elite double-sword skeleton, and you can be regarded as helping me avenge myself. And, speaking of this, Yumian paused. I lured these people here just to let them kill the elite skeletons. I let you be in the depths of disaster, which is a great responsibility. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes were slightly shocked. This guy is really smart. He had previously deliberately said on the World Channel that there was a treasure chest here, but it was was guarded by elite monsters, so people should not come over. In fact, it is to take advantage of people's rebellious psychology. If he said that there were no monsters here, only treasure chests, then everyone would think that there were traps here and would not dare to come over. It really grasps human nature. By the way, I can also look for opportunities to see if I can reap the benefits of the fisherman and seize the treasure chest. A little coldness flashed in his eyes. The so-called mantis catches cicadas, and the yellow sparrow is behind. This rain sleep is the yellow bird. This plan can be described as killing two birds with one stone. Su Ming looked at him, only feeling a burst of fear in his heart. This Yumian doesn't have the slightest bit of elf temperament at all. Instead, he was like an ordinary decadent man. He must have experienced some story. I saw it before. You have a treasure map. You have the highest pickup priority. So I know that as long as I can rescue you, you can bring the treasure chest here. Yumian said with his eyes squinting slightly, like a scheming person. Su Ming's face was calm and he made a decision on the spot. Directly from his personal space, he took out the treasure chest of the diamond middle grade. It's really no problem to get out and save your life. But if you don't have Yumian, you can't get this treasure chest. So, he deserves a share. Heavy treasure chest, falling to the ground. Crystal clear chests with various diamonds set on them. Su Ming's movements were very simple, without any hesitation or hesitation. Revenge and revenge, this is Su Ming's temperament. I can't get this treasure chest without you. So, you can pick a treasure later. Su Ming said in a condensed voice. You are not as shameless as other humans. Yumian's face was flat, and he said calmly on the surface. But in fact, he looked at Su Ming's movements, and he also sweated in his heart. Because the moment he mentioned the treasure chest just now, Su Ming suddenly raised his hand. It's hard not to mistake people for thinking that Su Ming wants to kill and steal the treasure chest. Fortunately, this swordsman player named Godkiller is not so evil. I didn't look away. After all, Yumian had also seen Su Ming kill the skeleton swordsman alone and fight hard in the siege of that group of people. That figure is really outstanding. So he didn't dare to underestimate Su Ming's strength, and he had been on guard in his heart. He is a mage. Melee combat is a weakness. Once at this distance, he will suffer a great loss by Su Ming's sneak attack. Human? Hee, listening to brother you say this, it seems that you are not human. Su Ming joked that although he knew Yumian's true race, he did not poke it. Everyone has their own secrets. Yumian just laughed it off. Then, Su Ming's face became serious. No matter how many things are opened in the treasure chest, you can only take one. After all, I gave a lot of effort. He said slowly with a solemn expression. In his previous life, he was betrayed by others. So in this life, he naturally has to put interests first. Yumian nodded when he heard this. It's actually fair enough. After all, Su Ming gave himself the power to choose first. This is actually more precious than other treasures. Diamond treasure chest, maybe only one diamond treasure can be opened. Maybe the others are platinum. The difference in value between platinum and diamond is like a world of difference. If you can choose first, you will definitely be able to take the most valuable treasure. Okay, open the box, he said. Su Ming opened the treasure chest directly. Open the diamond treasure chest. Molten cold alloy, diamond forging material. Dragon slaying technique, skill scroll, diamond sword skill. Vampire elixir, platinum superior. 3 in total. Looking at these items, Yumian frowned. Not a single mage's item. The explosion rate of an item depends on each person's luck value, because Su Ming's lucky attribute is too high. So basically everything that explodes is something that Su Ming can use. Su Ming stared at him quietly, waiting for his choice. Come to think of it, this one should choose the molten cold alloy. This is the middle grade forging material of diamonds. Weapons forged from it will be at least diamond quality. It is not impossible to even be epic. TSK. There's nothing I can use. Yumian frowned. He was silent for a moment and finally took a step back. I don't choose. His words made Su Ming's eyes slightly startled. Actually took the initiative to give up diamond level loot? Could this person be a madman? Are you sure you don't choose anything? Su Ming asked in a solemn voice. Although it doesn't have your class equipment and skill scroll, the molten alloy is a good thing and can create a diamond level staff. As soon as these words came out, Yumian shook his head slightly. Brother killing god, do you know how much it costs to hire someone to make a diamond level weapon? When Su Ming heard this, a look of sadness flashed in his eyes. Yes, he really didn't think about it. Su Ming once seized the property of the bounty prisoner Ding Pan, and there was basically no shortage of money to spend. He is accumulating assets by plundering players. But for others, advent coins and 10,000 race coins are very precious. A third-rank person is generally equipped with gold-level weapons as standard. There are very few who use platinum weapons. Diamond-level weapons are even more expensive. The equipment on Yumian's body is not good. It can even be said that there is some poverty. He may not have money to build it at all. This half-elf is not accepted by the human race and the elves, and is very poor and decadent. 3 turns does not mean that he is rich. It can only mean that he has worked very hard in leveling and is relatively old. Ordinary blacksmiths can't refine steel of this quality at all. It can't even be broken down. I have to find a blacksmith of at least 4 4 or 5 ranks to successfully refine it. This price is at least millions of advent coins, or tens of thousands of wanzu coins. I can't afford it. He smiled bitterly and said, then you can sell it for a good price. Su Ming continued. Yumian shook his head firmly, as if he had made up his mind. Then, a flash of essence flashed in his eyes. I want you. Owe me a favor. When Su Ming heard this, his eyes were slightly shocked. Diamond level items, exchange for a small favor. If you say this, others will definitely think he is a fool. Are you serious? Su Ming frowned and said in a deep voice. Yes. Yumian nodded slightly. You are young. I'm afraid you're not even 20 years old. You can fight back and forth with so many rank 3 masters. I'm afraid you're a 10-star talent, right? Su Ming was silent and did not answer him. In the future, you will have a bright future. I think you will be more valuable than a diamond iron in the future. Speaking of this, Yumian's eyes showed a bit of sadness. It seemed that he had something on his mind. It seemed that something was overwhelming him. Diamond level items can't help him. Only a stronger being can help him. And that thing was so important that he had to do everything he could to find hope. He was even forced to give up diamond level loot. Su Ming was infinitely curious in his heart. What did this mysterious young man experience back then? His temperament was extremely decadent, and there seemed to be great sadness in his eyes. No wonder it smells of alcohol. Even if you insist, I can't say more. Su Ming's face was cold, so he had to accept all the items in the treasure chest. Human feelings are not light and heavy, or not. This is the most wonderful thing. It may be worthless garbage or the most valuable treasure in the world. This Yamian is simply a natural gambler. He insisted repeatedly, and Su Ming couldn't persuade him anymore. Su Ming can't do it. Just force the treasure to the other party. I can only give him a favor. I took all the treasures myself, and I won't lose anything anyway. This is your own choice. Su Ming put everything away and said. Then, he said with a curious expression, what's the use of you wanting my favor? Yumian was silent for a long time, and finally left slowly. You will know in the future. Kill the god brother. There will be a period later. Then, he left here, and his figure disappeared into the phoenix fog in the sky, gradually disappearing. Su Ming stood in place with solemn eyes. This mysterious young man, Su Ming has never heard of, but he knew that the two would definitely intersect in the future. This person looks decadent, but his bones reveal a chic, and Su Ming still appreciates him. He also went in the other direction and quickly moved away from here. After all, the next few miles are the place where the gang fights, and if they can't keep it, someone will escape here. Su Ming just wanted to sort out the treasures now, but he didn't want to fight them anymore. The main thing is that he doesn't have much physical strength now. Coming to a glacial cave, Su Ming took out some firewood from his personal space. Then, the dragon scales of the dragon inlaid with the broken sword were stabbed into the firewood and ignited directly. Take out a few large T-bone steaks and grill them on a wire grid. Su Ming's current physique and strength attributes have reached 80. This means that his physical fitness and energy consumption are almost 8 times that of ordinary people. After a big war, my stomach is already empty, and I naturally need a big meal to fill my stomach. While the beef was still grilling, Su Ming took out the items from the 3 diamond treasure chests. He subconsciously wanted to use all things to sublimate and upgrade a wave, but he found no effect. He suddenly remembered that the treasure chest had already been sublimated by itself, and the items after indirect sublimation once could not be sublimated again. He first took out the bottle of potion. Vampire potion, platinum premium, level limit 35. Introduction: an extremely rare potion with a pure orange-red texture, as if there are many liquid cells flowing in it, requiring a number of experienced alchemists and wizards to join forces with vampire essence blood, menstrual blood, human blood, high-level beast blood, and parathus, and other rare materials. Effect: after drinking, turn into a minion-level vampire within 1 hour, and gain the racial talents of the vampire clan: sun-fearing creature, pale body, blood-drawing demon. Sun-fearing creatures: the racial talent of the vampire clan, in this state, will spontaneously combust and die when exposed to direct sunlight and will completely decay. Pale body: the racial talent of the vampire clan, in this state, the physique, strength, and agility attributes of the whole body have skyrocketed by 2 times. Blood-drawing demon: the racial talent of the vampire clan, in this state, can draw the blood of any living creature, quickly heal any injury, and has an extremely low probability of seizing a random skill from the opponent. Su Ming's eyes lit up. No, vampire potion, too fierce. He originally thought that it was just a vampire in the name of the potion, and the effect was only to let you attack with a blood-sucking effect at most. As a result, he didn't expect that he could really transform people into vampires for a short time. Then the true value of this potion is definitely more than platinum. If you take it out for auction, it can definitely be compared to diamond-level equipment, which is a value. Bloodsucker: among all races, it is an extremely powerful and ancient race. Among all races, they can be at the forefront. They have a lot of knowledge and extremely strong physical fitness. But the number of people in this race is too small and too small. This is the only flaw of their race. That is, it cannot be reproduced in a normal way, and can only be transformed into slaves with essence and blood. blood, so their number is smaller than that of the undead, elves, and orcs. For ordinary people, the vampire clan is very mysterious. Even whether it really exists has to be a big question mark. Many people regard this race as a legend. They live in seclusion among major races such as the human race and the elf race all year round. They never go out during the day, and only at night they will wait for an opportunity and slaughter bloodthirstily. Su Ming remembered that in Xianjing City, where he was located, bloodthirsty murders often occurred, which were very similar to vampires, and had been for many years, but the murderer has never been caught. Su Ming doesn't know much about vampires, but he has seen a lot in his previous life, and he still knows more than ordinary people. At the very least, he knew that vampires were definitely not fictional, but real. This potion can briefly transform people into servant-level vampires. It seems to be a very low level, but it is only the second level in the ranks of vampires. But Su Ming knew very well that this was strong enough. The powerful abilities that vampires should have, this level will begin to be provided. Looking through his memory, Su Ming remembered that he had read a classic book of all ethnic groups within the Dragon Kingdom government in his previous life. It contains detailed rough information on the major races. He has also seen the records of the vampire clan. This race is divided into several major ranks, and the hierarchy is strict. The weakest is called newborn. It means a vampire who has just been transformed. If the newborn is not talented, or even very weak as a career changer, then he will always stay at the newborn level. Newborns do not have the ability to transform other creatures and are the weakest vampires. The second level is called servant. Minions vampires already have great physical strength, fast speed, and the ability to heal from blood. They can consume sperm and blood, transforming living beings into newborns. The third level is called noble son. Vampires of this level have begun to awaken the unique abilities of each person in the vampire clan. Some vampires can read emotions, and some vampires can teleport. They can consume essence and blood, transforming creatures into minions. These three levels are all considered ordinary vampires. After that, the main event is the highlight. Elders, long-livers, and ancients. There are 6 levels in total. Elders, as well as vampires of previous levels, can only survive for thousands of years, or tens of thousands of years. No matter how much blood you suck, your body will still collapse and die. But starting from longevity, vampires can maintain immortality by sucking blood. Among them, the ancients are the most powerful vampires, which can be called immortal beings. The ancients can be transformed into long-lived people, and long-lived people can be transformed into elders. The elder can transform into a nobleman, and the noble son can transform into a servant. This race is a subordinate transformation system. In other words, the top ancient vampires can treat all vampires as slaves. The moment you are transformed, your body will be filled with vampire cells and transformed. It can cure all cancers, injuries, and ailments. Therefore, having such a bottle of potion means that Su Ming can recover from a near-death state to the peak in an instant. This is equivalent to a bottle of life-saving potion, and it only lasts an hour. It is not necessary to fall forever into a sun-fearing evil spirit. This is simply a big surprise. Su Ming carefully put this bottle of medicine into his personal space. If one day he had to use it, then he would not hesitate. Vampires are one of the most terrifying races, and any vampire is like a boss. Because they are ancient creatures, many myths and legends about them have been passed down long before the day of awakening. Subsequently, Su Ming took out the alloy steel. It was extremely heavy. This piece of steel looks very peculiar in texture. There are 2 colors of patterns on it that are intertwined and flashing. It has a dark red color, like flowing lava. It has a cold ice color, like the waves of the sea. The reflection of the 2 colors reflects the extraordinary nature of this piece of steel. Holding it for a while is extremely hot, and cold to the bone for a while. Molten alloy and forging material, diamond medium. Extremely high-grade forging materials can only be condensed in the center of the 1,000-year-old glacier, and the quality of the equipment made with it must not be lower than diamond. Lava stone, a weapon made from this massive steel, which can carry fire damage. Cold stone, weapons made from this massive steel can carry ice damage. Hidden effect, created by an extremely experienced high-level blacksmith, it will be possible to fuse the 2 characteristics to create a hidden feature. Su Ming's eyes were solemn. This steel is a bit strong. I don't know if it can be smelted together with the dragon broken sword. The effect must be very strong. But when you think about it, it will cost a lot of money. Su Ming felt a pain in his heart. He felt quite rich in the last second, but the subsequent expenses were directly spent on more than half. In fact, this is also Su Ming's blessing in blessing. With his second level cultivation, he had to create a diamond level weapon. Of course, it would cost a lot. If it is a 4th or 5th rank, then using diamond level weapons is the norm, and the materials exploded by the fierce beasts of that period can easily support expenses when sold. Su Ming belongs to cross-border spending money, which of course costs a lot. He pocketed this piece of steel. Then, he immediately took out a skill scroll. On the old yellow cover, 3 big characters are written. Dragon Slaying Technique. Su Ming immediately scanned the information of the scroll. Dragon Slaying Technique Swordsmanship skill scroll, diamond inferior. Level limit, level 40. The dragon strokes its beard and weeps in the world. Take my sword to suppress the evil insects. Effect, a sword is slashed out, with golden sword energy, with high armor piercing damage, and the power is extremely domineering. Affix stop Jiao Jin, in the face of huge monsters, the power of this move is increased, and the larger the enemy size, the greater the power. Upper limit, 1000%. Su Ming's eyes were slightly startled. This swordsmanship actually has an affix effect. Skills rarely have affix effects. Generally, only equipment will have affix effects. Skills with affixes are all extremely terrifying and extremely special powerful skills. Su Ming immediately crushed it and completely learned this skill. Suddenly, countless tricks poured into my heart. Su Ming directly mastered it. He has an original sword body that can break through the level limit and learn directly. I have a diamond level active swordsmanship. This will be Su Ming's strongest active swordsmanship skill at present. He walked out of the ice cave and casually activated a spiritual blade. The ice on the ground was cut off and condensed into an ice sword. Then, he held the sword and suddenly raised his hand and slashed. An extremely heavy loud noise shook the sky. The thick fog in the sky all sank a few inches with this sword. A terrifying golden sword chi light waved out from in front of him. It turned into a majestic semicircular golden blow. It directly covers a radius of tens of meters. This sword chi was hot and hot, evaporating a lot of the thick fog around it. After a long time, Jiang finally dispersed and left. Su Ming took a closer look. The ice swords in his hands were all shattered and disintegrated because they could not withstand the domineering sword chi of this sword, melting into water. Horror! It's terrifying. With this sword, I might really be able to slay the dragon with my hands, he muttered. At this time, he smelled a smell of meat. My own T-bone steak is ready. Quickly return to the cave and scan it. Grilled T-bone steak, medium rare, bronze inferior. The skin is crispy on the outside, and the meat is full of juice on the inside, which can be described as extremely delicious, and the protein contained in it is twice that of beef, which can replenish the energy needed by ordinary people in a day. After eating, increase strength by 10 points for 10 minutes. Similar foods cannot be repeated. Su Ming blinked. He didn't expect to have a grade. This is the most ordinary piece of steak, which was grilled into a bronze delicacy by itself. It seems that his cooking skills are getting better and better. The most important thing is that Su Ming grilled 8 pieces of steak like this. Definitely enough to make up for his consumption today. He only added the most basic seasonings such as cumin, chili noodles, and kosher salt to make it so delicious. This is inseparable from his precise control of heat. Many people think that the barbecue must be oily to lock in the internal juices, otherwise it will be very dry. But Su Ming is extremely experienced. He bakes the shell over low heat, burns the shell until it is crispy, so that the meat juice inside cannot escape, and almost uses the juice of the meat piece to stew the inside. Moreover, there is also natural meat fat on the outside of the meat pieces, which can self-block the juices. In fact, there is no need for oil at all. With this almost natural cooking method, Su Ming is able to make any ingredient delicious without letting his tongue suffer. He immediately feasted. Soon, the steak was swept away, and his physical strength was completely restored to its peak state. Then Su Ming took out some equipment. Previously, Su Ming killed 2 third-rank players. One is a flame boxer, Zhuo Shuhong. The other is a male enchanter. These 2 people were killed by Su Ming in an instant with a charged sword. He got the whole body of these 2 people, and he also rose 2 levels in a row, reaching 26. This is not Su Ming's fault. They are looking for death themselves. That male enchanter doesn't look rich, but Zhuo Shuhong is really worth a lot of money. This woman was slender and had a somewhat enchanting face, and she didn't know how to get the money. Maybe it's selling butts. None of this has anything to do with Su Ming. As long as it is in his pocket, it is his. A pair of her fist gloves are platinum-level weapons. No wonder it looks like a flowing flame, gorgeous and extraordinary. Su Ming took out all their things and placed them in front of him. The unified use of sublimation of all things has been upgraded. Sublimation success. Sublimation success. Sublimation success. The beautiful voice made Su Ming can't help but grin. The value has more than doubled. These things are sold, at least millions of advent coins. Although these 2 people are not like Ding Pan, they make a career out of killing people and seizing wealth. But no matter how you say it, these 2 are rank 3, and they are not acting properly, and they should have done a lot of things to kill people and take money. It's just not as extreme as Ding Pan. The materials on their bodies are only slightly less than Ding Pan's, which is still very good. Su Ming sorted it out a little and picked out a few better loot. Flame Flow Finger Tiger, diamond inferior. Equipment conditions, boxing proficient profession. Introduction, an extremely powerful fist glove weapon forged from pure flame and a variety of materials. If you are not a boxing professional, you will be burned by holding this pair of finger tigers. Affix Pure Flame, all punch attacks can be converted into fire attribute damage. Affix Flame Flow, all your fire attacks, range and power are greatly increased. The flame fist was upgraded and became a diamond grade equipment. The effect is very strong. It can transform all punch attacks into fire attributes. It is equivalent equivalent to being able to transform physical attacks into burn attacks. This is capable of breaking through most armor defenses. Take the twin sword skeletons as an example. His twin swords were violent and continuous, attacking all the time, and it can also disassemble and block many of Su Ming's sword moves. Convert most of the player's attacks into ineffective attacks. Su Ming also spent some effort to kill him, but if there is this effect of pointing at the tiger, it will be different. Convert physical attacks into fire attacks, and you can directly break through the swordsmanship block of the double sword skeleton. For example, Su Ming's swordsmanship is determined by sharpness, whether it can cut through the enemy's armor and bones. And if you convert sword damage into flames, then there is no need to worry about the sharpness of this sword, because all the power of the sword will be converted into high temperature to burn the enemy. The more powerful your attacks, the higher and more ferocious the flames condensed. No matter how fast the sword blocks, it can't stop the pervasive flames. This weapon is really powerful. It's a pity that Su Ming can't use it. There are restrictions, and boxing professionals are required to equip it. Swordsmanship cannot be transformed, only boxing skills can be transformed. So Su Ming can only use an analogy to prove the strength of this glove. Either break down into materials or sell. This is also a diamond inferior glove. In the market, selling 8 million advent coins, or even tens of millions, is easy. But Su Ming is more inclined to exchange it directly for Wanzu coins. It should be able to exchange for about 70 or 800,000 yuan. Because of the Wanzu coin, it is more precious and versatile. The advent coin store is indeed a convenience store with a lot of stuff, but compared to Wanzu stores, it is not enough to see it all. The Wanzu store is able to buy everything. Bloodline, talent, etc. are almost only available in the Wanjie store. In the store, under normal circumstances, you can only buy some daily necessities, healing potions, food, sports cars, houses, and some ordinary equipment. Of course, when it comes to the store, there are occasional large auctions. The auction is a 3-month large-scale trade fair for the human race. Among them, some player-made props will be put on the shelves, which can provide some scarce props in a way that is biased. It supports advent currency transactions, and of course, it also supports Wanzu currency transactions. But the advent auction is not held every day. And even at the auction held by the advent store, many scarce props still only support Wanzu coin transactions. So compared with the Wanzu mall, the advent store is still like a canteen. Theoretically, the advent coin can be exchanged for 10,000 race coins at a ratio of 10 to 1. But in reality, it is difficult to find someone willing to trade with you. After all, the currency of all ethnic coins is more liquid and rarer. The advent coin only circulates within the human race, so it is very difficult to exchange. The best choice is to sell rare equipment directly in the form of transactions in Wanzu coins. This glove, if I put it directly on the exchange, the price of 700,000 Wanzu coins seems to be a bit low. But the price of 1 million Wanzu coins is too high, and no one may buy it, and it may not be sold for a long time. Su Ming fell into deep thought. He needs money now, and he can't afford to delay. Need to sell as soon as possible. But the selling price was too low, and he felt that he was losing money. And there seems to be only one way to sell quickly without losing money. That is to participate in the auction house. The auction is a bidding system, and the higher price wins. Therefore, an item can almost certainly sell its own limit value, as long as the item is good enough. And the speed of selling is also very fast. After Su Ming made up his mind, he put away his gloves. He prepared, after getting the epic props in this dungeon, just go back to Blue Star and go to an auction house. In addition to this glove, he also sublimated a lot of equipment that could be sold at a high price. They are all trophies from the dead. When the time comes, it will definitely make Su Ming wrap around his waist, and he will never lack money in a short period of time. Click. Suddenly, the cave shook. Several huge skeleton monsters came to the door. Their jaws made a rattling rubbing sound, as if they couldn't wait to rush in and slaughter. It seemed to smell the burnt smell of beef, and they rushed over from miles away. Just right, it's time for me to level up too. Su Ming smiled indifferently and directly pulled out his weapon. For a long time, Su Ming did not have much level, but put equipment as the first priority. Now that he has been fighting in the D-level dungeon for a long time, he can clearly feel the disadvantages of low level. Low-level players challenge high-level monsters, but it is not as simple as suppressing simple attributes. You will feel a pure and real sense of coercion. This is the power brought by the rules of the world, suppressing all job changers who dare to leapfrog the challenge. This will overwhelm you. Even if your skill level is high and you can fight by leapfrogging, you will not be able to support it physically and mentally for a long time. So Su Ming needs to raise the level to a level suitable for this dungeon as soon as possible. This is how to continue fighting. There is still a long way to go from the approximate area where the epic prop is located. It was a dark blue ice cave, different from the color of the surrounding ice. Reputedly, it seems to be still underwater. This couldn't help but remind Su Ming of the mythical ancient underwater city, Atlantis. It will take more than a week to arrive. Su Ming is not very clear about the specific information of that epic prop. After all, he has only heard about it occasionally occasionally in his previous life, but it is enough to get to the approximate area. After all, epic props, as you can imagine, the moment of birth there will definitely be a vision of heaven and earth. As long as the distance is not very far, you should be able to feel it. Su Ming needs to make sure that his level is enough to meet the next challenge. At the very least, you have to be able to take that treasure alive. This is also the most fundamental purpose of his entry into this dungeon. His eyes were solemn, and he looked at the 3 elite skeletons rushing outside the cave. They all had green eyes that flickered like ghostly fire. Their dry hair is like straw. His body was covered with rotten flesh like dry ash, and a broken robe like rotten cotton. The weapons are all rusted. You can imagine how long they have been frozen. Each skeleton holds a heavy, huge weapon in its hand. Standing in the center, the most burly skeleton monster was more than 3 meters tall, and his thighs were as thick as a bucket. It walks on the ice and can step on the ice out of the pit. Along the way, many potholes were left. It held a giant chain hammer in its hand, which could easily smash an entire person into meat paste. It was covered with layers of heavy steel helmets. Its burly figure, luxurious equipment, and attributes are the highest among the 3 skeleton monsters. His strength attribute reached a full 650 points. It can be called so terrifying. Su Ming had no doubt that this burly skeleton monster could easily kill the second-ranked giant python he had once encountered. Its chain hammer only needs 1 blow, and it should be able to smash the second-turn giant python to the core. Just this skeleton monster is terrifying, that's it. The problem is that the other 2 skeleton monsters beside it should not be underestimated. They are all elite monsters. 2 skeletons on the left and right, each holding an ancient warhammer. They are also more than 2 meters tall and big, with big arms and round waists, and they look like giants. These 3 skeleton monsters are all rank 3. Generally, elite monsters appear alone. Elite monsters appearing in groups are really rare. Fortunately, Su Ming's physical strength has now recovered to its peak, otherwise he would have to run. The warhammer skeletons on the left and right suddenly took the lead. They jumped up, cracked the ice, and rushed to the ground. The huge hammerhead was pulled over. Su Ming's face did not change color, and scanned the information of the 2 of them at this moment. Left and right protector warhammer undead, elite monster. Bloodline, necromancer. Level 33. Strength 424. Physique 302. Dexterity 108. Spirit 10. Lucky 8. Talent, immortal body. After their death, the bones will gradually recondense and come back from resurrection, unless they are severely damaged again during the resurrection process. Skill, twin warriors. These 2 warhammer skeletons are twins. They can telepathize and have perfect cooperation on the battlefield. Corpse poison hammer wave. The scars smashed by their warhammers will rot immediately, producing corpse poison attacking the heart. Violent hammer technique. After they are injured, their offensive power will skyrocket. Su Ming's eyes were solemn, and he immediately responded with 12 points of spirit. These 2 skeletons are weaker than the burly skeleton in the center, but still strong. He directly pulled out the dragon inlaid sword. Then he raised his left hand, and the Shadow Flow long sword was also held in his hand. Boom! The Xianfeng sword behind him rose from the scabbard and slashed diagonally. The spiritual spirit sword was also completely condensed. Su Ming controlled 4 swords at the same time to deal with these 2 skeletons. 2 swords for each monster. Great respect has been given. The blade swirling in midair is like an annoying wingman, frantically slashing the bodies of 2 hammer skeletons, constantly reducing their health. Although their strength attributes are high and their hammers are large, they are not fast. In the time they took out a hammer, Su Ming could already cut several swords. His fingers hooked, and the swirling blades slashed wildly. Suddenly, the spiritual spirit sword suddenly spun away at an incredible angle, catching the skeleton on the left by surprise. Directly penetrated its left eye socket, completely explode those eyeballs. The 2 warhammer skeletons let out a mournful and angry roar at the same time. Because of telepathy, all painful sensations are also synesthesia. Spiritual spirit sword proficiency plus 1242. Promotion to golden middle grade. Thought condensation blade, golden medium. Condense into a blade, sharpen the enemy. The appearance of the blade changed, as if a layer of pale white thought fire was burning, and it looked even more powerful. When the mind controls the fly, it will also leave a trace of the mind in midair, which is very handsome. The 2 skeletons were furious, and the force of the hammer increased. They all moved a lot faster. Bang bang! The 2 huge hammers pressed towards Su Ming's body. The violent wind pressure blew Su Ming's hair fluttering. These 2 sledgehammers, plus inertia, weigh at least more than 1,000 pounds, or even 10,000 pounds. Even if Su Ming has 80 physical attributes, it is impossible to be tough. Otherwise, there will definitely be no bone residue left. The body immediately turns into ketchup. It's still the thinnest one. Su Ming immediately changed his stance, the 2 swords crossed, and at the same time, the 2 swords suspended in midair also suddenly flew upside down. A wonderful overlapping sword posture was formed. The 4 swords crossed like a strange stand, but they had the most perfect mechanical characteristics, forcibly resisted the 2 giant hammers. But Su Ming also also felt his hands shake violently and his wrists were numb. He had tried his best to relieve his strength, but he was still shaken to the point where his brain was buzzing. His eyes, but at this moment, a somewhat crazy smile flashed. Hee, isn't it scary? Su Ming's smile was like Shura. The power of sword skills was originally based on the bonus of agility attributes. Of course, there is also a bonus to point strength, but not as much as agility. Only professions such as blunt weapons and gloves have the highest point strength attribute bonus. Of course, it is also possible for a swordsman to point strength, but that is another path of a violent mad swordsman. With the blessing of ultra-high agility attributes, Su Ming's swordsmanship is not only fast, but also very powerful. It can even be compared to the skills of some pure power monsters. Coupled with the bonus of 20 times the original sword body, it is not surprising that he was able to take on these double hammers. I can use the invisible step and the Lingbo micro step to avoid it, but I don't know the true strength of your attack. I can't know the battle after that, and I have a good idea. The Eye of Insight, the attributes scanned out, are ultimately paper data. Su Ming is such a master that he has experienced countless battles. He knew that the real attack power was definitely not something that could be inferred from a piece of data. Also take into account the precise measurement of skill impact, enemy anger level, emotion, state, type of monster, muscle density, etc. The Eye of Insight can only be roughly measured in an interval. Therefore, the only way to feel how heavy the opponent's attack is to feel it with both hands. So I select Hard Connect. In this way, I can defeat you as quickly as possible, Su Ming said in a condensed voice. But he didn't resist completely. Rumble. In the next instant, a deep green light flashed in the eyes of the two skeletons, directly increasing the power on the hammer again. Su Ming's sword couldn't support it in an instant. His tiger's mouth was cracked, and a few drops of blood flowed out. After all, it was an attack by two elite monsters with a power value of more than 400 points. He is a swordsman, and it is already the limit to be able to resist for a moment, and it is impossible to stop it completely. But Su Ming didn't panic at all. He suddenly put away his sword and took 3 steps back. Like a dragonfly touching the water, it avoided the hammer lightly. The giant hammer was smashed, the thick fog was shaken away, and a large crater appeared in the ice. Enough. I know how many pounds and tails your attacks are. It's nothing more than a level of serious injury. The murderous intent in Su Ming's eyes was extremely fierce. He said it lightly. But what is the concept of hurting to the touch? This means that the opponent's attack is extremely damaged. If you scratch it, you will lose a lot of blood, which is called a serious injury if you touch it. Only extremely heavy weapons, combined with fairly high strength attributes, can have this power. If you are accidentally hit in the shoulder, then the entire shoulder blade, along with the arm and upper ribcage, will be blown into a blood mist. If you are hit in the thigh, then the entire trigem and leg will explode. This level of attack, Su Ming has no fear. His voices were unusually calm. There was no panic in his eyes, but only a killing smile that was about to burst out. He already know how to kill it. These two skeletons are too slow. Even if their skills are blocked by hard catches, they have no other ability to change moves. It will only increase strength in vain. Very stupid. This is the information that Su Ming tentatively probed. It was in order to obtain this information that he chose to harden their attacks. Now, he can fight around this information and kill the enemy with one blow. Try to find out the enemy's trump cards and weaknesses, and then wait for an opportunity to kill with one blow. This is Su Ming's fighting style. The main focus is a pure killing benefit as well as the crisp and neat one-hit killing. The action of testing information seems to slow down the pace of the battle, but as the saying goes, speed is not enough. But in fact, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy can defeat the enemy faster. Su Ming is well versed in the way of fighting. His figure shook suddenly, and his sleeves fluttered. Lingbo unfolded in a slight step, rushed towards the two skeletons. Su Ming's figure turned into a gray afterimage, running around them. From time to time, a few swords were cut out. Su Ming also used swordsmanship to activate 2 additional swords. Shen Bing Sword, Mo Luo Sword, the 2 weapons of the twin sword skeletons. The power of these 2 swords is also very strong, and the quality and shadow flow longsword are on the same level. The sharpness is very high. It is not difficult to cut through the flesh and skin of these 2 skeleton elite monsters. Plus the thought condensation blade, the Shenfeng sword, and the sword blade of the left and right hands. Su Ming is now. It is to control 6 swords at the same time to attack. Even if his mental power reaches 170, it can't last long. The consumption is terrifying. 6 swords slashed. He just wants to make a quick decision. In midair, pitch-black bruises sprayed thin. The health of the 2 Warhammer skeletons is decreasing wildly. There are constantly more wounds on the body. The 2 skeletons were immediately stunned. They can't even see where Su Ming is. Maintaining this high-speed movement, it constantly launches harassing attacks to drain their health. It can be said that it is attacking their biggest weakness. How the hell is this fighting? There are no countermeasures at all. The 2 Warhammer skeletons connected in their hearts and let out an angry roar. They could only choose to wield the sledgehammer and start a 360-degree random attack on the surrounding ground without dead ends. skeletons. Since I can't hit you, I can only hammer it. If you don't believe it, you can't kill it. Two skeletons hammered the floor like crazy. Soon, the ice surface shattered into a large pit and the water mist disintegrated. However, Su Ming's Lingbo microstep is a diamond-level body technique. It's just that it's almost to the extreme, and it's even more chic. The pace is like a ghost. No matter how intensive they attacked, it was difficult to hurt Su Ming's hair. I can't even touch the corners of my clothes. Soon, Su Ming cut their blood volume to less than 10%. Su Ming just wants to end the battle quickly, because his enemies are not just these two skeletons. In the distance, the most burly chain hammer general was still eyeing. Once attacked by the three monsters, he would definitely not be able to bear it. So the tactic he adopted was to use the fastest speed to kill these two skeletons, then deal with the skeleton general wholeheartedly. The two Warhammer skeletons were furious, and their health dropped to freezing point. If you endure a few more attacks, you will die here. So they were furious. They trigger passive skills. Violent hammer technique. After they are injured, their offensive power will skyrocket. Now their HP is extremely low, and the power of the hammer is even more terrifying. They smashed towards the side and attacked with all their might. Directly smashed the ice surface into a huge pit more than 10 meters deep. Sharp ice shards shot out and flew everywhere. If a person stands here, he can definitely make a sieve than this indiscriminate splashing ice pick. But Su Ming was too agile and chose to use the rain to break the phoenix sword and smash all the ice slag. At the same time, he mobilized 6 swords and went towards the two Warhammer skeletons. The blade penetrated the body, and the head of each skeleton was pierced by 3 swords. Su Ming gave all the weapons with enchanted damage of the divine attribute. Holy weapon enchantment. This is the skill he has mastered to restrain the monsters of the undead race the most. Kill with the holy attribute, you can directly ignore your undead resurrection talent. Sure enough, the two Warhammer skeletons were killed in an instant. Fell to the ground. All the undead aura on their bodies dissipated and could no longer be healed. The corpse was completely dead, and he fell to the ground and could not get up. Kill the rank 3 elite monster X2. EXP plus 34,221. Cross-border killing bonus plus 10,000 experience. Promotion to level 27. Gain 10 free attribute points. Su Ming's level increased again. Moreover, he is only a little bit of experience away from being promoted to level 28. Su Ming estimated that if he killed the last elite monster, he should be able to be promoted 2 levels in a row and promoted to 29. He first assigned all the attribute points to the spirit. Now he has too many skills at his disposal. Every battle consumes a lot of mental power, so it has to be a little higher. His mental power immediately reached a value of 180. It is even comparable to some mages. This is the benefit of his innate 10-star talent. Every time you upgrade, there are more attribute points to allocate than others, and in the long run, the gap will get bigger and bigger, and you can even fight by leapfrogging. After the two skeletons fell, Su Ming immediately got some loot. Elite undead soul dust alchemy material, gold superior. Broken battle robe, platinum inferior. Su Ming put it all away, and now he didn't have time to sublimate it. He locked his eyes on the buriest undead outside. It is more than 3 meters tall, and its strength is stronger than these two Warhammer undead. It was staring at Su Ming with a pair of empty eyes. It witnessed 2 of its subordinates being beheaded by Su Ming, but there was still no emotional fluctuation in its eyes. It slowly stepped forward, and the huge chain hammer in its hand began to rotate slowly. Wow! The chain hammer is like a whisper of death. Although it was worn in a broken way, it could still see a bit of luxurious steel armor, and it was conceivable that the level was definitely higher than that of the twin Warhammer undead. The war general's skeleton moved. He picked up the chain hammer in his hand, like a meteor, and smashed towards Su Mingfei. Su Ming's eyes were slightly shocked. So fast. Almost in an instant, the chain hammer smashed in front of Su Ming. He originally thought that this skeleton was so large that its speed should also be a shortcoming, just like those two Warhammer undead. But now it seems that this is not the case. He suddenly urged the 6 swords to block. The 4 swords in midair returned in a spiral and held the chain hammer against it. At the same time, his twin swords also cross-blocked. A loud bang came out. This hammer is deflected a few inches. Su Ming was also able to operate the Lingbo microstep to avoid this blow. But Su Ming also felt that his arms were like being struck by lightning, and he was extremely numb. His eyes were full of shock. This blow just now consumed so much of my physical strength. The stronger the enemy's attack, the more physical strength Su Ming had to consume if he wanted to block. He immediately scanned the skull's information. This look immediately shocked Su Ming. Withered Warlord, Elite Monster, Bloodline, Necromancer, Level 38, Strength 830, Physique 502, Dexterity 208, Spirit 10, Lucky 8, Talent, Immortal Body, Skill, Soul Drawing. It is one of the elite bosses in the Legion of the Dead, so it can absorb part of the power of the dead souls around it for its own use. Chain Hammer Mastery, it uses chain hammer weapons, has executed countless enemies, and has long been practiced as proficient, such as Wind Chain Hammer. When it uses a chain hammer weapon, half of the strength value will be added to the speed. Fate-seeking strike, lock an enemy with a chain hammer for a high power attack that automatically locks. Liberation sweep, completely liberate the chain of the chain hammer, perform a 360 all-round sweep with a range of 67 meters, and destroy all living beings within sight. Automatic defense, it has mastered the control of the chain hammer, so it can automatically block the enemy's attack with the chain hammer, as if it were at will. This dead general, in terms of title, is different from other monsters. General. There is no need to say much about the gold content of the two words. There are several skills alone, far more than ordinary elite monsters, especially the skill of soul drawing. It is simply a supermodel. Just now, Su Ming scanned that it only had 600 points of strength, and now it has become more than 800. It should be the bonus obtained after absorbing the corpse souls of the two Warhammer skeletons. Su Ming realized that the combat effectiveness of this monster definitely exceeded his expectations, but it also excites him even more. If you kill it successfully, then you can get more experience points. It is not impossible to even lift to level 30 in one go. Crossing the border to kill the enemy has an additional bonus to experience points. Su Ming had no fear in his heart, only 100% calm and calm. The stronger the enemy, the less disturbed he is. He raised his hand directly, activated the 6 weapons, and flew away. The sword light flashed. Su Ming completely urged Ling Bo to step ahead, fight around this undead general, and launch a harassing attack. At the moment, he did not know what the monster's weakness was. The purpose of his attack is to test his weaknesses, but this skeleton monster is really a bit too strong. It stands extremely steady with its legs on the ice. Then he waved his wrist, but his burly body was quite flexible. The chain hammer flowed with his arm, actually forming an iron curtain, completely enveloping its whole person. The sound of the iron chain was dense and muffled, making a sound of breaking the air. Su Ming's 6 swords launched attacks such as splitting, slashing, stabbing, and flirting at the same time, all of which were accurately resolved by it. All the blades, once they were slashed, would be smashed backwards and flew out by the hammer. This is its skill, auto defense. Automatically blocks all attacks. It's really bug. This skill is even more difficult than its other skills. Coupled with its wind-like chain hammer skill, it is simply invincible, such as wind chain hammer. When it uses a chain hammer weapon, half of the strength value will be added to the speed. The strength attribute of this monster has reached 830, and half of it is increased to speed. That's equivalent to 415 agility. This caused it to swing its hammer at its peak. Combined with the automatic block skill, even if Su Ming has the bonus of the original sword body, it will be difficult to break through its defense for a while. TSK. It's a bit tricky. Su Ming's eyes were solemn, and a little caution was born in his heart. This monster is hard to fight. The skeleton warrior let out a roar, as if he was attacked by Su Ming's ultra-high frequency, which made him very irritable. It suddenly stepped forward, held the chain handle with both hands, and suddenly shook. The chain hammer was like a living snake, smashing towards Su Ming's head with precision. It abandoned defense and chose to take the initiative to attack. He wants to kill this player completely. It didn't care about Su Ming's tickling attack at all. After the monster kills the player, it can also become stronger. The rules of this world are very fair, and as a player, it does not mean that you are the protagonist of this world. Take the initiative to attack? Very good. Clang. Su Ming directly controlled the 6 long swords. In this gap time when it took the initiative to attack, the 6 swords were finally able to cut its body. However, this skeleton battle will be covered in a layer of steel armor, and the skin is rough and thick. Even if these 6 swords were slashed, it would be difficult to cause heavy damage. The amount of blood has almost only lost a layer of skin. Instead, it was the chain hammer, which almost turned into a bolt of lightning, and rushed to Su Ming's forehead. In the next moment, he was about to be smashed into meat paste. Su Ming directly used the hidden divine step. At this distance, it is possible that you will still be hit with Lingbo microstep. Although the stealth step consumes a lot, it is the safest way. Su Ming's whole person turned into a black shadow, fled dozens of meters, and disappeared directly from the rules of the world. This strange body technique directly avoided that blow. In the empty eyes of the skeleton general, there was a bit of shock and murderous intent. After all, it is a legendary body technique, reaching the level of a supermodel. This footwork even makes it a little incomprehensible. It immediately chose to activate its attack skill with the largest range. Liberation sweep. I saw that as soon as its wrist was put down and retracted, the 67-meter-long chain hammer suddenly and completely unfolded. It turned into a huge steel chain that ran across the audience. Like a shooting star, the iron chain is thick, covered with layers of steel spikes, and can smash even a 1,000-year-old glacier. Then, it gripped the chain hammer tightly and turned its whole body. The chain hammer began to spin with the movement of its arms. It was like a 67-meter-long steel knife, wielding violently on the battlefield. Wherever he passed, it was a mess. This skill is 360 degrees. In other words, there is basically no avoidance. There is only one way to avoid this trick. Jump into the air. Su Ming stepped, the lightest move in Lingbo's microstep, step completely urged. His whole body became a gray shadow, and he jumped more than 10 meters all of a sudden. At the same time, he also used swordsmanship to activate several swords to form a petal. He stepped on the sword in midair and came all the way to a height of more than 50 meters. At this height, the sweeping attack of the chain hammer could not touch him. Su Ming watched the other parties move from a high place. It was indeed terrifying. It's just a master of ice cleanup. The sweep of the chain hammer was like a compass, and everywhere it passed was a mess, with potholes, and the violent phoenix that set off blew away the thick fog. On the battlefield, a large circle with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared. If a team of transferees is challenging now, it will definitely be wiped out. Su Ming was thinking quickly about how to break the situation. This elite monster is more terrifying than any monster he has ever encountered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He noticed a detail, very fine details. On the chain and hammer nails of the warhammer, there are countless sword marks. It was cut out of his previous 6 swords. Although this war general is very powerful, his weapons do not seem to be of high grade. Su Ming felt that he seemed to be about to touch the way to break the game. Suddenly, his eyes lit up slightly. As if he thought of something, he immediately realized. By the way, all the skills of this monster revolve around the chain hammer weapon. Whether it's automatic defense, sweep, wind like chain hammer, or weapon mastery, it's all about the chain hammer that surrounds him. Without this hammer, he would hardly be able to use any skills. Su Ming had a bold idea in his heart. That is, don't try to attack it first. Instead, directly destroy his weapons. Once there is no weapon, this elite monster is not a cause for concern. In the process of falling from the sky, Su Ming made up his mind. Just do it. He raised his hand and shook it. In the sword box behind him, the dragon-inlaid broken blade flew around, chimerized into the broken blade, and condensed into a complete diamond-level long sword. With this sword, you will definitely be able to cut through his chain hammer. Su Ming raised his hand and activated his strongest swordsmanship move. Spread downwards. Dragon slaying technique. Wow! Su Ming fell vertically from high in the air. A sword fell from the sky. In a trance, it seemed that there was a dragon roar around him. A brilliant golden sword chi light flowed out of his hand. In an instant, it almost drowned out the vision of the war general's skeleton. This is what skills? Its vocal cords have long since rotted, so the sound coming from its throat has become a slurred roar of decay. It immediately activated the auto-defense skill. The burly body stepped on it. Turning around and raising his hand, the huge chain hammer flew towards Su Ming. From the bottom up, he smashed head-on, trying to stop this sword. Sure enough, it hit the target. Su Ming sneered. Although its hammer is very powerful, but it is still impossible to stop the dragon slaying technique after the 20 times bonus of the original sword body. Moreover, this monster is very large. Triggers the additional effect of the dragon slaying technique. Stop the dragon. In the face of huge monsters, the power of this move is increased, and the larger the enemy's size, the greater the power. Upper limit, 1000%. And this monster is not very large, only 3 meters tall. But compared to ordinary humans, it is burly enough, so this sword also has more or less increased power. The power of this sword reached about 140%. The giant hammer was facing upwards, like a bolt of lightning, turning into a straight line, face-to-face intersecting with Su Ming's sword. In an instant, a loud noise came out. Shake the surrounding miles. I saw an incomparably brilliant golden sword chi slashing out in the air. Half of the sky was filled. Out of thin air, the chain hammer weapon of the big skeleton warrior was directly cut in half. Even the steel chains that were dozens of meters long were all cut in two. Completely destroyed its weapons. The power of this terrifying sword has not yet stopped. Directly cut to the ground. On the ice, a huge sword marked tens of meters long appeared. It's several meters deep. In the ravines, all ice water melted. Because the temperature of the sword chi was too high, it melted the ice. This golden sword chi slashed firmly on the body of the undead general. The upper half of its body shattered in an instant. Its eyes were shocked, and it took a step back in embarrassment to avoid being killed. But its health has also dropped a lot. The sword that Su Ming cut out was too powerful. Some of the adventurous career changers around me have seen this scene. At this moment, several teams were fighting monsters in the icy woods in the distance. A person looked up and saw the golden sword chi that stretched across the air. "Hey, look, what is that?" he said in shock. Everyone followed the direction of his finger and looked over. Everyone immediately gasped. Whose skill is this? Falling from the sky, it's so handsome. People were too far away to see Su Ming's appearance, so they could only see a small figure, waving his hand to cut out a golden glow. "Hey, Captain, do you know that there is a swordsmanship that falls from the sky?" A female job changer said in shock. Could it be to get a divine sword? It's unlikely. That's the most famous ancient level swordsmanship skill, and in our small D-level copy, there will be no such skill. But his skill should not be of low quality. It may be a diamond level swordsmanship. That existence may be a master of the peak of the 3rd rank, who came to us to level up. Brothers, take a detour. Don't disturb this great god, otherwise we will have a big problem. People left one after another, not daring to approach the place. There are also also differences between the 3 turns. From the 3rd turn, the skill tree will begin to provide the core skills of each class, so the gap in combat effectiveness between each level is very obvious. Within a few miles of the surrounding area, all the adventure teams all chose to take a detour and leave here. At this time, the location of the diamond treasure chest guarded by the red-eyed twin-sword skeleton. There are corpses everywhere. The crowd has stopped fighting. Damn! More than half of the people are dead, but the treasure chest has not been found. Could it be that the person who picked up the treasure chest is really not among us? The crowd gritted their teeth and said, their fists clenched and covered in blood. They had experienced a bloody battle, but they didn't get the treasure chest, and their hearts were already extremely angry. Hey, Liu Gang, do you think the treasure chest will really be taken away by that swordsman when he was invisible? Otherwise, it's really strange that we've all killed for so long and haven't found it yet, a man said to the berserker. Liu Gang was burly, and when he heard this, he also touched his chin and fell into deep thought. He tore up several people with his hands just now and searched their bodies, but he didn't find the treasure chest. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked solemn. I have to admit that it is very likely to be. It should be 9 times out of 10. It's possible that the swordsman took the treasure chest. By the way, he has a treasure map in his hand. I saw it before. From this point of view, it must be in his hands. The crowd's voices were cold, gritted their teeth, and they seemed to be very angry. Everyone, stop fighting and fighting, they said loudly. The original dozen or so people here are now dead, and now no more than 8 are left. It was originally an action to kill people and rob treasures, but in the end it ended up like this. The treasure chest was not obtained, and a lot of people died. What bad luck. Everyone felt very angry in their hearts. We were put on a line by that kid. Suddenly, a huge golden sword chi flashed out in the distant sky. Through the thick fog for several miles, a silhouette can be vaguely seen. You can imagine how sharp the sword chi is. Several people looked up and suddenly saw the scene. Hiss, look, clang. A few miles away, there is a golden sword chi in the sky. Who killed him? Everyone's eyes were shocked, and they couldn't help but gasp. In this D-level copy, most of them are 3rd-rank transferees. Of course, there are also 4th-rank powerhouses, but the number is relatively small. Among the 20 people, it is not necessarily possible to find a 4th-rank one. Moreover, the 4th-rank powerhouses are generally experienced in the deeper areas of the glacier copy. After all, there are more high-level monsters in the depths. Generally, it is difficult to see here. The power of this sword is a bit outrageous. At least it's diamond-level swordsmanship, right? Diamond-level skills must be at least level 35 to learn. And it's priceless. Even if it's 4 turns, you may not be able to afford it. Everyone, it seems that I have to withdraw first. This place is not suitable for long, a short pretender said. He turned into a transparent cloak and disappeared into the field. One after another, several people left. Alas, it's okay to kill a few people and gain a little experience. Although I missed the diamond treasure chest, I have no time to force it. Everyone, there will be a period later. A group of rabble suddenly dispersed like birds and beasts. There were only the last 3 people left on the field. The burly berserker, Liu Gang. His body was full of scars, and he had always stood at the forefront of the battle with Su Ming. And the double-axe warrior, King Ruff. There is also a shirtless and muscular blind monk, Zhao Xing. The professions of all 3 are very strong, and the level is also above level 34, which is definitely the top echelon in this dungeon. These people have all fought against Su Ming before. It's okay for idle people to wait for them to leave. Liu Gang snorted coldly and said, you too, do you want to leave too? Liu Gang asked. Wang Raf shook his head. If I don't go, the swordsman is seriously injured under our siege, and he can't run far, but now he may be able to catch up. If you miss this time, you will never have such a good opportunity again. That's a diamond treasure chest, I can't miss it. He is seriously injured and can't escape far. He raised his hand and held it, and the flying axe that was chimerized in the ice in the distance immediately turned around and flew back and landed in his hand. I think so too. The bald blind monk, with one hand in his palm, said with a furrowed brow. His face was full of flesh, and he looked like there was evil energy between his eyebrows, and he knew at a glance that he was not a serious monk. Now we can basically be sure that the diamond treasure chest is on the previous swordsman, and he should not have run far yet. Let's track it down with all our might, and there should still be a chance to find him, Liu Gang said. In any case, the temptation of the diamond treasure chest was too strong, and everyone was still unwilling to give up. However, Brother Liu, this copy is so big, the 3 of us are afraid it will be difficult to find, Wang Rafu said with a solemn expression. At this time, the blind monk smiled indifferently, and his eyes were a little mysterious. Hee, you two don't have to worry about this. I have a way. I deliberately waited for the undetermined rabble to leave before telling you. I want to make sure that the teammates who chase the swordsman are the most elite. In this way, the treasure doesn't have to be divided too much. After that, a screen appeared in front of him, showing information on one of his skills. Fist mark, blind monk's unique skill. After hitting an enemy with your your fist, it will leave a punch power in its body that lasts for 12 hours, and the monk's eyes will be opened, and you will be able to follow the direction of the target. Seeing this skill, Wang Rafu smiled. Ha, brother martial monk is really powerful. Lu Gang still frowned. But I see that you didn't hit him with your fist in the battle just now. How do you look for it? The monk smiled slightly. Hee, although the Sa family didn't hit his body, they successfully hit his clothes. That's enough. After saying that, he opened his blind eyes. A little red light flashed in his eyes. The trio immediately began to rush towards Su Ming's location. The golden sword chi in the air was fully extended. It took a long time to dissipate. Su Ming turned around and landed, his clothes fluttering. He held the sword in a chic posture and pointed at the skeleton of the war general with his arms. Two dull loud noises fell one after another behind Su Ming. The moment it was smashed, it smashed the ice into two huge pits. It was the heavy chain hammer that was cut in half. It has been completely cut off by Su Ming's dragon slaying technique. This chain hammer has experienced many battles with the general, and if it is converted into a weapon for a job changer, the grade must be at least platinum. But in the face of Su Ming's extremely sharp dragon inlaid sword, as well as the dragon slaying technique after the power bonus, it was still cut open without a doubt. The skeleton warrior moved a little embarrassed, and his burly body slowly stood up. In its empty eyes, a bit of shocking brilliance emerged. It never thought that a human could cut through its strongest weapon with one move. The upper half of its body was cut open by the golden sword energy, revealing the gray carrion within. It forcibly stood up straight and raised its hand to shake it. The bones all over his body made a loud noise, and at the same time, there were several dusty streams of death magic flowing around him. The dust of death melted into the wound, completely healing its body. The undead clan, worthy of being known as immortal, is simply a small strong that cannot be killed. Such a serious injury was immediately recovered. The cracks in the bones healed. Healing is useless. Without weapons, you lose. Su Ming's voice was flat and he muttered. His voice was so low that the other party couldn't hear it at all. But it doesn't hurt either. After all, the undead can't understand it in the first place. In the next moment, Su Ming took a step. The whole person turned into a long gray shadow and slashed with a sword. The rain broke the phoenix sword, and it was unfolded. At the same time, the shadow slash effect of the shadow sword set is triggered. Countless pitch-black ink-colored shadows turned into Su Ming's physical afterimage, following behind him, slashing around this burly giant undead. The sound of swords is symphonic. Su Ming controlled the 6 swords at the same time. At the same time, there were countless shadow swordsmen who looked like ink behind him, slashing according to his movements. Those shadows had no facial features, and even their outlines were blurred, but they could clearly see that they were holding a long sword. The shadow-slashing sword danced, waving the ink color flowing, adding a bit of blending color to the snow-white ice sky. The shadow swordsman's slash was sharp and chic, like a picture scroll of the most arrogant and lonely ancient painter, wielding a black ink pen. Su Ming slashed frantically. Sure enough, after losing the weapon, this war general is a living target. Its auto-defense, chain hammer mastery, and other skills all need the chain hammer weapon in hand to be used. Once there is no chain hammer, it is simply fish and meat, and it is slaughtered. Soon, its health dropped to 40%. It swung its fists and smashed out. He wanted to resist Su Ming's sword, but with little effect. Gradually, its whole body was covered with sword marks, several bones were smashed, and several pieces of rotten flesh were cut off from its body. The ancient battle armor that was already broken on his body was cut out of the gap. Why struggle? Su Ming's face was cold and he said flatly. The blade in his hand was still slashing rapidly. This moment, in the eyes of the war general's skeleton, there was a look of anger. It suddenly stepped on its steps and let out an angry roar. Directly pounced, rushed to the distance, next to the corpses of the left and right warhammer skeletons. What is this for? Su Ming had some doubts in his heart. Then, the doubts in his heart disappeared, because an extremely terrifying scene happened in front of me. Even Su Ming has to be called a ruthless person. I saw the general picking up the bodies of the 2 warhammer skeletons. It's like carrying a chicken. Then it suddenly clasped its eyes, along with its skull, and pulled out the spines of the 2 corpses. Black ashes and crumbs of rotten flesh, as well as black blood of the dead, splattered all over the floor. Its thick arms, holding 2 huge skull vertebrae, were actually twisted into a large chain. This vertebrae are attached to the shoulder blades and the arms of the 2 corpses. Because their arms were stiff after death, their hand bones actually held the warhammer firmly. Combined with the long vertebrae, it actually formed a double-headed long chain warhammer, one in front and one behind. Both ends have withered arms holding warhammers. Although the length is nowhere near as good as its initial weapon, but it is also more than 2 meters long. It's a chain hammer, and it's double-ended. As long as it is a chain hammer, it can cast skills. Su Ming really didn't expect that it would use this method to resolve the situation of smashing its weapons. This elite monster is so ferocious. Roar! The war general let out a roar, directly wielded the dry bone spine chain hammer, and attacked Su Ming. This remastered chain hammer has 2 hammer heads to attack. Su Ming avoided one hammer, and the other hammer smashed again in an instant. It's simply overwhelming. Compared with with before, there are a few more changes. The Battle General Skeleton directly activated Killing Strike. The double-headed Warhammer, like a two-headed dragon, pursued towards Su Ming. Bang! Bang! This time, no matter how much he dodged, the Warhammer locked his head firmly. It's a bit interesting to open the lock, but that's all. Once smashed, the head exploded in an instant. Su Ming's eyes were cold, but he was extremely calm. He directly swayed up with a limbo microstep and retreated dozens of meters, directly out of the opponent's attack range. If it is a 67-meter-long chain hammer, this trick is really difficult to dodge, because the pursuit distance is too far. But now, his chain hammer is only 2 meters long, and even if it can automatically lock the head, the range is limited. From a ranged attack, it has become a melee skill, so it is destined not to catch up with Su Ming. Click. Subsequently, Su Ming began to attack. He still took the old method, not attacking the undead itself, only attacking its weapons. As long as the bone chain hammer is broken by itself, it will be weaponless. Soon, Su Ming repeated his old trick and successfully smashed its spine chain hammer as well. This thing is not tough. Once again, it was weaponless. Su Ming repeated his old trick and began to slash. Soon, it will be completely killed. The shadow attribute damage bonus of the shadow sword set, the fire attribute bonus of the dragon inlaid broken sword, and the holy attribute bonus of the holy attribute enchantment skill. Under the bonus of multiple attributes, Su Ming performed a move to draw his sword and kill in an instant. Directly penetrated. Finally killed this war general elite monster. Slay the withered warlord, elite monster. EXP 38,000. Cross-border combat bonus 23,800 EXP. Su Ming's level was directly raised to level 30. 3 steps in a row. Because he was originally at the peak of level 27, he could rise to 28 with only a few points of experience, which is infinitely equivalent to level 28. So he is basically equivalent to leveling up from level 28 to level 30. Obtain free attribute points plus 30. 3-turn task assignment. 3-turn task assignment completed. Mission content: upgrade all the following 3 skills to platinum quality. Thunderstorm sword, golden grade. Draw your sword and kill in an instant, gold grade. Imperial sword, gold quality. Reward: promote to rank 3 sword god. Get random bloodline X1. This task is actually simple. It's not about hunting monsters, it's about improving the proficiency of skills. This time I was lucky to have such a random mission. I should be able to be promoted to rank 3 soon. Su Ming clenched his fists, his heart full of excitement. He raised his hand directly and waved it. The 6 swords hung in the air in unison, and began to whip the corpse with swordsmanship. Directly cut the corpse of the dead general into 1,000 holes. Imperial sword, skill proficiency is full. Promotion to platinum inferior. Trick: Imperial sword, platinum inferior. Proficiency 30,000/100,000. With the trick of the sword, it is even more ordinary. The underlying logic of the operation of the skill of the sword suddenly underwent a qualitative change. The original sword was simply controlled by skill rules, which was a bit stiff, but now after the upgrade, there is an impact of the heart. The so-called secret is the words of the heart. It means that Su Ming can use his heart to control. The current sword has a little more agility from what you want. The power suddenly increased a lot, and the speed at which the blade flew with his mind was more than many times faster. Su Ming felt very satisfied. The sword is almost the skill I use the most, so I have accumulated a lot of proficiency. So I just cut down a few corpses, and the hundreds of proficiency I get can upgrade them to platinum level. The problem now is that there are only 2 skills left, Thundersword and Sword Drawing. Su Ming touched his chin and fell into deep thought. These 2 skills have just been upgraded to the golden grade, and it hasn't been long yet, so I still need some experience to reach the platinum level. Thunder Sword. Proficiency 23,092/30000. Draw your sword and kill in an instant. Proficiency 24,861/30000. If it is only a few hundred, then Su Ming can make up for his proficiency by using skills against air or corpses. But if there are still a few thousand short, it is not that simple. Practicing skills against the air is completely different from using skills to kill enemies in actual combat. It is several times worse. It takes dozens of air swings to raise the proficiency to full. In actual combat, it may be used once or twice, and you can improve your proficiency by thousands of times. If you use skills against air multiple times now to quickly increase your proficiency, your mental and physical strength will be depleted quickly. Su Ming doesn't have so much physical strength to consume casually. This dungeon is full of dangers and monsters everywhere. Exhaustion means vulnerability. He didn't want to be attacked by monsters, but he didn't have the strength to fight back. Forget it, stabilize your hand first. Anyway, I have the talent for automatic cultivation, and I will increase my proficiency at any time. Even if I don't do anything, I can complete the task requirements in one day. There is no need to overdo it with speed. Su Ming said in a condensed voice. Haste makes waste. At this time, he looked at the corpse of the war general, which was riddled with holes. The list of loot emerges. Exquisite armor, synthetic cloth, platinum bottom, giant bone chain chain hammer, platinum fine. I saw that the skeleton of the battle general twisted and automatically twisted into a ball of bone chain sledgehammer and entered Su Ming's personal space. The corpse skeleton has turned into a platinum-level giant weapon. It's really the first time I've seen it. Su Ming first took out the sledgehammer. The gray-black skeletons are interlocked, like chains made of steel, and are about 7 meters long. The hammerhead is the skull of an undead, heavy and hard. When you wave it, it feels extremely powerful. Su Ming waved it twice. Smash the ice. This weapon is really powerful. Without the power bonus of the original sword body, it can also smash the ice surface. As you can imagine, it is not an ordinary product. But this weapon has a requirement that requires the chain hammer to be proficient in order to exert its maximum power. And Su Ming is not a master of chain hammer weapons, so he couldn't exert the true power of this hammer. Sublimate it. If there are still equipment restrictions, sell it, Su Ming said in a condensed voice. Sublimation success. The appearance of this hammer has suddenly changed dramatically. The whole bone chain is much thinner. Moreover, there are layers of gray cartilage like spine rings on it, and the whole chain looks like it is still alive. Every time you swing, there will be a slowly wriggling gray-black smoke flow on the chain. And the hammerhead has also changed greatly. From the original huge undead skull, it became a condensed triangular bone hammer. Small, yet delicate, but heavy. Sharp edges, full of gray and black, mixed with the texture of ice steel. It looks like the color has a touch of eerie dark blue, as well as the characteristic grayish-white texture of the bones. Bone Meteor Chain Hammer Weapon, Diamond Medium. Usage requirements: have chain hammer mastery skills. Introduction: a chain hammer forged from the bones of the elite undead generals, which contains heavy killing intent and can crush all weak creatures. The chain bone can contract and elongate at will, like the spine of a living snake, up to 10 meters long. Affix: skill in the bone. In this bone, the will of the undead general is sealed, and the user can temporarily obtain the chain hammer mastery skill when holding it. Corpse sinking: when hit, a large amount of corruption damage is added. Protector Spirit Hammer: this chain hammer will cast the auto defense skill. It can automatically block all attacks and attacks on the wielder, just like a spirit snake. Su Ming's eyes were slightly startled. He was originally going to sell this weapon, but after seeing the affix attributes, he immediately changed his mind. This hammer, the effect is too strong. It comes with a chain hammer mastery skill, which means that it can be equipped without any restrictions. Su Ming, a swordsman, can be used without hindrance. He held the hammer handle in his hand and suddenly felt a coldness. After sublimation, the whole hammer has shrunk a lot, looking more like a chain whip and can be carried around. And fully constricted, the length is so short that it can even be pinned behind the waist. The moment I held it, I felt that my strength attribute had also increased by at least 100 points. Su Ming muttered. The attribute bonus of this weapon is also very considerable. This dry bone meteor, the most fierce affix effect, should be the Protector Spirit Hammer, which can protect me at any time. I don't know if it will take effect when I don't hold it, but wear it with me. Su Ming decided to experiment. He tied the chain hammer behind his waist. Raise your hand and wave it. The Xianfeng sword behind him rose from its sheath and flew towards his shoulder. This is to use swordsmanship to attack yourself. Su Ming was very ruthless, and this sword was really pointed at his shoulder. There is no preparation to stop at all, because he really wants to hit himself. Anyway, there is a self-healing bloodline, so don't worry. Only a loud noise was heard. The chain hammer behind Su Ming, like a living snake, rushed out from behind his waist with a sound, just like Su Ming's tail. He slammed the Xianfeng sword beside him. The Xianfeng sword shook violently, as if it had been hit hard. It flew out directly upside down and was inserted into the ice dozens of meters away. The effect of Protector Spirit Hammer is really triggered. Even if you don't hold this weapon, you can trigger this effect. Su Ming's eyes were shocked. This is definitely a great surprise. It's too fierce. This is equivalent to a fully automatic defense equipment that can protect me at any time. Even if I sleep in the wild, few monsters can hurt me. Su Ming was in a good mood. Directly regarded this weapon as a treasure. He was not ready to sell it and decided to keep it for his own use. This weapon will be able to help itself a lot in battle. Click. After the chain hammer resisted this blow, it immediately made a dense sound of bones colliding and twisting. Then shorten. After automatically returning to the waist, it completely shrank to the length of a dagger. Stuck on Su Ming's belt, it was perfect. The long triangular pointed hammerhead hung behind its waist and was still slowly turning, as if searching for who dared to attack its owner. Su Ming took back all the swords and took out another loot. Broken Battle Robe, Platinum Inferior. This is a coat that exploded when he killed the two twin sledgehammer skeletons before. Some were tattered, and there was some rotten dust on them, but this piece of clothing is extremely tough and has very good defense. The affix effect is also okay, but Su Ming's Shadow Sword coat was a little better than this, so he didn't change it. Instead, choose to carry out a wave of sublimation first. If the sublimated attributes are very good, then consider equipping this. Bang! Sublimation success. Corruption Suit, Platinum Superior. Introduction. A battle robe from ancient ancient times has experienced countless winds and frosts. Affix Remnant Soul as Line. When equipping this coat, the defense against undead magic is greatly increased. Rotten Bones or Seams. When equipping this coat, the damage to the two attributes of corruption and darkness is greatly increased. Su Ming touched his chin and thought about it, but he still didn't change it. This outfit mainly provides defense, and Su Ming has a hidden divine step and a Lingbo microstep, and generally will not be beaten. If you change it, you will lose the bonus of the Shadow Sword set. It's like losing watermelon for sesame seeds, so Su Ming naturally couldn't replace it. I could only put this equipment away. Then, he took out a delicate dark green cloth. Don't underestimate this piece of cloth. It's a platinum prop. Exquisite armor synthetic cloth. Platinum bottom. Disposable items. After use, you can merge two small armor equipment into one to improve the quality. Limited parts, arm guards, footgear, belt, crown. Level limit of fused items, platinum vulgar. This kind of thing, Su Ming has used before, so he is very familiar with it. You can fuse two different equipment to obtain a new piece of equipment, and to a certain extent, you can inherit the affixes of the original equipment. Of course, it is not 100% inherited. The so-called only gains are given up, and there is a possibility of losing affixes. However, the probability of improving the quality of equipment is very high. Overall, it's also a good prop. It's a pity that this can only be fused with small armor, such as large armor such as outerwear, so there is no way to fuse. Sublimate. Su Ming said in a condensed voice. Sublimation success. Platinum outer synthetic fabric. Platinum fine. Disposable items. Can fuse two armor equipment of no higher quality than platinum. Limited parts, outerwear, arm guards, footgear, belt, crown. Level limited to fused items, platinum superior. After sublimation, it is much more violent. It is directly the armor within the platinum quality, all of which can be fused. Large armor outerwear can also be fused. Su Ming immediately took out his Shadow Sword jacket and placed it on the left. Then he took out the tattered coat, rotten battlesuit, that had just been sublimated. This fusion, I may lose the effect of the Shadow Sword suit, but I can't bear to let the child trap the wolf. Give it a try. I hope you can synthesize a diamond level equipment for me. Su Ming's eyes were solemn, but in fact, he was a little nervous, but he can accept even the worst result. Because even without the Shadow Sword coat, he also has the Shadow Flow long sword. Together with the remaining 4 pieces of armor, it can still trigger the 5/5 Shadow Flow set effect. So this big gamble is well worth it. The risk is not very great. Synthesis successful. The two coats suddenly merged into one. Decayed sword shirt, diamond inferior. Clang. Truly synthesized a diamond equipment. Su Ming's luck attribute is too high, so the success rate of everything he does is extremely high. He was in a good mood. Immediately checked the information about this equipment. Decayed sword shirt, diamond inferior. Introduction. Decay marks crisscross the collar, and the stitches are shocking. The diamond level cloak has strong defense and can have a certain bonus to swordsmanship. Affix. This garment is extremely inclusive and can be judged as one of the components of any suit. Undead defense. After wearing this outfit, there will be an invisible position around you, which can resist some undead magic. That is, when the undead magic attack approaches, it will naturally decay, its power will be greatly reduced, and it will even disappear. Decay Sword Chi. After wearing this garment, your normal attacks have a 30% chance to add Decay Sword Chi, and have high rot attribute damage. Su Ming's eyes trembled slightly. He directly put this dress on his body. The dress was a little broken and looked like a thin gray cloak. It was all crisscrossed scars. At the collar, there is still a little decay, like ashes. After putting it on, Su Ming looked extremely oppressive, like a dead man who had just come out of the coffin. It looks broken, but in fact this dress is extremely tough. Su Ming cut twice with his sword, but he couldn't cut it. As you can imagine, others are even more difficult to break. And most importantly, the last affix effect. Decaying Sword Chi. Normal attacks, there is a chance to add corruption attribute damage. This is a good thing. Although the skill cannot be triggered, the normal attack has a chance to trigger the Rotten Sword Chi, which is also very strong. Rotten attribute attack. As long as it hits the enemy, it will immediately rot the flesh and blood around its wound, directly disintegrating its defenses. The power of decay can act on any substance. Steel armor, iron sheets, and heavy steel shells can all be rotten. Once it rots, it becomes brittle and becomes extremely easy to break through, because this is almost equivalent to the power of time. Even steel and black ice will rot under the influence of time for a long enough time, so it can be regarded as an affix ability that can make any enemy's defense vulnerable. The affix, seam, is also very strong. It means that this piece of clothing is equivalent to a universal coat, which can trigger all set effects. The effect of Su Ming's Shadow Sword set can be regarded as preserved, and for a long time, there should be no need to change the coat. In the future, even if you get other suits, you can continue to use this outfit. By the way, there is one last loot. Elite Undead Soul Dust Alchemy Material, Gold Superior. This is also what exploded from those 2 Warhammer Undead. This alchemy material, it's useless for me to hold it. Why don't you sublimate it and try it? Su Ming directly used the sublimation of all things. Sublimation success. Breathless soul alchemy material, diamond quality. Introduction. The core energy extracted from the heart of the dead elite undead is a magical substance without a substance, and it is also an excellent suicide tool. It has great power and can provide temporary immunity to death within 0.11 seconds when mixed into potions. Direct swallowing effect, instant death. Su Ming looked at his eyes with a slight shock. It's actually directly upgraded from gold quality to diamond quality. My luck is really fucking explosive. But this kind of potion, if you want to refine it, you also need the alchemist to have a very high level of craftsmanship. If you are a strong alchemist, give full play to the effect of this material. Then it can provide the effect of temporary immunity to death within 1 second. Time is almost just a moment. But, many times, a moment is enough. If it encounters that very powerful killer move, then this thing will definitely be immune once. A rare material with a bug level. Be sure to keep it for yourself. This thing may be able to save his life in the future. Su Ming put it away carefully. Suddenly, Su Ming frowned slightly and heard a sound of footsteps in the surrounding fog. Zhao Xing, are you sure he is in this direction? It seems that this place is very close to the location of the golden sword chi in the sky. Let's not provoke that hidden master. Don't worry, my skill induction is very accurate and it will definitely not be wrong. The blind monk looked confident, opened his cloudy blind eyes, and looked around. And, I am sure that the master who cut out the golden sword chi has already left, because there is only one breath here, and that is the breath of killing the gods. Double-axe warrior Wang Raf nodded. A somewhat hideous smile appeared on his face. That's good. If he is the only one left, we can let go of our hands and feet and fight, and we don't have to worry about disturbing that master. Only Lu Gang, his eyes were always cold, his tall body was slightly arched, and his movements were very cautious. He had always vaguely felt that something was wrong. But for the diamond treasure chest, he endured it. The temptation is too strong. Suddenly, everyone saw a huge corpse in front of them. It was the corpse of the general who was cut by Su Ming and had no bones, and became a ball of rotten flesh. This undead monster is so burly, I'm afraid the level is very high. The golden sword chi before should have been cast on this undead. Several people looked solemn and walked slowly. They took a step forward and saw the huge sword mark on the surrounding ice, up to tens of meters long. Tisk, it's too fierce. We have reached the peak of rank 3, or even rank 4, and we should be able to have such skill power. The crowd moved on. Finally, breaking through the layers of fog, I saw a familiar figure. Young people are thin. 6 long swords were wrapped around him, slowly levitating. He turned his back to everyone, wearing a tattered robe, and his hair was disheveled. The whole body has a temperament, very majestic. There seemed to be an invisible murderous aura churning around. When the 3 of them saw Su Ming, they all trembled subconsciously. This is the killing intent that has been refined 100 times, the most refined and pure. The moment he saw Su Ming, Wang Rafu's eyes were shocked. It won't be the master who cut out the golden sword energy. Monk, didn't you say that there is only that kid here? He glared at Zhao Xing. Zhao Xing smiled indifferently. Hee, brother Wang, do you look closely? Wang Raf stepped forward cautiously and observed carefully. Only then did I realize that he was the swordsman boy before. If your clothes are torn to this extent, you will definitely be seriously injured. Being able to escape here is indeed the limit. So it's him. Okay, it seems that the master has indeed left. Wang Rafu took a step forward, grinned fiercely, and reprimanded Su Ming. Boy, don't think that if you change your clothes, I won't recognize you. Su Ming turned around slowly. There was no surprise in his eyes, only incomparable calmness. Oh, it turns out to be you. I'm worried about not being able to find you. Su Ming originally wanted to kill these people who had besieged him one by one for revenge. But I didn't expect that these 3 people took the initiative to find it. It really saved him effort. The only thing that disappointed me a little. It's just the 3 of you who came, and I can't catch them all. As he spoke, he hooked his fingers lightly, and the 6 flying swords slowly wrapped around him. The smile on his face was evil, and he was dressed in a tattered gray robe, full of decay. It looks like a generation of magic path sword cultivators. Several people looked at Su Ming, with only a cold sneer on their faces. Humph, pretend to be a ghost. Zhao Xing said, taking a step forward. Say, where is the diamond treasure chest? As he spoke, he suddenly closed his cloudy blind eyes. He then raised his arms, which were covered in Buddhist text, looking golden and explosive, obviously into a fighting stance. Blind monks have no vision to begin with. Only when using skills will he occasionally open his eyes. He fought by his ears. Su Ming looked around, his posture straight. Previously, more than a dozen people couldn't take me down, but now the 3 of you alone dare to come to seek death? Su Ming said. He had a calm face and was not panicked at all. When Wang Raf heard this, he smiled proudly. The beard on his face couldn't hide his smile. A pair of heavy hand axes were held in the palm of his hand. Although he is short and fat, his oppressive power is also unusual. Little brother, what is your title? Kill God, right? It's really naive to take such a terrifying title. I don't know who you want to scare. As he said, he smiled mockingly. threateningly. Immediately afterwards, his face became extremely ruthless, and all the smiles completely dissipated. "Young man, brother, I will give you one last word. Don't waste your efforts, you can't scare us. We have already fought against you and know how many pounds and tails you have. Your strength is indeed very strong. If you don't pay attention, you may really be able to kill a few masters, but it's only an instant outbreak. After being besieged by more than a dozen people before, you have long lost your physical strength, and your mental strength has probably been exhausted a long time ago. There will be no less hidden wounds on the body. Now you are at the end of a strong crossbow. Continue to hold on, it's meaningless. Tell me the location of the diamond treasure chest, we will spare you from death." The double axes in Wang Ruff's hand were already full of dark black axe energy, and the skill was almost imminent. From beginning to end, only Lu Gang on the side did not speak. He always had a gloomy face, secretly brewing preparations for battle. He always felt that there was an ominous premonition. But now that the war is about to start, he can't back down. So he also stood up, and his burly figure skyrocketed. Wealth and danger are sought. War. Looking at the movements of the three of them ready to go, Su Ming was expressionless. He stood with his hands behind his back, unmoved. Hiss. The blind monk Xiaoxing took a step forward, following the good guidance path. "We're just asking for money. Life is nothing more than the word profit. As long as you hand over the diamond treasure chest, we will never kill you by force. After all, we don't have any blood feuds. Life and treasure, you choose one," he said generously. Hearing this, the smile on Su Ming's face slowly converged. "3. He sighed and shook his head, as if he hated iron and steel. "Don't you understand? At this point, whether there is a blood feud or not is no longer up for you to decide. But I think there is a blood feud." His eyes were already extremely cold. "Even if you don't kill me today, I will kill you." After saying that, he actually chose to take the initiative. The 6 long swords flew out in a spiral, turning into a torrent and shooting at the 3 of them. The 6 long swords flew and slashed in unison, and the power and speed were qualitatively improved compared to the past. The 3 of them suddenly felt that it was extremely difficult to parry. The 3 of them each used their own skills to defend. The sword skill after the bonus of the original sword body, even if it is just a light ordinary slash, can make them use all their strength before they can barely stop it. "No, it's impossible. You have experienced the siege of more than a dozen people and fled in embarrassment. How can the state recover so quickly? Aren't you hurt?" Several people said in disbelief. "Even if there is a healing potion, it is impossible not to leave any injuries at all. Even the power of his skills, I feel that it has increased instead of decreasing. Damn, why is the power so strong?" The 3 of them exclaimed unconsciously. They didn't know at all that Su Ming had already reached level 30. The combat effectiveness is not what it used to be. Although Su Ming hadn't allocated the attribute points immediately, the gap between the levels was indeed smaller, and the suppression of Su Ming by the rules had become weaker. So he is more able to exert 100% combat effectiveness. Naturally, it will be much stronger than before. The blind monk swings his fists and activates the skill, Empty Fist, defending against the attacks of the Xianbing sword and the Mo Luo sword. The materials of these 2 swords are different, one light and one heavy, and it is like fighting 2 completely different types of enemies. Extremely difficult to guard against. Soon, he was wounded. His wrists and shoulders were cut out by the Xianbing sword. It directly triggered the affix effect of the Xianbing sword and immediately caused his wound to frostbite and necrosis. The severe pain made the blind monk grin his teeth. He was not a monk in the first place, but a monk by profession. Never eat fast and chant Buddha, and it is even more impossible to meditate and chant scriptures. So he is also a layman, and his willpower is not strong at all. Soon, he roared in pain, gritted his teeth to continue to fight. Wang Raf is not optimistic either. The Shadow Flow long sword and the Xian Feng sword slashed at him, attacking at high speed. His double-axe warrior was not originally a speed profession, but a main strength. Although the offense is strong and known for its toughness, the defense is not strong. Faced with such a fast attack speed, he was simply difficult to parry. Soon, the whole body was covered with sword marks. Blood flowed. The most terrifying thing is that the Shadow Flow longsword comes with dark attribute damage, and some attacks, even if he blocks it with an axe, the damage can still penetrate the defense and reach his body. His health is rapidly reduced. Lu Gang is a person dealing with the dragon inlaid with a broken sword and the long sword formed by the skill, Mind Condensation Blade. The dragon inlaid broken sword is the most difficult to deal with. This is a diamond level weapon, extremely sharp. He roared angrily, animal hair grew all over his body, and his whole figure became a lot taller. He is not a pure berserker, but a branch of the berserker, beast berserker. Many skills can turn the body into a beast and enhance combat effectiveness. He roared angrily, trembling all over, and turned into a tiger standing up. The fingertips of both hands grew claws. He resisted the slash of these swords with all his might, but soon, he was injured all over his body. The dragon broke the sword, and even ignited the animal hair on his shoulder, burning him and screaming. Su Ming stood there with only a sneer on his face. When he was more than 20 levels, he could kill 3 turns of the sword under the bonus of 20 times the power of the original sword body. Now that he is level 30. He is almost half a step away from truly stepping into the third rank. It is the so-called half-step 3-turn realm. These people fighting with themselves are tantamount to looking for death. He was still worried his proficiency was not enough and he didn't have a strong enemy to kill him with skills. Now, these people are coming to the door. As long as you kill them with a single draw of the sword in the Sword of Thunder, then these two skills can immediately gain thousands of proficiencies. Complete the 3-turn mission, and it's just around the corner. In the past, it was difficult to control 5 swords at the same time. At the same time, he was distracted and controlled the mind condensation blade, making the 6 swords hang in the air, which was extremely difficult. Even if it can, the power will be greatly reduced. So in the past, Su Ming held the sword with both hands, and then hung 4 swords in the air against the enemy. But now, his sword skill has evolved to platinum quality, and it is more than enough to urge 6 swords to hang in the air to slash enemies at the same time. The terrifying sword light flashed, constantly differentiating and cutting. In this ice and snow, more blood splattered out. Because the weather was too cold, the blood that spurted out of the wounds of these 3 people would immediately freeze into icicles, fall to the ground, and fall into slag. Damn. Wrong. Lu Gang, Wang Raf. This kid is so wrong. His strength is indeed much stronger than just now. It's really not an illusion. Could it be that he has been hiding his strength? The blind monk's face was ugly, and he gradually retreated. Wang Raf and Lu Gang also realized that something was wrong. Anyway, there are 3 people on our side. You must not lose. Kill. Even if you fight to get hurt, you have to kill this kid first. That's a diamond treasure chest. They actually began to take the initiative to fight for injuries, and they also had to attack and fight Su Ming. Looking at the hysterical appearance of the 3 of them, Su Ming was also tired of playing. It's time to end this battle so that the nights are long and the dreams are too much. Urge the 6 swords and slash away with all their might. The number of wounds has doubled. Several people gradually began to lose their physical strength. In this ice and snow, the speed of physical energy consumption was already much faster than the normal environment. Their previous embarrassing defense had long since run out of strength. That's why they choose to fight desperately. Otherwise, sooner or later it will be consumed to death. On the other hand, Su Ming has always been idle. However, in Su Ming's eyes, there was no carelessness in the slightest. Although his swordsmanship is strong, he must not be arrogant. He is such a cautious temperament. Most importantly, he knows it well. His physical strength is indeed going to be exhausted. After all, he had just experienced a difficult and dangerous battle, killed 3 undead elite monsters alone, and then fought with these 3 people non-stop. He even used the diamond skill once, the dragon slaying technique. Su Ming hadn't had time to rest yet. The wheel battle is very physical exhaustion for him. Now there is only the last bit of spiritual power left. But killing these 3 people is more than enough. Su Ming's fingers hooked lightly. The 2 swords flew in and fell into his hands. Azure thunder erupted. In the thunder, there were a few traces of blood, and it looked full of violent energy. Holding the 2 swords, controlling the 4 swords hanging in the air at the same time, he slashed in the air from a distance, blocking all the escape routes of the 3 people. Force these 3 people into a straight line as much as possible. In this way, Su Ming was able to use his sword to kill in an instant, and all of them were lost in one blow. Wang Raf and the monk Xiaoxing were full of desperate thoughts with Su Ming, and they didn't realize that they had been forced into a straight line. Only the beast berserker Lu Gang was the first to notice this. Although he is burly, he is smart and delicate. No, something is wrong. He frowned, and the speed of his forward lunge was a little slower. Not good. He wants to push us in a straight line. He immediately yelled, reminding the 2 people around him. He immediately remembered the sword that Su Ming had used before, and killed him in an instant. That sword drawing skill is extremely terrifying and very fast. Coupled with the flash of thunder, one blow can kill 2 third ranks, seriously injuring several third ranks. Previously, Su Ming used that move to kill the flame boxer and an enchanter. Now Su Ming intends to use a flying sword to force the 3 people to align, obviously wanting to repeat the old trick. While he was speaking, Su Ming had already bowed slightly, put the sword in its sheath, and began to make a sword drawing gesture. So what if you notice it? It's too late to avoid it. The 4 swords had blocked their possibility of evasion. The terrifying sound of swords resounded around the surroundings. Su Ming's hands began to tremble familiarly. It seems that it is difficult to control this sword intent. Of course, it can be instantaneous when the sword is drawn, and it can be used even without a scabbard. However, the power is the greatest after charging. No matter how the enemy is said, they are 3 rough-skinned and thick-skinned warriors, and if it weren't for the charged drawing of the sword to kill in an instant, it would be difficult to kill them in one blow. Su Ming chose to maximize the damage in order to be absolutely safe. His power-charging movements are extremely handsome. The whole body was filled with lightning. Seeing this familiar posture, no matter how dull it was, Wang Raf and Zhao Xing still realized it. Once we use the trick on him, we can't even fight to the death. Avoid it first. Wang Rafu's face was ugly, and he suddenly wanted to retreat. Finally fought for the injury and got so close. As a result, all previous efforts will be wasted. The blind monk gritted his teeth and said with a dark face, face. He was a melee profession, and he was extremely uncomfortable by Su Ming's flying sword. Finally fought for the injury, approached a few steps, and could be hit, but now he had to retreat. He is also bitter in his heart. This swordsman, obviously in the same realm as himself, why are his skills so difficult and ferocious? However, the moment he retreated, he suddenly felt a cold blade passing past his ears. A pool of blood flowed. A sword slashed from behind and cut off one of his ears. He let out a scream. Turn your head to look. I saw that the 4 swords had begun to rotate around the 3 people, forming a sword formation. Tie them up tightly in them and can't hide from them. He was actually prepared. In order to make sure that this move will be successful, he used his flying sword to block our retreat in advance. Wang Rafu's face was shocked, and he had his leg tendon cut off, and he couldn't escape. This kid is so young and has such a rich combat experience? In the calm Lu Gang's eyes, there was a little shock. He felt that everyone was like a puppet with a string, and all actions were expected by Su Ming. Grass. I can only fight with him. If you forcibly retreat, you will only be cut all over your body by the flying sword, and you will be slaughtered by him when the time comes. In that case, it is better to hammer him to death with his life. Wang Raf was also angry. After all, his whole body was covered in wounds. There are 3 of us, and we can live 1 or 2 no matter how you say it. He raised his hand and waved it. Use your fastest skill to interrupt his charging. The 3 of them immediately activated their fastest skills at the same time. The blind monk's water-shaped front-flowing fist was triggered. He took a step, as if stepping on flowing water, with a layer of Buddha's light lingering on his fist, and smashed towards Su Ming's head. Wang Raf directly threw out the double axes and flew away. Lu Gangang transformed into a cheetah, and with all his speed, he rushed towards Su Ming and opened his bloody mouth. Very good, there is a chance. We won, everyone said. Listening to the 3 approaching, Su Ming waited patiently. In the moment of the extreme, he suddenly opened his eyes. Draw your sword. Wow, la la la. Thunder and flashes. The terrifying sword marks swept out. Su Ming's 2 swords in his left and right hands urged the sword to be drawn at the same time. The power is terrifying. Directly cut out a sword mark more than 10 meters long, shotting the ice surface underground. Perfectly penetrated the bodies of 3 people. Even the twin axes that flew in the air were shattered. Their eyes were stunned and they hadn't reacted yet. No, impossible. Bang! This time, why did he charge so fast? Previously, Su Ming had charged up for several seconds before he successfully killed Zhuo Shanhong. Now, in less than 2 seconds, he killed someone. And it's powerful. It is not weaker than the previous sword. Wang Rafu and Zhao Xing were both stunned, full of shock. They subconsciously wanted to take out the healing potion and drink it. However, their health has been reduced to 0. In the next instant, he fell directly to the ground and died. I didn't have time to say the last words. There is only the last one left, Lu Gang. He is a beast berserker, and his level is also the highest among these people, reaching 35. And at the moment when Su Ming's sword was drawn and slashed on him, he turned into a beast and barely blocked the sword. But he still didn't have much blood, and half of his body was cut off. The whole person flew out backwards and couldn't get up again. He was covered in blood and looked at Su Ming with a ghostly face. Su Ming was expressionless and walked slowly in front of him, staring condescendingly at the dying man. At this moment, a series of prompt tones sounded in Su Ming's mind. Draw the sword and kill proficiency plus 4,480. Thunder sword proficiency plus 3,991. Skill advanced. Hidden sword slash, platinum inferior. In the sword sheath, the hidden blade is restrained, the sword intent is gathered, and the momentum is stimulated, and the power is unmatched. Thunder enchantment sword, platinum inferior. The violent thunder is attached to the blade of the sword, and a sword can slay out, which can destroy the enemy's defenses and paralyze the enemy's body. The 2 skills were immediately upgraded to the platinum level. Mission requirements completed. 3-turn mission completed. Promotion to rank 3 sword god. Full effect of the original sword body, increased to 30 times. Damn. All attributes plus 10. Get 1 chance to draw the wheel. Promotion to level 31. Obtain 10 free attribute points. Currently a total of 40 free attributes. Please allocate them as soon as possible. Mission rewards are being distributed. Random bloodline X1. In the next moment, a screen appeared in front of Su Ming. Various characters began to flash rapidly. His eyes couldn't help but be attracted. Bloodline is a very strong ability. The effect is second only to talent, and it is generally a permanent effect. So he is also looking forward to it. All kinds of blood flashed in front of his eyes. There were even several times, and the mythical bloodline flashed. In the end, he gained a new bloodline power. Obtain bloodline, Chalcedony Bone B. Chalcedony Bone B. Your bones are naturally tough, and there is a bone marrow like jade fat flowing through them. Effect, your bone toughness has been greatly improved, even surpassing steel, and your bones have a strong self-healing ability. Suddenly, Su Ming felt that the bones in his body were much tougher. The bone marrow is the essence of all blood in the body. The moment the bone marrow was reshaped by the power of the bloodline, Su Ming's whole body became much stronger. Unfortunately, this bloodline cannot be sublimated because it is a reward for the mission, not not something that explodes. Although there is no requirement that all things must be sublimated once, it is still necessary to sublimate with loot. And the mission reward cannot be regarded as the spoils of war. The meaning of loot is that the reward obtained after exploration, battle, etc. is the loot. The income from the task is essentially a reward. Then, he immediately assigned all his attribute points. There are a total of 40 free attribute points. Among them, 20 points are given strength and physical attributes, so that they are just right to make up and reach the 100 mark. Then the remaining 20 points were allocated to lucky. Coupled with the 10-point increase in all attributes obtained from the promotion to the 3rd rank, now his attributes have no shortcomings in all aspects. Now there is this Jade Bone Marrow bloodline, even the defense aspect is very strong. Su Ming felt that his combat effectiveness had undoubtedly improved to a big level. Su Ming, carry title, Killing God, effective title, First Blood, Rookie King, level 31, 1420/3100000 EXP. Occupation, Sword God, mythical level, the only one in the world. Strength, 100. Physique, 100. Dexterity, 250. Spirit, 190. Lucky, 190. Bloodline, immortal body, A. Jade Bone Marrow, B. Self-healing factor, C. Talents, sublimation of all things, origin sword body, automatic cultivation. Skills, Killing God, full hidden step, Eye of Insight. Dragon slaying technique, double sword mastery, drunken sword style, fierce thunder enchantment sword, hidden sword / holy weapon enchantment, rain, shattered phoenix sword, sword martial master, Jew imperial sword, heavenly falling sword tomb, fought condensation blade, lingbo micro step. After 3 turns, each upgrade requires hundreds of thousands of experience points. Compared with the second turn, it has increased tenfold. Su Ming knew very well that his upgrade speed in this copy would be greatly reduced. For him, the escalation speed is going to slow down. In fact, other players are at this speed. It can only be said that he is a man who is used to hanging up. Su Ming prepared, quickly got the epic props in this dungeon, and then evacuated. He let out a long breath of turbid air, feeling the powerful power of the 3rd turn. Then, he looked down in front of him. Lu Gang lay on the ground, speechless in fear. He never expected that Su Ming would kill all of his 2 companions so quickly. He is a calm beast berserker, both in their 30s. In his life, he has experienced many battles. He has done both bad and good things, and is an extremely complex man. This is the first time that his life is absolutely threatened. All the calmness in his eyes was gone, and there was only panic in his eyes. This is the instinct of living things. When you are dying, all reason cannot suppress your fear. He lay on the ground, took out a bottle of healing potion with difficulty, and wanted to drink it. However, Su Ming kicked his healing potion to pieces. The medicine bottle fell to the ground, and the medicine condensed into blood-red ice, merging with the earth. His expression suddenly became desperate. He slowly crawled behind him, his movements extremely embarrassed. "You, how can your strength be so strong?" he asked in shock, his voice trembling a little. "Dying people, why do you ask so much?" Su Ming was expressionless, stepped forward to hold the Shin Foam sword suspended in midair. A dashing turn, thunder flashed on the blade of the sword. He wanted to use the newly evolved Fierce Thunder enchantment sword to completely suppress him. This is a platinum-level swordsmanship skill, and the effect is very strong. Thunder flashed all over the sky, and the thunder mixed with bloodlight seemed to have a fierce light flowing. Once he was struck by this sword, he would inevitably die on the spot. Looking at this scene, Lu Gang's face turned pale. "Don't kill me, brother, kill God. We will write off our grievances from now on, and I will never want a diamond treasure chest again." Su Ming frowned. "Who is brother to you? Die." The blade flows, and it strikes with one blow. The terrifying thunder shattered the surrounding ice into cobweb-like cracks. Lu Gang's eyes lit up, and his face became extremely fierce. On his body, the flesh and skin suddenly turned over, and countless barbs grew. "Come, die together." A fierce determination appeared on his face. "I have used my beastly skills to transform into a half-pufferfish and a half-hedgehog. The moment I am about to die, I will self-destruct, and the steel spikes turned into flesh and ribs will shoot out. This means that the moment he self-destructs, his body will be mutilated, which is a suicide attack that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 2,000. At that time, hundreds of meters around will suffer, and it will even disturb the strong man who cut out the golden sword energy. You escaped here before me, so naturally you know better than me how terrifying that master's swordsmanship is. Once he arrives, I will use my last strength to tell him that you have a diamond treasure chest. Even if I die, you won't be able to eat and walk around." As he said, he showed a somewhat crazy expression of despair. This was his last threat. However, Su Ming always looked calm. "Is there a possibility I am the one who cut out the golden sword chi?" As soon as these words came out, endless horror appeared in Lu Gang's eyes. "No, it cannot be." Before the last word was spoken, Su Ming took out his sword. A thunderclap stopped abruptly. Su Ming's blade swept over his body. His torso was scorched and fell to the ground, and his head was separated. At the moment of killing, Su Ming said lightly, "I forgot to tell you that the golden swordsmanship is a skill that burst out of the diamond treasure chest, and I just learned it." As soon soon as these words came out, Lu Gang's eyes were full of unwillingness and resentment. The diamond treasure chest he dreamed of really burst out with powerful skills, and he has no blessing to suffer. And because of the greed for this treasure chest, he died here. In the end, his head fell to the ground and he died completely. Kill player, Beast Warrior, Lu Gang, gain XP plus 32,190. Su Ming's face was calm. With a slight flick of his hand, all the flying swords lingered around and returned to their sheaths. What self-destruct? It's too weak. As long as the speed of the sword is fast enough, you can't explode at all. Su Ming looked at his body and said indifferently, nowadays, the original sword body can provide 30 times the speed and power bonus of swordsmanship. In the same realm, how to fight on the opposite side? There is no need to fight at all. He then looked at the bodies of the 3 people in the field. The list of loot immediately emerged. The 3 people's belongings are all inside. These people are not rich, but there is a lot of equipment, materials, and gold coins. Su Ming can also be regarded as a lot of gains. The loot list is quite extensive. However, high-quality equipment is a bit lacking. These 3 people only have a total of 1 platinum-level equipment. Lu Gang's coat is made of very strange material, and it feels like animal skin. There are also more than a dozen bottles of healing potions, and there are also some miscellaneous equipment, food, raw materials, etc. Su Ming first sublimated this large pile of things with all things, sublimated them once. Sublimation success. Lu Gang's animal skin coat evolved into a high-quality platinum coat. Animal skin melt clothing, platinum quality. Equipment restrictions, beastly professionals. Introduction. A kind of outerwear and equipment sewn by extremely cruel means, which requires the collection of the fur of various mutant creatures such as blood cows, snapping turtles, smoke-toothed horses, and magic horn sheep, and is aggregated. You need to peel and sew the mutant monster while it is still alive to make this equipment. The leather jacket is warm, as if it is still alive, and when put on, it will quickly wrap the whole body and almost blend with your skin. Affix. This coat seems to be alive, and after wearing it, it can blend with your skin and transform into a beast at the same time as you without damage. 10 miscellaneous beast hairs. This coat combines the fur characteristics of 10 monsters, and can give additional bonuses when the wearer uses the beastification skill. Power of blood grudge. The resentment of the living skin is condensed in the clothes, and after wearing this garment, you can heal your injuries by gnawing on the flesh and blood of living creatures. This coat has evolved to become stronger. Originally, there was no last affix, but now there is. The value immediately doubled several times. Su Ming put away all these loot and prepared to sell them in the future. His personal space is only half left. Tisk, personal space is running out, he said in a condensed voice. For third-turn professionals, there are 300 compartments in personal backpack space. If it is the second turn, it is 200 grids. For most people, this is definitely more than enough, but Su Ming has too much equipment on him. Don't worry too much, there is still more than half left, which is enough for the time being. After you go out, look for equipment that expands your personal space, he said. Then, he began to look into the distance. The war stopped, and the thick fog that had been dispersed around them gradually surrounded them. Fortunately, Su Ming brought a pointing needle. Wait, it is a magical device with a pointer on it capable of always pointing in the direction of the sun's rise. Holding this disc can identify the direction, even in the midst of endless glaciers. Unless this copy world, there is no sun. Otherwise, the bearings can be identified. In his memory, the location of the epic prop was in the south. He immediately rushed over. It is said that there is a surface of ice of completely different colors, and if you break it and dive into the water, you can find a cave under the ice. Epic props, it's among them. I have to hurry. Su Ming moved extremely fast. He galloped all the way, urging Lingbo to take a slight step. After the war, his physical exertion was serious, but after having the 2 talents of Jade Bone Marrow and Self-Healing Factor, his physical strength recovered very quickly. As he hurried, his physical strength slowly recovered to its peak. This is also inseparable from the steaks he ate before, which provided him with a lot of calories. Halfway through, monsters often wake up from the ice and besiege Su Ming, but Su Ming either avoided it or killed it with one blow. They are all neat processing. There is no slowing down at all. However, after 3 turns, it takes too much experience to upgrade. Su Ming killed several monsters along the way, but failed to upgrade. After 5 days, Su Ming finally found the location. 2 days earlier than expected. Bang! As soon as he arrived, he saw a large dark blue glacier. The ice surface here is like an abyss, looking a bit blue and weird. It is full of pungent fishy smells, extremely uplifting. As far as the eye can see, there are countless frozen fish carcasses. Basically, they are man-eating mutant fish. Densely packed, there are thousands of them. Under the ice, it was also dense, all of which were frozen to death mutant fish. These frozen fish are all mutant monsters that look terrifying. Fangs and sharp teeth, red eyes and steel scales, and fish gills are full of black energy. Some fish are covered with steel spine-like hair, like hedgehogs, more than 2 meters long, and are sealed in glaciers. It looks like a sculpture. There are also mutant fish, fused with the skeleton undead, with potholes scales all over their bodies and full of rotten flesh. There is also a mountain of rotting fish corpses in the distance. At our feet, there are many human skeletons. There was no flesh left of the whole body that was gnawed. It seems that there have been human career changers who have set foot here, but they have all turned into dry bones without exception. Finally found here. But, how can there be so many mutant fish here? Su Ming used his insightful eye to scan the information of these fish. Mutant carnivorous fish, frozen. Introduction: monsters with terrifying combat power, appearing in groups, they can swim in the air, and their sharp teeth can tear apart all the job changers who do not measure their own strength. Warning, don't disturb them. Turning his head to look, another group of fish. Gray-backed pointed soft-shelled turtle, frozen state, dragon's blood skin-back fish, bone-melting fish. Too much, too much. This ice area is like a huge cemetery of strange fish. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he began to search around. Where was the cave world under the ice? He moved cautiously. But the ice here is too dark to see what lies beneath the depths, so Su Ming could only go first. Along the way, he stepped on the ice body of the mutant piranha group. Lingbo microstep is a very mysterious body technique. It can move silently and extremely floatingly. This is not only a body technique, but also a light skill, so he cannot disturb these fish in the slightest. The steps are like dragonflies dotting water. Su Ming has gradually learned the characteristics of the monsters in this world. Basically, they are all frozen. As long as you cannot wake them up, then you can avoid fighting to a large extent. Only the skeletons of the dead are relatively special monsters. They can sense the breath of the surrounding creatures and awaken, which Su Ming cannot avoid. But he was able to successfully avoid these fish, as well as monsters of other races. So many strange fish, even I can't bear to attack them. Avoiding is the wisest choice. Su Ming's swordsmanship is very strong, but he will also be very afraid of dealing with this kind of extremely dense group of monsters. It's like a peakboxer can't kill a large swarm of wasps with one punch, and he will still be stung all over his head. Soon, Su Ming rushed to the depths of this ice field. There are not so many ice fish on the periphery, but in the center of this ice domain, there was an extremely strong aura of death. The mist in the sky turned into a deep blue color. In these fogs, there seems to be highly toxic. Every time Su Ming breathed, he felt a mysterious and severe pain, sweeping through his lungs and traveling through his blood vessels, and his own physical strength was also suppressed by this thick fog. Ahem, it's so choking, the fog here is starting to be poisonous? Su Ming's eyes were cold, and he said in a condensed voice. Suddenly, Su Ming began to hear the sound of fighting. Looking forward, Su Ming's eyes suddenly became cold. I saw a large group of people in front of me, in the midst of a melee. The dark blue fog enveloped the heavens and the earth, and it was almost impossible to see clearly. It can only be vaguely seen that there are more than humans on the battlefield. There are also several races. It's a multifaceted scuffle. Su Ming used his insightful eyes. Suddenly, the golden light flashed in his eyes. Directly looked through the fog and saw everything very clearly. I saw that the left side was dark green and covered with lizard-like pitted skin, which looked rough and ugly. The tongue is even longer and outrageous. It is a lizard man race. On the right side, there are short and fat dwarves. There are a total of 8 positions, all levels are not low, and the combat effectiveness is very ferocious. The surrounding ice surface was a mess, obviously affected by the battle. This battle has been going on for a while. The awakeners of the lizard people and the dwarves joined forces to force a human team into a corner. The 3 people of the human race are under siege. Haha, humans, you also have today. A very strong dwarf jumped high and pulled out a huge illusory hammer shadow. Fall brazenly. Die. His sledgehammer was unmatched, and in the moment it fell, it smashed a large piece of ice into pieces. The 3 humans who were besieged quickly urged their skills to resist. However, they are in a state of being pinched. Although he blocked this blow, he failed to block the attack behind him. Behind everyone, a lizard man slammed his tail and swept away. The huge green tail seemed to be blessed by some skill, and the power was terrifying. Attack from behind. The 3 of them vomited blood and flew out. The thick fog here weakens human strength. Damn, the thick fog here weakens our human strength, but it doesn't weaken the lizardmen. They have lived here for generations and have long been familiar with this fog. These dwarves also have a way to alleviate this poison. I'm afraid we're really going to be planted here this time. The 2 men in black robes struggled to stand up, spitting out a mouthful of blood, their faces extremely ugly. Captain, what should we do? Do we have a chance to escape? Among the 3, the youngest seems to be a girl. She looked frightened and very immature. It should be a newcomer who has just awakened. She was not seriously injured because she was protected by 2 men, but all over the body there were also wounds, and they were already drenched in blood. She clutched the illusory curse blade in her hand, her face full of nervousness. But these 2 men couldn't hold on anymore. Escape? I'm afraid I won't have a chance. Our physical strength has been weakened too much by the poisonous fog, and they can easily catch up. Xiaoju, I'm sorry. The middle-aged captain had some apology in his eyes, and it was he who agreed and brought the new girl here to level up. In the end, it caused her to die here. Damn! Another lean man said with a cold face and gritted his teeth. He holds a long stick with many ancient runes runes inscribed on it. If there is only one lizardman squad, it can still be dealt with. But the dwarf ran out again and besieged us. Is it really his bad luck? Dwarves and lizardmen gradually surrounded them. They had an ugly smile on their faces. TSK, I didn't expect there to be another woman. An old dwarf grinned fiercely, rubbing his hands greedily. It's pretty good. What an extra gain. The lizards were also smiling, and the green lizard skin was full of folds. They are dressed in all kinds of equipment and have high intelligence. Except for skin color and figure, there is no difference from humans. In the distance, Su Ming looked at this scene with a flat face. No, alien races besieging and killing humans? It's extraordinary. He looked indifferent and muttered. For these ugly races, the women of the human race are extremely scarce resources. Because of its strong reproductive ability, it can give birth. Female lizardmen breed 3 times before dying. Human females, on the other hand, can reproduce indefinitely. Only old age and death will end. The most important thing is that the women of the human race are very beautiful. Even in the aesthetics of groups such as lizard people and dwarves, it is a good product. Therefore, human women naturally become fragrant gluttony. It's as if humans would keep orcs in captivity and use them as slaves. Other races will also keep humans in captivity as slaves. This world is so weak in the strong. Among all races, human beings are at the middle level of strength. Although the human race does not have any companion talents, it has a very strong learning ability, and there are many human races, and it has strict rules and laws. It has formed a unique ability to become stronger. Under normal circumstances, other races do not dare to provoke humans easily. But when humans are few and appear alone, the situation changes. Just like now. This human team entered the deepest area of this dungeon and came to the territory of the lizardmen and dwarves leveling. Alone. Naturally, it was attacked by the group. Su Ming watched the scene coldly and had no intention of making a move. The environment here is complicated. Surrounded by endless mutant fish, a dead zone was formed. Once involved in the battle, accidentally waking up the mutant giant fish on the periphery of this area, it is certain to die. Attacked by tens of thousands of mutant fish, the scene can be imagined. What's more, there is a thick poisonous fog here. Listen to the conversation between these people. It seems that other races have a way to be immune to this poisonous mist, and only the human race will be recruited. Once Su Ming makes a righteous move, he himself will be in danger. He was just here to find epic props, not to die. Su Ming was preparing to go around here, but in the next moment, his eyes suddenly became cold. The human squad had a total of 3 people. They wore black robes. On top of that, they both carry a pitch black ring on their hands. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, a little shocked. He only noticed this detail. This ring, is it a black killer? Su Ming used his insightful eyes to scan, and it was indeed true. This team is from the same organization as himself. Unexpectedly, I actually met them here. When entering the dungeon, the senior Black Kill reminded Su Ming that there was a team of Black Kill leveling here and asked him if he wanted to join. In the previous life, it was the Shadow Stick warrior in this Black Killing squad who finally got that epic prop. After he returned to Blue Star, he was immediately reported and hyped. This person also participated in lectures and made a lot of money. Su Ming still remembers his appearance, exactly the same. Somehow, Su Ming always felt that his face had the appearance of a traitor. Perhaps he had been betrayed, so Su Ming was extremely sensitive to this aura. When he first entered this dungeon, Su Ming refused to follow the advice of the Black Killing seniors and chose not to join this team. It was because he wanted to rely on his own strength to find epic props. At that time, you don't have to get a piece of the pie with others. But now, he feels that this epic prop is really a bit hard to find. After coming to this area, he had no other clues. And this ice field is so huge that it is very likely to be missed in the end. Why don't you come to the rescue first? This also allows you to find clues faster. Su Ming fell into deep thought. Although it was risky, it seemed like it had to be done. Su Ming took out the ancient snake and poisonous gall and drank a drop of bitter bile. Suddenly, all the poisonous mist in his body was cleared and he returned to his peak state. The cold bile allowed Su Ming to temporarily be immune to these blue miasma. Su Ming's hand slowly rested on the hilt of the sword behind his back. There are a lot of enemies here, and the realm is above level 35. Just when Su Ming was about to make a move, he calmed down again. Su Ming felt something was wrong, and it seemed that some details had not been captured. No, wrong. Su Ming was extremely calm at this critical moment. He let go of the hilt of his sword and said in his heart, looking at this situation, these people are besieged. It is a situation that is certain to die. Su Ming frowned. Past life. I didn't save them here, but the Shadow Stick warrior also survived to the end and got epic props. How did he do it? Even if I have made changes in this life and have a butterfly effect, the probability of affecting this dungeon world is very small. Can you get out of danger on your own? Su Ming made a conclusion in his heart. Stop decisively. If you intervene and change the direction of things, maybe the epic props will not see the light of day. Boom! The lizardmen and the dwarves launched a general attack on the team. A lot of skills pour in. Between heaven and earth, There are 5 colors and 10 colors, all of which are the brilliance of skills. The thick poisonous mist around them was blown away. The Black Kill captain rushed out and actually stood in front of the 2 team members. He activated a skill and his size suddenly increased. At the same time, he opened his arms and bit off a necklace around his neck. In an instant, a bright light formed a barrier to protect him in it. One-time platinum items, defense barrier necklaces. Why? The barrier formed is extremely strong. However, in the face of so many attacks, even platinum's defense is difficult to bear. Sure enough, after resisting about 10 skills, the barrier was shattered. The captain was instantly penetrated by countless rays of light. The venom of the lizardmen and the giant hammers of the dwarves smashed his body at the same time. His limbs were almost crumbling rotten flesh, and it was extremely difficult to even stand. There are thousands of holes, and there is a big hole in the chest. One person stopped all the attacks. With his last breath, he protected a wave of players, but he also died. He turned his head to look at the Shadow Stick Warrior Man and the Cursed Blade Master Girl behind him. Bu Ju, Yang Hui, hug, sorry. His eyes were desperate, and there was a hint of regret on his face. The new girl in the team, named Bu Ju, was brought by him. Bu Ju had just been upgraded to the 3rd rank, and it had only been a year since he joined the Black Kill. It stands to reason that it should be in the E-level dungeon to seek stability and leveling, and he boasted about Haikao and brought her here, but failed to protect her safety. What carelessness! Now that the entire army is wiped out, he has to pay 90% of the responsibility. His heart was filled with infinite regret. It's a pity that he is powerless. In the end, he died of despair. Standing still and dying, he can be called a hero. In order to protect the team members, stand up. This person is a man Su Ming secretly admired in his heart. In his previous life, he would have done this kind of thing, but after experiencing betrayal, his heart has long changed, become colder than stone. If there is anyone else in the world who can make him a little soft-hearted, then there is only one. Ji Yao. She is the only one. Now, the only living mouths on the field are the female Cursed Blade Master and the male Shadow Stick Warrior. Su Ming had secretly scanned the strength of these 2 people. The female Curse Master Bu Ju is level 33. The Shadow Stick Warrior Wang Yanghui is a little fierce, reaching level 39. Level 40 away, 1 step away. His strength was stronger than all the lizardmen and dwarves present. He is already an experienced career changer, a black killing old-timer. What can be done? Outnumbered. How are these 2 people going to survive? Su Ming began to guess in his heart how to reverse in the end. In the next moment, things really took a turn for the better. Su Ming's eyes trembled in shock. The development of this matter was greatly beyond his expectations. I saw the group of lizardmen and dwarves constantly approaching. The expression on Wang Yanghui's face was constantly changing, and he seemed to be struggling extremely. In the end, he gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind. He took a step back suddenly and retreated behind Bu Ju. The step girl was extremely panicked, and her thin body was full of trembling. Brother Yanghui, what should I do? Are we fleeing back? But they are surrounded. She hadn't finished speaking yet. The next moment, her eyes were stunned. Wang Yanghui stretched out a palm and suddenly pushed her out from behind. She stumbled and fell directly in front of her. Everyone, I'll hand her over. Let me go. Wang Yanghui lowered his head slightly and said. His face was hideous, and it seemed that he had made a great deal of determination to make this decision, so he spoke heavily, as if his mind had been distorted. Seeing this scene, all the lizardmen and dwarves clapped their hands and laughed. Whoa, yeah, humans, worthy of being humans. The lizardmen let out a strange laugh, laughing so hard that my stomach hurts. Your race, you really know how to abandon your comrades, it's so shameless. The dwarves also let out a burst of honest ridicule. Bu Ju's eyes were full of horror and fear. She never expected that she would be abandoned in the end. How can it be? She turned her head and looked at Wang Yanghui in disbelief. No, brother Yanghui, we have been training together for more than a year. Please, don't abandon me. She cried with pear blossoms and rain, with a desperate face. Please, don't abandon me. Bu Ju begged. Wang Yanghui looked hideous, stepped back slowly, and ignored her at all. It's getting farther and farther away from her. He shouted to the group of lizardmen. Dear lizard friends, our team, we stole the eggs of your lizardmen before, and we were offended, but she did it all. The egg is on her. He put all the blame on Bu Ju. Bu Ju's face was ugly, and his lips were completely pale. Bang! She stopped talking, knowing that she was completely betrayed. Her heart was like ashes, and she sat on the ground, not even explaining. A look like a mermaid. In fact, she didn't steal the lizard eggs. It was Wang Yanghui. But now, the explanation is meaningless. She was weak, and in front of these people, she didn't have any strength to resist at all. It is better to leave a trace of mental power and commit suicide with skills. Even if she died, she did not want to become a breeding machine of the lizard tribe. Su Ming watched this scene from a distance and almost couldn't help but clap his hands. Absolutely. It's really amazing. Su Ming laughed. In his eyes, the murderous intent gradually flickered. Seeing this man, Su Ming remembered. Zhang Tang, Rin Xiaoman. It's just history repeating itself. He seemed to see the scene of his betrayal. Yes, that's the only solution. I should have guessed it a long time ago. It's so stupid. Wang Yunhui, a shadow stick warrior, finally got epic props, relying on betrayal. The bad guy got the best end in the end. Good people, but they are all dead. The world is simply ironic. The so-called good people have good rewards, and bad people have bad rewards, all of which are coaxing children. Su Ming has long known this truth. Reality has been proven again and again. Su Ming's smile was a little crazy, but his eyes were full of extreme killing intent. Anyone who sees it will be frightened. You humans are indeed a fragmented and extremely despicable race. No wonder you are disgraced by all races. A lizard man took a step forward and shouted angrily. Just talking about the countries within your human race, dozens have split. The number of countries is several times more than that of the elves, beasts, dwarves, and our lizards combined. Internal strife is endless. It's really a clan of bugs that only care about themselves and can do bad things to their compatriots. Lizard men and dwarves slowly approached and laughed loudly. They used the most foul words to mock the human race. Wang Yunhui looked at this scene, not angry at all, not half bloody. Instead, he said to everyone with a flattering face, "Everyone, can you give way to me? I swear, you will never see me again. My female companion is good-looking and talented. Whether it is a slave or sold, it is worth a lot." The lizards agreed. You handed over this woman and told us the whereabouts of our lost eggs, so naturally you can leave. We are the lizard tribe, and the rewards and punishments are clear. Despicable humans, get out. The young lizard men said coldly, but the three old dwarves disagreed. Several dwarves had angry faces on their faces and stepped forward to completely surround Wang Yanghui. No, no, you can't go. Despicable people who are greedy for life and afraid of death must die without a complete corpse. They held sledgehammers in both hands and gradually approached Wang Yanghui. It seems that he can't wait to cut him 1,000 times. Dwarves are also a branch race of humans, and they have a long lifespan, which can live for hundreds of years. They, like humans, are emotionally rich. Lizard men are a cold-blooded race that can only feel fear, pain, ruthlessness, calculations. They do not understand what resentment is. The dwarves, on the other hand, have rich emotions in their brains, just like humans, so they know how to be jealous of evil. Seeing this kind of mutilation and betrayal of his compatriots, the dwarves were so angry that they wanted to kill him. I can't stop it. The lizard tribe saw the scene and shrugged their shoulders. Because of their different races, they didn't understand why the dwarves were angry, and just laughed it off. Count you as unlucky. The lizard people sighed. You also saw that it was the old men of the dwarf race who wanted to kill you, and we couldn't stop it. Wait to die. The lizard man looked at this scene gloatingly, and a strange smile appeared in his slightly green vertical eyes. The green face of the lizard man, combined with the human face, has an eerie sense of fear. Wang Yanghui's face darkened. Damn, dogs will jump over walls when they are in a hurry. You forced me. He roared angrily, activating his most powerful skill, shadow-breaking boomstick. Behind him, a huge ape remnant transformed, holding a giant stick and smashing down with a vertical hammer. Directly smashed the ice behind him into a big pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. He fell directly into it. The bottom is all ice water, cold to the bone. Wang Yanghui fell into the moment and immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. But only with this method can we break through the encirclement of dwarves and lizardmen. He gritted his teeth and forcibly dived into the depths underwater. The lizard tribe is amazed by the heavenly beings. They have lived in this world for a long time, just like humans have lived in the blue planet for many years, so they know best how terrifying it is underwater. Is he crazy? This underwater is full of mutant fish monsters. Yeah. Madman, now he died even worse. Simply stupid. Su Ming in the distance, seeing this scene, suddenly realized, it's really nowhere to find a place to break iron shoes, and it doesn't take much effort to get it. It turned out that the ice entrance to the cave was at Wang Yanghui's feet. In order to escape, he broke the ice and dived into it to find a glimmer of life. Then I hit it by mistake and got an epic prop. Su Ming instantly cleared everything. Then, epic props are just around the corner. Myself, it's time to make a move. The dwarves looked at this scene and could only spit out a few lumps of old thick phlegm into the ice to vent their resentment. Run pretty fast, you will die happily. If it falls into the hands of our dwarves, I'm afraid he won't be able to survive, and he won't be able to die. The dwarf clan is a class of craftsmen who are best at creating various torture instruments and weapons, which can be said to be outstanding. Then, the dwarves took a step forward and began to compete with the lizard men for Bujue. She has fair skin, big buttocks, and bulging breasts, and is very good at raising children. Lizard man, we dwarves want this woman. We helped you defeat this human team. That's right. Several dwarf old men were all old things who had lived for more than 100 years, and their bodies were full of ugly age spots. The short and fat body also smells of alcohol. Although there was a strong warrior dwarf among them, he was also uglier than a cow and had a face full of miscellaneous hair. When Buju thought of what would happen after that, his whole body trembled like chaff. Whether it falls into the hands of the lizard men or the dwarves, it will not end well, and it will lose its dignity. When the lizard man heard this, he didn't give an inch. Dwarf, I thought you were sensible. Obviously, we are the lizard men. We attack this team first, they said coldly. The old dwarf had a cold face and picked up the sledgehammer directly. Then fight. They stepped out, each activating their skills to smash into the lizard men. The lizard men also made a fighting stance. A flash of determination flashed in Buju's eyes. She bit her silver teeth and tears flowed. Sorry, brother, I can't go back, she cried and stabbed her chest with a cursed blade. Buju wants to end his life. The blue cursed blade in her palm, flashing with a shimmering light, pierced towards her heart. The lizard men and the dwarves were shocked when they looked at this scene. She still has mental strength. It's not good. This woman wants to cut herself off. The two sides were fighting, and they were powerless to stop it, and it was too late. Damn, such a good woman is going to be wasted. The old dwarves took a bite, their faces full of distress. But I don't feel sorry for her death, but I just feel sorry for myself for losing a good slave. Clang! In the next moment, an extremely domineering long sword flew over. This sword, maybe it can't be said to be a sword. Instead, it was a tip of a sword with flames flowing, almost to the top. In an instant, the cursed blade in her palm was cut into pieces. She was also shocked by this terrifying sword chi, suffering internal injuries and spurting out a large mouthful of blood, but she survived anyway. She looked around in shock and fear. Her last mental strength has been exhausted. If she lives, she will endure endless torture for the rest of her life. In the lizardman's breeding nest, all women have their limbs cut off and tied to tree stumps. The dwarves cannot cherish the fragrance in jade. She looked around desperately, looking for who was so cruel to her. In her eyes, there was even a touch of sadness. I saw a young man turn into a black afterimage and come lightly. In just an instant, it landed in the center of the field. His speed is extremely fast. The chaotic wind wrapped in ice and snow blew on his tattered cloak. The young man's hair was flying and fluttering messily. The back is thin, extremely mysterious, but has a strong oppressive force. The man raised his hand and shook it. 7 long swords, intricately suspended in the air, slashed out. All the attacks of the dwarves and lizards were intercepted. It was originally 6 swords, but don't forget that the dragon inlaid with a broken sword can be split into 2. Therefore, it is the 7 swords. The 30 times swordsmanship power bonus of the original sword body is so terrifying. Even if Su Ming's sword power was divided into several and weakened a lot, it could still steadily block all attacks. There were 4 lizard men and 3 dwarves present. All of them were pressed against their heads by the blades and could no longer move. All the movements and momentum of the skills are extinguished. The battlefield, which was originally tense, was silent for a moment. For a while, everyone looked at Su Ming in shock. Who is coming? Several people asked. In an instant, the skills of so many rank 3 masters were diffused, and this person's strength was simply terrifying. Rank 4 swordsman, kill the god. Su Ming's voice was flat and he said coldly. He reported his home, his voice confident and indifferent. It seems that everything is not taken seriously. That's right, in his previous life, he relied on his own strength to reach the 8th rank. If you don't have extraordinary heart and courage, how can you do it? Therefore, Su Ming's temperament, to disguise the 4 turns, is absolutely no one dares to doubt. Hiss, sizzle, 4, 4, 4, hiss. Oh no, turn 4. Several young people of the lizard tribe were so frightened that their tails were curled. The old dwarves were also shocked and glared. Killing God, although I have never heard of this name, it is very scary. For turns, this realm is even more terrifying. Combined, it is simply terrifying. Su Ming had actually just reached the 3rd turn, but his skills are so powerful that even if they are falsely reported, no one dares to test them for a while. Suddenly, his appearance calmed everyone down. Everyone slowly retreated, their faces cautious. This human race master, I don't know why you stopped it. Could it be that you are this woman's companion? A lizard man asked in a condensed voice. They are all young people of the lizard tribe, and their voices are very young, and they even have a bit of a gentle scholarly taste. Just with the green skin appearance of the lizard tribe, it looks a little ugly. Su Ming and Buju are both humans, so they naturally guessed that Su Ming was Buju's companion. No, Su Ming shook his head. I just can't get used to people betraying me. I can't stand it. The poor man who was betrayed died with hatred. Just give her a chance, Su Ming said flatly. In fact, the main purpose of his visit was to dive underwater and chase Wan Yanghui. Grab epic items. Saving this woman is really a matter of raising your hand. This matter did him no good. However, what is the purpose of living a lifetime and working hard to level up? Do you have to pursue profit all your life? It is not. In fact, in the end, seeking is a freedom. After having absolute power, it is necessary to release all the accumulated depression in the heart as much as you want. Strive to use your own strength to shape the world into what you want. This is the meaning of becoming stronger. Su Ming's current strength has begun to take shape, and in this D-level copy, he is almost not afraid of most battles. Naturally, there is no need to be so extreme. Occasionally venting is also good for your mood. Su Ming's words shocked Buju's eyes. She forcibly suppressed the trembling of her delicate body and turned her head to look over. Every Every day, countless people change jobs and die in corners where no one cares. Trapped in this desperate situation, she never hoped that she would survive. Being able not to be tortured is already the best result. But I didn't expect that the peak would turn. Before, predecessor. Thank you, she cried gratefully, but there was still a bit of fear in her eyes. She didn't know if Su Ming was a good person. Su Ming looks younger than her, but she naturally regards Su Ming as a senior. After all, with this kind of strength, it is almost impossible to be younger than him. There are many props in the world to delay the aging of appearance, and it is very common. Hearing Su Ming's words, the dwarves looked fearful, but they didn't give an inch. Human, you want to forcibly protect this girl? Su Ming's face was calm and silent. Everything is in words. The group of young lizard men gradually calmed down, and their faces became sunken. This senior of the human race, although you are rank 4, you are very powerful. But don't forget, this copy is the place where our Wukasek lizard tribe has lived for generations. We have survived here for hundreds of years and have already formed a tribe. If you dare to kill us, then you will have to die too, and our people will avenge us. Rank 4 powerhouse, my lizard clan is not without it, and almost all around here is our territory. A few lizard people said proudly. They puffed up their chests, and even if their foreheads were hit by the blade of the sword and the blood beads were protruding, they did not bow their heads. Those dwarves were also holding sledgehammers. Not bad. Moreover, even if you are rank 4, you are not invincible. Your profession has strong attack power, but defense is a weakness. We have a total of 7 people here, and it's not completely unlikely. The old men's voices were extremely low. We have a total of 7 people here, and it's not completely impossible to win. No way. High-quality human women are too expensive. They want to fight for it, even if it is at great risk. Buju's talent is 8 stars, and in the dwarf market it can sell millions of dwarf coins. Converted into Wanzu coins, there are about 100,000 yuan. Facing everyone's overestimation, Su Ming was expressionless. In midair, a condensed blade of thought was condensed. The azure long sword, with a cold blade, stabbed out of his hand. Now, he can already condense a second blade of thought at the same time. Everyone thought that this human master was going to kill them. Everyone was trembling with fright. What they just said was very full, but in fact, they didn't have a bottom in their hearts. They just wanted to cheat on Su Ming and test whether he was really a 4th rank man. If you really want to fight with the 4th turn, the casualties will be extremely heavy. They are also betting on whether this strong man called God Killer will fight with them for this woman. Everyone didn't expect that Su Ming would make such a neat shot. The tail skin of those lizard men was tense. The old dwarf men also trembled with shock, and they all activated their defensive skills to envelop themselves. They were all very embarrassed. Looking at this scene, Su Ming smiled indifferently. I was really scared. However, Su Ming's sword did not slash at them. Instead, it broke directly into the ice. Directly from the big ice cave that Wang Yonghui smashed, he dived down. Wherever it passes, the water is divided into 2 sections. The blade is too sharp. Wow! The sound of the blade cutting through the water and diving all the way down the ice was extremely crisp. Finally, a blue translucent long sword broke free from the water. With a splash of blood, Wang Yonghui appeared from the ice. His chest was pierced by the blade of the sword, and he was stabbed coldly. He was forcibly carried by this sword and out of the water. Returned to shore. The sword of thought flashed and buzzed, and flew up into the air. Finally, he interjected fiercely. Nailed Wang Yonghui to the ground. He let out a scream. He suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his face was horrified. He struggled but couldn't get up. The sword of thought pierced his chest directly. How could he escape? What's going on? He was soaked like a drowning dog. Wang Yonghui dived into the water with all his might, trying to escape as much as possible. Just when he was about to run out of oxygen, he suddenly discovered an underwater ice cave. It is really a village with no way out, and the willows are dark and the flowers are bright. He also thought that he was going to change his life and escape from here. He has even begun to think about how to come back here to take revenge when the time comes. How to cut these lizard men and dwarves 1,000 times. As a result, in the next moment, a long sword pierced his body and flew up from under the water with him. He looked around in embarrassment. Finally, I saw Su Ming. The swordsman in a tattered robe looked cold in his eyes. Who are you? You are also a human race. Why do you want to harm me? I obviously escaped. Obviously alive. Damn it. He was hoarse, his eyes filled with endless anger. He punched the ground with his fists, covered in chilblains and bleeding. Su Ming's face was flat and he raised his hand and waved his hand. The sword of thought condensation fell into his hands. The azure blade flows the power of ideas. When he raised his hand, there were countless slashes. Just normal attacks, no skills used. Pure flat A. But it's extremely fast. In an instant, the sword phoenix flowed. This exquisite swordsmanship was shocked by everyone present. This is a normal attack. Or skills? Can it be so fast? Su Ming's sword turned into an afterimage and formed a sword curtain. Everyone present swallowed their saliva unconsciously, and their hearts clicked. It's too fast, this sword swing speed. Yes, it's really 4 turns. Horror, even the chaotic steel phoenix hammer method in our clan is not so fast. fast. The dwarves immediately completed their judgment. Su Ming's original sword body, now the bonus to the speed of swordsmanship, has reached a full 30 times. It can be said that even if Su Ming slashes with ordinary attacks, it is like a storm, endless. The speed of the basic attack alone is enough to crush most of the attack speed skills of others. In the end, Su Ming's sword directly shredded Wang Yanghui's body. Almost all the bones and flesh of his body were shaved off, but he still had his last breath left, and he was not dead. These multiple basic attacks triggered the affix effect of the decayed sword shirt. Decaying sword chi directly corroded the rotten bones and remnants of Wang Yanghui's whole body. It was like dry bones turning into water, like a decaying corpse. Wang Yanghui didn't feel much pain, because Su Ming even cut off his nerves. So, he only felt numbness. His eyes were stunned, staring at the sky. Those who betray must die, Su Ming finally said coldly. He raised his hand and waved it. Then, raise your hand and shake it. In midair, a huge shadow kept approaching. In the end, it smashed down. It's the tomb of the sword falling from the sky. The giant sword, which was like a stone steel, was engraved with countless mysterious runes and fell down. Crushed Wang Yanghui into a puddle of meat puree. Completely suppressed. Kill the level 39 Shadow Stick Warrior. Gain 130,000 XP. Loot, Black Handle Soul Stick, Platinum Superior. Warm-up Combat Suit, Gold Quality. 6 Smash Killing Sticks, Stick Skill Scroll, Platinum Medium. Lizard Holy Egg, Platinum Grade. Return Mask, Silver Inferior. Su Ming's face was flat and he waved his hand. The thought condensed and dissipated suddenly. Looking around, his eyes were always indifferent, as if he had just crushed an ant to death. This kind of courage, as well as the decisiveness of killing just now, all of them made everyone tremble. Do you still want to stop me? Su Ming raised his head and said calmly. He didn't torture Wang Yanghui too much. It only gave him a moment of pain and killed him. Although this person is despicable, he actually just wants to live. To be honest, the vast majority of people in the world will make such a choice in the face of this situation. It's just that Wang Yanghui met himself. This betrayer made Su Ming very unhappy. So, he died. It's that simple. If it were someone else, who had experienced everything about Su Ming, he would inevitably hate the betrayal. I can't wait to arrest people like Wang Yanghui and Rin Xiaoman and torture them for several years. But Su Ming's mind is no longer in the same realm as ordinary people. Only death, that's enough. For the betrayer, death is tranquility. Spending time torturing is inferior. Su Ming's ambitions are even more ambitious. However, for Zhang Tang, it may still be possible to torture him. Su Ming killed Wang Yanghui, on the one hand, to make himself happy. On the other hand, it is to deter everyone. That's why he used the most brutal way of killing. Do you still want to stop me? Su Ming's voice was always calm, but it is full of unspeakable coercion. More turbulent than roaring. More oppressive than silence. This tone makes people feel scared. As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent for a long time, and they all did not speak again. Okay, we lizards can let this girl go. A young lizard man took a step forward and said, but there is one condition. Before it finished speaking, Su Ming directly threw out a dark green, stone-like egg. On this holy egg, it was densely engraved, like a rune spot, still flashing with green glow. That's why you attacked them, Su Ming said. The lizardman's eyes were startled, and he hurriedly took it and carefully protected it in his arms. Yes, that's right. They looked a little anxious and even more excited. This is the treasure of their tribe, and it is finally back, Su Ming said slowly. You have all been deceived by this stick warrior. He is the one who stole your clan's holy eggs. Only his professional skills, shadow flow, can quietly sneak into your tribe. And this girl was framed for being framed. Su Ming's eyes were calm and he said. When Bu Ju heard this, his eyes were red. Not only did he survive, but he also washed away his grievances. I really met a nobleman. Several lizard people heard this, and their faces were shocked. I didn't expect that he lied to us. I almost escaped for him. Then our holy egg will also be lost. If he is found out by the tribe and we let him go, this is a capital crime. Oh my god, it's really a chill in my back. Su Ming looked at them and said indifferently, you are really stupid to believe his words so easily. When the lizard man heard this, he was not angry, but his eyes were full of joy. The holy egg is back, so what if he is scolded by this human powerhouse? Finding the lost holy egg is the glory of the tribe and a great achievement. When they return, they will be rewarded heavily, and may even be named warriors of the Wooka tribe. Their group of lizard people are very young, only about 10 years old, which is equivalent to a 20-year-old young man among humans. At this age, being able to be named a warrior is simply a glorious ancestor. All the fallen female lizard men will be at their disposal, so they are all smiling from ear to ear. Okay, let's keep the agreement and let this woman go. Friend, your name is Kill God, right? They are full of goodwill, says. All the hostility towards Su Ming in his eyes completely disappeared. Su Ming nodded. Thank you, this holy egg is the treasure of our clan. You helped us get it back, helped our entire ethnic group. You will be a friend of our Wooka lizard man tribe. A strong lizard man took a step forward, stretched out his tail, and made a handshake gesture. Friend, let me introduce myself. I am the son of the patriarch patriarch of the Wooka lizard clan, Tuajan. Now, I officially invite you to come to the tribe for a gathering. As he spoke, his eyes were full of enthusiasm. But, Su Ming caught a trace of extremely hidden killing intent in his eyes. Pretend to be enthusiastic? Hee hee, it's a pity, this is simply playing a big knife in front of Guangong. Su Ming saw through it at a glance. These lizard people have no good intentions. I've long heard that the lizard people are hospitable. As long as they are good people, even if they are humans, you are willing to accept them. Today, this is indeed the case. Su Ming did the plan and did not refuse, just said with a light smile. It seems that he is also taking the initiative to turn enemies into friends. Okay, I'll come to your tribe tomorrow and have a little chat. He stood with his hands behind his back, nodded and smiled. It's like having a Tao. Tuajan sneered secretly, and in his dark green vertical eyes, the haze gradually condensed. On the surface, it is still repaying Su Ming's goodwill. Ha, it's good, friend. When I go back, I will report to the elders and father, and we will prepare a generous reward for you. Please come. Then, a group of lizard men quickly left. The lizard men are a very warlike race, and they can even be said to be a tendon. Being timid without fighting is a taboo. So at the beginning, they would rather die than fight Su Ming. But after seeing Su Ming's devastating power, they were still cowardly. They figured it out. If this battle will definitely be killed, then it will be considered a loss for the tribe to avenge itself in the future. If you die, you will die. These lizard people are also young, and their beliefs are not as pure as that of adult lizard people. Anyway, the result is not bad. They got the holy egg for him. Fortunately, he didn't die. On the way back, several lizards were complacent in their hearts. Halfway through, a lizard man said to the captain, "However, don't you think this holy egg looks a bit strange? There is a fishy smell? It's not as mellow as I remember." A lizard man touched his chin and said with a serious face. Tuajan, the son of the patriarch, said in a cold voice with a profound face, "Humph, what do you know? This is what the holy egg tastes like." Everyone quickly echoed, "That's right, we've never seen the holy egg up close, only the patriarch and the elder have the power to contact, and we can't judge whether it's true or not. Don't worry, he probably won't dare to lie to us. Besides, it is impossible for him to temporarily find something exactly the same as the holy egg to replace it. How can there be such a coincidence?" Then, everyone changed their mind and asked, "Tuajan, do you think this human really dares to come to our tribe as a guest?" Tuajan looked confident and said with a smile, "Hee hee, I promised, there is a treasure for him, he will definitely be tempted. Humans, a greedy race like him, cannot resist temptation. Once he comes, he will face the siege and killing of our 3 rank 4 elders. It's really not good. My father, the level 49 tribal chief, will also take action. This human will die." It said with a gloomy face. Several young lizard people around also laughed loudly. "Jia Jia, stupid humans. Does he really think that after threatening our lizard people, there will be a good end? It's so naive. When the time comes, we must make him a good barbecue and enjoy it. Human flesh is also a rare delicacy. This person is strong, and it's not bad to use our clan's ancient method to become a slave puppet." In the words, evil is revealed. The lizard men are not a kind race to begin with. Unfortunately, they are still too tender. In terms of calculation and resourcefulness, they are like babies in front of Su Ming. Su Ming looked at their departing backs with a smile on his face. "Although I didn't hear what they said, but you can also guess 8 or 9 without 10. He has long had a backhand. These lizard man boys, do you really think it's a holy egg? Hee hee. The real holy egg is still well stored in Su Ming's personal space. Do you still remember the second-rank snake that Su Ming killed? The big snake actually burst out with the snake venom testicles. It's big and smelly. No one wants this thing, and it can't be sold on the world channel, so it has been piled up in Su Ming's backpack." Su Ming found that this thing looked very similar to the lizard man holy egg. "I simply improvised it and threw it out. I didn't expect this group of lizard people to really not recognize it. He will do it. Su Ming and others are people. A treasure fell into his hands, and he could still hand it over? Pipe dream." After the lizard men left, Su Ming looked at the dwarves. The eyes were full of threats. Without the lizard men joining forces, they would not dare to fight Su Ming desperately. There were only 3 dwarf old men left, and if they fought Su Ming to the death, the chances of winning would be too slim. For the sake of a human woman, even his life is completely disregarded? To be honest, although Buju's temptation was high, it was not that high. So, after weighing the pros and cons, they immediately gave up. "Okay, consider you strong." An old man gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." Against the 2 armies, it only takes one to disintegrate one side to make the whole world collapse. Su Ming's method is very clever. Successfully avoided a big war. A few old dwarves fled here quickly. They have short arms and short legs, and they run quite fast. The stocky figure contrasts sharply with the heavy armor worn all over the body. Running is a bit funny. These dwarves are not the aborigines here, and they are also like Su Ming, who came to this dungeon to level up. Therefore, there is no need to worry about them finding reinforcements to kill them back. The only thing Su Ming needs to worry about is the lizard tribe side. Once they find out that the egg is fake, they will definitely find someone to come back. back. But Su Ming had to let them go back. He can't be here. Kill everyone here. Because, if there is a war with the lizardmen and dwarves here, there will definitely be a huge movement. Will disturb the surrounding fish. Those terrifying bloodthirsty monster fish are sleeping, and there are thousands of them. Once awakened by the movement of battle, they will inevitably gnaw everything. That kind of fish can swim in midair. Whether it is pursuit or lethality, it is unmatched. Su Ming is about to dive into this water to find epic props. If he disturbs the underwater fish, his plan will be in vain. This is a choice that had to be made. These lizard tribes, who have survived here for generations, know the extent of the danger here. After I dived into the pool, they probably didn't dare to come down. So, it actually has no impact. This epic prop is still mine, and it is bound to be obtained. Su Ming thought in his heart. At this time, Bu Ju slowly stood up. She looked at Su Ming with a pale face. There was a little afterglow of fear in his eyes, and he was also grateful. Senior, thank you, thank you, thank you. I would like to repay you as a cow and a horse. She kept crying and thanking her, and her voice was hoarse. This is simply a grace of life, and there is nothing to repay. Su Ming's face was calm. Just do it. He raised his hand, revealing the black ring on his fingertips. Black ring. This is the identity of the Black Killing Organization. Seeing this ring, she immediately realized. It turned out to be a Black Killing senior. Great. Seeing that it was her own person in the same organization, she was immediately relieved and cried with pear blossoms and rain. Don't set it up, I said. It's just a matter of convenience. Su Ming's voice was cold. Saving her is really just a matter of convenience. The most important thing is that those who save the same organization can also receive rewards from the Black Kill as long as they can prove it. All organizations, in order to unite and help each other, will have a reward mechanism in this regard. Elite groups like Black Kill are no exception. So saving her is also good for Su Ming. I advise you to find a safe non-combat area immediately, exit the dungeon, and don't come in again. It's very dangerous here. Su Ming said coldly. Bu Ju was slightly stunned. Won't you let me join the team? I want to follow you, she said with a look of admiration. Su Ming is a top thigh. She wants to hug it. As she spoke, she felt her snot crying, and quickly wiped her snot, with some embarrassment in her eyes. Su Ming couldn't laugh or cry. This girl is handsome, but her personality is a bit silly. He scanned her information. Bu Ju. Race, Terran. Level 33, 176892/330,000 XP. Occupation, Cursed Blade Master. Strength, 45. Physique, 30. Agility, 120. Spirit, 180. Lucky, 10. Skills, Spiritual Curse Blade, Blood Gathering, Beast Slaying, Light Step, Ethereal Blade. No, it's too weak. It's already a burden. Su Ming glanced at her information and shook his head. The profession of Cursed Blade Master is very similar to that of a swordsman. It is not powerful in the early stage, at least it takes 4 turns to exert force, and it becomes very powerful. If you want to take her, unless Su Ming is crazy. She also doesn't have the experience amplification ability like Zhang Yunqing, and her assistance is not qualified. Therefore, it is impossible for Su Ming to bring her. Bu Ju looked disappointed and a little self-blaming. Why? I'm not strong enough. Okay, alright, I'll listen to my seniors and get out of here. Thank you for saving my life. She bowed respectfully to Su Ming. Then, he left quickly. The petite figure quickly left this ice field. Then, Su Ming walked forward slowly, looking down at the cold ice cave. The golden light in his eyes flowed, and the Eye of Insight urged. But it can't be seen through, it's too mysterious underwater. After all, the Eye of Insight is not the Eye of Perspective. It seems that only by personally ending the scene can you know what is going on below. It's like an abyss, it's really deep and terrifying. Su Ming stared at the pool water, his eyes calm. For the sake of epic props, he will jump into it without hesitation. By the way, I still have a roulette draw. I got it after being promoted to the 3rd rank. This underwater, I don't know what other dangers there are. We must be fully prepared. System, I want to draw lots. Su Ming said in a condensed voice. A giant roulette will comes to mind. Lottery starts. The hands are constantly turning. In the end, it stopped at a talent of ancient quality. Congratulations, get the ancient talent, auxiliary unlock. Su Ming's eyes were slightly startled. 1 level lower than legendary quality, but higher than epic. It's also very good. Auxiliary unlock, ancient quality. Your body genes are awakened, and you can carry the 2nd life profession. Effect, you can unlock an additional life subclass. Please choose your new auxiliary class. Planter, Formation Master, Weapon Blacksmith, Armor Blacksmith, Corpse Burial, Enchanter, Affixer. It's actually a 2nd profession. It's very rare. In other words, there is not a single case in the whole Dragon Kingdom. At least, Su Ming had reached rank 8 in his previous life, and he had never seen a dual professional. Therefore, he believes that he may be the first in history. With dual jobs in hand, I will have the world. Great, with a life profession, I can almost be called all-round. Whether it's fighting or supplying the rear, I can be self-sufficient. You don't have to be controlled by others. Subsequently, in front of Su Ming's eyes, a large number number of lists appeared densely. Auxiliary occupations that fit his body all appeared in Su Ming's mind for him to choose from. There are dozens of different kinds. Su Ming was dazzled. If Su Ming hadn't touched the awakening heavenly monument yet, then he would need to touch the awakening heavenly monument in order to awaken his second profession. But he had already touched the heavenly monument. The cells and genes of the whole body have echoed the rules of heaven and earth and become professionals. So he can actually choose his own profession, which may be regarded as a card bug. I don't know if it's the merit of the system or the permission of the rules of heaven and earth. After all, Su Ming also encountered this situation for the first time. He couldn't control so much, and he didn't have time to think about the principle. He put all his thoughts on choosing a career. He touched his chin and his eyes moved. Weapon forge. This profession was transferred from blacksmith, which is considered a middle-level life profession. Abandoned other superfluous forging abilities, specializing in casting weapons, and has the ability to decompose and refine materials. You can also combine weapons to forge new quality equipment. Armor blacksmith. Contrary to the weapon forger, it is a profession that can only forge armor. These two professions are very good, and you can freely combine the materials in your hands to forge equipment. Whether you use it yourself or sell it, the income is very considerable. Blacksmith is one of the more profitable professions on Blue Star. After all job changers have the need to forge equipment, so there is no shortage of markets. Once you choose these two professions, it means that there is no shortage of money to spend. Moreover, the forged weapons are also very good for using themselves. Only you know your needs best. But Su Ming just silently kept these two options in his heart and did not choose immediately. There should be a better choice. Su Ming looked at the next career. Enchanter. Hidden life occupations. This profession is very special. Between life professions and combat professions, it is a very rare life profession with some combat ability. They can enchant weapons and equipment to increase additional stats. Moreover, on the battlefield, you can also add attribute bonuses to your teammates and your own weapons and equipment. It can add complex effects such as attack speed, poison attribute, and fire attribute. It is a diversified profession integrating auxiliary and combat. This profession is also very good, and Su Ming is included in the alternative. Su Ming was in a dilemma, and it was difficult to choose. It's a pity that I can only choose a life career. That's right, if you can choose a second combat profession, then this talent is not an ancient level, and it should be able to rank among the legendary quality. The rewards of the roulette lottery cannot be upgraded with all things to sublimate talents. Because of the talent of sublimation of all things, only the loot that explodes can be upgraded. The ores obtained from mining, the materials obtained from fishing, and the materials from killing monsters are all considered to be explosive loot. These can be upgraded. However, the roulette lottery is a direct reward given by the system and does not count as a trophy. Su Ming is very content, and his life career is also very good. His gaze swept over many professions, his eyes constantly changing. Corpse burial, apothecary, brewer, poison maker. These are relatively powerful life occupations. Basically, they are all two-turn strength. After all, Su Ming was born as a sword god profession, and his physique was extraordinary. Therefore, the professions he can choose are not ordinary. Leather hunter, working emperor. The intensity of these two professions is basically equivalent to that of the third level of life occupations. When he saw the profession of working emperor, Su Ming's eyes were awe-inspiring. Working emperor? Su Ming is very knowledgeable, and he can basically be called the profession in the world. But he really hadn't heard of the profession of working emperor. Check out its profile. Working emperor, hidden life occupation. Initial dual skill, labor soul. When you are hired by someone else, all the revenue you create for them is doubled, and the reward you receive is increased by 20%. Over limit body, reduces your sudden death chance by 80%. Introduction. This is an extremely labor-friendly profession, which can quickly provide your master with high income, and your income will also increase greatly. But the skill tree of this profession is all skills that are beneficial to the employer, and it is not good for you to become stronger, so please choose carefully. This profession is probably only suitable for those laborers. Those coolies who have no talent for changing jobs and can only work 12 hours a day must work hard to survive. If they had this talent, their salaries would immediately skyrocket. As you can imagine, the quality of life will also improve. It's a pity that laborers have no qualifications to change jobs at all, and they don't have any talent, so they can't become working emperors. Therefore, this profession is considered pure waste. For job changers, this talent is too weak, tasteless. Su Ming took a look and immediately stayed away from this talent. What a working emperor, a slave emperor is about the same. Su Ming couldn't choose this. He continued to pick. There are dozens of professions in total, all of which are extremely suitable for Su Ming. He first picked out all the hidden professions. Hidden classes have a richer and more powerful skill tree, often becoming stronger faster. It is much more powerful than ordinary professions, so Su Ming naturally had to give priority to choosing among hidden professions. Bone forger, breaking bad, blessing forger, curse forger, talisman master, formation master. There are many types of hidden professions professions that can be chosen. The name of the bone melter is very handsome and very special. A hidden profession that was transferred from corpse burial. It has the ability to extract materials from monsters and the corpses of job changers. The more powerful the corpse, the more powerful the material can be extracted. There is even a probability of extracting top quality materials. Of course, this will have high requirements for the quality of the corpse. Moreover, bone melter can also change to corpse exorcist in the later stage, which can refine the corpses of monsters and humans into puppets and fight for themselves. It is a very powerful life profession. A corpse puppet in the later stage can be sold at a very high price. Blessing blacksmith and curse blacksmith are also high-level forging professions. One is good and one is evil. Blessing blacksmith can attach a powerful positive affix to all forged equipment. Curse forger can attach curse affixes to all forged equipment. Curse is a very special affix. It often provides a terrifying negative effect, such as death from injury and a tenfold increase in one's own bleeding. Under the influence of this cursed affix, the wielder will struggle and must fight step by step to survive. Greatly reduce the fault tolerance rate, so that if you are not careful, you will die without a complete corpse. But what follows is an extremely perverted positive return, far more than the ordinary affix of blessing the blacksmith. Although curse affixes have a negative cost, the positive effect they give is also super powerful. Therefore, cursed blacksmith is a profession with both benefits and risks. In the end, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly and he decided to choose the cursed blacksmith. Risks and returns coexist, and this profession is very strong, and this profession is very rare and very valuable. Although the bone smelter is good, I am not short of materials. After all, there is sublimation of all things. Su Ming immediately chose the cursed blacksmith. This profession can also be transferred to powerful, magic forger, evil refiner, blood forger, and other professions in the later stage. It can be said that the future is limitless. Successful job change. Obtain the second auxiliary class, cursed blacksmith. Host detected to have reached level 31. According to the current strength realm, obtain 2 professional skills of the same quality. Subsequently, in front of Su Ming's eyes, 2 skills emerged. Forge power, platinum grade, the core skill of the forging profession, which can consume materials to disassemble, fuse, craft, and repair various materials and equipment. Curse forger special class bonus, you can attach curse affixes to forged weapons, which have negative attributes and powerful buffs. The maximum quality of items that can be forged at the current level is platinum superior. Then, he felt a hot force emerge from his body, and at the same time, a large amount of forging knowledge poured into his mind. The information of the second skill also emerged. Extraction technique, platinum inferior, you can extract the residual power from monster corpses, natural treasures, scarce materials, and other objects, and forge a temporary weapon from them. When using this temporary weapon, it continuously consumes mental power, and when the spiritual power is exhausted, the weapon will shatter. This temporary weapon is considered a normal weapon and can trigger all your skills and class effects normally. The strength of this temporary weapon is determined by the level of this skill and the quality of the object you extract. Su Ming's eyes were cold. This skill is so fierce. A life profession can actually help itself in battle. This extractor technique can refine temporary weapons at any time for your own use. He immediately began to try to urge. Su Ming looked around and finally set his sights on Wang Yanghui's body. He raised his hand and shook it. Wang Yanghui's body trembled in the air. Then the 7 orifices bled, and the blood flow in the body seemed to explode, and it gushed out. Condensed in midair, hardening to form a blurred sword embryo, the color was blood red and monstrous. Wang Yanghui's body immediately withered and died, as if the essence of life had been drained of his whole body. Su Ming felt that this sword seemed to be connected to his heart. He immediately used all his mental power to concentrate on control. He held it in his hands and tried to forge the sword into what he wanted. Click! The blood-colored long sword was actually really as he thought, and it was gradually kneaded into shape. Then Su Ming began to mix forging power in it. Attach a special curse affix of your profession to it. This is not a 100% success, but Su Ming's luck attribute is very high, and the probability will naturally increase. Affix comes with success. The power of forging is amazing. Not long after, a 4-foot-long long sword appeared in front of Su Ming, suspended in mid-air. The sword body was blood red, like flowing blood condensed, full of oppressive power. Su Ming raised his hand and held the sword. Suddenly felt a strong smell of blood, which passed down the limb to the tip of the nose. At the same time, the arm holding the sword still hurts faintly. Su Ming slashed out lightly with a sword. The black ice on the ground shattered into a blood-colored long mark. The residual blood on this sword blade was thrown out, as if it had merged with the cracks in the dark ice underground. It's too sharp. It's really done. This temporary sword. The power is not bad. Su Ming was very satisfied. It should be about the same as the sharpness of the Xianfeng sword. If it is a stronger corpse or material, it should be able to extract a stronger temporary weapon. But at the same time, he also felt that his spiritual power was passing rapidly. This is normal. Because of the forging skills, the consumption of mental power power is very large. Every time you break down materials and forge weapons, you need to consume a lot of mental power, even more than that of combat professions. Because of the forging profession, it is impossible to make weapons at will in one day, otherwise you will be rich. Many blacksmiths take several days and nights to barely forge a weapon, and you can imagine how huge the consumption of mental power by this kind of life professional is. Su Ming immediately scanned the information of the sword. Yanghui Blood Sword, temporary weapon. Introduction: a temporary weapon extracted from the corpse of a level 39 Shadow Stick warrior, with strong sharpness, and can increase its sharpness again after sucking blood. Curse Shadow Martial Arts. Negative effect: when you hold this sword, you will continue to lose blood and lose 1% health every second. Buff effect: this blood-colored sword blade contains the shadow power of the Shadow Stick warrior, so when you hold it, you can enter a transparent state. In the transparent state, the attack launched will increase the critical hit damage by 200%, and the invisible state will be removed after one attack. Su Ming took a closer look, and his whole body really disappeared. Hands and clothes all became transparent, similar to the ability to stealth. It's too powerful. But the negative effect is also very perverted, losing 1% of blood per second. However, Su Ming believes that it is not a loss, because stealth is a very strong buff. As long as you don't make a sound, few people will find you. In assassination in battle, this is all a magic skill, and every second of blood loss, it is enough to replenish the healing potion at any time. In general, there is a loss, there is a gain. Is this a curse? Very good. With this skill, I don't have to worry about weapons anymore in the future. Even if the weapon is all broken, I can create it temporarily. You can need the weapon yourself anytime and anywhere. The only fly in the ointment is that this skill consumes too much spiritual power. Su Ming only maintained this temporary blood sword for more than a minute and felt that his mental power had consumed a small half. This consumption is indeed a bit too large. But after all, it is a powerful skill created out of thin air, extremely exquisite, and the mechanism is complex. Theoretically, it is even more difficult to achieve than the simple destruction effect of some combat skills. It is normal to consume more. Wait until this skill continues to evolve and reach epic in ancient times. Is it possible to raise your hand and make thousands of swords out of thin air? That's the return of 10,000 swords. Su Ming couldn't help but bump into the deer in his heart. Then, his wrist shook. This temporary weapon was disarmed. The blood sword suddenly shattered and dissipated, turning into a puddle of blood-colored iron and stone, falling to the ground. He has no nostalgia. After all, it is a temporary weapon that will eventually be lifted. Blood loss every second, coupled with huge mental power consumption, Su Ming naturally could not maintain it all the time. Now there are no enemies, and it is too wasteful to maintain it. This makeshift weapon skill is best used only in combat. Su Ming decided on his career, and then took out all Wang Yanghui's loot. All of them used sublimation of all things, and carried out a wave of upgrades. Sublimation success. Sublimation success. Sublimation success. The sound kept ringing. The value has doubled several times. The stick has also been upgraded to the quality of a diamond. You can sell it for a good price. Then Su Ming came to the deep pool and exhaled deeply. It's almost ready. It's time to get in. He took out the ancient snake-scattered poisonous gallbladder, raised his head and squeezed out a drop of juice, and poured it into his throat. It had been a few minutes since the last time I swallowed this bile, and the effect was about to disappear. The toxic immunity provided by bile can only last for a short period of time, so Su Ming swallowed another drop now to be on the safe side. This is foolproof. Obtain temporary buff, high toxicity immunity for a short period of time. There may also be severe poison underwater, so Su Ming was very careful and made preparations. Subsequently, he took out another piece of equipment. Breath mask, silver medium. This is the equipment dropped by Wang Yanghui, which can increase the recovery speed of mental power after wearing it. Try to see if it can be transformed into an underwater diving mask. Su Ming just changed jobs and became a cursed blacksmith. He used forging power to disassemble the elements and materials in this mask. Eliminate useless things. The basic substrate is formed. A gray-black mask was revealed in mid-air, surrounded by many white fluorescent lights, which was the power of forging. Subsequently, Su Ming took out a lot of beast materials from his personal space, including mutant boar lung, poisonous fish gill, cartilage tendon rope, etc. They are all materials that he has long had but have not been able to sell. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. Su Ming had killed many different types of mutant beasts in the novice dungeon, so there were a lot of beast materials. He carefully used the power of forging to combine these materials. This is a job that must be done with caution. If you are not careful, all materials will be scrapped. Other professional forgers generally have hammers, stoves, machine tools and other tools to assist in forging. That way, you can get twice the result with half the effort. The machine tools, hammers, and furnaces of the blacksmiths, like the swords of swordsmen, are their weapons. And Su Ming currently has no forging tools. He can only modify it purely with the power of forging, without using any auxiliary tools. As you can imagine, it requires a lot of consumption. In the end, he sweated profusely profusely and succeeded. Forging success. Obtain Gill Mask, Silver Superior. After wearing it, it gives you the ability to breathe underwater. There are requirements for water quality. If it is a water area with too many impurities and toxicity, oxygen cannot be extracted from water molecules. The effect is okay. Success is success. But the mental power consumed by combining forging equipment is a bit too much. Su Ming muttered. He was a little shocked. Officially forging equipment, consuming several times more spiritual power than extraction technique. It seems that you must not forge equipment in battle, otherwise you will be looking for death. Only the gathering technique, a skill that makes temporary weapons, can still be barely used in battle. Life occupations are indeed life occupations. Used in battle, it really doesn't work. The consumption is too great. After Su Ming put on this mask, he suddenly felt that his breathing voice had changed, and his lungs trembled faintly. The air exhaled had a bloody smell of animal materials. He is not very demanding, as long as he can use it. I'm ready, I can go in. Epic props, I'm here. He raised his hand and put all the swords back into the scabbard. Then, he plunged headlong, jumped into the ice cave. Diving underwater, I immediately felt the cold and biting ice water enveloping my whole body. It seemed that there were countless steel needles that penetrated every pore of Su Ming. Under this water, the temperature reached at least minus tens of degrees. Ordinary job changers, in this environment, will die if they can't support it for a few minutes. Fortunately, Su Ming's physical attributes are very high, so he will not die immediately. But he couldn't hold on for a few hours. If it were normal water, at this temperature, it would have frozen long ago. However, the water in this copy has a special texture and physical characteristics are different from those of Blue Star. So at this temperature, there is no freezing. The ice above is extremely thick, blocking out all the sunlight. Extremely depressing underwater. Su Ming went as deep as possible. In the ice water, many traces of blood can also be seen. These bloody waters were all left by Wang Yanghui's previous injuries, and they actually provided direction for Su Ming. Because the temperature was too low and the water flow was quiet and inactive, these bloodstains were not washed away too much. Follow the blood, it should be right. Su Ming dived slowly. He felt that the speed was too slow, so he simply raised his hand and shook it. The ink sword in his personal space was suspended. Using the sword skill, he controlled the sword, flew in front of Su Ming, and spun forward. This is Su Ming's heaviest sword. The heavier it is, the more water it can induce, forming a small whirlpool. Crash! The sword opens the way ahead. Su Ming was able to move forward easily without completely carrying the oppressive force of the water. Su Ming followed his sword and dived all the way. In fact, he could pull the hilt of the sword with his hands, and the sword would carry his body, so that he could run out dozens of meters in an instant. However, this consumption of mental power is great. It can only be used for a moment, which is his limit. Because of the sword skill, theoretically, it has not yet reached the level of being able to carry Su Ming's own body. It's like you can't grab your hair and pull yourself up. The same is true for sword skills. This skill needs to rise to a very high level before it is possible to move and fly with itself. What Su Ming can do at the moment is to briefly drive the blade of the sword into the air, step on it with his own feet, and stagnate for a while. He also often used this trick to change his orientation in mid-air. But if you want to maintain it for a long time, it is difficult. In order to save mental strength, Su Ming decided to move forward slowly. Anyway, he has a mask and can breathe underwater. Su Ming was not in a hurry or slow, swimming in the water. He held his breath for 5 minutes and felt like he was almost at his limit. Try the effect of this mask. Then, he began to breathe underwater with his lungs. Call, suck, wow, wow. Bubbles surging. It worked. This mask can really breathe underwater. However, the conversion rate for air is a bit low. Breathing is very heavy and laborious. Because this water is not clean, it is full of frozen mutant fish. Su Ming saw a lot of mutant fish along the way. Many fish are highly poisonous, and gradually the water here is contaminated with toxicity. So Su Ming breathed very hard, but he is not demanding, as long as he can breathe. A few minutes later, Su Ming came to the end of Wang Yanghui's bloodstains. Under the dark water, the eye of insight must be urged to see clearly. But, Su Ming did not find any clues to the epic props. There is nothing here. There is only a quiet stream of water around. The water was pitch black, and if it weren't for the insightful eye, Su Ming wouldn't even be able to see the way ahead. What's going on? Am I looking for the wrong one? Su Ming's heart was full of shock. There is no trace of epic props here. What went wrong? He frowned, feeling a little worried. He used his eye of insight to scan the surroundings. In the water, it was unremarkable, and there was nothing unusual. Calm down. Calm. All the clues point here. I must not have made a mistake. The more critical the moment, the more you have to calm down. Think about it. Are there any details that I missed? Su Ming frowned. His eyes were like watching fire, and he searched around, but there was never a new discovery. In the underwater hypoxia and high-pressure environment, Su Ming breathed extremely heavy every time, which made his thinking clearer. He exhaled deeply. Sometimes, vision can affect people's judgment. He closed his eyes directly. After closing the eyes, there is no large amount amount of visual information interference, and all the perception and attention of the brain are concentrated on the limbs and skin touch. He raised his hand and shook it. Mo Luo Jian returned to his personal space, no longer interfering with the water flow around him. Suddenly, the tactile sensation of water squeezing and flowing around the skin became extremely clear. Su Ming savored it carefully. Suddenly, he seemed to have caught something. The eyes suddenly opened. Just now, he felt that there were many extremely subtle streams of water surging around him. Like a vortex, contradictory, the flow is extremely strange, almost gradually dissipate, cancelling each other out. And these streams of water, vaguely pointing in the same direction. Those waters, flowing through the fingertips and rubbing against the skin, like a gentle breeze. But it was still keenly captured by Su Ming. Because his agility and mental attributes are too high, his perception has also increased. All the details could not escape his eyes. Could it be that the place where this epic prop is located will move? Could it be that it is a moving cave? Huge objects, moving underwater, create a huge vacuum, and then the water flow forms vortices. It will disappear after a while, but fortunately I came early. Su Ming thought his judgment was right. He immediately followed. All the way. After continuing to go 400 or 500 meters downwards, Su Ming felt the pressure of the water, which made his lungs about to explode. But he still insisted. Finally, he felt a powerful repulsive current, crashing towards him like a wave. How could there be such a violent water fluctuation in the depths? This is so abnormal. This shows that some huge object appeared in front of you out of thin air. Occupying the physical space of the surrounding water will repel it to the outside, forming a water flow stamping. Very good. The right direction. Su Ming condensed in his heart. He continued to move head-on in the direction from which the current repelled him. Su Ming took out the Mo Luo sword again, resisting the oncoming fluctuations. He pushed forward with all his might. Finally, he dived 1,000 meters underwater. It's already extremely deep. If it were an ordinary person, at this depth, his whole body would have exploded. Fortunately, Su Ming is a job changer. I saw a huge spar cave appearing in front of Su Ming. Above this cave, it exudes a sparkling green brilliance and looks ancient and mysterious. Su Ming immediately used his insightful eye to check the information of this cave. Lizardman Inheritance Cave, Ancient Ruins Landmark. In this huge cave, the space magic runes are engraved, which can teleport every 10 hours. No wonder this D-class copy has been open for so long, and no one has found this thing. This underwater cave ruin actually moves on its own. Every once in a while, the position is changed randomly. It's outrageous. This dungeon is active and large, and the world under the ice cave is tantamount to the ocean. Finding one of these caves here is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, I have an information advantage, so I followed it to find it. Su Ming immediately used all his strength and swam over. Then he used limbo microsteps in the water. He said secretly in his heart, "Wow, wow." In an instant, a mysterious ripple mark appeared in the water under his feet. If you look closely, it is actually like a Tai Chi diagram, rotating and spreading. This wave mark provided him with a motivation to rush forward. Su Ming was able to jump up, and in an instant, he stepped and jumped into the cave. The moment he stepped into the cave, the surrounding water flowed away. Inside the cave, there is air. Su Ming entered the cave. The feeling of being grounded makes people feel safe. He was able to take off his mask. Take a deep breath. I just feel that it is extremely refreshing. The walls of the cave were carved with many intricate runes, shimmering with green fluorescence. The walls seemed to be made of some kind of natural spar, smooth and transparent, with traces of artificial carving. Affected by the static pressure of deep water, but it has not been damaged for many years. You can imagine how hard the material of this cave is. Inside this cave, there is an ancient musty smell and a faint fragrance. The two flavors are mixed. Very strange. Su Ming stepped forward while turning his wrist slightly. The Mo Luo sword in the water behind him trembled suddenly, flew out, and flew to his side to float agility. Coming to the depths, the road is getting wider and wider. Among them, there is a cave heaven. In the end, a closed door appeared in front of Su Ming's eyes. The huge stone gate looks heavy and majestic, with countless ancient foreign languages on it. Su Ming had already begun to fantasize about how many secrets there were behind this door. Su Ming came to the gate and began to figure out how to get inside. Finally found the ruin cave, and the epic props are even likely to be behind this door. It can be said that it is close at hand. Su Ming's eyes were solemn, suppressing his hot heart. However, it is not so simple to get an epic inheritance. The more you get to the end, the more careless you are. Today's Su Ming, caution is his motto. Generally, there will be tests within the inheritance of relics, which will be used to examine whether the intruders are qualified enough to obtain secret collections. It may be a battle, or a decryption, or it is an examination of knowledge and belief. There are many types. Once you fail the test, there will often be death traps that will kill people completely. I have to be careful. Su Ming came to the gate and gently stroked it with his fingers. The rough stone door is hard and heavy, and the material is extremely special. It is 5 meters high and magnificent. It is not advisable to forcibly split it. Even if Su Ming's swordsmanship power has the bonus of the original sword body, it is difficult to destroy this ancient relic. Even the dragon slaying technique is not good. Since this ruin is the ancient inheritance of the lizard people, it is very likely that the language of the lizard people is needed to pass it. But I am not proficient in the language of the lizard tribe. It's just a little bit dabbling. You can only take one step at a time, Su Ming said in a condensed voice. He raised his head and looked at the ancient stone gate with his eyes. It was covered with green moss, but the ancient language on the door wall was still clearly visible. He was ready to use his little knowledge of the lizard tribe to force himself to read these languages. The higher the mental strength, the stronger the memory and comprehension ability. This means that you can learn a foreign language faster. Su Ming's previous life was as high as rank 8, and his spiritual power value was extremely terrifying. He had communicated with the lizardmen of other factions in his previous life, so he still had some understanding of the lizard tribe language in his mind. Although he is not proficient, he can be regarded as dabbling in something, barely able to read a few words. 1,000-year treasure by Jade Jiashan. Su Ming read in obscure language. He couldn't recognize many middle characters, so he jumped and read, but he could roughly understand the meaning. The lizard people race is extremely ancient, but they have experienced too long bloodline inheritance and lost a lot of knowledge. Many of the younger generation of lizard men have forgotten the original language of the ancient lizard people. For example, Tuajan and them communicate in the language of all races, and it is not yet known whether it will be the language of the lizard tribe. Among the lizard tribe of the Wookiee sect, I am afraid that only a small number of elder-level elders still remember the real lizard language. Fortunately, Su Ming had dealt with other high-level elders of the lizard clan in his previous life. Of course, it was not from the Wookiee faction, but from another faction of the lizard tribe. Su Ming looked at the center of the giant gate. I saw a circular groove there, which seemed to fit the lizard egg. It seems that the holy egg needs to be chimerized in. Su Ming's eyes were solemn. Judging from the above prompt, as well as the grooves, it seems to be correct. He immediately took out a huge oval-shaped fluorescent egg in his personal space. It seems that it is about the same size as Su Ming's head. The whole body is dark green, looking turquoise and radiant, like a piece of fine jade. The upper layer of the shell is layered, and countless scale-shaped lines are finely intertwined. It also depicts many secret texts of the lizard tribe. Su Ming used his insightful eyes to scan the information of this holy egg. Mist Lizard Man Holy Egg Platinum Superior. Introduction. The holy egg is the treasure of the town that all lizard man races will have. No matter which lizard faction it is, there will be such a holy egg stored in the tribe. Often only the patriarch and elders have the right to peek closely, which is a sacred symbol. Generally, it is formed by several leaders of the lizard clan who established the faction in the first generation, condensing life as essence before dying, which contains a lot of energy and even has a 0.01% probability of giving birth to lizard protector beasts, B-level strange beasts, which triggers the judgment once a year. Once a certain lizardman faction is lucky enough and the holy egg hatches and breaks its shell, it will be a great joy for the whole world, which means that this racial bloodline can be promoted in one fell swoop and become a high-level existence in the lizardman race. Affix, historical coagulation. The holy egg of the lizard tribe has a variety of functions, one of which is to record the migration history of this faction. Affix Fog Ka sacred skill. The diamond-level skill of the ancestors of the Fog Ka lizardmen is stored in the inscription runes of this holy egg, and only those who are talented enough can comprehend it. To this day, no lizardmen have successfully inherited this skill. Hidden affix key. This holy egg seems to be able to open a certain door. Su Ming's eyes were slightly startled. This holy egg has skills hidden in it. It's a pity that only the lizard people can learn and comprehend. Moreover, there is also the ability to open the door. This further confirms Su Ming's speculation. Inadvertently, Su Ming's fingers rubbed the holy egg. A line of handwriting appeared in front of Su Ming. The lizardman clan has differentiated into many branches and sidelines in the ancient and long inheritance of time, and the Wookiee tribe is one of them. They live in the ice and snow, their bodies have evolved toxicity, and their skin has become hard and thick, and they have cold resistance. The ancestors of the Wookiee tribe came to settle in this world in order to suppress a super boss, and entrusted future generations to protect the seal and prevent outsiders from entering this sealed land. Suddenly, the traces of dark green history appeared. Lifelike pictures reflected from the holy egg and projected in front of Su Ming. In the picture, a huge monster made up of thousands of strange fish is condensed and combined, roaring and slaughtering everything. That's definitely a boss-level monster. Then, several lizardmen with advanced realms formed a large formation and joined forces to suppress it in this frozen land. Those lizard people are the ancestors of the Wookiee tribe. Hundreds of years have passed since then. This world has gradually developed into a D-class copy. Su Ming immediately understood what had happened to this copy in the past. The beast condensed by countless strange fish should be the final boss of this dungeon. This news is very important. It's an extra gain. I didn't expect this holy egg to provide me with the boss information of this dungeon. Su Ming felt a little surprised. Moreover, he also saw saw that in the picture, an ancestor of the Wukka tribe performed a holy skill. It's called Yulin Handuan, Diamond Inferior. It can condense a huge lizard scale, cutting through a large battlefield. It was this trick back then, which severely damaged the 10,000 fish boss monster. Except for Su Ming, few other lizard people should have seen this move. I already know about this holy egg. It's time to open this door, Su Ming said in a condensed voice. After opening the door, let's see if we can take down this holy egg and then try to sublimate it, Su Ming said in a condensed voice. If after this holy egg is sublimated, the holy skill becomes unrestricted, then Su Ming will make money. After all, from the perspective of the picture, the effect of the skill, Yulin Hanwan, Diamond Inferior, is very powerful. If you can prostitute for free, it can be called a takeoff. He took a step forward and pressed the holy egg into the door. Suddenly, the entire cave trembled violently. On the huge stone gate, countless characters began to flicker. Then, the dark green light flowed. All the murals and runes on the stone walls of the entire cave all emerged with light. In the end, the outline condensed into an illusory lizard figure. The man was tall, wearing a black robe, and was actually a long-haired female lizard man. It has gray hair, wrinkled scales, and seems to be old. Child, you're here. I don't know what generation you are, my descendant. This relic, it is the true inheritance I left behind before I died and turned into a holy egg. There is an epic secret treasure in it. I left the moving runes behind to make this place extremely difficult to find because I wanted to delay some time. When the tribe develops and grows strong enough, you will find this ruin. Otherwise, you don't have the strength to protect epic props. The ancient language of the lizard people, Su Ming could not fully understand, so he could only listen to a rough idea. Don't worry, I'm not staying here. Allow. After all, only my descendants can open the deadly trap. But you still have to have enough courage and patience to pass the test. After getting this treasure, be sure to take it up. Suppress the responsibility of killing 10,000 fish and evil demons, and never end future troubles. Add hashtag UN%. Then, there were some chattering words, and Su Ming couldn't understand them. The lizard man gave a few last words before the phantom dissipated. Then, there was a sound of friction from the stone gate. The rune gate opened with a bang. Countless dust fell. Wait until the smoke and dust dissipate before revealing the world behind. It was an ice crystal cave. Among them, it is covered with various strengthening crystals. Su Ming was not in a hurry. He first came to the stone gate and retrieved the holy egg. After the holy egg was removed, the door remained open and not closed. Very good, the holy egg can still be left. He held the green holy egg in his hand and carried out sublimation of all things. Sublimation success. Inheritance egg, Diamond Inferior. The appearance of the whole egg suddenly changed. From a dark green lizard egg, it turned into a blue holy egg. The material becomes more transparent, like crystal clear. The lizard language and runes on it all disappeared. It turned into a rune that all races could understand. Scan data. Inheritance egg, Diamond Inferior. Introduction. A holy egg, which contains a huge life essence, has a 1% chance of hatching a B-class exotic pet, triggering a judgment once a month. Transmission of martial arts. This holy egg contains a random combat skill of a Diamond Inferior grade. Any race can learn and comprehend, but it must be strong enough. Su Ming's eyes were slightly condensed. After this egg evolves, the probability of hatching an exotic pet has increased from 0.01% to 1%, and the judgment time has changed from once a year to once a month. It is equivalent to the probability of hatching an exotic pet, which has increased by more than 100 times. You know, this holy egg was placed in the lizard tribe here, and it has not hatched a strange beast for more than 100 years. You can imagine how low the probability is, and it can even be said that it is almost impossible to hatch. After evolution, it is a bit of a probability. Moreover, the skills in it can also be learned by humans. Su Ming immediately put this holy egg in front of him, closed his eyes, and felt it with his heart. His ability to comprehend is very powerful. After all, Su Ming is a person in 2 lifetimes, and his soul power is not at the same level as that of ordinary people, and he also had rich experience and learning skills in his previous life. He went all the way to the 8th rank, and throughout his life, he kept learning and changing various combat skills, thousands of kinds, so his learning ability is naturally very strong. After a few minutes, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Comprehension is successful. Acquired skill, Weapon Rebound, Diamond Inferior. In the next moment, a powerful skill was engraved in Su Ming's mind. Weapon Rebound, Diamond Inferior. A powerful counterattack skill that can be activated with any weapon. How to use? Use normal attacks to offensively offset invading enemy skills. Any enemy physical, magical, or spiritual attacks that are less powerful than the sum of your normal attacks will bounce back to the inflictor at 80% of the reduced power, and you ignore the impact of this attack. Su Ming looked at this skill, his eyes slightly shocked. Strong. It's too strong. You only need to use a basic attack head-on, slash the opponent's attack skills, and you can completely rebound. This effect can be called the level of defying the sky. Purely offensive instead of defensive. The strength of this skill is definitely no less than that of the dragon slaying technique. I see. Although it can only only be triggered with normal attacks. The skills cannot be activated, which is the biggest limitation. However, if you can use skills to urge it, then this skill is definitely more than diamond. Actually, in the final analysis, this is not a big limitation. After all, the information doesn't say that you can only use a normal attack once. If you can't rebound normally, the power can't suppress the opponent's attack. Then I'll use normal overlap a few more times, won't it? Su Ming smiled indifferently and said slightly. He is experienced and very sharp, and he immediately captures the most buggy part of this skill. That is, it can be triggered with multiple normals. If it is normal once, the judgment cannot be bounced. Then just do a few more normal attacks. As long as your sword swing speed is fast enough before the opponent's skill hits you, cut dozens of knives, gather together, and trigger at the same time. That power is rare in the world that can be overshadowed. Su Ming was very satisfied. He looked behind the stone gate, stepped directly in. He walked steadily. Listening to the words of that lizard man ancestor, it seems that his epic treasure is very powerful, and it can even fight against the 10,000 fish monster boss. Let's see when the time comes. If it works, by the way, beat the boss of this copy. Click. Su Ming walked forward slowly, looking forward to it more and more. After Su Ming entered the stone gate, he first came to both sides of the road, smashed all the reinforced crystals around him, and collected them into his personal space. I got about a dozen reinforcement crystals. They are all of good quality, with some white impurities lingering in the core, and there is a cold feeling in the hand. Enhancement crystal is a rare forging material that can forge weapons, and can also be used to strengthen weapons, increase core attributes, and even have a chance to sublimate affixes. He scanned the grades of these enhancement crystals. Enhancement crystal, tier 1. Consume reinforcement crystals to upgrade equipment, and the enhancement level cannot exceed the level of crystals. The first level of strengthening crystals can strengthen equipment to +1 level at most. The second order reinforcement crystal can be strengthened to +2 level, and so on. Su Ming directly used all things to sublimate talent. Sublimate all these crystals. Suddenly, several of the crystals turned into small blue fragmented crystals. There are also a few pieces, which have turned into dark green crystals. Finally, there is another one, which is a dark yellow crystal block. A total of 10 have been upgraded to tier 2 enhancement crystals. 4 are upgraded to level 3. 1 reached level 4. Under normal circumstances, after ordinary adventurers pick up the reinforcement crystal, they need to leave the dungeon and go back to the blacksmith to strengthen the weapon. But Su Ming can avoid this step. He started strengthening directly on the spot. He pulled out his dragon inlaid sword. The blades flew and combined. He raised his hand and shook it, and, forging power, rushed over. Fused the blade with a few second-order enhancement crystals. This is a physical job that requires extremely careful operation, because strengthening weapons can be damaged. Once it fails, not only will the weapon not be strengthened and upgraded, but even the quality may drop. If you are unlucky, the weapon may even completely shatter and be damaged, making it completely unusable. So Su Ming must ensure that he can succeed. Click. The spar gradually fused with the blade and eventually strengthened. Strengthened success. Dragon inlaid broken sword +2, dagger and dagger dual types of weapons. Quality, diamond inferior. Flame unicorn. The center of the broken sword is inlaid with the scales of a fire dragon, which provides a 250% fire attribute damage bonus for this sword. Split blade. The blade of this sword can be separated and turned into a flying sword, driven by the owner's thoughts. Broken blade. This weapon was once a complete long sword, so it can be judged as a sword-type weapon. However, after the split edge breaks, it is a broken sword, which is the length of the dagger, and at this time it can be judged as a short sword or dagger weapon, also commonly known as dual-class weapons. Enhancement +2 bonus. Weapon sharpness and hardness increased by 50%. Very good. Su Ming nodded secretly. Even one of the affixes has been upgraded. Flame unicorn was originally called fire unicorn, which was originally 200% fire attribute damage, but now it has become 250%. In addition, the sharpness and hardness of the weapon have been increased by 50%. The current attributes of this sword are already very strong. This enhancement consumed a total of 7 second-level enhancement crystals. Subsequently, Su Ming used all the third-level enhancement crystals to strengthen the sword to +3. The power has increased again. Forge power proficiency +459. It's a pity that the enhancement is less than +4, because there is only one 4th order spar, which is definitely not enough, so I can only keep it for now. Su Ming said in a condensed voice. Collect the crystals in your personal space and store them. Suddenly, a voice sounded in my mind. Dual sword mastery proficiency +238. Skill upgrade. Double sword fine research, platinum lower grade. Your mastery of the two swords has reached the point where your heart and hand correspond. The corners of Su Ming's mouth hooked slightly. Automatically cultivate this talent. It's really amazing. I can improve my proficiency even if I stand still. He checked his profile again. Su Ming. Carry title, Killing God. Effective title, First Blood, Rookie King. Level 31, 253. 3892/31000exp. Occupation, Sword God, mythical level, the only one in the world. Curse Forger, secondary position. Strength, 100. Physique, 100. Dexterity, 250. Spirit, 190. Lucky, 190. Bloodline, immortal body. A. Jade bone marrow. B. Self-healing factor. C. Talents, sublimation of all things. Origin sword body, automatic cultivation, auxiliary unlock. Killing God, one knife to kill God. Full hidden God step. Eye of insight. Sword God, weapon rebound, dragon slaying technique, double sword intensive research, drunken sword style, fierce thunder enchantment sword, hidden sword slash, holy. Weapon enchantment, rain broken phoenix sword, sword martial master, Jew imperial sword, skyfall sword tomb, thought condensation blade, lingbo microstep. Cursed forger, the power of forging, the secret of gathering. The experience is almost full, almost 81%. You can be promoted to level 32 soon. The number of skills is also terrifying, all thanks to Su Ming's crazy killing of monsters for so many days. He is only level 31 and already has nearly 20 skills, as well as 4 talents. There are also 3 bloodline powers. Even the most powerful family master in the Dragon Kingdom could not have such a fast speed of becoming stronger. Even if you accumulate more natural materials and earth treasures, it is difficult to do it. But Su Ming achieved it all by his own strength. In this life, it can be said that the future is broad. Su Ming stepped forward. After passing through this narrow cave corridor filled with enhanced crystals, a huge room appeared in front of him. The moment he entered, a hidden rune on the roof flashed with a bang. A green light shone down and penetrated Su Ming's body. Su Ming could feel that this prohibition scanned his strength. This is a strength judgment array, which will automatically trigger instantaneously as soon as someone comes. It seems that the trap test here will be rated according to the strength of the visitor. The strong will encounter a strong test. For the weak, the test will be relatively easy. That's why the Phantom of the Lizardman ancestor said that there would be no danger to his life, unless your combat power is much lower than your level. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense that the Shadow Stick warrior Wang Yanghui can pass the trial here. He is level 39 and has strong combat effectiveness, but his condition is too weak and he is seriously injured. His strength judgment after scanning should not be high, so he might face a dozen or dozens of skeleton undead, and that's fine. I have all the hiding. What can I scan from the prohibition set by the ancestors of a lizard man who is only about 5 ranks? Su Ming frowned slightly and said in a condensed voice, he has absolute confidence in his full hidden. Looking inside the cave, it is hundreds of meters wide. The walls are angular, like magic. The stone wall on the top is engraved with 4 big characters: the brave gets the treasure, in the lizard language. Maybe it's time to start fighting. Su Ming's eyes were cold and he was ready. He looked into the distance. I saw that in the deepest part of the site, there was a huge high platform. Above, a small golden pocket hourglass is enshrined. Among them, the golden sand flows, which is extremely sacred. Could it be that it is an epic prop? Su Ming didn't have time to think about it, and in the next moment, a voice came out. Click on the dangerous sound of ice breaking resounded from all around the room. Under the ground, the soil crumbled. Countless skeletons in the ice woke up and crawled out of the ground. They felt the breath of a living person, and the rotten bones that had been dormant for 100 years began to recover. They stood up and walked towards Su Ming with different weapons in their hands. Densely packed, there are hundreds of skeleton undead. This entire room turned out to be a testing ground for storing skeleton undead. The ice that freezes them, with runes engraved on them, can awaken different numbers of undead based on previously scanned ban ratings. In this way, it can ensure that future generations do not suffer casualties, and the content of the trial is determined according to strength. It seems that this lizardman ancestor is a powerful rune formation master, and the personality is extremely gentle. I cried to death. But for Su Ming, this test is a bit too exaggerated. There are too many undead. Some of these skeletons moved fast, some slow, as if they were still adapting to their newly resurrected bodies. They let out a hoarse roar and all gathered towards Su Ming. The stench of decay filled the air. The hundreds of skeletons present all had one thing in common: their eyes were full of bloodthirsty light. It seems that he has long wished to cut Su Ming 1,000 times and swallow it alive to quench his hunger and thirst. Why are there so many? Su Ming's face was gloomy and he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he remembered something. When he was scanned before, he turned on the full hidden skill. This is really capable of hiding all of its attributes. But it is precisely because of this that the prohibition of scanning strength mistakenly judged him as a super strongman. After all, only extremely powerful people can have a way to cover up all their information. It is this that makes the challenge faced by Su Ming so terrifying. It is directly the top trial full of specifications. TSK, I didn't expect me to be self-defeating. Su Ming's eyes were solemn, and he really didn't expect to face this situation. With so many skeletons, it's really difficult. Even Su Ming will feel tricky. The most important thing is that in this group of skeleton monsters, there are 5 huge elites. 5 elite monsters, all of them have reached level 39. The strongest strongest elite monster that Su Ming had previously killed in this dungeon, the dead warrior general, was only level 38. And now, less than a day has passed and the difficulty of the challenge encountered by Su Ming has directly increased and upgraded geometrically. 5 level 39 elite monsters plus hundreds of ordinary undead skeletons attacked. All of them are rank 2 peaks, or rank 3 monsters. Roughly speaking, there are at least 200 or 300 monsters. Not even a single ordinary undead level below 25. It's just that there are a lot of monsters and a high level. The trickiest thing is that they are all undead monsters that can be automatically revived. As you can imagine, this will be a super long tug-of-war between wheels. It is not only the combat ability that is tested, but also the ability to endure. It must be hard and fierce at the same time, and it must be durable. Fortunately, Su Ming's original sword body has now reached a power bonus of 30 times, so he didn't despair. Faced with this scene, he was full of fighting spirit, because this happens to be a great opportunity to level up quickly. There are a lot of weird things, but there are a lot of experience points. Su Ming exhaled deeply and pulled out his long sword. Hand and sword finger, put on the blade of the Xianfeng sword and wipe it gently. Several dark golden runes float out vertically, flashing and engraved on the blade. Holy attribute enchantment. With this skill, kill the undead and you can get twice the result with half the effort. If you let others go, in the face of this situation, let alone turn 3 times. Rank 4 powerhouses, I'm afraid it's enough to choke. Turning around and running away may be the best choice. But Su Ming is not afraid at all. He shook it gently. Boom! The Xianfeng sword in his hand danced a few sword flowers and flew like a dragon in his hand. Then he rushed out directly. At the same time, the Shadowflow long sword was drawn. The left hand is a long sword and the right hand is a Xianfeng sword. All of them have holy attribute enchantments attached. Su Ming did not hesitate and used light skills to enter the enemy formation. Directly fell into the corner with the most undead. An endless army of skeletons surged in, almost engulfing him in a landfill. Su Ming was light, and his 2 swords danced wildly. The rain shattered the phoenix sword, slashing out with a bang, and it was incomparably faster. Puff puff, wow, wow. The bones crumble and the bones dissolve. Countless skeletons were buried under his sword. The sword light superimposed on the holy attribute showed the color of pure gold, which looked brilliant. Su Ming's double sword dance was like a meat grinder with super horsepower. Coupled with his rapid steps, he kept moving quickly. In just a dozen seconds, he had already circled the field, slaughtered many skeleton monsters. All the way through, it was full of corpses. A road of bones was forged. Those undead can't even be resurrected if they want to be resurrected. Su Ming did not use all his swords in one breath, because he knew it would be a protracted battle. If you activate all the weapons at the same time in one breath, then you will be extremely exhausted. Oh no! Suddenly, an elite undead holding a large shield took small steps and quickly rampaged. Su Ming recognized it at a glance. This is the gravel charge skill of the great shield fighter. It was wrapped in a strong impact and raised its shield and smashed towards Su Ming. Its body is burly and heavy, like a small mountain. If it is smashed, it will directly turn into a puddle of meat paste. Its offensive was indistinguishable between friend and foe, and wherever it rushed, its allies were crushed, rushed away, and collapsed. Fortunately, the undead could be resurrected, otherwise he would have to save a lot of strength for Su Ming with such a rush. Su Ming swung his sword blade ethereal, and the gray robe made a hunting sound. In the face of this blow, he did not dodge, actually changed the move. His right hand shook. Xianfeng Jian came out of his hand, and under the effect of the power of the sword, he began to protect his whole body to prevent the surrounding undead from hurting him. This way he can fight the blow with all his heart. At the same time, he pulled out the dragon-inlaid broken sword, his sharpest weapon. Su Ming clenched his 2 swords and actually began to frantically activate normal attacks. The sword light and sword shadow flickered, forming an airtight sword wall in front of Su Ming. Among them, there are dragon scales and fire. In the second when the blade came into contact with the big shield, Su Ming had already cut out 21 swords in an instant. His agility attribute was too high, and the speed of his sword was ridiculously fast. With so many basic attacks stacked on top, the power was enough to crush the potential energy of this charge skill. Successfully triggered Su Ming's diamond skill, weapon rebound. A crisp eerie voice resounded on the battlefield. A pale white light disintegrated from within the blade in front of Su Ming. The rebounded white on spread and hit the burly body of the big shield undead in reverse. Put it with the shield and smash it out together. This flight smashed the undead behind it into a large piece. The white light that Su Ming bounced back was blunt weapon damage, not sharp weapon damage. This is where weapon rebound is the strongest, which can bounce back the opponent's attack type without changing the damage type. Let Su Ming be a swordsman who can deal a variety of compound damage such as spirit, magic, blunt weapons, and toxins. The type of damage he does is not about how many skills he has. It depends on how many skills his enemies have. Give someone a taste of their own medicine. It is said that the effect of force is mutual, and the huge elite monster flew out of more than 10 meters, and it stands to reason that Su Ming should also bear huge power. But on the other hand, Su Ming was not affected by the slightest potential energy. It's just that the floor under his feet is a little cracked, and he himself is still standing firmly in place, his clothes fluttering, chic and extraordinary. All the effects of that charge blow were perfectly neutralized by him. The big shield elite undead instantly lost 23% of blood, and the giant shield in its hand was also ignited by the flame attribute of dragon inlaid broken sword. The old wooden shield, which was already rotten and riddled with holes, immediately began to burn into a raging fire. Soon, it turned into a puddle of ashes, and he directly lost his weapon. The other elite monsters also rushed up. However, although the shield undead's weapon was destroyed, it was not affected in the slightest. I saw him wave his hand. With a bang, countless undead gathered around him, climbed up its 5-meter-high body, and followed his arms. Click! The skeleton mobs twist their bones and bodies all over their bodies. Bones were buried alive, forming a new shield of flesh and bones. Harder, even squirming, letting out a moan of pain. This is the skill, absolute command, of this great shield skeleton undead. He has absolute command over undead mobs that are lower in rank than him and are not players or elite monsters. As long as it is theoretically possible, they must be followed. God fished for the moon for him. This is naturally impossible. But it's still very simple to use the body to help it remake a big shield. Recondensing his weapon, he rushed over again. The 5 elite monsters are attacking together. The offensive is monstrous. Surround Su Ming. One of the elite monsters, holding a bone weapon, urged a pitch-black necromancy magic to pour towards Su Ming. This beam was extremely fast and even more lethal, and it was the first to approach. Fortunately, Su Ming triggered the passive affix effect of the decayed sword shirt, Undead Defense. He had an invisible stance beside him, able to resist some undead magic. When an undead magic attack approaches, it can cause it to naturally decay, lose its power sharply, or even disappear. Beside Su Ming, a strange voice sounded, like a horse howl. The invisible position beside him trembled. Then, a pale white streamer condensed and went to protect it. The necromancer's ray poured by the necromancer instantly withered and shrank, as if decades had passed in an instant, and suddenly became impure in color. The black power of death dissolved, and the magic was rotten. The light eventually became a translucent magic attack that had almost no effect. Su Ming only needed a slight swing of his sword to cancel it out. But resisting this blow, it wasn't over yet. The remaining 4 elite monsters have all come to him. Their attributes are exaggerated, and their skills are more powerful than the other. The great shield undead used a death shield smash, falling from the sky and smashing at Su Ming. The giant sword undead held the weapon in both hands and turned around, like a huge spinning top, and the sword light flowed all over his body, like a storm sweeping in. The spear elite undead, wearing blue armor, the tiger and tiger dancing with silver sticks were like a bolt of lightning, shooting fiercely. The last one, the sickle undead. It is the most terrifying of all 5 undead elites. It could actually guide a burst of black fog of death, condensing into a black shadow shrouded in Su Ming. The range is huge. Once shrouded in black mist, Su Ming will lose blood rapidly and be given a weakness buff. The skills of the elite are too much, and the momentum is too huge. The surrounding floor was shaking. This time, Su Ming chose to avoid the war, because there are too many mobs around, like a raging tide. Su Ming has been completely surrounded. He was in danger. In this situation, he could not devote himself to the battle with the elite monsters, otherwise he would inevitably be attacked. He decided to clean up the mobs before dealing with the difficult elite monsters. He took a little step, his posture jumped, and he moved out sideways in an instant. In place, only an afterimage remains. He was directly out of the center of the elite monster siege. Those offensives were completely avoided by him. He came to the remote corner, the final center of the mob cluster, and began to slaughter. His 2 swords were clenched, and the Shenfeng sword flying in midair slashed around him. In the flickering cold light, broken arms and stumbling bones and limbs splashed out. Countless undead were suppressed and turned into complete dry bones. Su Ming also felt that the efficiency was not enough. He simply took out his spirits and drank it with his head up. Dizziness surged in his heart, but it hadn't completely drunk him yet. If it is the second turn, a sip of wine can enter a state of drunkenness. But now that he has entered the 3rd rank and his physical fitness has risen, the grade of this wine is relatively not high enough. You have to drink a few sips. Su Ming drank 3 sips in a row before finally feeling hearty drunkenness. He raised his sword directly, buzzing. Under the violent sword speed of the rain and shattering phoenix sword, the sword light also flowed and flashed, flying out. Countless sharp sword chi condensed into a solid body and flew out. Clang! Drunken sword style, skill triggered. All skills have a chance to trigger the sword energy effect. Su Ming's luck point is very high, so the trigger probability has been greatly improved. Basically, out of every 3 swords, there can be a sword with sword energy. The sword energy of the flying slash slaughtered the undead into a collapsed army. He was surrounded by corpses. Not long after, a group of undead souls all became the ghosts under Su Ming's sword. Kill the undead of the 2nd turn swordsman, experience plus 1340. Kill the 2-turn double blade undead, experience plus 1240. Kill the level 25 waste undead, experience plus 200 298. Kill the undead of the 3-turn shield soldier, experience plus 12,302. Kill the undead of the 3rd rank swordsman, experience plus 11,853. Kill. Soon, Su Ming's experience points rose rapidly. Suddenly, he was promoted to level 32. Promotion to level 32. Gain 10 free attributes. Very good. I only killed dozens of skeletons and promoted to level 32. Visually, if I slaughter all the undead, I should be able to rise to about level 34, or even higher. Su Ming's eyes flashed. But while Su Ming was fighting, his physical exertion was too great, and his mental power was burning rapidly. He had to add all the 10 attributes he had just obtained to his mental power. I regained some physical strength a little. But in the face of the vast sea of skeletons and undead, Su Ming felt that this improvement was really a drop in the bucket. It's a pity that the props that restore spiritual power are too rare. Otherwise, I have to prepare a little in advance for what I say. Su Ming gritted his teeth and tried his best to kill. Blood recovery drugs are everywhere. However, potions or props that restore spiritual power are extremely rare. Slay the 2nd rank undead, loot, bone knife. Kill the 2nd rank undead, loot, low-level blood recovery potion. Kill the 3rd rank undead, loot, rotten shoes. Kill. Su Ming looked at the dense list of loot, and suddenly his eyes froze. In his heart, he had a bold idea. There are so many loots, why don't I kill them while sublimating my talents with all things? If I'm lucky enough to sublimate a potion that restores a lot of spiritual power, then I can survive. Su Ming said secretly in his heart. He even felt a little crazy about his thoughts. This kind of behavior of fighting while sublimating the loot in personal space requires strong distraction ability. Fortunately, he would have been single-minded. And the most important thing is that the drop list of this group of undead monsters is already very rich. Su Ming did what he said, killing while frantically upgrading the items in his personal space. Sublimation success. Sublimation success. Obtain coagulation potion X1. Obtain hard bone knife X1. Obtain the scarbone greatsword X1. Earning. The grid position of personal space is almost insufficient. But Su Ming couldn't stop. He killed heartily. Experience points are skyrocketing. 10%, 40%, 70%, 99%. Upgrade again. Promotion to level 33. Obtain 10 free attribute points. Slaughtered more than half of the army of the dead. Victory is just around the corner. But Su Ming's spiritual power was about to be exhausted. He still added the 10 attributes he had just obtained to his mental strength. The mental strength broke through the 210 mark. Before he could be happy, he suddenly saw a terrifying scene happening in the distance. I saw that the pile of completely dead bones of the dead that Su Ming had slaughtered was slowly condensing and moving closer, as if they were in the midst of resurrection. How is that possible? I basically kill them with holy attributes. Even elite monsters can't be resurrected? Su Ming's eyes trembled. Suddenly, his eyes were stern, and he saw the clues with his insightful eyes. I saw a winding trace of magical energy extending from the hand of the side elite undead. It is it that resurrects these minions in practice. This hidden trace of magic is invisible to ordinary people. Only Su Ming's insightful eyes can capture it. Su Ming immediately scanned the information of the undead. Scythe tactics undead, elite monster. Bloodline, necromancer. Level 39. Strength, 120. Physique, 490. Agility, 290. Spirit, 680. Lucky, 300. Talent, immortal body. Skill, death scythe / large area sweep causing sharp damage with undead magic damage. Necro energy saving, passive skill, all of its undead magic consumes 60% less spirit. Endless flow, passive skill, its natural recovery speed of mental power has changed from 1 jump per hour to 1 jump per minute. Black mist filled with death magic energy, which can condense and form autonomously to hunt down enemies. Resurrection of the corpse, it can resurrect the remains of the dead who have completely died as long as the body is intact, but this skill consumes a lot of spiritual power. Restrictions, must be a normal undead of a lower level than it and not a player, nor an elite monster. Su Ming immediately judged that this elite monster was the most powerful in this field. There is no one. Its spiritual power is as high as 680. High spirit power doesn't just mean you can cast more skills at once. It will also affect the natural recovery speed of your mental power. If you are a newcomer to the initial awakening, this recovery is negligible. But now, it is necessary to mention it. Su Ming can now recover almost 21 mental power per hour. If you want a faster response, you need to supplement it with sleep. But this undead elite monster is different. Its spiritual power is as high as 680, and if you estimate it, it can recover almost 68 points of spiritual power every hour. However, under the influence of its skill, Endless Stream, it becomes a jump every minute. It is equivalent to a 60-fold increase in recovery speed. Every hour, you can restore the spiritual power of 4080. It can be said that it is inexhaustible and inexhaustible. It only needs to control the casting frequency and can use skills almost all the time. Players of any race, in the early and mid stage, cannot have such terrifying energy-saving skills. Only elite monsters can be unique. Its profession is also strong. Scythe tactics, players can also change jobs. For example, Ji Yao, she can choose the sickle tactic at the 4th turn. This is a class that abandons all summoning abilities and specializes in melee and undead magic. The trickiest thing is its corpse resurrection skill. Su Ming's face was cold. Even if it is damaged by the holy attribute and completely suppressed, it can consume spiritual power and use magic to resurrect it. Let a large number of undead not be killed and become tenacious warriors like Shouchang. It's a loss. Fortunately, Su Ming gave most of the corpses and did not leave the whole body. Otherwise, it will revive even more. Su Ming decided, kill it first. Otherwise, you will be caught in an endless wheel battle. He was 100 meters away and raised his hand suddenly. A huge stone sword fell. The sky-falling sword tomb skill was urged, and it smashed directly down towards the head of the sickle tactic undead. It had to dodge and resist, interrupting the resurrection process. Su Ming just wanted to make it unable to resurrect a single undead person, so he killed it. Su Ming took the risk and rushed over resolutely, stepped directly and walked towards the encirclement of the 5 elite monsters. The dragon in his hand broke the sword and immediately broke it. The tip of the sword was 1 step ahead of him, and he flew away. The flames of the sword head flowed, slashing at the head of the sickle undead. Its rotten skull face sneered and swung its scythe. The death scythe horizontal slash skill was triggered, and the horizontal slash accurately blocked the tip of Su Ming's sword. But the blade was extraordinarily agile, and after flying backwards, it continued to be reluctant and stabbed frantically. Just aim at it and hit. Not allowing it to use the resurrection of corpses skill was Su Ming's most fundamental purpose. Along the way, the skeleton monsters were attacking Su Ming. Stop his progress. But now, more than half of the army of the dead has died, and the corpses slaughtered by Su Ming are everywhere. The undead on the field have become sparse, the threat has been greatly reduced, and the density is far less than at the beginning. That's why Su Ming dared to deal with those elites with all his might. Su Ming rushed all the way, ignoring the attack of the undead minions around him, even without defense, because he has a weapon pinned behind his waist. Bone Meteor Chain Hammer can automatically cast the Protector Spirit Hammer affix. Its links flashed, beating and whipping frantically like a spirit snake behind Su Ming, smashed all the attacks that attacked Su Ming. But in the face of too dense an offensive, it can't be 100% intercepted, so Su Ming still has to pay a little attention to what is behind him. Fortunately, there was no danger, and Su Ming successfully rushed to the elite monster. A large group of monsters surged behind him, under the siege of a group of monsters, one by one against the 5 elite monsters. The risk is not small, but Su Ming had to do it. He stood upright and held his swords tightly. A few dashing turns, the footwork was mysterious, and Ling Bo walked forward a few meters. Coming to the sickle undead, he directly urged the hidden sword slash. The 2 swords were in the sheath, and Su Ming's movements were as fast as a streamer. 2 swords, and at the same time urge, hidden sword slash. The thunder flashed, and the fierce thunder enchanted sword also urged to open. These 2 are both platinum level skills, superimposed on each other, and the power is very terrifying. In addition, Su Ming still urged with 2 swords at the same time. The power has been greatly improved. The thunder was deafening, and the fierce thunder mixed with blood and light lingered on the blade of the sword. Su Ming shot directly. There is no sword sound. There was only one thunderbolt, which replaced the sound and light of the sword. The effect of drunken sword style is also triggered. A pale white sword airflow turned out, directly taking the war sickle undead. It can be said that it is 3 major skills, which are performed together, just to kill it. Under the 30-fold power bonus of the original sword body, Su Ming's combat effectiveness was really terrifying. This sword crossed over, directly cut off the 7 or 8 mobs along the road. The body of the war sickle undead was directly cut into a huge opening, and rotting minced flesh and bone cracks flowed out. Its eyes were stunned, a little incredulous. Su Ming's sword directly reduced its health by 72%. Because it is not an elite monster that focuses on defense, the amount of HP is thinner. This makes Su Ming's swordsmanship even more powerful. If it is another 3rd-ranked team facing such an elite monster, it will take at least dozens, or even hundreds of skills to kill. After Su Ming penetrated its body, he immediately handed over the 2nd sword with thunderous speed. Holy Attribute Enchantment urges. The dragon is inlaid on the broken sword, and a layer of golden brilliance lingers. Directly penetrated its skull. Completely kill. Slay the Scythe Undead Elite. EXP plus 67,890. Loot, Grey Bone War Scythe Platinum Inferior. Muscle Strengthening Potion, Silver Quality, X1. After the death of this biggest threat, Su Ming had no joy on his face, because the rest of the elites were all angry. The 4 elites attacked Su Ming with powerful skills. The momentum is huge and murderous. Surround Su Ming in the very center, so that he has nowhere to hide, and they use a wide range of skills. In order to kill the undead of the warsicle, Su Ming took a huge risk and burst into the very center. So now, he has nowhere to hide. Ling Bo Weibu, this diamond-level body technique is too late. late. Hidden God Step helplessly urged. Su Ming's already little mental strength was completely exhausted. His body turned into an unselectable blurred shadow. Those attacks penetrated Su Ming's translucent body, but he himself was not affected in any way. Directly from the rule level, the hidden spirit is invisible. He appeared in the distance almost as if teleporting. Transforming into a black shadow, Su Ming fell to the ground. The tip of his nose flowed with a trace of blood. This is a sign of exhaustion of mental strength. Is this the limit of my physical strength? Su Ming muttered, a little disheartened in his eyes. He had sublimated a lot of loot just now, but he didn't get any props related to restoring his mental power. It's like heaven is going to kill him. Alas, I can only use my most precious prop, powerful vampire elixir. After use, it directly becomes a vampire within 1 hour. All states are full. Then Su Ming will definitely be able to pass this challenge. But that prop is extremely precious and can greatly improve combat effectiveness, and without any side effects. Su Ming wanted to keep it for future life-saving use. But now the situation forces us to consume it. I have told others to keep going. Of course I have to practice it myself. Su Ming clenched his fists and held the dragon-inlaid sword tightly. He made up his mind. Remove a prop from your personal space. Muscle strengthening agent. This is what exploded from the undead of the Warsicle. Sublimate, last stand. If you fail, use the vampire potion again. Su Ming held the bottle of potion tightly and directly used all things to sublimate. Sublimation success. Obtained, epinephrine syringe, diamond medium. View information. Epinephrine syringe, diamond medium. One-time props containing a variety of elements, including a large amount of pure adrenaline, physical energy temporary enhancement liquid, physical enhancement liquid. Effect, turn off the pain nerve, deduct 95% of the upper limit of health. Now your actions will not consume physical or mental strength. Duration, 3 seconds. Cost, after the effect disappears, your body will suffer significant trauma, depending on the number and quality of skills you use during this period, but it will not kill you. Su Ming's eyes trembled. Epinephrine syringe. It was directly upgraded from silver level to diamond middle grade. It spans several major qualities. Ha 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 ha, it's really a great way. Su Ming looked up to the sky and laughed. A few traces of madness flashed in his eyes. I am really full of character. This substance can only be extracted by the level of human science and technology before the day of awakening. It is a kind of heart boosting. After awakening, the rules of physics change, and all scientific and technological principles are invalid. Today's humans no longer have any means to extract this substance. Almost completely lost. This substance is secreted in small amounts in anyone's body, which can make people excited and strong. With just 0.3 milligrams of injection, a half-dead man can be dragged back to the human world and forcibly prolonged. It can even save cardiac arrest patients. Previous doctors would inject this fluid into seriously ill patients. It can be called a temporary version of the miracle medicine. Before the day of awakening, there was a saying in the Dragon Kingdom. What is the concept of using adrenaline? Answer, it means you can go to the underworld and punch the king of hell, and then run back. For ordinary people, if this substance is excessive, blood pressure will explode, cerebral hemorrhage and death. But for a career changer like Su Ming, the dose that can be tolerated has increased countless times. Bang! Roughly speaking, there are at least 20 milliliters in this needle tube. Su Ming did not hesitate and plunged directly into his arm. Successful injection. Suddenly, a burst of painful hot liquid flowed from the arms into the heart and limbs. In an instant, my whole body was cold and all the pain disappeared. Su Ming felt that there was endless power in his body. Mental power is back to its peak. The price is his health, which is deducted to only 5%. An agent with extremely terrifying side effects. In other words, if he took another blow, he would basically die. But, since my physical fitness is infinite, how can I get hurt? Su Ming's voice was indifferent, as if he had no feelings. His steps flicked, and his posture turned into a black shadow, dissolved in the rules of heaven and earth. In the eyes of all the undead, Su Ming's entire temperament changed instantly. From the sword god to the god of killing, the hidden god step is completely activated. You can use it indefinitely, completely uninterrupted, always maintaining the invincibility of not selectable. Within these 3 seconds, Su Ming was invincible in the same realm. He went straight ahead and crossed the battlefield. Activate the 4 swords to slash and frantically slaughter the surrounding undead skeletons. The 2 swords in his hand also slashed with his movements. This was not enough. He even activated his sub-professional skill, extractor technique. He raised his hand directly and shook it, refining the blades in the bodies of dozens of undead skeletons around him. Standing in the air, dozens of swords were suspended in mid-air. With Su Ming's thoughts, he flew and slashed. The entire battlefield was suddenly filled with the miserable howls of skeletons. Kill them directly. Broken bones and stumps fly around. Su Ming smiled. He laughed boldly and freely, dressed in a broken robe, crisscrossing the battlefield. He felt as if he had returned to the peak of his previous life. Legendary skills are infinitely available. This feeling is simply refreshing. At the same time, his dragon dragon-inlaid sword suddenly shook and the blade fell down. The broken sword was held in his hand, like a dagger. Su Ming wants to use his strongest skills. It's not swordsmanship, it's the method of killing. Kill the gods. Su Ming was expressionless, directly out of the knife. Bite. A crisp sound ran through the entire cave. In the next instant, his whole body turned into a blood-red storm. Countless afterimages flickered like the wind. An extremely long blood-colored knife mark froze in midair. The three elite monsters were pierced through their bodies on the spot and died on the spot. There were dozens of small undead in a straight line, all of which were wiped out. Even the walls and formations of this cave were cut into several pieces. Dust drifted down, and gravel smashed. This knife does not have a holy attribute enchantment. But they were all cut down, and they could not even be resurrected. Because, killing the gods only needs to kill them once, which is equivalent to killing them 7 or 8 times. The power is too violent, even one death is not enough to bear, and I owe several lives. This is the horror of legendary skills. Kill the second rank undead, experience plus 1397. Kill the rank 3 undead, experience plus 12892. Kill the rank 3 undead, exp plus 9087. Kill the second rank undead, experience plus 800. Kill the rank 3 undead elite, experience plus 42792. Kill the rank 3 undead elite, experience plus 70722. Kill. Su Ming now has less experience in killing monsters, because he has already turned 3 times. If he is still at the second rank, then killing a rank 3 elite monster can get at least about 80,000 experience points. That's because there used to be an experience bonus for level compensation for killing enemies by leapfrogging, but now it is gone. But the number of experience points is still considerable. Su Ming was directly promoted to level 34. Then he shook it with his hand. Countless temporary long swords in midair suddenly stabbed away. It was like a torrential rain, turning many mobs into hedgehogs. There is still the last second left. Su Ming's speed is incredibly fast. He wants to use this last second to kill all the undead. He turned around and held the dragon-broken sword and raised his hand to wave it. Dragon slaying technique is urging. A huge golden sword sheath filled the battlefield in an instant. Cut off all the undead, including the last large shield undead. They were all killed. This sword has the ability of holy attribute enchantment. All the undead disappeared and became stumps. In the whole field, there was no one alive. Su Ming upgraded again. Promotion to level 35. Su Ming added all the 20 attributes obtained from winning 2 levels in a row to his mental strength. His mental strength has reached 230 points. Subsequently, the effect of the potion completely disappeared. A huge sense of weakness swept over like a tide. This was followed by severe pain in the internal organs and limbs. Let Su Ming feel that the muscles and bones of his whole body have been broken. At the same time, his 7 orifices were bleeding. Every pore in the body is bleeding blood. Su Ming felt his whole body tremble, and every inch of his cell was feeling severe pain. He couldn't even hold the dragon-broken sword. The blade fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Obtain the title, Undead Slayer. Effect, you compare your weak undead race and gain domineering deterrence. Loot, bone armor, gold inferior. Obtain loot, dark bone shield, platinum inferior. Loot, dragon bone greatsword, platinum medium. Loot, blue silver bone spear, gold superior. Loot. Countless news popped up, and Su Ming gained a lot, but he was no longer able to sort through the loot. The cost of physical overload is too serious. His consciousness blurred for a while, and he fell into darkness. He fell straight to the ground. When Su Ming suddenly woke up, he only felt a splitting headache. The whole body was covered in dried blood and slimy. He forcibly raised his head and poured a mouthful of healing potion, and then began to recover. Subsequently, Su Ming took out a large bucket of water and poured it on his body. Wash your whole body thoroughly. The musty smell of ashes and corpses disappeared. It's okay. I have a self-healing factor bloodline, otherwise whether I can wake up is a question. Su Ming muttered. He could still feel the afterglow of the pain, which made his face solemn. The mental strength has recovered a little. He carefully activated the self-healing factor bloodline and slowly healed the injuries throughout his body. When he opened the list, Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank like the tip of a needle. Unexpectedly, more than 20 days have passed. It's been more than half a month. My injury is really serious. He smiled bitterly. No way, after all, it is a legendary skill. He forced his action, and it lasted for so long, naturally at a heavy price. Fortunately, the bitterness is over. Epic props, right in front of you. Within reach. Su Ming's eyes were hot, and he looked forward. I saw 10 meters ahead. On the high platform, a golden hourglass stopped on it. Compact and sophisticated, it is made like a crystal diamond. The sand in it is all golden particles. It's just the size of a palm. Su Ming stepped forward quickly and held it in his hand. Get epic items. Su Ming immediately scanned its information. Slow hourglass, epic middle grade. It can be called an epic creation, and can even affect the physical rules of the world to some extent, has the power to delay time, and can be reused. Effect, turn the hourglass upside upside down, you can immediately slow down the time in the surrounding 10-meter space by 3 times, during which you will not be affected in any way for 3 seconds, requires charging with the power of time, and can be used again after charging. Charging time 24 hours. Su Ming's eyes trembled, and he could hardly believe his eyes. A prop that can affect time. This thing is actually just epic quality. Time is one of the basic rules of the world. It is far infinitely deeper than the elements of wind, fire, and earth. Even space is not as good as time. After all, there is a lot of space magic, but very little time magic. Very few things can affect this law. This thing really far exceeded his expectations. The effect is very terrifying. What is the concept of time pause triple? On the other hand, it is equivalent to Su Ming's speed becoming 3 times faster for all his enemies. The faster the speed, the greater the kinetic energy, the stronger the power. In other words, it can be regarded as increasing Su Ming's speed and power by 3 times. And this is still after the settlement of the original sword body. This is the scariest point. And within 10 meters, all enemy attacks will slow down in his eyes, which can give him more reaction time. I don't know what to do after sublimation. What will be the effect? Su Ming grinned, and couldn't help it. All things are sublimated and urged. Sublimation success. Timing hourglass, epic grade. Time flies. When the sand freezes, the gold grain sculpture falls in the middle. Epic inheritance treasures can slow down the flow of time. Effect, turn the hourglass upside down. You can immediately slow down the time in the surrounding 30-meter space by 9 times, during which you will not be affected in any way for 3 seconds. Set it up right after use. Let the sand and gravel flow. You can use the power of time to recharge, and you can use it again after charging. Charging time 24 hours. After sublimation, the effect has also ushered in a qualitative change. Increased by 6x and gained 9x slowness. The range has also been increased to 30 meters. Su Ming carefully included this treasure into his personal space. This is definitely a life-saving magic technique. As long as he had this, even rank 4 or even rank 5, he was sure to resolve it. After all the hardships, it is finally not lost. Subsequently, Su Ming checked his loot. There are too many of them. There are more than 300 items. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, all of them. There are even several pieces of diamond equipment. It can be called a rich country. Of course, big countries such as the Dragon Kingdom, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and the Eagle Kingdom are unlikely. But in some small countries, Su Ming's current financial resources have been able to compete with each other. For example, small countries with only a few hundred people. Under normal circumstances, not every skeleton will explode equipment. Generally speaking, the loot explosion rate of these ordinary monsters is only about 30%. In other words, if you kill 3 monsters, you may only have 1 explosive equipment. But the number of Su Ming kills is too much, and there is an increase in his lucky attributes, so the monster explosion rate is higher than that of ordinary people. So on the whole, the amount of his loot is still very large. His personal space is already filled with not much space. Su Ming unified all these objects into a large wave of sublimation. Sublimation success. Sublimation success. Sublimation success. Upgrade. Hundreds of messages flashed, and Su Ming's ears were about to collapse. This sublimation process consumed most of his time. Just in time, taking advantage of this time, he also almost healed his injury. After pouring a few bottles of healing potions, he slowly recovered. After all the loot was sublimated, Su Ming roughly counted his belongings. Silver and bronze equipment, there are more than 200 pieces. There are dozens of pieces of platinum equipment. Diamond equipment, less than 10 pieces. Su Ming first took out several pieces of platinum equipment and placed them in front of him. Subsequently, he used the forging power skill. Break it down one by one. Successful decomposition. Successful decomposition. After only decomposing 2 pieces of equipment, Su Ming felt that he was physically exhausted. Life sub-occupations, as expected, cannot be operated continuously, and the consumption is too great. To decompose the high-hardness equipment of platinum-level strength, it is naturally even more terrifying. This kind of platinum material, even if you use combat skills to split, may not be easily split. So it is conceivable that it is more difficult to separate the material while maintaining its integrity, and the operation needs to be extremely exquisite. However, the physical exertion is large, but the benefits are also very considerable. Su Ming gained a lot of proficiency. Forge power, proficiency plus 40,923. This skill does not have a 30-fold proficiency bonus of the original sword body, but it can still quickly improve proficiency. In fact, this is only unique to Su Ming. Because he has a lot of high-quality equipment, give him training. The proficiency increase of the skill of forging power has a lot to do with the quality of the equipment being forged. Breaking down advanced equipment like platinum is naturally able to provide a lot of proficiency. In the same way, disassembling and casting silver-level equipment will improve the proficiency relatively little, maybe only a few hundred or thousand. If it's diamond gear, the proficiency offered will be even more. Other life professionals simply don't have so much high-level equipment for him to squander, but Su Ming does, so he can improve his forging power skill level at a speed like hanging and hanging. It can be said that he is using high-quality equipment in disguise to feed his skills. Su Ming continued to decompose. He wants to upgrade this skill to the diamond level. In this way, he can upgrade the dragon inlaid broken sword. He wants to set the dragon with a broken sword and recast it to a diamond middle grade. Now he just has a lot of time. The several platinum chicken equipment in front of him suddenly shattered and turned into large pieces of pure steel. Successful decomposition. Decomposition failure. Decomposition failure. Yes, this skill also has a failure rate. Failure also provides proficiency, but only in 10. If you break down equipment that fails, it will turn into black charcoal, so it is conceivable that the skill of forging power is indeed very large. However, Su Ming was not distressed at all. He took out a lot of equipment and broke it down one by one. If there is not enough physical strength, then he sits on the ground and sleeps. It took him about a few days to almost disassemble more than a dozen pieces of platinum equipment. Skill upgraded to diamond inferior. He then broke down more than a dozen pieces of platinum equipment and 4 pieces of diamond level equipment. What a big investment. His forging skill was finally upgraded to diamond middle grade. Su Ming's dragon slaying technique is not so proficient. Su Ming looked at his forging power skill information. The power of forging, diamond medium, proficiency 592974/2 million. You can now forge and disassemble up to diamond middle grade equipment. Now all your forging actions have doubled the success rate. He took out his dragon inlaid broken sword, gently split the 2 blades. Among them, the fiery red dragon scales were firmly embedded in it. It looks magnificent and extraordinary, fiery red as blood. Su Ming wants to forge and upgrade this sword. The core of the dragon inlaid broken sword is this dragon scale. If it weren't for this dragon scale, maybe this sword wouldn't be of diamond quality. This is Su Ming's most handy weapon, and he naturally wants to upgrade it now. In his personal space, many decomposed high-level materials appeared in mid-air for him to drive and dispatch. The flame flow refers to the decomposition of the tiger's warm flame core iron, rigid curved mechanical support and other materials, all suspended in mid-air, sublimated into the diamond-grade gray bone greatsword. It also decomposed the ashes of death, the dead steel. There is also the molten alloy, diamond medium grade, he got in the diamond treasure chest before, and a large amount of materials broken down in some platinum-level equipment. There are more than 20 kinds of steel, and a dazzling array of them is suspended in front of Su Ming. He rested, regained his strength, and made full preparations. Boom! All the steel, as if needed by some invisible force, began to gradually melt and burn out of thin air. This is the power of forging, which can burn steel with mental power. In this way, the essence can be extracted. Of course, provided that the materials must be your own property. If it is an enemy weapon, you certainly cannot directly disintegrate it in battle with the power of forging. In this case, life professions will become a fierce batch of combat professions. However, there have been several such powerful blacksmiths in history. When the skill, forging power, reaches its peak, you can even refine everything and directly disintegrate the enemy's equipment. But this kind of blacksmith is very rare. Throughout history, not to mention the Dragon Kingdom, even if all the Blue Star countries are combined, there are not a few. Su Ming looked at the materials in front of him and began to shoot cautiously. Even the most experienced blacksmith has a probability of failure to forge diamond-level equipment. This is the first time I've forged such high-quality equipment, so naturally I have to be more careful. Moreover, the dragon-inlaid broken sword is my best weapon. I don't want to fail the forging and destroy it. Su Ming frowned and said with a solemn expression. He concentrated 100% of his energy, his eyes like torches, staring at the materials. It took half a day to finally extract the essence of the steel. This process cannot be interrupted, so he had to do it in one go. In this process, the spiritual power must flow slowly. Unlike a combat profession, it consumes a lot of mental power in an instant. In the process of forging, the consumption of spiritual power is like a meandering stream, very slow. Only in this way can it be maintained for a long time. Looking at the steel essence flowing with golden light, Su Ming scanned a wave of information with his insightful eyes. Molten alloy essence can provide double additional damage to the weapon with ice and fire, and can protect the weapon. Even if the casting fails, the grade will not fall under the diamond. Ashes of the dead essence, a kind of ashes, and it is also a high-level forging material that the undead love to use, and weapons cast with it will have a higher probability of obtaining high-quality curse affixes. Warm flame hard iron essence, the fire damage cut by weapons forged with it will have special protection and will not harm the wielder and allies. Feng Yu, the weapons forged with it will be sharper. The properties of various materials are scanned by the eye of insight extremely thoroughly. This helped Su Ming control better. Using this legendary skill to assist in forging can make Su Ming get twice the result with half the effort. Even at this moment, he felt more sure than those high-level blacksmiths, because even rank 5 and 6th rank blacksmiths probably dare not say that they have absolute knowledge of every material. But Su Ming dared to say, so he will have a higher success rate. Subsequently, he began to combine combine and forge. An illusory hammer appeared in his hand, which was condensed by the power of forging. He held the hammer and combined, folded, and forged the steel, with the dragon inlaid with the broken sword gradually fused. This is an extremely difficult job, not to mention Su Ming is so crazy. He actually wanted to smelt these more than 20 completely different steels together. One time, fusion of more than 20 kinds of steel. Even a rank 5 blacksmith would not dare to be so crazy. Why? But Su Ming is this character. There is a risk, and there will be a reward. Su Ming's forehead was a little sweaty, his eyes were solemn, and he smashed down one hammer after another. I want to keep the affix of the broken sword because it is very easy to use and convenient. But sharpness and handling must be taken to the next level. Simple fire attributes, a bit boring. Why not guide a few more cold attributes in the molten cold alloy? Su Ming muttered, already having the prototype of his own weapon in his heart. In the end, it took a few days. The blade of the sword began to take shape. The sword embryo has begun to reflect cold light. Su Ming felt that victory was just around the corner. But suddenly, the blade began to tremble violently. Many steel red water spontaneously ignited. Su Ming's spiritual power is also about to run out. The dragon-inlaid broken sword flashed in two colors, one moment like 10,000 years of black ice, and the other like high-temperature lava. It's not good, the materials are repulsive, and the nature is unstable. Su Ming's eyes were cold, his heart was shocked, and cold sweat broke out. He put together too many materials and finally something went wrong. Fortunately, at this time, the two types of steel, molten cold alloy and warm flame hard iron, stood up. These two materials can protect weapons and maintain stability, but it won't last long. Su Ming immediately gritted his teeth and made a decision. Extremely decisive. He directly raised his hand and smelted the two swords, one black and one white, in his personal space. Shen Bing sword, Ink Fall sword. These two are both platinum middle grade weapons, and Su Ming also often uses them. Su Ming likes these two swords very much, but now, he had to sacrifice them. These two weapons happen to be a natural pair and have complementary characteristics. Using these black and white swords as sacrifices may stabilize the situation. Sure enough, the originally restless dragon broken sword gradually quieted down. The cold current and flame above split and gradually flowed naturally to the two sides, without interfering with each other. It took another 2 days. Su Ming finally succeeded. At the moment when his mental and physical strength were completely exhausted, he successfully upgraded the dragon inlaid sword. Forging success. Very good. Trigger critical hit. Weapon quality has been greatly improved. Forging power proficiency plus 700,000. Weapon obtained, Frost Flame Death Scar, Broken Sword, Diamond Superior. Su Ming's eyes were slightly startled. Forging equipment can actually be a critical hit. The luck attribute is high. Not only can it increase the critical hit rate in battle, but it can also be a life profession. My forging power is only diamond middle grade, and under normal circumstances, I can only forge diamond middle grade weapons. He raised his hand and waved it. But after the critical hit, the diamond was forged to the highest quality. Absolutely. Su Ming could hardly hold back the excitement in his heart. It's really not in vain for me to consume so many high-end materials. Subsequently, a long sword with an extremely exquisite texture fell into Su Ming's hands. The sword was 3 feet 3 inches long, heavy and sharp, and held just right. Even Su Ming had a feeling that this sword could become heavier or lighter according to his own thoughts. He raised his hand and waved it. The weight is uncertain. Moreover, the sword body has a special texture, as if it had just been pulled out of the ashes, and there are irregular gray flame marks on it. The whole sword is not the color of pure black or pure steel, but a special color between gray and black steel. It's like a weapon after being enchanted by the necromancer. With a slight swing of the blade, there will be a gray-black sword shadow trailing its tail, which is extremely special. In the center of the blade, there was a horizontal crack, which was very eye-catching. Su Ming raised his hand and shook. Click. The blade splits. It is exactly the same as the dragon inlaid with a broken sword. The dragon scale chimeric in the middle changed its appearance. The dragon scales in the dragon inlaid sword have changed. However, the size of the nail cover looks extremely delicate, with the characteristic patterns of scales on it. The original fiery red dragon scales became dragon scales that combine two colors. Half is as blue as ice, and the other half is as fiery as lava. After the texture of the dragon scales that are the core is changed, the nature of the entire sword has also changed. The blade of the sword is the most special. The blade on the left side was as if it was inlaid with ice, but it was a transparent texture like black ice, emitting a dense white vapor, and the temperature seemed to be extremely low. The blade on the right is cast in red iron, like steel melted at a high temperature of 1000 degrees. The two blades are different, and they are absolutely top weapons. Among the quality of diamonds, it should be difficult to match. Even, I feel like I can take it to participate in the forging competition. Su Ming felt that it should be easy to get a top 10 ranking. The forge contest is a long-standing competition that can be participated in as long as it is a forged weapon. After being selected by the judges, you can get the corresponding reward according to the ranking. Su Ming weighed it and checked the information information about this weapon. At this look, he immediately gasped. Frost Flame Deathmarks, Broken Sword, Sword and Short Sword dual weapons, agility plus 100, luck plus 100, quality, diamond quality. Occupation requirements, sword profession. The sword burns the first quenching of the ash marks, and the two edges are melted and the ice is thin. An ancient broken sword with a dragon scale inlaid in it. Later, a handsome blacksmith combined dozens of high-end materials such as molten cold alloy, death ashes, and warm flame hard iron to refine and upgrade to create this diamond pinnacle weapon. Curse, Ash of Death. Negative effect: when you hold this sword, each injury will stack a layer of death marks, and you will die immediately when stacked to 10 stacks. The number of layers will immediately return to 0 after leaving the battle. Buff effect: when using this weapon to damage enemies, each attack will add a layer of death marks. When the death marks are stacked to 100 layers, the enemy will die immediately. Ineffective against the boss, the enemy's escape stack will disappear. Frost Flame Dragon Unicorn. The center of this broken sword is inlaid with a dragon scale, which perfectly integrates the attributes in the molten cold alloy, and obtains this hidden affix, which can add a huge amount of ice and fire attribute damage to this weapon. Splitting: the blade of this sword can break away and turn into a flying sword, driven by the owner's thoughts. Broken Blade: this weapon can be judged as a sword and a short sword. Warm Flame Protection: the ice and fire damage attached to this weapon will not damage the wielder and their allies, but the blade can still be damaged. Boshin Suishin: when this sword was forged, a light sword and a thin sword were smelted, so it inherited the ability to be light and carefree. When holding this sword, you can control the weight of the sword as you like, with a minimum of 1 pound and a maximum weight of 1,000 pounds. Su Ming looked at this information, his eyes flickering slightly. The expression was a little dull. Instant death effect, namely, die. This is the most terrifying affix. Although it cannot be effective against bosses, it can be effective against elite monsters, and it can also be effective against players. That's scary enough. No, I was wrong. This sword, if you participate in the forging competition, is definitely more than the top 10. At the diamond level, you should be able to get the first place. This sword has 6 affixes. A weapon with 2 or 3 affixes is already very good. There are 4 affixes, which should be of the highest quality. 5 affixes, that is the best product. And a weapon has more than 6 affixes at the same time. That is a work of art. Moreover, there is also a curse in it. Curse affixes are very precious and can double the value of weapons several times again. Su Ming estimated that if this sword was sold on the market, the value might be worth half of the epic equipment. But this curse has very terrifying side effects. I was injured myself more than 10 times, and I would die. If it were someone else, I'm afraid I wouldn't dare to use this sword at all. But Su Ming didn't have much pressure. Because of himself, the main point is agility and speed. Avoiding most of the attacks was originally his daily routine of fighting. No matter how bad it is, there are also hidden steps to forcibly avoid it. So this side effect is not a threat to him. He still dared to use this weapon for a long time. And there is also the effect of agility and luck plus 100, which is too fierce. My current agility and luck are only about 200, which is almost a 2-fold increase out of thin air. The improvement in my battle is too great. Choosing the profession of cursed blacksmith is indeed right. And the effect of the split sword of this weapon is also retained, which is very practical, and you can switch the length of the weapon at will. Su Ming put the Frost Flame Deathmark broken sword into its sheath. When I turn 4, this profession can also be transferred to a Heart Demon Forger, Blood Forger, etc., even more fierce. Subsequently, Su Ming took out his Xianfeng sword again. This sword is just a gold grade, and it really can't keep up with its own level. It was his favorite weapon during the period when he had just awakened, but now it is a bit outdated. Just reinforce. Su Ming took out some residual materials and fused them with the power of forging. Finally, the forging was successful. Weapon upgrade to Platinum Medium. A brand new black sword fell into Su Ming's hands. Blood-drawing black blade, sword. Quality, Platinum Medium. A weapon that has been forged many times to upgrade, extremely sharp, and can draw the blood of enemies, with powerful healing powers. Drinking red. After slashing monsters with this sword, you can absorb a large amount of stained blood and greatly heal the holder's injuries. Blood. After killing a monster, you can temporarily increase the holder's full attributes by 50 points for 1 minute, and this effect cannot be stacked. Stacked forging pattern. The sharpness of this sword can reach platinum grade. Very good. Su Ming nodded secretly. Su Ming put the black blade sword he had forged just now into his sheath, but he found that something was wrong with his scabbard. The Frost Flame death marks were too sharp, and his scabbard could not even bear it. Especially the tip of the sword, directly under the traction of gravity, penetrated the scabbard and slipped down. Su Ming's eyes were solemn, and he had to recast a few more scabbards. Still according to the previous specifications, the last remaining steel residue was all used up. Directly created several pairs of black jade scabbards, smooth and exquisite. It is very consistent with Su Ming's whole temperament. After being equipped, Su Ming was like a master of swordsmanship. No problem now. All the swords were sheathed, and Su Ming exhaled deeply. The equipment has been upgraded and my level is also very high. This trip to the dungeon is very good. Su Ming hooked the corners of his mouth lightly and stretched his waist. These days, it's really exhausting. Take a break, recover a wave of mental strength, and it's time to go out. Subsequently, he made some food, and after eating it, he regained his mental strength. Suddenly, Su Ming found that there were hundreds of unread messages in his personal email. During this time, I had almost no communication with the outside world. It's time to look at the letter. Su Ming's mind moved slightly, and a screen appeared. The first news came from a man. Name, Jiang Yongli, chairman of Jiang'an Foundation. What is this guy looking for me? Su Ming frowned slightly, hesitated a little in his heart, and immediately clicked on it. Somehow, he always had an ominous premonition. The moment the news was presented, Su Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. It's a video message. In the video, a middle-aged man with broad shoulders is on his chairman's chair. It is the highest floor of Jiang'an building. He looked flat and stared at the camera. Su Ming, hello, I am Yinqing's father, Jiang Yongli. Next, I don't expect you to do it completely. After all, it is simply unrealistic to let you, a young career changer who has just graduated, deal with an entire huge family entrenched in the Dragon Kingdom. I don't have any deep friendship with you. However, I still hope you can remember these words. Speaking of this, he smiled bitterly, and there was a bit of self-deprecation in his voice. A generation of business powerhouses has now been reduced to entrusting hope to a student who has just graduated. It's really declining. Su Ming's eyes were solemn, and he had already seen some clues from Jiang Yongli's facial expression. This man, going to die. Or rather, he knew he was going to die. This is a look that only a person who is about to die will have. Su Ming has killed too many people, and he knows all the characteristics of a dying person. I have to say that Chairman Jiang does have a bit of a character, and before he died, he spoke so gracefully and politely. In the face of danger, he remains calm and calm. He is worthy of being a man who has been in a high position for many years. In the picture, Jiang Yangli crossed his hands, frowned, and said, "First of all, the Jiang'an Consortium has been gradually overthrown in the confrontation with the Zheng family over the years, and I have tried everything I can, but I can't do anything." As soon as these words came out, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly. Zheng family? It turned out to be the Zheng family's doing. What a lot of energy. After all, one is just a business consortium, and the other is an old family that has a great say in the entire Dragon Kingdom. There is indeed a gap in strength. Although the gap is small, there is a last. Sometimes, the battle between behemoths can be crushed like a mountain with just a slight gap. All the forces of the Zheng family have been slowly eroded. I can only watch as the business empire passed down from my ancestors is justifiably invaded by others. But I'm not surprised. In fact, I had already expected this day a few years ago. It's just that I didn't expect that we would collapse so quickly. More than I expected. Faster. Even when it was almost there, I didn't have time to save too many things. Speaking of this, his face was a little cold, and he seemed a little angry. But after all, it didn't break out. But I also tried my best to keep some precious items from my property, which I thought could help you, and I have put them in your attachments. I don't ask for much, and I don't expect you to help my daughter regain her property. I just hope that you can save their lives. It doesn't matter how the means are, you can hide them at the ends of the earth or in some remote copy, as long as you live. Su Ming frowned slightly. The form is so serious? Is it really a dying orphan? My words are finished. He did not beg Su Ming to promise, nor did he say unnecessary words. He knew that promises were the most meaningless things. Therefore, he actually did not entrust all his hope to Su Ming. He sent videos to many people and gave gifts. He sent this message to Jiang Yinqing's friends, teachers, and classmates, and many people sent this message. He hoped that one of these people would be able to repay his kindness. As long as there is one is enough, even if it doesn't lose. In the video, an old man came in from outside the door. His beard and hair are all white, and he looks extremely high level. This old man's name is Lei Chen. He was Jiang Yongli's secretary, housekeeper, and bodyguard. Chairman, you should die. Lei Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his tone heavy. His voice was hoarse and old. The wrist was raised slightly, and there was a purple thunder flashing in it, condensed into a long sword. It looks terrifying. That's right, Lei Chen surrendered to the enemy. The closest housekeeper around Jiang Yongli, the old housekeeper who has been conscientious in the Jiang'an Consortium for decades, and the people he trusts the most have rebelled. It is conceivable how terrifying the Zheng family's infiltration methods are. Looking at Lei Chen, Jiang Yongli slowly stood up. Elder Lei, I didn't expect you to have broken into the 5th rank. It seems that the conditions of the Zheng family are indeed rich. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "No wonder you betrayed." Lei Chen nodded. "Thank you for your understanding. After all, I have been stuck in this realm for more than 20 years. Then, he paused inside. "Sorry, Chairman." Saying that, he walked forward slowly. The thunder sword was suspended and pointed at Jiang Yongli from a distance. In his old and cloudy eyes, there was a bit of hidden apology and guilt. Jiang Yongli faced death with a smile, without fear, and stepped forward. "Elder Lei, no need to apologize. I am very satisfied that you can make an exception to leave my last 10 7 minutes and arranged the time, and you have also taken great risks. Moreover, the Jiangyan Consortium has been disintegrated to this extent, and your rebellion is actually a helpless move to save your life. Zhang Yongli stared at Lei Chen and said in a condensed voice. There was no resentment between his eyes, because he also knows that today's situation is actually caused by his own lack of ability. Even if the lightning butler does not rebel, there will be others to assassinate him. I believe that the desire to advance to rank 5 is not enough for you to betray me. To live is the most fundamental reason. Ha! When Lei Lao heard this, he was a little moved, and his eyes were red. He grew up watching Zhang Yongli, and for him, Zhang Yongli was almost his grandson. But in order to survive, he had to make a move. Please go with peace of mind. I will protect the two young ladies as much as possible. After Lei Chen said this, Zhang Yongli nodded and wanted to say something. His mouth opened slightly, but in the next moment, the dark purple violent thunder sword had penetrated his heart without saying anything. Simply neat. Zhang Yongli's face was stunned, and he knelt on the ground speechless. A few seconds later, he died of breathing. Then the violent thunder smashed his lungs into pieces, leaving only his charred head. There is no way. Lei Chen must be ruthless. Create the illusion of fierce resistance from the other party. Zhang Yongli is also a career changer, but over the years, he has put all his energy on business. Therefore, his realm could not fight against the thunder dust at all. Then Lei Chen grabbed his hair, took the head, and left. Eventually, the video turns off completely. This video sent to Su Ming is the last, so only Su Ming watched the whole process. He should have sent these messages with some high-end custom equipment. Once he dies, it will be automatically disconnected and sent out, and then all local evidence will be destroyed, so no one can find out who he sent the message to. Few people can afford this kind of equipment. Looking at his haggard appearance, I'm afraid I'm not the only one who has received a gift. Su Ming immediately completed his judgment. He can't pin all his hopes on me as a newcomer. He must have done other backhand. After watching the video, Su Ming didn't have much turmoil in his heart. He is used to seeing life and death. But in my heart, I still have a bit of admiration. This middle-aged man is really a steel tough guy, and he is calm when he dies. Unexpectedly, in less than a month, Zhang Yuncheng will change from a rich lady to a poor girl. Su Ming muttered. It's really impermanent. Moreover, her future situation may not even be as good as that of a poor orphan, because she and her sister have theoretical inheritance rights to the Jiangyan Consortium. No matter how the Zhang family disintegrates their family's power, this matter is difficult to change. If they don't die, the Zhang family will never be able to completely occupy the Jiangyan Consortium with peace of mind, and they will always feel imperfect. So the two of them must die. As soon as Zhang Yongli died, there was no one to protect them at all. The Zhang family was no longer hindered. Even if they inherit some of the last property from Zhang Yongli now, I am afraid that they will soon be forcefully deprived. The sisters were targeted by the Zhang family, and their lives were not long in coming. Su Ming's eyes were solemn, and he had already begun to think about whether to help. Forget it, let's take a look at what Chairman Jiang gave me. Then Su Ming opened the attachment column to see what gift Zhang Yongli gave him. At this look, his eyes were suddenly slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, it's an epic piece of equipment. It is a bright silver earring. Take it out directly and observe. Scan the data. Penetrating earrings, epic vulgar. After killing a black edge or living monster, the earrings that burst out are delicate and light and do not affect the battle. After wearing it, you immediately gain 20% permanent armor penetration. Armor penetration. This is a very precious attribute. As the name suggests, it allows all your attacks to gain an equal value of the ignore armor effect. In other words, your sword slashes at the opponent. The opponent's armor only reduces attack damage by 80%, and 20% will directly penetrate the armor and cut the opponent's body. It is equivalent to that even if the other party is wearing some kind of ancient level armor and 100% resists all attacks, Su Ming can still slash him to death. For the kind of enemies with thick blood and high defense, this attribute is simply god level. A very, very cherished attribute. Under normal circumstances, 1% armor penetration has more than the blessing of dozens of strength attributes. 20% penetration, which seems not high, but for this precious attribute, this value is already very terrifying. The increase in damage is definitely immediate. Cutting the crispy skin may not have much effect, but when cutting high defense enemies, you can almost get an equal percentage damage buff. Su Ming's eyes trembled, and he immediately sublimated this equipment. Fingshire earrings, epic middle grade. This blow is attached to the penetrating force, and the armor-breaking steel blade is light. After wearing it, gain 40% permanent armor penetration. The value increases again. Almost half of the armor penetrated. Then for Su Ming, there is no more big meat, only crispy. He immediately put it on. I felt a penetrating force that surged in my heart. He immediately checked his attributes. Su Ming. Carry title, God Killer. Effective titles, First Blood, Rookie King, Undead Killer. Level 35, 152856/350000 EXP. Occupation, Sword God. Mythical level, the only one in the world. Curse 4 forger, secondary position. Strength, 100. Physique, 100. Dexterity, 350. Spirit, 230. Lucky, 290. Bloodline, immortal body. A. Jade bone marrow. B. Self-healing factor. C. Talents, sublimation of all things. Origin sword body, automatic cultivation, auxiliary unlock. Killing god, one knife to kill god. Full hidden god step, eye of insight. Sword god, weapon rebound, dragon slaying technique, double sword intensive research, drunken sword style, fierce thunder enchantment sword, hidden sword slash, holy. Weapon enchantment, rain broken phoenix sword, sword martial master, Jew imperial sword, skyfall sword tomb, thought condensation blade, lingbo microstep, cursed forger, the power of forging, the secret of gathering. The permanent buff effect is as follows. Sharp stone earrings, you have 40% permanent armor penetration. Su Ming's current attributes are really terrifying. In particular, the two attributes of luck and agility have received the attribute bonus of the Frost Flame Death Sword Broken Sword, added 100 points out of thin air. This is really a bit of a bug. Wearing it on your back is also considered equipment, so even if Su Ming uses other weapons, he has these bonuses. Laugh at. He then stood up and slowly walked out of the cave. I originally expected to stay in this copy for about 10 days, but I didn't expect that the previous test of this epic prop was so difficult. I paid twice as long, although it took more time than expected. But in any case, the result is good, Su Ming said in a condensed voice. He stepped out of the cave. At the same time, he continued to browse his letters. Ji Yao sent the most messages, dozens of them. Su Ming, let me tell you good news, I've made a breakthrough. Yanzei and Yunqing have also broken through level 13. This is news from more than 20 days ago. Hey, reply to the message, do you pretend to be cold Q_Q? Then there was a cute expression. Su Ming, which copy are you in? I, Yunqing, Yanzei and I have all completed the mission of the Heavenly Tower Society. Why haven't you heard from it yet? Su Ming, you won't have an accident. We all went to the new dungeon to complete the task. Ji Yao became more and more worried. It's been more than 10 days. Where are you? I'm almost in the second turn. I should be catching up with you. If you are still alive, reply. Was as cold as Yanzei and also sent a letter. Su Ming, if you encounter difficulties, send a coordinate. He only had such a short sentence. If Su Ming is really in trouble, it is conceivable that they will give up everything to come to the aid immediately. But Su Ming never replied. Because of him, unconscious. Subsequently, the most recent was the news from 3 days ago. Su Ming, Yunqing and their family had an accident. This time, Ji Yao's tone was extremely anxious. There are killers chasing us, and now we are in the corrupt mountain village copy. Fortunately, this dungeon environment is complicated, and Yanzei is taking us to escape and hide, but I'm afraid it won't last long. Maybe I'm going to say goodbye forever. You. Subsequently, there was no news. When Su Ming saw these news, his eyes suddenly became cold. He noticed that Jian Yunqing never sent him a message, only Ji Yao and Yanzei. The Zheng family's methods are really resolute. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a condensed voice, it is estimated that before Jian Yongli's death, the Zheng family had already laid out the means in advance. Blocked all communication abilities of Jian Yunqing and her sister. There are not many people who change jobs. For example, programmers can understand and influence all rules as coding languages. When a person of this profession is in the fourth turn, he has the ability to intercept all the letters of a certain target. You think you sent it out, but you don't. There is also a blockade mage, which can also block all communication abilities of the locked target. Although the Jiang family was infiltrated, overhead, and disintegrated, but the Jiang family was once a behemoth after all. Jiang Yongli also had many old friends during his lifetime, and it is impossible for every one of them to betray. Therefore, once Jiang Yunqing and her sister Jian Lan have the ability to contact the outside world, then they will definitely find someone to protect them. There are always people who will miss the old love and help a group of Jiang Yongli's descendants, and those people who are qualified to be Jiang Yongli's old friends are naturally not shallow. Hiding two people is easy. In order to put an end to this situation, the Zhang family had already blocked their contact ability in advance. They were chased by the killer 3 days ago, and now they are afraid that they have encountered an accident. Zhang family. Su Ming clenched his fists, and some anger welled up in his heart. These people are his only friends in this life. At least for now, they are sincere about themselves. Ji Yao gave his life for himself in his previous life. I hope Yanzei is smart enough to take them for a while. Su Ming prayed. Yanzei has always been calm and smart, and hopes that he can carry the beam. Su Ming wants to find them, kill those Zhang family killers, and leave no one behind. Then, it's time to kill Zhang Tang. The Zhang family has been bullying people too much, and it's time to fight back. Now Su Ming's strength is enough. It's time. He directly used a Lingbo microstep and rushed out of the cave. This cave is considered a dangerous area, and it is impossible to exit the copy at all. It must be a safe area. Walk through the narrow cave and come to the outside of the cave entrance. Su Ming was immediately dumbfounded. Wait, why is this position different from when I came? Before Su Ming came, he was still at the bottom of the sea, now stepping out of the cave but directly to the shore. The feeling of stepping out of the cave just now, it's like teleportation array. By the way, the lizard clan ancestor was extremely careful. She should have laid out this formation in advance. After completing the challenge and getting the heir of the arcana, you don't have to swim up from the bottom of the sea, you can go directly back to the tribe. Su Ming turned his head to look. The cave is really not behind me. There is nothing. There is really a teleportation array set up at the door. The moment he stepped out, Su Ming completely left the cave. If it is a remote area, that's it. Su Ming can instantly exit the copy. But now, he finds himself in the very center of the lizard tribe. She was really too careful and even directly arranged the teleportation location to the tribe. A huge strange fishy smell surged up to the tip of his nose. There are bursts of green blood mist in the air, surrounded by lizard ice cave houses. There are hundreds of densely packed buildings, on which the ancient lizard language is carved, surrounded by the animal skin banner of the Wooka clan. In the distance, you can even see the sanctuary altar of the lizard. On the ground there was a snake egg that had already been smashed. I'm afraid they have found out that they are giving a fake holy egg. There were also many lizardman corpses, lying on the ground. There is green blood everywhere. These corpses held weapons in their hands, died unclenched, looked miserable, and their bodies were covered in traces of being gnawed, and there were no complete corpses. Roar! Suddenly, a huge roar came from the sky behind him. The voice was strange and mournful. It was like millions of mutant beasts, and the sound of roaring at the same time was superimposed to form a sound, extremely dense and extremely frequent. Su Ming felt that his eardrums were about to burst. He turned around and looked, and his eyes trembled. I saw that the sky was dark and dense, and countless big fish gathered in the sky. They are able to swim in the air. The sunlight is covered, and the world is gloomy. Formed a mighty army. These fish are the fish in the previous sleeping ice fish farm. They all woke up. This entire tribe has been completely surrounded. There is no way to escape. It became a core combat area. Now Su Ming can't do the operation of exiting the copy at all. Warning, warning, you have entered the hidden boss battle area. Please prepare for battle. The sound of the rules made Su Ming's eyes cold. Damn it! Now he just wants to quit the copy, because Ji Yao and the others are in a hurry. But looking at this situation, I am afraid he will not be able to leave in a short period of time. This boss is too big and not ahead at all. It is a boss formed by clusters. Countless strange fish swam across the air, vast and dense, burying all the surrounding kilometers of area. I can't see it at a glance. All battle zones. Like this kind of boss, it is a fool's dream to kill it alone, because this is the hidden boss of the D-level copy. Even if it is a fourth turn team, I am afraid it will not be able to win it in a short time. Su Ming was thinking when he heard the roar of the lizard man in front of him. Compatriots, our lizard people of the Wooka clan have been guarding this place for 100 years, just for this day. Completely killing this beast that harms one side is the mission given to us by our ancestors. Kill. Today's battle, supreme glory, we will become warriors. Rush. As a result, before the young lizard people finished speaking, they were drilled into their stomachs by several huge strange fish, and they were directly pounded into a puddle of meat puree. Truly burst out. All the fish were covered with sharp teeth, and their scales were dripping with venom, looking vicious and terrifying, like ghosts, covered in green blood. They nibble and slaughter unscrupulously. The dense mutant piranha in the sky looks like it is obscuring the sky. It makes people feel like they're about to commit trypophobia. Lizardmen are all job changers, born with strong bodies, and have strong self-healing abilities. Even if the arm is broken, they don't need a healing potion. It only takes a few days to fully recover. This is the natural ability of their race. And they also have some poison resistance. Some lizardmen can even spit fire, because it is said that the lizardmen are a mutant race with thin dragon blood, so occasionally one or two of them can breathe fire. But even if hundreds of lizardmen shot with all their might, it would be difficult to gain the upper hand in this catastrophe. A lizardman is desperate, and he can kill more than a dozen fish at most, and he will be bitten to death. The lizardman's defense line has been frantically retreating, seeing that the home is about to be destroyed. Patriarch, what should we do? Are you going to be exterminated today? Father, are we going to die here today? On the front line, several people asked. When the burly patriarch heard this, his face was calm and he scolded loudly. What are you shaking? He knew that he couldn't panic. I am the backbone of everyone. We are the Wooka family. His voice was as sonorous and powerful as steel. He had a little wrinkles on his face and was already a middle-aged man. He was holding a horse-cutting sword, and he was the patriarch of this clan, Tuagung. He is now in his 30s and is a middle-aged member of the lizardman race. It is equivalent to the age of 40 or 50 of human beings. The Tuajan that Su Ming once encountered was his eldest son. The patriarch's eyes were calm, holding a big knife in his hand, staring straight ahead. His level is as high as 49. For Turin's peak, it is the aborigines of this copy. He can be said to be the backbone of resisting these fish monsters. Each knife is unmatched in power and can slash and kill a large number of fish monsters. He waved his arms, and one person rushed to the the front. Young soldiers of Wukka, we have been blocked and have nowhere to escape. Fighting is our ultimate destination. Give the order to go down and kill. After this battle, those who are alive will be directly awarded the title of warrior. The patriarch Tuogang roared loudly. His words were accepted by several elders, and they immediately issued orders aloud. The patriarch has an order, and the survivors will directly become warriors. War, war, war. The sound spread throughout the sky. All the lizard people were suddenly excited and fought bloody. Hundreds of lizard people rushed out, a large area of black, and the battle cry sounded into the sky. After all, it's a warrior title. For the lizard tribe, this is supreme and glorious. As long as you can get this title, you will die without regrets. These are the values of the lizard tribe. The lizardmen's weapons are all powerful. After all, they have accumulated so many years of hunting monsters in this dungeon. They have been preparing for the final battle. They have some ancestral information and know some of the characteristics of these fish monsters. The biggest feature is that they are highly poisonous all over their bodies, so they are very careful and do not even dare to stain the splattered blood. Su Ming watched this scene from a distance, his face cold. He directly pulled out the frost flame death-marked broken sword and held it in his hand. How did these fish monsters wake up? I shouldn't have been disturbed. From beginning to end, Su Ming was very careful. Could it be that this group of lizard people, after discovering that the holy egg was fake, angrily searched for it and accidentally woke up the fish? Su Ming's face was suspicious, and he was calculating in his heart. At this moment, Tuajan, who was fighting in front, suddenly had a stern look in his eyes and turned his head to look over. It's actually you. Why are you here? The moment he saw Su Ming, he was furious. He immediately turned his head and looked at the patriarch's father. Father, it is this person who has contracted the holy eggs of our clan. When Tuagang heard this, he also turned his head, his eyes full of shock. He also thought that his son was talking nonsense. After all, using a randomly found snake egg for the title of warrior is a steady profit and not a loss. His son has always loved to play this kind of cleverness. No one understands a son better than a father. He knew this best, so he didn't believe Tuajan's words in the first place. But now I look at it, but there is a human who suddenly appeared in the tribe. Could it be that what my son said is true? Human, is what my son said the truth? He looked at Su Ming and said loudly. As he spoke, he raised his hand and made a gesture. The elders immediately stepped forward and protected him. The bloodthirsty fish monsters gathered around were temporarily resisted. The patriarch was able to take Tuajan to Su Ming and frowned and asked, "The holy egg is very important. Once you can find it and learn the holy skills of the lizard tribe, you may still have a chance of winning." When Su Ming heard the patriarch's question, his face was calm as usual. "Lizard friends, you may have misunderstood something." He must not admit it. "I can't even hand over the holy egg. Once handed over, his act of stealing the holy relic will be solidified, and he will definitely be besieged. Among the relics of that shadow stick warrior, I only found the green ball of light, and I gave it to you. Kill. If that thing isn't your holy egg, then I don't know its whereabouts." Su Ming dared to say this because from beginning to end, he had never taken out a real holy egg in front of Tuajan. He directly snatched the relics from Wang Yanghui's body, then take out the snake eggs and steal the day. Su Ming's words made Tuo Wei doubt himself, but soon, his eyes became more determined. "Impossible. It was the holy egg stolen by the people of that team, and we chased it for a long time to find out. All the evidence is..." Su Ming raised his eyebrows and took a step forward suddenly. "Is there a possibility that they have already taken out the holy egg and dealt with it?" He frowned and said, interrupting the other party's words directly. Actually took the initiative to approach. He held his head high and his face was calm. This is an extremely confident body language in negotiations that can invisibly oppress the other party. After all, that's a team, not one person. Maybe, do they have other accomplices? What's the point of you asking me for forgiveness here? Su Ming's face was cold and he said, he must not conflict with the lizard men here. There are so many of them that once they fight, it will be difficult for them to get out in a short time. These lizard men are not skeleton mobs, they are all job changers, and their skills are all strange. It is very difficult to fight with a large army of completely different classes and skills. Su Ming wants to save Ji Yao and the others, and there is no time to waste here. Therefore, he must use the safest and fastest method to resolve it risk-free. When Tuajan heard this, he fell into deep thought. I have to admit that what this human said does make some sense. The patriarch Tuagang watched the scene quietly from the side, and his eyes were also solemn. The patriarch looked solemn and lowered his head in contemplation. His green eyes flashed with brilliance. The experience that my son said seems to be true. But this human is also not blushing and not beating, and he doesn't look like he has a guilty conscience. He was experienced and wise, but it was difficult to judge who to trust for a while. Now that the enemy is present, he is also in trouble in his heart. This matter must be dealt with as soon as possible, and there is no delay. Tuajan was still unwilling, took a step forward, and said firmly, Human, what you said does make some sense. But if you want to deceive my patriarch father, I'm afraid it's not enough, because there is a huge loophole. That is, how do you prove that you are not a teammate of of those humans. You are a race, and you happen to appear near our tribe. What a coincidence. Could it be that you think that killing that man will clear the suspicion? You know, what you humans are best at is abandoning your teammates in the face of life and death. It's like the man abandoned the female team member and ran away. Maybe you killed that guy in front of me, but also acting, just to save that woman. After a battle, the mouth said Mars. Su Ming didn't panic at all, as if he was in control. He just smiled indifferently. Brother Tuajan, I can explain what you say in just one sentence. His laughter was extremely confident. That's where I am. As soon as these words came out, the patriarch Tuagang, his eyes suddenly lit up, obviously persuaded a little. If I really transfer the package and secretly swallow your clan's holy eggs, how dare I come back? Back to your tribe. Isn't this looking for death? I have a magnanimous heart and a clear conscience, so I dare to come here, Su Ming said in a condensed voice. As soon as these words came out, Tuajan was speechless for a while. This logic is impeccable. In fact, Su Ming was also secretly sweating. He was gambling that these people didn't see what they looked like when they teleported from the cave. The patriarch Tuagang shook his wrist, and the huge saber spun up, being curled up by his lizard tail and held behind him. The muscles under the tail scales bulge and look explosive. The combat effectiveness of this Tuagang is dozens of times stronger than that of his son Tuajan, and the oppressive power brought to Su Ming is also 1 by 1. Then, Tuagang stepped forward with a calm step and asked Su Ming, "Human, your logic is clearer than my son's, so I'm willing to listen to you. Now, I'm going to ask you one last question. Since you didn't steal the holy egg, you have nothing to do with our lizard tribe. So, why are you here?" As he spoke, a bit of murderous intent flashed in the dark green pupils of the patriarch. "Young people, remember, answer with caution, this is about your life." His eyes narrowed slightly, and he was covered with a coercive aura of the peak of 4 turns. If Su Ming's answer could not completely convince him, then he would not hesitate to kill Su Ming neatly. There is only one way to prove the facts 100%. That is to kill the other party and directly search his personal space. Now the enemy is present, and there is no time to grind. This move is arbitrary, but it is also the most effective and fastest solution. After all, it is a different race, a human being, so it doesn't hurt to kill it. Even if the holy egg only has a 10% probability of being on this human, killing him is not a loss. I'd rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go. Su Ming's face was cold, and he didn't think about it at all, and immediately replied, "Patriarch, it's very simple. I'm here to kill the boss." This answer made the dark green eyes of the patriarch Tuagang freeze slightly. "Your world has formed a copy, and you must know it. I'm just an ordinary professional who entered here to level up. This boss is a hidden boss. It's too tempting. Once I kill it, I will get a lot of rewards, experience points. That's why I'm here." Speaking of this, Su Ming even more stared at Tuajan and said lightly, "Besides, brother Tuajan, don't forget, you also took the initiative to invite me to your tribe to get together before. Have you forgotten about this?" Su Ming's answer was flawless. "It doesn't look like it's lying at all." As he spoke, Su Ming also weighed the gray-black long sword in his hand slightly. The sword blade has a good texture, reflecting the gray edge like death. It shows that this weapon is of high quality. Su Ming's temperament is good, which shows that his strength is also very strong. Su Ming used this inconspicuous action to tell the patriarch, "I'm not easy to mess with. If you insist on killing me, then you may need to entangle for a moment. And every minute and every second of entanglement, a large number of your people will die in vain." This psychological warfare can be described as easily suppressed. The most important thing is that Su Ming's thinking speed is too fast. All his answers were without hesitation or hesitation. Such adaptability is extraordinary. Finally, the patriarch raised his hand and put away the saber. "Young man, you convinced me." Su Ming's words are really clever. On the one hand, use micro-movements to tell the other party that their strength is very strong, which makes the other party a little jealous. On the other hand, it alludes to the same goal as his clan. It's all about killing the boss. Now that the enemy is present, they need to recruit as many allies as possible. Su Ming helped. Maybe he could live a few more children of the lizard tribe. At this moment, this matter is even more tempting than the holy egg for Tuagang. No matter when, human life is at stake. As the patriarch, he attaches the most importance to the lives of the children. If you are a little careless today and make a wrong decision, you may face the end of extermination. So he chose to handle this matter safely. One word, stable. The Tuajan beside him heard this, and his face darkened. "Father, don't listen to his sophistry. Humans are the most cunning." Tuajan hadn't finished speaking yet. The patriarch gave a fierce and serious look and glared directly. Tuajan could only shut up obediently. "What if you get the holy egg back?" The patriarch's eyes were cold and he scolded. "After 100 years, none of our clan has realized the holy skill, not a single one. Even if the holy egg is recaptured now, what can be done? Can we survive this crisis? In the final analysis, it's not because you took people back angrily and disturbed the fish monster." Speaking of this, there was a bit of hatred in his eyes. Tuajan was trained to bow his head and remain silent, without the slightest dissatisfaction, and his eyes were full of self-pride. flame. The oppressive power of the patriarch's father is really strong. The ancestors once said that I hope we will spend hundreds of years preparing and then challenge the fish demon so that we can have a glimmer of life. Now it's so many years in advance, it's simply, alas. Today, our Wookiee clan has reached the critical moment of life and death, and we must fight with all our might, and we must no longer have extravagant branches. Go back to the battlefield. The patriarch had a cold face and ordered. Tuajan clenched his fists and finally obediently returned to the front line. He rushed dozens of steps, advanced 100 meters, rushed into the fish monster first, roared, waved his big iron sword, and slashed and killed the fish monster frantically. It seems that he vented his anger in the battle. Tuajan is relatively strong among the younger generation of lizard people. As soon as he went in, his morale immediately increased. The lizard man youths all began to fight with all their might with him. Even if they are seriously injured, no one will retreat. The son of the patriarch is still fighting to the death. How can we be cowardly? Then, Tua Gang looked at Su Ming. Human, you said you came here to kill the fish demon, so please take action. He held a wide sword, his face was cold, and his eyes narrowed slightly. There was a bit of a threat in the words. That's natural, Su Ming replied with a flat face. Then, he directly performed a lingbo microstep and rushed out with a sword. That's right, killing the fish monster is the best solution now, because this fish monster boss has engulfed this area and surrounded all the surroundings. Even if Su Ming tried to escape himself, he had to fight the fish monster on the edge. Then it might as well just kill it. There happen to be so many lizard men united. This choice will be faster and more certain. Su Ming is not fighting alone. And the patriarch also had a heart, staring at himself all the time. If you don't fight the fish monsters, it will arouse their suspicion. Su Ming entered the battlefield and waved his sleeves. In the scabbard, the black blade sword hung off the sheath with a buzz. Under the influence of the power of the sword, it flew out of the air autonomously. The pitch-black sword light cut through the blood-like color, stirring up several long marks in mid-air. The black blade sword is too sharp, and it also has a blood-sucking effect. This blood-stealing effect was originally a defensive affix for the healing holder. But if you hit it by mistake, it also has the effect of increasing damage. Because the moment the blade cuts the wound, the sword will activate the blood-drawing affix, directly drain all the blood in an area of the opponent's body. Then it is conceivable that the damage will naturally increase a lot. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and his spiritual condensation blade was also cut out. The long sword made of the condensation of Azure spiritual power looked shining and extremely sharp, and it could easily penetrate the scales of these fish monsters and instantly shred them into sashimi. Su Ming held his left hand. In the shadows, a pitch-black long sword seemed to emerge from the shadow water, bringing black waves and falling into his palm. The right hand pulled out the frost flame death mark. With two swords in hand, there is also a Shin Foam sword plus spiritual condensation blade in midair. For swords come out together. Su Ming turned into a storm, his steps were fluttering, but he was like a leisurely stroll. He was at the forefront of the battlefield in an instant. In an instant, he relieved a lot of pressure on the lizard men. The messy sword light flowed and flew all over the sky, which was dazzling. That's human. How can humans help us? He should be a transferee who came to level up. Okay, so strong, his strength should be on the same level as the elder. Obviously we are about the same age. We can't fall behind. The young people of the lizard tribe were all hot-blooded young people, and they were immediately aroused by Su Ming's heroic posture to fight, which aroused their desire to win. Su Ming's face was solemn, and he killed wildly. He was in a hurry, he was too anxious, so he directly used all his killer moves. Kill the bloodthirsty fish monster X3, gain 1408 experience points. Kill the carp bony fish X4, gain 2502 experience points. Loot, poisonous fish bone X200. Kill the poisonous tail needlefish X1. Kill the poisonous mutant swordfish X1. Kill. The only pity was that Su Ming's black and white swords had been smelted into the frostflame broken sword. Therefore, now he only has 4 swords activated at the same time. But, don't forget one thing. He has a blacksmith skill. Extraction technique. Su Ming raised his hand and shook it. Boom, boom, a sound like the hum of steel came out. In the next moment, several rays of light flowed from the corpses of many lizard men. There are also many fish monsters, and long swords are also condensed. In total, 3 temporary weapons were condensed. Lizard bone green blade, temporary weapon. Poisonous fishbone sword, temporary weapon. Fish scale soft sword, temporary weapon. 3 blades of different colors flew out and lingered beside Su Ming. He waved his hand and sword finger gently. At the same time, his eyes flashed. Suddenly, all 3 swords flew out, dancing in the air, killing those fish. For a while, the shadow of the sword flowed, which was dizzying. The terrifying slaughter efficiency amazed the Lizardman clan. Tuajan on the ground, looking at the sword shadows swirling in the sky, his eyes were straight. Why is this human so powerful? Even if he is an elder, I'm afraid he is not as powerful as him, only his father can fight with him. Tuajan clenched his fists, and his heart was full of horror. Obviously, he is about the same age as me. Tuajan is estimated from the appearance. He had seen Su Ming kill Wang Yanghui instantly, so he had some expectations in his heart. But he didn't expect that Su Ming would be so powerful, far beyond his expectations. After the skill of the sword was promoted to platinum, Su Ming was already able to easily activate multiple swords at the same time, and the power did not diminish. Su Ming set a goal for himself in his heart. 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, he will kill this boss and leave this dungeon. Behind, the patriarch of the lizard people, Tua Gang, looked at Su Ming's fighting back. This person's strength is really strong. With this Terran ally, maybe we can survive this catastrophe, he muttered. I was also a little glad that I made the right decision. Ancestors, please bless. He looked pious and cut his eyebrows with a large blade. Blood flowed out, sprinkled all over the big knife. Then he swung his sword. The green blood turned into fog and spread throughout the audience. A majestic strengthening force spreads out. It turned into a little glow and flowed on everyone. The combat effectiveness of all lizardmen has been greatly improved. Speed and strength have improved a lot. This is the patriarch's skill. A lot of power. I feel that my physical fitness has improved by at least 30%. The lizard people exclaimed. This was the first time Tua Gang had used this skill of his. It was he who had just realized it at level 49. Bloodline inspiration uses essence and blood as a guide, strengthens all allies of the same race in a large area. When this skill is activated, it continues to lose blood, and each ally gains a buff. It increases blood loss by 0.1% per second. Su Ming knows this skill. It is a skill of the Bloodblade warrior profession, which can play a crucial role in team battles. But the percentage of blood loss is really terrifying, and it is impossible to maintain it for a long time. Each person loses 0.1% of blood. There are more than 300 lizardmen present now, which is more than 30% blood loss per second. In less than 4 seconds, Patriarch Tua Gang will have to die, right? Su Ming was a little shocked, but he didn't expect it to use this skill. When he hesitated, there was a roar from behind Su Ming. Tua just killed it. He rushed to the front, stood 50 meters to the right of Su Ming, and waved his blade frantically. Protect some young people behind him. He was holding an extremely thick jet black machete in his hand, about the same size as Su Ming's whole person. It is commonly known as a saber. This weapon weighs extremely terrifyingly. Every time Tua Gang slashed and smashed, he could come with a huge dark green blade. His whole body was covered in dark green scales, but he could see the bulging muscles underneath. With a wave of his hand, the knife flew more than 10 meters, and the gas was like burning, which was engraved with the holy words of the lizard tribe. This knife technique is not like slashing at all. It's a hammer kill. Because the knife is too thick, it loses its sharpness. In the knife fence, it was mixed with blood-colored red light. With each blow, there will be dozens or even hundreds of strange fish, which will be slapped into minced meat. This kind of range attack, Su Ming is ashamed of himself. In addition to the dragon slaying technique and the drunken sword style, Su Ming really doesn't seem to have many skills, and the scope is so large. And Tua Gang, every normal attack has such a large attack range. This is the difference between the peak of rank 4 and the rank 3. Like a chasm. That's right, Su Ming does have a bonus of 30 times the power of swordsmanship, but he still had a great fear of Tua Gang, the burly lizardman patriarch. After all, the other party is almost at the peak of the 4th turn. Before the 3rd turn, they were all weak. At the beginning of the 4th turn, it was a watershed. The intensity of the 4th turn profession is fundamentally different from that of the 3rd turn profession. Because at the 4th turn, you can already encounter some professional core skills, and even mid to late stage skills. You may be able to see the 2nd turn of the leapfrog battle and the 3rd turn of the leapfrog battle, but you must rarely see 3 turns leapfrogging to 4 turns, because it is too difficult. Su Ming leapfrogged at most to play a dozen levels 41 and 42, which was very reluctant. The skill power of the 4th rank peak and the 3rd rank is not at the same level at all. That is a qualitative change. Su Ming estimated that if he really fought with Tua Gang, it should be 5 or 5, and he might even fall into a disadvantage. He must fully activate the original sword body, plus many diamond level skills, and forcibly suppress it with poor skill quality in order to fight it. If you want to kill alone, you can imagine that there is only one way. That is to use a god-killing knife. After all, this is a challenge that has crossed more than a dozen levels, and a certain young master of the Shao family does not dare to cross it so much. Fortunately, I cleverly resolved the turmoil of stealing the holy egg, otherwise I would have been attacked by the lizard man and the boss now, and I would definitely die miserably. Su Ming's heart felt cold. Look ahead. Dense schools of bloodthirsty blackfish flew in like locusts. In the blink of an eye, several lizard people were gnawed into bones. But Tua Gang was too fierce, and where he was, those fish could never break through. The school of fish swept in like a tide, and it was actually hit by Tua Gang with a huge vacuum gap. The ice surface was shattered by his wind. His big knife is heavy and powerful. One person can withstand dozens of people. Just when Tua Gang's health dropped to 10%, he suddenly shook his whole body and roared. The green muscles bulged, making his body seem to be wearing armor, and then, a violent blood ray spread out from his body. A strange voice sounded. In the next instant, the rotten minced meat of the crushed fish all over the sky was was absorbed and dragged by him, absorbed by his skin, and poured into his body. A bloody light flashed, and his blood volume began to recover wildly. He killed while sucking blood like crazy. Refine the corpse meat into health and restore your body. Several lizardman elders raised their hands and shook their hands, jointly setting up a formation to envelop Tuogang in it, further strengthening his combat effectiveness. The appearance of Tagangna is like a fierce god. Roar! It uttered an ancient lizard man's whisper, like the roar of a beast. The clothes on the upper body exploded, reveals its ancient tribal tattoos all over its body. This middle-aged patriarch is really fierce. It can be called a treasured sword that is not old. For a while, his blood volume was maintained at 80%, neither up nor down. He lost 30% of blood per second, but he could maintain 80%. This blood-sucking ability was simply terrifying. Even the platinum-level black blade sword is not so suckable. Su Ming's eyes lit up. By the way, I almost forgot that the professional characteristic of the Bloodblade warrior is the powerful blood-sucking ability. Other professions use mental power to release skills, and the Bloodblade warrior, the skill consumes very little mental power, and instead uses health at the cost to release the skill. What they bring is their powerful blood-sucking ability, so that they can maintain long-term combat. But Ra is like this, and there are few Bloody Blade warriors who can be as fierce as Tuogang. It can maintain the battle amplification buff of the whole clan, and the health is still very healthy. With this kind of teammate, it's stable. Su Ming's eyes flickered, and he also felt very excited. This patriarch is very strong, and with him, he will definitely be able to defeat the 10,000 fish demon faster. But you can't paddle yourself, you have to solve it quickly. Su Ming stared in front of him, and used his insightful eyes to face this group of fish monsters. Only after understanding the information of this boss can you fight better. Ice Lake Devourer, King of 10,000 Fish, Hidden Boss. Level 49. Current HP, no damage, can only damage its body after entering the second stage. 5-dimensional attributes, difficult to measure. Group Monster Boss, attributes cannot be measured at the current stage. Skill, Air Current, all fish can swim in the air. Dominating Will, all fish monsters are ruled by a common main consciousness. 10,000 Fish Bloodthirsty, after any fish gnaws on flesh and blood, it will immediately heal the injuries of random companions. Bone-dissolving poison, the teeth, scales, and blood of each fish contain highly toxic. The toxicity level is extremely high. If it is not detoxified after contamination, it will definitely die. The death time is determined according to the level. The lower the level, the faster it dies, and the higher the level, the longer it can last. Messy Bone Spurs, stimulated by highly poisonous fish and shot out, seriously injuring the enemy. Thousand Scales Poison Rain, a large-scale massacre trick. After casting, thousands of fish fly into the air and self-detonate, and then the scales with venom fall like a torrential rain, destroying all enemies on the battlefield. Hidden Stage, Giant Fish Demon True Body. When killing 10,000 fish, all the fish will gather and condense into a giant fish demon, and all the skills of the boss at this stage will be evolved. Su Ming's eyelids jumped slightly. This boss is really terrifying. Group bosses are very rare, and Su Ming has never seen a few in his 2 lives. I didn't expect that today I would have to fight with such a terrifying fish demon. The most difficult skill of this boss is the Thousand Scales Poison Rain. Large-scale group attack. Once the boss accidentally uses this skill, Su Ming himself can live. But the hundreds of young lizardmen on this battlefield are afraid that they will be wiped out. At that time, Su Ming would be isolated. It is true that he has an original sword body, but after all, it is only rank 3. I want to kill the boss of this D-class copy alone. To be honest, it's almost impossible. So he needs these lizardmen. Su Ming frowned and said in a condensed voice, and the most desperate thing is, at this stage, all our attacks are just futile and cannot cause the slightest damage to the boss. Everything is just paving the way for the second stage. Su Ming clenched the blade of the sword, feeling his fingers tremble. Fortunately, these lizardmen do not have the Eye of Insight skill, otherwise once they scan this truth they will inevitably feel pressured. Su Ming swung his sword even more frantically. Isn't it just 10,000 fish? The bigger the wind and waves, the more fish experience. I'm Su Ming. I won't give up until the end. Within 10 minutes, kill this fish boss. His goal, still unchanged. He must kill this copy. Su Ming rushed to the front and shouted loudly, Lizard warriors, I have important news. You have to kill 10,000 fish before this boss will show his true form. Until then, all our attacks are in vain. Please be sure to slash and kill with all your might. Su Ming's voice spread all over the battlefield. While this puts more pressure on them, it also gives them more motivation. The soldiers hesitated for a while, and then their dark green eyes were firm and nodded. What skill should this human use to scan this precious news? I think it's very credible. Yes, he is also in battle. There is no reason to lie to us. Once we die in battle, he will also die miserably. Several lizardman warriors glanced at each other and said, Poof. Tuajan was a little unhappy, but he just snorted coldly. I have to admit that Su Ming's news may save many of his people. Now personal grievances have to be let go. The most important thing is, he called us warriors. There were a few lizard people, their eyes shining. Warriors are equivalent to comrades in mankind. It is the most glorious glorious and supreme title representing absolute recognition. Su Ming's warrior was simply a small mouth smeared with honey. It was too sweet. Directly pinched all the lizard man guys. Damn, he actually called me a warrior. My father never called me that. Some people cried slightly. I cried. We lizard men have fought all our lives. Isn't it for this recognition? Warrior, warrior. He actually thinks I'm a warrior? I have been a coward all my life, oppressed by my elders, looked down upon by my parents, and bullied by my brothers, ignored by the patriarch. After school, he was detained by the fighting elders. Only he calls me a warrior. Grass your grandmas. I'm going to die. Damn, why did I catch fire? I killed one more fish today, and I am not ashamed of this buddy's warrior. The lizard people of the Wooka tribe suddenly seemed to have been beaten with chicken blood. All rushed up. Some people even rushed in front of the elders, Su Ming, and the patriarch. It's really fighting with his life. Even if his body is riddled with holes and gnawed all over his body by fish monsters, no one has given up wielding his weapon. There are mage lizardmen, berserker lizardmen, and meat shield lizardmen. All classes are fighting with all their might. Even if you are dying, you have to cut a few more fish to death. One is more bloody than the other, and the other is more like a man. Su Ming knew that these were all because of his own warrior. He also did it on purpose. He has dealt with lizardmen and knows the gold content of the title of warrior. If you call the lizardmen a warrior, it is equivalent to giving 1,000,000 free gifts between humans. It's like you giving a person a Nobel Prize before the day of awakening. This joy, this pride of being recognized, is the adrenaline exclusive to the lizardmen. The effect is extremely ferocious. It can even bring substantial combat effectiveness improvements. The patriarch looked at the scene of all the children fighting, and his eyes were slightly stunned for a while. His green pupils trembled slightly, a little surprised. Can you still do this? He never thought of inspiring these young warriors with the title of warrior. After all, the lizard tribe is very conservative and ancient. As the patriarch, he must lead by example and abide by dogmatic rules throughout his life. The title of warrior is more important than 10,000 gold and must not be issued at will. So even in the face of such a big battle, he did not give up abiding by the rules. But Su Ming did not have this restraint, and he was talking nonsense casually, and it had no practical meaning, but it was a big help. Very good. The Fog Ka, will definitely win. Tua Gang frowned, his face cold. He is a true warrior, declared by the patriarch of the previous generation himself. So, he is the most powerful lizard man here. In order to protect the younger generation, he is even more willing to fight with his life. His eyes flashed with a knife, and he wielded a saber. The majestic coercion of level 49 spread with a bang. A group of fish monsters around him were immediately attracted by the strength of his whole body and rushed over. Boom! Thousands of strange fish swarmed and swallowed him up. A dense large round ball was formed, full of swimming strange fish. If you can gnaw on Tua Gang, the boss may be able to rise to level 50. When the time comes, it's game over. No, patriarch, you can't die. Patriarch, elder, go save the patriarch. The lizard people are staring at each other. At this moment, I heard the voice of Tua Gang surrounded by fish, resolute and powerful. We are the Fog Clan. We must leave this dungeon and return to the lizard tribe. We must remove the name of the exiled sinners and let the Wooka clan return to their ancestors. We want to complete the punishment task of the main clan and return to the clan. Ancestor, I want to fulfill your dream, kill the fish demon, and let Wuka be recognized by the main clan, in my generation. It's in my generation. Tua Gang looked up to the sky and roared, his voice full of fighting intent. Boom! He turned around and shook, and a terrifying skill was triggered. Vibration Knife Wave. This skill has an unpretentious name, but it is a platinum medium skill. Unfolded by the fourth turn powerhouse, the power was simply terrifying. The pale white knife turned into a vibration wave and spread. Hundreds of strange fish in the sky were all shattered into dregs. Tua Gang was bloody and appeared in front of everyone, and his hair braids were all open. Clan, patriarch, you can kill so many fish with one blow. Tua Gang's face was cold, he gritted his teeth and continued to fight. Now the whole audience has killed thousands of fish, and victory is just around the corner. He raised his hand and shook it, and his body spun out. The huge saber condensed into a dark green phantom of a large sword, more than 3 meters long. With his body, it rotated rapidly. Platinum high-grade skill, Crazy Caesar Tail Slash. His tail wrapped around the blade and slashed out like a whirlwind. The Knife Gang formed a huge tornado vortex, sucking in countless monsters around it and stirring it into minced meat. The power of the Knife Gang is no worse than the sword chi. The knife was extremely heavy, but it rotated at such a fast speed that it actually caused the air to be strong and windy. Su Ming on the side saw the scene and couldn't help but smack his lips. This patriarch is very strong. With it, the boss battle is twice the result with half the effort. It's so cool to feel like a strong teammate. In this life, Su Ming is often a lone wolf. Now, he finally remembers the feeling of having teammates again. Next, my sword will let you directly enter the second stage. Su Ming was shocked. Bite. The frost flame deathmark broken sword made a crisp sword sound. Then he rose from the air and used the hanging swords as a staircase under his feet, overlapping and hanging in the air. He bowed and ran, stepping on the blade of his sword and ascending into the air. Lingbo's slight steps were like a swan, and he stepped into the air in succession. In the chaotic dance of black shadows in the sky, Su Ming stood high in the sky, his posture was erect, and his hair was fluttering. The broken cloak is cracking. Swing your sword. In the next moment, there was a huge dragon roar in the air. It was like there was really a dragon, a terrible scream before being hacked to death. Slashing, dragon, trick. A sword with golden light in the air. The brilliant sword energy was like a half-moon-shaped quilt, covering the heavens and the earth. The golden sword chi only had a thin layer that obscured the clouds. Slaughter thousands of fish. Countless blood foam splattered in the sky. The range of this sword is too large. Extends 70 or 80 meters across the air. The bodies of countless fish monsters exploded, and were cut into countless pieces by the raging hot sword energy, and even burned on their own. The fish monsters on the left half were all frozen into frost sculptures, and then blown into ice crystal smoke. The other half of the fish monsters all burned and turned into black ash and disappeared. The affix of the frost flame broken sword is triggered. For a while, the sky dome appeared in two colors, ice blue and fire, flashing together. After the sword energy dissipated, Su Ming landed on the ground and gently shook the blade of the sword, extremely chic. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Judging from the special effects, Su Ming's sword is even much more terrifying than their patriarch's skills. Handsomeness, not at the same level. Of course, the number of fish monsters killed by the two was actually about the same. It's just that Su Ming, after all, this is a diamond skill, and the shock is a bit majestic. Why are human skills so terrifying? Is the skill tree of their race different from ours? Humans don't seem to have any racial talents. How did he do it? What kind of professional is he? The elders don't have such a large range of skills. People were shocked. Tua Zhan snorted coldly and said, I've never seen the world. His profession is mostly a swordsman, and his skills are just handsome. How can his power be as good as my father's? When the lizard warriors heard this, they did calm down a little. That's true. The momentum is huge, but it does not mean that it is powerful. There are more bluffing types of skills. That's right. The status of the patriarch Tua gang in their hearts is supreme. That's a level 49 transferee. Further up, it is level 50. Two more layers can almost break the fifth turn. Turn 5. That is an absolute grandmaster level powerhouse. And Su Ming is too young. No matter how strong he was, it was unlikely that he would break through rank 4 at this age, so there was still a huge gap with their patriarch. So after calming down, everyone was no longer amazed. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to the battle to defend his homeland. After Su Ming landed, his eyes were cold. My sword is powerful enough, at least killing thousands of fish, but there is no sign of entering the second stage? There should be a few. Left, kill the long-tailed poisonous hairtail X3, kill the toothed sequoia, kill. A series of prompts sounded. Gain XP x 680,000. Su Ming suddenly rose 2 levels in a row, reaching level 37. He immediately allocated 20 free attribute points to spiritual power. His mental strength has reached the 250 mark. Suddenly, the fish seemed to boil and began to jump in mid-air, as if they were stranded. Then, thousands of fish flew into the sky. The body gradually swelled, as if it was about to explode. Su Ming's eyes shook. This is 1,000 scales of poisonous rain. Once its most powerful range killer move is used, all the lizard people will have to die. Only Tua gang and a few elders can survive. I'm afraid I have to consume a lot of mental strength to survive. It must be interrupted. When Su Ming was about to make a move, a female lizard man, at the last moment of her life, wielded a spear in her hand and pierced the body of a fish monster. The female lizard man had bleak eyes, spat out blood, and died of poison in her body. But she used her life to successfully kill the 10,000th fish. Su Ming killed thousands, and Tua gang killed thousands. Coupled with the death battle of hundreds of lizardmen in these few minutes, they added up to kill thousands of fish. There are many people and great power. It finally added up to 10,000. In the midair, all the poisonous scale fish that were about to explode suddenly festered, and their bodies festered, and their skills were interrupted. It's so broken. Su Ming couldn't help but admire. So strong. In the next moment, the wind and clouds between heaven and earth changed, and the fish monster in the sky let out a mournful and somewhat angry roar. I'm afraid few people have heard the sound of the fish. The voice was terrifying, and it could stop the child from crying at night. Dense schools of fish began to converge towards a central point. It's like a torrent of madness, like a monstrous river. The schools of fish gathered in one place and gradually condensed into a super-huge blood-colored monster fish. It is made of thousands of strange fish bodies spliced together. You can even see many fish in the central area, squeezed and rotten. Pus, blood, and juice flowed, and poison splashed everywhere. In the end, a huge piranha with a twisted appearance was suspended in mid-air. It was huge, like a giant ship. Look at the body shape, at least hundreds of meters long. The skin is thick and bloody, and there are mutated markings all over the body. It is it. The mural passed down by the ancestors records the true appearance of this fish demon. Exactly the same. It's terrible. terrifying. The Lizardman warriors were all trembling in shock. Tuo Gang was also shocked. The patriarch Tuo Gang had an ugly face and held the big knife tightly. What he saw with his own eyes today was that he realized that the horror of this fish demon far exceeded the records of his ancestors' murals. The whole body is full of wriggling fish, dense and rotten, like a creation swimming out of hell. Back then, the ancestors were able to successfully seal this fierce demon. How strong was it? Could it be that my Wookiee clan was also a famous family back then? Tuo Gang frowned, thinking secretly in his heart. Forget it, don't think so much. Now this fierce demon has been sealed by the ancestral formation for 100 years, and its strength has long since diminished compared to 100 years ago. Whatever you say today, you must completely kill it, so that it will not be in vain for the ancestors' painstaking arrangement. Tuo Gang roared and rushed over. He wrapped his tail around the thick saber, and the whole person turned into a green storm and rushed away. Indomitable. Beside him, the ancient runes of the Lizardman clan flashed, blessing his strength. These are the buffs the elders give him. Several elders are also rank 4. Occupations vary. There are auxiliary formation masters, and there are also combat elemental mages. They are all very old, almost 40 years old, with wrinkled faces and gray beards. 40 years old is equivalent to 60 or 70 years old among human beings. Almost the end is approaching, and he is already an old man in his twilight years. So the elders did not spare their lives at all, and rushed out after the patriarch. Anyway, they are almost old and dying. Dying in battle is the most glorious way to die for the Lizardmen. The faith of these elders is extremely pure, even purer than that of young people. So no one backed down. Children, fight. Several elders said in unison and encouraged. They took the lead and fought with their lives. The colorful skill streamer penetrated and left. Su Ming was on the side and did not make a move immediately. Instead, he scanned the information of this boss. In the second stage, the combat effectiveness of the fierce demons is rising, and we must act cautiously. Ice Lake Devourer, King of 10,000 Fish, Stage 2. Level 49. Current HP, 100%. Power, 1,800 points. Physique, 1640 points. Agility, 829 points. Spirit, 1 point. Lucky, 1 point. Skill, Air and Water Freeness. Its huge body can swim in the air and can judge the air as water, generate water waves out of thin air, and increase the power of the skill. Allah of 10,000 Fish. All fish monsters are ruled by a common main consciousness, and now 10,000 fish have gathered, and it is strong. Magic Fish Bloodthirsty. Every piece of meat in its body is composed of a large number of live poisonous fish, so the whole body is full of attack organs, including scales. When any fish gnaws on the flesh and blood of the transferee, greatly heals the boss's own injuries. Soul Dissolving Poison. It contains poison all over its body, and it is almost certain to die after being contaminated, and the higher the level, the slower the toxic effect of the player. 10,000 Scales Poison Rain. The boss's strongest skill. Tens of thousands of fish are separated from the body and fly into the air to self-detonate, causing the scales with venom to turn into a torrential rain and destroy everything. Live Fish Armor. Its body surface is all dense schools of mutant fish. They will devour all attacks that try to get close, weakening their attack power. Drift and Slap. 1,800 points of strength, 1640 physique. Numb. Su Ming is really numb. This amount of HP and attack power is simply high. 4-digit strength and physical attributes. Absolute blood thickness attack. Even if this boss stands still in front of Su Ming and asks him to chop, he will have to cut for a while. Physical attributes not only represent health and defense, but also affect the hidden attribute of self-healing. As we all know, all living things have the ability to heal themselves. Even ordinary humans, after opening a wound, will quickly scab, and then the cells will heal the skin and flesh autonomously. After increasing the physical attribute, the self-healing ability will also increase. And the physical attributes of this boss have reached this value, which means that even if it does not use vampire skills, the wound can automatically heal quickly. Its attack power is also terrifying. It casually rubbed the basic attack, and Su Ming might be directly killed by seconds. After all, it is a 4-turn boss. It was originally a challenge for multiple teams with 4-turn strength. Usually a 4th-turn team can't win it. Normally, this kind of hidden boss needs to work together with more than a dozen transferees in the same realm as the boss to defeat. It is the so-called group boss. And Su Ming, a 3rd-rank person, mixed in. It was really a leapfrog challenge. It was too difficult. The attributes are far more terrifying than I expected. Today's battle will be very difficult. Su Ming clenched the blade of the sword and gritted his teeth. Looking around, the Lizardmen warriors of the Wookiee tribe had been killed in scattered pieces, leaving only more than 100 people still fighting effective. The rest of the wounded are injured, the disabled are disabled, and the dead are dead. There are green Lizardman corpses everywhere. This fish demon, in the 4th-turn boss, is a very terrifying type. Its level is the same as that of the patriarch Tuo Gang, both of which are level 49. But the total attributes of one person and one monster are several times worse, or even more than 10 times. After all, Tuo Gang is not high except for the strength attribute. This is normal. At the same level, the monster's attributes are enough to crush several several job changers of the same level. Laugh at. Su Ming knew that this battle would result in heavy casualties. But, no matter how thick your blood is, what if you do? Su Ming was not afraid, frowned, and said in a condensed voice, "Kill you within 10 minutes. My goal hasn't changed. It's been 4 minutes now, and there are 6 minutes left. That's enough." Su Ming's feet were slightly stepped. Airplanes. The 3 temporary weapons under the feet, the lizard bone green blade, the poisonous fishbone sword, and the fish scale soft body soft sword, act as a suspended ladder, overlapping forward, extravagant as the road. Let him ascend to the sky step by step and rush towards the fish monster boss. Ling Bo's microsteps can indeed make his body lighter, making Su Ming's speed extremely fast, floating like flying close to the ground. But after all, it is impossible to really fly. So if Su Ming wants to fight this boss swimming in the air, there is only one way. That is the sword as the step, and fight to the sky. The sword can't stay in the air with Su Ming for a long time, this is natural, but he was able to hold on to a moment of support in the air for a moment. This is the underlying logic that this method can implement. Su Ming stepped on the blade and flew into the air. The 2 swords were in hand, and the black blade in the air and the thought condensation blade swam with him, flying in the air. One person has multiple swords, rushing towards the boss. When the lizard people saw this scene, their eyes trembled. This person, I'm really not afraid of death. The young soldiers clutched their weapons, panting, but no one flinched. My parents, they have all died in battle. No matter what, they can't let their efforts be in vain, and they must kill this boss today. My brother and sister are also dead, and I am the only one left in the family. We must win. Kill it even if you die. Finally, we have entered the second stage, and we will work together to go together. Kill him, we may be able to get a big promotion. With the patriarch and elders, you will definitely be able to win. Everyone cheered each other on and rushed towards the majestic boss, like a swarm of ants. But the words are not finished. Whoa! Suddenly, the fish on the boss's body surface condensed into a spiral-shaped whip. It was like a 100-meter-long needle, piercing out. A female elder of the Wooka lizard tribe did not dodge in time, directly penetrated the body. The attack organs formed by the condensation of the fish were like tentacles, exploding in its body. Countless schools of fish spun up, spreading and exploding from her body. In an instant, the elder was devoured and gnawed into nothingness. A rank 4 elder was killed in one blow. This is the difference in strength. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Long, elder, actually killed, instantly? How is that possible? The elder is rank 4. In an instant, all the excitement dissipated, and a haze of despair enveloped everyone. There were even 2 young female lizard warriors who were not firm enough in their faith, directly abandoned their helmets and armor, turned around and ran away. The fear in their hearts crushed their sanity. However, although the 10,000 fish monsters condense the main body of the boss, it does not mean that the surrounding fish monster encirclement is gone. There are still thousands of fish surrounding it, making it impossible for people to escape. Those few who escaped were instantly devoured by the fish monsters on the edge. Looking at the tragic death of their companions, the lizard warriors felt weak in their hands and feet. Su Ming was expressionless. Boss battles, that's how it is. Not to mention that this is still a D-level copy, which is extremely difficult. Casualties couldn't be more normal. He rushed to the boss in a few steps and swung his sword to slash. Boom! The fierce thunder enchanted sword was powerful, flashing with thunderous sword shadows, slashing frantically. Su Ming raised his head and took a few sips of wine, urging the drunken sword style. He kept moving in midair while circling the boss to activate the rain-shattering phoenix sword. The skill with the highest attack frequency, paired with the drunken sword style sword chi effect. Suddenly, he was like a moving fortress, frantically slashing out half-moon-shaped sword energy continuously. But the boss's HP didn't drop much. No way, the blood is too thick. And one more important thing, it is the fish armor on the boss body surface. These fish were all alive, and they were all covered with sharp teeth, and when Su Ming's sword chi attack approached, the fish would open their mouths and bite over, crushing the sword chi and diluting the power. A sword chi has to withstand the gnawing of dozens of fish, and its power has long been diminished too much, so the real damage caused is lowered. Fortunately, I have sharp stone earrings, which are of great use. 40% armor penetration. It doesn't matter what kind of fish you have. In any case, there will be 40% sword energy damage, penetrating through and cutting inside. Therefore, Su Ming's output, in less than 10 seconds, caused the boss to lose nearly 4% of his health. It's already very good. While Su Ming was fighting with all his might, the patriarch Tuogang was not idle. He had already rushed to the position of the fish head and fought with all his might. With a swing of his big sword, the majestic green giant blade phantom condensed and lifted high as he held it high. Splitting mountain giant blade condenses a large blade phantom, with a damage bonus for huge bosses. This blow slammed out. Boom! The flying boss was actually repelled by more than 2 meters by the powerful force. Under Tuogang's feet, the 1,000-year-old thick ice on the ground shattered into a huge hole. The boss loses 5% of blood directly, Su Ming said secretly in his heart. As expected of the aboriginal chief of the D-level copy, Tuogang is really fierce. That's right, if he didn't have any any strength as a clan leader. How could the Wukka clan survive in this barren land? Normal Bloodblade warriors, their skills are all red blood color. But the Tuogang patriarch is a lizard man, and his blood is green all over his body, and the skill light condensed is dark green. This adds a bit of special oppression. Both of them also killed and fought with all their might. Tuogang smashed his big knife and roared at the soldiers behind him. Soldiers, what are you hesitating about? The success or failure of the Wukka clan is here. The two elders who were still alive also roared in old voices. Soldiers, don't let the sacrifices of your fathers, daughters, brothers, and sisters be in vain. The offensive of several strong men has caused a lot of gains. It means that there is a chance of winning. Coupled with the shouts of the patriarch and elders, the fighting spirit of the lizardmen warriors was finally awakened again. Among them, only Tuojan never flinched, because it is the son of the patriarch. It followed closely behind his father and output to the boss as much as possible. Although he is young, all aspects of Tuojan's mind are still relatively naive, but its worship of the family and father is still very pure. Su Ming stepped on the blade and moved, frantically outputting around the boss. He couldn't stop, because the sword skill cannot sustain him standing in the air for a long time. He could only use the blade as a stepping stone to step on it so as not to fall. In the midst of the full output, Su Ming suddenly smelled a huge smell of blood and rotten venom. Su Ming raised his arm, and his eyes suddenly fell. He realized that his skin began to grow purple hair and plaque, and it began to rot. This boss's whole body is so toxic that even the surrounding air is highly toxic? Su Ming was extremely shocked. He immediately took out his ancient snake-scattering poisonous gall and squeezed out 3 drops of juice. Drink 3 drops in one gulp, and the bitterness is doubled. But the moment I swallowed it, all the toxicity in my body subsided. Temporary high toxic immunity is directly obtained. It is worthy of being an epic prop, and the effect is really strong enough. And the most powerful thing is that this snake gall has the ability to brew itself. It can continuously produce snake bile fluid. As long as Su Ming always carries it, he will never be afraid of toxic attacks in the future. But snake bile can only produce 5 or 6 drops at a time. It's only enough for Su Ming to detoxify himself. These lizardman warriors can only ask for more blessings for themselves. The poisonous fog around is so thick, I'm afraid that except for the elders and patriarchs, these lizardman warriors will soon die. In less than 3 minutes, they will be wiped out. They are really exchanging their lives for victory. Su Ming's face was cold. To be honest, without these lizard people, Su Ming definitely just wanted to run away. It is impossible for him to defeat this boss alone. Now that this group of lizardmen helps me share the attack firepower and attention of the boss, I can output it with all my might, which is an extremely precious opportunity. I must kill this boss before the lizardmen become extinct. Once everyone is dead, the boss's attention will be all focused on Su Ming, and he will be under a lot of pressure. Su Ming roared in a low voice and swung his sword out. Perform the dragon slaying technique again. This diamond level skill consumes very terrifying mental power. After Su Ming used it this time, there was not much mental power left. Thundered, but he must use the sword to break through the boss's defense and create an output opportunity for Tuogang. Now in addition to Su Ming, the strongest on the field is the patriarch Tuogang. But the patriarch had no sharp stone earrings, no ability to penetrate the armor of a living fish, and most of his attacks were negated. If Su Ming wants to end the battle quickly, he must play cooperation. Bite! A crisp sword roar resounded 100 meters on the battlefield. The golden sword brilliance rushed out, and the majestic sword marks were like substance. Boom! The boss let out a whine and was directly slashed by this sword. The huge golden sword chi was difficult to look at. All the lizardmen let out a shocked exclamation. The patriarch Tuogang has always been calm, but he still can't help but tremble in his pupils. Su Ming's face was cold, and he held the sword to completely pour out all the sword energy. Such a huge boss, of course, also triggered the affix of the dragon slaying technique. Stop the dragon. The larger the enemy's size, the greater the power increase. The upper limit is 1000%. This power increase, 670%. That is, a power increase of 6.7 times. The sword energy was majestic, and the dragon roar was like a landslide in tsunami, destroying the withered and decaying. This sword, not to mention destroying the world, is also the strongest sword that Su Ming can cut at present. The troll fish boss seems to have been hit hard. It let out a roar and flew back 7 or 8 meters, and fell onto the ice and slid out. On the surface of its body, countless fish were smashed into minced meat by this sword, splashing out, and exploding everywhere. Its body surface revealed a horizontal opening, drenched in blood. Although the wound was not deep, it was just a broken armor, but the inside still felt like an abyss, because it was full of dense schools of fish wriggling, like countless maggots. There was a trace of several meters of black blood on the ice, and the poisonous water flowed, dyeing the ice black and red. The horizontal wounds on the boss's body are almost from beginning to end. This sword was too powerful, and for a while, even the armor of the live fish could not fill the huge long wound. The sword energy attached to the drunken sword style is determined by the power of your skill. The stronger the skill trigger, the more powerful it is. Use a 6.7 times power amplification of the dragon slaying technique plus the drunken sword style sword chi. 2 diamond skill stack. The 10,000 demon fish king lost 22% of his blood in an instant. The damage was really immediate. Su Ming was a little surprised. The affix effect of the dragon slaying technique is indeed a little too fierce. If the power bonus of 6.7 times is not triggered, even the dragon slaying technique will not be able to deal such high damage. The patriarch Tuogang couldn't help but exclaim. His sword actually cut such a big wound. We must seize this opportunity and seriously injure the boss in one fell swoop. In its heart, it has completely regarded Su Ming as an ally of the Wukka clan. If it weren't for Su Ming, it might not even be in the second stage now, so it has a little gratitude in its heart. This sword can definitely be cut out by a rank 4 powerhouse. This person is so young, about the same age as Xiao Zhan, but he is already turn 4? At his age, I'm afraid I'm only at the 3rd level intermediate. After this battle, if I am still alive, I must win over this person. This person's future is limitless. With this kind of ally, my Wukka clan will also grow without worries in the future. What if it's a different race? What if it's a human? Friends, never too much. Something. In today's battle, there were heavy casualties in the clan, and if one elder died, he might also be seriously injured. This is only for now, and the elders may even die later. The Fog Card family is greatly damaged. If he dies himself, then after his son Tuazhan takes over the tribe, he will definitely be in turmoil. At that time, a foreign aid town will be needed. In addition, the main clan may also have intrigues with this place. The world is too complicated, and the next generation of young lizard people is too simple. Tuogang knew very well that he had to pave the way before he died. He roared angrily, full of pride. He rushed forward quickly, and the huge heavy saber was dragged behind him, leaving a long deep ravine all the way. With every step he takes, the knife seems to be heavier. This posture is the platinum high-grade skill, drag knife stance. The drag knife technique is an ancient large sword combat posture, in which the heavy knife is dragged behind the body, and the hidden force is pulled out by inertia during the battle. It can be called the unity of the knife and the man follows the knife. This move looks slow and dull, like slow motion, and wobbly and very strange. The power is extremely huge, wide open and closed. It can increase the power of all skills a lot. It can also change the form of all skills. Tuogang rushed all the way to the boss, and raised his knife to a few tyrannical slashes. Boom! Every knife is a powerful knife skill. The green blade is engraved with runes flashing, and the impact is extremely exaggerated. The boss let out a hoarse howl and was gradually slapped back. Tuogang is worthy of being a level 49 master, and his all-out attacks have achieved remarkable results. After Su Ming broke his armor, he was able to attack the core directly, and the damage was full. Coupled with the attack of a group of lizard warriors, the boss's HP quickly dropped below 63%. But Tuogang's own blood volume also dropped to 15% in an instant. Bloodblade Warrior, releasing skills consumes health. Dropping from 80% to 15% shows that he used several powerful skills. Under normal circumstances, the Bloodblade Warrior will not let his HP drop below 40% in battle, otherwise it will be very dangerous. But Tuogang knew that now Su Ming had finally smashed the boss's living armor and created output conditions for himself. Naturally, he couldn't let it go. It's worth taking some risks. He gritted his teeth and roared, sucking up the monster minced meat on the ground and recovering some health. Then he once again performed a violent knife technique. The Lizardman warriors were also not afraid of death and rushed over. They all used their skills to output. Don't forget, here is a D-tier copy. Even the weakest aborigines started with 3 turns of strength. Strictly speaking, their level is similar to Su Ming, and some people are even higher than Su Ming. With so many rank 3 Lizardman warriors, no matter how you say it, the damage will not be very low, so they can't be underestimated. They also have a high importance in this battle. After a few tens of seconds, the boss's health volume decreased again. The boss is finally completely angry. It is the hidden king in this copy. It has been sealed for 100 years, and it has long had endless anger and nowhere to vent. Even if hundreds of lizardmen are slaughtered, it is difficult to relieve the hatred in their hearts. These ants dare to seriously injure it. They are simply looking for death. It flicks its tail slightly. Syllable. The surrounding air was triggered, and a huge wave of turmoil was set off, like a giant whale wagging its tail in the water. More than a dozen lizard people instantly exploded into a blood mist. It's light to say, but you know, it's a group of 3rd rank warriors. In front of him, a large group of living rank 3 warriors turned into nothingness. That shock, not to mention how terrifying it is. The 4-turn boss is ridiculously strong. He raised his hand and waved it. It slapped its body violently and leaped up, like a fat dragon trembling fiercely in the air. The scales of the living fish all over his body began to churn, and the blood rolled, and a waterfall of blood rolled out of the air. The blood and venom all over his body reflected its brutality. Subsequently, its injuries gradually healed. Quick, hurry up and chase after the victory. An old lizard man with gray hair roared, but the next moment, he fell down and smashed a few teeth. Then, he vomited blood and trembled violently as if he had had a stroke. The surrounding lizard warriors also let out bursts of painful groans in unison. Everyone knelt down and vomited blood. The blood that was vomited out turned into pitch black. Tua Gang turned around and looked, and suddenly felt a sink in his heart. Poisonous? Most of the soldiers were poisoned. Because I was too close to this boss just now. Only a few dozen people with remote occupations were lucky not to be poisoned. Long, elder, patriarch. It's painful. Good. Painful. Ah. A mournful scream was hoarse in the mouths of the younger generation of lizardmen. Not long after, a large number of people died, and they died in severe torture. This poison will bring great pain. Even the patriarch's son, Tuajan, looked stunned and knelt down. He was poisoned too. He is a melee pro. But his realm was several levels higher than the others, so he did not die immediately. But it's not far from death. When the two elders saw this scene, their eyes were torn. However, the two of them followed closely behind, vomiting blood violently and kneeling down. The fourth-rank elders were all seriously injured by this toxicity. Tua Gang's heart is bleeding. The tribe is a family, and all the lizardmen are like his children. The elders are like his teachers. Now the tribe has suffered heavy casualties, which makes him grieve in his heart. Suddenly, he felt a slight paralysis all over his body. Raise your hand to look. His whole body was covered with purple tendons without realizing it. As a patriarch, I was also poisoned. Tua Gang stared at his blade, gritted his teeth, unable to believe this fact. He had a higher realm, so he did not lose his combat effectiveness immediately. He can also hold on longer than those third-turn children. But unfortunately, his time is running out. This fish, the surrounding air turned out to be poisonous. Tua Gang picked up the big knife, but his eyes were more determined to fight. Since he is going to die, there is nothing to worry about. Fight with your life. He roared angrily and rushed towards the boss alone. Su Ming stepped on the sword and chased the air, chasing the boss output. He controls multiple weapons, the blade flows, flies in the air, and stabs the boss. His spiritual power was also burning wildly, and there was not much left. No, the lizard warriors are almost dead, only the last few dozen left. In today's battle, their clan is almost extinct. Su Ming felt heavy and felt that he could not slaughter the boss in 10 minutes. If the lizard warriors are far away, they will not be able to attack the boss. If you get close, you will be poisoned again. This challenge is too difficult. Everyone can only fill it with their lives. Only Su Ming has the ancient snake-scattering poisonous gall, and only he can ignore the toxicity. Ji Yao, she is being hunted by the killers of the Zhang family. How can I continue to stay here? Damn boss. Su Ming's face was cold, sweat was dripping from his forehead, and the frost flame in his hand was a broken sword, cutting out an afterimage. The thunder wrapped around the blade, emitting an irregular flash, but did not disperse, but remained within a specific range, and the arc was free in the air. The thunder after condensation in this way, dazzling, is the most damaged. But this boss is really a blood cow. No matter how strong Su Ming's attack is, it cannot produce decisive huge damage, and it is still healing itself. No matter how much it attacks, the amount of blood is almost not up or down. If this continues, I am afraid it will become a protracted war. Suddenly, the boss's whole body trembled, prompting the skill attack. Thousands of fish in its body suddenly exploded, prompting countless poisonous fish bones to fly out. There are thousands of roots on the feet. Indiscriminate 360-degree wide area attack, extremely dense. Once you are stabbed, I am afraid you will die immediately. Su Ming gritted his teeth, activated his sword skills, and controlled multiple swords to flying down, and stopping the offensive for several lizardmen. Ding 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 ding. The blade split the fish bones and saved 5 or 6 people. His blade was indeed fast enough. This is not because Su Ming is kind-hearted, but because the lizardmen are valuable combat effectiveness. The power of a lizard warrior is indeed very meager, but dozens of people stacked together can cause damage to the boss that is no less than that of Su Ming. Su Ming himself barely resisted with the range-shattering sword in his hand, and finally only had a fish bone, which pierced his shoulder. With a 30x speed bonus of the original sword body, Su Ming could almost intercept almost all of this intensive attack. But there are still thorns in the net. Your death scars layer 1. Fortunately, Su Ming is immunotoxic. The only thing he needed to worry about was the number of layers of his death scars. Beyond the 10th floor, he dies directly. Su Ming's move immediately won everyone's favor. Thank you, thank you. A few people lived the rest of their lives, looking at the dense poisonous fish bones everywhere, their faces full of fear. They shouted to the sky, thanking Su Ming. Without Su Ming's sword protection, they would inevitably be tied into a sieve. Even Tuajan had to lower his head, and there was no dissatisfaction with Su Ming in his eyes. He forcibly endured the poison and had no fighting power. If it weren't for Su Ming, he would have died just now. Su Ming was expressionless and did not give any response. In order to get out of here as soon as possible and save Ji Yao, he had to try his best to save people, which was a risk he had to take. The last 2 living lizard elders, although poisonous, were still trying their best to protect the young warriors. The 2 elders even opened their arms and used their bodies to block all the stingers for a warrior. But Su Ming and the elders failed to save everyone. Many others were stabbed to death by highly toxic needle sticks, and there their bodies turned into pus. The number of Wukka warriors was lost by more than half again. Su Ming gritted his teeth and estimated his mental power stock. I only have less than 3 or 40% of my mental strength left, and this battle hangs. His heart was gloomy. Perhaps, you can only use your own final lore? Kill God with a knife. No matter how much spiritual power he had left, as long as he used a killing knife he would immediately run out of strength. This is also the reason why he did not use the God-killing knife in the first place. Now the boss has a lot of blood left. Su Ming's current realm, even killing God knife, should not be able to kill in one blow. Su Ming thought about it. He suddenly felt a huge oppressive force from below. Su Ming was shocked. What powerful skills are in the pipeline? He looked down. Suddenly seeing the patriarch Tua Gang, his eyes trembled as he stared at the last two elders in front of him. The two elders were covered in purple hair and festering flesh and blood, and time was running out. Tua Gang, Wei, the Fog Ka, on the verge of, at the last moment of destruction. The two elders knelt down, their voices old and trembling. The intense pain of poisoning makes them unable to open coherently, their voices are intermittent. Do your best to speak the words. Nowadays, we are also poisoned. You will sacrifice your life to use that one skill. Anyway, to win this battle, it is good to keep the younger generation of children, even if it is one more. We must not let them die. Young people, only, it is hope. We want to die, the two elders said in unison. In their eyes, there is a firmness that regards death as home. When Tua Gang heard this, his eyes were red and his fists were shaking. In his early years, he realized a special skill of platinum grade, which was almost comparable to diamond. This is a secret that only the elders know. Through his fourth turn realm, the power will definitely be able to hit the boss hard. It will definitely be more powerful than the previous golden sword chi attack of that human. All of Tua Gang's attributes are added to strength. Coupled with the bonus of his full body equipment attribute, his strength attribute has reached a terrifying 680 points or more. Even Su Ming's agility is only 350 points, which is almost half lower than Tua Gang. This is the gap between the realms. Tua Gang knew very well that the power of this skill was quite shocking, but he never used it. In this life, he has never used it even once, because this skill has a fatal drawback. It is truly fatal, not a metaphor. That is, someone must voluntarily sacrifice their life before it can be displayed. The higher the sacrificer realm, the more powerful this skill is. If it is two rank 4 elders who sacrifice their lives, then the power of this skill is, it will be greatly improved. Even Tua Gang himself didn't know how strong he could be. Don't hesitate, child, do it. The elder's face was full of pain, his whole body was covered with long purple hair, and his body had begun to decay and disintegrate. Pus flowed everywhere, making them ugly and hideous, without dignity. They call Tua Gang a child, because they are older than Tua Gang, equivalent to their teachers. Tua Gang was grief-stricken, gritted his teeth, and raised his knife to slash. Without saying much, extremely decisive. This knife went across and directly cut off the necks of the two elders. In an instant, all the pain ended. The elder left calmly with a satisfied face. The young lizardmen soldiers who were still alive in the rear trembled when they saw the scene. Patriarch ended the elder's pain with his own hands? In front of Tua Gang, the bodies of the two elders fell to the ground. Then, in those two corpses, all the life essence with blood was poured into Tua Gang's long knife. The corpse turned into pure life and blood power. The brilliance of the blood condensed into a skill rune, engraved in mid-air, and the terrifying power spread out with a bang. Wait, it doesn't seem to be that simple. Look at the Patriarch's knife. What is he doing? Patriarch? Everyone's eyes converged. What kind of skill is this? The Patriarch has never used it. Everyone exclaimed. Everyone can feel the terrifying power condensation. Within 100 meters, the phoenix swirled, and Su Ming's messy hair flew up. He immediately scanned the information of this skill. Protector of the clan slash, platinum high-grade broadsword skill. The horse slashing sword condenses the power of life to form a huge blood-condensing blade, which can break the evil demons. It must be activated by comrades of the same clan who voluntarily sacrifice their lives, and the power is increased according to the strength of the sacrificer. A fixed sacrifice. If the caster voluntarily sacrifices up to 50% of the remaining lifespan, then the power of this skill can be doubled. Su Ming's eyes were slightly condensed. It turned out to be a skill that could only be used at the cost of one's life. No matter what profession, no matter what weapon, no matter what realm or quality, as long as it is a skill related to sacrificing living life, without exception, the power is extremely terrifying. Because life is the most precious thing in the world. To sacrifice life, it is conceivable that the power will inevitably match this price. Not to mention, the affix effect of this skill is also very terrifying. Be able to sacrifice your life to further increase your power. Tua Gang has been poisoned and is a dying person. Presumably, he would not hesitate to choose to sacrifice the most lifespan, that is, 50% of the lifespan of the top grid, to urge this move. Su Ming realized that this skill would have the potential to turn the tide of the battle. Then, I saw a huge blood-red illusory sword in Tua Gang's hand, condensed out. out. It almost pierced the sky, at least 30 or 40 meters long. The big blade is wide, like a small mountain. It was like a solid, outlined by the spine of the lizard tribe, wrapped in earth-shattering coercion. The huge blade made it difficult for Tuogang's hands to support it, and his body bowed down. The ice under his feet cracked inch by inch, and you can imagine how heavy it was. This power, even he felt unbearable. His body grew wrinkles at a rapid pace, as if he had aged 10 years out of thin air. The long middle-aged hair full of black and blue turned into white snow in an instant. He opened his mouth and roared in the ancient language of the lizard tribe. What does it matter if the holy egg is lost? Spilling blood and burning life, fighting madness. Yang abandoned his ancestors and never held on to them again. This move will kill the cholera king. The holy egg is stolen, and the ancestral saint is lost. Since there is no ancestral holy absolute, then I will create the holy absolute. From today onwards, this move is the new protector of my Wookiee clan. Tuogang roared and swung his big blade. Boom! The ice surface started from under his feet, extending into cracks like cobwebs, densely packed. Finally, an extremely long gap appeared on the ice, up to 100 feet long. The giant blade smashed towards the boss's head. The boss let out a bloodthirsty roar, and the fish all over his body jumped out of his body, rushing towards him densely. It covers the entire sky, like a fishy river that covers the sky and the moon. In the next instant, tens of thousands of fish exploded and shattered above people's heads. Everything within a radius of a kilometer was engulfed in violent rain. The raindrops were not water, but poisonous scales. Every drop of rain is scales. Sharp scales, of different colors, with various types of poison, are sprinkled from the sky. Hundreds of thousands of sticks. It's like a downpour. The sound of scales breaking through the air is dense and screaming, which is painful. This is not a battle, but a catastrophe. The oppressive power of the level 49 boss is too terrifying. At the same moment, Tuogang's strongest skill also slashed firmly on the boss's body. Boom! In an instant, the boss's body seemed to be hit by a giant hammer that shook the sky and flew directly backwards for dozens of meters, and the rotten flesh mixed with the remnants of bones and blood splattered out. The giant fish fell directly from the sky and was smashed to the ground by the giant blade. It screamed for the first time. The armor of the living fish monsters all over the body shattered, and a huge gap appeared, and the body was almost cut in two. Its huge body glided and retreated on the ice. Black pus and blood splashed out like a river, and black poison was everywhere. Even on the back of the other side, a huge opening appeared, which was penetrated by the invisible knife, which was simply terrifying. The boss's health volume dropped directly to 32%. This knife is so ruthless. The boss's armor shattered, revealing its core. It was a huge fat parasite wriggling inside the giant fish. Like a deep-sea maggot, the whole body is covered in pus. It looks fragile. In this state, I am afraid that an ordinary person's great sword can seriously injure it. This will be the best chance to kill it. That's the core of this monster? Su Ming immediately scanned with the eye of insight. 10,000 Fish King deity. It's really the body. It turned out to be so fragile and ugly. It's just that controlling 10,000 fish makes it look mighty and powerful. Now Tuogang used the strongest knife to cut its body into pieces. Finally let it be exposed. This is the best opportunity. There is no one. The boss's blood volume was not much left, and Su Ming knew that his final blow would determine victory or defeat. If this blow fails to completely kill and give it a chance to breathe and heal, it will be over. I must kill it. Su Ming's face was cold, and he raised his hand directly. All the flying swords immediately surrounded him, protecting him in it. A flying sword barrier was formed, and it swirled around and slashed beside him. Ding 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 ding. The broken scales splashed out and became slag. Crush, resist, and isolate all the scale poisonous rain. Okay. In this way, those lizardman warriors Su Ming could not be saved. But now he didn't need to protect them, because it was already the last moment of the battle. This blow of oneself is the most important thing. He must protect himself with all his might. He couldn't use the hidden god step to avoid this poisonous rain, because his mental strength was not enough, and he had to keep it to use a god-killing knife. Su Ming came to the boss under the protection of the flying sword. Bite. The frost flame death mark in his hand made a crisp sound. Directly separated. The broken blade was held in his hand, just like the dagger of the previous life. His wrist trembled slightly, triggering the affix effect. Thin and heavy. Control the weight of this sword freely. The lightest is 1 pound, the heaviest is 1,000 pounds. The weight of this sword was reduced to the lightest pound. For Su Ming's power value, it was like holding a handful of air. If it is swordsmanship, then perhaps it is more appropriate to be heavier. But the assassin's method is to be light, so that the agility attribute can be maximized. In the next moment, he drew his sword. The frenzied killing intent spread across the world in an instant. Everyone present only felt that a god-killing phantom appeared in front of them, and then a violent river of blood came to their faces. I wiped my eyes and found out that it was an illusion. Su Ming's knife turned out to have no special effects. There was only a long blood-red mark. Absolutely unpretentious. Absolute return to basics. Penetrated the boss's body. Su Ming's knife was too fast. It is so fast that it is almost an absolute moment. The huge maggot broke apart in an instant. Then, the entire behemoth composed of a huge school of fish collapsed. A terrible scream whimpered from the mouth of Wanyu, and the gills of all the fish were frantically opening and closing, as if they had suffocated. In the end, the fish turned into rotten meat and flying ashes and disappeared into the world. On the field, only a huge puddle of sludge and blood remained, as well as fish scales and poisonous rain sprinkled all over the sky. The legendary skill, the terrifying power of killing the gods, has been maximized. Let Su Ming have a third rank and have the ability to kill the hidden boss of the fourth rank. With any other skill, it is impossible to end the scene with one blow. Only kill the gods. Even more powerful than the dragon slaying technique after the power has been doubled. Su Ming's mental strength was completely exhausted. The tip of his nose was warm for a while, and he touched it lightly, and he actually had a nosebleed. The three temporary weapons flying all over the sky shattered and scattered across the heavens and the earth. Without the maintenance of spiritual power, the temporary weapon of the gathering technique immediately disintegrated, and Su Ming's sword ability cannot continue to be activated. The poisonous rain scales were still attacking. Without the protection of the flying sword of the Imperial Sword, Su Ming could only hold his weapon and swing his sword to resist the poisonous rain in the sky. Wow, clatter, lost. The sound of dense rain continues. Although the boss is dead, the 10,000 scales poison rain skill that it activated at the moment before it dies is still falling like a waterfall. Poisonous rain pours down, and no one is immune, which is a continuous skill. The scope is extremely large, and there is no place to avoid it. Only by defending can we survive. Ding 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 ding. The voice is crisp. Su Ming swung his sword frantically to resist. It's too reluctant, because he no longer has the mental power to activate the skill. Only by relying on the super speed of normal attacks can we barely stop the poisonous rain. Click. Even if the hard scales are like steel, they are still shattered. The moment it was touched by the frost flame broken sword, the scales would spark and splash, and even directly dissolve into fly ash, because the temperature of the blade is too high. Cold and hot blade damage. These scales are almost shattered at the touch. First frozen and brittle, and then crushed at high temperature. Who can withstand it? Suddenly, a hammer behind Su Ming flew out like a spirit snake, helping him break the poisonous rain around him. Protector Spirit Hammer? Su Ming's face was slightly happy. Yes, this thing is the most loyal, and it can automatically defend without mental power. More than 10 seconds passed like this. Eventually, the poisonous rain finally dissipated. Su Ming had already been pierced with 4 scales, and he was about to trigger the Death Scar effect. Fortunately, with the departure from the combat state, the number of layers of the Death Scar buff has also returned to 0. The rain gradually dispersed and the sun shone brightly. Successfully defeat the hidden boss. EXP plus 155,263. A 4-turn boss can generally provide at least about 3 million experience points. But in this battle, there were too many people involved, and after the equal division, the experience given to Su Ming naturally seemed to be less. However, after all, Su Ming was the man who caused the highest damage in the audience, and there was a slight reward bonus, so the proportion of experience he gets is actually more than others. Speak for 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. Su Ming's face was cold, and his eyes narrowed slightly. For the rest of his life, he turned around and looked away. The scene in front of him suddenly made his pupils tremble slightly. I saw that there were poisonous scales everywhere, densely packed, and there was no place to put their feet. In the center of the lizard crowd stood a burly man. His whole body was covered in highly toxic scales passing through his body, and his body was riddled with holes. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and the flesh and blood were blurred. The back is covered with scales and looks like a hedgehog. Wook a patriarch. To a gang. His face was bloodless, his whole body was festering, and he was deeply poisoned. Patriarch, why did you save us? Patriarch, you can't die. You are much stronger than us, and you can continue to protect our clan in the future. How can you exchange your life for us? None of us are capable. Incompetent. Someone cried and beat the ground. Father, dear. Tuajan also crawled over, tears welling up in his eyes. The last 20 soldiers present were still alive. All of them were protected by Tuagang with the last bit of strength. After he seriously injured the boss with Clan Protector Overlord, his physical strength was also exhausted. He saw the poisonous rain in the sky. He immediately judged that this was the boss's strongest skill. If you don't stop it, the whole clan will be destroyed. He made a quick decision and turned around to protect his clan. But after using Protector of the Clan, he had completely exhausted his physical strength. There was nothing left, and he could not continue to fight at all. Very weak. So he could only burn the essence of life and forcefully use the last skill, Crazy Lizard Tail Slash. And it's also a half-power version. Skills that reduce power are not enough to kill, but protecting people is enough. He turned into a tornado wind, stirring all the scales and protecting his people. It was like a big umbrella, shattering all the scale rain. But he was also seriously injured. Only the last breath remained. He protected everyone, but not himself. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept by. The cold wind blew on his face, like a knife. The poisonous scale scales everywhere finally disappeared with the destruction of the boss, turned into flying ashes, and disappeared with the wind. Hundreds of thousands of scales, all disintegrated. The ice surface is clean again. But after all, it was a step too late. Because the people who should be recruited have already been recruited. The toxicity that remains in the body will not disappear. Little friend, the patriarch Tuo was as angry as a gossamer, and said to Su Ming, "Thank you, you." Puff. Blood then broke through his throat, making it impossible for him to speak again. Others also fell into a semi-comatose state. Tuozhan crawled beside his father, took his last breath, and said to Su Ming with difficulty, "People, class, boss battle. You can take all the spoils, we should be grateful to you." His father was dying, the elder was destroyed, and he was seriously injured. Now Tuozhan knows that he is the person with the greatest voice in the tribe. He himself was already poisoned and would die in the footsteps of his father. So at the last moment, he wanted to use his decision power to say what his father wanted to say. That's right, although my father didn't say it, Tuozhan actually understood. He knew that the Wukka clan was greatly injured and needed a strong friend. He just wants to use gifts to win over Su Ming. Whether this human can really help their tribe in the future, he must also make this attempt. At this moment, the father and son were truly connected in their hearts. Tuozhan understands the overall situation. He changed from a reckless young man to a steady leader and warrior. He was once a clever and wanted to trick Su Ming into coming to the tribe to die, but he also felt naive, and I was afraid that he would have been seen through by others long ago. In front of others, I am like a fool. At this moment, he actually let out a self-deprecating bitter smile. Growth is this moment. Tuozhan didn't even want to pursue whether the holy egg was taken away by Su Ming. Even if Su Ming really took it, he had to pretend he didn't know and couldn't ask anymore, because the Wukka clan no longer has the ability to fight Su Ming. In this case, it is the best choice to pretend not to know. Appropriate compromise is the so-called overall situation. Tuozhan realized it in an instant. Anyway, after the death of the father, it will also become a new holy egg. The surrounding soldiers also had no objections, because Su Ming decided the outcome of this battle, which can be regarded as saving their clan. So, of course, he has the absolute right to take the loot. Su Ming's eyes were slightly shocked. He didn't expect Tuozhan to make such a decision. This young man has long been upset about himself, and it is written on his face. But after this battle, his mind seemed to have matured a lot in an instant. Su Ming naturally would not refuse. A list of loot emerges. Maggot Demon Chaos Shapeshifter Skill Scroll, Diamond Inferior. King Poison Scales Prop, Diamond Quality. Heart of Decay Material, Platinum Superior. Hardfish Corpse Sword, Platinum Inferior. Bloody Minced Meat Warhammer, Platinum Inferior. Mental Control Maggot Egg Exotic Pet, Platinum Medium. Anti-Frost Skill Scroll, Golden Inferior. Bone Blade, Frozen Blood Gel, Colorful Fish, Bone. Densely packed. There are dozens of loot popping out in total, and the list is a long list. It can be described as extremely luxurious. There are 2 diamond props alone. Diamond props are very precious. The Tua Gang Patriarch, who was close to the peak of the 4th turn, did not have a single diamond prop on his body, so you can imagine how precious it is. And such a boss directly broke out. Even if a few groups are divided, everyone can drink soup. Su Ming didn't have much time to choose, so he immediately chose a few of the most valuable and useful things for him. He couldn't take it all. It's not that he doesn't want to. Su Ming has always implemented the 3-light policy. It's because his personal space is full. He didn't have time to clean up, so he rushed to save Ji Yao. So I can only take part of it and make a quick decision. He took the following props: King Poison Scales and Props, Hardfish Corpse Sword, Mental Control Maggot Eggs, Exotic Pets, Colorful Fish Meat X 1 ton, Decay Heart, Materials. His space was full, and he couldn't stuff a single hair anymore. Seeing that Su Ming had only taken part of the loot, all the lizard people were shocked. They opened their mouths and can't close for a long time. Even more shocked than when he saw the scene where Su Ming killed the boss with a killing knife. Humans, one of the most greedy races, actually. Only part of the loot was taken. Heaven killed, and he died young. Tuozhan stared at Su Ming with a look of disbelief. Then Su Ming used the fastest speed to walk towards the Tuogan clan leader and Tuozhan. Human, I just ask that you can be an ally with my clan. In the future, if there is my family to eat and drink, you will have a bite. Even if you are like my ancestors in the future. Just like back then, if you were expelled from the human race, we will leave you behind. A place to rest, a way out. Tuozhan looked at Su Ming, gritted his teeth, endured the pain of the poison, and said, "Although my Wukka tribe is not a righteous camp, I have been guarding and suppressing this fierce demon in this desolate land, sacrificing generations. It is even possible that it has indirectly saved many of you human race transferees. Please also, regardless of past suspicions." Tuozhan bowed his head and said, but he didn't finish speaking. Su Ming said lightly, "Don't say the last words. Did I let you die?" This sentence was domineering and made Tuozhan stunned. He didn't figure out why Su Ming said that. Are humans really so evil that they don't even want to listen to the last words of the dying? Even if humans are evil powerful and cunning, they are not so evil. In Tuajan's heart, the only good impression he had for Su Ming disappeared in an instant. Su Ming ignored him and directly took out a dark one, like a miniature version of a snake testicle egg. It is the ancient snake that spreads poisonous gallbladder. Crystal clear bile flowed on it. Su Ming directly raised it above the patriarch, squeezed out a drop, and entered his mouth. Then he squeezed a drop for Tuajan. After entering the mouth, the violent detoxification effect flows throughout the body. Tuajan was like being struck by lightning and was directly stunned. No, this poison can be saved. What kind of prop is this? Who is this man sacred? This is? Tuajan looked incredulous and trembled all over. You can definitely live, but your father depends on fate, Su Mingyun said lightly. Also, my name is Killing God. He reported his title. In the future, this race will be able to contact and send emails to itself remotely. It can also be regarded as accepting the co-optation of Tuajan. Subsequently, Su Ming directly used the system rules and withdrew from the copy. The figure disappeared in an instant, simply and neatly, without any superfluous movements. The whole process takes less than 5 seconds, because Su Ming's time is too precious. Lizardmen are very ancient and powerful. This race has a longer history than humans and is a very powerful race among all races. And the size of the Wookiee clan is so small, just because their ancestors were expelled here, just like being assigned to the frontier. Now that they have completed their punishment mission and returned to the Lizard Lords, they will immediately grow stronger. At that time, it will be a big force. If Su Ming wants to confront the Zhang family, of course he can't fight alone. Make more friends and fewer enemies. This is the simplest philosophy of life. Since you can buy people's hearts with a gesture of effort, why not do it? Anyway, after 24 hours, the snake gull can rebrew the bile and never run out. Although Su Ming took their holy eggs, he saved their clan, which was also considered a double clearing. Of course, he would never say that the holy egg was on him. Secrets, always secrets. Some things are best not to tell them. After Su Ming left, Tuajan hugged his father. He watched as the purple poison water on his father's body evaporated and his corroded complexion returned to normal. He was shocked beyond words. It's simply a holy medicine for detoxification. He immediately poured his father a bottle of the best healing potion. Tuagang breathed again. It's really saved. The previous Tuajan would never have thought that this cunning human would eventually become his savior. It even saved his father's life. It's really a mess in the world. At this moment, all grievances dissipated. Only gratitude remains. There was a conflict between the two, but today it has completely disappeared. He stood up and announced loudly to all the surviving fighters. Everyone, from now on, my Wookiee clan has a life and death ally. He is a human being, a foreign race. Maybe our Wookiee clan will never have any contact or negotiation with him again. It is possible that we will no longer be able to fight side by side in the future, because our two races are too far away. But his record is real. He played a crucial role in this battle, and each of you has a share in your life. I want you to swear an oath of blood. From today onwards, his friends are our friends, and his people are our people. His interests are our interests. Our sword is his sword. No one must betray him. Of course, all this is based on the fact that he does not betray us. Subsequently, Tuajan used a knife to cut his palm, and green blood flowed out. The oath of the lizard people cannot be broken. Applied by rules, like a rope of entities, strangles them. No one hesitated, and they all learned from his movements. Tuajan was once young and frivolous, and used his cleverness to try to harm Su Ming. The lizard men are indeed not a good race, even a little evil. They like to eat human flesh and refine foreign races into puppets. Some say that lizard men are extremely cunning and calculating. Some people say that lizard people are extremely naive and simple. It is very complex and has mixed reviews, but people of all races have a common consensus on the lizard people. That is their race, but in terms of repaying kindness and loyalty, they are the same. 1 yard counts as 1 yard, which is one of their few good qualities. Then, the illusory white light lingered, and all the lizard men were about to quit the copy. This is, the hidden boss has been defeated. Are we going to quit the dungeon? We are leaving here and returning to the main clan. Great! The lizardmen warriors cheered. Copy settlement. In front of Su Ming was a vast white void. This is the settlement space. The moment he kills the boss, all players in this D-level dungeon will quit and complete the settlement. He stared at the virtual screen in front of him. Player, Killing God. Slay the undead skeleton X578. Slay elite undead X9. Kill the monster fish X2582. Slay beast monsters. The list expands. Su Ming's evaluation score rose wildly. Capture the diamond treasure chest. Seize the hidden ruins. Give the hidden boss a fatal blow. Lone wolf. Final evaluation, S grade. Settlement reward, randomly 3 skill proficiency promotions by 1 level. In the next moment, 3 voices resounded in Su Ming's mind one after another. The 3 skills of weapon rebound, weapon technique, and sword martial arts master are unconditionally promoted. Subsequently, new skill profiles appeared before his eyes. Sword martial master, passive skill. skill. Quality, platinum medium. Proficiency, 90,000/200,000. You can equip sword weapons of any level, ignoring all requirements. All sword weapons, double the sharpness in your hand. All sword weapons, double the toughness in your hand. All sword weapons will automatically repair scratches and blade damage over time when held by you. It's good. The proficiency before the skill upgrade is also retained. After all, this skill is about to be upgraded, and if the proficiency returns to 0 after the upgrade, it is really not a good deal. The next skill made Su Ming look forward to it. Transformation technique, Cursed Forge skill. Quality, platinum medium. Proficiency, 44,000/200,000. You can refine the residual power in monster corpses, natural treasures, scarce materials and other objects, and forge a temporary weapon from them. The strength of the temporary weapon is determined by the level of this skill and the quality of the object you refine. There are no new affixes and effects in the chemical weapon technique, but the temporary weapon tempered by this skill was originally determined by the skill level, so the strength must have also increased. The last one is a diamond inferior skill, sublimated to a middle grade, and the weapon rebounds. Sword rebound, diamond medium. Powerful counterattack skills can only be activated with swords. When activated, you can use the sword-wielding normal attack or skill to offensively counteract the incoming attack. Any enemy physical, magical, or spiritual attacks that are less powerful than your normal attacks or skills will be accurately returned according to 90% of their power. After sublimation, it can be triggered with skills. This is really a surprise. The biggest shortcoming of this skill is that it can only be triggered with normal attacks, and with the fact that the power must overshadow the opponent's attack to bounce back, it is extremely restrictive. But now with skill participation, you can bounce back with skills. Practicality is naturally greatly improved. Su Ming was very satisfied. He checked his information. Su Ming. Carry title, God Killer. Effective titles, First Blood, Rookie King, Undead Killer. Level 37, 302856/3700000 EXP. Occupation, Sword God. Mythical level, the only one in the world. Curse Forger, secondary position. Strength, 100. Physique, 100. Dexterity, 350. Spirit, 250. Lucky, 290. Bloodline, Immortal Body. A. Chalcedony Bone. B. Self-healing factor. C. Talents, Sublimation of all things. Origin Sword Body. Automatic cultivation. Auxiliary unlock. Killing God, one knife to kill God. Full hidden God step. Eye of insight. Sword God, sword rebound. Dragon slaying technique. Twin swords intensive research. Drunken sword style. Fierce thunder enchantment sword. Hidden sword / holy weapon. Enchantment, rain broken phoenix sword. Sword martial master. Jew imperial sword. Heavenly falling sword tomb. Fought condensation blade. Lingbo micro step. Cursed blacksmith. The power of forging. The trick of transformation. The permanent buff effect is as follows. Sharp stone earrings. You have 40% permanent armor penetration. His face was solemn, and he lowered his head and muttered. The flow of time in the settlement space is slow, and it is almost equivalent to being static compared to the outside world. I finally don't have to be in a hurry. Just take advantage of this time to sort out the loot. He took out a dark purple scale and put it in his hand. King Poison Scales prop, diamond quality. Su Ming directly used the sublimation of all things. Sublimation success. Poison King Scales prop, epic inferior. Thick can die the pawn song, and the evil can control the mad dragon. A hard, sharp scale with extremely strong toxicity attached to it. It can be used as a wounding prop or as a forging material, and can be attached to the finished weapon with terrifying toxicity. The toxicity that epic props can come with, you don't have to think about it, you know it's very terrifying. Su Ming put away the poisonous scales. Then he took out a long sword. Suddenly, a strong smell of dead fish poured into the nasal cavity. Looking at the shape of this sword, others were numb. The sword resembled a long frozen hairtail carcass, covered with fin-like jagged teeth. The tip is a fish head, which looks extremely strange. Su Ming directly sublimated. Sublimation success. Golden swordfish, exotic pets, sword, diamond inferior. A living gold pattern soft sword. If it has no bones, it can bend freely, and it is engraved with magnificent golden scales, which are extremely sharp and can fly out to hurt people automatically. But is it a sword-shaped fish, or a fish-shaped sword? This is a question. Hungry and thirsty creatures, it can eat and digest all substances, ores, equipment, monsters, flesh and blood, poison, etc., and those who come will not be refused. Yes. When you go long without feeding, the sword will feel hungry, resulting in a decrease in sharpness and a decrease in hardness. When you feed it, its intensity is temporarily increased. If it is not fed for a long time, it will die, completely crushing and crumbling. Scale evolution. After it gnaws on a sufficiently precious and powerful object, it will permanently increase its sharpness and even grade, and has a chance to inherit the attributes of devouring objects. Air swimming. This fish can swim freely in the air, extremely fast, and is not inferior to flying swords. Su Ming held the warm golden scaled long sword in his hand, his eyes slightly flickering. flickering. Living weapons? This is fresh. It is a sword, and at the same time a special pet. Su Ming had never used such a weapon. The sword is magnificent and gorgeous, and the sword body is covered with a layer of gold fish scales, which looks like a work of art. There is no fishy smell, just a taste of gold and steel. Su Ming shook slightly, buzzing. The blade suddenly bent and poked its head up. You can even faintly see the traces of the bent bones of fish spines on the sword. At the same time, a blood-red eyeball appeared on the tip of the sword. Like a ruby, the fish eye turns in it, as if looking at the world around it. This sword does not have many fish characteristics and looks like a delicate sword. Only up close can you see the blood-red eyeballs and the slightly moving fish scales. Exotic pets generally have to be fed a drop of their own blood to tame them, and some exotic pets, with stubborn personalities, may not be able to be tamed. It depends on whether the owner's strength is strong. Su Ming muttered. He immediately bit his finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and landed on the sword. Sneering, countless fish scales were slightly raised, allowing blood to seep into them, as if they were sucking hungrily. Then, the whole sword erected with a clanging sound and trembled. The confession was successful. Su Ming was well informed and immediately understood. His mind moved slightly. The blade immediately curled and stretched, slashing through the air in front of him with the swing of his wrist. The combination is seamless, and without any thinking from Su Ming, it will automatically cooperate with its owner and twist into the most perfect sword blade posture. It's pretty easy to use. Su Ming let go and stepped back. The blade suddenly came to life, like a spirit fish flying into the air. Swim flexibly in mid-air. Look at this, look at that. As soon as Su Ming waved his hand, it flew back and wrapped around Su Ming's arm. Weak and boneless. You are a living creature, and you can't put it in the system space, you can only carry it with you. Well, you will be wrapped around my scabbard, Su Ming ordered. The blade raised its head suddenly, as if obeying orders, and swam behind Su Ming with a sound. When it felt the breath of the frost flame deathmark and broken sword, it was frightened and quickly avoided it, chose to swim to the scabbard of the black blade and climbed up. It is wrapped in a spiral on the scabbard shell and tightly sealed. Only one red eyeball remained, exposed and flexible. It seemed that there was no sense of disobedience, just like the golden scales were naturally depicted on the scabbard. I didn't dare to approach the frost flame deathmark and broken sword. Instead, I only dared to wrap it around the scabbard of the black blade sword. It seemed that because the frost flame deathmark broken sword of the diamond grade was too oppressive, it did not dare to approach at all. Su Ming touched his chin and felt amused. This sword is really a living creature. Subsequently, Su Ming spent tens of seconds to sublimate all the loot that exploded from this boss. Take out the loot and check it out. Well, manipulation maggot eggs, exotic pets, diamond inferior. An extremely rare maggot, after being raised for a period of time, will be able to unknowingly burrow into the enemy's flesh and brain, spying on and manipulating its will and memory. Remaining incubation time, 24 hours. Incubation conditions, human body temperature environment. This thing will definitely come in handy in the future. Su Ming put this white egg in his sleeve and hid it, waiting for it to hatch. He took out another thing. Orange blood heart, item, diamond superior. A peculiar little heart can produce orange-red blood 24 hours a day. This blood has the healing power far beyond ordinary healing potions, and a few drops can quickly heal major injuries. Su Ming immediately squeezed a drop and fell into his mouth. Suddenly, some minor injuries on his body were all healed. It's really easy to use, and the effect is almost instantaneous. It's much easier to use than the healing potion. Keep it. Su Ming put it into his personal space. Now the ancient snake disperses poisonous gallbladder to detoxify, and the orange blood heart recovers blood, which can be called invincible supply. Finally, a piece of fish. Colorful fish meat ingredients, platinum medium. Rare high-end cooking materials, with a variety of colors. Each part of the color of fish meat is a different piece of fish meat, can provide different buff effects. The blood red part is the top Newton tuna meat, the orange part is the peak Newton salmon meat, and the black meat is the fine anglerfish meat. Self-growth. As long as this piece of fish is not eaten all at once, it can be healed infinitely and can never be eaten. Delicious amplification. Dishes made with it will have an increased probability of high-level buffs. Su Ming held this big piece of fish, his eyes slightly shocked. The fish and meat are colorful and shiny. The original 1 ton of fish meat was actually condensed into such a small piece after sublimation, almost only about the size of Su Ming's torso, but it's enough for a few people to eat at a time. There are at least dozens of colors on it, with distinct lines. That means there are dozens of different pieces of fish meat. If you are good enough, you can use this lump of meat to make many different food gains. Common food buffs such as attack, defense, and experience bonuses can all be provided in one dish. Su Ming's grilled steak can be grilled to create a gain effect, and with this piece of meat, it is conceivable that the effect will be stronger. Click. Suddenly, the golden fish sword behind it suddenly poked its head out, not a large mouthful of fish meat, and drilled a big hole directly. Then all the scales on its sword body were slightly raised and made a satisfied sound. Good guy, you actually stole food. Su Ming smiled slightly, but did not stop it. Anyway, this piece of fish can heal. Sure enough, the bitten piece of meat immediately began to wriggle slowly and it seemed to be slowly healing. Su Ming immediately included it in the system space. The loot is almost sorted out, and I just took advantage of this time to recover some physical strength. Su Ming didn't stay long, only recovering almost less than 10% of his mental strength, but it was enough for him to move. It's time to go back. A white light shrouded Su Ming and left the settlement space, appeared inside a room. This is where he was before entering the dungeon. The Fat Goose Hotel. Ah! A girl's scream resounded throughout the room. Su Ming opened his eyes and found a girl changing clothes and undressing behind the virtual screen. She is proud, upright, and a little taller than the average girl. There was a scent of the royal sister in the room. She hurriedly put on a black robe, picked up her weapon, and questioned her soul. You, who are you? Her voice was shocking, extremely pleasant, but also a little tired. Through the virtual screen, Su Ming couldn't see her appearance clearly, but he could hear that she was breathing heavily. The tone was a little flustered, anxious, and unabashedly extreme killing. It is easy to show murderous intent, which shows that her situation is very bad. Such panic shows that she is most likely a person who has come here to take refuge. After all, the Fat Goose Hotel is in the realm of the Heavenly Pagoda and is a rare, absolutely safe place. Many people will come here to avoid the limelight. Looking at her weapon, it seems to be a short gun. The profession should be a gunsmith. But Su Ming didn't have time to communicate with her in depth now. Moreover, he was not interested at all. He had no time to delay. He had to save Ji Yao immediately. Quack, I'm sorry, I'm the housekeeper of this hotel, and I would like to ask if you need our special free new pan-fried steak? Su Ming pinched his nose, pretending to be a Fat Goose housekeeper, and said, No, get out. No one is allowed to disturb me. On the other side of the screen, an angry voice came. Yes. Su Ming got off the donkey, turned around and opened the door and rushed out. In this move, World War I was successfully avoided. When passing through the hotel hall, the Fat Goose shopkeeper immediately stopped Su Ming. It was extremely fast, and the shackles under its feet made a clanging sound. This inn has an enchantment inside that enhances its power. He is not only the housekeeper here, but also the security guard of this hotel, wearing many hats. To be able to shop alone in the tower world, his strength is also very unfathomable. Guest, you're still in the hotel? I searched all over and thought you had left, so I opened the room to the next guest. This has caused great trouble to our store. Please explain. The voice of the Fat Goose butler was extremely shocking. This rarely happens in the Fat Goose Hotel, which is a serious dereliction of duty on his part. I'm in the room into the dungeon, so you can't find me. Now I have something urgent. Get out of the way. Su Ming's face was cold and he said. Then, he turned sideways, bypassed the Fat Goose butler, and rushed out the door. An invisible barrier knocked Su Ming back, and he couldn't rush out at all. Enchantment? And the grade is not low, it is difficult to break. Su Ming's face was solemn, and he turned to look at the housekeeper. The Fat Goose in the suit walked over slowly, standing with his hands on his back, his demeanor unhurried. The multiple space blockade barrier was personally arranged by my boss. This guest, you only bought 8 days of residency and now it has seriously overtimed. According to the regulations, the extension requires double the room fee. Please make up the 660,000 Advent coin deferred compensation, otherwise you won't be able to leave here. Its voice is very calm, but it has a nasal tone of an old goose, which is not serious. I'm in the dungeon, it's also considered an extension? Su Ming's face was cold. Yes, the old goose is serious. Because when you exit the dungeon, you will return to the inn and cause trouble to new guests, so you must be held accountable. Under normal circumstances, guests who will spend a lot of money to choose expensive evacuation rooms are all worried about life and death, such as being hunted and wanted. Otherwise, no one would choose such an expensive hotel. Renting a hotel is meant to take refuge. In this case, no one will enter the dangerous dungeon world at all. That is simply putting your life in danger. You are the first. Even if normal people want to enter the dungeon adventure, they will check out first, otherwise they will face a huge fine for postponement. And you obviously forgot about checking out. The old goose paused and then said, after your room limit expired, you didn't choose to renew the contract and the person was gone, so of course I would assume that you have left and distributed it to other guests. I am also negligent in this matter, so I have reduced half of the compensation for you. Fat Goose said sincerely. I will hide part of this matter from the boss so that I can be punished less, and you can also pay less compensation. That's all I can do. When Su Ming heard this, his brows furrowed and he didn't say anything more. Decisively paid the money. Su Ming also often lived in the Fat Goose Hotel in his previous life, but this is really the first time he has entered the dungeon when he was in the hotel. It can be said that he neglected the rules in this regard, so he can only bear it himself. He now has more than 1 million Advent coins all over his body, and he has spent more than half of it directly. The high-end equipment, loot, materials, and props that he exploded in the dungeon have not yet had time to sell, and once sold, at least tens of millions of Advent coins will be deposited, and tens of thousands of coins can also be sold for millions. So he didn't feel distressed about this money. After he paid the money, he immediately left the hotel. This time, there was no barrier to to stop it. The old goose stared at Su Ming's back, shook his head and sighed. Alas, the compensation is so high, just to deter guests and prevent this situation from happening, but I didn't expect it to happen. The streets of the Tower World are very busy. There was a lot of traffic around, and many job changers were walking and talking, and there was a lot of noise. Su Ming has been dealing with lizard people all this time, and he hasn't seen so many living people for a long time. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the Advent store and looked for the spiritual power recovery potion. But this kind of thing is really priceless and scarce. Su Ming searched for a long time, but couldn't find it. After all, this thing can save your life at critical moments and help you fight back with the Jedi. Even if it breaks out, most people keep it for themselves and use it, and they won't sell it at all. After searching for a long time, I found an alchemist who was willing to sell back the elixir. 2 divine pills, golden quality. Price, 170,000 Advent coins. Item introduction. Tong So Wui, top divine pill, immediately restores a large amount of spiritual power after taking it. Believe me, your opponent definitely doesn't want to see you run out of stamina when you suddenly take out a divine return pill and kill him back. A young fat man shouted on the World Channel very hard. Su Ming always felt that he had the temperament of a deceitful charlatan in him, and this price is also ridiculously expensive. It's simply relying on scarcity to raise the price. Su Ming didn't say much, and immediately bought the 2 pills in full. He had just experienced a great war, and his mental strength had only recovered about 10%, which was completely insufficient. If he wants to save Ji Yao, he must recover his peak physical strength, otherwise he will have to get in. He directly spent 340,000 yuan to buy 2 in a package. The Advent coin wallet suddenly shriveled, but fortunately, Su Ming still had a lot of Wanzu coins left. You bought 2 returning pills from the alchemist Xin Quan. In the next moment, Su Mingli opened the teleportation map. The action flows smoothly. Teleport to the copy of the corrupt mountain village. Su Ming said secretly in his heart. Ji Yao mentioned that they were doing the Tower of Heaven mission in that dungeon. Although he didn't know the specific coordinates, Su Ming had already prepared and had a way to track it when he went in. Corrupt mountain village. Difficulty evaluation, E. Introduction. Corruption has infected the villagers here. There are no humans here, only crazy and terrible villagers who have long turned into beastly monsters. Current number of players, 34,082. Do you spend 50,000 Advent coins to purchase qualifications? This copy is relatively low, but the entry qualification is so expensive, requiring 50,000 Advent coins. This is the suffering of a lone wolf. If you buy the qualification from the guild at a low price, it usually only costs about 10,000. Unfortunately, the black killing organization that Su Ming joined did not have the right to explore this copy. He can only buy it himself. There are quite a lot of people in this dungeon. I'm afraid novices are leveling up in it. Su Ming did not hesitate to pay directly. Purchase qualification successful. Then Su Ming spent another 1532 Advent coins on the teleportation fee and teleported it directly. If you are eligible to purchase a copy of the guild, you need to approve it at the top of the guild. If you buy the entry qualification at a high price alone, then you do not need any organizational approval and are directly allowed by the rules. Su Ming took out 2 divine return pills in the teleportation channel and swallowed one directly. He didn't sublimate because he couldn't sublimate. After the sublimation talent of all things is advanced, there is indeed no condition that the copy must explode, but you still need loot. Items purchased in the store are not considered trophies if they are made by living professionals, so they cannot be sublimated. For example, the blacksmith's sword and the apothecary's potion are not considered trophies, and if the items purchased in this store are exploded from the source, without synthesis, casting and other processes, then Su Ming can sublimate them. For example, natural ores, weapons and equipment that explode from killing monsters are all considered trophies. Even if it is sold in stores, it can still be sublimated. For example, the stone seal sword that Su Ming bought at the beginning is like this. The requirements for this talent are very subtle. However, Su Ming can now clearly judge whether the requirements are up to standard. Like this elixir, it is a manufactured product, not a trophy, so it cannot be sublimated. After taking a pill, Su Ming felt that his mental strength had only recovered less than half, not much. TSK, this is the massive reply that the fat man said? It's really pitiful. It looks like I'll have to eat too. Su Ming swallowed it all and immediately regained a lot of spiritual power. Almost 80% of them. Bang! Enough! Su Ming clenched his fists. In the next moment, a gray and gloomy haze appeared in front of his eyes. Su Ming was down to earth and teleported to the copy. It is a ruined village full of stumps and broken arms, and even the corpses of decomposing adventurers. The environment here is extremely gloomy. In the air, the stench of corpse decay wafted. There seemed to be nothing around, with the sound of the living dead wailing and moaning. The moon in the sky is blood red. Su Ming took out a dark blue crystal bird from his personal space. Friendship trace one-time prop, silver quality. After crushing, a transparent illusory bird appears. It will fly towards a close friend you designate, and when it approaches the other person 1 kilometer, the bird bird will dissipate. Effective scope within 100 kilometers in diameter. This was exploded by Su Ming's killing skeleton, and it had already been sublimated. He crushed it directly. A fluorescent bird with blue light immediately flapped its wings and floated in midair. Looking for Ji Yao, Su Ming said in a condensed voice. The bird immediately spread its wings towards the southwest, extremely fast. Very good. It seems that I didn't come to the wrong copy. Moreover, the distance between me and Ji Yao is also within 100 kilometers, which is considered lucky, and this prop has successfully worked. Su Ming followed the blue bird and rushed all the way. In the night, his figure was extremely fast. Ling Bo walked silently, turning him into a pitch-black shadow and rushing through the village. Even the sound of footsteps was so faint that it was almost inaudible. Su Ming didn't know how long he would run, because Ji Yao and the others may be at the limit distance of 100 kilometers. It is also possible that it is less than 5 kilometers. Everything is unknown, but at the very least, the hunting bird can work, which shows one thing: she's alive. This E-level copy is one level weaker than the D-level copy that Su Ming cleared. Ordinary monsters can basically be killed with one sword, but it still can't be overly big. The attack power of elite monsters is still very high, and it may have some difficult characteristics, such as poison, infection, etc. He was always engrossed, his eyes as calm as water. He looked at the 6 roads to prevent any mistakes, and he must rush over as quickly as possible. Roar! Suddenly, the ruins of the village in front of him collapsed with a bang. Smoke and dust scattered. From it, a white-skinned villager covered in dust rushed out. It is still alive, but it has no reason, and after its body is strengthened by the corruption disease, it has a turn in combat effectiveness. It can no longer be called human. It was a corpse with a rotten body, crazy and red eyes, no different from a monster. The body was covered in rotten sores, and the rotten skin peeled off like dead leaves. Su Ming immediately scanned the monster's information. Corruption disease villagers, level 11, power 128 points, physique 79 points, agility 42 points, spirit 0 points, skills bloodthirsty gnawing, severe pain claws, corruption infection, sick roar. An ordinary villager in a barren mountain village, after being infected with a corruption disease, it turned into a terrible monster. The villager was like a living dead, walking in a strange posture, covered in white ash and rubble and pus and blood. It rushed towards Su Ming twistedly, letting out a hoarse roar. Su Ming's face was expressionless, and his mind moved slightly. Jin Lin, eat it. In the face of this kind of monster, Su Ming no longer needed to make his own move. His voice was low, and his running movements did not pause. Directly skimmed over the monster. The rotten villagers thought Su Ming was afraid. It had a hideous face, opened its bloody mouth, and ran after Su Ming. Suddenly, a golden streamer flew out of the scabbard behind Su Ming. The gold-patterned longsword swam in mid-air, and the soft blade was twisted. Then he suddenly rushed towards this corrupt monster. The golden scale marks reflect a light golden glow in the moonlight. It was directly wrapped around the villager's head. On the sword body, the golden fish scales arranged in pieces began to rise slightly, like sharp blade serrations. Then the soft blade began to wrap around the monster, spiraling down. Click, click. Blood, water, and pus splashed together. In just a few seconds, a big living monster disappeared in an instant. There are not even bones left. Only a few yellowed, sour teeth remained, left on the ground. It's not that the gold-patterned sword can't bite, but because it's too disgusting and has no appetite for this thing. There are also a few strands of shredded meat embedded on the teeth. The golden fish sword turned around and flew into the air, eating and drinking, and the scales became shining. It also wants to show off to its owner that it has a neat record. But when he turned around and looked, his blood-red eyes suddenly froze. Yeah, the owner had already run a few hundred meters away, and he didn't wait for himself at all. It immediately exerted its strength to suckle, swam quickly, and finally rushed to Su Ming's side. It was rewound around the scabbard, wriggling, as if digesting the delicious food just now. Golden-patterned swordfish eats a corrupt villager and gains the temporary affix effect. Corrupt sword blade. Corruption sword blade. For 10 minutes, this sword adds 10% corruption damage. EXP plus 470. It's just a one-turn monster, not even an elite monster, but it is okay to be able to get this temporary buff. Coupled with Su Ming's decayed sword shirt, within these 10 minutes, his corruption damage will be very high. He rushed all the way forward, half a step non-stop. This village is so big, I ran for several miles without leaving the border. Could it be that this copy is all villages? No wonder Ji Yao said that the environment here was complicated, and the killers didn't catch them for a long time. Only in this complex place full of houses is it possible to hide. If it is a plain glacier copy, it cannot be avoided at all. At this time, Su Ming passed by a cemetery. There are dozens of tombstones here, and the graves are small bulges. Roar! Wow! A moan of pain came from the grave. Dozens of rotten villagers crawled out of the tombstones. Their bodies have been almost decomposed by the soil, they have long dried up, and the degree of corruption is shocking. There are old people and children, all of whom have hideous faces. The surroundings are like hell on earth. With their red eyes open, they crawled towards Su Ming and surrounded him. him. Su Ming was expressionless and made a direct gesture. Jin Lin, eat it hard for me. The gold-patterned swordfish suddenly flew out. Sure enough, I didn't follow the wrong owner. I had enough to eat. It seemed excited, swimming in midair, and then turned into a golden awn, flying across the entire battlefield. Now all those villagers into holes, and all the pieces of meat went into their stomachs. The golden scales are both swords and special pets, and they have a certain sense of self. So with this weapon, the best thing is that Su Ming doesn't need to spend any thought. It is capable of slashing enemies fully automatically. Su Ming himself also pulled out the black blade sword and slashed out the basic attack. He was extremely fast, and Ling Bo rushed forward slightly. His purpose was not to exterminate these villagers. Because his level is too high, killing low-level monsters already has experience decay. The income obtained is almost a drop in the bucket. So his purpose is to break through. Su Ming raised his hand, and in an instant, 5 swords slashed out rapidly, 3 of which were attached, all of which were attached to the decayed sword shirt. Basic attack rotten sword chi damage, directly killing a large area of monsters. Don't you like rotten? Then rotten on top of rotten. Their bodies were already rotten, and then they were seriously injured by the corrupt sword chi. As you can imagine, it is directly rotten into flying ashes. Su Ming shuttled past in a dashing manner, without stopping for half a step. He chased after the blue jays. Behind him, the gold-patterned scale sword also followed, wrapped around the scabbard, and the scales rose greatly. It killed all the dozens of villagers. Su Ming gained 9,000 experiences. A villager has almost more than 300 experience. If you are a second-turn novice, this experience is really a lot. But for Su Ming, it is a little less. At this moment, deep in the copy, a 3-person squad was huddled in a ruined house. There were blood stains on the ground, and everyone was injured and extremely weak. Surrounded by many killers, they fled in embarrassment for many days, and they had already run out of ammunition and food. All the healing potions were drunk. Yen Zhe's injury is the most serious. Half of his arm had been cut off, and he had lost a lot of blood. He was unconscious and sat against the wall. You must use willpower to avoid coma. Ji Yao held the broken sickle and her lips were white, standing by the window, checking the situation around her. Her smart eyes looked around. Our time. The messages sent out seemed to be blocked, and no one responded. Even Su Ming. There was no answer. The fight in the copy is originally allowed by the rules and laws, and no one will save us. This time, I'm afraid I really want to die here. Ji Yao's silver teeth bit lightly, and there was a little unwillingness in his eyes. It's all my fault. It's all my fault, and you are implicated. Zhang Yunqing's eyes were full of guilt, his fists were clenched, and blood was drilled out of his palms. Yen Zhe, don't you want to die? It's all my family that caused trouble. She walked up to Yen Zhe and cried. Yen Zhe was full of black lines and smiled bitterly. You, other, curse me, I'm not going to, has been promoted to the 2nd rank. No matter what, it will not be. He died just because he had his arm severed. The vitality of 2nd-level professionals is not on the same level as ordinary people. Even if the arm or leg is broken, it will not die easily, unless the timing of treatment is delayed for too long. Although Yen Zhe said that he would not die, anyone could see that his current state was not good, and he was just stubborn. What about the tenacity of the 2nd turn? Serious injuries such as broken arms, if not treated for a long time, will still cause wound infection and death. Zhang Yunqing knew that Yen Zhe was just comforting himself. She bit her lip and blood flowed. How about, I'll go out and let them catch me, and you can take the opportunity to escape. Their goal anyway. It was me. Zhang Yunqing gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and immediately walked out the door without looking back. Ji Yao, stop her. Ahem. Yen Zhe said quickly, but suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. There was no need for him to say anything. Ji Yao had already stepped forward and grabbed her. Yunqing, don't blame yourself. She stepped forward, wiped Zhang Yunqing's tears with her mage's sleeve, and said softly, if it weren't for your soul buff skill, we would not have been able to double the experience points we gained, and we wouldn't have been able to rise to level 2 so quickly. This month, I'm very happy to be with you. We are willing to bear all this with you. Friend, we should have helped each other. She showed a cute smile and gently hugged Zhang Yunqing. Yen Zhe also whispered, die with your friends. I have no complaints or regrets. Yunqing, we don't blame you. When Zhang Yunqing heard this, he insisted on leaving. Hey, do you two know? You are so free and easy to die with me, but it makes me want you to live even more. Her eyes were red. She broke free from Ji Yao's hand and walked resolutely towards the door. Anyway, her father died, her family died, and she didn't have much nostalgia for this life. At this time, Yen Zhe spoke. If you want to go, go. He forced himself to sit up straight and said freely, but you have to be clear, people outside may have the ability to search for memories, and once they catch you, they can find Ji Yao's hiding place in me. Moreover, they have taken everything from your family, and they must not want things to be exposed for doing such a dirty thing. All the people involved must die. So not only you, but also everyone related to you must be killed. They have seen the 3 of us together before. Even if you go out to die, they will not let me and Ji Yao go. Yen Zhe cut off the railway. If you want all 3 of us to be wiped out, then you go. Ahem. cough. After saying so many words in one breath, he coughed violently, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Yanzei not only broke his arm, but his lungs were also pierced by sharp blades. Every breath was a heart-wrenching pain for him. He was the most seriously injured. Under the pursuit of the killer, it was Yanzei who turned the tide many times and stepped forward. Several escapes are really dangerous. Once, Yanzei lured a team of killers and broke into a nest of elite monsters. Then he teamed up with Ji Yao and Jiang Yunqing to besiege and kill, and successfully killed a rank 3 killer. The second turn kills the third turn, although the means are disgraceful, but it is really powerful. Gained a lot of experience. Now the level of several people has come to about 23. If it weren't for the coincidence of many factors such as strategy, environment, and monster containment, Yanzei would not have been able to take the two of them for so many days. Luck accounts for most of the factor, and the other part is relying on Yanzei's meticulous thoughts. The two complement each other and are indispensable. But now, several people have finally reached their limit. If a killer finds it here now, they have almost no countermeasures. Even Yanzei did not prepare any backhand. All the props were used up, and everyone was injured. Yunqing, don't forget, you still have a sister. Ji Yao also stepped forward and persuaded with a serious expression. Her whereabouts are unknown now, maybe she is still alive? Even for her, you have to live well. Jiang Yunqing was finally moved. She calmed down, returned to Yanzei's side, and sat on the ground. Sorry, it was indeed my impulsiveness. She took out the kettle and fed Yanzei a few mouthfuls. Then now, what should we do? She asked. Outside the window, it rained lightly, and there was a chill in the house. The rain was extremely strange, with a yellowish color. Ji Yao stood by the window, shook her head gently and said, there is really no good way. These people have an extremely wide range of skills, and they can even delineate such a vast territory around this as a battle area. Let's not even quit the copy. It's really, hands and eyes are connected to the sky. There may even be rank 4 killers among them. Letting someone higher than our 2 realms assassinate us is really a bloody cost. Ji Yao said with a gloomy expression. In the depths of her eyes, there is actually some fear of death and nostalgia for the world. She didn't want to die in her heart. Grandma and parents, they are all waiting at home for their return. Moreover, she finally rose to the second rank and had just caught up with Su Ming. I haven't asked him to show it off yet. Now, he is going to die. She smiled bitterly. After all, she hid her sadness in her heart. She knew that she couldn't show timidity. Now she is the best of the 3. If she also collapses, then everyone will be desperate. What about asking for help from other players? Jiang Yunqing asked. Not feasible. This dungeon is an E-class dungeon, and most of the players are second-rank newcomers like us, and the killer, the lowest, are all rank 3 masters. Yanzei shook his head and said, let them come, just send them to death. Suddenly, a terrifying loud noise came from above, broke the tranquility of the 3 of them. Above the ruined house, a big hole suddenly broke out. The blood moon poured down, and the light was dazzling. Discovered. Yanzei's face was ugly, and his eyes were cold. He quickly picked up the bow at hand. I saw a man with a scarred face falling from the sky. He was dressed in black and his hands were wearing a pair of huge shackles. The shackles were not the torture instruments that bound him, but his weapon. Little mice, they are hiding here. It's really easy for me to find. He laughed fiercely, but his voice was extremely hoarse, as if a mouthful of thick phlegm was stuck in his throat. He was burly, with a rough face, and was 1.9 meters tall. He stared at the 3 greedily and licked his lips. It seems that he is not looking at 3 living people, but the reward that is close at hand. He is not the official killer of the Zhang family, but a scattered person. The Zhang family posted a bounty on the dark web, providing Jiang Yunqing's location. Anyone can participate in this hunt, and whoever can kill Jiang Yunqing will receive a huge reward from the Zhang family. If she can take down her sister Jiang Lan with her, and the sisters spend double kills, then the reward will triple. Unfortunately, Jiang Lan's whereabouts are still unknown, and the Zhang family has no clues. But he knows enough that he can kill one. A lifetime of glory and wealth is just around the corner. Enough for him alone, no, a family. Even, the second half of the clan is worry-free. No more going to the dungeon to fight to the death. Wu Meng's hands shook, and the shackles made a crisp sound, and there were powerful power fluctuations wrapped around it. Yanzei gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, but he didn't have any strength anymore and fell directly. TSK, it seems that the sword Wang Chang gave you before he died was not small. Wu Meng stared at Yanzei, walked forward slowly, and sneered. A few days ago, Yanzei used a trick to seduce a killer into a trap. The killer was besieged by a group of elite monsters, plus a sneak attack by 3 people, and died tragically on the spot. That swordsman, his name was Wang Chang, and he was Wu Meng's teammate. It was Wang Chang's crazy sword before his death that penetrated Yanzei's lungs and made him unable to breathe normally. The damage this sword brought to him was even more serious than the injury of a broken arm. Because of poor breathing, the blood has no nutrients and cannot restore mental strength. Actually, I don't feel sorry for such a waste. He shrugged his shoulders and said, they are all people who are temporarily assembled to hunt for reward, so naturally they have no feelings. However, I don't feel good either. Wu Meng's face became became a little gloomy, and he said word by word, "Okay." He began to gradually approach the three of them. His face was full of scars. It was in that battle that the elite and corrupt villagers who rushed in like a tide were not out. It cost me an extremely expensive antidote potion to avoid contracting that disgusting corruption disease. What a blood loss. Speaking of this, he suddenly spat out a thick phlegm, and the murderous intent in his eyes flowed. He is a third-rank monster, but in the face of dozens or hundreds of corrupt mutant elite monsters, he does not dare to be big. So he didn't hesitate at the time, so he abandoned his teammate and ran away. You kid is really insidious enough. You can find such a place where elite monsters gather. It's a bit of a brain, and you're lucky. I don't heal the scars on my face, just to remember the insults you little beasts brought to me. The third-rank master was so seriously injured by a few hairy boys who had just been promoted to the second rank. If he said it, he would definitely be disgraced, which was a great shame. You must be killed, you must be successful, you must. After making a lot of money, I will start to heal these scars, which will become a motivation to remind me. As he spoke, his tone became more and more terrifying, and his face became more and more distorted. The thirst for money made him even willing to kill 3 young girls who had just turned 18. He was halfway through his words. Suddenly, a gray-black magic circle condensed behind him. A huge blood-colored armored knight walked out of the formation. The knight was more than 2 meters tall, taller than him. The red-armored dead rider carried a huge stone sword and smashed it suddenly. The dark gray sword shadow set off a howling wind. Wu Mang was directly cut in the back, flew out backwards, and smashed into the wall. His agility attribute is not high, and he belongs to the warrior class, so he couldn't avoid this blow. If you want to fight, hit it, why say so much? Ji Yao's face was cold and arrogant, and the sound was like a silver bell. Ugly ghost, who cares what you think? She doesn't have much physical strength, only about 60%. After using this platinum-level summoning technique, she didn't have much mental power left, but she had to put on a strong posture to deter the enemy. Zhang Yunqing immediately raised his staff and used a few buffs to Yanzei and Ji Yao. Parry buff, silver medium, designate yourself and up to 3 teammates, continuously consume spirit power to increase their chance of blocking by 30%. Agility buff, golden inferior, continuously consumes mental power, providing 50 agility attribute bonuses for yourself and up to 3 teammates. Pain excision, golden grade, continuously consumes soul power, providing a buff that ignores pain for yourself and up to 3 teammates. The brilliance of white, blue, and black flashed over several people. Using 3 buffs at the same time was also extremely consuming for Zhang Yunqing, and her hands were shaking. After Yanzei obtained these 3 buffs, he finally regained some combat ability. He forcibly stood up against the wall and pointed his bow at Wu Mang. He has broken his entire arm. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible to draw a bow and shoot arrows. Fortunately, he had already learned a new skill, floating bow. It can make his bow levitating in front of him, following him, and keeping moving. In this way, he was able to use his remaining hand to pull the string with an arrow. In fact, the real way to use this skill is to let the 2 bows float in front of you, so that you can draw the bow and shoot arrows with both hands at the same time, so that the output will skyrocket. And now, this method of use has solved his urgent need. Yanzei's eyes surged with murderous intent, and the one arm that pulled the bowstring was trembling violently. His body was too weak. Wu Meng turned around and stood firm on the ground. Damn it! His face was hideous, and he suddenly parted the shackles on his hand, turning them into 2 long whip-like chains. He didn't expect that Ji Yao would dare to preemptively strike and beat him so embarrassed. And Ji Yao's sentence, "Ugly ghost, no one cares what you think," made his heart even more angry. He has been ugly since he was a child and has never held a woman's hand in his life. This is why he is so hungry for money. So Ji Yao's words undoubtedly poked his sore spot. Anger me, it will only make your fate more miserable. After all, the Zhang family doesn't have a rule on how to kill you, as long as you die. In other words, I can torture you little beasts to death. He roared and rushed up. He is too strong, his attributes are also very high, and his blood volume is quite thick. The red-armored dead rider summoned by Ji Yao slashed at his waist with a strong sword, and his injuries were not serious. It's just a little bruised. If you change to an ordinary second-rank player, I am afraid that your lumbar spine will be shattered directly and you will be completely crippled. Zhang Yunqing took 2 steps back, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he forcibly used an offensive spell. 10,000 ants devouring heart technique, golden inferior, hit a magical energy, and the person hit will feel the pain of 10,000 ants eating the heart for 1 second. This skill can make the other party feel an unforgettable pain. Those with weak willpower will lose their ability to act in an instant and be slaughtered by others. It seems to be only 1 second, but for the person who is recruited, every moment of severe pain is a year. In battle, a second of loss of consciousness is enough to determine the outcome of the battle. This is her new profession of the 2nd rank, the skill of the soul healing mage. This profession is an advanced profession for soul healers. Not only can you use the buff skills of the soul healer, but you can also learn the attack skills of the soul mage. It can be said that it is a profession that combines support and combat. The magic streamer of 10,000 ants heart devouring devouring technique flew out and shot towards Wu Meng's head. He raised his hand and whipped him with chains. A deep blue wind struck out, and it directly shattered this magical energy. The crimson magical energy exploded, turned into a little fluorescence, and disappeared with the wind. The 10,000 ant heart devouring technique skill was directly cracked. His chain and Ferrata weapons are specially made and can even attack indisputable magical energy. Zhang Yunqing took a breath. The skills he had just learned were shattered. Is the gap between the second and third turns really insurmountable? In shock, Wu Meng had already rushed in front of Ji Yao. He gritted his teeth at Ji Yao, hating him with monstrous hatred. She is the most difficult summoner on the field now. As long as you beat her up first, everything will be over. Ji Yao concentrated, staring at Wu Meng intently, and gave an order to his summoning knight in his heart. Protect me. The red-armored knight wore heavy armor and held a huge stone sword. Under its armor, there was a dry skull, already a corpse, and those ghostly eyes flashed red. Protecting its owner is its greatest mission. The Death Knight rushed over with a sharp step, slammed at Wu Meng with its giant sword to protect its master. Wu Meng sneered, turned around and smashed out with a punch. His iron chain rotated for several weeks in an instant, wrapped around his arm, raising the inertial weight of his arm to thousands of pounds. Then he punched out, triggered a skill, Chain Steel Fist. The impact has increased sharply again. The majestic power, even in the air, stirred up a layer of ripples. This punch actually smashed the red-armored dead rider back several meters, and the steel armor and shoes rubbed against the ground to spark, and the posture was unstable. The burly Death Knight, wearing heavy armor, was quite heavy, but he was able to smash it back with one punch. You can imagine what a terrifying power this is. The red-armored dead rider is just a summon, and its current combat effectiveness is not as good as the real boss at all, so it is difficult to stop this terrifying rank 3 master. Besides, the red-armored dead rider was originally a one-turn boss. Even if the boss himself came, he might not be able to do anything about the third turn Wu Meng. Wu Meng kept moving, stepping forward. One hit the mountain and rammed towards Ji Yao with his shoulder. Ji Yao wanted to use teleportation, but it was too late. Summoning the mage to be approached by the enemy, the end can be imagined. At this moment, Yan Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly and he let go of the bowstring. A black-feathered steel arrow shot out, and it comes with enchantment attributes. When he was in the novice copy, Su Ming gave him the Yizhenling Ji Rotten Bow, but it was a platinum middle-grade weapon. There are 2 affix effects, one of which is the Town Spirit. Town Spirit consumes spiritual power, which can cause all arrows shot with this bow to produce a random enchantment effect. A touch of bright red flowed from the tip of Yan Zhe's nose, which was obviously the result of exhausting his mental strength and forcibly drawing the bow. He is too seriously injured and his current form is too reluctant. The arrow shot at Wu Meng and exploded the moment it approached. A translucent golden barrier was formed that enveloped Ji Yao in it. It turns out that this arrow is not an attack enchantment, but a protective type condensation barrier. Wu Meng saw this barrier and kept moving. Humph, the ant's negative corner is stubborn. One blow can break it. He didn't care and smashed it with one shoulder. Click. The barrier shattered like glass with a bang. Bang. His shoulder hit Ji Yao's chest hard. She was hit hard, spit blood, flew backwards, and was seriously injured. Ahem, cough. She fell heavily to the ground, struggled to get up, and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. This blow is too fierce. Without Yan Zhe's barrier protection, she would have fainted here with this blow alone. She gritted her teeth and tried her best to stand up. The broken scythe in her hand was held tightly by her. The little girl looks pretty good. I can let you live a few more minutes later, but at the price. I'm afraid it's worse. Wu Meng sneered, with a bit of lewdness in his eyes. Damn, he's too strong. Zhang Yunqing was anxious. Yan Zhe's eyes flashed with a bit of calculation. He quickly thought in his heart, we have fought against Wu Meng, and his strength is considered the best even among the rank 3 masters. He came alone without reporting to anyone, probably to embezzle the bounty. Come alone. Wait, by the way, he is alone. In order to embezzle the prize money, he didn't bring anyone, and there should be no need to send our location. Greed made him make this decision. That is, just defeat him. We still have a glimmer of hope. Yan Zhe's face was ugly, his eyes flashed wildly, and his brain was overloaded. In such a weak situation, his consciousness was already blurred, and he felt extremely weak. But, he is so powerful, how can we kill him? This is simply impossible. If all 3 of us are at their peak, we might be able to fight. But now, I'm basically crippled. Desperate. Desperate. Yan Zhe gritted his teeth were bleeding, and his face was cold. It's really hard to think of a way to break the game. When Yan Zhe hesitated, Ji Yao seemed to suddenly think of something, and a flash of brilliance flashed in her shining eyes. She looked at Zhang Yunqing and said loudly, Yunqing, run away. Escape to the place we discussed earlier. If you want you to escape, he can't kill us, Ji Yao said, showing a meaningful look. Hearing this, Zhang Yunqing's face was shocked. She hesitated in her heart. Ji Yao, what are you talking about? Escape to the place we discussed before? But we didn't agree anywhere at all. This is already a dead end. Where can I escape? She didn't refuse immediately, but thought in her heart what Ji Yao's purpose was. Ji Yao is very smart. She must have her ideas. As long long as I escape, he can't kill Ji Yao and Yan Zhe? Suddenly, Jiang Yunqing suddenly realized and immediately understood. It only took a moment. The three of them have teamed up to complete many tasks of the Heavenly Tower Society, and they have already cooperated intimately. So in an instant, she understood what Ji Yao really meant. That is, Wu Meng's real purpose is himself, instead of Ji Yao and Yan Zhe. If he can't kill himself, then he can't get the bounty. And now that he is running away, Ji Yao pretends to know where he is going. Wu Meng must leave the two of them alive and slowly ask questions. This is also a way out. Wow! Jiang Yunqing knew that this time he really had to escape, and this was also for their lives. If they don't leave, Yan Zhe and Ji Yao will die immediately. This method that I finally came up with must not live up to Ji Yao's painstaking efforts. This time, she didn't have any twists. Jiang Yunqing's eyes were firm, and he immediately took a step towards the back door and window. Seeing that Jiang Yunqing was about to escape, Wu Meng's eyes were fierce, and he directly threw out a long whip and shackles to tie her up here. On top of the shackles, a layer of vibration energy was wrapped, which was so powerful that it cut open the air. At this moment, the red-armored dead rider suddenly stepped forward and slashed out with a sword. The shackles were split off with a stone sword, and they were pressed to the ground. The strength of the knight's whole body is converged on it. This sword was quite powerful, even more powerful than just now. Because Ji Yao raised his hand and used up the last bit of spiritual power, he increased the power of the summoned object at this moment. It was too difficult for the second rank to control the third rank, so Ji Yao had to use all his strength. A second later, Wu Meng used another chain whip to smash the knight's stone sword, and finally withdrew his weapon. He quickly rushed to the broken window and looked out. Jiang Yunqing's petite figure has long since disappeared. Her skills provide her with a 50 dexterity stat bonus and floating speed. The average newcomer has only 5 agility, and she now has 50 points. Coupled with her original agility attribute, her speed is no longer comparable to ordinary people. Wu Meng was furious. Aha! I want to torture you to death. I want you to tell her whereabouts within 30 seconds. He walked towards Yan Zhe and Ji Yao. The shackles of his hands rubbed against the ground, making a clattering symphony, and the sound was terrifying. Don't worry, my torture methods will definitely make you unforgettable forever. His face was hideous, and the murderous intent in his eyes was awe-inspiring. The fat duck in his hand flew away, and he was naturally furious. Ji Yao and Yan Zhe breathed a sigh of relief at this time. In the eyes of the two, there was no fear. On the contrary, there were only a few bitter smiles on his face. To tell you the truth, we don't know her whereabouts, Yan Zhe said, and there was even a little calmness in his eyes. He looked at Ji Yao and praised, Ji Yao, you are too smart. I didn't expect that in the end. It was, you broke the game, Yan Zhe said, suddenly coughing up a mouthful of blood. It seems that I have lost too much blood and my mind is not clear. This is the I should have thought of. His mouth was full of blood and his smile was a little crazy. After Jiang Yunqing left, the buff effect disappeared and the severe pain surged over his whole body. As long as she can live, Ji Yao muttered. She was dressed in plain necromancer clothes, now covered in dust. The originally white skin was already covered with scars, and blood flowed all over his body. But this strong girl did not have the slightest pain on her face. She looked at Wu Meng with a winger's indifferent smile, as if she had won. What are you laughing at? You don't really think you won, do you? Ji Yao's expression made Wu Meng feel extremely annoyed. My torture methods can make you beg for death. Saying that, Wu Meng took a step forward and struck out with 2 whips. The chain penetrated Ji Yao's body. Simply neat. She suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Her lungs and lumbar spine were pierced by the shackles, and 2 large holes appeared in her body. The piercing pain hit her, and she couldn't stand, so she had to kneel on one knee, breathing heavily. The blood stained her thin clothes, and her thin body trembled incessantly. Ha ha, we don't know her whereabouts at all. Even if you torture me to the point of insaneness, I can't say anything. You can't get the bounty anyway. She showed an extremely resolute expression, and she was still laughing. At this moment, Yan Zidu's heart trembled when he saw it. Miss Ji, it's so strong. No wonder Su Ming liked her so much. That's right, Yan Zhe knew that Su Ming liked Ji Yao. Su Ming didn't even have any concealment. So Yan Zhe took care of Ji Yao along the way, and gave her the finishing blow of many monsters, so that she could gain more experience. After all, Su Ming saved his life, so he must protect the people Su Ming cares about. At this moment, his heart was full of guilt and hated that he was unable to protect her. I could only watch her being tortured by the enemy. Ji Yao smiled and laughed, but tears filled her eyes. Not because of pain. It's because of father, mother, and grandmother. I will never see you again. Just when she was desperate, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance. In the next moment, a person came out the window. When she saw this person, her eyes were slightly startled and she stared at her. Yunqing, what are you doing when you come back? Jiang Yunqing's eyes were stunned, and his face was desperate. Sorry, I was caught by the Zhang family. She had a hint of desolation on her face, and after saying that, she knelt down and couldn't get up, sobbing uncontrollably. In the next instant, a dozen Zhang family killers appeared from the shadows. They have surrounded this ruined hut. The leader was a middle-aged man who carried a strange disc behind his back, inlaid with countless ancient characters. This person is a professional archaic language programmer. It is the realm of the 4th rank. It has the ability to affect everything, and can even temporarily affect the rules of physics in an area. This profession is very rare. It is a hidden profession among hidden professions, and the intensity is very high. Zhang Yunqing didn't even run a few steps before he was caught. The killers of the Zhang family saw her run out of the ruined hut and captured her directly on the spot. Very good, everyone is together. In the voice of the ancient language programmer, there was no emotional fluctuation, and he said coldly, "It's not in vain that I spent time and energy to set up a regional blockade." At this time, Wu Meng's face was uncertain, and he stepped forward. He originally wanted to kill Zhang Yunqing alone and get a bounty. As a result, the people of the Zhang family actually heard the wind and grass here and rushed over. It seems that the movement of the battle just now was too big. Wait, Zhang family masters. Wu Meng bit the bullet and said, "I found Zhang Yunqing first, you can't take the credit." The ancient language programmer is named Geng Zhang. He just smiled indifferently. Hee, that's natural, I will report your merits truthfully. Wu Meng immediately smiled like a flower and scratched his head. Hey, that's good. I have heard that the Zhang family is majestic and huge, with clear rewards and punishments, and it is worthy of being one of the 3 major families of the Dragon Kingdom, and this time I saw it, it was indeed so. He flattered and said with a flattery. Then he took a few steps forward and stood beside Geng Zhang. He looked at Ji Yao and Yan Zhe, his eyes full of pride. Now that the masters of the Zhang family have arrived, they have set up a net. These 3 little beasts are bound to die. Suddenly, a dark red illusory sword blade condensed from midair. Directly from behind, it penetrated Wu Meng's chest. His vision was blurred for a moment, he couldn't get up on his knees, and looked to the side in a daze. Geng Zhang was condescending, manipulating his disc in his hand. Big, my lord. Why? He spat out a mouthful of blood, incredulous. Geng Feng looked cold and stared at him condescendingly. In his eyes, there was only one kind of disdain for looking at ants. The bottom waist. Do you also want to receive a reward? The Zhang family can get here, it has nothing to do with you. It was all thanks to my heavy yellow rain that they locked their positions. Do you really think I will give such a heavy reward to a low-level rat like you? After that, Geng Zhang sneered and kicked Wu Meng directly in the face. Wu Meng flew out on the spot, spitting out blood, and had no strength to stand up. Geng Zhang shook his hand and wiped his disc, as if he had a cleanliness habit. Then his eyes were cold, and he looked at Ji Yao, Yan Zhe, and Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing's eyes were stubborn, and he looked at him, neither humble nor arrogant. At this moment, Zhang Yunqing's heart was full of unwillingness. In her impression, her father has always been a symbol of intelligence, strength, and majesty. Did my father really not leave any backhand at all? Why didn't I receive any inheritance or treasure? If there is an epic life-saving prop, it may be able to break the game and save the partner. But the father, he didn't leave anything for himself. Even if the other party can block the letter, it won't block the message from more than 10 days ago, right? Her fists were clenched, and blood was embedded in her nails. Geng Zhang looked at her appearance and smiled indifferently. Hee, Miss Jiang, I know what you're thinking. He stepped forward slowly, with a sarcastic smile on his face. His next words were to completely defeat Zhang Yunqing's will. Your father did leave a backhand. Before he died, he scattered his family wealth and distributed all the countless equipment, props, and money. Poof. The last relic among them is also a prop of platinum middle grade. There are hundreds of people who have received his inheritance, and he has only one request. Geng Zhang came slowly. That's what I hope they will protect you and your sister after taking the gift. Among those people, there are your classmates, teachers, and former friends. There are old friends in the business world of Jiang Yangli before his death, and there are strong people who are familiar with him. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. As a result, guess where are those people now? Ha 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 ha. After they got your father's gift, they all came to the Zhang family non-stop, asking for your place and wanting to get a piece of the bounty. Now they are all in the dungeon. Help us find you. Everyone just wants a bounty. Jiang Yangli's gift to them has no meaning. He is too high a person's heart. Ha 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 ha. Speaking of this, Geng Zhang couldn't help but laugh and bent over. He noticed that he had lost his temper, and his face suddenly calmed down and became extremely serious. He was a little nervous, so he quickly sorted out his clothes and cleared his throat. It seems that he is extremely demanding of his appearance in order to integrate into the upper class of the Zhang family. After all, he is not surnamed Zhang, he is just a dog of the Zhang family. If a dog wants to be liked by its owner, it must be integrated into it and not let them see the bottom stench on their body. When Zhang Yunqing heard all this, his face turned pale and he took 2 steps back unconsciously. How could it be? How could this be? At this moment, she was desperate for the world. Human nature. Is it really so cruel? None of the people who helped him and his sister. But even if my father lost all his family wealth, he would definitely leave a treasure for himself and his sister. Why don't you have it? This is always the most difficult thing for her to figure out. When she was thinking, she tapped her fingers. The runes flowed all over the sky, and the streamer condensed into a blood sword, pointing at the 3 people from a distance. The murderous intent in his eyes was was flat, and he said leisurely, "Speaking of which, in fact, we found out that there was another person who received your father's relics, but he did not find the Zhang family. Maybe he is hiding somewhere and enjoying glory and wealth. In any case, you have no hope." He enjoyed Zhang Yunqing's increasingly desperate eyes. "This is even more exhilarating than killing. To kill the heart. Tell me, where is your sister?" He took a step forward, his whole body was under great coercion, and he scolded and asked. He defeated Zhang Yunqing's will step by step, just to find out her sister's whereabouts. Zhang Yunqing's eyes trembled slightly. "Sister is still alive? This is a valuable message." She gritted her teeth and didn't speak. She didn't know where her sister Jianlan was, and even if she did, she couldn't say it. She stared at Geng Zhang intently, and the stubborn murderous intent in her eyes continued to condense. Geng Zhang smiled coldly and ordered the killers around him. "Okay, I don't have much time to waste. Do it, kill." His tone was light. "Since you can't ask, there's no need to waste time. With an order, all the killers will strike together." The 3 rune blood swords suspended in front of him also slashed out quickly. The terrifying sword light and sword shadow swept over and locked the 3 of them. Under the close siege of so many rank 3 elite killers, even a rank 4 powerhouse would not dare to say that he would retreat with his whole body. These second-rank boys and girls can be said to be doomed. The desperate killing intent instantly enveloped the audience. Zhang Yunqing had already been escorted and controlled by a group of people and could not escape. 2 long knives, wrapped in a bloody and fierce light, slashed at her neck. The 2 killers behind her were both the most elite assassins of the Zhang family, and they had also used many natural materials and earth treasures to improve their physical attributes, and their combat effectiveness was much stronger than that of people in the same realm. On the blade, spiritual energy flowed, and the violent murderous aura was extremely cold. Zhang Yunqing clenched his fists, his eyes full of unwillingness, but he couldn't do anything. Crystal tears slipped from his eyes. In addition to pain, there is even more hatred. The Zhang family was cruel and shameless, and even Wu Meng, who helped them, had to be killed. She knew that it was over. "I can't help my father, sister, and family avenge me. The 2 best friends also have to die because of themselves. If there was an afterlife, she would definitely to become the strongest person and kill everyone in the Zhang family. She is willing to become an evil ghost." Yanzei frowned, leaned against the wall, and stared at the skywide attack and killing technique. Even at this last moment, he still didn't give up and was still thinking about how to break the game, but he also knew in his heart, everything is in vain. Jiao raised her head, looked at the endless skills attacking and killing, and slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, she felt a little regretful in her heart. But she never regretted it, because she is lucky in this life. "I met a close friend and a family member who loved me, and the people I like are so good." She was content. In the moments before she died, she had no complaints in her heart. He even showed a bit of a desperate smile, and his eyes were a little free. In the darkness in front of her, she seemed to see Su Ming's blurred back. She heard a familiar illusory voice. "Hey, open your eyes. How can I give up?" It was the person she loved. The voice is ethereal, difficult to touch, and has an echo. She knew it was fake, an illusion of herself. However, she still opened her eyes gently. "Even if you die, you must die soberly." These are the words Su Ming once said to her when she was in school. The moment she opened her eyes were stunned. In her reddish clear eyes, several violent sword chi were reflected. The picture in front of her made her unforgettable. "I saw a bright figure, wrapped in blood-colored thunder from the end of his sight, flashing in an instant. He turned into thunder, walked close to the ground, and his posture was fast to the top. Prosperous." The deafening thunder roared loudly, approaching extremely quickly, as if there was a 9 heavens true thunder exploding in his ears. The figure was as fast as a shock, and the place it passed was scorched black, leaving a majestic deep ravine. After hundreds of meters, the dry grass everywhere was cut off by the stormy sword energy. The corpses of mountain villages all over the ground were smashed into powder residue by thunder, and black ash flew. "It's too fast." Ji Yao has never seen in his life that the speed of which Job Changer is so fast. It's like teleportation. In the next instant, the figure was already approaching. Standing in front of her, holding a sword in one hand, his green silk fluttered, his back was backlit, and he was dressed in a ragged gray shirt, dancing in the wind. In his eyes, a brilliant golden light flickered, as if he could see everything in the world. Several blood-stained flying swords lingered, flew, and floated around him. These blades, in an instant, had already penetrated the bodies of several people. A small golden hourglass was suspended next to the man, and the golden sand flowed through it. At this moment, it was as if time had slowed down. What kind of power is this? At this moment, this back looked like a peerless sword god. His brows furrowed, and the murderous intent in his eyes was like a sea of blood. The killers only needed to take a look, as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their bodies were pierced by sharp blades. The terrifying coercion was unabashedly released. Obviously it was only the 3rd rank, but the temperament of Shura on his body made Geng Zhang, who was respected as the 4th rank, unconsciously took half a step back. Only countless battles of life and death can exercise such a majestic oppressive force. This indicates that this person has unparalleled rich combat experience and absolute decisiveness. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand to shake it. Airplanes. The blade chanted softly, filling the heavens and the earth. Several flying swords slashed out from his side and spread out with a bang. On each sword blade, Lei Mang was wrapped. Fierce thunder possession, mixed with bloodlight. The thunder was chaotic, and it made a high-pitched sound like 1,000 birds chirping. The blade cut through the air, making a screaming sound that broke through the air, cutting the killer's throat. Slashed the blade, the light of the gun, and the spell. All attacks and killings collapsed. The flying sword was chaotic, slashing in the heavens and the earth, and killing in a spiral. In just a moment, the entire ruined hut was completely shattered. The sky was filled with smoke and dust, and this place turned into a flatland. The blood-colored moonlight poured in, and the vision suddenly opened up. All the skills and weapons of the Zhang family were all cut to pieces. One person, break 100 laws. Su Ming stood with a slanted sword, his posture standing in the middle of the stand. The sword intent in his eyes was frenzied, and his voice was angry. Who dares to touch her? Su Ming's face was extremely calm, and his eyes reflected blood. The anger in his eyes has risen from the sky. True anger will appear extremely calm. His voice resounded hundreds of meters around, earth-shattering. Ji Yao, Yanzei, and Jiang Yunqing hardly suffered much damage. Only on Jiang Yunqing's neck, a bloodline appeared. If she was just one step away, she would be beheaded. But Su Ming's sword is faster. Several killers who attacked them had been dismembered and died, with their stumps falling to the ground. Blood rose to the sky. In this moment alone, Su Ming wielded his sword to kill 7 rank 3 killers, dismantling all offensives. Absolute destruction, absolute crushing. The remaining 10 killers, their eyes widened, looking at this scene in disbelief. The shock in his eyes had already reached its peak, and his pupils were shaking violently. And masters. Geng Zhang's eyes were cold, and he took a step forward. He immediately raised his hand and held it, and the disc in his palm rotated, jumping in front of him. In an instant, the surrounding regular aura began to tremble. The four-turn coercion spread unceremoniously. Several killers looked shocked and did not come back to their senses for a long time. It wasn't until Geng Zhang stepped forward that several killers dared to speak. Who took action? My Zhang family is doing things. Do you dare to obstruct it? Zhang family, one of the largest forces in the Dragon Kingdom. With these 2 words alone, sometimes it was even more deterrent than the killer moves of rank 4 masters. After saying the 2 words Zhang family, the 10 killers seemed to have inexplicably gained confidence, and gradually stepped forward to surround Su Ming. Su Ming was always expressionless, silent, and did not respond to them at all. Because there is no need to talk to the dead. In his mind, a voice sounded. Kill the shadow assassin at the 3rd rank. Kill the 3-turn blind boxer. Kill the 3rd rank. Su Ming gained a lot of experience. In an instant, it was promoted to level 38. The experience gained from killing people is the most. He immediately assigned 10 attributes to luck. In this way, his lucky attribute has reached the 300 mark. The critical hit rate is quite high. Moreover, now, even if he stands still, he has the ability to dodge enemies with a probability. This is where the lucky attribute comes into play. Then, Su Ming exhaled deeply. Fingers hooked lightly. Several flying swords lingered around Ji Yao, Yanzei, and Jiang Yunqing, protecting them in them. In fact, he was a step late. There were several killer moves, and they had even reached 3 inches in front of Ji Yao's heart. Once it comes a moment late, it will be completely destroyed. Even if Su Ming had 30 times the speed of swordsmanship, it was impossible to stop all the miscellaneous skill killer moves at this moment and protect the 3 of them from injury. There are dozens of tricks. Everyone was scrambling to be the first to kill Jiang Yunqing, so Su Ming could only urge his epic high-grade prop, Shining Hourglass. Within 30 meters, time slows down 9 times. Lasts 3 seconds. These 3 seconds bought him the limit of time. Only then can he perfectly crush all skill attacks. Finally, successfully saved 3 people. The surface of his skin began to turn slightly red and white smoke billowed. Because his speed is too fast. 350 agility attributes, plus diamond body technique Lingbo micro step. He even flew behind him with a fierce lightning enchantment sword, using the tyrannical power of lightning to increase his speed. It's almost like flying close to the ground. The body rubs against the air, creating a large amount of heat. From the time he appeared in Ji Yao's sight to the time he approached this place, it took only a little over a second. When putting it away, the hourglass was condensed, and Su Ming's eyes swept the audience. Bang! Bang! At this moment, no one dared to make a move. His devastating slaughter just now undoubtedly shocked everyone. Yanzei sat against the wall, incredulous, looking at Su Ming. Jiang Yunqing's crying red face was dull, and he almost didn't stand still. Su Ming? She muttered, looking shocked. Su Ming nodded. Ji Yao looked at Su Ming. The shock in her eyes was difficult to dissolve. Su Ming, is it really you? Her voice was mixed with a little trembling and emotion. She couldn't even tell if it was an illusion or a dream. Well, it's me. In just 3 words, it is extremely calm, but it is extremely reassuring. Su Ming's voice was gentle, and he turned to look at her. The eyes were clear and warm, as if they could isolate the murderous intent in the sky. She immediately burst into tears and couldn't cry. All the despair in his eyes was transformed into peace. Even if it was an illusion, a fantasy before she died, she was content. Even though she was covered in blood, she still showed a shallow smile and returned the favorites. Su Ming took out an orange-red heart, stabbed it with a black blade, stained it with a few drops of blood, and sent it into Ji Yao's mouth. Her red lips opened lightly, allowing the blood on the blade to flow into her throat. Her pale, pretty face immediately regained its color. In the next moment, her injuries all over her body healed rapidly. Such a fast healing speed made her eyes twinkle. The blurred consciousness due to excessive blood loss also suddenly woke up. That dreamlike feeling suddenly dissipated without a trace. Everything was so real. Not an illusion. Her eyes trembled violently and violently. Subsequently, Su Ming controlled the golden scalefish sword and the thought condensation blade, and stabbed into the heart of orange blood one after another. The top healing blood was sent to Jiang Yuncheng and Yanzei with the blade of the sword. The two swallowed the blood without hesitation. In any case, Su Ming would never harm them. Suddenly, the injury began to recover rapidly. Jiang Yuncheng's injury was not very serious, and he recovered to his peak in almost a second. And Yanzei, the penetrating injury of the lungs, also recovered immediately. The hideous flesh and blood at the place where his broken arm was also visible to the naked eye began to appear shredded in flesh, carrying out self-healing and rebirth. However, this serious injury to the broken arm is very serious, and even if the orange blood is cured, it will still take a while to grow back. This magical prop made Yanzei not come back to his senses for a long time. Su Ming, how did you end up here? Jiang Yunqing staggered all the way, rushed to Ji Yao's side, helped her up, and asked Su Ming in shock. Yanzei also stood up shakingly, looking at Su Ming intently. What the hell happened and how did you become so powerful? Could it be you have broken through the third rank? No, it is not true. His eyes flickered, and he fell into deep self-doubt. Rank 3, can you kill such a large wave of killers in the same realm so quickly and protect the three of us from injury in an instant? Is this really something that can be done in 3 turns? I, Yuncheng, and Ji Yao are only in the second turn. Thinking of this, a touch of nervousness appeared in his eyes. Wouldn't he never be able to catch up with Su Ming? Su Ming walked up to Yanzei and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, you protected them with your life, and no matter what, you will always be my friend, Su Ming said sincerely. Hearing this, Yanzei's eyes flickered slightly and he nodded. Between men, there is no need to say too much. He took up his bow. The mental power has been completely exhausted, but the body has healed a lot, so he can fight. If you can't use skills, then just use normal attacks. Dung faced coldly, and his fingers tapped on his disc. Not long after, countless complex ancient runes appeared in midair. Cover the entire surrounding space, no one can escape. A huge coercion enveloped him. All the killers, holding their weapons, stepped forward quickly. Su Ming's appearance just now was unbelievably fast. After his hourglass was activated, only he could not be affected. So in the perception of others, it was as if Su Ming's speed had suddenly increased by 9 times. The devastating explosive killing power made all the killers shocked for a few seconds, and they did not dare to make a rash move. But soon, they discovered a detail. That is, the golden hourglass beside Su Ming has dimmed and was put away by him. It seems that the hourglass is a disposable prop. It should be the prop that makes his speed crush the audience, otherwise a third-turn person has no reason to be so powerful. This group of killers shared information, including detective professionals, and had found out that Su Ming was less than 4 ranks. A group of killers activated their skills and attacked and killed. They believed that now Su Ming could no longer display the terrifying speed he had just now. I think he only has terrifying power with that prop. Now that the props have been used, he can only fight with the true strength of the 3rd rank. If you infer like this, then there will be a fight. The killers thought so, and attacked with all their might without fear. The eyes are full of desire for rewards. Greedy. It is the most instinctive desire of human beings. In fact, Su Ming's full hidden skill can even hide his own level. But he deliberately revealed it in order to make the enemy underestimate the enemy. His real combat effectiveness far exceeds his level. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't take half a step back. He stood upright with his sword in his hand, his posture straight. There is a kind of courage that one man can take charge of, and 10,000 people cannot open it. He clutched the death marks of the frost flame and shook his hand. Click! The blade suddenly cracked open and flew out, turning into a blade of ice and flame intertwined, crisscrossing the battlefield. In an instant, the sword chi and phoenix flow mixed with ice and fire drew out the afterimage left in midair. There is also a gold-patterned scalefish sword. The sword body is soft, swimming in midair, like a living fish. But it is a live fish that is extremely fast and can kill people. It roamed over the killer's body, voraciously gnawing on their flesh and blood, piercing their chests and cutting their bodies. The thought condensation blade flashed with blue light, slashing everywhere, spinning and making a sound of breaking the air, slashing frantically with Su Ming's mind. Many sharp blades are dazzling, difficult to parry, and fly all over the sky. Yanzei also bent his bow and shot arrows out to help Su Ming cover. Although he has no skills, his second-rank profession, demon hunter arrow maniac, was originally a profession that focused on attack speed and physical damage. So his basic attack speed is very fast, and he can shoot more than a dozen arrows in just 1 second. In his personal space, he stored hundreds of arrows and was not afraid of running out at all. Jiang Yunqing also quickly raised his small staff and used his buff skills to increase the buff to his teammates. Jiao's mental power had long been exhausted, and she could only raise her scythe and reluctantly summon an undead flying insect to participate in the battle to devour the killer's flesh and blood. This summon is small and consumes very little spiritual power, but the effect is still very good. The four of them cooperated and worked together. In just a moment, all the killers were riddled with holes. Of course, the most important combat power is Su Ming. What? Why so fast? His swordsmanship speed is a little lower than just now, but it is still so fast that I can't even catch it. Is this person hiding the realm? What kind of swordsmanship is this? Generally, only swordsmen can fight with swords, but can a rank 3 swordsman control so many swords at the same time? Or is he not a swordsman? It's too difficult. The faces of the crowd were ugly, their voices trembled, and painful moans were mixed. No one can break through Su Ming's defense. Not long after, 2 more people were easily killed by Su Ming. The frost flame death mark broke the sword too quickly, and the moment it penetrated the skull, it could freeze and brittle the head, and then burn into smoke and dust at high temperature. The killers began to notice that a buff appeared on them. Dead. Death marks? What kind of buff is this? A person was covered in sword marks, seriously injured. His skin was cracked and his flesh bloomed, some wounds burned with fire, and some wounds froze into ice. The injury caused by the frost flame sword blade is a complex injury of the dual element, so it was difficult to deal with, and drinking the healing potion could not relieve it, making him grin in pain. He said in disbelief, wait, 100 floors die directly? My current number of floors, 25? A phoenix warrior rushed to Su Ming's approach, wanting to fight hand to hand. He clenched his fists, and the pale white wind condensed into a swirling fist following his shot. Su Ming held the broken sword, expressionless, and directly used the rain-shattering phoenix sword. The terrifying sword wind was like a torrential rainstorm, cutting his whole body open and blooming in an instant. The move was interrupted directly, and triggered Su Ming's shadow sword set equipment effect many times, triggering the afterimage to attack continuously. Countless afterimages held ink-long swords, as if they were wielding calligraphy in mid-air, cutting frantically. In less than a second, he was cut down to the point of rotten flesh. He glanced at his status bar and found that the Death Scar's buff had been superimposed on the 99th floor. It means that Su Ming slashed him nearly 100 times one after another at this moment. 99th floor? He vomited blood from his mouth, slurred his speech, and muttered. The next moment, bite. Su Ming lightly touched his head with a sword. The disconnected blade pointed a small hole in the center of his eyebrows. Just a little bit. 100 deathmark layers, instant death. A strange death sound appeared, and he fell straight. A puff of black smoke came out of the body. This is the Death Scar. Everyone was stunned. 100 floors, it's really dead. What kind of swordsmanship and equipment is he? What is the origin of this person? Could it be the hidden master of the Yang family? The Yang family is also one of the 3 major families of the Dragon Kingdom, but it has always been extremely difficult to deal with the Zhang family. The killers were a little timid for a while. At this time, Gung Feng, who was in the 4th rank, looked cold and stepped forward to make a move. How dare you save this remnant of the Zhang family at such a moment? It seems that you are really from the Yang family, so we don't have anything to talk about. Just kill it. Gung faced a cold face and shot directly. Da day. The precise sound of the disc sounded, and the countless key positions on it were selected by him one after another. His dry hands were tapping on his disc, and the numberless symbols were suspended around him, which was the old saying of the rules. Programmers can understand countless invisible and intangible basic energies as programming languages, disassemble and arrange them, and produce magnificent power. The attack of this class has no attributes or formal restrictions. It can use local materials to inflict damage from various attributes such as ice, fire, lightning, rot, and death. Condensed into a sword, condensed into a magic light wave, or condensed into a spiritual attack, or directly affected the rules. It all depends on his programming level. If the level is high, then you can easily suppress the masters of the same realm. If the level is low, it will not be able to affect the rules, and it will be difficult to even increase your own strength. This profession is a profession with extremely uncertain combat effectiveness. A huge pitch-black illusory palm appeared in front of Gung Zhang. The big hand was dark purple, and there were countless complicated runes condensed on it, full of strange power. It can be seen that his programming level is very high. The big hand grabbed towards Su Ming, and the majestic death magic power swept out. Faced with this blow, Su Ming's face was calm. Raise your hand and break the sword to slash a blow. Sword rebound. With a bang, an extremely majestic sword light swept out of the air. In the space in front of Su Ming, a translucent sword chi film was generated, and the pale white sword gang flowed, looking extremely sharp. Directly isolate Gung Zhang's huge claws from the outside. The 2 moves offset each other, and Su Mington's heart sank. Gung Gung Zhang's attack was heavier than he imagined. That's right, it's the fourth turn. How can it be easily rebounded? Su Ming's face was awe-inspiring, his wrist was slightly rotated, and a wonderful change of move was performed. His blade pointed downwards and fell suddenly. In the sky, a huge stone sword tombstone smashed down. Falling sword tomb. As Su Ming's agility and spiritual attributes increased, the power of his skills gradually increased. Reflected in the Tianluo sword tomb, that is, the sword tomb is bigger and heavier, and this skill triggers a critical hit. The volume of the sword tomb has doubled. As it falls from the sky, you can see a shadow. The huge sword tablet, which was more than 2 people tall, smashed down, directly shattering the rune claws into light powder and overflowing in midair. The sword steel is heavy, inserted directly into the soil to a depth of 2 meters. If a person stands here, even if he is a defensive meat shield professional, he is afraid that he will be smashed into blood. That's not the end of it. This move triggered the sword rebound. After upgrading, the rebound can already be triggered by skills. As long as the power can cancel out the enemy's attack, then it can bounce back. I saw that the magic rune energy that was shattered in midair suddenly condensed and turned into a huge blue claw, grabbing it in the opposite direction towards Gung Zhang. The sword bomb can return all attacks according to the power of 90, and keep all the special effects of this skill. Gung Zhang saw this trick and took a breath. All the killers present, Ji Yao, Yan Zhe, and others, were stunned. Completely rebounded? The swordsman attack profession can actually have this top anti-counter skill. It stands to reason that only extremely rare high-level pure defense meat shield professions will have such extremely strong defense skills. Listed as Steel Shield Tower Warriors, Light Shield Guests, Protection Magic, Fierce Blood Bowl Battles, etc. All of them are middle and high-level occupations that can only be changed from all over the world. And Su Ming can now use this skill as an output profession. It's hard to imagine what kind of chance he has. Gung Zhang looked ugly, and he was even more sure that this person was the person sent by the Yang family to stir up trouble. Ordinary job changers can never have such strong strength at such a young age. And in addition to the Yang family and the Bailey family, which are also the 3 major families, who else dares to disturb the Zhang family? Unless this person is a madman. Among the other 2 families, the Bailey family does not care about the world, is indifferent to everything, and has closed its doors decades ago. Only the Yang family and the Zhang family have been for tat and friction, so he can basically be sure. Since it was the Yang family who made the move, then he had to do this matter well. Otherwise, the people above will definitely not spare him. No way. Gung Zhang's anger rose, and his fingers kept tapping on the disc, crackling and crackling. The shining characters around him kept jumping, densely packed, and there were hundreds or thousands of them. Finally, more than a dozen huge illusory blades were condensed and shot out from behind him. The sharp rune blade directly nailed the magic hand to the ground, making it difficult to move. Then he tapped his fingers, and several streamers flashed, and the ancient texts rotated around, disintegrating the magic hand on the spot. This is an attack created by him using the power of programming, and he knows how to dismantle it. But it also consumed a lot of his energy. Su Ming looked at his movements and felt a sense of suspicion in his heart. He also had battles with programmers, but it was the first time he had seen such a fast typing speed. He immediately scanned Gung Zhang's information. Gung Zhang. Race, human. Level 43, 150,000 / 4.4 million XP. Occupation, ancient language programmer. Physique, 50. Agility, 325. Spirit, 378. Lucky, 7. Skills. The power of ancient language programming. Diamond inferior. He can understand the power of mysterious and complex rules to a certain extent, and make them reveal in the form of ancient runes, and can consume mental power to reorganize and rewrite them, so that they can generate various unpredictable rule powers. This person's common skill forms. Heavy yellow rain spawns a torrential rain that covers hundreds of meters of space, and can detect enemy information and physical status within the range. Condensed blade condenses the surrounding rules into a sword or knife to shred the enemy's body. Depending on the world, the performance and color of the blade of rules are also different. In the corrupt mountain village dungeon, the blade condensed by this skill is the color of blood. Communication blockade. Lock a target within 10 kilometers of the world. Cut off all his ability to communicate information. Dungeon blockade envelopes an area with a diameter of 5 kilometers, delineating this area as a combat zone. Knuckle combat. Golden Grade. His 10 fingers can move at an extremely terrifying speed, and can even almost match his thinking speed. No wonder he typed so fast. It turned out that he had reached 300 with his agility attribute. It's almost the same as Su Ming. This person only has 2 skills. Many of his methods are just changes in the skill of the power of ancient language programming. This is the advantage of archaic programming professionals. As long as they have enough programming skills, they can use any form of attack, so they don't need much skill at all. A skill can be divided into countless skills. They just need to pour all their resources into one skill. In this way, you can quickly stack the quality of a skill to the highest. So Gung Zhang's core skills in ancient language programming have reached diamonds. The Lizardman patriarch of the Wukka clan, Tuagang, is also rank 4 and has reached level 49, which is higher than Gung Zhang's level. But Tuagang didn't have a single diamond skill, all of them were platinum, just because he had too many skills and scattered resources, but he fell behind. Su Ming's face was solemn, and he was thinking about how to end the battle as quickly as possible while protecting the three of them. Because of this corrupt mountain village world, definitely not only Gung Zhang, a team of Zhang family pursuers. The power of the Zhang family is too huge, so huge that it is as majestic as Mount Tai. What they want to do, they will definitely use the most extreme crushing methods to ensure that nothing goes wrong. If you kill a second-rank person, you can use 10 fourth-rank masters, and you will definitely not use only 9. The Zhang family doesn't understand what it means to save and what is limit. Generosity is their biggest risk. This time the danger was definitely not as easy as the last time Su Ming was besieged by Zhang Tang's killers. Last time, it was just a spontaneous idea of a young master. And this time, the Zhang family encircled and suppressed the daughters of enemy forces who could move the interests of their families. It is absolutely not the same thing. It must have been a meticulous plan to lay a net and completely block this copy. If you delay too long and the other Zhang family killers come, then it will be over. Su Ming stared at Gung Zhang closely, his face cold. Diamond quality archaic programming skills are basically at your fingertips for most attack forms. It is very difficult to fight enemies with all kinds of strange fighting methods. But Su Ming wasn't too nervous, because although the ancient language programmer is difficult, he is only 4 turns after all. I haven't seen a realm that can really change the rules, and I can only barely influence the rules. So, don't be afraid. Looking at Su Ming's sharp fighting spirit, Gung Zhang was fierce and clicked quickly with his fingers. No matter what this kid's true realm is, he wants to defeat the other party. As a 4th-rank player, he was once regarded as a generation of geniuses and had his own pride. Gung Zhang raised his hand directly, his fingers were random, and hundreds of characters appeared densely in midair. It only took him a second or two to type out hundreds of ancient texts. The power of the rules constructed a blood-red distorted position, enveloping the surrounding space within 50 meters. Subsequently, the majestic coercion fell terribly. Su Ming, Ji Yao, Zhang Yunqing, and Yanzei all suddenly felt their shoulders sink. Su Ming immediately discovered that a buff appeared in his status bar. Weight shackles, your body is heavy. This means that his speed will also be greatly reduced. Subsequently, countless illusory blades condensed in the sky, flowing blood. There were 60 or 70 big blades, shooting towards Su Ming and others. Mighty and oppressive. It can be seen that Gung Zhang also wants to make a quick decision. If it drags on for too long, other Zhang family killers may be robbed of credit. When all the killers saw the leader's strength, they all shot together. Many skill offensives come in a hurry. The shadow swordsman turned into an invisible body and approached Zhang Yunqing. The blade ring assassin held a large round blade and attacked Zhang Yunqing. The card ranger used the card as a blade, shot out, and attacked Ji Yao. The corners of the card were sharp, setting off a sound of breaking the air. All the killers were the few people behind Su Ming. Because Su Ming is too strong and difficult to kill, just leave this to the leader. Everyone knows that persimmons only pick soft pinches. All kinds of attacks are dazzling, not to mention easily disintegrate. Su Ming gave an order, and the golden scale fish sword flew behind him, swimming beside Ji Yao and Zhang Yunqing. Click! It swam like a live fish, flickering and churning in the air, and in just a few moments, it swallowed most of it into its belly, extremely fast, barely saved a few people. But there are more offensives, like a torrential rain. Su Ming's eyes were decisive, and he raised his hand to take out his sword. With a clear whirlwind, the tip of the sword flew over, chimerizing on the death marks of the frost flames. He raised his hand to slay the dragon. A dragon roared out, and slashed away with his sword. The huge golden sword chi instantly covered the space tens of meters in front of him. A thin layer of sword chi was extremely solid, and the golden light was shining. Except for the 3 teammates behind him, all the other killers in front of him were within the attack range of this sword. In an instant, the wailing continued. Ah! A shadow swordsman who fell into the shadows was directly separated from the beheaded, and only half of the screams were screamed, and he died on the spot. Ah! What kind of swordsmanship is this? A warrior was chest-length short by the sword chi, screamed loudly, and died of blood all over his body. Some people are wearing high-grade heavy armor, with extremely high defense, and are not completely cut by the blade. But it was like being hit hard. The armor was dented, and then it flew out more than 10 meters, and fell to the ground and vomited blood and died. The armor has not exploded, but the flesh and blood inside him have been cut off, because Su Ming has 40% armor penetration. With the bonus of 30 times the power of the original sword body, only 40% of the power of the dragon slaying technique is enough to kill people in the same realm in seconds. Gung Zhang's dozens of regular blades also shattered, turning into blood-colored spots of light and dissipating. The 3rd-rank killer in the audience was wiped out in an instant. The 3 people behind him were already stunned. Zhang Yunqing wiped away his tears and was stunned on the spot, and the staff in his hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Ji Yao's eyes widened in surprise, and she couldn't help but take half a step back back in fright. Su Ming's sword was cut out in front of her, almost close at hand. That terrifying sense of oppression, even if it wasn't for her, she still felt terrifying. Yan Zhe's eyes flashed. Su Ming, has it risen to this point? At this moment, the three of them had a common idea in their hearts. This trick can no longer be described as ferocious. It's a rampage. Geng Zhang was slashed head-on by this sword. The moment he was hit, he was drenched in sweat, and subconsciously, he felt a sign of death. He immediately realized that this young man's strength was definitely far beyond his imagination. He could be a hidden rank 4. Strength 7. He quickly typed in a hurry, using his most powerful defensive programming skills. Life Shield. This is his own method. As the name suggests, it is to be responsible for everything around him. The runes of invisible rules of natural characteristics such as birth, fusion, and nurturing, all condensed to form a great shield. For example, soil carries the power to nourish plants and provide life, and has the ability to absorb everything. Plants, etc., also need soil nourishment. It is naturally extremely difficult to condense the power of these natural rules, rewrite the characters, affect the nature, and change it into a method to absorb the enemy's offensive. The Xingron Life Shield has strong defense, but it also has great limitations. That is, it is very difficult to urge. Even Geng Zhang, who has a very high programming talent, has never used it a few times. It is necessary to continuously codify thousands of rule runes in an instant before they can be cast. The defense of this move is also very strong, not weaker than the 4th rank skill of any pure defense meat shield profession. But in a small copy world like a corrupt mountain village, the rules of heaven and earth are incomplete. If you want to use the surrounding rule runes to piece together this life-saving ultimate, it is difficult to ascend to the sky. Geng Zhang had a few drops of cold sweat running down his forehead. His physical attributes are only 50, and his values alone are not even as good as some 3rd rank professionals. Although he has a realm level bonus, his 50 physical attributes are much stronger than those of a level 2 professional with the same value. But if he was hit by the dragon slaying technique, he would still be seriously injured or even killed. When the catastrophe came, he went all out and concentrated all his energy. Finally it became. In the face of death, anyone will burst out with power that transcends the limit. The green-red runes flowed one after another, and finally condensed into an illusory holy shield, firmly protecting him in it. The moment the sword energy of the dragon slaying technique came into contact with the shield, the surrounding air suddenly shook. The raw shield absorbed the attack and withstood the sword firmly. Geng Zhang is not very large, so he failed to trigger the affix effect of the dragon slaying technique, and the power is a normal diamond skill. Su Ming's face was calm, staring at Geng Zhang. He held on to the spot and was forced back dozens of meters by the sword energy. The violent sword chi was so sharp that it even cut out his great shield. But even the golden sword chi of the dragon slaying technique still failed to completely break through it. On the shield surface, there are many cracks. Although the cracks are dense, they can withstand it anyway. The sword energy dissipated. Geng Zhang showed a smile for the rest of his life, and all the tension on his face disappeared. Ha ha ha, this should be your strongest sword, right? I withstood it. For turns, always 4 turns. The gap between the 4th and 3rd turns is too big. Even if the attributes are the same, the skill power of the 4th rank will still be much stronger than that of the 3 realms. Not to mention, Geng Zhang is still a rare hidden programmer profession, and his combat effectiveness is originally the best among all professions. On Geng Zhang's face, a touch of confidence resurfaced, because his shield of rules was extremely strong. A sneer appeared on his face, staring at Su Ming, with a hint of bloodlust in his eyes. With this great shield, you can't hurt me. This shield contains the power of the rules of life, and it will recover naturally, and it will heal as before in a short moment. And your golden sword chi, I'm afraid it consumes a lot, right? It's hard to cast again. Admit defeat. His face was cold, and his fingers slammed on the black disc. Once again, several shackles of rules were condensed and wrapped around Su Ming's body, making him feel that the weight of his body had risen sharply again. This made Su Ming's movements even more slow. His back was even a little curved. But Su Ming was always expressionless and stared at him quietly. Step by step, those eyes seemed to be looking at a dead man. How could this kind of courage, this kind of self-deprecating eyes, be something that a rank 3 young man can have? Even those masters of the Zhang family may not have such oppressive eyes. From the beginning, Su Ming's indifferent eyes made Geng Zhang extremely annoyed. He turned 4, but was suppressed by the other party in terms of momentum, so he desperately wanted to get the field back. I'm a 4th rank person. In terms of spiritual power, how do you compare with me? Consumption can drain you. Geng Zhang gritted his teeth and said there was a chance of victory in his eyes. He said so much, he just wanted to use his own way to suppress Su Ming's arrogance. At this time, Yan Zhe slowly stepped forward. Bang! Old man, say so much. Can you take a look at your chest first? This sentence made Geng Zhang a little confused. And this kid actually called me an old man? This strong man is only 40 years old. Geng Zhang was slightly angry in his heart, but he still looked down subconsciously. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. At first glance, his face suddenly turned pale. Originally, on his chest, a sword mark had appeared unconsciously. unconsciously. The golden sword she broke through for some reason, blurring the flesh and blood on his chest. The ribs were all broken, and you could even see the exposed heart, which was beating devastated. Sharp stone earrings, 40% armor penetration. Gung Zhang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely ugly. At this time, he felt a blurred vision, and a huge sense of weakness surged in like a tide. He stepped back. He quickly took out a bottle of healing potion, wanting to heal his injuries. Yanzei saw this opportunity, bent his bow and set up an arrow, and shot out a black steel feather arrow, trying to shatter the healing blood bottle. The moment the arrow touched the raw fusion shield, it directly disintegrated and was absorbed. Yanzei's eyes were awe-inspiring. The defense of this shield is so strong. How did Su Ming penetrate? While he was shocked, Su Ming made another move. His frost flame death marks and broken sword were sheathed, and his posture was slightly bowed. The next moment, he moved. It seemed that at this moment, the weight suppression of his whole body was dissolved. It's so fast that it's hard to catch your eye. Smoke and dust rose behind him, and Su Ming turned into a straight line. Hidden sword slash. This sword fell on the raw shield. Frost and flame double damage, directly slashed on the semi-transparent green rule shield. Countless small cracks immediately appeared on the shield, and the blade slashed directly into the center. This sword was intercepted again, but Gung Zhang's chest suddenly appeared a huge oblique crack. He was cut back more than a dozen steps, and his buttocks fell to the ground. The severe pain made him let out a muffled snort and spit out blood. What? How can it be? Shangrong Dan obviously stopped the sword. His face was ugly and incredulous. Looking at his big shield, it began to heal again, and after a few seconds, it was completely restored to its original state. Obviously he can stop every time, but every time he will be seriously injured. Moreover, this guy's swordsmanship speed is simply incomparably fast, at least dozens of times that of swordsmen in the same realm. Even if I suppress him with weight rules and slow him down, it is still so fast that I can't see clearly. Person. Who is it? Could it be that he is the contemporary legitimate son of the Yang family? Only the eldest young master of the Yang family can have such terrifying combat effectiveness at the age of less than 20. Only the three major families have so many resources to stack. This person, maybe it's already the fourth rank. He looked at Su Ming, a little fear in his eyes. He finally realized that this person was a hard stubble and he couldn't eat it. He looked at Su Ming and tried his best to stand up. At this moment, the jet black sharp stone earrings hanging on Su Ming's ears were quite eye-catching and had a good texture. How could he know that this was the real reason why his great shield could not intercept Su Ming's swordsmanship? 40% armor penetration, simply unreasonable. After all, it is an epic prop. Epic equipment, generally only rank 5 masters are eligible to own. Su Ming stepped forward and raised his hand. The black blade blood drawing sword, the golden scale sword, the thought condensation blade, and the shadow flow long sword flew over. The 4 swords, driven by Su Ming's thoughts, swirled and flew away, directly surrounding Gung Zhang in all directions. The tip of the sword pointed at his head and began to tremble violently, making a buzzing and trembling sound. His raw shield could only protect the front and could not surround it in all directions. So at this moment, Gung Zhang's heart was hanging in his throat. He cherishes his life extremely much, even more than ordinary people, because he was, and was also a low-level person, and after countless hardships, he finally climbed to his current position. He worked harder than anyone else, he abandoned his dignity and humanity, and finally got to where he is today. He enjoyed doing things under the protection of the Zhang family, because he could enjoy the pleasure of dominating the power of others to kill. For example, Wu Meng, he said that if he killed him, he would kill him, without hesitation. I can't die. He gritted his teeth and decided to fight to the death. He tapped his fingers on the disc. Click. Then, countless rune streamers emerged, condensed into a 360-degree dark purple barrier, completely surrounding him. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and he suddenly suppressed it. The 4 swords stabbed away. Bang 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 bang. A violent sound came out, and the 4 flying swords failed to penetrate his rune barrier for a while. The mysterious characters are densely packed, with small gaps, close to each other, airtight, solid, and powerful. Although the 4 blades triggered the penetration of the armor and caused 4 shallow sword marks on his body, they could not completely kill him after all. The vitality of the 4th turn is indeed tenacious. Su Ming wanted to kill him easily, but it seemed too difficult. He raised his hand and shook it. The shadow flow long sword fell in his hand. The pitch-black illusory sword blade surged with a mysterious edge. This sword was a platinum middle-grade weapon, and now it was not as good as the diamond weapon that Su Ming often used, but it also has a very practical effect that Su Ming likes very much. Shadow slash. Directly cut the shadow. And this blade has no substance, so it is very easy to use if you want to penetrate defense. Su Ming held the sword, rushed forward suddenly, and used the rain-shattering phoenix sword. Boom boom. The terrifying sound of the sword slash was like a furious storm, like rain. The raw melt shield shattered inch by inch, and gradually could not support it. The shadow sword can even penetrate the raw shield to a certain extent and slash directly on Gung Zhang's body. Not long after, countless sword marks appeared on his body, and his face was cut beyond recognition, and his flesh and blood were blurred. Moreover, the shadow auto/affix was triggered, and Gung Zhang's spiritual power began to flow wildly, and all defenses gradually began to collapse and could not be supported. The rune array shield that Gung Zhang temporarily urged was also forcibly broken through by several flying swords, especially the golden scale fish sword. The scales on its blade are raised like jagged teeth, and it seems to be sawing and swallowing the rule ancient runes. Not long after, there was a small ancient rune, which was successfully swallowed by it. Then, in the gap between the countless scales, a burst of purple light flashed, and the color of the entire sword became a little magnificent, from pure gold to the appearance of a few rune traces, as if an evolution had been completed. Then, the golden fish sword shook suddenly, and it actually shattered the surrounding runes, drilled through the gap, and directly penetrated Gung Zhang's throat. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and a touch of hysterical madness appeared in his eyes. He knew he was going to die. Since you are dead, then I will replace you too. He disheveled his hair and used up the last trace of his vitality. Boom boom boom. The violet runic power suddenly condensed, and the mysterious lines were intertwined, and finally more than 100 blood-colored long swords were formed. This was the final blow he used to exhaust his mental power, without reservation. Countless sword blades directly slashed at Su Ming, Ji Yao, Yanzei, and Zhang Yunqing. Each sword is a huge sword of illusory rules, majestic and powerful. The power of the four-turn dying counterattack that exhausted its vitality was unimaginable. Su Ming's heart sank and he hurriedly made a move. He wielded all the flying swords and shot up, smashing and intercepting the sky-high offensive. At the same time, he urged, sword rebound. Use the sword skill to activate the rebound. In midair, an extremely brilliant scene was formed. Boom boom. Countless blades bombarded each other, and then bounced back, colliding with other blades. In the end, he finally barely stopped and missed all the big swords. Then Su Ming held the frost flame death mark broken sword and took a step forward suddenly. The blade penetrated the crumbling Xingrong shield and was directly inserted into Gung Zhang's heart. At this moment, Gung Zhang also handed out an ordinary small stone in his hand. At this moment, the stone shattered. A rule sword condensed and penetrated. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and he immediately urged the blade of the broken sword with the frost flame death mark to turn around and resist this sword. But this sneak attack was too insidious. Su Ming failed to break it, but struck it a little crooked. The blade of rules barely cut Su Ming's shoulder. The injury was extremely light, and a few drops of blood flowed out. Gung Zhang showed a bloody smile, as if he could hurt Su Ming, and he knew enough. Before he died, he used rules to disguise one of the swords in the shape of a stone and use it to sneak attack Su Ming, which was really unguardable. Su Ming sighed secretly, worthy of being a subordinate of the Zhang family, shameless enough. Taking advantage of the last moment when Gung Zhang was on the verge of death, Su Ming raised his hand to urge the blood-drawing black blade to slash. The pitch-black blade penetrated Gung Zhang's head. The blade entered through the temple and drilled out of the mouth. Sticky blood dripped down. This last sword superimposed the number of his death marks to 100. 100 death mark layers, instant death. Gung Zhang was already on the verge of death, and now he was superimposed on the death scars. He fell to the ground and died completely in an instant. Those who die cannot die again. And the affix of the black blade sword also took effect successfully. Drinking red absorbs stained blood and heals the bearer's injuries. The sword of rules shattered as Gung Zhang fell. Then Su Ming's injuries healed immediately. Platinum level weapon affixes with very strong healing ability. Not to mention, it was the blood of the rank 4 masters that was drawn, and the effect was more obvious. Soon, the small injury on the shoulder recovered as before. Su Ming crossed a big realm and killed the rank 4 masters without suffering any serious injuries. This is his current strength. At this time, Su Ming found that his gold-patterned fish sword seemed to be impatient, rushed to the top of Gung Zhang's disc and began to cling to it, gnawing frantically. The scales were raised and frantically biting the diamond-level rune disc. Su Ming didn't stop it, but let it gnaw. After all, the golden fish sword has a probability of inheriting the affixes and special effects of devouring objects, and he also wants to see what the golden fish sword can grow into after gnawing off a diamond-level weapon. This thing is very hard. Even if it is a golden scale fish sword, it is very difficult to gnaw. Click! A crunching sound sounded, and after a while, the golden fish sword finally gnawed all the discs with difficulty. Then, a voice appeared in Su Ming's mind. Golden fish sword gains special effect, rune blade. Suddenly, on the blade of the golden scale sword, dark purple runes appeared, which looked extremely mysterious. Rune blade, this sword can shred magic and shred runes. This new effect is very strong. Most of the magic attacks are illusory and have no substance, and with the rune blade, you can directly slice the magic. Subsequently, Su Ming also gained a lot of experience. Killed a level 43 ancient language programmer. Gained 730,000 XP. Cross-border challenge reward 100,000. Upgrade to level 40. Su Ming directly rose 2 levels in a row, reaching level 40. Obtain 20 free attribute points. Reach level 40, learn a new skill. Electric martial arts instant body, platinum superior. Denbu instant, platinum superior. You can transform into lightning and move to any of your sword positions within 250 meters in an instant. This skill has a cooldown of 1 minute. A skill skill similar to teleportation. Electric martial instantaneous, can turn into lightning and move, which means that it is level with the speed of light, and it is not much different from teleportation, and it can be reached in an instant. This displacement skill has the ability to turn the tide of battle when you are surprised. If after the upgrade, the cooldown limit of this skill can disappear, then Su Ming can continue to teleport lightning? The effect. It's scary to think about. Then Su Ming assigned the new attribute points to Agile. His agility attribute suddenly came to 370. Check out your profile. Su Ming. Carry title, God Killer, effective titles, First Blood, Rookie King, Undead Killer. Level 40, rank 4 mission is being generated. Occupation, Sword God, mythical level, the only one in the world. Curse Forger, secondary position. Strength, 100. Physique, 100. Agility, 370. Spirit, 250. Lucky, 300. Bloodline, immortal body, A. Chalcedony bone, B. Self-healing factor, C. Talents, sublimation of all things, origin sword body, automatic cultivation, auxiliary unlock. Killing God, one knife to kill God, full hidden God step, eye of insight. Sword God, sword rebound, dragon slaying technique, twin swords intensive research, drunken sword style, electric martial instantaneous body, fierce thunder enchantment sword, hidden sword, slash, holy weapon enchantment, rain shattered phoenix sword, sword martial grandmaster, Jew imperial sword, skyfall sword tomb, fought condensation blade, lingbo microstep, cursed blacksmith, the power of forging, the trick of transformation. The permanent buff effect is as follows. Sharp stone earrings, you have 40% permanent armor penetration. Su Ming had already reached level 40, the peak of the limit of 3 turns, also known as half a step in 4 turns. After completing the 4th level task, you can be promoted to level 41. At that time, he will be the rank 4 sword god. It's exciting to think about it. 4-turn mission generation. Sword god mission, kill a boss with no less than 4 turns, or kill a job changer with no less than 45 levels. Reward, promotion to the 4th sword god, talent and sublimation and evolution of all things. Su Ming's eyes lit up. This breakthrough can actually be accompanied by the upgrade of the sublimation of all things. This is his most commonly used talent. Once upgraded, it is conceivable that the degree of defying the sky will definitely go to a higher level. At this moment, his heart was full of anticipation. This is followed by the 4th turn mission of the Cursed Blacksmith, which is relatively simple. Cursed Blacksmith mission, use the power of forging to strengthen a piece of equipment to diamond quality. Reward, promotion to the 4th rank, optional job transfer, Heart Demon Forger, Blood Forger, Cursed Sword Forger, etc. The Cursed Blacksmith is not a mythical class, so the upgrade conditions are very simple, and you can do it in time. But upgrading the Sword God is indeed a bit difficult, and I am afraid it will take a while to prepare. Ji Yao looked worried, trotted all the way over, and hugged Su Ming tightly. Su Ming, are you okay? She asked with concern. Su Ming smelled the familiar fragrance of his body and smiled slightly. It's okay, it's a minor injury. He felt that Ji Yao had lost a lot of weight, and her thin clothes were all blood, and she had really suffered a lot. Ji Yao hurriedly touched up and down. But you were all cut down by a sword just now. He is a 4th rank man. She looked a little disbelieving. Su Ming coughed awkwardly and then directly pulled open his clothes, exposing his exposed skin, extremely tough, proving that he was unharmed. Don't worry, I have a strong healing ability, Su Ming said calmly. What's more, the other party only hurt his shoulder. Ji Yao cried with joy and hugged Su Ming all of a sudden. Su Ming gently touched her head. Okay, we can't rest yet. There are a lot of Zhang families. What's more, there are many other scattered people who want to catch Yunqing, and now we are enemies in the world, so we have to leave this place quickly, Su Ming said seriously. After his golden fish sword evolved, it had the ability to sever magical energy and runes, that is, it could destroy the formation. But the formation entity was not around here, so he still couldn't break it in a short time. You must get out of here as much as possible, and if you are lucky enough to encounter an entity in a formation, then you can smash it and then successfully escape. Ji Yao nodded and responded softly. Zhang Yunqing stepped forward, and there was also a little emotion in his eyes for the rest of his life. Su Ming, why did you appear here? It's too handsome. Oh no, too strong. As he spoke, Zhang Yunqing's face became hotter and hotter, slightly reddened, and lowered his head. The last time Zhang Yunqing was in the goblin lair, he was saved by Su Ming once. Now, he saved me again. Save each other twice in a row. Not to mention being a little girl. Even if it's a man, it's hard to control himself, okay? In Ji Yao's letters before, she was inadvertently mentioned in this copy, so I rushed here, Su Ming explained. As he spoke, he found that countless messages suddenly appeared in his letter column. They were all previously blocked letters, and with Geng Zhang's death, the message blockade barrier disappeared, and these messages could finally be received normally. Yan Zhe sent 3 messages, probably hoping that after his death, Su Ming could take care of his younger brother, and the two were very happy to know each other. Zhang Yunqing sent 4 messages, saying that she would bless Su Ming to become the strongest swordsman in the world in the underworld, hoping that he would avenge her when he grew up. Ji Yao, only one was sent. She told Su Ming that she liked him. There are only 4 short words. words. The three of them all left their last words and said the truest words in their hearts. What warmed Su Ming's heart the most was that among the three people, none of them asked Su Ming to save him. None of them revealed their coordinates, not a single one. It was to prevent Su Ming from coming to the rescue. Su Ming is very strong, but after all, he is just a newcomer. Everyone believed that he was unable to fight against the Zhang family, so he was unwilling to let him come until his death. No one wants to do something that puts a close friend at great risk. Yan Zhe's physical strength recovered a little, but his arm was seriously injured and still did not heal. He put away his bow, covered the serious wound of his broken arm, and stepped forward. He was silent for a long time, but he still couldn't help but ask, "Su Ming, what kind of state are you?" Su Ming shrugged. Turn 3. He didn't say anything specific because if he said it, he could scare everyone to death. In fact, he is already level 40. Level 40, I haven't completed the 4th rank task yet, so strictly speaking, it's indeed a 3 ranking task. So, there is really nothing wrong with what you said. Hearing the words 3 turns, Ji Yao and Zhang Yunqing's eyes trembled. Originally, they wanted to show off to Su Ming, but they broke through the 2nd rank. Now it seems, it's just too naive. Although Yan Zhe had expected it, he couldn't help but be shocked for a long time. Then he took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He walked up to Su Ming and said cautiously with his eyes, "Su Ming, we have to escape quickly. There is also one of the strongest killers of the Zhang family here, who is a rank 5 power. My broken arm was broken by him, and the injury was serious and could not heal for a long time." Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes lit up. 5 turns. At the beginning of the 5th turn, you can step into the air. It can be called a giant, can be established and can become a guest of the major families. Some people even say that before the 5th turn, they were all ants. Only when you reach rank 5 are you the real powerhouse of this heaven and earth. Although the thunderous methods of the Zhang family had been expected, but he really didn't expect that the Zhang family would send out a 5th rank, deal with a 2nd rank little girl and dispatch a 5th rank leading killer. It seems that if you have money, you can really do whatever you want. You can actually get out of the hands of the rank 5 power. It's really powerful. Su Ming muttered. Yan Zhe slowly shook his head and said, "At that time, we were very far away from him, and we tried our best to escape before we could barely get out, and luck accounted for 90%. Well, let's withdraw quickly." Su Ming said. Everyone opens the rule list and clicks exit copy, but I found that the option was gray. No, why can't you still quit? Are there still pursuers? Yan Zhe's face was ugly. Su Ming's eyes were solemn, as if he had expected it, and he sighed. There are so many killers in the Zhang family, maybe Geng Zhang is not the only one who has laid the barrier of the battle area. So even if he dies, we can't easily quit the copy. No matter how much, get out of here first and keep moving. Before Geng Zhang died, he must have reported our location to the Zhang family, and we must stay away from this area immediately. Everyone nodded one after another, immediately formed a team, and began to flee. Su Ming had previously drunk the blood of the orange blood heart for everyone, and Ji Yao and Zhang Yunqing's injuries had already been healed. Now the mental strength has also recovered somewhat. With the agility buff provided by Zhang Yunqing, everyone rushed quickly. This diamond-level healing liquid naturally has no need to say much about the effect. Only Yan Zhe's broken arm was too serious and had not fully healed, but the bleeding had stopped. The wound was shattered by the skill of the rank 5 master, and there was a strange yin and yang energy entangled in the wound, making his flesh and blood unable to heal for a long time. So when running away, Yan Zhe's speed is also the slowest. Su Ming took out the orange blood heart again and gave Yan Zhe a full sip. Almost squeezed the heart dry. Anyway, he can make infinite blood, and he doesn't feel distressed. Hot orange blood poured into Yan Zhe's body, and orange bloodlines suddenly appeared under his skin. The majestic healing power gradually disintegrated and devoured the strange energy at the wound. Finally, the broken arm injury began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, it is impossible to regenerate a broken arm in the blink of an eye. This is the most complex serious injury. It needs to be reshaped out of thin air. Even if it is an orange blood heart, it will take a short time. Yan Zhe said sincerely. He didn't know where Su Ming got this prop. It would definitely not be lower than the quality of diamonds. He only knew that Su Ming was willing to use so much for himself, and he didn't feel distressed at all. This alone was enough for him to remember in his heart. Everyone rushed all the way. Zhang Yunqing, who has always been lively, has become less talkative at this moment. She knew that it was because of her that everyone was in danger, so she was always silent. Yunqing, do you know why I saved you? Su Ming ran, looking at her lonely face and saying. Zhang Yunqing shook his head. She rarely helps everyone. She feels that she is like in this team encumbrance. In addition to adding some experience buffs and buffs, she is really weak, just a small support. No matter what point of view you look at it, Su Ming has no reason to take risks for himself. After saving Ji Yao and Yan Zhe, they could leave themselves behind and escape. Now that I don't have a home, it is also a burden for my friends. At this moment, the grief of bereavement, the grievances of the collapse of the family, and all the sadness in my heart came to my heart. She couldn't help but turn red and almost cried, but she pursed her lips and stubbornly held back. Why? She asked Su Ming in a soft voice like a mosquito. We have all been seen by the people of the Zheng family, and they have long been recorded. Even if they don't take you with them, they will hunt us down. So whether you take it with you or not, it's the same. Su Ming quipped. When Jiang Yunqing heard this, his eyes suddenly lost a lot, and his tears were almost uncontrollable. Originally wanted to ease the atmosphere, but seeing her like this, it seemed to have the opposite effect, and Su Ming quickly became serious. Su Ming's eyes were clear, and he said softly, "Okay, Yunqing, I was just joking." His eyes became serious, and he said, "Your father asked me to take care of you more before he died. He gave me 2 gifts, which were extremely precious. A diamond gift, an epic gift. Chairman Jiang, a business tycoon, an elite, and a good father. He is really generous. I accepted his gift, so naturally I can't go back on it." Su Ming is a principled person. He accepted Jiang Yongli's gift and did not return it, which was already a promise. Therefore, he must protect Jiang Yunqing. Su Ming looked at her and said solemnly, "There is a more important point. You are my friend." Yan Zhe and Ji Yao also turned to look at her, smiling warmly. The two said gently, "Yunqing, you will always be our good friend." The last words completely broke Miss Zhang's psychological defense. Jiang Yunqing finally couldn't help it and cried bitterly, "I love you, I love you. I want to be with you forever." As she ran, she shed tears in the deserted village, crying pear blossoms with rain, and suddenly hugged Ji Yao. Looking at this scene, Su Ming and Yan Zhe also looked at each other and smiled. Subsequently, Su Ming took out a gray-black, bone-like terrifying scythe from his personal space and handed it to Ji Yao. Ji Yao looked shocked. This bone scythe is taller than her. She is 1.68 meters tall, which is not short, but this scythe is nearly 1.7 meters long, plus a sickle blade of nearly 1 meter. It can be called a giant blade. She is even more petite. "Gift for you." Su Ming smiled slightly and said, "This scythe was the loot that Su Ming exploded when he killed the war sickle undead in the lizard ancestral ruins in the Ice Sea Demon Nest copy. At that time, it was also called the Grey Bone Scythe, Platinum Inferior. After being sublimated by him, it is now a low-grade diamond weapon called Ash's Sickle. There is no level limit, but there is a class limit, and it must be an undead class to use. The handle is made of grey transparent crystal, slender and delicate, and is inlaid with grey skeletal dust like smoke. The sickle blade is even more powerful, with bone serrations on it, and this skeleton-like pattern, which looks like a terrifying weapon dug out of hell. Ji Yao, such a gentle girl, holding this weapon, is a bit contrasting. It's too precious, Ji Yao said in disbelief. She held this weapon, only to feel that the material was good, more extraordinary than any equipment she had ever seen. Received such a valuable gift from Su Ming. Is it really good? If you refuse, I will leave you behind now and let the Zheng family killer eat you, Su Ming said with a smile, his voice pretending to be terrifying. But there is a feeling of scaring children. When Jiang Yunqing saw this scene, he also burst into tears and laughed. Ji Yao had no choice but to nod. "Okay, I know, I'll use it well." She held the big scythe, her cheeks were slightly red, and she was a little happy in her heart. Although this bone scythe was huge, she held it without feeling heavy at all. This scythe has a special affix. As long as the soul power is sufficient, it will feel extremely light, and the monsters summoned by it will become the undead and get the bonus of the undead. In other words, the red armor dead rider can also be resurrected indefinitely, as long as it is not killed by the enemy again during the resurrection period. It's not over yet. Su Ming took out another gray skill scroll. Soul cutting scythe, skill scroll, platinum superior. Only professions with soul power can use it, and they can pour soul power on the scythe, transform into a giant scythe phantom, and directly cut the enemy's soul. Undead summoners have soul power, so it is natural to use this skill. Ji Yao took this skill scroll. His face was a little shocked. The platinum high-grade skill scroll. She is only in the second turn. Su Ming's many gifts can no longer be described as luxurious. It is simply paving the way for her future. "Su Ming, you are so good to me, I can't. It no matter what I say." Su Ming looked into her eyes and only said 4 words in a whispered lip shape. "I like you." Ji Yao's cheeks suddenly turned crimson, and she almost smoked. These are the last words she sent to Su Ming when she was being hunted. She didn't dare to say anything more, for fear that Su Ming would tell the world and let Yan Zhe and Jiang Yunqing know that they were so numb. She had no choice but to hesitate and whisper, "Thank you." She then learned this skill. With this weapon and platinum skill, her combat effectiveness immediately made a qualitative leap. Subsequently, Su Ming took out a small staff of diamond inferior grade and handed it to Jiang Yunqing. This staff is a short wooden stick, which can be held with one hand and is very light, unlike other staff that require both hands, which is very heavy. Jiang Yunqing's profession after the second turn is the soul healing mage. This kind of semi-auxiliary, semi-combat profession needs to maintain movement speed while casting spells. This weapon is just right for her. This short staff was burst out by the Zheng family killer that Su Ming had just killed, and it was originally just a gold inferior, but it became a diamond inferior grade after a wave of upgrades. It's called Lingbu Wand. It comes with an equipment skill, spiritual step, which allows the holder to transform into a spirit body, greatly increase movement speed, and greatly increase the probability of dodging. It is very useful to avoid enemy attacks attacks, or to rush in pursuit. And this staff can also increase the effect of all her spells, and can also reduce the casting chant forward shake, and can consume soul power and increase the power of a single skill. Well, thank you, Zhang Yunqing said seriously. She accepted the staff without much excuse. She knew very well that she was too weak now, and she was the weakest person in the team. She urgently needs stronger equipment to improve her combat effectiveness. Otherwise, you will only be a burden to everyone forever. For herself and for everyone, she must become stronger as soon as possible. Su Ming looked at Yanzei and said, Yanzei, I haven't found any equipment that suits you during this time, and next time, I will definitely give you some good goods on the hour. Yanzei nodded, but his face was very serious. Su Ming, I didn't make friends with you for your equipment. Even if you don't give anything, Su Ming smiled indifferently and said, okay, I understand. Yanzei's personality is meticulous, always so serious, and Su Ming is used to it. Whether you expect it or not, I will give you some top-notch. On the hour. Thank you. Su Ming has the talent of sublimation of all things, and can obtain a large number of top-level equipment in a very short period of time. Naturally, you can't waste this talent, and you have to give more equipment to trusted friends to help them improve their strength, which is also to help yourself. Su Ming's plan is very huge. He has to slowly lay out from the beginning, and finally establish a strong force enough to bring down the Zhang family, for which he needs many strong friends. Su Ming was plotted against in his previous life, but he knew more about how precious a trustworthy friend was. Ji Yao had risked her life to save herself in her previous life, and it was she who saved Su Ming's heart. Let him not despair of humanity. If Ji Yao had not made the last move in his previous life, he would have been completely blackened and extremely cruel in this life. There are too many equipment. Anyway, even if a few pieces are divided, he can still sell tens of millions of advent coins and millions of ethnic coins. There is no shortage of money. Several people moved very fast. In just 3 minutes, he rushed to the vicinity of a desolate forest. This copy of the corrupt mountain village. The environment is indeed too complicated, basically all the ruins of the village, and there are rotten villagers everywhere. It was not easy for everyone to find such a desolate forest. There's nothing strange here, it's deserted, you should be able to quit the copy. Ji Yao said. Everyone tried it, but I found that I still couldn't quit the copy. How come? Could it be that they blocked this entire copy? Even if he was as calm as Su Ming, he couldn't help but look solemn. He immediately activated his eye of insight and scanned every plant and tree in this world. Finally, he found out. Venue status, boundary blockade. 467 formation professionals have joined forces to set up a large formation, and a large area in this dungeon has been designated as a combat area, and no one can leave the dungeon in this area. Diameter range 1,100 kilometers. Su Ming's eyelids couldn't help but jump. Formation master. This is a lifelike profession, but it has a certain combat effectiveness and is an extremely rare hidden profession. Some combat professionals can also learn formation skills, but in the final analysis, the formation master is the real formation expert. Formation, it takes a lot of time and materials to prepare, and once the formation is successful, the effect is also very terrifying. They can easily lock a person in the formation area and scan out all his information. They can delineate an area so that no one can exit the copy. They can set up an attack formation and strangle all living beings in the formation. It can even block a world so that people here cannot use skills. These are the powerful abilities of the formation master. And 467 formation masters. It is simply to set up this formation with the formation master himself as the eye. This number can no longer be described as generous, it is simply crazy. Even if they were as strong as the Zhang family, it was impossible for them to have so many formation masters under their command, and they could be at their disposal at any time. They must have spent a lot of money to hire scattered formation masters from the outside world. How much money and treasures it will cost, Su Ming can't even think about. Even the Zhang family will have a wave of blood. Su Ming told everyone the news. Yanzei frowned and touched his chin. His broken arm injury was almost healed, and his white arm grew back. What is this? He was thoughtful and said, the Zhang family is too anxious. So many formation masters must have spent a lot of money. They paid such a price and desperately wanted to catch Yun Xing, probably just to use her to blackmail her sister into appearing. Then the sisters, all in one go. It's really a good calculation. Yanzei's face was cold, and his fists were clenched. This big family is really vicious enough, killing everything. Even he, who has always been calm, secretly felt angry for Jiang Yuncheng. Geng Zheng said before that they haven't caught my sister Jiang Lan yet, and there is not even any news. Jiang Yunqing nodded and echoed. The Zhang family annexed the Zhang family consortium and seized everything in the Yunqing family. I'm afraid they don't feel sorry at all for this price. They will never lose. A little anger appeared in Ji Yao's clear eyes. Using the money of the Zhang Yunqing family, spending a lot of money, and dealing with their sisters in turn, is simply too cruel. Ji Yao has always been jealous of evil, and at this moment she was even more angry than Zhang Yunqing, and her eyes became cold. Yunqing, when we become stronger, we must help you take revenge. She looked at Zhang Yunqing and said. Zhang Yunqing also nodded nodded seriously. The Zhang family, she must be liquidated. Su Ming's face was solemn, and he was thinking about countermeasures in his heart. The diameter range of more than 1,000 kilometers is a blockade area. I am afraid that I will have to escape for a long time. It is too late. Is there a way to crack this formation? Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a terrifying aura came from behind him. Su Ming suddenly felt his hair stand on end all over his body, and he almost shivered. What's going on? Who? Will it have such coercion? This aura was more terrifying than anyone or any monster Su Ming had ever seen. It is stronger than the lizardman patriarch Tuogang, who is near the peak of level 49. It is more oppressive than the ancient programmer Gengzhang. Even, it can be compared with the 10,000 fish demon boss. One person's coercion is so prosperous that it is as prosperous as a fourth-turn boss. Su Ming looked to his side. Ji Yao, Yanzei, and Zhang Yunqing's three companions all stared at the sky dome in a daze at the moment, their bodies weakened. It was as if they saw the most terrifying thing at the same time. Su Ming. Zhang Yunqing muttered, his eyes like ashes. Su Ming turned around suddenly. I saw an old man with white hair and beard, standing high in the sky. His dark eyes were as cold and plain as an abyss, staring condescendingly at everyone. He stood with his hands on his back, with a fairy wind and bones, helpless under his feet, but he could hang in the air. A black and white robe is noble and luxurious, spotless. Step into the air. 5 turns. Su Ming is only rank 3 now, and it is quite possible to kill a rank 4 beyond a large realm. But I want to kill the 5th rank. It's just a fool's dream. Between the 3rd and 5th turns, there is a gap like a man and a god. 5 turns, even in some places, will be called respect. Rank 5 is the biggest hurdle, one of the most difficult realms to break through. The vast majority of geniuses were stuck in the 4th rank in the end, and they couldn't break into the 5th rank until they died of old age. This is a truly rare master, and it can even extend life. Rank 5 masters can generally live for more than 150 years. The 4th rank is already very strong. There is no one in 1,000 miles, but at most it can only be called a strong person, a master, and an elite among people. 5 turns are completely different concepts. Starting from the 5th turn, every upgrade, the attribute points obtained will be 5 times that of before. According to the talent decision, such as Su Ming, he is a 10-star talent. Once he breaks into the 5th rank, every time he upgrades in the future, he can get 50 points of free attributes. 1 level, the top of the other realms is 5 levels. The chasm of the 5 turns is the heavenly barrier that completely separates mortals from the true power. Before the 5th turn, they were all mortals. At the 5th rank, you can start to lay out the heavens and the earth in a dignified manner, establish a sect, and boast of a generation of power. Even Su Ming felt palpitations for the first time. With his current attributes, even if it is his strongest legendary divine skill, he may not be able to win with a single sword. This spans 2 major realms. For the first time, Su Ming felt the arrival of death. He immediately scanned the person's information. Zhang Xiangsheng. Race, human. Level 53, 27.5 million / 53 million EXP. Occupation, yin-yang boxer. Strength, 691. Physique, 583. Dexterity, 482. Spirit, 328. Lucky, 100. Energy, 900 / 911. Almost full. Skills. Yin-yang internal strength. Epic inferior. The core passive skill of the yin-yang boxer through breathing can generate the professional resource qi, and the consumption of qi can greatly enhance the defense and muscle strength of the whole body, and can also consume qi strength to strengthen skills. Yin-yang fist. Diamond middle grade. The left hand is yang, the right hand is yin. The moment when the 2 fists are blended, rigidity and softness are combined, and all enemies are defeated. Leverage strength. Diamond middle grade defensive skills. With a small force, turn the enemy's huge offensive back and completely defeat the enemy. Body transformation. Shanlu. Diamond grade consumes energy. The body moves like flowing water, can dissolve most of the attack power, and the speed is extremely fast. Sangshan blessing. Platinum high grade. The whole body is condensed on the skin, turning into rock-like toughness, and can also increase the strength of the fist, consume mental power for a period of time, and restore qi. Gathering qi. Gang fist. Platinum medium grade. Gathers natural qi or its own qi, condensed into one punch, majestic power, can break small peaks. Su Ming counted it carefully and found that this person's skills were more than a dozen, large and small. The profession is an extremely rare yin-yang boxer. The 6th rank can be transferred to the 6th rank, including Shaxiong Quanzun, Tai Chi Quanzun, etc. This person's strength can definitely easily suppress all rank 4 masters. Su Ming immediately made a move, and all the blades came out together, lingering in the air in front of him, and the blades collided with each other, forming a defensive sword formation. Zhang Yunqing also hurriedly took action, urging multiple buffs. Yanzei drew his bow and arrows. His eyes were extremely solemn. Ji Yao raised his hand and used a summoning technique, summoning the undead version of the red armor Dead Rider, and using its burly body to stop in front of everyone. This summon was originally a Death Knight, and turning into an undead is also very suitable for its attributes. Therefore, the combat effectiveness of the undead knight has been greatly improved. The armor also all over his body has turned into blood gray, and the original boulder sword has also become a skeleton-like remains giant sword. Ha! After seeing the old man, he still had the courage to make a move. It's really scary to be young. The old man smiled lightly, as if he admired the four of them very much, and the next moment, his figure disappeared into mid-air. In place, only a trace of a mysterious figure like a stream of water remained. Body incarnate for a long time, Su Ming knew that he had already made a move. The 5th rank offensive can kill yourself in one blow. You must stop it. You must use all your strength to resist. In an instant, Zhang Xiangxing landed on the ground and smashed an ordinary punch head-on. He was expressionless, moving slowly and softly, as if in slow motion, but the fist wind set off is as majestic as a mountain. That punch seemed slow, but it was actually incomparably fast. Fast too. Su Ming is difficult to dodge, and he can't hide. Once he dodges, everyone will die. He must use all the blades of his sword to stop in front of him. The fist wind can be described as majestic, and before it arrives, it has already blown off more than a dozen dead trees around it with the fist wind alone. It can be called devastating. Everyone was disheveled, almost unsteady. In the face of the majestic coercion of the 5th rank, the weak of the 2nd rank would almost can't help but kneel and crawl. If Su Ming hadn't stood in front of Yanzei and the others and bore most of the coercion, they would have been kneeling on their knees waiting for death, and they wouldn't even have the ability to fight. This punch was like a natural disaster, and the momentum was too huge. You can even faintly see the fist wind, which condenses into a huge fist phantom. Su Ming's robe trembled, and he quickly controlled several swords with his imperial sword, activated the fierce thunder enchanted sword skill, and shot away. He himself also held the golden fish sword in his left hand and the frost flame deathmark in his right hand, holding the two swords at the same time. Urged the hidden sword to slash and hit head-on. Thunder flashed, and Su Ming turned into a brilliant swordlight and rushed out. At this moment, he saw a terrifying scene. The red-armored undead knight in front of him raised his sword blade high, trying to resist Zhang Xiangxing's punch for himself, but he didn't even hold on for a moment, and the knight's body shattered into dust in an instant, drifting away. Then the punch hit Su Ming's twin swords firmly. At this moment, Su Ming activated the sword rebound. I want to offset all his punches. However, this punch is a skill of a rank 5 powerhouse. Even if he had so many weapons to assist with the thought condensation blade, the shadow flow long sword, and the blood-drawing black blade, it was difficult to resist. Those flying swords were instantly smashed backwards by the fist. Subsequently, Su Ming's golden scale fish sword was also directly bent under the huge force. Click! The blade of the frost flame deadmark also broke, and the blade flew out and stuck into the ground in the distance. Su Ming was directly hit in the chest by this punch. He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew backwards for dozens of meters. The back landed, rubbing a deep gully. Zhang Xiangxing's fist strength came directly out of his body. Su Ming from his chest to his back, all the skin and flesh bloomed. Not to mention him, even Yanzei, Ji Yao, and Zhang Yunqing behind him were all smashed out. Everyone, all vomited blood together. One punch, 4 people were severely injured. This strength is simply crushed in crushing. Oh, is it a swordsman? It's a bit interesting. So young, you can control the 5 swords at the same time. I'm afraid the opportunity is not small, and the effort is a lot. Zhang Xiangxing floated to the ground, his face calm, and he slowly stepped forward. His voice was old, and in his eyes, there was a strong appreciation for Su Ming. Not afraid of strong enemies, he dared to shoot in the face of the 5th turn. This kind of courage reminded him of his young self. If it weren't for you and me, I would really want to accept you as a disciple. It's a pity that the world is so big, I can't help myself. He sighed and laughed. When I was young, I was blessed by the Zhang family, but now I am also constrained by this grace, and I have to kill you. I can only say that fate makes people. I will try to be as simple and neat as possible, so that you young people will not die painfully. After all, you and I have no grudges. Zhang Xiangxing said indifferently. Then, he took a step forward and smashed another punch, directly taking Su Ming. He already knew that Su Ming was the strongest person here. As long as this young man is killed first, the remaining 3 second turns are fish meat on the sticky board. Around this punch, there was a pale white energy flowing around, causing the air to emit a burst of explosive sound. In the power of the fist, there is yin and soft, and the two forces are intertwined, which is really mysterious and strong. All of Su Ming's skills could not be resisted. The moment the sword energy slashed over, it would be absorbed by the opponent's fist force, as if it had been cut on cotton. This is the strength of the yin-yang boxer. Su Ming's face was cold, he gritted his teeth and shot a hand, raised his hand and shook, and the frost flame deathmark broke and sword flew around, and it was respliced intact. Dragon slaying technique. He raised his hand and slashed out a brilliant golden sword chi, like a dragon roar. In the sword light, there is a mixture of frost and flame, one cold and one hot, and the power is majestic. Seeing this trick, Zhang Xiangxing's old eyes were a little surprised. A third-rank kid can cut such a sword? What a surprise! If he can be cultivated well, this kid will definitely have a bright future. It's a pity that things in the world are complicated, and even if he turns 5 times, he can't do whatever he wants. Must be killed. His fist changed, his wrist turned into softness, and he smashed it out with a sudden blow. blow. The brilliant golden sword chi was actually smashed and shattered. The golden sword chi shattered, almost dyeing this small piece of the sky dome into golden brilliance rain and falling. The scene is magnificent. Then, all the sword energy was actually absorbed by the fist power. Leverage strength. A punch wrapped in golden awns, the phantom condensed into a dragon of yin and yang and smashed into Su Ming's chest. Boom! At this moment, the golden fish sword swam and flew violently, sticking to Su Ming's chest to resist the blow for him. At the same time, the dry bone meteor chain hammer behind Su Ming also activated the protector spirit hammer affix and slammed it over, wanting to rescue the master. But even the defense of the two diamond weapons could not completely dissolve this terrifying punch. The chain hammer was smashed out directly. The golden fish sword also bent instantly and failed to resist all the offensives. Su Ming flew backwards for 100 meters again, smashed a few trees, and finally stopped. He was extremely embarrassed. His body was covered with thorns and stones, penetrating his body and full of holes. The chest has turned into a cloud of blood mud. Su Ming was covered in blood, and his pupils stared at this powerful old man. This time, it's really a desperate situation. Alas, I didn't expect you to still have a breath. Zhang Xiangxing sighed, his eyes full of regret. If you faint now, maybe I can pretend to be negligent and spare your life. No one wants to kill a genius with their own hands. Child, it's too stubborn. Saying that, Zhang Xiangxing shook his head and came with a long stream, landed in front of Su Ming and smashed another punch. With this punch, he wanted to completely beat Su Ming to death and crush him into powder. Su Ming was sweating, wanting to make a move to resist, wanting to activate the electric martial arts instantaneous skill he had just learned, and move to the position of the black blade sword in the distance. But he found that his thinking and movements were so slow that it was too late. His eyes were ugly and he felt a sharp pain. It turns out that his spine broken. This means that for a short period of time, you can't move. Are you really going to die? Yanzei gritted his teeth and shot arrows, wanting to protect Su Ming, but his arrows could not even break through the chi barrier beside Zhang Xiangxing. At this moment, Su Ming's pupils suddenly dilated, and he saw Qianying and stepped over. She danced with a scythe and performed a teleportation technique. Ji Yao landed in front of Su Ming and waved his hand to cut out a sickle. This is the skill, soul-cutting scythe, that Ji Yao has just learned, and she instantly consumed a lot of soul power and slashed a blow. A dark purple giant sickle phantom cut out the soul-cutting power of death and slashed at Zhang Xiangxing's fist. Zhang Xiangxing's eyes were filled with a touch of helplessness. Negative corner stubbornness is really meaningless. Do these young people really not know what the 5th rank means? Zhang Xiangxing raised his left hand and lightly little. A ripple-like clear wave appeared in the air, directly shattering the soul-cutting scythe skill into nothingness. Then he took a step forward and threw a light punch, directly penetrating Ji Yao's body. The hot blood sprayed thin and sprinkled on Su Ming's body. Ji Yao also fell into Su Ming's arms, his eyes were stunned, and he looked at this scene in disbelief. Zhang Xiangxing kept moving, and his fists continued to fall. He wants to punch and kill two people. At the moment when a punch through the chest was about to hit Su Ming, he finally reluctantly activated the electric martial arts instantaneous body skill. An afterimage of an electric current appeared in place. Su Ming himself had already held Ji Yao and appeared 100 meters away, next to the blood-drawing black blade on the ground. Su Ming was covered in blood, his breathing was short, and his eyes were so cold at this moment. No anger, no sadness, only cold. This absolutely ruthless look made even Zhang Xiangxing feel a slight fear for a moment. How can it be? I haven't felt this emotion in many years. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that I am also old and have an illusion. Then, he walked slowly towards Su Ming and Ji Yao. The whole body is full of energy, from beginning to end. It is at its peak, absolutely crushing. Yanzei and Jiang Yunqing wanted to stop it, but they were knocked to the ground by Zhang Xiangxing's fist force. They were covered in blood, but they still gritted their teeth and stood up suddenly. Despite their serious injuries, the two staggered to Su Ming and Ji Yao to protect the two of them. Yanzei and Jiang Yunqing were bleeding from the corners of their mouths and were weak, but he still joined forces to attack Zhang Xiangxing, looking like he was not afraid of death. However, Yanzei's arrows were too powerful for the 5th turn. When he came into contact with Zhang Xiangxing's body, he was directly bounced away. Jiang Yunqing's 10,000 ants heart-devouring technique was her only offensive spell, but it couldn't be effective. Zhang Xiangxing only needed to raise his hand to shatter the magic. It's simply impossible to fight. In the rear, Su Ming hugged Ji Yao tightly. Why? Ji Yao bled, gently touched Su Ming's face, and said with a smile, because I like you. She didn't want her death to make Su Ming too sad, so she tried her best to show a smile. Even until death, he is gentle and cares about others. Ahem. Saying that, Ji Yao coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Her reluctant smile could not be maintained. Then her eyes scattered, and she lay on the ground, snorting. Health directly returned to 0. The killer move of a rank 5 powerhouse, how could she, a second rank girl, withstand it? Just one blow can be absolutely deadly, and there is no room for negotiation. People whose health has reached 0 cannot even be saved by orange blood hearts, and must have 1% left. Now she is in a near-death state, and and in less than 3 seconds, she will completely become a cold corpse. The corpse, no matter how you do it, it is almost impossible to save it. At this moment, Su Ming's heart was extremely cold, and the anger in his eyes was finally difficult to suppress. Why? This scene made him feel familiar. In the previous life, the same was true. When he was besieged by Zhang Tang and Ren Xiaoman, it was Ji Yao who used his life to buy time for himself. Now, everything has been reproduced? Whether it is that world or this world, her love for herself has never changed, and she has always been willing to give her life for herself without hesitation. If you live again, you can't even rewrite all this. I have come all the way, but I can't even protect my beloved girl, so why did I get to this point? Su Ming's eyes were filled with blood and tears, and his angry face was like Shura. Suddenly, his eyes were stunned, as if he suddenly thought of something. With his last breath, he trembled and took out a bottle of medicine and stabbed it into his neck. His spine was broken, and it was difficult for him to move. The potion poured into his body, and his purple veins burst all over his body, and his skin instantly turned pale. A majestic blood force rushed straight to the limbs and bones of the whole body, opening up all the blood vessels, acupuncture points, and internal organs. His body, from the genetic level, changed its composition in an instant. Most of its attributes were doubled, and 2 sharp fangs grew out of his mouth, and he turned into a vampire. All injuries immediately began to heal themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Ming was covered in blood, and his whole person looked extremely vicious. He used powerful vampire elixir. For you, I would like to become an evil ghost. Then, Su Ming did not hesitate and bit Ji Yao's throat. At the moment of her death, a few drops of essence flowing with the essence of a servant-level vampire were forced into her neck. Her body suddenly began to tremble violently, and her eyelids showed a blood-red maple color. This is a vampire transformation ceremony, and in order to save her, Su Ming has no choice but to do so. As long as there is no complete death, there is a chance to reverse everything, which is vampire transformation. Subsequently, Su Ming placed Ji Yao, who was covered in blood, and dripped a few drops of healing orange blood into her mouth. Su Ming stared at his eyes like hellfire, got up and looked at Zhang Xiangxing. Zhang Xiangxing was about to punch Jiang Yunqing and Yanzai, 2 people in his way. In the next moment, a figure that had become a little taller appeared in front of them. He clenched his 2 swords and barely stopped this punch. It's Su Ming. After becoming a vampire, he grew from a height of 1.75 meters to 1.85 meters, becoming a little burly. The muscles and physical fitness of the whole body have been greatly improved. His skin became as pale as snow, and the blood vessels all over his body were extremely obvious and looked a little oozing. Although he is still thin, the hidden power in his body is no longer what it used to be. The effect of powerful vampire elixir is too powerful. After drinking, it turns into a minion-level vampire within 1 hour. This is the 2nd rank among vampires, and it has been able to obtain most of the vampire clan's talent enhancements. Su Ming looked at his talent list and found 3 more temporary talents. Sun-fearing creatures, being exposed to direct sunlight will spontaneously combust and die, completely decaying, duration 1 hour. Pale body, gain the vampire's powerful self-healing ability, all physical strength, and agility attributes, skyrocket by 2 times, but when you are hit hard by a silver weapon, the self-healing speed slows down, duration 1 hour. Blood-drawing demon, you can draw the blood of any living creature, heal any injury, and have a chance to capture a random skill from the opponent during the blood-drawing process, duration for 1 hour. Combat attributes are doubled, plus the bonus of the original sword body. It can be said that Su Ming's current swordsmanship is 60 times greater. Even a rank 5 can't crush him like a bug, not to mention that he still has the terrifying self-healing ability of the vampire clan. Although there is a disadvantage, that is, after being exposed to the sun, it will die immediately. But this copy happens to be a corrupt village in the eternal night. It is always night, there is no day at all. Su Ming occupies the advantage. Su Ming raised his hand and turned around, roaring, and used the golden scalefish sword and frost flame death marks to cross and slash, using a powerful skill. Rain-shattering phoenix sword. His speed tripled, and at this moment, the sword speed was unparalleled. Even Zhang Xiangxing could not shake it away easily. The twin swords slashed endless chi, and triggered the shadow slash effect of the set many times. Countless afterimages were superimposed with Su Ming's slash, and the power shattered the air. With 3 turns, hit 5 turns. Zhang Xiangxing was careless and was shocked back half a step. Su Ming used the 3rd rank of cultivation to shake back the 5th rank of great power. Although it is only half a step, it is enough to shock the world. Zhang Xiangxing's eyes were a little surprised, but there was no panic in his eyes. He was just a little surprised. How could Su Ming's strength improve so quickly? Moreover, all injuries healed completely on their own. He suddenly changed his move, raised his hand to urge his fists, and the yin-yang fist technique was fully unfolded. This fist is a fusion of yin and yang forces, strong and soft, and the power is unmatched, directly interrupting Su Ming's torrential rain and breaking windsword, smashing him and retreating. But Su Ming, it hasn't fallen. His face was extremely gloomy, and he pestled his 2 swords to the ground, through 2 ravines, and stopped retreating. He stood up, his eyes becoming a little bloodthirsty and evil. Su Ming's scarlet eyes and the terrifying speed like the wind made Zhang Xiangxing's face face froze slightly. Look at the faint purple veins wriggling on his neck and his pale complexion. Zhang Xiangxing finally realized what this young man had fallen into. You have actually degenerated into a vampire and touched this great forbidden power. It looks like I have to kill you. The old man's eyes became extremely cold, and the murderous intent was finally completely solidified. Just now, he had actually been a little reluctant to Su Ming, a young talent. But from the moment Su Ming turned into a vampire, all kindness ceased to exist, and people and vampires were incompatible since ancient times. Su Ming stood up straight, his face was cold, and the murderous intent in his eyes flowed. He heard a voice. Rain-breaking wind sword proficiency improvement, promotion to platinum middle grade. Thousand streams dust sword, platinum intermediate grade. Accurate and fast deadly sword skills, it can even accurately cut the dust in an area in half, and when it is cast, it is like a storm, endless. The skills have also just been upgraded, and in Su Ming's eyes, the fighting spirit is at its peak. The vampire heals so quickly that he doesn't have to worry about getting hurt at all. As long as you try your best to dodge and block, and try to make Zhang Xiangxing unable to kill himself with one punch, then you can continue to heal yourself. In other words, he was able to barely withstand Zhang Xiangxing's offensive within an hour. Of course, Su Ming will take great risks, and he must always concentrate and do his best to fight. Once you are a little careless and are killed by the other party in an instant, then you will still die. Vampire state is not invincible. When Su Ming raised his hand, all his sword blades flew in and lingered beside him. He wants to officially fight Zhang Xiangxing. 3 turns of body, 5 turns of battle. Ji Yao is in a dying state, and it is not yet known whether she can survive this hurdle. Even if she survives, she will become a newborn vampire. Being a vampire does enhance her abilities in every aspect, but it also makes her. You can't enjoy the sun anymore. Moreover, once her identity is discovered by humans, she will be hunted down immediately, and it can be said that from now on, she will be extremely lonely. Su Ming made this decision without authorization, and he didn't know if it was right or wrong. Therefore, his heart is really like a knife. The murderous aura in his eyes all converged on Zhang Xiangxing. He and the Zhang family are not in the same sky. He took out a pot of strong liquor and drank it all in one go. After becoming a vampire, they are more resistant to alcohol, so it is difficult to get drunk. Su Ming had to drink a whole pot of high concentration spirits and drink it completely, and then finally entered a state of drunkenness. Drunken sword style, all swordsmanship skills have a chance to carry sword energy. At the same time, Su Ming's eyes were cold, and he took out a dark purple scale, which was stuck at the seam of the frost flame death mark broken sword. Dead Poison King scales, an epic poisonous thing. Suddenly, on the entire long sword, black and purple liquids appeared, which were highly poisonous flows. Even if Zhang Xiangxing is cut, he will definitely be seriously injured. Su Ming took out almost all his whole cards. Zhang Xiangxing is a rank 5 power, and even if Su Ming has double attributes and the talent bonus of the vampire clan, he can only barely fight. If you want to kill the other party, it is still unlikely. At most you will hold on for a while. So, his idea now is very simple. That is to hold it by yourself, and then let Yanzei and Zhang Yunqing escape with Ji Yao. Yanzei, Yunqing, you take Ji Yao and escape. Su Ming roared behind him. The two clenched their fists and nodded. Ji Yao must be transferred now for her to be safe. The two immediately helped Ji Yao up and quickly fled backwards. But both of them are now seriously injured, and they can't escape quickly. Zhang Xiangxing looked at this scene, his face became extremely cold, and he directly turned into a long outflow punch. The moment Su Ming became a vampire, Zhang Xiangxing was already merciful to this obsessive young man. Bang! Su Ming blocked it with 2 swords, but flew directly backwards for dozens of meters, and the ribs and arms in his chest were all broken, and blood rushed into the sky. But his face was ruthless, and he stood up staggeringly, and all the injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was like a small strong man who couldn't be killed, standing up again and again, and even took the initiative to attack Zhang Xiangxing. His 2 swords were sheathed, and the golden fish sword and the frost flame death mark were held in his hands, and at the same time he activated the hidden sword slash. This sword was accompanied by the fierce thunder enchanted sword skill, and the thunder mixed with blood spread out. At the same time, all the flying swords besides Su Ming came and attacked with him. He turned into a brilliant thunder sword light and flew out in an instant. The swordsmanship that was about to reach its peak, even Zhang Xiangxing couldn't help but admire it. As expected of being degenerated into a vampire, the bonus of combat effectiveness given by this high-level race is indeed terrifying, and the self-healing ability is unmatched. With a 3-turn body, he can cut this level of swordsmanship. If this child has not fallen into a vampire, he will definitely become a hero in the future. What a pity. That's it. Zhang Xiangxing's face was flat, and his hands made a mysterious finger shape. Then, a majestic power of yin and yang flowed out of his body, and vaguely, a huge black and white picture was formed, which fell at his feet. Then his qi soared. Yin and yang internal strength. Consuming qi can greatly increase the strength of the whole body. This is Zhang Xiangxing's heyday posture. Under the bonus of the yin-yang internal strength state, all his boxing power can be increased several times. In the next moment, Zhang Xiang became vivid, and his speed became unparalleled in an instant. Click. crack. It was as if there were cracks in the space, the air was shattered, and the fist's strength of both rigidity and softness was like a big river winding its way. Su Ming faced it, only to feel that the cells in his body were in fear, and his swordsmanship couldn't help but slow down. And he still rushed in resolutely, in order to prevent Zhang Xianxing from intercepting Yanzei and the others. In any case, in this life he must protect Ji Yao. The sword energy of the hidden sword slash entered the river of fist strength, and suddenly let out a sharp chirping sound. The sword chi cut through a few inches of fist strength with difficulty, but it only supported for a moment before it was disintegrated. The thunder of the fierce thunder enchanted sword was also neutralized by the yin and yang chi. Subsequently, Su Ming's whole body went back hundreds of meters and smashed a wooden stake, and the sharp wooden thorns pierced directly from his throat. His whole body was covered in skin and flesh, and almost half of his body was smashed into meat paste by the fist force. He became a blood man, with many muscles and internal organs exposed, and blood splattered every time he trembled. Su Ming's face was hideous, and he stood up with difficulty. Cough. He suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood, but he never fell. Letting the blood spray, he still had a resolute face, and Su Ming never knew what to give up. Hang on, is his motto. Just as he had told the little orc Leah, he wanted to lead by example and live up to it. Feeling the rapid self-healing of the body and the recovery of the injury, a voice resounded in my mind. Hidden sword slash, fierce thunder enchanted sword proficiency cap, skill advanced, broken steel hidden sword slash, platinum medium, proficiency 100,000/200,000. Condense the sheath contains the spirit, the sword rin gathers, and accumulate thick hair. Blood thunder condensation blade sword, platinum intermediate grade, proficiency 100,000/200,000. Blood colored thunder, wrapped around the sword, can break 1,000 defenses. Suddenly, the thunder wrapped around Su Ming's sword blade turned into pure blood. Originally, it was just a little red fierce light, but now, the thunder light turned into a pure and transparent blood-like thunder color, and its power increased greatly. Su Ming rushed towards Zhang Xianxing again, simply not afraid of death. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xianxing's face became gloomy, and his patience finally ran out. Humph, the centipede shakes the tree. He smashed out with another punch. The gathering chi gang fist skill is urging. The power of this punch is not the same as all the moves just now. The majestic pure strength, with the blessing of yin and yang internal strength, became as heavy as Mount Tai. The surrounding wind vortex lifted up several large pieces of turf, and the dust was splashed. The air in the sky did not have time to overflow, but was compressed by the hammer explosion, making an explosive cracking sound. The magnificent fist wind condensed into a fist shadow entangled in black and white chi, and came towards Su Ming fiercely, like a hill, and the shadow covered his whole body, making him look so small. Su Ming's clothes were rustling, and his hair was fluttering. He used a limbo microstep, trying to dodge the punch. However, the fist wind actually had a confinement effect, trapping him in place. This combination of rigidity and softness can absorb all the forces of resistance and breaking free, leaving him with no way to escape, and his feet seem to be shackled. Su Ming can use the stealth step, and he will definitely be able to dodge. But once the hidden divine step is activated, the mental power will be exhausted, who will delay the time for Yanzei and the others. Helplessly, Su Ming had to urge the dragon slaying technique and collide head-on with this punch. The dragon roared and trembled, and the huge golden mane sword energy slashed out. This sword comes with drunken sword energy. The two diamond swordsmanship superimposed and directly collided with the fist strong wind. Boom! The fist shadow actually appeared a tiny crack. Su Ming's dragon slaying technique was really powerful, far exceeding ordinary diamond skills, and it could actually hurt the fist shadow of the 5th rank. The dragon slaying technique did hold up for a while, but soon, the punch shattered the golden sword chi and took Su Ming directly. A punch of 5 turns. I can't even resist the dragon slaying technique. Su Ming's face was a little ugly, and he had to control all the swords to resist in front of him. Click! With a crisp sound, his blood-drawing black blade sword broke directly. How devastating power does it take to smash a platinum-level weapon? Su Ming himself was also smashed backwards by this punch, as if he had been hit hard. He vomited blood and smashed heavily on the ground. This was the first time he was seriously injured, and he never recovered. Oof, it seems that the kindness I just gave you is really superfluous. A young man who voluntarily degenerates into a vampire, even if he grows up in the future, is a big problem for the human race. Zhang Xianxing landed in front of Su Ming. His face was cold, and he said slowly. Su Ming gritted his teeth, leaned on the frost flame death mark and broken sword, barely stood up, and always preferred to die. At this moment, he already had a little despair in his heart. The number of layers of death marks on his body has been superimposed to 5 layers. Take 5 more attacks, stacked to 10 layers, and you will die. He entered the vampire state, and now even if the 10,000 fish demon boss is in front of him, Su Ming is confident that he will fight. But this 5th rank Zhang Xianxing is really invincible. Su Ming has been passively beaten, and all his skills cannot hurt the other party. The armor penetration effect of the sharp stone earrings, the enemy must be defending before it can be triggered, and Zhang Xianxing has always always been taking the initiative to attack, and all of Su Ming's attacks have been perfectly resolved and cancelled by him, so he can't hurt him at all. Even the vampire state can't fight the 5th turn? Rank 5. Is it really the biggest watershed? The 5th rank is the honor. Starting from the 5th rank is the real powerhouse of heaven and earth, and ordinary people in some places have to kneel down when they see it. A 5th turn can easily suppress more than a dozen 4 turns. The professions after the 5th turn are all strong. Not to mention, Zhang Shangxing's profession is still a yin-yang boxer, a combination of rigidity and softness, and it is a profession that integrates defense and offense, which can be called perfect. Don't struggle unnecessarily. If you are tied up, you may be able to die happily. Those behind you can't escape. Zhang Shangxing dusted off the dust on his body, looked ahead, and said indifferently. Su Ming turned his head to look. I saw a large group of Zhang family killers who had surrounded Yanzei and the others. There are dozens of people. There are also several rank 4 masters, dozens of rank 3 masters. There are killers from the Zhang family, and there are also loose players who have heard about it in this copy. Yanzei, Zhang Yunqing, and Ji Yao were already injured and could not escape too far, so they were directly surrounded and had no way to escape. They endured the remnants of the 5th rank of fist and did not die on the spot, but they were also seriously injured all over their bodies, walking with a limp, not to mention Ji Yao, who was in a coma. Su Ming gritted his teeth, his face covered in blood. It was about to be wiped out. He couldn't accept this ending. At this moment, he found a pitch-black ring on his finger, which initiated a bright light. There was only a little white on like a spark, but it made Su Ming feel shocked. The whole body seemed to tremble. He stared at the ring in a daze, feeling bright and magnificent. The top artifact, Reverse Path Divine Ring. This subtle point of light was far less brilliant than when he picked it up back then. Once lit, it means it has absorbed enough time to be ready for reuse. Could it be that we can only urge the Reverse Path Divine Ring to change this situation? But now there is only a little light, far from its heyday, and it may only be possible to turn back a very short time. 3 days, an hour, a minute? They are all unknowns, and if you can only go backwards for a few minutes, it doesn't make any sense at all. Su Ming did not immediately urge the Rebellious Path Divine Ring, but stared at all the Zhang family masters present. His eyes were like wolves, surrounded by strong enemies. His spirit was extraordinary, his body was covered in blood, and he was already slowly healing. It's time for a farce to end. Zhang Shangxing said plainly. In his eyes, the murderous intent flowed. He took a step forward and went across the air, turning into a long stream, and actually past Su Ming. He punched Ji Yao, Yanzei, and Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Shangxing's punch was not to kill Su Ming, but to kill Zhang Yunqing. The original purpose of the head of the Zhang family was to kill Zhang Yunqing, and this matter must be completed as soon as possible, so as not to have long nights and dreams. Su Ming, just deal with it slowly. Although Zhang Shangxing is a fairy on the surface, he is not a good person. He is an old loyal dog of the Zhang family, and he has done countless bad things for the Zhang family in his nearly 100 years of life. He did a lot of slaughter and assassination, so he did not hesitate to take action against an innocent girl like Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Shangxing's disciples are all bad people, but he has been covering them up for many years. Just now, he was soft on Su Ming on the surface and didn't kill him, but in fact he was just trying to win Su Ming's trust. He wanted to take advantage of the situation to take Su Ming as an apprentice, so that he could wait for an opportunity to arrest him and interrogate him where he got these powerful swordsmanship. A 3rd rank can have such a powerful sword chi. Zhang Shangxing is really curious about this. Only by communicating with each other can you ask. It's a pity that Su Ming is really resolute, not a fledgling silly boy. His mind is tenacious, and he hasn't wavered at all, so Zhang Shangxing is too lazy to act. Kill Zhang Yunqing first, and then slowly ask the sun afterwards. At the same moment, all the killers also shot together. The dense infinite killer moves flooded the entire sky. The sky is full of wild flows, colorful, brilliant to the extreme, attacking and killing. The skills of dozens or hundreds of job changers are the fierce light that human vision cannot carry. There is magic with spiritual attacks, and there are flying axes of warriors. There are mages' ice picks, swordsmen's flying blades. Su Ming's face was cold, and he held the reverse path ring in his hand. He could only take a gamble, and he couldn't help but use it. Just when Yanzei and the others were a little desperate, a dark purple electric light pierced the sky from the far sky and flashed out. This true thunder was overwhelming, and its power was even many times more violent than Su Ming's blood thunder sword energy enchantment. The entire sky dome was like daylight in an instant. An inconspicuous old man, wearing a cloak and hood wrapped in electricity, stepped into the air. His beard and hair were slightly white. He couldn't see his face clearly, standing high in the sky, pinching his hands. Suddenly, a chain of lightning swept in, and it came in an instant, forming a film that blocked all attack and kill skills. Protected Yanzei, Zhang Yunqing, and Ji Yao. In an instant, the thunder meandered, shattering all the killer moves. Immediately behind the old man, a purple thunder monster phantom was condensed, and with his punch, it intersected head-on with Zhang Shangxing's punch. Zhang Shangxing's fist strength was also shocked by the mysterious man, and the two offset each other. The 2 5 turns, each half a step back, are evenly matched. 5 ranks? Zhang Zhang Xiangxing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was a little shocked. Who is coming? Only rank 5 was it possible to easily block so many killer moves and repel himself at the same time. He had to be careful. Unexpectedly, there was a turnaround. Su Ming slowly put down his finger wearing the reverse path ring. Su Ming stood on the ground, looking up at the mysterious old man, activated his insightful eye, and scanned his information. Thunder Dust. Race, human. Level 51, 100,000 / 51 million XP. Occupation, Great Dark Thunder Venerable. Strength, 120. Physique, 90. Agile, 999. Spirit, 300. Lucky, 10. Skills, Dark Thunder. Diamond high grade. He can activate the dark purple thunder at will to attack and kill the enemy, and he can knead any thunder into various forms at will, which is a well-deserved venerable thunder. Heartguard Thunder. Diamond quality condenses thunder into a barrier, resists all physical attacks, and can absorb spiritual attacks and magic attacks. The thunder barrier shatters after reaching the carrying limit, causing indiscriminate electric explosion damage, can damage allies, so be cautious. Dark Thunder Crying. Platinum medium grade. A large range of indiscriminate killer moves, turning the violent thunder into a torrential rain falling from the sky, and the spiritual power consumption is extremely high. Electric Thunder Movement. Platinum medium grade. He can consume mental power, causing matter to turn into electric current, almost teleportation. But, when this skill moves materials other than himself, the mental power is consumed greatly, and the farther the distance moved, the greater the consumption. Thunder Shadow Incarnation. Diamond inferior. The Thunder Phantom is the magic image, moving with one heart, like the King of Hell, which can protect the body and destroy the enemy. Is it Thunder Dust? Jiang Yongli's old housekeeper. It will come to save Jiang Yunqing. Thinking back to that time, he promised Jiang Yongli before he died that he would protect his 2 daughters. Unexpectedly, this old man really kept his promise. He was wearing a hood, presumably because he was afraid of being discovered. Su Ming suddenly felt a burst of admiration in his heart. Unlike Zhang Xiangxing's balanced points, all the attributes of Lei Chen are mainly added to agility, so other attributes are a little lower. Nearly 1,000 agility is really terrifying, and it is the same type of extreme as Su Ming. That's right, this is just right for Lei Chen's thunder attribute profession, and the main one is a fast and furious one. Lei Chen's voice was old, staring down, and said to Jiang Yuncheng, "Go." Lei Lao deliberately did thunder echo processing, and no one could hear who he was. But when Jiang Yunqing heard this voice, she was immediately stunned, and almost instantly, she recognized it. Her eyes were slightly red, and she almost couldn't help but roar from the bottom of her heart, "Elder Lei, why didn't you protect my father? Clearly, you promised me when I was a child." But she didn't yell out after all, because she knew that Lei Lao might also have difficulties, otherwise, he would not have come to save himself today. She was much more sensible, silent, and carried Ji Yao with Yanzei, limping away. Zhang Xiangxing's face was solemn, his body was vigorously flowing, and the yin and yang qi exploded, and in an instant, he had turned into a long stream and landed in front of Jiang Yuncheng. The heart-protecting thunder barrier laid by the thunder dust couldn't stop him. This is the power of the yin-yang boxer, which can absorb and dissolve everything, and with the strength of softness and strength, it can tear apart the most violent dark purple thunder in the blink of an eye. Lei Chen was not in a hurry, and fell to the ground in an instant, protecting Jiang Yunqing in front of him, and arrived first. He was the incarnation of Lei Zun, and his speed was unparalleled. In terms of speed, Zhang Xiangxing, who is also a 5th rank, cannot compete with him. Lei Chen's wrist moved slightly, and a flash of lightning flashed. Crash! In an instant, Jiang Yunqing, Ji Yao, Yanzei and others turned into a thunderous light and disappeared into the field in an instant. It's more like teleportation than teleportation. Lei Chen teleported Jiang Yunqing, Ji Yao, and Yanzei away with lightning speed. Zhang Xiangxing smashed his fist into the air, the ground cracked, and the smoke exploded. His face was angry, his fists clenched, and he stared at Lei Chen. The old man was originally a foreigner, and was given the surname Zhang by the head of the Zhang family, and his full name is Zhang Xiangxing. "How dare you obstruct my Zhang family? Who the hell are you?" Zhang Xiangxing could hardly suppress his anger. Lei Chen was expressionless, did not speak, and did not answer him at all. He snapped his fingers, and the heart-guarding thunder shield shattered, instantly killing more than a dozen people around him. Then he raised his hand and held it, condensing a dark purple brilliant thunder sword and holding it in his hand. His old and thin body stood alone in front of all the killers. "Just to protect the young lady well. No one is allowed to take a step." His voice was calm, sophisticated, and crisp, echoing between heaven and earth. Zhang Xiangxing realized that this person could not communicate, and this battle was inevitable. The speed of this 5th turn was as fast as lightning, and if he didn't kill him, it would be impossible to kill Jiang Yuncheng. "I'm not in a hurry. This copy has been set up in a large formation. No one can leave, kill you, and then kill Jiang Yunqing. The order is just changed, and the result is no different. They can't escape." Zhang Xiangxing's face was cold, and in his fists, white gas was lingering, and his temperament was like a generation of grandmasters. He gave an order, all the scattered people, the killer of the Zhang family. Whether it was a 4th, 3rd, or 2nd rank newcomer, they they all shot together and attacked the thunder dust. Everyone wants to take credit and get a piece of the pie. The huge sound spread throughout the surrounding world, and the earth was shaking. Zhang Xiangxing turned into a yin-yang posture with both fists, rushed towards him, and fought with Lei Chen in one place. Bang 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 bang! The terrifying loud noise spread all around, and the ground cracked countless scorched ravines. In midair, thunderstorms exploded, one after another, leaving scorched marks in the air. The battle between the two rank 5 powers was really majestic, and it was so fast that it was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Lei Chen turned into an electric light and faced everyone alone. Anyone who wanted to chase Jiang Yunqing would be intercepted and killed by him, and for a while, corpses were all over the place, screaming again and again. There really was no one who could cross the line shown by his thunder. Lei Chen's speed was ridiculously fast, and the same person could appear in several places almost at the same time, just like a lightning after image clone. But there are too many enemies. Not to mention, there is Zhang Xiangxing, a 5th rank player with a higher level than him. He was alone, really reluctantly. Soon, Lei Chen fell into a disadvantage. He was imprisoned by a certain mage, and it took a moment to untie it, and it was such a moment that he suffered Zhang Xiangxing's punch. He took 3 steps back, a few drops of blood coming out of his mouth. Lei Chen's face was cold, his eyes were hidden under the hood. He never retreated, and he was still fighting. At the very least, he has to drag it out for 10 minutes, which is the bottom line he set for himself. Su Ming was not sent away by Lei Chen's skills, because he and Jiang Yunqing were still some distance away just now. Looking at the dense killer, he raised his hand and shook it. Click! The broken blood-drawing black blade sword flew around and fought together. Then he took out a piece of high-grade black steel and stuck it at the break of the blade. Using the power of forging, it was directly repaired, and it was intact. Repairing weapons does not use as much mental power as making weapons, so it can be used in battle. At this moment, he was standing a few tens of meters away from Lei Chen, and there was also a large group of killers, rushing towards him, and all the killer moves were unleashed. Su Ming now has a vampire state, and his attributes are terrifying. So what he killed was also extremely violent. In just a few tens of seconds, he slaughtered a 4th rank person, and the 3rd rank was as many as a dozen people. He was like an evil ghost, opening his bloody mouth, biting the throats of those killers, absorbing their flesh and blood, absorbing nutrients, healing his injuries, and restoring his physical strength. There were a few people who were sucked into human on the spot. Kill the 4-turn light gun warrior. Bang! Kill the rank 3 bard swordsman. Kill the 3rd rank rainforest arrowman. Kill the 3 rank great blade knight. Kill. EXP plus 680,000. EXP plus 100,000. Experience. Loot. Bard sword. Golden grade. X1. Endless arrow box. Golden inferior. X1. Zhang Xiangxing hit Lei Chen hard with a punch, and his eyes showed a bit of faint smile and confidence. The old man is a yin-yang boxer, and he only became a Tai Chi master at the 6th rank, and the extreme growth of his profession is higher, and he can break through the 7th rank in the future, and his future is boundless. On the other hand, the mysterious old man, the 5th rank of the profession, will become Lei Zun, and the limit in the future can almost only reach the 6th rank. How to fight with himself. He was proud in his heart. While thinking, Zhang Xiangxing's eyes suddenly lit up. When he saw Su Ming in the crowd, his murderous intent suddenly became fierce, and his eyes became a little undisguised angry. He thought to himself, it was this young man who made the old man think crookedly just now, and failed to simply kill Jiang Yunqing, but wasted too much time on him. It's really hateful. Zhang Xiangxing knew very well that this was also caused by his own greed. Su Ming's swordsmanship is at least diamond level, which is also very attractive to rank 5, and can sell tens of millions of advent coins, so he did unnecessary things, resulting in the current situation. But in any case, people don't blame themselves for the first time. It's an instinct. You can kill this child by raising your hand. Why don't you kill him first? Moreover, this swordsman boy is also a great variable. Once he is allowed to kill too many subordinates, the pressure on that rank 5 thunder venerable will be less. Killing this child first is the best solution. Zhang Xiangxing's body turned into a long stream, and rushed over in an instant, and his fists turned into a soft water like fist wind, and he slammed it down. Su Ming stared at Zhang Xiangxing. The number of layers of death marks on his body has been superimposed to 8 layers, and if he endures 2 more attacks, he will be completely buried. At this moment, he held his ring tightly, and a crazy thought appeared in his mind. Since the reverse path divine ring is still there, I can go back in time and not be afraid of messing up. Why don't I go crazy in the end and exhaust my mental strength? Use God-killing knife once. It definitely can't kill Zhang Xiangxing, but it will definitely be able to hit this old guy hard. This old man seriously injured Ji Yao. How could Su Ming not take revenge? And Lei Lao Butler faced so many people alone. If he didn't have to kill the god and seriously injure Zhang Xiangxing, Lei Chen would definitely die here in the end. Su Ming knew that if he used a killing knife, he would run out of physical strength and fall into danger. But his nature is a crazy god killer, so he chose the style of play that exclaimed the most. Bite! A crisp sword sound resounded throughout the audience. The blade of the frost flame death sword broke open and flew into the wild grass behind. Then, Su Ming held the dagger-like broken sword and rushed forward. Kill the god with with a knife, urge it to open. Su Ming slashed towards Zhang Xiangsheng. On the edge of the sword, a blood-red cold light emerged, which was the blood color of death. Airplanes. In an instant, a torrent of blood-colored killing intent swept away, condensing into an unpretentious thin line. Su Ming's body turned into a blurry red afterimage and ran away. Su Ming rushed away. The terrifying murderous aura spread overwhelmingly, shocking everyone present in an instant. The third rank was all stunned for a moment, and the fourth rank was also slightly stunned. At this moment, they were like falling into an ice cave, as if they had an illusion, that is, I am dead. When they saw that the blow was directed at Zhang Xiangsheng, they realized that they were still alive. Zhang Xiangsheng was a little shocked. This son did not avoid or hide, but dared to take the initiative to attack and kill the old man? When he saw the killing knife, a touch of instinctive shock and fear was born in his old eyes. Even if it is rank 5, it will be shocked by this legendary skill. At this moment, he was sweating. Even against rank 5 Thunder Venerables who were fighting in the same realm, he had never felt this kind of fear. Zhang Xiangsheng took a breath in his heart, only to feel out of breath. In the next moment, the sword was already approaching. The killing of the god is too fast. Zhang Xiangsheng didn't even have time to dodge, so he could only activate his defensive skill, Sangshan Blessing, at this moment, and his whole body was as hard as limestone. It was unbelievably fast, so fast that it was like a blood-colored sword that crossed the sky like lightning, directly shattering Zhang Xiangsheng's chest. A sharp blood-colored sword mark emerged from his chest obliquely. He knelt down suddenly, and a line of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The old man's eyes were stunned, and there was a monstrous horror in it. He didn't expect that this vampire boy would be able to use a sword comparable to 5 turns. Directly hit him hard, and even the defense was penetrated. This knife finally successfully triggered 40% armor penetration, because Zhang Xiangsheng defended and failed to offset this skill with the attack method. Therefore, his injuries were very serious. Su Ming had penetrated behind Zhang Xiangsheng. His whole body was smoking, and his robe was rustling. This knife is too fast. Not only did he seriously injure Zhang Xiangsheng, but by the way, he also killed a level 46 master behind Zhang Xiangsheng. He was dressed in a strong suit and held countless throwing knives in his hand, and was pierced through his neck by a killing knife. Then, dark purple venom gushed out of his throat, and he screamed, his whole body suppurated and died. Because Su Ming's sword blade was stuck with the scales of the poisonous king. Kill level 46 hidden weapon dagger maniac. Gain 540,000 experience points. Cross-border bonus experience 50,000. Loot, hidden weapon 1000 fingers, skill scroll, diamond inferior. Su Ming immediately gained a lot of experience. The sword god rank 4 mission has been completed, successfully breaking through level 41. Gain 10 free attributes. Promotion to the 4th rank sword god. All attributes plus 10. The full bonus of the original sword body reaches 40 times. Talent, sublimation of all things to unlock new effects. Can sublimate or indirectly sublimate any item once? Bang! Get a chance to draw a wheel. Su Ming's pupils were slightly stunned. The sublimation of all things has no limit on loot. That is, whether it is a prop in the shop, a finished product forged by a foundry, or something dropped in a copy. All items can be sublimated or indirectly sublimated once. Of course, if the material for forging a certain equipment has been sublimated, then the finished product still cannot be sublimated, and the indirect restrictions are still there. But Su Ming was already very satisfied. After being promoted to rank 4, he felt a powerful force pouring into his body. Even if it is the same attribute, the combat effectiveness of rank 3 and 4 is not at the same level, because there is level suppression. Su Ming immediately added 10 free attribute points to his spirit. A little bit of energy. But he had just used the god-killing knife now, and he had already exhausted himself. Even if he recovered 10 points of mental strength, it was a drop in the bucket. At most, the last small skill is used. The ultimate move of the dragon slaying technique is simply impossible to use again. Su Ming turned to look at Zhang Xiangsheng. This old man, at the moment, the wound was festering, and his whole body was paralyzed by epic poison. Su Ming's blood-red eyes suddenly gave birth to a cruel idea. He rushed up and bit Zhang Xiangsheng's shoulder. Click! Su Ming sucked blood like crazy. Zhang Xiangsheng was furious, and his expression was almost distorted. He didn't expect that this little beast would dare to suck his own blood. This is really a great shame. He suddenly took out a high-level detoxification prop, crushed it, and the blue light enveloped his body, and the poison was dispelled for a moment, but in the next moment it was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, crawling all over his body. He was shocked. What kind of poison is this? Even the diamond antidote can't get rid of. He gritted his teeth and forcibly operated the internal strength of yin and yang, suppressing the superficial injuries of his whole body. But inside, the poison was still hurting his body. He didn't care about so much, so he forcibly exercised his skills, stood up suddenly, and smashed Su Ming out with a punch. Su Ming fell to the ground and got up from the ground, his mouth full of blood, but he was smiling. Zhang Xiangsheng's movements were a little embarrassing, panting, and his white hair was messy. As a rank 5 power, he hadn't been so embarrassed for decades. Su Ming's mouth was full of blood, and he took a bite suddenly. Good old blood, the taste is really not good." His eyes were cold and he said. These words made Zhang Shangxing even more angry. His breathing became a little buzzing and his fists were trembling. At this moment, he couldn't wait to peel off Su Ming's skin and eat his flesh raw. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Su Ming's mind. Successfully capture the permanent skill, Yin Yang Fist, Diamond Middle Grade. Subsequently, countless Yin and Yang Chi skill moves poured into the whole body. Su Ming's eyes were slightly shocked. He actually seized a Diamond Middle Grade skill from Zhang Shangxing. He originally just wanted to suck blood and seriously injure Zhang Shangxing and relieve some combat pressure for Lei Chen. I didn't expect to hit it by mistake and seize a skill. After my luck attributes are high, good things happen frequently. His vampire state has a temporary talent called Blood Drawing Demon. One of the effects is, lifesteal has a very low chance of capturing a random skill from the opponent. This probability may be as low as 1 in 100 million, almost better than nothing, and it can be said that it is almost impossible to happen. Su Ming even ignored this effect because the probability was too low. There have been few cases in history where low-level vampires have seized other people's skills. It stands to reason that at least it has to be an elder-level high-level vampire to have a precedent for seizing other people's skills. Su Ming's luck is really good. He looked at Zhang Shangxing with a bit of mockery in his eyes. "Thank you for your skills." He was covered in blood and grinned. When Zhang Shangxing saw this scene, he suddenly broke free from the venom paralysis, rushed over, and roared angrily, "Kill him for me." A group of killers obeyed the order and immediately gathered towards Su Ming and surrounded him. Su Ming's face was flat, but his fingers moved slightly. His body turned into an afterimage current, appearing in front of a broken sword more than 200 meters away. Electric Warrior instantaneous. He arranged the blade of the Frost Flame Death Sword in advance and reached the edge of the battlefield. In this way, he could get out immediately after using the god-killing knife. Seeing Su Ming's smooth escape action, Lei Chen in the melee on the side, his eyes also flashed. "Little friend, thank you." He was hundreds of meters away and whispered to Su Ming. Although he didn't know Su Ming, he was also very grateful for the help of this strange young man. Su Ming also nodded slightly and then immediately fled the battlefield. His mental power has been completely exhausted and the number of death mark layers has reached 9 layers. If he was beaten again, he would die. Even vampires have to die, so he had to escape. Zhang Shangxing was seriously injured, although he did not die, but in a short period of time, Lei Chen's pressure was much less, and he should be able to survive this battle. But, with Lei's 5th rank master, he could count it with one hand. The Zhang family is likely to find out what Lei Chen has done. The fate of this old housekeeper. It's hard to say. Su Ming's own strength is really limited. He can only do so much, and then he must find a place to rest. Su Ming rushed all the way, away from the battlefield, and galloped in the direction of Yanzei and the others. At this moment, on the battlefield, Zhang Shangxing found that one of his core skills, Yin Yang Quanju, could not be used. It was as if it had been deleted directly. Could it be the paralyzing effect of this poison? He was so angry that he almost fainted. He ignored the poisoning and attacked Lei Chen with everyone, with a majestic offensive, completely ignoring the poison. He had lost his mind and vowed to kill Lei Chen, then kill Zhang Yunqing and chase Su Ming. The shame that Su Ming brought to him today made him, a 5th rank, unable to swallow it. However, his wound was surrounded by top-level killing intent, which was poison and difficult to heal. Therefore, Zhang Shangxing's combat effectiveness was greatly damaged, and for a while, Lei Chen was able to cope with it with ease. Su Ming ran to the deserted village, and after a few minutes, he finally found Yanzei and the others. Yanzei and Ji Yao carried Zhang Yunqing and tried their best to escape into the distance. Seeing Su Ming's appearance, both of them were shocked, and Zhang Yunqing cried with joy. "Su Ming, you are still alive." Zhang Yunqing's eyes were red, and his tearful eyes were crystal clear. Su Ming risked her life to protect them, and she was already very moved. "Well, I'm still alive, but there is no time to delay now. That rank 5 mysterious master may not last long. Have you found your way out, or have you seen the formation entity?" Su Ming was out of breath and asked. His mental strength was exhausted, and at this moment he already felt that the cells in his body were very tired, and blood was flowing from the tip of his nose. Even standing, it was very reluctant. The only good news is that after he left the war, the number of 9 layers of death scars has returned to 0. Yanzei's face was solemn and he shook his head. "Ji Yao is unconscious. We are too slow to rush, and we are still far from the area where we can exit the dungeon. And the formation entity is very hidden, and we didn't find." Speaking of this, Yanzei clenched his fists and felt really tricky. Everyone fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a low voice appeared in the nearby ruins. Everyone followed the reputation. "I saw a woman wearing a black cloak, lurking in the ruins of a village on the side of the road." For some reason, Su Ming always felt that her voice was somewhat familiar. She took a step forward, holding a short gun in her hand. "Who are you?" Yanzei was very guarded, almost bending his bow and arrows. The mysterious cloaked woman said nothing and walked slowly to Zhang Yunqing. The moment the two looked at each other, Zhang Yunqing was obviously stunned. Subsequently, Zhang Lan took off her hood, revealing her cold and high-end face, and her whole body was full of intellectual beauty. "Sister, Jiang Yunqing couldn't believe it and then rushed up and hugged her. Yan Zhe was slightly shocked, and Su Ming was also a little shocked. The girl in black. It turned out to be Jiang Yunqing's sister, the former vice chairman of the Jiang'an Consortium, Jiang Lan. She actually appeared here. Reunited with her long-lost sister, Jiang Lan's eyes were also slightly red. Yunqing, I finally saw you. She hugged Jiang Yunqing tightly, and all her worries collapsed at this moment. It's good that you are still alive. It was Butler Lei who saved you, right? Jiang Yunqing wiped his tears and said. After the two sisters separated, Jiang Lan immediately took out a necklace and handed it to Jiang Yunqing. Yunqing, this is a relic given to the two of us by my father. You must put it away. He didn't send you a letter because he expected in advance that someone would block your letter. Jiang Yunqing suddenly realized and took the necklace. Originally, my father left something for himself, but he entrusted his sister to hand it over to himself. This necklace is very exquisite, inlaid with a maple red gemstone, which has a mysterious smoke flow, and the texture is good at first glance. Su Ming found that the chain seemed to be a pair, because Jiang Lan also wore a very similar pair around his neck, but the color was gray-black. He immediately scanned the information of the pair of necklaces, and he wanted to see what quality relics the chairman of the Jiang'an Foundation would leave to his two daughters before he died. The necklace on Jiang Yunqing's neck is called Tongsheng. Tongsheng necklace, ancient superior. Sisters are born together, and the love between the two is not separated. Affix same life. When the wearer's biological sister wears the same death necklace at the same time, both of them will get the effect at the same time. Resurrection after death, except for old age and death at the limit of life. This effect can only be triggered once per person per week. Jiang Lan's gray-black necklace is called Death Together. Death Together, necklace, ancient quality. Sister dies ruthlessly, and both hearts are indestructible. Affix die together. When the wearer's biological sister wears the same life necklace at the same time, both of them will gain the effect. At the same time, when two sisters die at the same time, the two necklaces will immediately shatter and all effects will disappear. Su Ming's eyes were stunned. Necklace of life and death. Top equipment, absolute top. Artifacts that can resurrect life are extremely rare, or even almost none. However, strictly speaking, this pair of necklaces is actually only to prevent death, and it must be triggered by death in advance. It cannot be regarded as a real resurrection, because it is impossible to resurrect a body that has long since died, and this chain is also very limited. Only sisters of biological blood can use it, brothers cannot, they must be sisters. As long as the two wear it at the same time, they can be revived once a week. However, if two people are killed at the same time, then the necklace will be destroyed and the effect will disappear. In other words, two people cannot die at the same time. Su Ming's face was solemn, although there were many limitations to this chain, but in any case, the effect on the necklace was already very powerful. Father's love is like a mountain. Chairman Jiang really gave his two daughters a pair of top treasures. After my father died, it was old housekeeper Lei who protected my safety. Jiang Lan stared at Yun Sheng and said seriously. Then Lei Lao told me that the Zhang family had already gotten your location, and it was in this copy, so he immediately took me to save you. When Jiang Yunqing heard this, his face was shocked. Old Butler Lei. He has been secretly protecting his sister. Now you come with me. I know a place where you can escape from this dungeon. Jiang Lan led everyone away quickly. When she saw Su Ming, her eyes were slightly shocked. This boy was often mentioned by his father during his lifetime. Jiang Lan himself had some small festivals with Su Ming in the weapons store. But now, all the festivals have disappeared. Su Ming has protected her sister, and for this alone, she has no suspicion or hostility towards Su Ming. Several people ran all the way and suddenly encountered a fork in the road in the village. That road must not be taken. Jiang Lan said seriously. That's where the dungeon boss is located, and if it will be entangled for a long time in the past, we won't be able to escape. On her way here, she passed by there and encountered the dungeon boss area. Follow me on this path. There is a gap in the formation where you can exit the copy. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Su Ming had solemn eyes, staring at the village mountain road leading to the boss. Miss Jiang Lan, how far is your path leading to the formation gap? Su Ming asked, his voice calm. When Jiang Lan heard this, his face became a little strange. Why do you always feel Su Ming's voice is so familiar? It wasn't that time at the weapon shop. It seemed that the two had seen each other somewhere. At this moment, the situation was urgent, and she didn't have time to think about it, so she immediately gave an answer. It's about 40 kilometers away. Su Ming shook his head and said, no, it's too far. The killers of the Zhang family and the scattered players are chasing us. Not to mention that there are many rotten villagers along the way to obstruct, and we still have to take Ji Yao. The speed is too slow. The longer it drags on, the easier it may be for things to happen. Su Ming's eyes flashed with essence, and he thought for a moment before saying, how far is this road to the boss? About 3 kilometers. Jiang Lan replied. As soon as these words came out, everyone was a little surprised. 3 kilometers versus 40 kilometers. It is obvious that the road to fight the boss is closer and faster. Su Ming, you want to kill the boss and quit the dungeon, right? Jiang Yunqing's small face was a little surprised. After After killing the boss, everyone in the dungeon will withdraw from this world and return to the present world. In other words, if you exit the dungeon by killing the boss, you can ignore the blockade of the formation mage. Moreover, it can also save the old housekeeper Lei Chen. He dragged Zhang Xiangxing alone, as well as so many masters, which could be described as extremely dangerous. If you can kill the boss, you can let him leave the dungeon and return to the safe area by the way, Zhang Lan said with solemn eyes. Now you are mentally exhausted, my sister, and Yanzei's little brother are all injured and not in good condition. Going to challenge the boss is slower, and you may even be destroyed by the boss. The difficulty of the boss of the second level dungeon is definitely not the same level as the boss of the novice dungeon, so everyone was a little hesitant. You guys, have you forgotten something? Su Ming said meaningfully. He looked at Zhang Lan, his eyes were like water and his voice was cold. Zhang Lan, you are 23 years old, and your talent is not lower than that of your sister. You awakened 5 years earlier than us, and your realm must be far beyond us. With you, the boss of the second rank dungeon, is it really impossible to fight? Su Ming observed her and asked. Zhang Lan's face was awe-inspiring. She really hadn't thought about this. Because she devoted herself to the business world in her early years, she devoted herself to assisting her father and the family business. She has almost forgotten about dungeons, battles, and upgrades, and she hasn't fought people or monsters for several years, so she almost ignored her combat ability. What you said does make sense. I am already level 37. Playing a second rank E-level dungeon boss, it stands to reason that there is a chance. Zhang Lan held the white rose gun in her hand tightly, her brows furrowed slightly, and she was very unconfident. But my combat experience is really... At this time, Yan Zhe took a step forward. Miss Zhang Lan, what is your profession? Zhang Lan presented a silver-white firearm in her hand in front of everyone. Crystal Core Gunman, she said seriously. Her firearms are short, like the pistols often used by humans before Awakening Day. But this gun does not have so many complex expansion devices. It is pure white, and a few light roses are carved on it, which is very exquisite. The core power of the bullet is the strange beast crystal core embedded in the gun body, which can be fired without changing the bullet and consuming mental power. This is her class-exclusive weapon, which is generally unavailable to other classes. Crystal Nuclear Gunman. The long-range output ability of this profession is very powerful. Yan Zhe touched his chin and said cautiously. Then he looked at Zhang Lan. You and I are both remote exporters, and our professions have something in common. Miss Jiang, I will guide you in battle. How? He said intently. Hello. Yan Zhe has a lot of combat experience, and he may help Zhang Lan regain his fighting skills. When Zhang Lan heard this, he hesitated and his eyes were uncertain. Sister, I agree with Su Ming's words and challenge the boss. In this way, old Butler Lei can also exit the copy at the same time, and everyone can be safe. Zhang Yunqing looked at her sister and said. She held her staff tightly, her eyes extremely firm. She also wants to defeat the boss and get experience and equipment so that she can become stronger faster and not be a burden all the time. After these days, she wants to be stronger than ever. She wanted to. Revenge. There was some hidden surprise in Zhang Lan's eyes. She didn't expect that Su Ming's cohesion was so high, and his sister and Yan Zhe trusted him very much. She lowered her head and thought for a second, and felt that this idea was feasible. Okay, come with me. She is not a twisted person, she has always been vigorous, and immediately took everyone to the boss area. It's very close. If the boss kills fast enough, you can indeed leave the dungeon faster. Su Ming looked at Yan Zhe and Zhang Yunqing and said, Yan Zhe, Yunqing, put Jiao on my back and I will carry her on my back. I recovered a little bit and the injury was completely healed. Although my mental strength is exhausted and I won't be able to use my skills for a while, my agility attribute is very high and I can run fast even if I carry her. Su Ming said seriously. He is still in a vampire state and his physical fitness is twice that of normal conditions, and it is obviously a better choice to leave him to carry Ji Yao. The two responded and carefully put the unconscious Ji Yao behind Su Ming's back. The cold body, leaning behind him, was fragrant and soft, but Su Ming didn't have time to feel it now. Her face was pale, her purple and red veins wandering and trembling, and her whole body was extremely cold. Su Ming's heart was full of worry, and he dripped the last few drops of orange blood heart into her mouth. Whatever he said, he also wanted to save Ji Yao. The orange blood heart was finally completely shriveled, and it would probably take several hours to create new blood. But he still has a lot of healing potions. Su Ming took out a few bottles of healing potion and gave them to Yan Zhe and Zhang Yunqing. You drink it first to recover from your injuries, keep the excess, and use it to fight the boss later. Then everyone continued on their way. Su Ming carried Ji Yao on his back and followed Zhang Lan closely. Halfway through, Ji Yao occasionally moaned in pain like a mosquito, and her breath was like a gossamer. At least, she's alive. Su Ming was a little worried in his heart, but he had to return to the Heavenly Tower realm to have a way to save her. I've waited, and your plan is indeed better. When he was on his way, Zhang Lan suddenly said. Her voice was crisp and capable, and she was wearing a black robe. Even with a black cloak to hide, it is difficult to hide her bumpy mature figure. When she lowered her head, no one saw her, and her eyes became became a little cold. She suddenly felt that after so many years of business confrontation, she had almost become the same pedantic person as those high-ranking elderly people and company bosses. With these young people today, I can finally find a bit of blood. She used to be too conformist to take risks, but now, she wants to change herself back to the mentality of a career changer. Now that the family is destroyed, there is no one to rely on. I really need to regain some fighting skills. Jiang Lan knew that she and her sister were in a situation now, and she couldn't protect herself without the strength. She clutched her firearm and ran to the front. After Jiang Lan led everyone through a ruined cemetery, he saw a terrifying scene. Ahead, a large pit of burning corpses came into view. The circular corpse pit with a diameter of 10 meters, about 5 meters deep, was piled up with the corpses of rotten villagers, all of which had been charred. Flies and insects danced wildly, maggots were everywhere, and the wriggling pus seemed to have come to life. The pit was not wide, but disgusting enough. Although these remains have been burned, it has obviously not been able to completely annihilate the corruption virus in the corpses. The ashes and charred black meat were all over the pits, emitting a strong foul smell. Even Su Ming felt a surge in his stomach. This pit is the boss area, and the boss has not yet appeared. When you are ready, take a step forward, and you should be able to alarm the boss. Jiang Lan said, "Sister, since the boss has not been triggered, how do you know that this is the boss area?" Zhang Yunqing held the staff and asked with some doubts. Jiang Lan took out a small pendant around her waist, which flashed red. "This pendant was a gift from my father the day before my 18th birthday, to help me get good grades in the novice dungeon." Her eyes fell into memory and she said, "When it is close to the boss area, it will gradually tremble violently, and if it enters the boss battle area, it will emit a red light. However, it can only be effective against E-rank and below copies. Hidden bosses can't be found, they are only effective against normal bosses, but they are enough." Jiang Lan put away the pendant and said, "It's okay if the boss isn't triggered, so that no one will rush over and get in the way," Yanzei said, taking out his bow, and there was already a murderous intent in his eyes. "If the location of the boss has been discovered, then the Zhang family and the rest of the scattered players may also think that everyone will flee here by killing the boss, so they will set up an ambush in advance. So this is a good thing for everyone." Su Ming took out a pair of dark blue arrow boxes and handed them to Yanzei. This is the equipment he got after killing an archer before. After sublimation, it reached platinum medium. This arrow box is called Endless Blue Radiance, and you can draw arrows infinitely by consuming mental power, and the arrows inside will be accompanied by water attribute enchantment attacks. And, after equipping, this arrow magazine can also provide a 5% critical hit chance. Yanzei nodded, took it, and tied it to his back. Now that the relationship between several people is no longer necessary to say thank you, Su Ming gently placed Ji Yao behind a tree and asked her to lean on it and sit down. Then he himself walked to the corpse pit and pulled out his frost flame deathmark broken sword. "Are you ready?" Su Ming looked around at everyone and asked with awe-inspiring eyes. Everyone nodded, although Yanzei and Jiang Yunqing's spiritual power did not recover much, but now there was no time to delay, and the war must be started immediately. Su Ming took a step forward, and his majestic aura immediately disturbed the boss here. "Say it!" In the next moment, a dazzling burst of fire-cracking light immediately erupted in the rotting burning pit. Violent heat gushed out, thick smoke and stench billowed, and countless corpses made a crisp sound. The pitch-black charred bones twisted and wriggled, converging towards the center. In the end, it condensed into a rotten giant purely composed of countless corpses. The corpse giant was more than 6 meters tall and covered in pus and maggots. Because it is composed of charred and decomposed corpses, its whole body is densely packed with dead people's heads, as well as dead people's hands, feet, and arms, hanging on their bodies, which are as terrifying as spider leg hair. World boss has appeared, coordinates. Suddenly, the news was communicated to all server players. Su Ming immediately scanned the boss's information, praying that there would be no second stage, so that he could kill the fastest. Otherwise, after hearing the news of the world rules, other players will soon rush over. Source of corruption, burning giant, boss. The corpses infected with the rot disease were discarded in this pit, but the villagers did not know that fire could not eradicate the corruption in the corpses. As a result, the corruption inside the corpse condensed in one place, and over the years, it finally infected everything, spread out, and became it. Level 28. Current HP, 100%. Strength, 652. Physique, 425. Dexterity, 131. Spirit, 2. Lucky, 10. Skills. Source of corruption. It is the source of corruption disease, which can dominate all corrupt villagers, and the blood, pus, and corpse residue in its body are all attached to the corruption virus, and once contaminated, it will be infected immediately. Mouth of fire sores. It was born from fire, and its mouth can spit out green burning poison flames, and the flames are accompanied by decay damage. Brittle body. Negative passive skill. Its whole body is composed of charred corpses, so the body is extremely fragile, weak, blunt and impact damage, and has no self-healing ability. Decay cry. It knelt down and howled, emitting a rotten sound wave attack, which could cause severe pain and skin ulceration in the person who heard it. Giant hammer. Its hands are folded into a hammer, raised high, and smashed down. The second turn boss is indeed as he expected, not very powerful. There are even negative passives that weaken its combat effectiveness. This is easy to do. A boss that cannot heal itself, several people work together, and it can be killed in no time. Yanzei directly bent the bow and set up the arrow. His right hand was a spirit drawing rotten bow, and his left hand was a black and strong bow, suspended in front of him. He pulled the string and shot arrows with both hands at the same time, shooting at the boss. His arrow had a strong impact and directly inserted into the boss's body, bringing a few pieces of black bones to the ground. At the same time, Yanzei said to Jiang Lan beside him, "Miss Jiang, you used the charged rebound skill to attack the boss's head. If the effect is obvious, then use exorcism bullet fire to continue attacking the head. If the boss's weakness is not the head and the attack effect is not great, then you use deadly lotus fire to shoot continuously in a large area and find the weak points on its body as much as possible," Yanzei said. When they were on their way just now, the two had already talked about skills. Yanzei now knows Jiang Lan well, so he can command so lightly. Jiang Lan nodded and immediately attacked according to Yanzei's command. Sure enough, the effect was obvious. Her 3-turn strength, the bullets she shot were very powerful, and the boss HP dropped rapidly. The skeleton giant immediately had a lot of injuries all over his body, and hundreds of corrupted hands and feet were wriggling and pus was splashing everywhere. Jiang Lan secretly admired Yanzei in his heart. At such an age, I can have such a decisive combat command ability, and it is really a blessing for my sister to have such a friend. Zhang Yunqing raised his staff and used his buff skills on everyone. Block probability buff, dexterity buff, experience bonus. Moreover, she also used an additional skill, Soul Demon Conversion, on Su Ming, which can convert her soul power into spiritual power and irrigate her teammates. This is a mental recovery skill she has just learned recently, and she has never had the opportunity to use it. Because there were no corpses along the way to draw her soul power, she was unable to use this skill. Now in this deep pit, hundreds or thousands of rotting corpses were buried, which just absorbed a large amount of soul power for her, which could be said to be inexhaustible, so she could squander it at will. However, the efficiency of low-level people restoring soul power to high-level people is a bit low, so she felt that Su Ming was a bottomless pit. She had consumed a lot of soul power, and Su Ming might have only recovered a quarter of her spiritual power. Her small mouth was stubborn, and her staff was trembling, trying her best to activate her skills. She felt that she was too weak and had to work harder. Su Ming felt warm all over his body, and he was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Zhang Yunqing to have the precious skill to restore mental power. Looking at her stubborn expression, Su Ming also smiled speechlessly in his heart. Okay, how does this girl know that she is a 4th rank girl? The second turn crosses the border to restore the spiritual power of the 4th rank, which can have this effect, which is already very good. Even among all the soul healing mages of the same age in all Blue Star, Zhang Yunqing's current strength should be the best. Su Ming held his frost flame deathmark broken sword tightly, and great confidence appeared in his eyes. With spiritual power and being able to use skills, then this boss is even less likely to be his enemy. Its weak point is blunt and impact damage. Yanzei, it's best to attack it with heavy arrows, Su Ming said, and at the same time he was already holding his sword and rushed forward. Yanzei immediately nodded and attacked with heavy arrows. Now Su Ming's swordsmanship has a 40-fold bonus to the original sword body, and even if he lacks mental strength, he can easily hit the boss hard. And he is in a vampire state, and his whole body attributes are doubled. Even if he only uses normal attacks, he can cut the boss so that he can't find the north. Not to mention, now Jiang Yunqing has restored his mental power, which means he can use his skills. Sneer. The boss was beaten by the long-range offensive of Yanzei and Jiang Lan, and let out a roar, and then opened his bloody mouth. From the giant's mouth, a tongue of fire wrapped in a strong corpse smell immediately spat out. The green flame spat out, thick like a fire dragon, shooting at everyone. This flame is majestic, and it may even hurt Ji Yao under the tree behind. Seeing that this boss was so unaware of life and death, Su Ming's wrist shook, and the sword intent flashed in his eyes. Today he wants this boss to see what is cruelty. He raised his hand and was still a sword. Diamond-level skills, dragon slaying techniques are on display. Roar! A dragon roar resounded, and the brilliant golden on stretched for 100 meters, spreading out in an instant, and the terrifying and violent sword energy directly penetrated the boss's body. Because the boss is huge, this sword triggers the affix effect of the dragon slaying technique. The power has been directly increased by more than 2 times, and this sword even hit a critical hit, and the power doubled again. The charred and huge skeleton body collapsed in an instant. The black corpses were scattered in one place, and they fell back into the pit of burning corpses, unable to get back up. Even the residual corruption disease attached to the bones was shattered a lot by Su Ming's sword energy. Slay the second rank boss, Burning Giant, plus 18092 experience points for all participating players. Under normal circumstances, the total experience gained after killing the second turn boss is only 30,000 or 40,000, divided by 4 people, and one person will share 10,000 to the sky. But this time, everyone actually got almost 20,000 experience. Obviously, it was the effect of Jiang Yunqing's experience doubling skills. Jiang Yunqing and Yan Zhe were directly upgraded on the spot. Several people followed Su Ming all the way to kill many rotten corpses and rushed here, and also shared a little bit of Su Ming's experience in killing those killers. Therefore, now Ji Yao, Yan Zhe, Jiang Yunqing and others have reached level 30 and unlocked the job transformation. Although Ji Yao is in a coma, she can also gain experience. After all, she is a member of the team. It's a rapid upgrade. But these experiences, for the 3rd rank Jiang Lan and the 4th rank Su Ming, are too little, and there is still no upgrade. Su Ming turned around, put the sword in its sheath, and looked flat. The 3 people behind him were stunned. Jiang Lan, who has always been calm and has a royal sister personality, couldn't help but open her mouth slightly and her face turned pale. Yan Zhe still maintained the action of drawing the bow and arrows, and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Jiang Yunqing held the staff and looked at Su Ming with a ghostly face. They knew that Su Ming was very strong, but they didn't expect that he could be so strong. Su Ming only came out with one sword from beginning to end. One sword killed a 2nd rank boss in seconds. I'm afraid you can't do it even if it's a 3rd rank, right? Good luck. Critical hit. Su Ming put away his sword and showed an innocent smile. Everyone was speechless, and a critical hit could explain it? We hit 10 critical hits. I'm afraid we don't have this power, right? No wonder they are shocked. After all, the original sword body has a power bonus of 40 times, and one sword tops 40 swords. Su Ming, how many levels are you? Jiang Yunqing took a step forward, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said in astonishment, could it be? Is the level already higher than my sister's? Su Ming spread his hands helplessly and said, it's similar to your sister. He could only vaguely fool the past, otherwise if he said what he had turned around, it would definitely hit everyone's self-confidence. At this time, the list of loot for the boss is also revealed. 100 Feather Arrow Rain Skill Scroll, Silver High-Grade Skill Scroll. Corruption Curse Spell, Silver Inferior. Rotten Corpse Summon Technique, Golden Inferior Skill Scroll. Skeleton Gathering Gun / Crystal Core Rifle, Platinum Inferior. Bright Silver Sword Box, Silver Inferior. Wanzu Coin X 100 000. The best loot for the 2nd rank boss is basically the Platinum level. This time, the luck of several people was actually not good, and they did not break out of equipment that exceeded the Platinum middle grade. The best quality thing is just a Platinum Inferior Bone Gathering Gun. Su Ming turned his back and secretly sublimated all the loot. Sublimation success. Rain Arrow Waterfall Skill Scroll, Diamond Inferior Skill Scroll. Crimson Curse Skill Scroll, Platinum Superior. Fire Corpse Swarm Summon Technique, Platinum Premium Skill Scroll. Soul Condensation Crystal Core Rifle, Diamond Medium. Rome High Sword Box, Gold Medium. After sublimation, all items have been greatly improved. There are also 2 diamond level loot. These things correspond to exactly 5 professions. Su Ming immediately used the power of the captain to distribute these things to everyone. The currency of all ethnic groups is divided equally, almost 20,000 per person. Yan Zhe got the Tianyu Arrow Waterfall Skill Scroll. Jiang Yunqing got the Scarlet Curse Skill Scroll. Ji Yao was assigned to the Fire Corpse Group Summoning Technique and entered her personal space directly. The Black and Gray Crystal Core Rifle was given to Jiang Lan. As for the Rong Hai Sword Box, Su Ming left it for himself. The effect of this sword box is very good, but unfortunately it is only gold medium. If the quality can be a little higher, the effect may have an additional bonus, but now Su Ming is also content. Rong Hai Sword Box, Gold Medium. Embrace all rivers and create your own space. The sword box used to store weapons is overall black jade, with ocean-like patterns in it. Athic space in the box. This scabbard contains a small space of 3 cubic meters, which can only store sword weapons, and the rest of the items cannot be loaded into it. Box lock. Only the owner of this scabbard can take out the sword in it, and after the death of the owner, the box lock is immediately released. Draw the sword quickly, just move your mind or touch your fingers, and you can immediately take out your designated sword. And the speed of taking the sword is extremely fast, far more than taking the sword from personal space. Lightweight equipment. As long as the total weight of the weapon stored in the sword box does not exceed 5,000 pounds, then the weight of this sword box is always 1 pound. The Ronghai sword box, the name is exaggerated. In fact, there is only 3 cubic meters of space, and it is impossible to accommodate the ocean, but the shell has an ocean-like pattern. 3 cubic meters of storage space is enough for me today, Su Ming muttered. Now he doesn't have many swords. Then Su Ming took off several pairs of scabbards he had made by hand before, and broke them all down into materials, because they were no longer needed. From now on, a sword box can hold all weapons. Su Ming carried the Ronghai sword box behind him, so he put all the swords in it, except for the Shadow Flow long sword, because this sword could have been stored in the shadow. It did not need to be loaded into the sword box. After installing it, his mind moved slightly and he tried to draw his sword. The Frostflame Deathmark broken sword instantly turned into a 2-color streamer, flashed out, and landed in his hand. The blood-drawing black blade sword also turned into a black light, flew out of the sword box, and appeared to float beside him. Sure enough, it's much much faster than taking something from your personal space. It's like lightning. In this way, it will not hinder the battle and be able to deal with all emergencies. And he only needs to carry a scabbard, which is a lot easier and more capable, and Su Ming's whole person is lighter. Su Ming suddenly felt a wriggling behind him. When he turned his head, he found that the golden fish sword had never entered the inside of the sword box. It was a boring space, surrounded by nothingness, and it was reluctant to go in. As before, it spirally wrapped around the outside of Ronghai's sword box, tightly fitting, like a pattern, almost integrated, without any sense of disobedience. This sword is more like a pet, a little self-righteous, and even occasionally plays a small temper. If Su Ming forced it, of course it had to go in obediently, but Su Ming thought about it, and it had no effect on letting it get entangled outside, so he let it go. Anyway, in big events, the golden fish sword has always been loyal, and this small requirement can also be met. Su Ming turned around and looked at everyone. I saw them all staring at the loot in their hands in shock. This skill scroll turns out to be a diamond level, and there is no learning level limit. I can learn it now in the second turn. Yanzei stared at the brown scroll in his hand and was shocked. This Scarlet Curse skill can directly cause the flesh of a group of enemies to fester, and their defense is greatly reduced. Zhang Yunqing's eyes also trembled, very surprised. Group attack skills, for her kind of support, are really rare. The rifle given to me is actually of diamond quality. Can the second turn boss explode equipment of this quality? Strange. Zhang Lan touched his chin, figured out the rifle in his hand, and muttered. She remembers that the second turn boss will explode platinum level equipment at most, right? This gun was about 30 centimeters long, gray-black all over, and was inlaid with a bone-concentrated crystal core, which contained the power of death. Just kill the enemy and you can instantly replenish the bullets. If you don't kill the enemy, you can also consume your own health and mental power to shoot, which is very powerful and can fire continuously. We're lucky, the loot dropped by this boss has been criticalized. Su Ming didn't know how to explain it, so he could only attribute it to luck again. Drop loot and also critically hit? It's really unheard of. Everyone was a little speechless, but they didn't say anything more. Following Su Ming, he was shocked too many times, and everyone was even a little numb. Zhang Lan put away his weapon and walked quickly to Su Ming. Su Ming and Yanzei, thank you for taking care of my sister these days. I hope that in the future, you can continue to, as always. Yanzei nodded. Su Ming said calmly, well, don't worry. Hearing Su Ming's voice up close, Zhang Lan's face suddenly turned slightly startled. Immediately, her face turned slightly red, and a little shame welled up in her eyes. She finally recognized Su Ming's voice. She finally knew why it always felt a little familiar along the way. It turned out that this guy's voice, except for the time at the weapon shop, also appeared in the Fat Goose Hotel. At that time, she was changing clothes behind the screen, and a man disguised as a Fat Goose butler came in to take a look. She still clearly remembers Su Ming's words at that time. Quack! How can a goose say croaking? At that time, she felt something was wrong. Now, she finally remembered that it was Su Ming. Seeing her expression, Su Ming looked puzzled. Oh, what's the matter, Miss Jianglan? He had a harmless look on his face, as if he had forgotten about it, and he didn't think of it at all. Jianglan clenched his fists and bit his silver teeth lightly, and finally could only swallow it. The system was furious. Control anger, I endure. For my sister, I can endure it. She took a deep breath and smiled reluctantly. Then Jianglan walked quickly to Zhang Yunqing's side, and his eyes became serious. Yunqing, the copy will be settled soon. I am leaving you. Her tone was a little serious, and a little heavy. Hearing this, Zhang Yunqing was surprised. Why, sister, we haven't met for a long time. In Zhang Lan's eyes, there was also some hidden unbearability, but she had to do it. She said seriously, Yunqing, you should have seen the effect of the relic necklace that my father gave us. As long as we don't die at the same time, we can live. Therefore, we cannot be together to give the enemy a chance to wipe us out. We must be separated by hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, to the ends of the earth, so that no one can kill us at the same time, and we can survive, grow up, and avenge our father and mother. In addition, said, Zhang Lan glanced at Su Ming with his peripheral vision, as if he wanted to remind his sister to beware of this guy. But she thought about it, if it weren't for Su Ming, her sister would have died 10,000 times. Take 10,000 steps back and talk about it. Even if his sister really gives him something, life is greater than everything, and in the end she kept silent. Zhang Yunqing's eyes were red and he understood what his sister meant, but she was still a little reluctant. Sister, then when will I see you again? Zhang Lan's eyes were also a little crystal clear. He gently stroked his sister's hair and said with a wry smile. In the next moment, the white light flashed, and the copy was settled. Everyone left this dungeon world. Zhang Yunqing couldn't finish listening to her sister's last words after all. The two sisters are separated from now on. Su Ming took advantage of the last moment when his body disappeared, urged Ling Bo to take a small step, came to Ji Yao's side, and hugged her. In this way, you can take her to settle the bill together and not let her return to the original place in the outside world alone. As long as you are a teammate of a team, you can do this. In the distant battlefield, the thunder dust turned into thunder, still dealing with countless masters. The number of Zhang family killers was steady, and they came from all directions to surround him. Yin-Yang boxer Zhang Xiangxing also used a very high-level antidote potion, which temporarily resisted the toxicity of the deadly poison Wang Lin and restored a lot of combat effectiveness. After all, he is a rank 5 master, not to mention the life he has sold for the Zhang family for so long. He will not lack high-level props. Even if he is poisoned by epic props, he still has something to temporarily alleviate. After Zhang Xiangxing regained his strength, he united a group of masters to defeat Lei Chen step by step. If there was no Zhang Xiangxing, Lei Chen would be able to suppress the 3rd and 4th rank players in the field with the 5th rank realm. Unfortunately, with Zhang Xiangxing dragging it, he fell into a very passive situation. Lei Chen's mouth was bleeding, and he felt that his spiritual power was running out. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. The world boss is dead, start settlement. Thunder dust was extremely shocking. Everyone in the audience also trembled in their eyes. Zhang Xiangxing's face was ugly, and he almost couldn't help but roar in his heart, seeing that he could beat this difficult Lei Zun to death. But at this time, he settled the copy? The killers and scattered players were also dumbfounded. You actually have to settle the copy. So aren't our efforts in vain? Damn. My brothers died in this battle just to catch the woman and seize the bounty. Now, all the previous efforts are wasted. There was no time to complain to people, and soon the copy was closed. Everyone's bodies were haunted by a white on. Then, each of them appeared alone in a white void space. This dungeon has been completely completed and all players have been forced to quit. Su Ming stood in the settlement space, holding the unconscious Ji Yao in his arms. Ji Yao was in an extremely bad state. Her whole body was trembling, and her fair skin was covered with dense purple blood vessels. Under normal circumstances, vampire transformation is carried out while people are still alive, and Ji Yao was injected with vampire essence blood in a dying state, which is a rare situation in the world. Su Ming couldn't predict what would happen to her, so at this moment, he was extremely worried in his heart. At this time, the settlement information of the copy popped up. Player, killing god. Kill the corrupt villagers x88. Kill the boss burning giant. Su Ming's score slowly rose. 1 hit to kill the boss. Advanced players challenge low-level dungeons. Score reduction. Final evaluation. B grade. Settlement reward. Power amplification pill. In this corrupt mountain village copy, Su Ming did not come to get the loot, but to save people. So he didn't kill many monsters at all, didn't explore many treasures, and passed by in a hurry. Anyway, it was a 2nd rank copy, and he didn't expect to get any treasure, and he was content to have this reward. He scanned the elixir in his hand to see the effect. Power amplification pill, golden grade. After use, you can permanently increase your strength attribute slightly. It is very similar to the strong marrow pill, but this pill is an elixir that only improves one attribute, and the effect is more concentrated. Su Ming once used the 1000-year-old purple vein Ganoderma lucidum to improve the attributes of the whole body. Now that he has this elixir, his attributes will be much higher than those of players in the same realm. He sublimated directly. Then, a brownish-black elixir fell into his hand. Ancient rhinoceros vigorous pill, epic middle grade. Thick tendons and strong muscles like a dragon, a willow pulled out from the lower belly. The elixir made of the bone and blood of the ancient giant rhinoceros as the main material, and smelted with ginseng, crazy meat swallowing grass, iron bone flour and other materials, is powerful and can permanently improve the strength attributes of the wearer, and can only take effect once in a person's life. Su Ming immediately took it. Suddenly, an unprecedented hot force poured into his limbs. Su Ming's muscles swelled slightly, and the full force began to sweep through his bones and limbs like flowing water. The violent muscle and blood power rushed straight to the heavenly spirit cover, making him feel a stir all over his body. Ji Yao in his arms was burned by his body and let out a muffled snort. After more than 10 seconds, the power of this hot elixir was completely absorbed and dissolved by Su Ming. Strength attribute plus 100. Directly increased the strength attribute by 100 points. It is equivalent to Su Ming's 10th level effort. The first level only has 10 free attributes, which is equivalent to upgrading to level 10. This is the effect of the epic vulgar prop, and it is permanent. It's a pity that this kind of thing that permanently increases attributes is really too rare. Otherwise, just taking drugs can produce a peerless genius. Su Ming looked at his personal information and upgraded the skill, Yinyang Chuanfu, that he had just seized from Zhang Xiangxing. Sublimation success. After Su Ming's talent for sublimation of all things has been upgraded to the 4th rank, there is no limit to loot, and the skills he has captured can also be sublimated. A brand new skill was revealed before his eyes. Yin Yang sword pose, diamond quality. Proficiency, 0/3 million. The image in the net flows into the mysterious subtlety, and the yin and yang in the sword are pregnant. The sword moves without form, moving according to the mind, in line with the principles of nature. Carrying yin and embracing yang can be strong or soft. Yin Yang sword style? This skill was sublimated into swordsmanship, and it became extremely suitable for Su Ming to use. If this skill continues to be upgraded to the epic and ancient levels, is it possible to become the legendary Tai Chi swordsmanship? Su Ming had some expectations in his heart. start, and the growth of this skill might be the strongest among all his skills. Then he took out another skill scroll from his backpack. Hidden weapon, Thousand Fingers, fingering scroll, diamond inferior. Occupation restrictions, hidden weapon transferees. This is the scroll he got from killing a high-level assassination professional, and it is a fingering skill. Su Ming did not hesitate and sublimated directly. Sublimation success. Shenkuan throw, skill scroll, epic inferior. Occupation restrictions, none. Su Ming's eyes widened. It has actually been sublimated into an epic vulgar fingering. His current skills are basically not epic level, right? The drunken sword style and the dragon slaying technique are just diamonds. He was not prepared to learn this skill. After all, fingering was not his specialty. And now, he had to learn the temptation of epic skills. Su Ming couldn't resist. Anyway, there are many skills that don't press down. Su Ming crushes the scroll. Suddenly, a burst of clear dark blue light poured into his mind, which was a complicated mantra and fingering. Subsequently, he thoroughly mastered this powerful skill. His knuckles have become much thinner and whiter, and they are a little more slender, which is very suitable for the use of this skill. It's okay. He looked at the information of this skill. Throw the universe, epic inferior. Proficiency, 0/10 million. Sideways heaven and earth are desperate, and the desolate tomb is gone in an instant. Epic fingering that deals massive impact damage to any thrown object. Even just popping a drop of blood on your fingertips can have the power to kill. The more mental power consumed, the greater the power. Before he could rejoice in the powerful skills he had learned, Su Ming suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. The two sharp fangs in his mouth had grown a few millimeters longer, and a fanatical hunger and thirst poured into his body. He felt that his reason was about to lose control of his body. Su Ming was still in a vampire state. He was too seriously injured just now, and he forcibly used his skills many times when his mental power was exhausted. This caused his body to need a lot of nutrition to recover from his injuries. For vampires, the source of nutrition is blood. Even if he took a small sip of Zhang Xiangxing's 5th-rank powerful blood just now, it was still not enough. Suddenly, Su Ming's blood-red eyes stared at Ji Yao. He could hardly help it and wanted to suck a mouthful of her blood hard. The fanaticism hidden inside the genes made Su Ming's teeth tremble, and it was difficult to resist. Once a vampire is addicted to blood, no matter how strong his willpower is, he cannot compete. Su Ming's face was ugly, and he bit the tip of his tongue suddenly, sobering himself up for a moment. But soon, the hunger and thirst came like a tide again. No, I must not give in. His voice was furious, and he smashed punches and punches on himself. Ji Yao is extremely weak now, and once he has sucked blood, he will really be more vicious than lucky. Su Ming resisted with the steely soul perseverance of his 2 lifetimes. He woke up drowsy again, greasy, and woke up, and I don't know how long it took. For a moment, his teeth were almost bitten down. Finally, the vampire state receded. The purple blood veins on Su Ming's whole body faded, and the majestic double attribute power suddenly dissipated. His height has returned to 1.75 meters. He was relieved. Fortunately, I survived. This vampire state is a double-edged sword. The feeling of thirst for blood is so painful. Is this what Ji Yao will face in the future? Su Ming clenched his fists, his heart full of sadness. If Ji Yao can survive, he vowed to find a way to make Ji Yao return to normal. There are all kinds of wonders in this world, and he believes that there must be such a treasure. Su Ming looked at his profile. Su Ming. Carry title, God Killer. Effective titles, First Blood, Rookie King, Undead Killer. Level 41, 30,000/4.1 million EXP. Occupation, Sword God. Mythical level, the only one in the world. Curse Forger, secondary position. Strength, 210. Physique, 110. Agility, 380. Spirit, 270. Lucky, 310. Bloodline, Immortal Body. A. Chalcedony Bone. B. Self-Healing Factor. C. Talents, Sublimation of All Things. Origin Sword Body. Automatic Cultivation. Auxiliary Unlock. Killing God, 1 knife to kill God. Full hidden God step. Eye of Insight. Sword God, Heaven and Earth Throw. Yin Yang Sword Style. Sword Rebound. Dragon Slaying Technique. Twin Sword Intensive Research. Drunken Sword Style. Electric Martial Instantaneous Body. Blood Thunder Condensation. Sword, Broken Steel Hidden Sword / Holy Weapon Enchantment. Thousand Streams Dust Sword. Sword Martial Master. Trick Imperial Sword. Heavenly Falling Sword Tomb. Thought Condensation Blade. Lingbo Microstep. Cursed Blacksmith. The Power of Forging. The Trick of Transformation. The permanent buff effect is as follows. Sharp Stone Earrings. You have 40% permanent armor penetration. The agility is nearly 400, and the strength has reached more than 200. Level 41, it has this attribute value, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a monster. Fast and powerful. He felt that the swords in his hand were much lighter, and when combined with the agility attribute, his combat effectiveness had increased a lot. In this settlement space, I stayed for a while, and my mental strength recovered a little. Even if there are any special circumstances after going out, I should be able to protect Ji Yao. Su Ming muttered. Exit. In the next moment, he, along with Ji Yao in his arms, left the settlement space together. When it appeared again, it was already in an alley in the Tower of Heaven world. Su Ming's agility attribute is too high, and his movement speed is ridiculously fast. Even if he doesn't use footwork, he is like flying. In the eyes of passers-by, he is vague. In this way, you can avoid the ears and eyes. After all, if Ji Yao is found in the state of vampire transformation, she will be arrested and executed. The human race has always been extremely afraid of vampires, and once they find out, they will attack them in groups. Even the Heavenly Tower world may not be able to keep her. He hugged Ji Yao and quickly walked to the door of the Fat Goose Hotel. When I came to the neighborhood, I saw an extremely beautiful and bewitching woman among them, who was holding the Fat Goose butler accountable. "Old Goose, how can you make such a low-level mistake?" I heard her angry rebuke from afar. "Do you really not believe that I will throw you back in prison and enjoy my gift?" Her face was cold. She put her foot on the old goose's face and shouted angrily. She has a hot body, a young appearance, and slender legs, making her a top stunner. A pair of narrow peach blossom eyes make it difficult to take your eyes off. The Fat Goose housekeeper looked nervous, lowered his head and didn't even dare to look away, so he had to apologize quickly. "Sorry, master. I promise never to do it again. Please forgive me." His body was trembling, as if he was extremely afraid of punishment, and said solemnly. Then, the woman slowly moved her foot away. Su Ming had never seen this woman before, and secretly speculated in his heart. Is it difficult? She is the owner of the Fat Goose Hotel? The owner of the Fat Goose Hotel is a bit mysterious, and very few people have seen her in person. Su Ming didn't have time to think about it now. He had to settle Ji Yao immediately. He entered the hotel and said to the old goose, "Old Goose, open an ordinary shelter room." Subsequently, he handed over 120,000 advent coins and opened the room for several days at one time, which can be described as a heroic move. The old goose's face was slightly shocked, as if he didn't expect to see Su Ming again so soon. Such a young job changer, but he can take out so much money so quickly. Didn't he just get fined? Could it be that this guy is a hidden rich second generation? Lao Goose had his own professional ethics, and without asking anything, he immediately opened the room. The woman on the side saw Ji Yao in Su Ming's arms, and her eyes were a little surprised. Then, she took a bewitching step and came over. "Young man, I have to remind you, the girl in your arms is a vampire." As she spoke, she raised her hand and closed the hotel door to prevent anyone from seeing the vampire on the street. Su Ming's face was cold, and the blood on his body had not yet been washed away, and he looked full of oppressive power. "What does it have to do with you?" he asked rhetorically, his voice cold. "Brother, don't be so angry," she said with a smile. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself too." She smiled brightly, her eyes full of charm. "I'm the owner of this hotel, Yu. If you want to place a vampire in my hotel, it may cause trouble for my shop, so I naturally have the right to ask about it." She smiled faintly, but in the words, there is a bit of a threat. Su Ming immediately knew that this woman was extremely scheming and not a good stubble. "So what if she's a vampire?" He frowned slightly and said in a condensed voice, "The Fat Goose Hotel is specially prepared for guests with special needs, and everyone knows it. Murderers, treasure raiders, spies, thieves, they are all your patrons. If you expose me today and attract the tower guardians, do you think your store will still be open? I'm afraid the name will stink, right?" Su Ming's face was as cold as water, staring at her and saying. At the same time, he directly hides all his attributes, including rank. You found that she couldn't see Su Ming's true information, and a little surprise suddenly appeared in her eyes. It seems that this is not an ordinary teenager. She approached and walked over, with a fragrance on her nose. On her pretty face with a light smile, she seemed to have some interest. Once the vampire grows up and mixes into the human race, it will be extremely difficult to trace it. "Brother, protecting her is much more difficult than protecting a murderer. However, I won't expose you, because I just found out that she is going to die anyway. A vampire's corpse won't cause trouble for me. You can enter the room, I won't stop you." A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes, and she said with a smile. When Su Ming heard this, his face was slightly shocked. She actually concluded that Ji Yao would die. Could it be that her profession was related to this? He immediately scanned the woman's information. Yi Z. Race, human. Title, Black Witch, obtained by killing the sea-level dungeon Dark Prison boss Kato. Title effect, provides skill in dark enchantment. Level 56, 39.72 million / 56 million experience points. Occupation, Dark Potion Master. Strength, 40. Physique, 70. Agility, 90. Spirit, 1103. Lucky, 10. Skills, Potion Blending, Epic Medium. She can mix a variety of magic potions based on existing materials, with the highest quality not exceeding the Epic inferior grade. Cannot blend normal potions, such as blood recovery medicines, painkillers, etc. Dark Barrier Arrangement, Diamond quality. She can consume materials and arrange various dark barriers. Cannot arrange normal enchantments, such as blood recovery barrier, defense barrier, sacred barrier, etc. Dark Enchantment, Diamond superior. She can add multiple dark attribute curse effects to her potions and enchantments she arranges. Dark Disguise, Diamond quality. She can permanently change her appearance at the expense of the painful emotions of other creatures, or she can change back at will. Witch's Charm, charm, diamond medium. She designates all units in a small area, makes a mental power judgment, and the units whose spiritual power is lower than her will be immediately charmed by her, with only a very small probability of failure, and a large amount of mental power will be consumed during the duration. Life-saving spell machine, diamond middle grade life-saving skill. When her life is in danger, she will immediately automatically use a life-saving potion she has set in advance, and there is only one chance to take effect within 7 days. Su Ming's eyes suddenly fell. The Dark Potions Master is an extremely rare high-level profession with dual abilities to mix potions and arrange enchantments. However, they can only concoct evil-type potions and lay evil-type barriers. For example, the Thousand Holes Barrier, the Soul Collapse Barrier, the Severe Pain Potion, the Torture Potion, the Poison Potion, etc. Strictly speaking, this is a lifelike profession with no direct aggression and skills. But her potions and enchantments are aggressive. Her skill proficiency is all dark, evil formations and potions, a taboo class. The rest of her attributes are very low. It seems that she only adds spirit, and the spiritual power attribute has reached more than 1,000. I didn't expect to meet such a witch. Moreover, her name is also different from what she reported. Name GZ. Yu is obviously a fake name, and even her appearance may be false. Why did she hide her real name? Su Ming fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his eyes were slightly startled, as if he remembered something. There is a wanted criminal on the Dragon Kingdom wanted list, exactly the same as her name. Black Witch EZ, the 187th most wanted criminal, has a reward level B. It is said that she poisoned several business leaders and seized huge sums of money. She even laid out barriers in advance in the dungeon many times, killing many job changers. Killing someone in a copy will theoretically not register guilt, but she has laid down barriers many times and mutilated too many people. I'm afraid there are hundreds, and this number can no longer be ignored by officials. Those who can be ranked in the top 500 on the wanted list are all ruthless. This seemingly beautiful, mature and sexy woman like a fox demon turned out to be a wanted criminal? All the information is obviously correct, including title, occupation, name. Su Ming's eyes slowly sank, and his face became a lot colder. He has basically completed his judgment, and it can be determined that the female owner of the Fat Goose Hotel is the B-class fugitive wanted criminal. Su Ming stood still and did not pierce this information for the time being. Instead, he asked in a condensed voice, "How dare you be sure that she will die?" Saying that, Su Ming gently stroked Ji Yao's face. At this moment, he felt a breath of death that rushed down his fingertips to his heart. He was once a god of killing, bathed in death all his life, killed countless people, and was the most sensitive to the breath of death. What is said seems to be true. Yi Zi smiled and said, "She is in a dying state, which is extremely difficult to revive. If it was a higher-level vampire transformation ritual, it might still be alive. But looking at the current situation, she just accepted the essence and blood of a servant-level vampire, and the level is too low to pull her back from the moment of life and death. Visually, she can only last the last day." Su Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness. "Then is there any way you can save her?" Yi Zi shook her head. "I want to save her, but she is a vampire, and if I save her, it will only be bad for me, not good. I'm sorry, little brother." She shook her head inside, her eyes filled with charm, as if she liked Su Ming very much. The old goose housekeeper on the side saw this scene, but his fingers were shaking. He knows best what a cruel heart lies under the master's beautiful appearance. If Su Ming, a young man, falls into her way, it is worse than death. The old goose secretly squeezed his face, winking frantically at Su Ming, as if to say, "Brother, don't tell me about the fact that I gave you a fine of having, otherwise I won't have good fruit to eat." Su Ming didn't pay attention to the old goose. Of course he wouldn't say it. The top priority now is to save people. Hearing her words, Su Ming's eyes appeared a little impatient. "Since you can see that she will die, there is probably a way to save her. I beg, you show me a way." Yi Zi put her finger on her lips, thought for a moment, and suddenly said, "Okay, then you call me sister. I might be able to give you a way." Su Ming didn't hesitate and said immediately, "Sister you." Yi Zi smiled triumphantly, let out a somewhat frivolous laugh, and couldn't help but pinch Su Ming's face. Even if her fingers were bloody, she didn't care at all. She was like a crazy woman. "Okay, I'll tell you how to save her. You go to a noble sun-level century-old vampire and inject her with essence and blood, and she will definitely be able to transform. Alternatively, you can find a rank 7 healing saint and forcibly pull her back from the brink of life and death." Su Ming's eyelids jumped slightly when he heard this. 7 turns? That's almost the peak level of the world. Where can I find it? This kind of power, the dragon sees the beginning and the end. Even if it costs tens of millions of advent coins, people may not necessarily make a move. A noble vampire is even more impossible. Vampires all hide their identities and are rare and almost extinct. The two options she gave were impossible. Su Ming's eyes suddenly became cold, and he felt that he was being tricked. "You really don't want to save?" he finally asked. "Impossible, brother." She was decisive. "You, it's a fake name, right?" Su Ming suddenly sneered. As soon as these words came out, Yi Zi's eyes trembled in shock. "Even if I tell the world that you are the Black Witch Yi Zi, you won't save me?" Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. slightly, and then he said loudly. Hearing this, the fat goose butler was so frightened that he almost couldn't stand still. Yi Zi was even more charming and smiling in her eyes, all disappearing in an instant. The temperament of the whole person has suddenly changed and become extremely serious. Her eyes suddenly became dark and evil. She rushed over and grabbed Su Ming's neck. How do you know? In this hotel, it is her world, and she is the master. Her barrier increased her strength and speed countless times, but the barrier suppressed Su Ming's power. Coupled with her rank 5 level oppression, Su Ming was difficult to avoid. The slender jade hand was cold, pinched Su Ming's throat, and squeezed it hard. He said expressionlessly, I have sent this message to my best friend, and once I don't contact him after 10 seconds, he will immediately send this message to the Dragon Kingdom officials and the Heavenly Tower Society guards. Yi Zi's eyes were shocked. She also set up a message to block the barrier in this hotel in advance, but she didn't open it. After all, guests sometimes send messages to connect with the outside world, so it's not always on. If Su Ming had sent it out in advance, then it was too late for her to stop it now. In her eyes, a bit of solid murderous intent flashed, extremely cold. At the same time, her other jade hand was already on a bottle of dark potion on her waist. Su Ming's face was flat and he sneered. In your barrier territory, I may indeed be defeated, but this is one of the safest and most heavily guarded places in the Heavenly Pagoda realm, the Dragon Kingdom. If you dare to kill me, do you think you can escape? Even if you are rank 5, you will have to be blocked by space and killed on the spot. Sister Yi, you have to think clearly. Saying that, Su Ming showed a harmless smile. In his eyes, the threat was fully revealed. Yi Zi was slightly stunned and then let go of her finger. Oh, what a smart brother. The murderous intent in her eyes completely dissipated. Under such an immature face, there is such a strong will, and I am not afraid of danger. A faint smile appeared again in her black and blue eyes. On her face, a little appreciation began to appear. But you underestimate me. Even if I kill you, I still have a way to escape from this Heavenly Tower realm and live in a different place. But although I can abandon this hotel, abandon the current name, and give it a makeover, but I've been running here for too long, and this place has become my little home, and I don't want to give up easily, she said, slowly shaking her head and sighing. This hotel is the main core of her intelligence network, and almost all of her contacts for job changers are established by this hotel. Moreover, this is a gold-absorbing machine, which can be called one of the most profitable hotels in the Heavenly Pagoda world. Once she gave up here, her painstaking management for so many years was in vain. Unexpectedly, she was actually pinched by such a little brother, and she suddenly felt that her 29 years of life experience were a little insufficient. No way, you won. She looked comfortable, without the slightest panic or regret, and said indifferently, I won't kill you, and I won't touch your little vampire sister. But I'm really curious, how did you know? In Yi Zi's eyes, there was endless suspicion and reverie. She hid her true identity very well, except for the slave old goose. Basically no one knew it. And she also forced the fat goose butler to take the dark potion and block its soul, not to mention that even if others search for the soul, they can't find it. It will immediately explode and die. Save her, and I'll tell you. Su Ming hugged Ji Yao in his arms, his voice cold. Hee, you also have my secret, and now we are restraining each other. But you have to be careful. If you ask too much, I will still kill you. Saying that, Yi Zi licked her lips, and a bit of cruelty appeared in her eyes. I can save her, but I need extremely precious materials. I'm afraid that you, brother, can't take it out. Yi Zi's appearance can be called beautiful, a natural stunner. Her frown and smile are all charming, and she can easily tug at a man's heartstrings. It seems that she knows how to get her own purpose by pinching men. But Su Ming is like an Iron Man from beginning to end, and in his eyes, there is only Ji Yao. What material? He asked. On the middle and high-level undead clan, the diamond inferior rare materials that will burst out. The soul of the skeleton undead. Yi Zi's eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a condensed voice. When Su Ming heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Once in the copy, he killed an undead and exposed a material with a very similar name, called Soul Dust of the Elite Undead. After sublimation, it became a high-grade diamond refining material, Breathless Soul. This thing, which he has never used, is stored in his personal space. Brother, don't think about it, that thing is priceless. Even if you kill 1,000 undead, it is unlikely to explode. By the time you come out, she will have long ago. Halfway through her words, Su Ming took out a dark silver transparent gray soul from his personal space. The material is between the junction of powder and soul. It looks strange and deep, and it seems to be still trembling faintly. Yi Zi's eyes suddenly shot, and her brows furrowed. Breathless dead soul? The best refining materials for diamonds? A little bit of brilliance flashed in her eyes. Even if she is mature and steady, she can't help but be surprised. She's been looking for this thing. This is much more advanced than what she said about Soul Dust of the Skeleton Undead. The effectiveness is also countless times stronger. Can you use this instead? Su Ming held this thing in front of Yi Zi and asked. It's not just about being able to do it? She took a step forward, not caring about her long white legs out of her skirt. This breathless soul, only half of it is enough to prepare a potion to save her life. It only takes me 8 hours to make it. Su Ming's heart suddenly became hot. Finally, there is a way. delay. Then please save her, she is a very important person to me. Su Ming spoke and became polite. Yi Zi heard this and smiled sweetly. It seems that the position is changed from defense to attack. Okay, but I have two conditions. First, the remaining breathless dead souls are all mine. Second, from now on, you have to call me Sister Yi. She approached and said with a smile. Su Ming hesitated for a moment when he heard this. This woman really takes advantage of herself again and again. But now there is no way, she can only let her be arrogant. Okay, Sister Yi. Su Ming sighed. Subsequently, Yi Zi took Su Ming and Ji Yao to the ordinary refuge room. Su Ming gently placed Ji Yao on the bed and then dripped a drop of fresh orange blood into her mouth. Ji Yao was covered in purple veins, his whole body was cold, his face was painful, and he was unconscious. In her mouth, she kept muttering something. Ji Yao, don't worry, I will definitely wake you up, Su Ming said secretly in his heart. If she can't be saved now, then wait 10 years, 100 years later. When the reverse path divine ring was fully charged again, Su Ming would rather be reborn again than save her. This is his determination. Before handing over the breathless soul to Yi Zi, he finally checked the information about this thing. Breathless soul alchemy material, diamond quality. It has great power, and when mixed into potions, it can provide temporary immunity to death within 0.11 seconds. If you swallow it directly without preparation, you will die immediately. If you use it directly, you will die, which is an excellent suicide tool. This thing is so dangerous, are you sure you can save her? Su Ming frowned, full of doubt. Yi Zi took the breathless dead soul, held it in his hand and played with it, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The nature of the material is not static. As long as it is handed over to a sufficiently experienced pharmacist, supplemented by a compatible material, it can produce a completely different magical effect. Don't worry, I will definitely be able to save her. She made a package ticket. How sure are you? Su Ming frowned and insisted on asking. There is no inevitable thing in the world, and when a person says it is inevitable, it is mostly false. Yi Zi's smile slowly converged, and her face gradually became serious. She could see that this girl was a very important person to Su Ming. If he deceived him, this teenager, there is a possibility of crazy retaliation. The whole world is wanting him, and he is not bad for such a person. However, she has been walking in the rivers and lakes for many years, relying not on poison and enchantments, but on her way of life. Relying on killing alone will not go far. She knows very well that one more enemy is better than one more friend. The two have no real conflict of interest, so why not value harmony? What's more, he brought himself a dead soul that he had been searching for many years, and he was already a nobleman. She said seriously, 90% sure. Okay, let's do it. Su Ming nodded. Yi Zi immediately took out a small dark crucible and placed it in the room. The crucible is dark and does not look good, but after Su Ming scanned it with his eyes of insight, he found that this was actually an epic quality crucible used to brew medicines, which had a strong effect. She had a solemn face and took out hundreds of different herbs and materials. With extremely skilled techniques, it is adjusted and processed. These materials are all kinds of strange. There are air-dried black centipedes, rotten scorpion tails, giant killer bee needles, second-turn snake gallbladders, etc., which look like a treasure garden of poisonous insects. Among them are even the ashes of centenarians. Ashes can also be used to brew medicine, which is the first time Su Ming has seen it. The Black Witch, worthy of her name, is really evil. Then, a full 10 hours passed. Far more than she expected. Ji Yao's condition gradually deteriorated, and her vital signs became weaker and weaker. The Black Witch was sweating profusely, and finally presented a small bottle of black and silver potion to her hand. She held the potion in front of her eyes and stared at it with transparent eyes, as if to see if there were any impurities in it. Well, perfect. It can be ranked as one of my masterpieces. Even I rarely brew this quality of medicine. She was very confident and handed the medicine to Su Ming. Give her a try, and within 10 minutes, she will be able to completely transform into a vampire and come back to life from her near-death state. Her eyes were extremely confident, and there was also a bit of arrogance in it. This is her housekeeping skills, which will definitely open the eyes of this hairy boy and make him willingly call himself a witch sister. Su Ming's eyes were wary, and he did not immediately impatiently subdue Ji Yao. Instead, with an eye of insight, he checked her potion to prevent her from tampering with it. Hanging spell, diamond quality. An agent brewed with the high-level magic material breathless dead soul as the main material, which can establish a retrospective death reversal pathway in the body of a dying person, causing them to get out of the near-death state for 0.8 seconds. Curse affix mad poison gaze. This bottle of potion is filled with many extremely poisonous drugs. Theoretically, the toxic potions will dissolve each other, but there is still a 10% chance that the wearer's soul will collapse. Su Ming's face was solemn, and the potion prepared by the Black Witch was indeed cursed. What she said is 90% certain, and it is indeed true, but the probability of soul collapse could not be ignored by Su Ming. Fortunately, it is a toxic curse, so it will be easy to handle. Once the 10% probability is really triggered, don't forget that Su Ming still has the ancient snake-scattering poisonous gallbladder. Epic quality items herbs that can easily remove the toxicity of diamond potions. This potion can bring her back to life for 0.8 seconds. These 0.8 seconds are enough for the vampire essence and blood in her body to completely penetrate the genes of her body and completely transform her into a vampire. In this way, she can live. Yi Zi said lazily. Su Ming walked up to Ji Yao and at the same time, at a very fast speed, took out the ancient snake-scattered poisonous gallbladder and dripped 3 drops into Ji Yao's mouth in advance. His agility attribute is very high, his movements are as fast as lightning, coupled with his concealment in clothing, so which she should not have seen it. Otherwise, once this thing is seen by her, I'm afraid Su Ming won't be able to keep it. Epic props, and 5th rank masters will definitely grab it. An ordinary person is innocent, and he is guilty of a crime. Subsequently, Su Ming sent the bottle of medicine into Ji Yao's mouth and poured it all down. Ji Yao's body suddenly flashed a gray-black streamer, activating the flesh and blood and essence that were on the verge of her whole body. Her breathing and heartbeat became powerful again. The dark medicinal power wandered along the blood vessels in her body, and Su Ming was shocked when he saw it. Fortunately, there was no danger, and in the end the 10% probability was not triggered. Ji Yao's body temperature gradually recovered. The vampire essence and blood in her body began to go wild, taking advantage of this opportunity to transform her body. The purple blood vessels on her body began to gradually merge with her body and slowly calm down. This means that her transformation process is basically complete. Su Ming's hanging heart finally fell. Okay, our deal is done. Saying that, which she glanced at the remaining dead soul in her hand. I originally wanted to keep half of it, but there was only 1/5 left, which was enough. After all, I don't lose anything to save such a little beauty, she said leisurely, her eyes full of charm. Brother, that sister left first. In the future, you will come to my hotel and get a 50% discount. Then, she said with a smile, and her body disappeared into the field. Su Ming always felt an ominous premonition. He handed over his breathless soul to such a black witch, and no one knew what would happen in the end. But if he can save Ji Yao, Su Ming will not regret it. Su Ming looked at Ji Yao on the bed. Her face calmed down a little, but there were still some fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Under her eyelids, a little blood-red light emerged. Ugh, ugh. Su Ming couldn't hear what she was humming, so he approached over. Ugh, ugh. Hungry, hungry. I'm hungry. Su Ming immediately used his sword, cut his wrist, and handed it to her. She closed her eyes and immediately sucked like a kitten. It took a few dozen seconds for her to stop. Ji Yao's face was a lot rosy, and her whole body was completely restored in an instant. After all, vampires are originally sucking blood to restore physical strength. The powerful self-healing ability instantly completely reshaped and healed the injuries in her body. She opened her hazy eyes, looked at Su Ming in front of her, and was suddenly shocked. She didn't know what she had just done, she only felt that her body had undergone certain changes. Su Ming, we're still alive. She completely regained her senses and hugged Su Ming all of a sudden. That beautiful face was about to cry. Well, it's okay. Su Ming gently patted her on the back and comforted. At this time, Ji Yao saw the blood on Su Ming's wrist. Suddenly, in her eyes, a bit of bloodlust unique to the vampire special race emerged. Moreover, she almost had a primordial soul impulse that she couldn't help but bite into. What's wrong with me? She looked at her hands in disbelief. The skin is still fair, and there seems to be nothing unusual. Su Ming's face was heavy. He exhaled deeply, and used the self-healing factor to heal his wrist. Ji Yao, you're a vampire now. Su Ming looked at her and said seriously. When Ji Yao heard this, her face was slightly stunned. Isn't that a legendary monster? Is there really this race? Her eyes blinked, a little in disbelief. Well, they are one of the 10,000 races. They are rare in number, and they are also very powerful. You should be able to see by now that you have a lot of extra attributes, Su Ming said. Ji Yao immediately checked her information. Ji Yao, race, semi-vampire, minion class, level 30, 3 turns mission in progress. Occupation, corpse summoner, strength 50, physique 70, agility 45, spirit 289, lucky 7, talent. Yang Ran creature, she has half of the blood of the human race and half of the blood of vampires. When she is exposed to direct sunlight, she can consume her spiritual will to resist the sun, but when her spirit is exhausted and she is exposed to direct sunlight, she will still spontaneously combust her body and die, completely decaying. Pale body, half vampire's blood flows through her body, and her entire physique, strength, and agility attributes soar by 1.5 times. Blood-drawing demon, the blood of a servant-level half-vampire flows through her body. She can draw the blood of any living creature, quickly heal any of her injuries, and has an extremely low probability of seizing a random skill from the opponent. And she can transform some units that are not higher than herself into vampires at the cost of consuming her own life force. Skills: Red Armor Dead Rider Summoning Technique, Bone Swallowing Hell Worm Summoning Technique, Low-Level Corpse Awakening Technique, Skeleton Minion Summoning Technique, Soul Cutting Scythe, Resident Buff, Ashes Sickle Weapon Affix, Undead Transformation. All of her summons gain the undead talent Immortal Body. After their death, the bones will gradually recondense and come back to life. life unless they are severely injured or the bones are gone again during the resurrection process. When Su Ming saw her message, his eyes immediately narrowed slightly. Half vampire? This is a novelty. Su Ming once saw a decadent young man of half human and half elf race, named Yumian, but half vampire, he really saw it for the first time. And Ji Yao turned out to be a servant-level vampire. It stands to reason that after being transformed by her own servant-level vampire essence and blood, she should be a weak newborn-level vampire, but now she has directly become a servant-level. It is presumed that the ancient snake scattered poisonous gall, the Black Witch's potion, and her transformation in a special state of dying. After these three factors blended and influenced each other, they reached a delicate balance and finally caused the current result. Ji Yao accidentally became a half-vampire, which is not a bad thing, because she is a half-vampire, so she can withstand the sunlight for a short time. Sunshine against the vampire clan is a lore, but it is a weakness of the rule level. Even elder-level vampires could not resist the sun, and could only be extinguished. Therefore, sunlight exposure is also the easiest way to distinguish vampires. And if she could accept the sun's rays, then Ji Yao would be able to better blend into the human race, and would not need to hide as much as she had previously guessed. If anyone doubts it, she only needs to walk into the sun to prove that she is a human race. Ji Yao looked at her attributes, her face a little shocked. My attributes other than luck have become 1.5 times? What? How could this be? She sat up from the bed, her face shocked. At the same time, she felt a majestic force flowing through her body. The attributes of a half-vampire make her current combat effectiveness not what it used to be. Coupled with the effect of the ash scythe that Su Ming gave her before, all the summons turned into the undead race, and now she can definitely easily crush players in the same realm. Of course, it is still impossible to deal with a 5th rank like Zhang Xiangxing. At that time, Ji Yao used the red-armored Dead Rider to block Zhang Xiangxing, but the undead knight was beaten to death with a punch and could not even be resurrected. However, in the same realm, she is already considered invincible, and now her strength is definitely above Yanzei and Zhang Yunqing. The biggest difference between the corpse summoner she chose in the 2nd rank compared to the undead summoner was that she could also awaken some corpses to make them fight for herself temporarily. However, there is a limit to the level of the awakened corpse, and its level cannot exceed her during her lifetime. Ji Yao got up, came to the mirror, and looked at herself. The skin became somewhat morbidly pale, the lips were as red as blood, and the eyes were maple red. Let her, who was originally pure, add a bit of evil beauty. The most eye-catching thing is the 2 small fangs in her mouth, which look like tiger teeth. I really turned into a vampire. She stared at the mirror, muttered, covered her mouth, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Su Ming saw her so sad that he couldn't help but feel like a knife. I'm sorry, Ji Yao, he said, with a bit of sadness in his eyes. You were dying at the time. This was the only way to save you. I had to take a risk. I will definitely turn you back into a human. He stepped forward, gently hugged Ji Yao, and said. When Ji Yao heard this, she was slightly stunned. Ha, Su Ming, what are you talking about? I don't want to turn back into a human. She grinned. Vampire, it's so cool, okay? She leaned closer and said. Hearing her words, Su Ming's eyes were shocked. This girl, could it be that she has been in a near-death state for too long, and her head is broken? Vampires are an extremely evil race, and this race has even had incidents of keeping humans in captivity as livestock in history, and has always been regarded as a public enemy of mankind. I've become stronger, I have the strength, and I can protect the people around me. This is a good thing. She felt the power in her limbs, and the red waves in her eyes flowed. Even vampires? There are no evil races, only evil people. As long as I don't hurt the innocent, then I will still be the same person I used to be. Ji Yao stared at Su Ming and said seriously. Su Ming, don't blame yourself. You saved me, and I can see the green mountains and green waters of the world again, and I can adventure with Yanzei and Yunqing. I can see my grandmother, mother, father, and be by their side without having to be separated forever. With this power, I can take revenge and seek justice with Yunqing in the future. My appearance hasn't changed much, and others won't find out that I'm a vampire. She smiled slightly, her eyes full of joy. Su Ming's eyes flashed slightly. He really didn't expect that Ji Yao would think so transparently and freely. As expected, the girl I fell in love with. Then, in Ji Yao's eyes, a bit of vampire's evil spirit flashed, and suddenly pounced on Su Ming all of a sudden. It's like a change of personality. The two had a wonderful night. Su Ming was covered in blood, and the scene was bloody and frenzied. A few hours later, Ji Yao seemed to be sober again. Just now, under the dominance of the vampire genes in her body, her personality became extremely oppressive. Now that she has vented, she has finally returned to normal, and her whole cheeks are red when she recalls her behavior just now. Ji Yao, you have just become a vampire and are not familiar with your powers, so you stay here first. This hotel is very safe. No one can find you. Su Ming looked at her gently and said with a faint smile, I'm going out for a trip and I'll be back soon. Su Ming instructed. Ji Yao nodded, her face buried in the quilt. All the facilities are available. There is a training ground, and you can summon dolls for you to practice your skills. This scroll was exploded in the copy just now. You can take this opportunity to learn it. Saying that, Su Ming threw out a skill scroll. Fire Corpse swarm summon technique, platinum premium skill scroll. Ji Yao took the scroll and nodded. Well, okay, I just happened to generate a third level task. I'll take this time to study what profession to turn. Subsequently, Su Ming left the room. The owner of this hotel, the Black Witch Ez, should have nothing to do with the Zheng family, so Ji Yao is safe here. What's more, the Heavenly Tower realm is not a copy, and it cannot kill people indiscriminately. Even the Zheng family does not dare to be unscrupulous here. Ji Yao rescued him, and the big stone in his heart finally let go. Now, it's time to head to the auction house and deal with a packed backpack. He had washed away the dirty blood from his whole body, and now he was much more refreshed. Suddenly, in front of the street, two familiar figures appeared, both wearing simple masks. Even though they were wearing masks, Su Ming recognized them. It's Yanzei and Zhang Yuncheng. The two trotted all the way and leaned closer. Several people came to an alley and talked. Su Ming, you are really here. Well, after all, it is safer in the Heavenly Tower realm. Su Ming nodded. Several people's thoughts really coincided, and they all chose to take refuge here. How is Ji Yao's situation? Zhang Yunqing was extremely worried and asked. After all, it was she who attracted the killer of the Zhang family and caused her partner to be seriously injured, so she blamed herself greatly. Don't worry, she's awake. Now her state, even better than before. Su Ming couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth. Ha, that's good. If something happens to Ji Yao, then I really. As he spoke, Zhang Yunqing's eyes became murderous. Her hatred for the Zhang family has broken through the sky. What are you planning now? Su Ming asked. Yunqing and I went to submit the task of the Heavenly Tower Society. After all, we went to the corrupt mountain village dungeon at the beginning to complete an E-level hunting mission. Yanzei said. As long as the captain completes the submission, everyone can receive the task reward, even if Ji Yao stays at home in the hotel. Then I'll upgrade the equipment, and then accompany Yunqing to find a way to buy a few pieces of disguise and hidden information. Otherwise, she will be endlessly hunted by the Zhang family. Yanzei had a serious face and said in a condensed voice. Correct decision. You act carefully. It's best not to take off your mask. There are also a lot of eyeliner in the Heavenly Pagoda realm. Su Ming observed the surrounding environment and said. The two nodded. I'm going to go to the auction house and meet up in the hotel later, and then discuss other plans. Su Ming said, about to turn around. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the alley. His steps were silent, like a gust of wind, and came to the three of them. Like lightning. He was old, wearing a hood, covered in blood, and could no longer tell whether it was the enemy's or his. Seeing the fifth turn up close, Su Ming felt a majestic sense of oppression. Miss, it's okay if you're okay. Lei Chen's eyes, hidden under the shadow of the hood, looked deep and tired. Seeing Zhang Yunqing successfully escape, he was finally relieved. Thunder! Old Lei! Zhang Yunqing's eyes were slightly red, and he hurriedly stepped forward. She had so much to ask. Lei Lao, what happened? Why did my father die? Why did the Zhang family bring our family down so quickly? All this, it's so sudden. Lei Chen shook his head and sighed. Sorry. Then, a little sadness emerged from his cloudy eyes. Miss, it's me. Killed the chairman with his own hands. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yunqing's eyes were stunned. Impossible. Old Lei, you must be lying to me, right? Her first reaction was to disbelieve it. It's true. Lei Chen's tone was firm, staring into Zhang Yunqing's eyes. The Zhang family's methods are sharp, and in just a few years, they have emptied all our forces. The collapse of the Zhang'an consortium is like the collapse of a building, and the chairman used all methods during his lifetime, but to no avail. If this continues, there will be no one left, so I have to rebel. It can be said, I am a greedy person who is afraid of death. Speaking of this, endless guilt emerged in Lei Chen's eyes. In front of Zhang Yunqing, he was not like a majestic fifth-rank power, but more like an old housekeeper who did his best. Zhang Yunqing did not blame, insult, or blame, just stepped forward with tearful eyes blurred. Old Lei, in that case, why do you want to save my sister and me? Her clear eyes asked with tears in her eyes. Butler Lei has always been the teacher of Zhang Lan and Zhang Yunqing's sisters since childhood, teaching them a lot, just like their second father. So Zhang Yunqing is not hysterical, and after all this, she has grown up a lot. She just wanted to know why. When Lei Chen heard this, he was silent for a long time and did not give an answer. People are complex, and he himself cannot give an explanation. Zhang Yunqing looked at him and gave her own answer. Elder Lei, if you don't turn against the Zhang family and mix in it to save your life, no one will be able to protect me and my sister. So, you betrayed with such a purpose in the first place, right? Maybe my father has already expected it, so he acquiesced to what you did. My father is so majestic and smart, how could he not know that you have already rebelled? Zhang Yunqing forced a smile, but the tears in his eyes had already blurred. She finally saw through that if old Butler Lei didn't kill his father, he couldn't change the ending. It was nothing more than someone else. The culprit of everything, my real enemy, has always been the Zhang family. So, old Lei, stop beating yourself up. These words touched Lei Chen's heart. His betrayal has always been his inner demon, and it has long made the old man's heart riddled with holes, almost swallowed up by the abyss of guilt. At this moment, Zhang Yunqing's words saved him back. His cloudy eyes suddenly became a little clearer, as if the realm was was more solid. Miss, thanks a lot. Lei Chen's face was moved, and he said with a slight trembling, but no matter what, it was my hand, and this matter cannot be changed. I'm ashamed of the chairman. I still have to stabilize the Zheng family. You must protect yourself these days. In a short time, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to make another move. Lei Chen said, well, I'll be careful. I still want to take revenge, and I will never die early. Zhang Yunqing wiped away his tears and said with firm eyes. Then, Lei Chen glanced at everyone. When he saw Su Ming, he nodded slightly. This courageous and powerful young man left a deep impression on him. The young lady was accompanied by these close friends, and he could feel a little more at ease. A few friends, take your leave. Lei Chen deeply remembered everyone's appearance, and disappeared in place in the next moment, almost outrageously. Yanzei looked at Zhang Yunqing, his eyes a little stunned. Yunqing she. He actually forgave the enemy who killed his father. Such open-minded courage, even Yanzei himself may not be able to do it. It seems that after all this, she has really matured from the carefree girl who used to be a carefree girl to a tenacious girl who can take on great responsibilities and can already see the overall situation and the essence of things. Zhang Yunqing wiped away his tears and put on the mask more tightly. Okay, let's split up and wait for the meeting. She forced a calm smile. Then, Yanzei left with her. Su Ming looked at the backs of the two with a solemn face. In fact, he had been secretly weighing the strength of the gap between himself and Lei Chen just now. Now that I am at the fourth turn, do I have a chance to win against the fifth turn? When he fought with Zhang Xiangxing, he was in the third turn and was crushed. Now it's 4 turns. Maybe there is a real opportunity. Thinking of this, he licked his lips. In the future, we must completely kill that Zhang Jiazhong dog. Su Ming walked slowly towards the auction. It is the beginning of the month, and it is the time when the most rare treasures in the auction house are coming. If you participate now, you will definitely be able to buy a lot of good things, and there will be more dignitaries participating, and your own equipment can also be auctioned at a good price. When he was on his way, Su Ming suddenly received a video letter. Click on the video. It turned out to be the second in command of the Black Killing Association, Fang Mifeng. She was wearing a black robe, carrying a big sniper on her back. Her short hair was neat and tidy, and there was a bit of boyish heroism between her eyebrows. She had a solemn face. Su Ming, the girl you saved, Bu Ju, has reported everything that happened in the copy to the guild. Shadow Stick warrior Wan Yanghui betrayed the team and abandoned his teammates. It was you who came forward to stop it and save the girl. Although our Black Killing Guild has always paid attention to freedom and free-range newcomers, we still have to punish this kind of traitorous behavior even if it is far away. Since you did it this time, and you also saved a member of the organization, it is a great achievement. I have sent you a reward in the name of the guild. Please pay attention to check it. The video then immediately closes without any concluding words. The people who kill the black have always been so resolute and have no politeness. Su Ming opened the letter to check it, and his eyes suddenly lit up slightly, and the Black Killing Guild gave him 2 rewards. Copy of level C or below in the organization directly enters the qualification once. In other words, you don't have to give money, and you can save some advent coins. Another reward is a platinum level skill scroll. Shadow Step Platinum lower grade. Su Ming directly sublimated. Demon Shadow 6 turns, Platinum intermediate grade. Class restrictions, Magic Occupation, Ghostly Pace can be used 6 times in one battle. This skill scroll is really not good. Su Ming already has a diamond level Lingbo microstep and a legendary level hidden divine step, and learning this skill is a bit tasteless. What's more, if there are occupational restrictions, he can't learn. Only swordsmanship allows him to learn regardless of all conditions. Find a time to sell it. This thing is also quite valuable. Su Ming's face was flat and he muttered, at this moment, the Black Killing Organization is inside. I didn't expect that Wan Yanghui would betray his teammates, and I had this kind of waste. Fang Mifeng was standing in the hall. His face was extremely cold, and his fists were clenched. She was carrying a big sniper behind her back, and her whole person looked murderous. She is the second in command of the organization, although she is a woman, but her strength is second only to the leader, and she is also a unique existence in the Black Killing Organization. The reason why she was so angry was because of the middle-aged captain in Wan Yanghui's team. Is her friend. He protected the team members and died resolutely, a man. But the person he protects turns out to be a timid coward traitor in the end, which is simply a great insult to his death. At this moment, she felt restless. Sister Fawn, people cannot come back to life after death. A burly man in pitch-black steel armor leaned against the pillar beside her, his face steady. The reward has also been sent to the rookie boy, and this matter can be put on hold for the time being. Now it's best to deal with the guild affairs first, and after the leader leaves, you will be fully responsible. His name is Wan Tai, and his occupation is a steel armor master. He was strong, with a shiny bald head, and looked very strong. There are still 10 days left in the rookie competition, and the winning guild can get access to many copies, which is enough to save a few years of expenses and get epic props and equipment. We have been preparing for many years and have not won a championship, and this year is the most promising one, the newcomer. It's ridiculously strong, but now that he is dead, the leader will not be able to save him him most of the time. We have to find a way to deal with the impact of this matter, he said seriously. Fang Nifeng sighed, suppressing the complicated thoughts in his heart. Now that the leader is gone, she needs to take over the big and small matters within the Black Killing Guild and take the lead. But this year's rookie battle competition, there are only 10 days left, and there is no time to choose someone else. Our Black Killing Guild recruits very few people every year. She had a serious face, frowned, and a little anxiety in her eyes. In the corner, a young man was leaning against the wall, lazily playing with the dagger in his hand. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if his personality was a little cynical. Sister Fawn, don't worry about it, I don't think we need to participate in this year's competition. As he said, he showed a somewhat playful smile. After all, the newcomer personally selected by the leader has already had an accident in the dungeon, and even if the leader personally rushes to check the situation, I am afraid he can only bring back a corpse. The dark green dagger seemed to be alive, jumping and spinning in his hand, playing with perfection. At a glance, you can tell that he is a high-level assassination professional. Our black killers are all free-range newcomers, and if he dies, it generally only means that he is too weak. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to alarm the leader to check it in person. And this time, the leader took action himself, which is really strange. There must be special circumstances. When Wan Tai heard this, he also touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Well, it's true that you said that. It's possible. The death of that newcomer was not an accident, but an assassination by the hostile mysterious Mirror Guild? After all, we have a lot of black killers, but they are strong opponents in the competition. The blood assassin Zaida also smiled slightly when he heard this. Hee, Wan Tai, you look simple-minded and well-developed, but you're still quite smart. In short, no matter what, we don't have to think about this year's competition. Zaida smiled lightly. When Mi Feng heard this, a light suddenly flashed in his eyes. No, maybe there is another person to choose. There is no chance to win the championship, but if you get a top 10, there may be hope. The strength of that newcomer should not be as good as the one chosen by the leader. But, Sister Fawn, what you said should be. At this moment, the Heavenly Tower realm. Su Ming went straight to the auction house. At the same time, he secretly opened his system lottery roulette. Every time you upgrade, you will get a roulette lottery opportunity, and you have been dangerous and busy before, and you don't have time to draw. Now I finally have free time. Su Ming's mind moved slightly, and the roulette will spun rapidly. The colorful treasure flickered, and finally the golden hand stayed on an ancient level of talent. Holy Heart, ancient quality. You are unconditionally immune to most memory snooping effects, unless the source quality of the effect is higher than this talent. He immediately used his talent for sublimation of all things. After the fourth turn, all things can be sublimated and even the roulette reward can be sublimated because there is no limit to loot. Pure soul, legendary. Holy water is free of impurities, and all laws are difficult to erase this heart and soul. Affix, absolutely clear, immune to all memories, soul snooping effects, and all soul enslavement effects. Anjing, you have top resistance to all will influence effects. Legendary talent. Su Ming was a little shocked. Everything before ancient times was divided into three small qualities, upper, middle, and lower. And when it comes to legends, there is only one quality, and legends are legends. In this world, there are many soul search skills and poisons. There are so many ways to spy on a person's memory and know its deepest secrets. And with this permanent talent, you will be immune to all types of memory snooping skills. Everything type. What is this concept? In other words, even if the other party has a higher quality memory snooping technique that reaches the mythical level, it cannot be effective against Su Ming, because this is rule in unity. Su Ming no longer had to worry about his thoughts being spied on. Very good. He couldn't help but smile faintly and immediately walked quickly to the door of the auction house. At the same time, Su Ming was also secretly calculating in his heart. The Zhang family has just annexed the Jiang'an consortium, and it will take a while to digest. Now they have spent a huge price to kill Zhang Yunqing, but they have failed.